What would it be like if a patient with schizophrenia were transmigrated into the world of martial arts? It starts with the sight of his grandfather lying motionless on the ground. Zheng Ni stands frozen, unable to utter a word. Painful thoughts echo in his head. He's dead. His body is torn in two. That's how he died. Yet, he cannot cry. He doesn't even feel sad. His grandfather was his only family, but facing this loss, his heart is left hollow and cold. Zheng Ni's gaze shifts forward to where their home is now engulfed in flames. The fire greedily devours everything. He clenches his fists. Why am I so useless? But memories come rushing back like a knife piercing his mind. Back then, Zheng Ni had run over excitedly, his eyes bright with pride. Grandpa, look at this. Ling-binding herbs. His grandfather, busy sorting medicine, looked up with a kind smile. Makhu Thien, we're back, my child? Zheng Ni nodded, his voice brimming with excitement. I searched in the east, just like you said, and finally, I found it. Seeing the fresh herbs in his grandchild's hands, his grandfather nodded approvingly. Oh, this is a big one. We can sell it for at least 5 taels, Zheng Ni continued. There was a fox den nearby, but the mother wasn't there. Only the pups were. The recount unknowingly made his grandfather feel uneasy. His gaze shifted. So, did you kill them? Zheng Ni's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Why would I do that? If the mother came back and saw all her young were killed, she would surely be heartbroken. His grandfather fell silent for a moment before smiling gently, his expression softer. Makhu Thien did well. Put your things away, and let's have dinner. Yes, Grandpa. Zheng Ni happily took his basket to leave, but as he turned, his grandfather's voice sank, carrying a final request. Zheng Ni, can you promise me one thing? Zheng Ni stopped and turned back. What is it, sir? His grandfather sighed, his smile kind, but his eyes filled with something distant. The true nature you are hiding, never let it be seen by anyone. But now, amidst the wreckage of the present, Zheng Ni laughs a twisted, insane laugh, his eyes bloodshot like a wild beast. I'm sorry, Grandpa. His voice fades, then suddenly, he snaps a cold, sharp gaze forward. His hand grips a sickle lying nearby, his knuckles turning white. He mutters in a hoarse voice, I couldn't keep my promise. In Zhongyang County, a wooden cart rolls along a dusty road. Inside are bandits and criminals, tied up, heads bowed in silence. Outside, villagers gather in throngs, shouts and insults echoing through the air. Look at them! Petty thieves, pathetic bandits. Drop dead, you animals. Suddenly, someone asks in confusion, Hey, who is that? Why does he get a private carriage? This draws the attention of a martial artist who was sipping his drink, noticing the thin, small figure, shackled and sitting blankly inside. Seeing this, the martial artist takes a sip and remarks, He's so young, probably about the same age as the young master. Hearing this, someone explains, Don't let his youth fool you. He's the most dangerous of the bunch. That's probably why he has his own carriage. The person sits down, orders more drinks, and begins to recount the events. Makhu Thien were a martial artist, so you shouldn't be afraid, but you'll be surprised if I tell you how many people he has killed with a sickle. They call him the Sickle Demon. The martial artist replies, So, he just kills people? The other person quickly says, Hey, don't talk like that, and asks, So, what do you want this time? The martial artist lifts his glass and says, I need to hire someone, a young person, someone whose death wouldn't matter to anyone. Finishing his drink, the martial artist looks down toward the prisoner. At that moment, a rock thrown by a villager hits the prisoner square in the head. They scream, This punishment is too light for you. The guard steps in to prevent further trouble. The martial artist focuses. Staring at the young prisoner's face amidst the endless insults, he is stunned to discover the boy's stunning beauty. Watching him look back, the martial artist thinks to himself, He's so beautiful he could be mistaken for a girl killing with such a pretty face. Realizing he has found his target, the martial artist throws on his cloak and hat, bids the other person a cold farewell, and ignores the shouting as he leaves. He disappears like a swordsman who has completed his mission, blending into the bustling crowd. Only one thought remains in his mind. Find that young prisoner. He is the perfect choice for his plan. At night, inside the Jinyu Palace of Zhongyang County, guards stand watch around the prison. In the dark cell, Zheng Ni sits with his back against the wall, head bowed, his eyes looking off into the distance. His mind is consumed by dark thoughts. That bastard. Memories flood back, of when Zheng Ni found the man who killed his grandfather. The murderer laughed mockingly. Impressive. I was wondering who was tailing me, but it turns out to be just a nameless brat. He gripped Zheng Ni's throat and lifted him up, his eyes filled with killing intent. Zheng Ni could only struggle in vain, unable to fight back. Desperate thoughts echoed in his head. I finally found the one who killed Grandpa. But he's not like the others. He defeated me before I could even lift a finger. Even if I had the chance to meet him again, I wouldn't be able to win. I can't think of any way to kill him. He tried to force the man to let go of his throat. Suddenly remembering the murderer's words, Jung-ni realized something important. Martial arts. He pondered. If I learn martial arts, will I be able to defeat him? I will never get a second chance. Suddenly, smoke appears from under Jung-ni's feet. He wonders in surprise, can smoke burn? Jung-ni realizes this isn't ordinary smoke, but a mixture of various herbs. He mutters, identifying each scent: lizard tail, purple radish, valerian root, spirit grass, and sleeping incense. As soon as Jung-ni realizes the nature of the smoke, the guards around him begin to collapse. He also inhaled the toxic incense, his eyelids growing heavy. In a daze, Jung-ni hears the prison cell door open. A figure enters. Jung-ni realizes it's the martial artist from before. He stands still, observing the surroundings, then begins to use his internal energy to shatter the shackles holding the boy. As he starts to clean up the scene, a noise makes the martial artist look up. Startled, Jung-ni was just feigning sleep to lure the mastermind out. The martial artist exclaims in shock, "Mok Hu-thien were still awake?" Before he can finish, Jung-ni kicks him in the stomach. He quickly escapes, leaving the pained martial artist behind. While running, Jung-ni calculates, "I don't know what's happening, but this is my chance. Because of the careless incense mixture earlier, I didn't fall asleep." As he runs, he suddenly cannot move. Behind him, someone has struck his pressure points. The martial artist from behind explains, "I've struck your pressure points. Mok Hu-thien can't move anymore." Jung-ni turns to look, thinking, how did he catch up to me? Is this martial arts? The martial artist strikes Jung-ni hard, sending him flying backward into the wall. Jung-ni looks up, furious. A martial artist? Is he the one who killed Grandpa? No, it's not. The two men look similar, but the other one has a scar over his left eye. Guard Cam? Is it him? The martial artist and Jung-ni are surprised to see another person appear. The martial artist asks, "Mok Hu-thien master, I told you to wait outside." The person turns away, acting mysterious, then replies slowly, "I have never stepped foot into a prison before. I wanted to see it, but it's not as interesting as I thought. This place stinks. Is that him? Help him up so I can see his face. And bring a chair here for me." The martial artist replies, "Yes, Mok Hu-thien master." Jung-ni can only lie still and watch as the martial artist grabs his hair and pulls his head up. The other man laughs. "Haha, you're right. He looks exactly like me." Slowly, he peels away the layers of disguise underneath. Jung-ni stares in absolute shock. Mo Jung-ni-yoon laughs. "It's funny to see someone who looks like me appear in a situation like this. It really is destiny. Haha, it seems you are just as surprised." Jung-ni is struck dumb by this unbelievable sight. Mo Jung-ni-yoon sits down and continues, "I heard you're in prison, waiting to die. In 2 days, you'll be torn apart by horses." Jung-ni replies, "Yes." Mo Jung-ni-yoon continues, "Life is so unfair. We were born with identical faces, but I am a young master, and you are a prisoner. I will give you a rare opportunity, the chance to become the third Mok Hu-thien master of the Sword Mansion." Hearing this, Jung-ni is surprised. The question echoes in his head. Opportunity? Mo Jung-ni-yoon continues to explain, "It's not hard at all. Mok Hu-thien will be kept in the mansion with good food, beautiful servants, and a comfortable bed. Mok Hu-thien will be able to enjoy everything you've never had the chance to experience. And when everything is over, you'll receive plenty of money. Then you'll be free to go wherever you want." At this point, Guard Cam pulls something out and hands it to Jung-ni. "If you agree, eat this." Seeing their sudden kindness, Jung-ni suspects, "Is it poison?" Mo Jung-ni-yoon replies, "Do you think we would blindly trust a prisoner like you? If you complete the task I give you, I will give you the antidote. So, what will you do?" Looking straight ahead, Jung-ni thinks only of his grandfather. "I've been given a second chance." He immediately opens his mouth, much to Mo Jung-ni-yoon's amusement. A chance for revenge. Jung-ni swallows it down and says, "Now, will the Mok Hu-thien master truly give me that chance?" The scene before them makes the third Mok Hu-thien master look at Jung-ni with a different expression. A wise decision. "Guard Cam, you can unseal his pressure points. Take off the handcuffs too." The martial artist replies, "Yes, Mok Hu-thien master." The martial artist begins to unseal his pressure points and remove the handcuffs, making Jung-ni breathe a sigh of relief. The martial artist walks ahead and says, "I will lead the way. Mok Hu-thien master, just follow me." Mo Jung-ni-yoon replies. For safety, he told Jung-ni to go first. Looking around and seeing no guards, he turned to the martial artist and said, "It's safe now. Please be careful." But they didn't expect that at that very moment, Zheng Ni would strike with lightning speed. He twisted Mo Jingyun's head backward, catching the three young masters completely off guard. A look of pure pleasure crossed Zheng Ni's face as he killed, while the sudden death of Mo Jingyun made the martial artist scream in horror. "What?" Zheng Ni dropped Mo Jingyun's body heavily to the ground, looking down at the corpse with a sense of satisfaction, while the yellow-clad guard stood there in shock. Zheng Ni spoke, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, well, how about now? The yellow-clad guard is dead, and the imposter is gone." Cutting back to the time before the Scythe Demon was captured, a scream echoed through the quiet space. Everyone was panicking and running in chaos as one of the Scythe Demons swung his weapon wildly. Gripping the hair of the head that had been severed from the body, Zheng Ni swung the scythe madly. A devilish smile carved deep into his face as blood-stained severed heads flew everywhere. Zheng Ni thought to himself, "I killed everyone I thought might be involved in my grandfather's death." The intense emotion he felt while killing was sheer joy. He recalled his grandfather's words, "Never reveal to anyone the true nature that you are hiding within yourself." Zheng Ni held the blood-stained scythe in his hand, his face expressionless as he tossed the head aside. It rolled away, and he asked himself, "What kind of expression did I have on my face while killing all these people?" He raised his hand, looking at it covered in blood, trembling. "Am I laughing?" He covered his mouth and laughed in a fit of madness. "Is this the true nature that grandfather spoke of? Is my true nature evil? I don't know, but now I will kill to my heart's content." Zheng Ni laughed without hesitation, raising the scythe high to strike without mercy. But that scene didn't last long before, sometime later, he was kicked straight in the stomach and couldn't resist. The blow was so strong he was sent flying, landing on a pile of debris. Zheng Ni trembled as he slowly stood up despite the powerful kick, coughing. This left his opponent amazed. "Oh, you're still alive? Impressive." He slowly drew his sword to face Zheng Ni. At this moment, the pain gradually subsided. He stood up and thought, "This bastard is dangerous." His eyes reveal a cruel thirst. He stepped closer and said in surprise, "It seems you haven't even learned martial arts, yet you survived my ultimate attack." At that moment, he moved so fast it seemed like teleportation, catching Zheng Ni off guard as he backed away. Before he could move further, he was grabbed by the throat, unable to shift, and was slowly lifted into the air. This made him feel terrified. He's so fast. He was standing that far away, yet he could close the distance in a single second. Is he even human? After everything he had done, the man mocked him. "Well done, but it turns out you're just a nameless brat who doesn't know any martial arts." Tailgating him, Zheng Ni heard his insults and thought angrily, "Mock Hu Thien," but the man stabbed him, cutting off his train of thought. He writhed in pain, his face flushing red as he screamed from the sudden attack, then hurriedly tried to pull the sword out, making the wound even more severe. "A brat who doesn't know martial arts, yet can survive my ultimate attack? It's best to kill you right now." Saying that, he drove the sword from his stomach up to his shoulder. Zheng Ni was in so much pain that his hands trembled, and he couldn't hold on to him anymore. "Mok Hu Thien shouldn't have been killing people. You just shortened your own lifespan. Mok Hu Thien should have lived a quiet life." In the depths of extreme pain, he pondered, "I was defeated so easily. I finally found the one who killed grandfather, and now life is slowly leaving me. Am I going to die like this?" At that moment, he had chosen to eliminate the three young masters to save himself. When Mo Jingyun fell, he stepped forward and asked, "How about now? The yellow-clad guard is dead, and the imposter is gone." The yellow-clad guard couldn't accept this and hurriedly grabbed him by the neck, growling, "Mok Hu Thien bastard, are you crazy? How dare you kill the young master? Do you want to die?" Zheng Ni wasn't worried. He gently grabbed the guard's hand, smiling with excitement, and explained, "The opposite is true. An imposter is meant to take the place of the real one and rush into danger. But blindly obeying in that situation is exactly what gets me killed." He tried to smile, but deep inside was a vast sea of emotion. He tried to escape the situation, but, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything. He thought, why is he so strong? Pressing Zheng Ni against the wall, the martial artist asked anxiously, "Don't you realize I could just kill you?" Faced with the guard's fearful attitude, Zheng Ni calmly replied, "If you were going to kill me, you would have done it already. I assume you don't have any loyalty to that young master at all." Hearing such an unfounded accusation, the martial artist threw him to the ground and shouted, "Nonsense!" He pressed him into the ground and drew the sword from his back, warning, "I will kill you." With his carefree attitude, not only was he not afraid, but he also wondered, is it necessary? Why not? As if he had fallen into a trap, he calmly replied, "I took the poison you gave me. I can't live without the antidote, so that means I have no choice but to obey. Isn't this a good opportunity for you? The 3 young masters of the sword pavilion will now be your loyal dog." Hearing such persuasive words, the yellow-clad guard wanted to confirm carefully and asked, "So, you mean I should betray the young master and use you as a puppet?" A meaningful smile bloomed on his lips, making the martial artist understand what he would choose. He let out a ha and stabbed straight down. The quiet knight also answered for the yellow-clad guard. He stuck the sword near Zheng Ni, which made him feel excited. Withdrawing the sword, the martial artist instructed, "From now on, you will be Mo Jingyun." His plan had been a complete success, filling him with extreme joy. That sinister smile gradually bloomed on the young man's lips. At the sword pavilion, the yellow-clad guard warned him, "But you won't be able to meet the people of the sword pavilion." Zheng Ni put on his coat and asked, "Huh? Then it's no different from being an imposter, right? Since you chose to become a puppet instead of an imposter, you have no right to ask questions. If you get caught, I won't give you the antidote." Then, the martial artist guarded himself, hurriedly pointing at Zheng Ni's face, warning him sternly, "If you betray me or do anything behind my back, I will kill you immediately." Zheng Ni agreed. "Got it." The martial artist thought he had gotten a grip on Zheng Ni, hurriedly tossing his things to him and saying, "Humph, this weird thing is the antidote. If you don't take it within 24 hours, the poison will spread throughout your body. Remember that." It was already late afternoon. As he took the antidote, he was deep in thought. "I got lucky. I didn't just survive those slashes, but I was also granted a new life. Perhaps this is all that grandfather did to prevent me from dying. A child won't die until he has avenged his grandfather, so don't worry. As for the revenge, that guy must think I'm dead. Mo Jingyun's body has probably been found by now. Martial arts, they say this is a family that uses martial arts. I will pretend to be the 3rd young master and learn martial arts. Then I will find the one who killed my grandfather." Recalling the scene of how tragically his grandfather died, he looked into the distance, excited, and made a bold statement, "And kill him the way he killed grandfather." The sky was blue at the high tower. Zheng Ni sat there thinking, he had survived miraculously. Zheng Ni had changed into clothes similar to Mo Jingyun's and sat at a dining table laid out with 3 dishes. He held his chopsticks and picked up some noodles, his mind constantly racing, and there's a chance to learn martial arts. Mo Jingyun spoke, but then glanced away. Zheng Ni watched the guard standing outside the door, lifted his teacup to drink, and thought, "The yellow-clad guard is always keeping an eye on me." Deep down, Zheng Ni was annoyed. So troublesome. The guard standing outside was Cao Tuan, a soldier under the yellow-clad guard. Cao Tuan was guarding, but his face was extremely annoyed. Cao Tuan tapped his foot while thinking, "The yellow-clad guard is really overdoing it. What could a brat who doesn't know martial arts do?" Cao Tuan remembered the conversation from just a moment ago. Cao Tuan was surprised and said loudly, "Huh? He killed Mo Jingyun? Well then what should we do?" The yellow-clad guard stood in front of Cao Tuan and said, "Shut your mouth. Do you want the whole village to know?" Cao Tuan hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. The yellow-clad guard continued, "As long as no one knows, it's fine. Mock who Theaner task is." The yellow-clad guard looked at Cao Tuan and ordered, "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him leave here. Wait for a while, and I will think of another plan." The yellow-clad guard gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce, as he said, "Throw him away and move on to someone else." Cao Tuan watched the yellow-clad guard's back as he walked away and asked, "Sir, guard, didn't you say you already gave him the poison? So what are you worried about? He won't listen to me." The reason we chose the 3rd young master is because the yellow-clad guard interrupted. "Can't he?" The yellow-clad guard explained. "He is not the type of person who will follow others' orders. Even though he was sentenced to death, he even took Mo Jingyun's life to seize the position. So he is definitely the type of person who will do anything to survive." The yellow-clad guard stepped out the door and evaluated. "A very dangerous guy. What benefit will tangling with him bring us?" Cao Tuan watched the yellow-clad guard walk away into the night and stood silently, not knowing what else to say. Cao Tuan was annoyed and angry, accidentally banging his head against the back of the door, thinking to himself, "What on earth is there to be afraid of about this brat? He has been poisoned, and he doesn't know any martial arts. Damn it, I can't disobey my superior's orders." Zheng Ni sensed the noise outside. He picked up a piece of noodle and thought, "The yellow-clad guard didn't even say why they needed a representative, just left a soldier to guard me, and then he left. I've been here a short while, so I understand a bit about this place. This place isn't dangerous enough that they need someone dead. Replacing the stirring chopsticks in the noodles isn't exactly the safest move, is it? So, they need a representative for other tasks. Zheng tapped his fingers on the table, pondering, or was he intentionally keeping me in the dark? Zheng smirked, letting out a soft laugh. The chopsticks in his hand snapped in two. His gaze sharpened. It's not so much that he wants to replace me, but rather he intends to switch to someone else. Outside the door, Cao Tuan stood guard alone. By now, Cao Tuan had fallen into a deep sleep, drool dripping from his mouth. Zheng opened the door, causing Cao Tuan to jump up in surprise. Huh? Do you need a bath or something? Cao Tuan asked, and Zheng stepped out, replying, No, I just wanted to get some fresh air. I also have a question for you. Can I come back in? Cao Tuan, with a sour expression, pointed at the door and snapped, Shut your mouth and get back inside. Or don't blame me for what happens. Cao Tuan grabbed Zheng collar, but Zheng remained unfazed. Mok Hu Thien said, Your name is Cao Tuan, right? If we both keep this secret, nothing will happen. Cao Tuan grabbed Zheng collar and slammed him against the door. He leaned in aggressively, growling, Have you forgotten your place? If you do this, I won't gain anything. So get back inside. Zheng lowered his eyes, looking at Cao Tuan. Mok Huo, Thien were weaker than guard cam, aren't you? Cao Tuan was confused. What? Before he could react, Zheng grabbed his shoulder. In a flash, Zheng flipped him over, pinning his shoulder down. Caught off guard, Cao Tuan cried out. But before he could move, Zheng sealed his pressure points instantly. Cao Tuan thought to himself, I can't move? How? Did he just seal my pressure points? That bastard. He was hiding the fact that he knows martial arts? Zheng looked at the motionless Cao Tuan on the floor with a blank expression. Zheng then reached out and poked Cao Tuan's back, saying, Can you move? Did I do something wrong? I was just imitating him, but I guess it's not that easy, huh? Cao Tuan, still paralyzed, let out continuous groans. He was so frustrated that tears were welling up in his eyes, thinking in shock. What did he say? Does he mean he could copy it after seeing it just once? Guard Cam was right, this guy is dangerous. Cao Tuan's eyes were fixed on the image of Zheng sinister, chilling smile. Trembling with difficulty, Cao Tuan turned his head and asked, Zheng, have you forgotten that you're poisoned? Don't forget, if you don't neutralize the poison regularly, you'll die. Mok Hu Thien'll die a miserable death. Blood will pour out from your 7 orifices, your ears, eyes, nostrils, and mouth. If you don't let me go, Cao Tuan suddenly sputtered as Zheng clamped a hand over his mouth. Cao Tuan panicked, his words garbled. Mok Hu Thien bastard, what are you doing? Zheng brought his hand to his mouth and bit it. Blood began to flow. Ah, right. My blood is poisonous. I forgot. Zheng let the blood drip onto his hand, pried Cao Tuan's mouth open, and forced him to swallow it. Cao Tuan was in disbelief. What is this? Cao Tuan brought both hands to his throat. He collapsed to the ground, shivering in agony. Poison, poison, poison. Cao Tuan trembled violently, hunched over the floor, coughing and retching incessantly. He thought, I need to cultivate my energy. I must use my internal energy to force the poison out. Zheng spoke up. I've tested hundreds of poisons since I was a child, to test herbs for my grandfather, so my blood has gradually turned into poison. Zheng raised his foot and stepped on Cao Tuan, who was curled up on the ground. Zheng looked at his own blood-stained hand and licked it. Just by smelling or tasting herbs, I know their names, so most poisons have no effect on me. Zheng gaze was intimidating, a smile playing on his lips as he said, So, I don't need an antidote. I want to ask you a question, okay? Since only I can neutralize the poison in my blood, you'll definitely need my help. Cao Tuan was drenched in cold sweat, shaking uncontrollably, his eyes brimming with tears of fear. Inside, he could only think, he's truly a demon. At the Mok Kiem Manor, inside the master's chamber, Master Mok Non Duan lay in bed, his face pale and haggard. The physician caring for him sighed in deep anxiety. Is there really no other way? The physician took a cloth to wipe the master's face. I have utilized all my knowledge and experience, along with every herb, but I still cannot find a cure for him, the physician suggested. Master, you should pass on your position. Mok Kiem Manor has 4 young masters, but the master has not named an heir while falling ill. So, it's fair to say this is just the calm before the storm. If the master passes away, the sons will spill blood to seize the throne. The first wife loves her eldest son dearly. Who knows what she would do to keep the position for him? Lady Thoch stepped into the master's room. Lady Thoch, the master's first wife, raised her fan to cover her mouth and asked elegantly, How is the master doing? The physician looked at the person before him, bowed, and stammered. Madame Lady Thoch lost her patience. I asked you, how is he? The physician replied. Please forgive me. My knowledge is limited, and I haven't found a way to treat him. This is a strange illness. Lady Thoch raised a hand to her forehead, feigning sorrow, and sighed. As expected, everyone calls it the strange illness that ordinary medicine cannot cure. Therefore, the only way is to use occult arts. The physician was slightly shocked. Madam, the physician's expression was full of opposition. Using occult arts is a mistake. Why would you use such a method? Lady Thoch coldly glanced at the physician. So, I should just stand here and watch my husband die? Lady Thoch cut him off. I don't want to hear any more. I will call a sorcerer to cure it. Mok Hu Thien may leave. The physician was pushed away by the servants, unable to say another word. Lady Thoch looked at Master Mok and said, We will call a sorcerer to treat the master, so do not let anyone in here, not even a ghost. Cao Tuan coughed and spluttered as he recounted the story to Zheng Ni. That is the current situation at Mok Kiem Manor. Zheng Ni rested his hand on his chin. I see. All right, let's go now. Cao Tuan sat on the floor, looking dazed. Go? Go where? Where do you think you're going? Zheng Ni looked out the window toward the house in the distance. Zheng Ni put his hands on his hips and said, To see the master. Understood. The two went outside together. Zheng Ni walked in front, asking, So, you mean initially, Mok Kin Van and Guard Cam wanted me to be a scapegoat? How? Because the eldest son, Mok An Hao, has started making his moves and wants to kill the rest of the heirs? Yes. Zheng Ni looked at the painting in his hand and thought, This is quite a plan. The person in the picture in Zheng Ni's hand was the eldest son, Mok An Hao, 20 years old. He had a birthmark on his left cheek and was so obsessed with it that he only left his room once every 2 days. Of the four, he was the most incompetent, greedy, and cruel. And the second picture is of the second son, Mok An Bin, 18 years old. He has sharp eyes just like his mother, intelligent and cunning. He knows exactly what he needs to do to inherit the manor. The initial plan of the real Mok Kin Van was to call these two along with himself. The real Mok Kin Van would pretend to go somewhere else and order me to provoke Mok An Bin so he would kill me. After that, the eldest son would stab the second son in the back and kill him. They would kill each other off. This trick is called the fisherman reaps the profit. If that plan went through, no matter who survived, their fratricidal killing would disqualify them from inheriting the position. After that, the real Mok Kin Van would appear and take everything. That guy actually has a brain, doesn't he? Zheng Ni pieced together Mok Kin Van's plan and evaluated it. Zheng Ni thought to himself, but a variable appeared. I killed Mok Kin Van. Cao Tuan followed behind Zheng Ni and asked, Why are you going to the master? Zheng Ni tore up the pictures and said, After hearing your story, I realized the life and death of the master is connected to my own life. So I came. But if Guard Cam sees you heading out like this, Zheng Ni scattered the paper shreds and said, Mok Hu Thien will keep this a secret, right? Thanks, Cao Tuan. Cao Tuan scowled and muttered to himself, Damn it. The sky was clear, and the bright sun shone on the Mok Manor. Lady Thoch stood watching the sorcerer entering. The sorcerer, named Mothan, held a staff and said, So, can I go in to check on the master now? Lady Thoch replied, I heard that Sorcerer Mo is very magical, so I will trust you once. Mothan, with luggage on his back and a staff in hand, replied, Thank you. The condition of this strange illness will worsen the longer it lasts, so, please have everyone in the manor leave, to avoid any risks. Lady Thoch cut him off. I have already sent everyone away. Only the guards are watching the entrances. Mothan spoke up. Even you need to leave, madam. Lady Thoch walked away. Mok Hu Thien haven't forgotten what I instructed, have you? Mothan replied stiffly. Of course. Thoch walked off and said, The secret manual and the seal of the master if you find them. I will reward you with 300 silver coins. Mothan replied, Many thanks. Lady Thoch ordered, From now on, all of you leave here until further notice. Lady Thoch walked away, chuckling to herself. In her heart, she didn't truly believe in dark things like the sorcerer's magic. But before Lady Thoch, down below, was the image of a young man focused on practicing martial arts. Lady Thoch glanced at Mok Hu Thien. The person practicing martial arts was the fourth son, Mok Hu Thien. Lady Thoch watched Mok Hu Thien practicing, sweat dripping from his face, and thought to herself, The child of a lowly, humble prostitute. I can sympathize with the master playing around with a beauty, but passing the throne to such low-born blood? That is unforgivable. Lady Thoch was extremely annoyed and turned to walk away. At the same time, Zheng Ni and Cao Tuan had just arrived. Over there, Zheng Ni sensed something and asked, "Is someone there?" Cao Tuan replied, "That is the fourth son. It looks like he's practicing martial arts." "Ah, it's Mok Hu Thien." Zheng Ni looked at Mok Hu Thien and thought, Mok Hu Thien. Being a man who understands martial arts and always strives for improvement, he shares a similar personality with the clan leader, which is why he receives the most attention. Zheng Ni pondered and asked, "Is that how one trains martial arts?" Cao Tuan enthusiastically knelt, slapped his palms against his knees, and explained, "He is using the horse stance to strengthen his lower body, since most martial techniques originate from the legs." Zheng Ni replied, "I understand. Cao Tuan, if I learn martial arts, could I kill the captain of the guards?" Cao Tuan was stunned, and Zheng Ni lowered his gaze and asked, "Why aren't you answering me?" I asked, "If I learn martial arts, would I be able to kill the captain of the guards?" Cao Tuan was choked up, unable to answer, thinking to himself, why did he suddenly? Could it be that this bastard realized he's about to be discarded? I know he's smart, he's truly extraordinary, but Cao Tuan swallowed hard. Cao Tuan replied, "Mok Hu Thieng Master. The foundation of martial arts lies in cultivation. Specifically, internal energy cultivation through breathing. In other words, you guide the natural energy throughout your body via breathing techniques to accumulate internal power. Once that power is stored, you will become stronger. However, internal energy is not something that forms overnight. Even if you learn martial arts, it would be difficult to defeat a master like the captain of the guards, as he has been practicing internal energy for 35 years, far longer than you. Naturally, his techniques are just as outstanding." Zheng Ni asked, "So, it's difficult to defeat him in a short time?" "Yes," Cao Tuan replied, touching his nose while smirking inwardly. "No, even if you practiced your whole life, you couldn't. There is a very important stage in cultivation. If you don't practice internal energy by the age of 59, your internal energy will be deficient, and no matter what you do, it's hard to accumulate it." "Does that mean I will never be able to accumulate internal energy?" Cao Tuan felt delighted, but he didn't dare laugh out loud, only suppressing it. "Understood. Keep working hard. Even if you try, it'll be mediocre at best." Suddenly turning to face Cao Tuan, Zheng Ni reached out and pulled down Cao Tuan's eyelid. "Mok Hu Thien, her eyes look wicked. I really want to gouge them out." Cao Tuan couldn't do anything, only biting his lip in fear. "Guard Cao Tuan. Be my man." Zheng Ni reached out and smiled. Cao Tuan bowed his head and replied, "Yes." Cao Tuan touched his own eyes, his heart filled with terror. Zheng Ni rubbed his chin and thought, "So, killing the captain of the guards is impossible. He doesn't trust me, so it's very difficult to pull him over to my side." Cao Tuan spoke up. "It would be better if we left. Mok Hu Thieng Master. Why does the fourth Mok Hu Thieng Master hate the first Mok Hu Thieng Master so much? What happened?" Cao Tuan recounted that 2 years ago, the first Mok Hu Thieng Master called the fourth Mok Hu Thieng Master's mother a prostitute. Since then, he has harbored deep hatred. Zheng Ni laughed loudly. "The fourth Mok Hu Thieng Master is truly kind, isn't he? To think that idiot still has all his limbs intact, right?" Cao Tuan said, "Anyway, we should leave. If we stay here too long, something will happen." Okay. On the other side, Mok Hu Thien was grimacing, sweating profusely while channeling his energy. At sunset, inside the clan leader's room, red strings were arranged throughout the room, with silver coins attached to them. The clan leader lay on the bed, his hands and feet tightly bound by the red strings. The sorcerer Mo Than stood before the bed, holding the red threads. On the clan leader's chest, purple veins bulged, and a patch near his heart had also turned purple. Mo Than evaluated the scene. These signs are caused by murderous aura. The murderous aura will gradually consume his body. He is still whole, so he is indeed a martial artist, but it has lasted too long, so his chance of survival is only about 50%. I just need to do my job. I don't care if he lives or dies. Mo Than laid out his tools, one hand holding a brush dipped in red ink, writing on a yellow talisman on the floor. "Heavenly Emperor, disperse. Order of the heavens, suppress the wicked ghost. Why don't you perish? Flying immortal, consume all. Ghosts, surrender. Great sage, receive the offering. Ghosts, release the energy," Mo Than shouted, and the talisman flew straight toward the clan leader, sticking right next to his heart. The talisman emitted a glow. Mo Than clasped his hands and chanted, "Heart ailment, sacred pill, protection, manifest. Golden armor, suppress the strange, encounter the seeker, shield the brain, seal the earth, move the iron, seal the water, Sacrifice the ghost. Satisfy the demon. Command the heavens. Water transforms. Open the path. The clan leader let out a few sounds. Not good, Mothan thought. Damn it, the murderous aura is too strong. Mothan continued to shout. Invoke the presence. Seal the path, protect the field, suppress the demon, execute the ghost, do not claim the life, transform the essence. The clan leader's eyes flew open, blood red. The door suddenly burst open. Mothan panicked. Who is coming in? Is it the lady? No. If someone interferes in the middle of this, the power radiating from the clan leader's body was immense. Mothan was blown back by the force. Looking up, he saw two people entering, Zhang Ni and Cao Tuan. Cao Tuan said in shock, Huh, what is this? Mothan, confused, asked, Who are you? Cao Tuan ignored him and asked, Is that the clan leader? Zhang Ni replied, Ah, that is the clan leader, isn't it? Zhang Ni clasped his hands. I have come to pay my respects, father. The clan leader lay on the bed, only able to groan in discomfort. Zhang Ni looked at the person on the bed and said, I've come to see you, father. Mothan shouted, Leave. Whether you are his son or whoever, leave. Have you not heard the First Lady's orders? Cao Tuan blocked Mothan from approaching and said, Who are you to speak so insolently here? Zhang Ni stared at the person lying on the bed with the talisman on his chest, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Mothan said, I am suppressing the strange magic energy, corrupting his body. That magic energy is growing stronger within the clan leader, Cao Tuan asked in shock. Corrupt murderous energy? Could it be that you are the sorcerer? Mothan roared. Get out, quickly. Mothan tried to chase Zhang Ni and Cao Tuan away. Hurry up and go. If a mistake occurs, it could. Before Mothan could finish, a sound like someone spitting up echoed through the room. Mothan and Cao Tuan were momentarily stunned as they looked toward the clan leader. Zhang Ni remained calm. The clan leader was foaming at the mouth, letting out terrifying groans. Zhang Ni looked at the person before him, thinking, in the end, the clan leader. He looked at the clan leader. His face was purple with bulging blue veins, his mouth agape, and his eyes glazed and blood red, looking terrifying. Suddenly, the clan leader convulsed and jumped up, his entire body radiating murderous aura. Zhang Ni guessed, has an evil spirit taken over his body? Mothan panicked and gestured, Help me, quickly hold the clan leader down, don't let the strings break. Cao Tuan asked, confused, Hold him down? Mothan urged, Hurry. The clan leader flew up, and the talisman on his chest tore off and flew away. Zhang Ni and Cao Tuan each grabbed one of the clan leader's arms. Mothan quickly applied a new talisman to the clan leader's forehead. This talisman, with this power, will stop the evil spirit, treat the strange disease, and help expel the demon from the clan leader's body. The clan leader screamed in agony. Suddenly, the clan leader grabbed Cao Tuan's arm, as if trying to break it. Cao Tuan screamed in terror. The clan leader lay on the bed, his hand still gripping Cao Tuan's arm. Mothan judged, this ghost is too strong. Zhang Ni noticed something. Mothan reminded Cao Tuan, endure it. If the demon moves, you will be in danger too. Cao Tuan looked at his arm, veins bulging, and saw the lines of the demon's energy moving along his arm, terrified. What? The demon is moving? Why did you only say so now? The demon's energy lines were moving from the clan leader's arm toward Cao Tuan's hand. Cao Tuan yelled, It's coming. Zhang Ni, standing nearby, quickly swung his sword. Slash. The sword decisively pierced through the clan leader's arm. The arm was severed from the body, blood splattering everywhere. Cao Tuan couldn't believe it. Zhang Ni had a calm expression. Mothan, who was in the middle of chanting, was equally horrified. Looking at the clan leader's severed arm, Mothan gasped. Mok Hu Thien Yu Zhang Ni wore a sinister smile. Cao Tuan was terrified. Mok Hu Thien, this can't be. Stop. Zhang Ni didn't listen. With one hand, he firmly chopped off the remaining part of the clan leader's severed arm. Blood sprayed like a tide. Cao Tuan dodged, terrified inwardly. This lunatic. He just chopped off the clan leader's arm. On the floor lay the severed arm, veins bulging and blood seeming to smoke. Mothan quickly grabbed a talisman to seal the severed limb. Cao Tuan anxiously grabbed some cloth to wrap around the clan leader's stump. Must stop the bleeding. The sorcerer looked at the severed arm, lying on the ground, and thought, big trouble. The mission failed, and even the clan leader's arm is gone. I must escape before things get worse. I'll just deal with this a little more, then leave. Suddenly, a bloodied sword was at Mothan's throat. Mothan looked at the person behind him holding the sword and asked, Mok Hu Thieng Master, what are you doing? Cao Tuan was confused. Mok Hu Thieng Master? Zheng Ni signaled for Cao Tuan to be silent. Zheng Ni kept the sword at Mo Than's throat and said coldly, "The clan leader's condition worsened because of this, didn't it?" Mo Than replied, "Can't you tell? The clan leader has been possessed by an evil spirit. This isn't simple. The clan leader could even lose his life. We don't have time. By doing this, could it be that you want the clan leader to die too?" Zheng Ni caught the implication and asked, "Also want?" Mo Than realized he had slipped up. Sweat was pouring down. Zheng Ni asked with a cheerful face, "Mok Hu Thian said it like that. Is there someone else who wants? The clan leader dead, right?" Zheng Ni asked bluntly. "Did the First Lady send you here?" Mo Than, in a position of surrender, denied it. "Mok Hu Thian misunderstand." Zheng Ni lost patience. "My arm is getting tired. If you tell the truth, you might keep your life." Mo Than, face full of sweat, quickly said, "It's the lady. The First Lady told me I didn't need to save the clan leader. She said I should use the demon to find the secret manual and the clan leader's seal, and that would be enough." Cao Tuan was shocked. Zheng Ni asked, "Secret manual? The clan leader's seal?" Cao Tuan thought to himself, stunned. "Damn it, the great madam actually dared to do something like this? This is clearly a move to make the Mok Hu Thiang master the head of the house." Cao Tuan quickly looked at Zheng Ni and said, "Mok Hu Thiang master, please, you must save the head of the house." Cao Tuan thought to himself, "I must stop the Mok Hu Thiang master from becoming the head." Cao Tuan continued, "Otherwise, the great madam will target you next." Zheng Ni raised his hand to touch his chin and said, "True, because I'm in her way." Mo Than said, "Mok Hu Thiang master, I can save the head of the house. I will save him no matter what." Zheng Ni replied, "No need. Just do your job." Mo Than didn't understand and let out a confused, "Huh?" Zheng Ni drew his sword, rested it on his shoulder, and smiled. "Tell me the location of the secret manual and the seal. That is what you need to do. Do you understand?" Both Cao Tuan and Mo Than were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Mo Than replied, "If the head of the house is possessed by the demon again, I'm afraid it will endanger his life." Zheng Ni didn't care and ordered, "Just do it." Cao Tuan thought, "That madman, what is he planning to do? Why aren't you paying any attention to saving the head of the house?" Mo Than replied, "I understand." In the brightly lit room, Cao Tuan and Zheng Ni watched as Mo Than held a straw doll, preparing for the task. Zheng Ni looked at the straw doll with a talisman pasted on it and asked, "What is that?" Mo Than replied, "It's a surrogate doll. If the head of the house is possessed by the evil spirit, again, he will surely lose his life. Once I link it to the head of the house, I can deceive the evil spirit. This doll is the head of the house." Mo Than brought the talisman close to the doll, which was sitting still on a severed arm, and said, "I'm beginning now." Mo Than started chanting the incantation. Puppet transformation, heaven and earth shifting, obey the command, bind the soul, walk the path. 6 and 7. I possess what the gods and demons cannot touch. As the law commands, the head of the house's eyes turned deep blue, and he let out a scream. Zheng Ni and Cao Tuan watched in surprise as the demonic arm grabbed the doll. Mo Than continued to chant, "Walk the path, 6 and 7. I possess what the gods and demons cannot touch. As the law commands." Mo Than thought, "Too much power, it's too strong. If I force it any further, the high-level evil spirit will escape. If that happens, he certainly won't listen to me. What should I do?" Mo Than had an idea. He smiled wickedly and said, "Mok Hu Thing Master, I have controlled the demon. Mok Hu Thien shouldn't stay here. It's not safe, right?" Cao Tuan opened the door and thought to himself, "If I stay, it won't be good." Cao Tuan said, "I'll step out for a moment." Mo Than continued, "Let's begin. Puppet transformation, heaven and earth shifting, obey the command, bind the soul, walk the path. 6 and 7. I possess what the gods and demons cannot touch. As the law commands, the head of the house lay on the bed, face twisted in a snarl. His eyes glowed, and he growled, "Who is calling me?" "Very well. As the law commands, Spirit, answer me." The spirit replied, "What do you wish to ask?" Mo Than said, "As the law commands, where are the seal and the secret manual of the head of the house?" The head of the house lay on the bed and shrieked. The spirit replied, "Underneath the medicine hall, through the ding stone gate." The two men heard it and both thought, "Under the medicine hall, through the ding stone gate?" The demonic hand gripped the doll tightly, and in an instant, everything was thrown about. Mo Than hurriedly said, "Mok Hu Thieng Master, cut the threads. The evil spirit is trying to devour the head of the house's body. Hurry!" Zheng drew his sword and cut the demonic hands that were grabbing his legs. Those arms crawled all over Zheng legs. They climbed up and wrapped around his body. Zheng looked at Mo Thun in shock. Mo Thun bared his teeth in a wicked grin. The arms enveloped Zheng entire body, covering his face. A grunt escaped him as Mo Thun plastered the talisman onto Zheng forehead. From the very beginning, it was a monster with terrifying killing intent. Breaking out of the seal was only a matter of time, but luckily, it possessed this brat instead. This was truly unexpected. Mo Thun held the doll and pointed it toward Zheng who was kneeling on the ground, dazed and sealed. Mo Thun grinned maliciously. I've completed my task and also removed the obstacle in my way, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll just blame all these problems on you. A voice spoke up, and simultaneously, eyes began to appear everywhere. Mok Hu Thien dare to deceive me with this doll? Unforgivable. Daring to play with me, are you? Mok Hu Thien, look young, don't you? I will take over your body instead of that old man, trapping you forever within your own mind. At this moment, sunlight shone through the leaves, resting on Zheng shoulder. Zheng had a blank expression, carrying a basket on his back filled with lush green leaves. In front of him was a clear, cool stream. Zheng looked at it and said, Isn't this the hot spring I always go to? The leaves were lush, and birds chirped on the branches. It was a peaceful mountain. I know this place very well. Zheng stood in the mountainside by the flowing stream. This is the spring where I come to fetch water every morning. Even if I try to forget, I never can. Zheng reached out to pick up a dipper and scooped up water. This is a place I always come to, but today, something feels very different. Zheng carried the dipper and walked back. What is this? What is this uneasy feeling? It feels like I've forgotten something. In the distance, black smoke rose, and flames were burning. Zheng was stunned. That direction, that's my house. Zheng hurriedly dropped the dipper and ran as fast as he could. Grandfather, please, 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 grandfather. Zheng ran home screaming. Grandfather! He saw the old man lying on the ground, covered in blood. Zheng couldn't believe it, and cried out, Grandfather! Zheng lifted him up. Grandfather, wake up! Grandfather! Zheng was stunned. No way. This can't be who dared to. Zheng prayed silently. No, please, grandfather. Please don't leave me here. Only now do I realize how much your presence meant to me, grandfather. Mok Hu Thien are truly important to me. Zheng was heartbroken, hugging his grandfather tightly, bowing his head. The spirit spoke up. Very well. The high-level evil spirit witnessed the most painful scene, the most precious thing to Zheng, and said, This is your deepest desire. The high-level evil spirit reached out, and rays of purple light appeared, drifting toward Zheng, wrapping around him. The purple rays entered through his ears. A voice rang out, Child, why are you sitting there? The purple rays reached Zheng eyes. Zheng was startled, but the image of the house wasn't burning anymore. Grandfather was holding a basket and said, Come and help me. Will you? Why are you just standing there, looking around? The purple rays had invaded Zheng entire body. He was surprised. Grandfather? What just happened? The purple rays appeared in Zheng eyes. His eyes changed color to blue. Zheng emotionally rushed over to hug his grandfather. Grandfather. Grandfather was surprised by the hug. What's wrong with this kid? Why so suddenly? He nearly fell over. Zheng hugged his grandfather, choking back tears. He thought to himself, I will not lose you again. Because you are the only reason I keep living when I should have died. Grandfather also hugged him and patted Zheng's head, saying gently, This kid is acting so strange. The high-level evil spirit watched and chuckled. Very well, this is it. A precious past, lost memories, and family affection. Eternal happiness. Zheng and his grandfather sat together talking. Grandfather, I have something to ask. What is it? Why did you name me Zheng? The spirit watched the two of them. Then stay with your grandfather forever. Never lose that precious thing again. Zheng glanced over and spoke, letting out a sound. The spirit looked on, stunned. What? What is this? Zheng reached out and grabbed the high-level evil spirit's face. He held the spirit tight and smiled. Thanks to you. I remembered this annoying memory. The high-level evil spirit couldn't believe it. Impossible. How can you see me? Zheng squeezed the spirit's face. Truly outrageous, daring to play with my late grandfather. But perhaps you and I misunderstood something. Zheng gritted his teeth and said, My greatest wish, happiness. If that's the case, then you have to show it the right way. My wish is not to resurrect my grandfather, but to make those who harmed him suffer a fate worse than death. That is what I desire. Zheng Ni's gaze was full of hatred and sharp. The high-level evil spirit was oppressed by his aura and felt something. Something was churning deep within his soul. It was an intense, murderous hatred. It wasn't ordinary killing intent. It was pure malice that even vengeful spirits wouldn't want to touch. Can a normal human carry such a feeling while still alive? However, something prevented his intent to kill. What was it? Grandfather on the other side spoke up. Zheng, why did I name you Zheng? Mo Ku Thin are a special child, different from others. However, this old man wants you to grow up to be a good and righteous person. That is why I named you Zheng. Just like your name, I hope. You will do the right thing and never lose your way. Grandfather was gradually fading away. So, from now on, remember to grow up properly, okay? Grandfather disappeared. The hand gripping the spirit's face tightened. The high-level evil spirit screamed, "Finally, I've escaped. Zheng Ni, run!" Zheng Ni grabbed a sickle and chased after the fleeing high-level evil spirit. This guy is truly insane. Must go deeper, deeper into the depths of his being. The image of Zheng Ni holding a sickle and chasing appeared. Good thing I managed to get inside his body. I must control his consciousness soon. The high-level evil spirit's feet touched the green grass. The high-level evil spirit stood under the blue sky, sunlight streaming down. At this moment, he was standing in the middle of a green flower field, a meadow. Is this what is hidden deep in his mind? In front of the high-level evil spirit was a door with a talisman pasted on it. A door? A sealed door? Could it be that this guy's memories are sealed too? But why? Oh well, that's not important. I must open this and go deeper inside. The high-level evil spirit reached out to touch the door. I just need to invade it. Before the spirit could touch it, black energy appeared. What is this? Around the spirit, black threads surrounded him. His feet were also bound by them. What a terrifying, unfathomable demon. Can he really control me? No, no, this can't be happening. Stop it, please. If this keeps going, I'll be killed by that guy. The demon bound was enveloped by swirling black tendrils, while a hand reached out desperately, followed by a piercing scream. Zheng Ni snapped his eyes open, returning to reality. The purple aura leaking from his body was being sealed by the spirit tomb talisman. He was in disbelief, muttering, "Impossible." Zheng Ni blinked, reached up, and tore the talisman from his forehead, then stood up, his hand dripping with dark energy. Zheng Ni cast a cold, disbelieving gaze at Mo Thun, taking in the scene before him. With a flicker of his eyes, he ordered, "Ma Tang." Ma Tang clasped his hands and obeyed. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the Mu estate, is this really okay? Someone sat on the steps, sighing deeply with sorrow. It was the internal hall master of the Wood Sword sect. Zhang Mingchen reminisced about when the sect leader, Mo Khandan, was young, a talented hero whose every action brought glory to the Wood Sword sect. Everyone respected his decisions. I was lucky enough to meet and befriend him 19 years ago, during a campaign to suppress pirates in Hainan. Back then, I was a well-known martial artist on the scene with respectable skills. The sect leader and I fought together to wipe out those pirates. Afterward, I followed him back to the Wood Sword sect and became a hall master under his command. I swore to be loyal to him until my dying day. Ming Chen looked up at the sky and sighed. But why did the situation turn out like this? He recalled the words of Lady Thach, the internal hall master. Zhang, do you really think it was right to hand over the power of the Wood Sword sect to that boy? For the future of the sect, you should lie low for now. Wait until that Fangxi alchemist finds the location of the secret manual and the sect's seal, then we'll see. Out of loyalty to the sect leader, I quietly followed that advice. But in my heart, I still felt uneasy. Why did the sect leader end up in such a state? Could that Fangxi really do anything? Or are they planning to use some kind of drug to control him? Ming Chen rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Ming Chen decided to stand up. Damn it, I can't just sit here and wait anymore. Sitting idly by isn't in my nature. I need to act. I won't let them harm the sect leader. Ming Chen grabbed his sword and headed toward the sect leader's room. Maybe I should return to the Mu estate and see what they're really up to. Mo Thun panicked, thinking, how does a mere evil spirit possess such terrifying power? This must be a high-ranking demon. Zheng Ni smiled and commanded, Ma Tang, kill this Fangxi for me. Ma Tang obeyed, lunging forward. Mo Than broke into a cold sweat and, in shock, used his magic to block the attack. Mo Than was deeply worried. How is this possible? How can he command this demon to attack me? This is impossible. Spirits and evil ghosts are mere lingering souls. They only do what they want. How could they obey a human? This demon's evil nature is far too strong. No one can command them. Mo Than struggled to fend off Ma Tang's techniques. He couldn't hold on and was sent flying. He leaned against the wall, staring at Ma Tang in disbelief. No way. Ma Tang's red eyes glowed as he smiled cruelly. Mo Thun, terrified, watched as Ma Tang approached. Mo Than screamed, "Don't come any closer! Stop!" Ma Tang opened his mouth and lunged. Terrified, Mo Than saw hands emerging from Ma Tang's chest, reaching out and dragging things in. Ma Tang's eyes glowed. He reached out and grabbed Mo Thun. Mo Thun clawed at the floor, crawling and begging, "Please, spare my life. Mok Hu Thieng Master. Please, have mercy. Mok Hu Thieng Master. If you have any orders for me, I'll follow them. I'll obey." Zheng Ni stood with arms crossed, watching coldly. "Forget it," he said dismissively. Mo Than pleaded desperately. "Mok Hu Thieng Master, do you want to kill me just because I deceived you?" "I hope." Mok Hu Thieng Master Zheng Ni cut him off. "That's not it. It's simply because you know too much about the seal and the martial arts manual. Knowing too much in this world isn't a good thing, is it, you bastard?" From the beginning, he had been plotting. Ma Tang dragged Mo Thun away. Mo Thun resisted, his fingers clawing into the floor until they bled, leaving long streaks of blood. His face was embraced by the ghostly hands. After killing him, Zheng Ni turned toward the door and said to Cao Zuan, who was outside, "Come in. Is it over?" Cao Zuan walked in, startled by the sight. Mo Than's body was mangled and covered in blood. He died with his eyes wide open. "Master Fengxi, he's dead." Zheng Ni bent down, picked up the sword lying on the ground, and replied, "Move this corpse out of the sect leader's room. Don't leave it here. We'll talk later." Cao Zuan replied, "Yes, sir." Regarding the death of this Fengxi, Zheng Ni raised the sword and slashed through the furniture in the room, shattering everything. Zheng Ni's expression was ice cold. He swung the sword repeatedly. He was possessed by the evil spirit within the sect leader. Due to a lack of magical power, he went mad and started slashing everywhere. The sect leader was unconscious and couldn't defend himself. When he tried to chop off the sect leader's arm, I tried to stop him, but I was too late. In the end, I had to finish him off to stop his madness. Cao Zuan looked at the body of the Fengxi, unable to say anything else. Cao Zuan asked, "Mok Hu Thieng Master, do you mean to frame this as the Fengxi going on a rampage to cover this up?" Zheng Ni sensed the implication and asked, "Do you see a problem with that?" Cao Zuan thought to himself, "What he says makes sense, but will the others believe it? The Grand Madam is suspicious by nature. She will definitely investigate this to the end." Cao Zuan spoke up, "Mok Hu Thieng Master, I think we should be careful with whatever we do. We can't be reckless. If there's any slip-up, you could lose your life." Zheng Ni asked, "So, you think there's a loophole?" Cao Zuan replied, "Whatever you say, the Fengxi was invited by the Grand Madam. He's surely highly skilled. Now you're saying he was possessed by an evil spirit and went mad, after which you killed him to protect the sect leader. It sounds plausible, but the Grand Madam is suspicious. How could she just believe it and let it pass? Especially since this is such an important matter." Zheng Ni agreed. "Mok Hu Thian make a good point. I hadn't thought of that." Cao Zuan, "Perhaps we need to add a bit more to make it convincing." Zheng Ni raised his sword. "What are you doing, Mok Hu Thieng Master?" "The Fengxi went mad and cut off the sect leader's arm. I tried to stop him, but with my strength, I was also severely wounded." Zheng Ni drove the sword into his own thigh. Blood splattered everywhere. Cao Zuan was astonished. "This is a bit." Zheng Ni threw the blood-stained sword away. "How is this? Now it looks more believable, right?" Zheng Ni wiped his face with one hand, his other hand covered in red. Cao Zuan looked at the person before him and thought, "This guy is truly insane. But it makes sense. With the Grand Madam's temperament, if he didn't go this far, how could she believe him? Better to take a sword wound than lose your life. Still, looking at this, I feel this guy's heart is too deep. It scares me." Cao Zuan said, "Let me bandage your wound, Mok Hu Thieng Master." Zheng Ni sat on the toppled table. His leg was soaked in blood, but he refused. "It's fine. Leave it. That way, it looks more convincing. The more gruesome, the better. Now that I'm serving him, I need to be cautious so I don't die without knowing why. No matter what, I'll follow him, but make sure he doesn't target me." Just then, Zhang Mingchen opened the door. Cao Zuan was startled. "Oh, Internal Hallmaster, why are you here?" Mingchen looked at everything in the room, horrified. The sight before him was the sect leader lying on the bed, and Mo Than slumped next to him. Mingchen became enraged. "Mok Hu Thian, two bastards. What have you done? Are you trying to kill the sect leader?" Cao Zuan hurriedly said, "Master, don't be angry. This is just a misunderstanding." Zheng Ni also urged, "Please, stay calm." Zheng Ni said weakly, "Before anything else, please check the sect leader's condition first." I tried my best. Zheng Ni collapsed to the ground and passed out. Ming Chen shouted directly at Cao Zuan. What the hell happened here? Why is the Fangxi lying dead over there? And why is the third Maku Thieng master in this state? Tell me everything immediately. Cao Zuan glanced at Zheng Ni lying on the floor and smiled. Cao Zuan cursed internally. That bastard. Is he smiling? He's probably acting. At the medicine hall, herbs were neatly arranged, and the cabinets were filled with various medicines. Zheng Ni lay on the bed, one injured leg pulled up, his hands behind his head. The smell of herbs makes me feel quite relaxed. Lying in the medicine hall of the Ding Thach Gate is quite comfortable. Luckily, I was able to get to the right place where the secret manual the sect leader mentioned is hidden. It's truly killing two birds with one stone, avoiding the Grand Madam, and getting here to investigate. But, no matter what, the secret manual and the seal won't be easy to find here. There are too many healers and servants around, so it's best if I just lie still and observe for now. Cao Zuan walked in, one arm bandaged, looking exhausted. Mok Hu Thieng Master. I've arrived. Zheng Ni sat up. Why are you so late? Cao Zuan reached into his robe and pulled out two books. These are the books from the Fangxi that I found, just as you said. Mok Hu Thieng Master. Good, thank you. But you only found two? Yes. The Grand Madam ordered it. So it's difficult to act. Before they took everything belonging to that Fangxi to be burned, I only managed to steal these two. Zheng Ni held the books in his hands and asked, Mok Hu Thian mean they burned everything? Yes. The madam had his body destroyed, and nothing is left. Perhaps she wants to erase all evidence. Thinking about it, this is normal for someone with her mindset. I understand. Looking back and forth at the books, I figured only these two were left. Yin Yang Occult Manual and Entry-Level Ghostmaster Basics. A bit of a pity. But what can you do? Thank you very much. And hey, why are you staring at me like that? Cao Tuan replied, Oh, no sir, I just had a few questions. I don't understand why you're reading these two books, sir. Do you even understand what's written in them? Zheng Ni pointed toward the window and asked, Try looking outside, will you? See anything out there? Cao Tuan walked closer. Before him was the night sky, filled with clouds beyond the window. I don't see anything, sir. However, there is a demonic monk standing out there. Zheng Ni said, That is exactly why I need to read this book. Understand now? So, sir, are you saying there are sounds outside? No, madam. He still hasn't fully recovered. Step aside. Let me in. Madame Thach pushed the door open and entered. Madame Thach looked displeased as she spoke. May I have a word with you? Zheng Ni lowered his gaze as he looked at Madame Thach before him. She stepped inside and watched Zheng Ni, who was lying on the bed. Let's talk for a moment. Cao Tuan stood in front of Zheng Ni, bowed his head, and said, Greetings, First Madam. Zheng Ni thought to himself, The First Madam, she is the woman in the painting, the wife of Master Mu, coming from the Thach family manor, a martial arts clan. Madame Thach was a figure whom Guard Cam kept a very close eye on. She hailed from a martial arts background, was a top-tier expert, and a very cunning woman. She told me to be more careful with the eldest Mok Hu Thieng master, Mok An Hao. Zheng Ni also clasped his hands and said, Greetings, First Madam. Please forgive me, but due to my leg injury, I cannot stand to pay my respects. Cao Tuan felt relieved inside. Thankfully, he knew how to behave appropriately. If he continued to act flexibly like this, nothing would happen. Madame Thach spoke up. I didn't come here to hear your pleasantries. Zheng Ni didn't quite understand, and just said, Yes. Madame Thach used her hand to deliver a powerful strike directly to the wound on Zheng Ni's thigh. Blood sprayed out. Both Cao Tuan and Zheng Ni were shocked. Zheng Ni let out a scream. Cao Tuan was terrified. What? At that moment, Hoak An drew his sword and held it to Cao Tuan's throat. Hoak An said coldly, Don't move. Madame Thach looked at Zheng Ni's leg and smiled, saying, It seems you really were injured, huh? Mok Hu Thien, quite something daring to stab your own leg to prove your innocence. Mok Hu Thienwar testimony was quite convincing to the inner hall master. But there is one thing you don't know. A psychic shaman would never be possessed by a demon. Mok Hu Thien said, He went crazy and ran off, right? Madame Thach laughed loudly. Madame Thach slapped Zheng Ni across the face. How dare you deceive me with such a clumsy lie? Zheng Ni was knocked off the bed by the slap. Cao Tuan said anxiously, Sir, Madame Thach watched Zheng Ni get thrown back and continued her interrogation. Tell me, what did you see and hear? Zheng Ni sat, leaning against the statue by the window. The bandage on his thigh was now soaked in blood, dripping onto the floor. Blood also flowed from his mouth as he smiled. The others were stunned, not understanding why Zheng Ni was smiling like that. Zheng Ni began to laugh louder, a hearty, refreshing laugh. Madame Thoch was extremely annoyed. Have you lost your mind? Zheng Ni laughed. Zheng Ni opened his eyes wide, looking dangerous. Demonic monk. The monk appeared right by the window. The monk rushed toward Madame Thoch, passing right through her body. Madame Thoch felt something and said, "Something just passed by, I think." Behind her, one of Madame Thoch's maids was choked and lifted into the air. Madame Thoch thought to herself, "This phenomenon." Zheng Ni approached her from behind and whispered into Madame Thoch's ear, "The secret manual and the seal, those are the things you're looking for, right?" The maid, held tightly by the throat, kept crying out. The people below hurriedly shouted her name. "Su Lian! Su Lian!" Madame Thoch looked at Zheng Ni. He said, "If so, then let's negotiate properly. Don't play these petty intimidation games." Madame Thoch gritted her teeth. Mok Hu Thien Zheng Ni, one leg healthy and the other soaked in blood, said, "I have no intention of fighting for the position of master. Believe it or not, that's up to you. However, it's not just Mok An Hao who wants to be master." Zheng Ni's face looked dangerous as he added, "Since you've treated me this way, should I go find my two brothers?" Madame Thoch looked at the person in front of her, gritting her teeth in extreme frustration. About that, Zheng Ni interrupted. "Oh, I heard the youngest brother is very good at martial arts, right? My relationship with you isn't very good right now. If you gave me some consultation fee to settle things, wouldn't that be better?" Madame Thoch's face was covered in cold sweat. Zheng Ni paced around. "Mok Hu Thien know who holds the cards now, right? It's so cold today, look. It's so cold you're even shivering." Zheng Ni mocked Madame Thoch, who was trembling with rage. At Huihua Hall, Madame Thoch's residence, there was a sound of screaming. Madame Thoch smashed furniture and stomped on the pieces, cursing, "How dare he? How dare he? Dare he? Dare he do that?" Hoak Ann stood nearby, urging her, "Please, madam, calm down." Madame Thoch raised her voice. "Calm down? Mok Hu Thien want me to calm down? That bastard used tactics to threaten me. Don't you see that?" Madame Thoch rubbed her face, feeling tired and annoyed. "Damn it. I let my guard down with the most useless brat. I thought if he were scared, he would tremble and beg. Why did he suddenly change to this extent? Or rather, he looks like a completely different person. But that's impossible. Has he been hiding his true nature all this time? Thinking back, he was quite clever when he was young, but after his mother passed away and his maternal family went bankrupt, he became useless. Perhaps he was pretending back then to protect himself. Even if he is weak, I shouldn't have let my guard down like this." Hoak Ann spoke up. "I will definitely kill him for you, madam, before he uses any other strange dark arts." Madame Thoch placed both hands on the table and said, "Ah, if the manual and the seal fall into the hands of others, it will be big trouble." Hoak Ann replied. Then Madame Thoch closed her eyes and continued, "But I don't want to be controlled by him like that either." Madame Thoch slowly opened her eyes. "Order the Ghost Spirit Pavilion to be notified about the death of the shaman Mo Than." Hoak Ann was shocked. "The Ghost Spirit Pavilion?" He replied, "Yes, that is the cult of the shaman Mo Than, Mo Jingyun. I won't let you get your way." At midnight, at the pharmacy hall, a voice echoed, "Yin Yang, output. Volume of scholars. After a person dies, if they become a resentful ghost, becoming a ghost spirit depends on certain conditions, and that ghost spirit becomes a killing spirit." Zheng Ni was sitting and reading the two books of Mo Than. Zheng Ni flipped the page and pointed. Studying the first level, the Scarlet Spirit. At this time, it is still an earthly soul and can affect living creatures, causing them to get goosebumps or feel chills. The second level is the Cinnabar Spirit. This ghost spirit possesses others, causing them to feel their bodies heavy or so tired they cannot move. The third level is the Yellow Spirit. From this level on, it is extremely dangerous and must be exorcised from the host's body. It is said that at the Yellow Spirit level, it can give you killing intent and cause you to gradually die. Zheng Ni looked at the demonic monk beside him. "Have you found it yet?" Zheng Ni thought. To be fair, the demonic monk is already at the Yellow Spirit level, right? Zheng Ni's hand touched the medicine cabinets nearby. "Noluang, that's a type of medicine rarely used." Zheng Ni remembered earlier. Could the demonic monk find the entrance to the basement or pass through this wall? Earlier, the demonic monk's power didn't work on Madame Thoch. She was standing right in front of it, so it rushed toward the maid behind her instead. It tried to attack Cao Tuan, and it still worked. Light shone between the two cabinets, and they slowly pulled apart. Zheng Ni stepped inside. He said, "Madame Thoch is a top-tier expert, so it probably wouldn't work on Guard Cam, who is at her level." In that case, Zheng Ni flipped the book. Owning a stronger ghost spirit wouldn't be bad, right? In the book appeared an image of a soul that had existed for decades. It can affect everything around it and cause hallucinations to other living creatures. It's very dangerous, so it requires a secure control command. Zheng Ni closed the book. All right, this is it. Zheng Ni held a lamp and entered the path that had opened. Should I go right now? Or find the seal and manual first? Zheng Ni walked down step by step. He evaluated. It's so deep. He built this secret dungeon this deep to hide the manual and the seal? Father, now I understand those things are very valuable. That's why they tried everything to get them. I definitely won't let them fall into their hands. The demonic monk's power doesn't work on guard cam. I need something stronger to deal with him. Ahead was a door. Is this the place? Zheng Ni reached out to open it. Underneath the pharmacy hall, behind it, were 4 stone doors. Zheng Ni opened the stone door and assessed, maybe I need to go deeper. Zheng Ni looked around and wondered, is it necessary to go in? His foot stepped on a large square tile on the ground. The stones above began to fall. A large stone with a hanging rope fell right where Zheng Ni was. He quickly dodged. I didn't expect there to be traps here. In front, sparkling light appeared, shooting out 3 arrows. Following that were many more arrows. Zheng Ni reflected quickly and managed to dodge them all. One flew toward him. Zheng Ni raised the lamp to block it. The collision created a flash of light. Zheng Ni looked at the arrow stuck in the lamp and smiled. Next, another large stone fell. I understand now. Now is the true time to pay a heavy price. A deep dungeon in a cave full of traps. Zheng Ni avoided the counterattacks without stopping his thoughts. Is that secret manual really worth this much? The arrows pierced the stone. Walls and debris scattered. Zheng Ni glanced behind and thought, or is there something else here, even more valuable? Next, sharp iron objects fell. Found it. Zheng Ni easily passed through. His hand landed, his mouth holding the lamp as he adjusted his sleeves. Zheng Ni took the lamp he was holding in his mouth, his eyes suddenly showing slight surprise. I've arrived. The area ahead is decorated in such detail. Who would have thought such an underground space made entirely of wood existed? Everything is perfectly organized, too. Zheng Ni walks over and sees neatly arranged books, lamps, ink, and brushes. He guesses someone must have lived here. Could someone be cultivating here? Well, if someone is here, so be it. Zheng Ni continues to the center, where a box sits right before his eyes. Found it. The Human Wood Sword Manual. He opens the box to reveal 2 books. As Tao Tuan said, the secret manual is divided into 2 parts. Sword techniques and internal energy cultivation. Zheng Ni picks up both books and stuffs them into his shirt. Might as well take both. He wonders, why build such a massive room for just 2 manuals? That's strange. What's that? Zheng Ni spots another chest, one that looks quite heavy and seems out of place, with drag marks on the floor. Let's take a look. Who knows what might be inside? Zheng Ni drags the chest away. I knew it. Underneath is a wooden board, like a trapdoor, sealed with charms. There are more charms on the floor, too. Zheng Ni reaches out to open a small wooden box. It's also sealed with a charm. A strange energy is radiating from it. Zheng Ni reaches out and peels off the charm. Maybe what he wanted to hide wasn't the manuals after all. The lamp next to him suddenly lights up. Zheng Ni is startled. What? Why did the lamp goes out, and it's dark again? In Zheng Ni's hand, the opened box reveals a book bound in skin. So, it's not an ordinary book. It emits a nauseating smell and has patterns on it. Is it made of human skin? Zheng Ni gives a sinister smile, staring at the bizarre book in his hands. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the sound of drums begins beating louder and more lively. People are laughing and having a great time. That's the way. Excellent. All right. Perfect. The person who spoke is the second young master, Mok En Bin. Mok En Bin opens the window and sighs with admiration. It's wonderful. So lively. The Mu Manor feels much brighter today. I've surely gotten very close to the master's position. Mok En Bin raises a glass of wine and says happily, Many thanks, sir, for coming to my side. Guard Cam approaches Mok En Bin. Guard Cam bows and says, Guard Cam pays respects to the Mok Hu Thing master. Mok En Bin lifts his cup and speaks, Forgive me for keeping you waiting so long. I intended to prepare a grander feast for you, but my father still isn't feeling well. Guard Cam bows his head and replies, There is no need, sir. I am very grateful for your warm welcome. He steps forward, takes his hand, and smiles. Come on, let's go in. The guard replies, As you wish, sir. A group of people carrying drums enters. The Mok Hu Thing master stands with his chin resting on his hand, looking devious. So, you're saying Mo Jingyun has now lost his martial arts? Guard Cam looks tense, recalling the past, and thinks, It's true. The real one is dead. The imposter has no martial arts now. That's not a lie. But I have no intention of revealing that Jung Ni-yoon is a fake. If people knew that I failed to protect the master, I would be in danger. And that imposter knows the consequences, which is why he dared to make demands of me. He replies, that is correct. Then he thinks, but I won't let things go the way you want. Guard Cam speaks with a stern expression. Mok Hu Thieng Master, Mu. Jung Ni-yoon currently cannot use any martial arts at all. Having said that, the thought crosses his mind. I will offer up your head to prove my loyalty to the two young masters. The Mok Hu Thieng Master stands there, one hand behind his back, the other stroking his chin, laughing. That fool had no talent to begin with, and now he's lost his martial arts too? If he were to defeat me, that would truly be absurd. Father, thanks to you, I've learned some useful information. Should I be grateful to you? Ah, that's right. Can you tell me why he lost his martial arts? If it was your mistake, I'll overlook it. Who doesn't make mistakes in this world? Guard Cam bows and replies, please forgive me, but I cannot tell you yet. He knows if the truth comes out, he's finished. Still in that position, the guard speaks up quickly so the Mok Hu Thieng Master doesn't misunderstand. Sir, do not worry. Even if you don't know the reason, nothing will happen to your plan. The man sitting on the chair laughs happily. Good, good. I trust you, Guard Cam, for you are the former assassin from that place. As he speaks, the Mok Hu Thieng Master's expression turns dangerous. At the same time, the guard becomes tense, thinking, he noticed. Seeing that change in him, the Mok Hu Thieng Master asks, what's the matter? He thinks to himself, I thought he was still just a child. But he's quite cunning. The Mok Hu Thieng Master suddenly leans in close to the guard, radiating murderous intent, testing him. It can't be. Is that a secret of yours? He thinks in a panic. He's been following me. He quickly replies, no, not at all. He tells himself he was too careless. The Mok Hu Thieng Master sits on his chair, stares for a moment, and speaks. I'll call for you later if I need anything. Mok Hu Thieng may leave. As soon as he leaves, the Mok Hu Thieng Master immediately grows suspicious. He is still hiding something from me. There's a secret about Mo Jingyun. He turns to his underlings and commands, go investigate, see what he's hiding. Has he really lost his martial arts? If he's ranked among the top tier, surely he could do this job, right? Zhao Yicheng asks. Mok Hu Thieng just want to test him? He turns and replies, no, that wouldn't be fun at all. Break one of his ankles for me. The man replies, understood. The scene shifts to a room where Zheng Ni is standing, looking at a book. He thinks, the sensation of pain I felt through my fingertips from the skin-bound cover isn't my imagination. But the paradox is, this isn't a living thing. His face changes color. He imagines the sensation. It's like the heartbeat of someone on the verge of death. Why is an object like this here? I'm so curious. I want to take off the prayer beads right now to check what's hidden inside. As he watches, a stream of light appears. He turns, surprised, and calls out, Ma Tang, he asks. What happened? Seeing his terrified appearance, he thinks, Ma Tang? I can't believe it. Ma Tang is reacting like this. There's definitely something hidden in this book. But if Ma Tang came from Cao Tuan's place to warn me, then someone must be approaching my room. That means there's an intruder. As soon as he thinks that, he looks up at the ceiling. Outside, a man in black is moving very fast, then lands under a tree. He is surprised. Guard Cao Tuan? Cao Tuan is standing outside the room yawning. He continues to think, why is he just standing outside? Instead of protecting his master, who is currently in his room, is that Mok Hu Thieng Master really doing something secret? He sneaks to the window and peeks in, surprised. Why is he just sleeping? Why would he order Cao Tuan to stand guard outside? First, I have to check if there's anything suspicious inside. This is. Sure enough, there is a secret. How could this person? Whatever, that's not important. With this, the master will have the upper hand. My Mok Hu Thieng Master will win. At that same moment, Zheng Ni is standing behind him. He grabs his head and slams it hard onto the table, saying, what are you doing in my bedroom, huh? At this hour and you're still not sleeping? The man in black is surprised. This guy, was he faking sleep? Zheng Ni continues, slamming his head against the table repeatedly. Blood sprays everywhere. Well, then let me help you sleep. I'm too kind, right? He thinks in a panic. He's truly terrifying. A while later, he wakes up. Zheng Ni speaks. Oh, you're awake? The man in black is none other than Zhao Yicheng, who is now hanging upside down from the rafters. He yells in a panic. Where am I? Then Zheng Ni pulls out a knife and says to him, well, time to talk. Cao Tuan enters with a panicked look, asking, Zhao Yicheng? Why is he here? Zheng Ni, sitting on the ground next to Zhao Yichang, asks, "Mok Hu Thien know him?" He replies, "He is Zhao Yichang, one of the 3 closest guards of the 2 young masters." Zheng Ni wonders, 2 young masters? Then why did he break into my room? Cao Tuan stands to one side, chin in hand, thinking, I don't know either. However, looking at the way he sneaked in, it surely wasn't with good intentions. Hearing that, Zheng Ni picks up Zhao Yichang and says, "Then I'll just have to make him confess himself." He panics and tries to stop him. What? Mok Hu Thien want to torture him? That cannot be. It would be better to just let him go. The 2 young masters are known for valuing talent. If their subordinate gets hurt, they won't let it slide. Zheng Ni, hearing this, squeezes Cao Tuan's arm. He cries out in pain. Then Zheng Ni continues, "Then I will consider it." Cao Tuan kneels on the floor, shouting, "No, don't do that, Mok Hu Thieng master. That's dangerous. If he dies, I'm the one who will be in trouble." After screaming, he collapses on the floor. But then he thinks, "But I don't think anything will happen. Even though you act like a fool, you're actually very clever." It was the same back at Mu Manor. Mok Hu Thien won't kill him, will you? Zhao Yichang, tied on the floor, says, "Untie me, now." Zheng Ni replies calmly, "Untie? Why?" He continues, "Why? Mok Hu Thien. Can see it for yourself. I am following the orders of Mok Hu Thieng, Master Mok An Bin. If you hurt me, do you think you'll keep your life? Don't do anything stupid. I will speak well of you to the 2 young masters. Only then will you at least preserve your life." Then he thinks to himself, Mok Hu Thien, just trying to scare me into revealing the plan, right? Mok Hu Thien, think you can scare me? Hearing that, he gives a light laugh. How interesting. The man is surprised and says, "What? What is it?" Zheng Ni pulls the knife out and says, "I suspect the 2 young masters care a lot about their subordinates. Even in a situation like this, you're still so confident. If your 2 young masters can push you to this point, I'll untie you," he said, then stepped behind the man. Zhao Yichang, thinking he was about to be freed, said, "That's more like it. Mok Hu Thien, we're sensible. I'll put in a good word for you." Suddenly, blood dripped onto the ground in front of him. He let out a surprised cry. Zheng Ni suddenly sat down in front of him, holding one of his fingers. "But let's see whose finger this really is," he said. The man thought, He cut off his own finger? But why don't I feel anything? I can't move, and I can't sense my internal energy." As if guessing his thoughts, Zheng Ni spoke up. "I used a devil's hand toxin on you. I brewed it using some herbs from the pharmacy. Mok Hu Thien will lose all sensation from the neck down for a few hours." Crouched on the ground with his hands pinned, the man screamed in panic. "Mok Hu Thien." The man sitting below him replied, "I have a few questions for you. For every second that passes without an answer, you lose a finger. Question 1. Why did the 2 brothers order you to infiltrate my room? Answer quickly." With that, he raised a knife, his expression dangerous. The man screamed in absolute terror. Wait. He started counting. 1. Still not talking? Then don't blame me." As he spoke, he began counting and simultaneously sliced off the man's finger. Blood splattered onto his face. The man yelled, "Damn you, stop," but he just kept counting. 3, 4. Zheng Ni could tell the man's fear had reached its peak. He started begging, "Please, I beg you." Zheng Ni held the bloodied knife in front of his face and continued, "Next is the thumb." The man panicked and blurted out, "Mok Hu Thing Master Mok An Bin ordered me to investigate why you lost your martial arts." He thought, "The reason I lost my martial arts, huh? He's probably telling the truth." He continued to the next question. "Guard Cam said so, didn't he?" The man replied, stammering in fear. Yes, that's right." Hearing this, he said, "He's clever, isn't he? He only told half the truth to save his own skin." The man being tied up still had the nerve to wonder, how does he know Guard Cam betrayed him? Since when did this guy become so smart? Could it be he suspected Guard Cam from the very beginning? Or was Guard Cam someone he planted near the 2 young masters? No, if that were the case, he wouldn't need to torture me. He turned to look at the man and added, "But I haven't thought of any more questions for now." "So, what now?" The man broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "I'm done for." Seeing Zheng Ni's terrifying expression, he rushed to speak. I swear I'll be loyal to you. I had no idea you were this brilliant. Mok Hu Thien, we're perfect for the position of clan leader. Please give me a chance to choose the right path. Clan leader Mok, I swear I'll sacrifice my very life for you. Please spare me. I'll do anything for you. Please, I beg you." He stood there and replied, "All right, I have a task for you. I can order you, can't I?" The man thought happily, "I'm saved." Then he replied, "Of course. Please, give your order. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Ni drove the knife in his hand straight into the man's throat. Blood gushed out everywhere. He whispered softly, "But you said you'd sacrifice your life for me, right? So, let me borrow some of your blood." A few seconds before dying, the man thought resentfully, "Mok Hu Thien bastard. What exactly are you thinking? Why do I have to lose my life?" He held the book in his hand and thought, "I can't use brute force to open these beads. I think this is the seal, mentioned in the yin-yang family scripture. According to the book, this method is used to seal something unholy using spiritual energy. Therefore, using something unclean to touch it can weaken that spiritual energy. The blood of a man like Zhao Yichang, who died an unjust death, should do the trick. I'll pour that blood, filled with resentment, onto the book. So, the unholy thing inside will take form." As he spoke, he placed the book beneath Zhao Yichang. Blood poured heavily onto the book. The beads suddenly snapped and broke. He said, "Now, let's see what comes out." Suddenly, a stream of fresh blood gushed out from under his feet, splattering all over the room. Zheng Ni was startled. "What is that?" The book was stained with bright red blood. The splash of blood rose up. Zheng Ni looked in that direction. Then the blood seemed to distort. A person emerged from within the blood. Then, it revealed, the blood splashing onto Zheng Ni's feet, forming a puddle. Zheng Ni's eyes widened in shock. Red silk ribbons flew, accompanied by butterflies. The figure wore a deep red robe, approaching Zheng Ni. The person walked slowly, showing slender, fair feet. A girl submerged in a sea of blood appeared before his eyes. A girl with white hair, wearing a hat and a red robe, approached Zheng Ni. Zheng Ni stood to the side, shocked, thinking, a level 6 grudge spirit. The 5th level mentioned in the yin-yang family scripture is the clear spirit. Honestly, I thought a level 6 grudge spirit would appear. I didn't expect my luck to be this good. Just as he was thinking, a stream of blood wrapped around him. The girl standing nearby called out, "Mok Hu Thien fool, bring out your soul and offer it to me." Then, she pulled the hairpin from her hair, holding it in her hand with an arrogant look. Zheng Ni thought, the 5th level of the grudge spirit, the clear spirit, is an ancient soul harboring resentment, existing for many decades. Its power is strong enough to exert massive influence over a defined area, creating illusions for the senses of sight and hearing to harm its target. It must be eliminated. It's extremely dangerous. The hairpin on her head was also a cigarette. She was smoking while looking at him, asking, "Why haven't you brought out your soul yet? Mok Hu Thien were so sluggish." He collapsed to the ground, thinking as she looked smug. The book said they are extremely dangerous. I think I understand why the book said that now. He smiled and said, "Interesting." The clear spirit was slightly surprised and cried, "What?" Zheng Ni's hands were submerged in a pool of blood. He continued, "No matter how high the power level of a grudge spirit is, you all just crave the bodies of others. Mok Hu Thien found something interesting for me. It seems your soul can't do anything without a physical body, right?" She stood there nonchalantly, smoking. "If you crave my body that much, why don't you use your strength to take it?" As he was speaking, a stream of blood lunged forward, tightening around his arm and making him tumble into the pool of blood. The clear spirit walked over slowly, unleashing her technique. "Tisk, tisk, tisk. Mok Hu Thien idiot, die. How dare you force me to take action?" Then, a stream of blood shot fast and hard toward his face. Half of his face now had a piece of skin missing, with blood flowing down. He groaned. The clear spirit was covered in blood. She continued, "Now, you can see it. In the end, you're just powerless. So, your only option is to offer your soul to me." He was dizzy but managed to stand up, breathing heavily. She looked more surprised than before, thinking, even though his flesh is torn and his face scratched, he still resists me? She said, "It seems you're not an ordinary human, after all. But it's the same result. Little human, not bad. I'll offer you a negotiation. If you're willing to offer your soul to me, I'll help you. Fulfill one of your wishes." He asked, surprised. "My wish? Why are you negotiating with me like this?" She approached him, floating in the air in front of him, and replied, "Consider that offer of mine." He continued to ask, "Consider?" She continued, "If we keep fighting, your soul will be damaged, and that does me no good." He lay slumped on the ground, asking her, "And if I refuse?" She replied with a calm expression, "Simple, I'll kill you, then find another soul." The stream of blood continued to tighten around his neck. He said, stammering, "There is one." Her calm expression suddenly turned radiant and bright as she shouted at him, "That's right, tell me your wish. After seeing the hatred from the depths of your heart, I know you haven't lived an easy life. Did someone betray you? Or did they kill the family you loved? Tell me, whoever it is, I'll make them pay with their lives and have their souls scattered. Tell me immediately. What is your wish? Zheng Ni remained calm, his expression showing no signs of panic. He replied, My wish is for you to shut your mouth and work for me. She was furious, grinding her teeth as she said, Mok Hu Thien bastard, try tasting my power. Mok Hu Thien idiot. Then, she launched a series of blood arrows at him. She said, Mok Hu Thien are feeling pain every time your flesh is torn, feeling like your bones are shattering and your body has been destroyed, right? She continued, I also feel a bit humiliated for having caused your soul some minor damage. He was sinking into the fresh blood. In his mind, he thought, this taste it's redder than a dogwood berry. It's also slimy and dirty. The taste is truly disgusting. Based on the sensations of touch, sight, and taste, all of them indicate it's blood. However, this thing is different. I've tasted blood so many times back when I held the title, Scythe of Death. Was the taste of blood back then like this? When I feel the breath of life, the burning sensation, and the warmth in my body, it means I'm still alive. But what I'm feeling in this moment is death, and all of it is just an illusion. Just as he thought that, a powerful beam of light appeared, brightening the entire space and blowing the girl far away. The blood had vanished. He was still standing calmly before her. The clear spirit stood there in absolute shock, as if she couldn't believe her eyes, thinking, no, no way. A blood butterfly appeared on the clear spirit's hand, flew toward Zheng Ni, and then vanished, she thought, dissipating the illusion, releasing the sensation. There is a way to escape the illusions that deceive the five senses of humans, and that is to deny your own perception. Just hearing the theory and talking about it sounds easy, but performing that denial of perception in reality is difficult even for first-rate practitioners. Yet, how can a child who isn't even a practitioner? It's hard to believe my eyes. This guy has had the potential to be a spirit medium since birth? How? Trin Ni laughed out loud, and she asked in surprise, Mok Hu Thien can still laugh? Even though you escaped the hallucinations I created, do you really think you're capable enough to control the situation now? He replied with a stern expression. I was just thinking of something interesting. Mok Hu Thien, you said, interesting? She suddenly shouted in a panic. He held the book in his hands, thinking to himself, according to the yin-yang scripture, the older and vengeful spirit is, the more bizarre they become. There must be a place where they reside this book. This is it. Once he realized that, he bit down hard on the book's cover. The fresh blood from Thon Lin splattered everywhere, and she let out a painful shriek. He smirked, thinking, just as I thought. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, furious. Mok Hu Thien jerk, how dare you? No one has ever been able to destroy a book filled with such evil energy. That is exactly why top-tier spirit mediums sealed it away. How could he possibly? She screamed at him. Mok Hu Thien's really driven me mad now. Then, she lunged forward, grabbing Trin Ni tightly by the throat, threw him to the ground, and got right in his face. If you're so good, tell me this is just another hallucination. I don't need your soul anymore. Just die. Mok Hu Thien refused a polite toast only to drink a forfeit. Now, prepare to have your soul scattered and meet the king of hell. He lay on the ground, a torn piece of paper still in his mouth, laughing. How strange. Mok Hu Thien could have taken the book back from my hands, but you didn't. Just as I suspected, you can't touch this book, can you? Her face shifted, and he immediately pressed his advantage. She flew into a rage, tightening her grip on his throat, screaming, how dare you? Throw it away. Throw it away right now. He lay there calmly, thinking, the blood that seeped into me is taking over my whole body. It's flowing in reverse and destroying me from within. Her expression turned even more horrified as she yelled at him. Let go of it. Now. He continued to think. The feeling of my body being torn apart is agonizing. It's like the first time I ate poisonous herbs. But what makes this pain even worse is the sheer fury of this vengeful spirit. Her hatred for someone else is so deep, so desperate that it's overwhelming. I can feel her intense desire for revenge. The more she saw his calm face, the angrier she became. She yelled, Mok Hu Thien madman, Mok Hu Thien damn dog. As she screamed, she pressed down harder, and Trin He immediately coughed up blood. Suddenly, the space shifted to another place. Trin Ni was standing in the middle of a pool of blood, surrounded by corpses. He gasped in shock. This place, it's filled with dead bodies. In the distance, Thon Lin was kneeling on the ground, holding a sword. He recognized that figure and thought, that's Thon Lin. She looked, exhausted, gripping her sword with both hands, her entire body covered in fresh blood. But that gaze was still so fierce. She stood up, bit her sleeve to tear it, and wrapped her bleeding hand around the sword, advancing toward the figure sitting high above. She said something, but Trin Ni couldn't understand her. He thought, even though I can't hear her words, I can feel her extreme rage. The figure sitting high above had long white hair and deer-like horns. She lunged forward, but the creature punched her hard in the chest with one hand, ripping her heart out. Her body immediately slumped to the ground, motionless. Then, a series of his minions approached her body, knives in hand, hacking at her corpse until it was reduced to 100 fragments. Nothing remained but the white hair, the sword, and a book. He suddenly woke up, a thread-like connection binding him, and Than Lin was so surprised she nearly screamed. I've become a spirit retainer? Mok Hu Thien brat, end this right now. She lunged to choke Trin He, but her own throat was constricted at the same time. She quickly let go, gasping for air. Damn it! He stood there, rubbing his throat, thinking, it seems a retainer and their master share the same pain. What about the demonic monk then? In that incident earlier, I felt like I had died and come back to life. He probably felt the same. He said to her, well, it looks like we're bound together now. Let's help each other out, shall we? My name is Mok Kin Van. And you? What should I call you? She sat on a chair, smoking, and replied indifferently, call me whatever you want. He answered calmly, then let's go with Honglok Jup Trung, that means dung beetle. She turned around, fuming, and yelled, Mok Hu Thien, do you want to die? He laughed. Doesn't look like you like that name much, huh? She was furious, but didn't know what to do. She could only scream, how dare you mock me? He asked again, returning to the original topic. If you don't like it, then tell me your real name. But the answer was the same as before. She propped her feet on the chair, turned her head away, and said, why should I tell my name? To a mere mortal like you? He had to think for himself, as there was no other choice. I guess I'll have to find a suitable name for her, he thought. Since her vengeful spirit level is Than Lin, I'll name her Than Lin. He said to her, I'll call you Than Lin. She kept her indifferent facade. He stood to the side, sighing, so arrogant. But I can't use force to subdue her anyway. I didn't get her through strength, so I'll just have to persuade her gradually. Trin He held the book, wondering and asking, hey Than Lin, about this book. Do you know what's inside? She refused to answer him, replying, who's Than Lin? I don't know. I'm busy, don't talk to me. He flipped the book open and suddenly thought, these words, they're written in blood. The cover is leather and the text is written in blood. I don't know who made this, but it's fascinating. But this is all gibberish. What could it possibly mean? He rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. Than Lin sat nearby, watching him with a smug look. He felt uncomfortable with that and thought, it seems she doesn't want me to know. She just keeps looking at me like that. She wants me to figure it out myself. Is that it? Suddenly, he blurted out, I am in total despair, forced to rely on the minds of others. But before I vanish into nothingness, I must possess this body. That seems impossible. Demons always stand in the way of good things, but the extreme blood has the power to invert all things. Than Lin turned around, shocked, and shouted, huh! Trin Ni cried out, the book is stuck to my hand. Than Lin panicked. No way. How could you do that? He was also surprised and didn't know what was happening, replying, it wasn't me. Is it possible the book did it by itself? A wave of black energy suddenly appeared. She panicked, thinking, this is bad. She yelled at Trin Ni, Brat, hold your breath, hurry up, clear your mind. Don't think about anything at all. He immediately did as she said, and the book fell from his palm. Than Lin was shocked, thinking, so fast? He solved the ritual of the thief? Someone with no martial arts training? And he did that? No, even stranger, he discovered the incantation for the ritual of the thief. Only after death can you see the things that the living cannot, she muttered. Trin He collapsed into a chair, saying, suddenly, I feel like I'm suffocating, like I'm about to die. Why is that? She replied, because you didn't perform the ritual correctly. Mok Hu Thien were breathing the wrong way. He laughed and said, now you're explaining it to me? She grew angry again, shouting, I'm only saying this so you don't drag me down with you, you idiot. He laughed and replied, all right. He asked again, so, what exactly is this thief ritual? Than Lin explained, just as the name implies, when you draw something in, it adheres to you. Mok Hu Thien can control things with your will. He wondered, draw things to me? But why does my stomach hurt and my veins feel constricted? She replied, that's because you tried to pull something in. But apart from the book, there was nothing there. Mok Hu Thien controlled the energy flow but couldn't absorb anything, so the energy became chaotic. Now, Try drawing the energy from that person. She pointed at Zhao Yichang. He asked, "This guy?" She replied, "Yes, draw the energy from his dantian. Since he's dead, his energy will be released." Trin He pulled the corpse closer and asked, "Is the dantian below the navel?" She gave him a look of disdain and continued, "Mak Hu Thien have to ask me that?" He replied, "Okay." Thon Lin signaled to guide him. "Now, recite that incantation again." He sat down, placed his hand on the dantian, and thought, "I am in total despair, forced to rely on the minds of others. Before I vanish into nothingness, I must possess this body. That seems impossible. Demons always stand in the way of all good things, but the extreme blood has the power to invert all things." Suddenly, a stream of purple energy appeared. He thought, This is the warmth. It has flowed through the bloodline and into my palm. It's circling my dantian." She stood nearby and said, "Mok Hu Thien can draw anything into your body, and energy is no exception. Do you feel it now? That's how the thief ritual works." Tang Lin spoke up. "That is how to perform the ritual correctly." He remained seated, feeling a stream of heat surrounding his stomach. Is this the qi that Cao Tuan mentioned? According to him, it takes a long time to gather qi. Now, I can absorb the internal qi of others into myself. In other words, it won't be long before I can become strong. Just as he was feeling pumped up, it suddenly dissipated. He asked her, "Why did it all vanish?" She replied, "Of course. That's the nature of qi. That's why. You need a special method to condense it. Otherwise, it won't be able to gather in the dantian. That special method only applies to this specific type of energy, so it won't cause your qi to disperse and mix with others. Or more accurately, the thief. Mak Hu Thien must use a special technique to condense your internal energy. Otherwise, it will never gather in your dantian. This unique method only works for this specific type of qi, ensuring it doesn't disperse or mix with other energies, or, more accurately, leak out. Rituals can't help you gather qi in your dantian," she said, hands on her hips, watching him with disappointment. "And here I thought I'd finally found a shortcut." He laughed in response. "Mak Hu Thien, think becoming a martial arts master is that easy? But don't be too disappointed. If you can use the ritual technique, there are still some huge benefits." "Like what?" he asked. She thought to herself. "The first move is the foundation of the ritual technique, the destruction form. If he can master just that, he'll have limitless potential." She continued, "Even if it has dissipated everywhere, qi is still qi. Now, try channeling it through your hands." He looked blank. "How do I channel it?" he asked. She sighed. "Fine, just try to imagine and visualize it." "Imagine?" he asked again. She explained, "Channeling qi is like painting a picture in your mind. That way, you can guide the qi into your palms." Once she finished speaking, she thought to herself, "I say that, but I know he can't actually do it. A beginner who has never practiced martial arts, how could he possibly pull this off? It's a real shame he's letting all that precious qi he absorbed earlier go to waste, but there's nothing else to do." However, contrary to her expectations, a surge of energy flowed toward Zheng Ni. She was shocked and shouted, "Ah, Zheng Ni!" He punched the wall, causing it to crumble. She stood to the side, completely bewildered. This is impossible. A total blank slate like him can actually do this? And this little brat, Zheng Ni, just finished his move and said, "That felt amazing." She stood there, stunned. What is he? I've met countless martial arts prodigies, but I've never seen anyone with talent as incredible as his. He stood by the wall and said, "Look, I can punch right through the wall." Meanwhile, she was wondering, where on earth did he come from? With the move he had just unleashed, he said proudly, "So that's why everyone in the world wants to cultivate martial arts. Once you have martial arts, killing someone is as easy as flipping your hand." Hearing this, Thon Lin realized something and thought, he's seen the truth through the very essence of martial arts. People always say martial arts is about cultivating the heart and spirit. What the hell does that even mean? The core of martial arts is just finding the fastest way to kill your opponent. Zheng Ni continued, "So, what's the second move?" She was getting interested, and was about to answer, when she realized she was being too loose-lipped. "Huh? I'm letting myself be tricked by a brat like you," she shouted. "Wait, how is this any different from me just helping him out? Damn it," she thought. "Because he always does exactly what I say and keeps asking questions. I've accidentally revealed too much. Now I understand why those old masters are always so obsessed with teaching their disciples." She turned away abruptly. Zheng Ni kept asking, "Thun Lin?" She yelled back. "Stop talking to me," he thought regretfully. "Only that much, huh? What a pity. I still have so many things I want to ask that young lady." She had told him that, sooner or later, the qi would dissipate completely. What is this cold feeling lingering on my hands? Should I ask her? No, forget it. Even if I asked, I wouldn't get an answer. He decided it would be more fun to figure it out himself. Thinking that, he said, Thon Lin, let's get out of here. The scene shifts to a gloomy multi-story house, the Ghost Spirit Pavilion. A person with red cloth wrapped around their head stood in front. This was Hoak An, the bodyguard of Madame Thosh. She walked inside as the gate opened, revealing a series of terrifying statues and items covered in talismans. Most impressive was a large human bone statue standing in the center. She stood there and thought, why do these wooden walls? Why is this room filled with such horrific sculptures? She spoke up. I'm sure you already know what happened after the letter and the body were brought here. Mok Hu Thienwer Master, Mo Thon, has been killed. It was the third Mok Hu Thieng Master of the non-Mok Sword Manor who killed Mok Kin Van. And 300 silver taels from Madame Thoch to you all. If you fulfill her request, you'll get over 400 taels. The task this time is to eliminate the third Mok Hu Thieng Master. Do you accept this contract? Saying this, she placed the silver under the statue, and the candles suddenly went out. She thought, well, that's done. She bowed and left the room, thinking, damn it. Even though there's no one here, I feel like hundreds of eyes are watching me. It's so bizarre and terrifying. If it weren't for that commission, there's no way I'd have set foot in this place. Back inside the room, the corpse lay under the statue. Many voices echoed from the statues. They approached the body, confirming, he is indeed the one who killed him. That brat sent a subordinate to hide in the air. That was an Emperor Spirit-level vengeful ghost. The third Mok Hu Thieng Master is the master of that ghost. Is it possible that the ghost is his Shikigami? No way. If it were a beast, a pure spirit, or a demon, then maybe, but a vengeful ghost becoming a Shikigami is impossible. But if that's true, isn't this guy extremely dangerous? A voice, belonging to someone who seemed to be the leader, emerged and concluded, one of you must go and eliminate the third Mok Hu Thieng, master of the Inhan Mok Sword Manor, to appease Master Mo Than's soul. The group responded in unison. Understood. At dawn, in Zheng Ni's room, Cao Tuan yawned repeatedly and cursed. That little brat I had to stay up all night guarding, and I just closed my eyes for a second, and he's already ordering me around again. He walked into Zheng Ni's room, dressed and ready. Zheng Ni said, I brought the brazier. He replied, good. Cao Tuan thought, look at him. He's clearly torturing me, but acting all polite. He asked him, but why do you need this brazier? Sir? Zheng Ni held a book in his hand and replied, I need to burn a few things. He panicked. Burn? Don't tell me you're going to burn. Zheng Ni answered nonchalantly, that's right. The secret manuals of the non-Mok Sword Manor. Cao Tuan turned pale and screamed, why? Why are you doing this? Zheng Ni stood by the brazier, tearing the pages apart and tossing them into the flames. Cao Tuan screamed, thinking, this lunatic. He really burned those 2 secret manuals. Cao Tuan looked at him in a panic and shouted, what are you doing? Zheng Ni's face was extremely calm. He almost cried out, no, young master, why are you burning them? Mok Hu Thien don't know martial arts, but you'll definitely need them. So many people covet those manuals, we could have used them to our advantage. Zheng Ni threw the book at Cao Tuan's face. That's exactly why I burned them. Cao Tuan was still bewildered. What do you mean? Zheng Ni said coolly. Because only I can use those 2 manuals. He was surprised. Only you can use them? Zheng Ni pointed to his head, then tossed the scraps. Here. It's all in here. He had said so much, yet Cao Tuan still didn't understand. He was so confused by his master that sweat poured down his forehead. Zheng Ni explained slowly, Cao Tuan, your job is to deliver this to Madame Thoch and the 2 young masters before sunrise. He still didn't understand what was going on. And Zheng Ni loved to be mysterious. He asked, didn't you just say that many people are coveting them, Cao Tuan? Zheng Ni looked at the burning fire. I want this estate to be harmonious and peaceful. So, wouldn't it be better if we shared it with everyone? As he said this, his face suddenly, a fierce look appeared. Cao Tuan looked at him, momentarily shocked. The sun rose quickly, peeking out from behind the clouds. A man was working hard, thinking, waking up early every morning to tidy the bed, change clothes, then clean up around the place. Checking the to-do list for the day, these were habits formed when I was an assassin. Everything must be according to procedure and carefully planned. But soon, I won't need to live like this anymore. He leisurely poured a cup of hot tea, calculating, if I shift my target to the 2 young masters, then it won't be long before I take the position of the new estate master. Once, I was just an orphan who had to do everything myself. Now, my life is about to turn a new page. Just as he was thinking, A bodyguard ran in to inform him, "Guard Cam, Mok Hu Thieng, Master Bin, is looking for you." Hearing this name, Guard Cam had a bad feeling. As the scene shifted to Bin's courtyard, a loud noise broke the quiet atmosphere. Guard Cam walked out of the room, engulfed in flames, cursing repeatedly, "Damn it, damn it, damn it all." Guard Cam's head was bleeding for some reason. He recalled what happened earlier. As soon as he arrived, he heard the bad news. Zhao Yicheng had disappeared. Guard Cam was surprised. "What?" And Bin recounted, "I sent Guard Zhao Yicheng to investigate the third Mok Hu Thieng master to confirm if he had truly lost his martial arts. He disappeared without a trace. Not even you knew about it." His face darkened, and he aggressively questioned Guard Cam, "How dare you lie to me?" Guard Cam felt that something was fishy. He quickly defended himself. "Mok Hu Thieng master, I have not deceived you, not even by half a word. There must be a hidden motive." And of course, Bean didn't give him a chance to explain, not even a single word. He threw an inkstone aggressively at Guard Cam's head, then yelled, "Shut your mouth!" And Bin seemed to have lost control. "Why hasn't Zhao Yicheng returned yet? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Guard Cam gritted his teeth in pain. "Why is everything getting so messy? Damn it. If this continues, my last backup will fall apart. This can't be." He wasn't willing to give up. "The effort I've put in all this time cannot go down the drain. I absolutely cannot lose everything like this." Afterward, Guard Cam spoke up. "Please, give me time. I will bring Zhao Yicheng back to prove I haven't deceived you." And Bin's face darkened. "Mok Hu Thien still expect me to believe you?" Guard Cam shouted out. "I swear on the life of a martial artist and wager my own right arm. It seems he is the final pillar supporting your climb up the ladder of success." Even Guard Cam seems swayed by this display of resolve. He stares intently at Zheng for a long while without saying a word. And finally, he agrees to let the guard stay. "A chance to prove yourself? Fine. Then prove it," Guard Cam shouts loudly. "This time I'll give you a chance. If you find Zhao Yicheng, I'll believe you. If not, I won't just take your right arm, I'll take your life." He grits his teeth in pain. Blood still streams down his head. He looks respectfully at Guard Cam. "Yes, sir." Guard Cam stomps out of the mansion, frustrated. Come to think of it, he thinks, ever since that imposter appeared, nothing has gone according to plan. He angrily wipes the blood from his head with a cloth. If that brat really is plotting something, I won't let it slide. He vents his anger on the cloth he just used to wipe his wound. He throws it away aggressively. From a distance, he sees Cao Tuan lurking toward him, his face dazed, likely from lack of sleep. Guard Cam shouts angrily, "Mok Hu Thien." He grabs Cao Tuan by the throat. Being caught so off guard, Cao Tuan doesn't have time to react. Cao Tuan cries out in fear. "Senior brother," Guard Cam roars. "I told you not to take your eyes off him for even a second. Do you think my orders mean nothing to you?" Cao Tuan stammers. I didn't." Guard Cam interrupts. "Then why are you standing here? Mok Hu Thien colluded with him, haven't you?" Cao Tuan is terrified, his voice shaky. "See collude? What are you talking about?" Suddenly, a book slips out of Cao Tuan's pocket. Guard Cam wonders, then snatches it. "What's this?" Cao Tuan panics and tries to stop him, but he doesn't know how to respond, just stammering. "Wait, senior brother." That is Guard Cam narrows his eyes at what he is holding, momentarily stunned. He stands there, frozen, staring at the book he just retrieved. He finally manages to exhale one word. Mok Hu Thien. The anger in Guard Cam's heart reaches its breaking point. He bellows, "What have you been doing all this time?" Cao Tuan looks at Guard Cam in terror, not knowing how to explain it reasonably. What happens next? Anyone could guess Cao Tuan is in deep trouble. Guard Cam quickly returns to the mansion. When the servants see him, they all look at him with a hint of wariness. Guard Cam says nothing, walking with urgent, heavy steps. Behind him, a pair of legs are being dragged along the ground. The robes look familiar. It's Cao Tuan. He has been beaten unconscious. Guard Cam is dragging him roughly across the floor. As soon as he arrives, he kicks the door open violently. Zheng is still standing there, calmly, reading a book. Guard Cam says nothing and throws the unconscious Cao Tuan onto the floor. His face is filled with murderous intent. Hearing the loud impact, Zheng curiously turns his head to look. Cao Tuan is already out cold, his face covered in blood. He looks like he just took a severe beating. Zheng puts on a bright smile, looking at him calmly. "Welcome, Guard Cam." Seeing this expression makes Guard Cam's blood boil even more. His eyes look as if they could kill. He doesn't say much, just stares at him aggressively. "Explain yourself." Guard Cam curses under his breath. Damn it. He feels disgusted just looking at Zheng's face. Jung feigns innocence. Explain what? Guard Cam slams the door shut. I don't have time to watch your act. He feels an indescribable, gnawing anxiety deep in his heart, and that fear lingers. Damn it all to hell, he growls. How did I instruct you from the very beginning? Before he finishes, he violently shoves Jung against the wall, his hand tightening around Jung's throat. His voice echoes like a demon from hell. If you pull any stupid stunts, I will kill you. Jung looks at Guard Cam with a defiant expression. Mok Hu Thien said that? Why don't I remember? This brazen attitude drives Guard Cam insane. Mok Hu Thien animal, he screams. Where are the second Mok Hu Thien master's guards? Jung remains indifferent. Who are you even talking about? Guard Cam's entire body trembles. Don't play dumb. How could you not have touched him? Jung remains calm. What could I possibly have done to have the strength to touch anyone? Guard Cam is suddenly speechless. I knew it, he thinks. That's why I've been feeling this uneasy. Jung keeps his relaxed expression. I said that, did I? Mok Hu Thien think I'm right? Jung's face quickly turns sinister. I am the third Mok Hu Thien master who lost his martial arts. How could I have killed him? Isn't that what you said? Mok Hu Thien said the third Mok Hu Thien master could no longer use martial arts from now on. Martial artists are hot-tempered. Guard Cam is nearly losing control. Jung killed Zhao Yicheng. He knows that, but at this moment, he cannot expose him. Guard Cam curses in his heart. Damn it. Seeing Guard Cam's reaction, Jung laughs out loud. What will you do now, Guard Cam? Mok Hu Thien are the one who made me the imposter. And it was me, the imposter, who killed the second Mok Hu Thien master's guard. The two struggle back and forth. Jung keeps challenging Guard Cam's patience, and Guard Cam has nearly lost his mind. The items in the room quickly become a mess from the scuffle. Guard Cam wearily falls to his knees. Jung knows full well that he cannot kill him right now. After Guard Cam gradually calms down, he leans his head down in helplessness. 3 years, he continues. I was born an orphan and grew up in an assassin camp. Then I left that place, saved up some money, and finally came to Nianmu Sword Manor. For 3 years, I have endured and taken care of everything, big and small. Guard Cam is so heartbroken that his whole body trembles. It seems he is trying to stop himself from crying. Those were 3 years of selling my life away, but you ruined everything. Killing the third Mok Hu Thien master wasn't enough. Now you've eliminated the second Mok Hu Thien master's subordinates too. So, I have to kill you. Otherwise, I won't have any peace here. Either I kill you, or I leave this place. There is no other choice. Suddenly, Guard Cam's eyes freeze. It seems he is thinking of something. He is unwilling to accept such an outcome, and shouts, but wait, no. Zhao Yicheng is dead, and he can't be brought back to life. But I can trade something else with the second Mok Hu Thien master. Guard Cam acts as if he has found a lifeline. He pulls out the book he took from Cao Tuan and holds it in front of Jung. I don't know how you got this, but you are still holding the rest of the manual, aren't you? Guard Cam's face turns evil. When I have both volumes of the secret manual, I won't need to keep your life anymore. He can't help but shout, Speak, tell me now. Jung answers calmly, I'm not so sure. Guard Cam screams, At this point you're still playing games? If you don't talk, I'll slit your throat and leave this place. But if you hand over both volumes of the manual, I will reconsider. If you keep your mouth shut and refuse to talk, I will use torture until you die. So, if you're smart, while I still have some patience, hand it over. Jung acts reluctant, letting out a heavy sigh. Fine, I'll give it to you. Guard Cam seems to believe him. He lets go of his hand and thinks to himself, no matter how stubborn you are, once you get close to death's door, you have no other choice. Very good. Mok Hu Thien, we're smart to say that early. Now, hand it over. It seems Guard Cam is very eager to get his hands on this treasure, but Jung just silently watches him. Jung places his hand on Guard Cam's hand to his astonishment. Guard Cam is frustrated. What are you doing? Jung answers nonchalantly. Why, I'm giving you the secret manual. He gives him a wicked smile. It's all stored right here in my head. Guard Cam is incredibly surprised and bewildered, so he can't say anything for a moment. Mok Hu Thien Jung interrupts him. Oh, one more thing. Before he finishes his sentence, Jung violently squeezes Guard Cam's hand hard. The smile on his face never fades. Jung says naturally, Thank you, Guard Cam. Guard Cam stares at him as his inner energy begins to be drained away. Guard Cam is confused, not knowing how to react. He only feels his internal energy draining away. Jang laughs out loud. I didn't know where to find someone to test this on. I didn't expect you to volunteer as my test subject. I wonder where I should hide your body. Guard Cam, looking at the person in front of him, panics and screams, Mok Hu, teen bastard, let me go. A dagger in Guard Cam's hand, quickly. stabs straight toward Zheng. Fresh blood spurts out, but it seems he doesn't care about this at all. Zheng's face doesn't change color. His eyes look coldly at Guard Cam as if looking at a dead man. Guard Cam notices his icy gaze and screams in terror, "Mok Hu Thien bastard." Guard Cam looks in horror at his hand, which is constantly being drained of energy. Then, he kicks Zheng away violently, sending him flying. Zheng struggles to get back up, while Guard Cam, after this, is so terrified his breathing becomes ragged. He feels his hand trembling, without a shred of strength left. Guard Cam thinks, "I can't feel any internal energy in my hand anymore. Did he absorb my energy?" Zheng slowly stands up and smiles wickedly. "This is my first time experiencing it, but that alone isn't enough. There's no other choice. I have to use another method to get rid of you." As he says this, his expression becomes incredibly eerie and cruel. He looks at Guard Cam as if looking at a piece of prey. Guard Cam breaks into a cold sweat and grits his teeth, asking, "Mok Hu Thien say you've performed some kind of ritual?" Then he roars, "Mok Hu Thien dare try to kill me? Mok Hu Thien think you can beat me?" As soon as he finishes, Guard Cam grabs his dagger and charges aggressively toward him. It seems both men want each other's lives today. Guard Cam shouts angrily, "Go to hell." Suddenly, Zheng's eyes glow. He smiles wickedly, whispering two words, "Demonic Ascension." Quickly, he blocked the surprise attack from Guard Cam. The guard's eyes widened in panic. How? How is that even possible? Curious to get an answer, the guard asked him, "Hey kid, what kind of sorcery did you use?" Zheng looked at him and replied, "Well, you could say it's something like that. I'll show you exactly what it is." No sooner had he finished speaking than the demonic monk manifested behind him. This sight left Guard Cam absolutely terrified, his face turning pale as he stammered, What is that thing?" Zheng looked down at the trembling guard and said, "I'm returning it to you. This dagger, along with the internal energy you just used." Zheng paused, a brilliant, dazzling smile spreading across his lips. "Because they belong to you." As he spoke, the sharp dagger plunged straight into Guard Cam's chest, causing him to stagger. In an instant, the guard's blood began spilling onto the ground. The guard coughed heavily, struggling to breathe. He made a mistake, the guard calculated. The position isn't fatal. If he pulls the blade out the wrong way, I might bleed out. That brat, he drained all my internal energy and used that strange power to attack me. Damn it, I'm so furious. Why did I bring a monster like him here? He paused, then for some reason, he shouted at Zheng, "Hey, you, did you forget that you already ate my poison pill?" He felt a sense of triumph. Isn't that the perfect secret weapon for situations just like this? Contrary to what Guard Cam expected, Zheng remained suspiciously calm. He tilted his head, looking down at the guard, and asked, "And? Go on." Guard Cam, confused by his reaction, smugly continued, "That's more like it. How about we make a deal?" Zheng asked back, intrigued. "A deal?" the guard quickly answered. "That's right. If we keep fighting like this, we'll both end up hurt. I'll give you the antidote and some money. After all, isn't your goal to get out of this place?" he thought with satisfaction. "Surely you have to bow your head now. Mok Hu Thiener life is still more important than killing me, isn't it?" Suddenly, blood uncontrollably sprayed from his mouth, shocking the guard. He couldn't hold it in any longer and collapsed to the ground, vomiting. A pool of blood formed, yet Zheng's gaze remained calm, as if he had foreseen this outcome. Guard Cam looked at the blood on his hands in horror. "What is this? I channeled my energy. So why is my body?" A realization flashed through his mind poison. He started gasping for air. Zheng spoke nonchalantly. "What's wrong? The wound isn't even that deep. Why are you in so much pain?" Guard Cam was certain now. "Mok Hu Thien, you dared, what did you do? Mok Hu Thien poisoned me? Since when?" Zheng walked over and opened the window. "It's nothing. Mok Hu Thien stabbed me with that dagger earlier, so it was covered in my blood, that's all." Guard Cam was still confused. "Mok Hu Thien, what nonsense are you spewing?" Zheng turned to look at him. "My blood is a lethal poison itself," he explained slowly. "Snake gall, wudang herbs, monk's hood, angelica, longevity grass, pinilia, do you know them? They are all ingredients used to concoct poison. Perhaps because I've been eating poisonous plants since I was a child, my blood has gradually accumulated toxins." He stepped closer to Guard Cam. "Do you understand what that means?" His voice turned dark and cold. "Though, you don't really need to understand. An antidote, you say?" Seeing the young man before him transformed into someone else, Guard Cam felt a deep sense of unease. "I'm done for," Zheng continued. "What's wrong? Why are you shivering? Are you cold because I opened the window? I actually thought you were running a fever from the poison, so I opened it, to help you cool down. According to the rules, if your body temperature is low, the poison spreads slower, and you might live a little longer." Only then did Guard Cam realize the true danger of this boy. He trembling reached out his hands, pleading, "Please, sir, save me. No, don't. I beg you, please save me. I swear I'll be absolutely loyal to you. I'll be your dog if you want. I'll lick your feet. I'll crawl on the ground, anything you want. I'll do. I beg you, please, save my life." Guard Cam's hands desperately grabbed onto Zheng's robes, his voice sounding utterly wretched. "Please," Zheng pretended to be satisfied, looking down at him. "I like this attitude. Isn't this much better? If you keep acting like this, we can cooperate smoothly on everything." Hearing this, Guard Cam thought he was about to get the antidote and cried tears of joy, but a sinister smile appeared on Zheng's lips, and his face darkened. "If only you had treated me this way from the very beginning." Right after that, he grabbed the dagger, still embedded in Guard Cam's chest, and twisted it, causing the guard to panic instantly. "What?" Zheng didn't even blink. "Someone as cunning as you, and you have the nerve to talk about loyalty?" He looked at him with disgust, putting more force into his hand. "It's better if you just die." Guard Cam's eyes filled with disbelief, bulging as if they might pop out. Zheng quickly pinned him to the ground. It seemed he had no intention of letting such a treacherous man live. The guard shivered, but he had no strength left to resist, as the toxins had already infiltrated his vital organs. After a long moment, Guard Cam lay completely motionless on the ground, no longer breathing. After calculating and scheming his whole life, his death looked incredibly pathetic. The tension in Zheng's face finally relaxed a little. He sighed, exhausted, stood up, and stretched his limbs. "Still a bit sore from that guy. He even turned my new clothes into rags. But I finished him off earlier than expected. Should I call that lucky? Since he knew my identity, he must have been planning to get rid of me someday." Suddenly, he remembered there was someone else here, and glanced at Cao Tuan, who was lying motionless on the ground. A wicked look entered Zheng's eyes. "Should I kill guard Cao Tuan too?" After weighing the options, he whispered to himself, "No need. He seems to keep his mouth shut, so I'll spare his life. He might still be useful." Zheng walked over to Cao Tuan and said loudly, "If you've heard everything, wake up already." Cao Tuan sat up in a panic. Yes. Cao Tuan couldn't help but ask, "How did you know I wasn't dead, sir?" Zheng replied, "How could I not? All through the fight, you kept inching away little by little, like you were afraid we'd step on you." Cao Tuan looked dazed. "So that's how it is." Zheng smiled in satisfaction. "But you're tight-lipped, I'll give you that. Mok Hu Thien, we're starting to please me." Cao Tuan scratched his head. "Thank you, sir." Zheng then ordered, "Now get out, and find a way to make sure everyone stays away from here. I'll handle the body." Cao Tuan scrambled to his feet. "Yes, at once." Following that, Zheng looked at the blood-soaked body lying on the ground. "Let's begin, shall we?" He placed his hand on Guard Cam's dantian, just as Thon Lin had instructed. A wave of internal energy flowed abundantly into his body. Zheng thought to himself, "This sensation, his internal energy, is so warm. But this isn't what I need to confirm. The energy I felt in the cellar at the medicine hall was an extremely chilling aura." He deduced it was death energy, the feeling one gets after killing someone. His hand continued to drain the internal energy from Guard Cam bit by bit as the body gradually withered away. Suddenly, he found exactly what he was looking for. "This is it. The cold, terrifying aura gathering in my dantian. This chilling sensation is truly terrifying. This is the aura I always felt whenever I carried out massacres back when I was the execution demon. To accumulate more of this death energy, I have to go out and kill more people." This scene was watched from afar by Thon Lin from start to finish. She felt a surge of excitement. "Oh my, look at him. I think I understand why you're so influenced by him. Because he is a true demon." At this point, Thon Lin and the demonic monk silently observed the boy, who was interestedly absorbing the internal energy from the corpse. After the rain, the sky cleared up, looking incredibly blue. A voice spoke out, "Guard Cam, no matter how I look at it, I don't think he's the type to betray the young master." The person speaking was the first-rate guard, Duong Bin, and Bin replied, "I think so too, but could he have lied on the day he was discovered?" Duong Bin asked back, "What do you mean?" He sighed. "A person, if you solve things well from the start, then everything that follows will go smoothly. Therefore, your young master must prove that I am selective and strict. Later, when the other side learns their lesson, we can show a more lenient side. That way, things will be better. By nature, humans are harsh, so occasionally you must treat them well. Then the results you get back will be great." Duong Bin bowed. As expected, the young master has deep insight. He looked at his sword. "Stop saying empty words like that." Duong Bin asked, What empty words, sir? He thought. Guard Cam had low loyalty. Honestly speaking, a test like this was necessary. Just as the rumors say, the young master is a master of human relations. Inside, Duong Bin was certain. The next master of the estate will definitely be the second young master. At the same time, from afar, someone suddenly rushed in, panic-stricken. Mok Hu Thieng Master, we have big trouble, and Bin retorted, annoyed. What is it? What's going on? The person who just arrived was the second-rate guard, Han Sin. He said in a panic, just now Guard Cam tried to attack Master Mok Kin Van. Hearing this, Duong Bin screamed in shock. He couldn't believe his ears and asked back, what? Guard Cam did what? And Bin cut him off. If he's trying to prove his innocence, that's a truly foolish thing to do. Han Sin continued. But that wasn't the important issue. The third Mok Hu Thieng Master paused for a moment and added that he had declared the real culprit behind the order given to Guard Cam was none other than Mok Hu Thieng Master An Bin. Mok and Bin looked a bit nervous. What? What did you just say? Saying this, he picked up his sword as if he wanted to deal with him immediately. Duong Bin hurriedly stopped him. Wait, Mok Hu Thieng Master, if you touch the third Mok Hu Thieng Master now, it will only make people believe what he says is true. He was frustrated. So you're telling me to just stand here and take it? That bastard, Mok Kin Van, if he sees me suffer a crushing defeat, he will surely mock me. And you're telling me to just sit there and let him laugh in my face? Duong Bin paused for a moment. Then, let's target that place instead. Hearing him say this, and Bin quickly froze. It seemed they both tacitly understood what the other meant. Duong Bin continued. The third Mok Hu Thieng Master said Guard Cam wanted to kill you. If that's the truth, then things have become simple. In the circle of Guard Cam, they take pride in killing. They even have rules. Failure is a taboo for assassin sects, and retired assassins are no exception. They will do anything at all costs to complete their assigned mission. He continued, let your subordinate go there, and put in a good word. The terrifying place Duong Bin mentioned was none other than the three great assassins of the Central Plains, the Fisha sect. And Bin fell silent, thinking for a while, then calmly recalled, the Fisha sect, huh? Thinking of his own miserable appearance, he broke into an evil smile. It seemed that this time, and Bin really wanted to take action. Night quickly fell over the mansion, and everything was dead quiet. He was sitting silently in his room, extremely focused. I've been trying to gather energy in my dantian following the manual this whole time, but I still fail. Even though I've guided the energy close to the dantian, it all dissipates. Why is it like this? Afterwards he spoke up. Cao Tuan? He was standing outside and replied nervously. Yes, I'm here. Do you have any instructions? He asked the man. I'm trying to gather energy in my dantian, but it keeps dissipating. Do you know why? Cao Tuan was puzzled. What is he talking about? He hasn't even practiced martial arts yet, but he dared not be rude, only stuttering. Oh, is that so? He touched his belly. After one night, I felt full of vitality. Could that be due to circulating energy? Cao Tuan's inner thoughts were screaming. What nonsense are you spouting? He was helpless. If he said that, he would be beaten to death. Thinking of this, he lowered his voice. Mok Hu Thieng Master, have you tried checking it? He looked blank. Checking? How? Cao Tuan continued. Check why it dissipates when you transmit energy into it. Now, follow me. He calculated carefully. Fine. It's best not to defy his wishes. Is he still just a child? At this age, do people think they're talented or something? After that, he guided him to sit down. Don't pay attention to me. Just focus on circulating your energy. He quickly closed his eyes and did as Cao Tuan instructed. His breathing gradually became more even, and now, transmitting internal energy also became easier. His whole body felt as if it was receiving a massive surge of power. Cao Tuan was incredibly shocked by this sight. Huh? What kind of nonsense is this? He really circulated his energy? His blood is even strong, so the energy isn't blocked at all. If there wasn't a high-level internal martial arts master, someone with deep internal strength, clearing his acupoints every day, how could this be possible? Cao Tuan was horrified, silently assessing. This kid is a genius of the century. Suddenly, a strange feeling washed over him. What is this? I feel something strange. There's something cold and chilling, a source of power bursting out, making him so surprised he was stunned. He was disappointed. As expected, it all dissipated again. Cao Tuan was surprised. Mok Hu Thieng Master, could you feel it? He looked serious. Tell me the truth. Is it really true that I cannot form energy in my dantian? Cao Tuan stuttered. To be honest, that is correct. Cao Tuan recounted. I felt some strange energy near your dantian, Mok Hu Thieng Master. but I couldn't tell what it was. He was momentarily saddened. Then, is that thing the cause? What should I do? Am I just supposed to give up on practicing martial arts like this? Cao Tuan wondered. It's really strange. It makes all the internal energy dissipate. There is energy, but that kind of energy is not the typical kind that appears in the Dantian. What kind of energy is it? He remarked that it felt like it was opposing it. He heard this and was stunned. Opposing? Opposing what? Cao Tuan thought he said something wrong, so he panicked. Ah, that's just my speculation. Mok Hu Thien don't need to pay it any mind. But this statement made him think. Opposing? Opposing each other? He didn't stop asking questions and answering them himself. Thinking back, internal energy is very warm, while death energy is cold, isn't it? He interrupted Cao Tuan. No, I think you're right, Cao Tuan. He darkened his face and said seriously, I need to practice reverse circulation. Cao Tuan heard this and was shocked, his jaw dropping. What? He quickly shouted to stop him. No, Mok Hu Tiang Master, wait. Mok Hu Thien will suffer chi deviation and lose your mind. Thon Lin, who was nearby, spoke in a chilling, threatening tone. Tisk, do you want me to help you shut your mouth? Huh. She thought aggressively. Mok Hu Thien, foolish mortals, you will die due to ignorance for daring to be reckless. If the Shikigami kills the contractor, I will get the body. If the contractor dies, the contract with the Shikigami will end, and I won't be bound anymore. Thon Lin was extremely excited. I didn't expect to be free earlier than expected. She calculated. When you die, your soul will disappear. I will tear you apart with my own hands. At the same time, at Hue Hoa Hall, the surroundings were extremely quiet. A mysterious person covered from head to toe emerged from the shadows. I am a practitioner from the Ghost Spirit Pavilion. He spoke in a dark, eerie tone. I am Sok, a practitioner. Sok Thach Lady thought. Mo Than, who used sorcery, is dead, but they only sent one person here. Hearing her voice, it seemed she was a young woman. She paused for a moment, glancing at the corpse. Why did she bring it here? Sok spoke up. I brought Mo Than's corpse here to avenge the one who murdered my junior brother, Mo Than. She thought, junior brother? So that means she has a higher rank than Mo Than? Afterwards she agreed. Practitioner Sok continued. Furthermore, there is one thing I must do. She asked back curiously. What is it? Her eyes shone with bitterness. The third Mok Hu Thiang master, I must kill him. Lady Thok slowly moved her fan aside, revealing her real face. Well, at first I couldn't believe it, but now I like you. Saying this, Lady Thok couldn't hide the joy on her face. With the homeowner's consent, Practitioner Sok was satisfied. Good. After that, she channeled her internal energy, put her hands together in a mudra, her eyes aggressively focused. At that moment, Mothan's corpse suddenly moved. He opened his eyes wide and gaped his mouth, looking extremely terrifying. At the same time, Practitioner Sok chanted a series of incantations. Battle, battle. Advance. By the command of the Northern Emperor, use the evil spirits. Hurry, as if it were law. No sooner had the words left her lips than Practitioner Sok's eyes suddenly flashed. She aggressively stabbed the wooden sword into Mothan's corpse. At this moment, as if some evil power was transferred into it, it looked very bizarre. Just a moment later, Mothan's body suddenly trembled and moved, along with strange sounds ringing out. Lady Thoch and Hoak An stood to one side, watching, unable to keep from feeling a chill. Mothan's corpse began to change. On his throat, countless small and large lumps of flesh emerged. Not stopping there, but from his 7 orifices, countless pitch-black hands poured out. In just a moment, there was a mountain of hands crawling out. Practitioner Sok ordered those bizarre things. Target the third Mok Hu Thiang master, Mok Kin Van. It seemed that tonight at his mansion, it would be a bloodbath. Very quickly after that, a green smoke crept in through the window into the room. Thon Lin and the demonic monk quickly realized something unusual. She swiveled left and right to check the situation, but those bizarre hands didn't attack them. They just glided past as if they were invisible. The target they were aiming for was him, also known as the third Mok Hu Thiang master, Mok Kin Van. The demonic monk quickly rushed forward, aggressively blocking those hands from attacking him, but they kept rushing forward like a swarm of ants. Thon Lin, and especially Cao Tuan, were extremely stunned by this. With her seasoned experience, Thon Lin just had to take one look to guess that this was the inverse kill. Lady Thoch stood to one side, thinking. She said, "This is the inverse kill, meaning every time she stabs down, that kid will suffer the pain?" On this side, Practitioner Sok silently stabbed repeatedly into the corpse. The power also gradually increased accordingly. The demonic monk was still trying to use all his strength. to block these troublesome things. The perverted Lady Thoch licked her lips. Just imagining it is already exciting. She was satisfied watching Practitioner Sock stab down in waves, and her heart was extremely joyful. Lady Thoch's inner thoughts were constantly screaming, "More, more, stab more." On this side, he was still closing his eyes to focus on practicing. The demonic monk was still using his body to shield him so he could be safe. On the other side, Practitioner Sock still hadn't stopped her movements. It seemed this ritual would only stop when he died. Lady Thoch felt as if her whole body wanted to float away. Her heart was thumping, make him suffer even more. Thon Lin stood to one side, observing. She took a puff of her pipe, smiling coldly. Mok Hu Thien, bunch of pathetic mortals. Immediately after, Thon Lin stepped forward, lightly flicking her clothes. Streams of red color quickly shot out, wrapping tightly around those arms. Her red streams were like sharp knives, gently cutting off each arm one by one. Suddenly, her face wrinkled a bit. Thon Lin cursed loudly. What the hell? On Lady Thoch's side, Practitioner Sock was focusing on stabbing hard into the corpse. Thon Lin cursed. The rice is almost cooked, yet you dare. She was irritated. At this moment, Thon Lin wasn't playing anymore, directly channeling her internal energy. Get lost. She could handle this filth all by herself, ensuring they wouldn't lay a finger on him. Thon Lin's power reached them right where they were. As Sock was casting her dark arts, both she and the corpse were thrown back. A wave of intense pain hit her, causing Sock to let out a cry. Lady Thoch shouted in a panic. Sorceress! Are you all right? She couldn't reply, only covering her mouth to cough violently while staring at the blood on her hands. Sock couldn't believe it. It was impossible the counter-curse had been reflected back. With her experience and power, Sock quickly realized the truth. It wasn't just Imperial Spirit rank. She spoke up immediately. Lady Thoch, I think I'll need more payment. Lady Thoch was shocked. What do you mean? Mok Hu Thien want more money? She replied, That's right. I need another 1,000 taels of silver. Hoak An was stunned. 1,000 taels? What do you mean? With 5 million taels, we could buy enough rice to last a lifetime. Why do you need more? Sock explained. Everything has changed. Because this incident now threatens my life, I must be compensated accordingly. Lady Thoch felt a surge of unease. Are you saying this is that dangerous? Soak explained. That is a high-level spirit beast. Even at the Imperial Spirit level, it's enough to threaten human lives, and this one is even stronger. As she explained, she propped up the cart carrying the corpse and continued. If it goes beyond that level, it becomes a catastrophe. Once it reaches the heavenly spirit rank, no sorcerer can destroy it unless there is another sorcerer of equal rank. Although Lady Thoch didn't fully grasp the gravity of the situation, she was terrified by Sock's words and quickly agreed. Fine, I agree to your terms, Hoak, and was surprised. My lady? Lady Thoch frowned fiercely. Find a way to make sure you deal with that Mok Kin Van for me. Sock continued. If spirit beasts have ranks, then we sorcerers also have our own. From top to bottom. God, Sun, Moon, Technique, Cat, Beast, and high-ranking Mogod, 2 levels above that. A beast-ranking sorcerer must complete 5 years of basic training, then Technique. Lady Thoch saw her true form and was stunned. Mogod is your junior disciple? She's much younger than I thought. Sock added, I am one of the 3 great sorcerers of the Ghost Spirit Pavilion. I can control all kinds of spirits and ghouls. To put it bluntly, that young master can forget about being safe. With that, she pushed the door open and stepped outside. A cruel glint in her eyes. Sock had made up her mind. She was certain it would be done. Back in his room, everything was in disarray after the recent battle. Thon Lin was still there, standing right by his side. She cursed in frustration. Damn it, how dare those people ruin my plans? Thon Lin thought to herself. If he were hit by that technique and died, his death wouldn't be voluntary anymore. She would lose the opportunity she had. Mok Hu Thien dare touch the body that is about to be mine? A strange aura quickly surrounded him. Seeing this, Thon Lin's expression darkened. She was so shocked she almost screamed. Death energy and yin energy? That's impossible. She stared at the young man before her, unable to believe what was happening. How is he absorbing death energy? Thon Lin began to be more cautious. This guy was truly bizarre. Could he really perform the ritual? A kid who didn't even understand how to channel his own energy was doing all of this. She recalled everything she had witnessed. Now, he was even absorbing death energy into his living body. She hated to admit it, but as Thon Lin thought this, he slowly began to open his eyes. She remained silent, watching this strange young man. He was staring at his own body, wondering if anything had changed. She whispered to herself, I'm becoming more and more interested in this little guy. He looked at his hands, which were covered in demonic energy. Sure enough, reversing the energy flow was the right method. Unlike normal qi, energy absorbed this way didn't dissipate. It was just a shame he couldn't condense it into his dantian because the amount was too small. Thon Lin looked at him and blurted out, "Hey, are you actually still alive?" He looked puzzled. "I'm still alive, as you can see." Thon Lin was skeptical. How could a healthy living person absorb death energy? Zheng Ni was surprised. "Is that impossible?" Thon Lin replied, "It's not impossible," but he stood up and asked, "By the way, Thon Lin, why is the room in this state?" She replied calmly, "Mok." Hu Thian were curious? Zheng Ni wondered. The demonic monk was chaotic, and Cao Tuan, my guard, passed out. What happened? She broke into a cold sweat. Just then, the demonic monk sat bolt upright with a very serious expression. The two whispered back and forth. The demonic monk recounted the whole event to him. Zheng Ni was stunned. "Ah, I see." So Cao Tuan was because Thon Lin shouted in frustration, "Hey, you idiot, what are you two doing?" She jumped up and started hitting the monk repeatedly, yelling, "Why don't you understand anything?" Zheng Ni felt helpless. "Really? Can't you just tell me?" Thon Lin was annoyed. "Mok Huthian were lucky I saved your life from that counter curse," he asked curiously. "What exactly is a counter curse?" At that same moment, a noise outside caused the ground to shake. All three of them were stunned. Thon Lin's eyes suddenly became sharp. She seemed to know exactly what the problem was. She calmly observed the situation as a puff of smoke was blown in. Zheng Ni saw her expression and asked, "What is it?" Thon Lin didn't answer him, only cursing in frustration. "These troublesome mortals, everything is a mess." No sooner had she spoken than something pitch black began flooding into his room from beneath the floor. A look of disgust crossed Thon Lin's face. What kind of madman would dare use this as a shikigami? He asked curiously, "What is that?" Thon Lin explained, "It's the spirits and ghouls of Honda Mountain. They are the 9 piglets, or, to be more precise, what's in front of us is a mountain of poisonous insects and bugs. If a normal person were surrounded by these, their life would be as good as gone." He looked at the things crawling all over the floor, feeling momentarily confused, while Thon Lin's face remained impassive. According to her, there were spirits on the mountain and ghouls in the sea. Since ancient times, creatures that brought disaster were called by those names. These were those spirits and ghouls, and one of those creatures was the 9 piglets. Switching back to Sok, a strange black bird with an unclear appearance landed on her hand. It seemed to have a third eye in the middle of its forehead, which glowed, looking extremely eerie. Sok held her hand toward the sky, and the bird flew off at her command. It was the Kuchu. It looked like a bird but had a tail like a snake. The Kuchu caused disasters by commanding insects. It was a dangerous creature, commonly called a beast of misfortune by the world. Sok hid in a dark room, watching her bird fly. It soared through the sky, and she seemed very confident in her trump card. Very quickly, the bugs crawled all over the floor. She walked along. For a sorcerer, there was no such thing as feelings. Sorcerers always had to face death. Even though Mothan was dead, she didn't feel sad at all. However, seeing a face destroyed in such a way wasn't pleasant either. She spoke while forming hand seals. The insects seemed hypnotized, fiercely following Sok obediently. Her eyes carried killing intent as she read the name of the person she wanted to kill. Third, Mok Hu Thiang Master. Mok Kin Van. The bird circled his study, its body exuding a thick aura of murderous intent. Sok thought fiercely about him. Get ready to become food for the Kuchu. Returning to Zheng Ni, he looked at the insects on the floor, a dark, inexplicable expression crossing his face. Cao Tuan, meanwhile, was still lying in the room, sound asleep and even snoring loudly. Zheng Ni hit him hard in the face and shouted, "Wake up, Cao Tuan." He just woke up and screamed, "Ouch! What is this stuff?" Zheng Ni said urgently, "They're dangerous. Hurry up and get rid of them." Suddenly, he felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his hand, causing Cao Tuan's face to change. Cao Tuan raised his hand to look. His hand was already riddled with bite marks. He panicked. "Ah, what is this? I only touched them lightly," Zheng Ni said loudly. "Use your internal energy to defend yourself," he thought to himself. "Even if they're small, there are too many of them. We're going to be eaten alive." Thon Lin asked calmly, "What are you going to do? If this keeps up, you'll be bug food." He replied, "I think so too." Suddenly, he asked, "Thon Lin, can you give us a hand?" She replied coolly, "Me? Why on earth should I help you?" Zheng Ni tried to persuade her, "Our souls are bound together, aren't they? Why won't you cooperate?" Cao Tuan broke into a cold sweat. Who was he talking to? Thon Lin took advantage of the situation. If you give me your soul, I might reconsider. He was helpless. Fine, then let's both die. Immediately after, he frantically began fighting off the insects. As he fought, Cao Tuan just stood there shouting, "There are too many of them." Thun Lin spoke up. "Mok Hu Thian, something else, kid. All right, let's make a bet." Hearing this, he stopped what he was doing. Zheng Ni asked, "A bet?" Thun Lin laughed. "That's right. A wager." She continued. "Mok Hu Thian, currently on the verge of meeting your maker. If you die, you give me your soul. Conversely, if you survive this disaster, from now on, I will do my best to help you." He turned his back, not looking at her. "Really? A promise is a promise, okay?" His reaction surprised her a little. The insects were crawling closer to the bed where he and Cao Tuan were standing. Panicked, he stammered, "Mok Hu Thiang Master, there are more and more of them appearing. What should we do?" He steeled himself and commanded, "Cao Tuan, find something to burn, quick. We're going to set a fire," he said. Cao Tuan looked surprised. "What? Use that lamp to start a fire," he explained. "If we do that, no matter how many there are, they won't be able to touch us." Cao Tuan was still confused, panicking, and hesitant. "But that lamp is too far away." He stared intensely at the lamp, focusing all his energy. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He channeled the technique he had just learned, and a powerful gust of wind instantly sucked everything toward him. The lamp flew straight into his hand. Cao Tuan asked in shock, "Master, what move was that?" He brushed it off. "I don't have time to explain right now," he thought to himself. Who exactly is behind this? An ordinary person shouldn't be able to use these arts or control a shikigami. He mused, then wore a sinister smirk. It must be Lady Thoch. That means there's a sorcerer working for her. If I start a fire, it will cause chaos, and I can take advantage of the situation. He paused, a cunning grin spreading across his face as he made his decision. "I will eliminate the sorcerer on this side." The sorceress, Sok, who was controlling the bird, shouted, "It's over! It's all over!" Suddenly, the insects became even more frantic. They surged forward, charging straight at him. Cao Tuan jumped back, shouting, "What's wrong with them?" He was also caught off guard, unsure of how to react. From the shadows, the sorceress Sok slowly emerged. She said coldly, "Did you think I'd just sit back and watch you play your little games?" Everywhere she walked, the insects followed. The sight was truly chilling. Sorceress Sok glanced at him with contempt, spitting out, "Mok Hu Thian fool. My right eye is the white eye. It can see through everything in this world. No matter what you try to hide behind my back, you can't escape me." As she spoke, she placed her hand on the wall of his room, sensing the movement inside. She said triumphantly, "Because I can see it all." Suddenly, she seemed to lose it. "Damn it, Chiushu, break the door down for me." As soon as she finished, his door exploded inward with a deafening blast that made Cao Tuan jump. Just as they were both stunned, the figure of Sorceress Sok appeared through the haze. He looked at her with an incredibly calm expression. "It's nice to meet you." Cao Tuan was baffled. "Who is that?" The white eye of Sorceress Sok suddenly began to glow. She stared intensely at him. From his chest, something like a red thread stretched out, pulsing with light. The demon monk appeared from behind, ready to launch a sneak attack, but she quickly chanted a spell. "Evil spirit, submit. By the laws of the heavens, obey." As soon as she finished, those hands slammed down, hard onto the demon monk, like a powerful waterfall. She viciously stomped on the demon monk's head, cursing, "Useless trash." Then, Sorceress Sok looked toward him. "I can see everything you're planning." Cao Tuan hid a knife behind his back, intending to ambush her, but it seemed Sorceress Sok had already noticed. She grabbed a yellow talisman with red text on it, a binding charm, and hurled it at Cao Tuan's forehead, chanting, "By the laws of the heavens, obey." The knife in Cao Tuan's hand was knocked away. At the same time, he quickly lunged at Sorceress Sok and commanded her bird, "Chiushu, kill him." The bird immediately obeyed her orders, charging fiercely along with the swarm of insects. But he hadn't expected them to be so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the entire swarm went mad, rushing at him like starving wolves. The insects quickly swarmed all over his body, leaving him stunned and forced into a defensive position. Hundreds of bugs frantically swarmed him, viewing him as easy prey. Sorceress Sok called out menacingly, "Mok Hu Thiang Master Mok Kin Van Her." Eyes gleamed with a deadly intent as she looked at him, now completely covered in insects, and smiled in satisfaction. "Now, you can sleep for eternity." Meanwhile, he was sitting there, motionless amidst the poisonous insects. He kept his eyes tightly shut, not moving an inch. They slowly began to bite his body, causing him some pain. His room quickly turned into a chaotic and repulsive mess. The demon monk was incapacitated, he was covered in bugs, and Cao Tuan had lost consciousness. Sorceress Sock was smug. That was easier than I thought. Is that not the Thon Lin? Sorceress Sock stopped caring about the Thon Lin entirely, turning to coax her bird. There, you did well. Come on, if he's alone, then the bugs will just eat him, and he'll be dead soon enough. She walked away triumphantly. This mission was nothing special. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she stopped. Her whole body froze in shock. The insects no longer seemed to be clinging to him. He resolutely stabbed himself with his knife, and fresh blood spurted out. Sorceress Sock slowly turned around. She felt an overwhelming pressure radiating from right behind her. His eyes were now terrifying. Blood dripped from the wound he had just inflicted upon himself. Crucially, the insects that had tasted his blood were falling to the ground one by one, as if poisoned. His image was now like an envoy from hell coming to collect souls. He glared at Sorceress Sock. She and the bird were so shocked they could only stand there, paralyzed. His gaze looked like that of a different person, vacant and alien. He continued to cut his own flesh with the knife, blood flowing profusely. But as he had calculated, those insects died in heaps the moment they touched his blood. Soon, almost none of them were left alive. In just a moment, they were all lying scattered, on the floor. Sorceress Sock stood there, bewildered, unable to understand what was happening to her insects. She had never seen anyone so insane, cutting their own body just to poison the swarm. He smeared blood all over himself, looking like a bloody mess, smiling in a truly ghoulish way. Sorceress Sock had never felt such a chill in her life. She had faced many opponents, but someone like him was just too terrifying. Right after that, he lunged straight at her and shouted, "Unfortunately for you, my blood is a potent poison. Getting rid of those bugs was a piece of cake." As soon as he finished, he rushed forward, pointing the sharp knife straight at her. Sorceress Sock fell backward in panic, staring at this mad young man. She had never felt such fear, and she screamed, "No! No!" The black bird let out a piercing shriek, then spread its wings and dove toward him, seemingly trying to protect its master. She gritted her teeth, realizing her insects were useless against him, while Kyushu stalls him. I must use a powerful technique to boost its strength. Thinking this, her hands quickly formed a seal, and she shouted, "Divine Bull's borrowed power, breaking technique, 8th form, first stance." On his side, he aggressively confronted the Kyushu. He used his ritual technique to pull it toward him, and the Kyushu was caught in his grasp. He smiled diabolically and squeezed its neck hard. Seeing the scene, Sorceress Sock couldn't help but panic. She stared at him in horror. A shrill cry from the Kyushu rang out, then went silent. He let out a breath. The Kyushu had stopped struggling completely. He smiled with satisfaction. Finally, a bit of peace and quiet. Sorceress Sock rushed toward him, shouting, What does this mean?" Suddenly, a red string of energy appeared from Sorceress Sock's chest like a tether. She panicked as a wave of intense pain hit her, causing her to collapse to her knees. Ow! Why does it hurt so much all of a sudden? This pain is coming from my Shikigami, Kyushu. What the hell happened to it? Suddenly, Sorceress Sock froze. She could sense the thing. It was the Kyushu's demonic energy, but it was now draining away rapidly. If this kept up, her Kyushu would be done for. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at him. Her mind was a total mess. Is he draining it dry? Just like the Thonlin? This was what surprised her. How is this possible? He's still alive. How can he absorb both death energy and yin energy? This goes against all logic. She pondered everything happening before her, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Sorceress Sock thought, he's killing all my bugs without even using his hands. He must have some kind of bizarre energy inside him. Not only that, there's a lot of it, and it's accumulating more and more. By killing like this, he could form a Dantian in no time. Then, looking at the bird she loved so much being drained of its demonic energy, she said heartbrokenly, Wait. Sorceress Sock's tears began to fall. If you drain that much energy, Kyushu will die. Stop it. Don't drain any more. I beg you, stop. Her expression made him feel very satisfied. A cunning smile played on his lips. Scene changed to Hu Hoa Road, Lady Thok's residence. Hoak. Anne stepped forward anxiously. My lady, the wind is very cold outside. Seeing her mistress remain silent, she added, Please, come inside. Lady Thok was uneasy. The situation is still unclear. I can't just sit here. Lady Thok's face twisted into a sinister look. If necessary, I'll go check myself. I have 2 things to ask that sorceress. One is the life of that Mok Kin Van, and the other is the secret manual. If she took that manual, I must ensure that no one else gets their hands on those 2 manuals. A moment later, a servant beside Lady Thoch said joyfully, "My lady, the sorceress has returned." She startled, turning around to see the figure of Sorceress Sock walking toward her from the shadows. Lady Thoch could not hide her excitement. She exclaimed, "Mok Huthian, we're back." So, she actually pulled it off. She was triumphant. "Mo Jingyun, you filthy little brat. Now those 2 secret manuals will soon be in my hands, and my son will become the master of the estate." Thinking of this, Lady Thoch couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Her face was so twisted from trying to suppress her grin that it was distorted. Hoak Ann and the maid were just as delighted. "Congratulations, my lady." "Congratulations." Lady Thoch acted stuck up. All right, don't get so worked up." But immediately after, Lady Thoch noticed something strange. It was Sock, just standing there staring straight at her. This strange behavior of hers left Lady Thoch and her group momentarily stunned. Lady Thoch wondered to herself, Why isn't she coming over?" she asked aloud, confused. "Sock, what's going on? Hurry up and come here and tell me." Suddenly, Sock squeezed her eyes shut, as if she were trying to say something very difficult. Finally, she took a deep breath, gathered all her courage, and said loudly, "Great lady, we at the Ghost Spirit Pavilion have accepted your commission, but we cannot kill the 3rd Mok Hu Thiang Master, Mo Jingyun." Hearing this, Lady Thoch and her entire group were so stunned their jaws dropped. She was flabbergasted, unable to believe what she had just heard, unable to react. Sock was trembling with rage. That little brat was a demon in human skin. He was the one who forced her to do this. Recalling the moment, he had told her, "Frame Lady Thoch with your own mouth." Seeing Sock stunned, he continued, "Mok Hu Thien said you'd do anything to save your spirit beast, right? If I kill you, she'll just send someone else, anyone from your Ghost Spirit Pavilion. That's why I told you to accuse her." His eyes glared at her fiercely. "That way, the Ghost Spirit Pavilion and the lady will become enemies." Sock bit her lip, thinking that by doing this, she would become a traitor to the Ghost Spirit Pavilion. But there was no other choice. Returning to the present, she shouted, "Mok Hu Thien said the 3rd Mok Hu Thiang Master, Mo Jingyun, was a ghost and demanded we eliminate the evil spirits and kill the 3rd Mok Hu Thiang Master Mo Jingyun as well. But from what I've seen, the 3rd Mok Hu Thiang Master Mo Jingyun is no ghost at all. So, never commission the Ghost Spirit Pavilion for such a task again." Lady Thoch was stunned. From a distance, whispers began to echo. "What? Who's trying to kill whom? Lady Thoch wants to take the life of the 3rd Mok Hu Thiang Master. Is it to seize the position of Estate Master? Hurry, go to the Huihua Hall and arrest Lady Thoch." Hoak and panicked. "Great lady, their martial artists are storming in." The great lady didn't speak. Hoakan's voice became increasingly urgent, but receiving no reply from his mistress, he called out repeatedly, "Great lady." But it seemed she had been so blindsided by this turn of events that she didn't know how to react. The great lady's mind was screaming, "Mo Jingyun! Mo Jingyun!" In the quiet night, a loud voice rang out, adding to the commotion in the surroundings. "What happened at Huihua Hall? Where is the 3rd Mok Hu Thiang Master?" Zheng looked toward Sock. "Did you do as I said?" Seeing she didn't answer, he playfully squeezed the black bird, making it screech loudly. Sock glanced over, lazily replying, "As you can see, it's all done." She was shaking with anger. Finally, everything had gone exactly as he wanted. Lady Thoch and the Ghost Spirit Pavilion would now be enemies, and Lady Thoch had become the culprit who attempted to murder one of the 3 young masters. He no longer had to worry about her schemes, but to save the spirit beast, he had forced her to betray the Ghost Spirit Pavilion. They would likely hunt her for the rest of her life. Sock thought, "Time to go." Then she looked at him. "Return my spirit beast as you promised." Zheng looked at Sock and smiled warmly. "Before I return it, I have a question for you." She didn't know what he would ask, but she was certain that it wouldn't be anything good. Sock was surprised. "Mok Hu Thien want to know about the Thachmi Wangliang?" Zheng replied calmly, "That's right. Tell me about the controller of spirit beasts, like the demonic monk or this bird, especially your Ghost Spirit Pavilion." Sock looked at the demonic monk, thinking, as I expected, he isn't possessed. That is his spirit beast. She was both curious and puzzled. How on earth did he manage to take in a soul filled with such resentment to serve as a spirit beast? Sock broke into a cold sweat. More importantly, he didn't just have one spirit beast. From the position of his heart, Sock saw up to 2 spirit beast connection threads. Zheng squeezed the blackbird again, making it screech. "Mok Hu Thien don't want to tell me?" Sock sighed helplessly and stammered, I'll tell you. There are 6 levels of Thachmi Wangliang: ferocious beasts, monsters, demonic beasts, evil beasts, spirit beasts, and divine beasts. Even the lowest level is a disaster. The higher the level, the more dangerous they are. The Ghost Spirit Pavilion has 3 people, including myself, who can control those Thachmi Wangliang as spirit beasts. One of them is a top aide to the Pavilion Master. He controls a spirit beast called the Ancient Eagle of the Lu Mountain. I don't know the extent of its power, but one thing is certain, it is very dangerous. There is another, the Ghost Spirit Pavilion Master. I don't know what kind of spirit beast he uses, but I'm sure it is of the highest rank, certainly not low. Jung listened, lost in deep thought. So it could be a spirit beast or a divine beast? Sok continued. No way. Spirit beasts and divine beasts only exist in legends. I have never heard of anyone possessing a spirit beast or divine beast as a spirit beast. I suspect it's just a monster or a demonic beast. There is a book about those Thachmi Wangliang. I will give it to you. Cao Tuan Zuan. Curious. Read the title aloud. Classic of Mountains and Seas. Jung gladly accepted it. Then thank you. Curiously, he opened the book. Ghost Spirit Pavilion Master. A divine beast? Is it a dragon? Just from the little bird alone, I've already absorbed so much death energy. He secretly wished. If I could obtain a high-level Thachmi Wangliang, that would be great. Immediately after, he returned the bird. All right, very good. Here is your spirit beast. The bird had been tormented for so long that its mind was spinning. Jung looked at Sok and asked smugly, "Aren't you going to thank me?" She was irritated and gritted her teeth. "Thank you," Jung continued. "Speak up." Sok humbled herself and said again, "Thank you." Jung raised his voice. "All right, you can go now." Cao Tuan Juan stood to the side, speechless. This kid, he really is Sok. Quickly grabbed her bird, filled with anger, and hurried out. Jung wore a satisfied smile, thinking, what a lucky day. Now Lady Thach can't do anything to me anymore. Every move she makes, from this moment on, will be monitored. I've already absorbed almost all the death energy from the little bird, so I can finally create my Dantian. From now on, I can practice martial arts. His face showed determination. Cao Tuan Juan stepped forward, thinking about his concerns. Do you think this will be all right? Jung didn't understand and asked back, why? What do you mean? Cao Tuan Juan looked at her. That Sok, she must hate you right now. Jung replied vaguely, well, I made a promise, didn't I? I can't just go back on my word. He was worried. Aren't you worried about the consequences? What if she takes revenge? Jung answered nonchalantly. Mak Hu Thien have a point, but I don't think she'll do anything. Cao Tuan Juan asked, puzzled. Why? Jung changed his tone, answering coldly, because I have another leverage over her. Sok carried the bird deep into the forest, looking at it shivering and dying. She was heartbroken. If it died now, it wouldn't be a surprise. She thought viciously. Mo Jingyun. Even though I'm leaving now, one day I will return. Suddenly, a chilling voice spoke up. It seems you've been brewing the intention to take revenge yourself, haven't you? Immediately after, a surge of power carrying evil energy struck directly toward her. Sok stood stunned, looking at where she had just been attacked. This feeling is... This is... After a moment of thought, 2 words echoed in her mind. The executioner. She couldn't believe it. Impossible. It can't be. How could such an extremely evil, vengeful spirit become his spirit beast? Sok panicked, clutching the bird tightly. From out of the shadows, a hand reached out toward her face, and then one of Sok's eyes was destroyed, the eye that allowed her to see through everything. Sok clutched her eye in pain but didn't dare to scream, not even once. Suddenly, a head looked straight at her. It was Thon Lin. She had pursued her all the way here, likely following his orders. Thon Lin teased her wickedly. Lost an eye, and you're still beautiful, aren't you? Sok didn't seem to have regained her composure yet. She was dazed. What happened? I can't breathe. She hadn't even figured out the issue when blood began to pour out of her 7 orifices in torrents. The scene shifted to Lady Thach. She was screaming aggressively. Outer Hall Master, I've been wronged. Mo Jingyun. It was that Mo Jingyun who set all of this up. Do you really think I would have acted against him? Sok and the 3rd Mok Hu Thing Master colluded to frame me. They were the ones who played tricks. The man she called the Outer Hall Master tapped his fingers on the table. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Shut up." Lady Thach didn't expect to be shouted at like that. She was momentarily stunned. The Outer Hall Master darkened his face and repeated, "Be silent." He then asked, "What exactly happened at the medicine hall?" Lady Thach stammered, Right, that is a restricted area. But he asked further, "Didn't he save the estate master? Or were you trying to kill the estate master?" Hearing this, Lady Thach panicked and screamed. The outer hallmaster looked at her, his face darkening as he stared straight at Lady Thoch. After that, he continued, I cannot take this case lightly. I will send someone to investigate. Therefore, I hope you will confess honestly. Lady Thoch was momentarily speechless, just bowing her head in silence. He continued, Don't worry. I will certainly ensure everything is transparent. We will find out the whole truth about you, the second Mok Hu Thieng master, and the third Mok Hu Thieng master. Returning to Zheng's study, Mok Hu Thieng are focusing entirely on circulating your energy, ignoring the wounds from the knife cuts. Night has fallen, and the space here is incredibly quiet and still. Darkness blankets everything. Outside, the exterior hallmaster keeps sitting and thinking. He is deeply troubled, tapping his hand continuously on the table, unable to figure it out. Why do the second Mok Hu Thieng master and Lady Thoch want to kill the third Mok Hu Thieng master? Is it out of a desire for power? Or because the third Mok Hu Thieng master is more favored by the hallmaster? The third Mok Hu Thieng master currently has no martial arts and no one to protect him, so why do they all want him dead? Or is there some other reason I am not aware of? He slowly recalls the past, thinking back to when he questioned him. The guy's attitude wasn't normal at all. He looked very relaxed, as if he knew everything in advance. Was it because he had just gone through a life-or-death moment that he hadn't fully regained his wits, or was he? He pauses for a moment, pondering something, helping him feel at ease. He can't think of an answer. The exterior hallmaster stands up. With no other choice, I will find out for myself. Over here, you are sitting, focusing on gathering energy in your dantian. The demonic monk is still keeping guard behind you. After dealing with the sorcerer Sok, Thon Lin quickly returns. Seeing her, the demonic monk respectfully bows. Thon Lin glances at you, noticing you are so focused, and she looks at this kid in surprise. Thon Lin observes more closely, not expecting him to be able to store that much internal energy from the Siu. When he said there was a faster way to create a dantian, I thought he was joking. I didn't expect it to be the truth. She stays silent, standing there, focusing on observing you without saying a word. After watching for a long time, she suddenly thinks, this kid is actually quite handsome, isn't he? Suddenly, at that same moment, as she looks closely at you, you slowly open your eyes. The moment you open your eyes and see this scene, you ask straightforwardly, what are you doing? Thon Lin, embarrassed, immediately turns away, stammering, I'm not doing anything. Mok Hu Thieng look over and notice her awkwardness, so you smile lightly and ask back, really? Even though she is an old, vengeful spirit, being teased like that makes her instantly frustrated. She grits her teeth, finally unable to hold it in, and yells, focus on circulating your energy. Stop talking nonsense. She is annoyed. Damn it. Why on earth did I bet with him back then? That damn sorceress. I really need to try harder. Suddenly, you shout, interrupting her train of thought. Ah, right. I just remembered. I need you to confirm something. She asks. Confirm what? Mok Hu Thieng say. I wonder if this is the dantian that you, Thon Lin, mentioned? Thon Lin scoffs. What kind of dantian is created in just one night? If you are diligent, maybe one day you can. Before she can finish, you cut her off. This small lump, right here at my navel. Hearing this, she is surprised and looks over curiously. It seems Thon Lin is very shocked. Mok Hu Thieng look at the thing glowing on your stomach, wondering, it's not a dantian? Thon Lin is so surprised by this that her eyes go wide. She stares intently at that spot on you. Thon Lin scratches her head in confusion. Let me try to check it, okay? Mok Hu Thieng quickly agree. All right, go ahead. Mok Hu Thieng are curious. But how will you check? She says, I will place my hand on your dantian, use my fingertips to materialize my energy, and touch it to feel it. It will be a bit uncomfortable, so try to bear with it. As soon as Thon Lin touches you, a stream of golden light emanates powerfully from your dantian. Seeing her have such a strange reaction, you ask, surprised, what's wrong? Thon Lin is bewildered. I can't touch it. Mok Hu Thieng are equally confused. Huh? Why? She says anxiously. How would I know? She shouts, hey monk, you try touching it. Mok Hu Thieng cannot help but be curious. Do you know the reason why? Thon Lin says, I'm not sure anymore. She ponders. Is it because I have become a Thachkigami that it's like this? She looks over at Cao Tuan, who is sleeping soundly nearby, and an idea pops into her head. Acting immediately, she pokes his stomach hard. But the strange thing is, she can touch this guy, but because Cao Tuan is just a normal human, he cannot stand it and passes out. Thon Lin clicks her tongue apologetically. My apologies. Mok Hu Thieng feel uncomfortable? I don't think the problem is with me, you ask. Then do you have any other way to check? Thon Lin suddenly remembers. Even so, there is still one way. Suddenly, you hear footsteps approaching your room. Thon Lin and you both go silent, looking toward the sound of footsteps coming from outside the door. A voice calls out, Mok Hu Thieng Master. Are you awake? It's me, Exterior Hall Master, Thuong Hung Bok. Mok Hu Tien wonder. Exterior Hall Master? Why would he come here at this hour? Thuong Hung Bok, the Exterior Hall Master, is one of the loyal subordinates of the second-generation chief of the Nien Mok Kiem sect. He is a prestigious elder, and trusted by many. People even believe that whichever young master he supports has the potential to become the next chief. Therefore, even Lady Thoch dares not mess with him. He is the most influential person in the Nien Mok Kiem sect. The Exterior Hall Master sees no reply, so he speaks up again. Are you not asleep yet? Mok Hu Thien wonder. What business do you have looking for me at this time? The Exterior Hall Master speaks first, and then continues. As a subordinate, I apologize to you. The exterior guards failed to ensure your safety. That is my fault. Mok Hu Thien are confused and wave your hand. It's okay. I don't blame you. The Exterior Hall Master bows his head low. No, regardless. This is Mok Hu Thien. Feel awkward. No, don't do that. Mok Hu Thien smiled gently. I am really unharmed, so I don't blame you at all. Suddenly, the Exterior Hall Master's expression changes. He slowly lifts his face, then shouts anxiously, Mok Hu Thieng Master, wait a moment. His arm freezes, just as he is about to touch your head. Both of you fall into silence. He just stands there, looking dazed. Mok Hu Thien curiously look up, staring intensely at the Exterior Hall Master. He awkwardly lowers his hand to his shoulder, laughing loudly and patting you repeatedly. Thank you for understanding me. Mok Hu Thien asked curiously, but what about the dagger I once gave you? Why aren't you using it? Mok Hu Thien wonder dagger? The Exterior Hall Master says, that's the dagger for self-defense that I gave to If-you when the chief passed away. I distributed it to all 3 young masters. Could it be that you've lost it? Mok Hu Thien secretly glance at Cao Tuan, but he is lying motionless and still hasn't woken up. With no other choice, you mumble, I remember now. I put it in my cupboard. He is happy. Good. Then it's still there. And here I was thinking you had lost it, so I was a bit sad. Afterward, both of you burst into laughter. Mok Hu Thien stammer, oh, but that dagger, the Exterior Hall. Master asks, what about it? Mok Hu Thien straighten your face. Thinking about it. I've never heard of it. The Exterior Hall Master also stops pretending. He directly peels off his mask. That's right, because I never gave it to you. Immediately after, he lunges forward, aggressively throwing a palm strike toward you. One strike lands on your bed, and it quickly shatters. The Exterior Hall Master looks at you menacingly. Mok Hu Thien have made 2 mistakes. He rushes in to strike your pressure points and begins to speak. First, when the 3rd Mok Hu Thien Master sees others bowing, he usually acts arrogant. And ever since the 2nd and 3rd Mok Hu Thien Masters were defeated by the 4th Mok Hu Thien Master, whenever he sees anyone raising their hand, he instinctively recoils. But you are too relaxed, not even the slightest bit shaken. I have struck your pressure points, so don't even think about moving. Now, tell me the truth. Where is the real Mok Hu Thien Master? Hearing this, you instinctively show a mysterious smile on your lips. But the unexpected thing is that when you land, your feet can touch the ground and stand firmly. The Exterior Hall Master is shocked, not expecting that even though he struck your pressure points, you can still stand firmly. He is so surprised he shouts, what? Mok Hu Thien look up to the sky and laugh insanely, then shout, Thon Lin. At this moment, your eyes flash with a mad, evil intent. Immediately after that cry, a hand aggressively and swiftly strikes toward the Exterior Hall Master's chest. He screams in panic, my heart! How dare you! Thon Lin, from behind, smiles wickedly. She says in a cold tone, do you want to die that badly? Mok Hu Thien are satisfied. As expected, Thon Lin is on a completely different level. She continues, I understand now. Life energy and death energy are 2 opposing extremes, so the life energy transferred to you is dissipated. That's why. She concludes, Mok Hu Thien mortal definitely have a dantian already. A living human body can create a dantian without practicing deep internal arts, so pressure point strikes have no effect on you. Interesting. Even though you have a dantian, your true identity has been exposed. So now, what do you intend to do? If you learn martial arts here, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Mok Hu Thien calmly reply, I know. I didn't expect to be discovered this quickly. Immediately after, you show a cunning, calculating smile. It seems you have come up with some devious plan. Mok Hu Thien command, demonic monk, possessed Thuong Hung Bok. The exterior hallmaster is stunned. Thon Lin cannot help but praise you. Mok Hu Thien really are no different from us demons. The exterior hallmaster trembles. Who is he talking to? Possess? What? Suddenly, a wave of pain rushes through him, causing the exterior hallmaster to panic. His body feels like it is being torn apart. The exterior hallmaster is terrified. Why am I? What on earth is happening? There is someone who looks exactly like the third Mok Hu Thing master here. Even when I struck his pressure points, it had no effect. Something is squeezing my heart, but I clearly don't see anything here. He starts to feel afraid. Did I discover something that I never knew before? The exterior hallmaster asks, trembling. Who are you really? Mok Hu Thien calmly look at the exterior hallmaster. I am the third Mok Hu Thieng master of the Nian Mok Kiem sect. The sky clears, which is also the moment the fresh air clears away the evil things hidden by the night. Cao Tuan wonders in his heart, walking around, deep in thought. I never knew that the outer sect leader asked while trembling, who the hell are you? He looked at the leader calmly. I am the third Mok Hu Thieng master of the Nian Mok sword estate. As dawn broke, the fresh air pushed away the filth hidden by the night. Cao Tuan felt a mix of confusion and deep thought as he paced around. How strange, truly strange. I woke up this morning to find my bed already broken. The martial artists from the outer hall have also become strangely wary, even though just yesterday they were secretly tailing us like we were criminals. Before I could even finish that thought, one of them stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Mok Hu Thieng master, he said, while Cao Tuan's face darkened. Wait, what on earth is actually going on? I asked, though I still kept my manners. Oh, I see. As Cao Tuan opened the room door, a familiar figure was already standing there. He was so startled his jaw dropped, and he couldn't stop screaming internally. Seeing you here makes me happy. So, you've arrived? Cao Tuan still didn't understand what was happening. What is the meaning of this? I ordered. Yes, sir. Now, go do your work. The outer hallmaster, also known as the demonic monk, bowed and replied, Understood. I'm off then. Cao Tuan watched the respectful way the outer hallmaster treated me and couldn't help but be shocked. I cut through his train of thought. Mok Hu Thien arrived at the perfect time. The meal was just served, so why don't you sit down and eat with me? As soon as the door closed, Cao Tuan shouted, Mok Hu Thien master, how can this be? I replied calmly, just sit down. I'll tell you the whole story later. Then I asked, I have something I want to ask you. Cao Tuan stammered, Oh, yes, what is it you wish to ask? I asked him cheerfully, Can you teach me the basic techniques of the Greenwood sword manner? Hearing this, Cao Tuan was so surprised that the food in his mouth fell right out. I remembered how, just a while ago, I was passionately practicing in front of Thon Lin, but no matter how long I struggled, nothing seemed to change. I wondered, it's so strange. I clearly followed everything written in the manual. So why do the movements have absolutely no connection to each other? Thon Lin exhaled a puff of smoke nonchalantly. Because that is a supreme martial art. The movements in that manual contain profound, supreme secrets. Mok Hu Thien need to focus and attain enlightenment to reach a high level. I asked, Isn't it a precious treasure? Thon Lin scolded me. Are you stupid? Even true martial artists might not be able to attain enlightenment. If you don't learn the basics, how could you possibly understand supreme martial arts? Supreme martial arts require focused enlightenment to reach a higher state. It helps martial artists transcend their current level. It is a form of martial art that helps people reach a higher proficiency by stripping away unnecessary postures. If you don't learn the basics, having the manual is useless. In other words, without knowing the basic forms, it's like having an empty shell. As I ate, I thought, it seems that without learning the basic techniques, I won't be able to attain enlightenment from the manual. Returning to the present, Cao Tuan jumped up in panic. Are you currently trying to understand that manual? Do you want to become the manner master? I was confused. No, how could I ever do that? He pressed. Then why? I replied, I just thought that martial art would be useful to me. Cao Tuan explained, that's not just any ordinary manual. It's a supreme martial art. Its value is so great that it is famous throughout the martial world. I was stunned. Is that really true? Cao Tuan continued. If you learn it, there might be trouble later. As long as you aren't discovered. It's fine, but I cannot teach you the basic techniques. I asked, why? He said, because I don't know them. I've only seen the manner master practicing from afar once or twice. The basic techniques of the Greenwood sword manner are exclusive, consisting of the 9 forms of Greenwood and the initial Greenwood sword technique. They are only passed down to family members. Only those who bear the Wood surname, those who inherit the bloodline of the Wood family, are taught them. I pressed. Then who knows these basic techniques? Cao Tuan recalled. The manor master and the other young masters. I fell into a deep thought and then said, only them? Cao Tuan replied, yes, that's right. Cao Tuan was secretly terrified. Oh no, if he gets into a conflict with the other young masters now and isn't careful, his identity will be exposed. Immediately after, I stood up, feeling incredibly determined. There's no other way. Let's go. Cao Tuan looked at me, bewildered, and asked, where are you going? I said nonchalantly. To the person who can teach me the basic techniques. He gasped in shock yet again. Cao Tuan quickly ran after me, whispering, Mok Hu Thien can't. Mok Hu Thieng master. If they get suspicious of you, I cut him off. If we just worry about this and that, we'll never get anything done. We'll deal with it when we get there. He was still stammering. But Cao Tuan trailed behind, desperately asking, who are you planning to meet? Suddenly, his face went pale, and his whole body began to tremble. He never expected that the person I wanted to see was the 4th Mok Hu Thieng master, the one who had once defeated me. The two of us quickly stood before the training grounds of the 4th Mok Hu Thieng master. I silently observed for a long time, looking at his incredibly toned body and the resilient, strong-willed expression on his face. Both Cao Tuan and I had been standing there in silence, watching the 4th Mok Hu Thieng master train. After a while, I happily prepared to shout out to him. But Cao Tuan, behind me, frantically stopped me. He stammered, wait, I already told you, didn't I? The incident between you two before I looked blank. The time the 3rd Mok Hu Thieng master was beaten for insulting your mother? That one? At the mention of this, he became even more anxious. Mok Hu Thien know that, and you're still going there? Cao Tuan let out a sigh. I still remember that day very clearly. At that time, screams echoed. 7th brother, don't. I'm sorry. Please, stop. Cao Tuan continued. Some of the 3rd Mok Hu Thieng master's leg and rib bones were completely crushed. He was crying and screaming for help over and over. The 4th Mok Hu Thieng master was truly furious at the 3rd Mok Hu Thieng master. And more importantly, he paused for a moment. He is only 16 years old, yet he has already reached the pinnacle. Thon Lin, standing beside me, said, if what he says is true, then that guy will be useful. Do you see? It is very rare for anyone to circulate that much qi at the age of 16. He is a natural-born prodigy. If I were still alive, I would take him as my disciple. She warned. Be careful, though. The sun is rising now, so I'm not strong enough to help you. Hearing Thon Lin say that, I found this person even more interesting. I smiled in satisfaction. Cao Tuan earnestly advised, so, we should really give up. Before he could finish, I quickly walked past him. He shouted in fear, Mok Hu Thieng master. On this side, the 4th Mok Hu Thieng master was standing in a horse stance, eyes closed and focused, his entire body drenched in sweat. Detecting someone standing nearby watching him intently, he opened his eyes to observe. As soon as he saw me, the 4th Mok Hu Thieng master's expression quickly changed to one of extreme aggression. Cao Tuan hid fearfully behind my back. I spoke up cheerfully and nonchalantly, greetings. The 4th Mok Hu Thieng master wondered, why isn't he afraid? Then he said in a low voice, get lost, now. Otherwise, don't blame me. Even though I had been warned, I just stood there, which completely surprised him. The 4th Mok Hu Thieng master stared at me, momentarily dazed, and stammered, What are you doing? I said nothing, only taking the manual I was keeping on me and holding it up. I didn't rush, just gently smiled and asked, is this what you want? The 4th Mok Hu Thieng master didn't beat around the bush. But how do I know if it's real or fake? I threw it over to him. Feel free to check. The 4th Mok Hu Thieng master silently watched me with caution, his hand firmly grabbing the book. He quickly opened it to read the contents and was completely shocked. The 4th Mok Hu Thieng master flipped through many pages frantically. It's real. Everything inside can indeed enhance martial arts to a higher level. This is clearly the Manor Master's manual. But flipping to a certain section, the 4th Mok Hu Thieng master was a bit surprised because a few pages were torn. He looked at me curiously. Why are a few pages torn out like this? I didn't answer, just stood there in silence, pointing to my head, implying that I had memorized them and destroyed those pages. The 4th Mok Hu Thieng master cursed inwardly. This bastard. Then he asked me, where did you get this? I replied calmly, does that matter? Mok Hu Thieng just need to know that I have it. Suddenly, the 4th Mok Hu Thieng master grew angry and shouted, how dare you come here to meet me? Soon enough, I will become a better manner master than you. Stop dreaming. That's why you came here, isn't it? With that, he aggressively threw the book at me. Take it and get out of my sight. I calmly bent down to pick it up. It seems you've misunderstood my intentions. I brushed the dust off the book and continued. I came here just to make a deal with you, and I have absolutely no interest in that manor master seat. Hearing me say that, the fourth Mokhu Thieng master was momentarily confused. What? He laughed out loud. Is that so? Mokhu Thien have no interest in the manor master seat? Immediately after, a fierce punch hit me straight in the face. I said calmly, Mokhu Thien don't believe me, do you? The fourth Mokhu Thieng master had truly punched me in the face with such force that I couldn't help but fall to the ground. Seeing me get knocked away, so far, Cao Tuan shouted in panic, Mokhu Thieng master. The fourth Mokhu Thieng master asked in a low, contemptuous voice, do you really think I'd believe that? Have you forgotten what happened 2 years ago? Then I'll help you remember. The fourth Mokhu Thieng master roared, don't you dare think you can do anything to me again. I lifted a hand to wipe the blood from my nose, thinking to myself, a pinnacle state. I looked at the blood on my hand and smiled with satisfaction. He really is different, I thought to myself. Excluding that black sword guy. The previous masters I've met, like the guard cam or the outer hall master, didn't give me this kind of overwhelming pressure. Now I understand why Cao Tuan was so terrified. I looked at the young man standing in front of me, radiating murderous intent, and silently evaluated him. This guy is truly a monster, I calculated. It seems not everything can be solved by relying on luck. My body just now couldn't react in time. If I work hard to practice martial arts, will I be able to become as strong as this in the future? If I train in that specific martial art, I probably can. I can definitely take revenge for my grandfather. Thinking of this, I said contentedly, not bad. Mokhu Thiener techniques are indeed truly powerful. The fourth Mokhu Thieng master stared at him with utter contempt. Scared, are you? Mokhu Thien were still running your mouth, so I guess you're not trembling enough yet. Maybe I need to give you another beating to knock some sense into you. Ching spoke up. All right, I understand why you're suspicious of me. The fourth Mokhu Thieng master grabbed him by the collar. It's not suspicion, I'm certain of it. He aggressively prepared to strike. Everything you say is nonsense, not worth believing for a second. Ching smiled brightly, refusing to fight back. Well, if that's how you feel, I suppose there's no way for me to explain myself anymore, he said, continuing. I guess we'll just have to hand that secret manual over to the first madam or your two brothers, right? Hearing this, the fourth Mokhu Thieng master seemed shaken. His raised fist froze. Ching gripped his wrist tightly. Tell me, if one of those two, Mok An Hao or Mok and Bin, takes the position of sect leader, what do you think will happen? What's the very first thing they'll do? He paused. Of course, the first thing they'll do is remove the thorn in their side you. The fourth Mokhu Thieng master was visibly rattled, but he still shouted arrogantly, Are you threatening me? Ching's voice turned cold. This concerns your very life, so don't you dare be careless. Mokhu Thien should rethink this. There's no need to act like you're threatening me, understand? Seeing Ching's imposing aura, the fourth Mokhu Thieng master felt a flicker of fear. His eyes locked onto the brother standing before him, and his hand, which had been gripping Ching, quickly let go. He stammered, Who are you? He had fully let go of him but remained vigilant. Are you really Mo Jingyun? The fourth Mokhu Thieng master's face showed clear doubt and guardedness. Hearing this, Cao Zuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but tremble with anxiety. Ching maintained his calm expression, staring straight at the fourth Mokhu Thieng master, without blinking. His attitude was incredibly sincere. Instead of answering the question, he retorted, Does that bother you? The fourth Mokhu Thieng master stared at him blankly, as if he were looking at a strange creature. Too caught up in his own thoughts to understand, he asked back. What? Ching said. Mokhu Thien talk, as if you know me so well. The fourth Mokhu Thieng master argued back. Mokhu Thien think I don't know you? 2 years ago, you were just a dog I beat around. Since then, you haven't dared to walk in front of me, have you? Mokhu Thien run for your life the moment you saw me from afar. Am I right? Ching stepped closer, closing the distance. That's not at all what I meant. He was silent for a moment. I'm not talking about the scuffle between us 2 years ago. Do you think I'm afraid of you because of that? What you know about me is far too little. As Ching stepped forward, the fourth Mokhu Thieng master grew more fearful, instinctively stepping back. Ching continued. Mokhu Thien have no idea what I hate or what I like, do you? Mokhu Thien probably can't even guess what I'm thinking right now. Regarding the next sect leader position, do you think I even want it? Why don't you take a guess? Looking into Qing's honest eyes, the fourth Mok Hu Thiang master shouted, "Fine, since you've said that. What do you even know about me?" He became agitated. "Everyone says I'm the illegitimate son, and uses that as an excuse to alienate me, right? Since you want to talk, I'll ask you. Why don't you ever acknowledge anything I do? Why is it always me? Mok Hu Thian only rely on my origins to reject everything I've achieved, right? No matter what I do, you never recognize my position." Qing listened silently, then calmly replied, "Simply put, you might actually have more strength and drive than those other two." Hearing this, the fourth Mok Hu Thiang master stood frozen, staring at him wide-eyed, and instinctively asked, "What did you say?" It was as if all the resentment he'd hidden for years was finally being released. He bit his lip. The fourth Mok Hu Thiang master recalled, "Since I was a child, I grew up with the hatred and humiliation of everyone because I was an illegitimate child. I've always been alone, doing everything on my own. I could only rely on cultivation, hoping one day to be recognized. That's the only thing I could do. But now, there's someone who actually acknowledges that effort. Furthermore, it's someone I used to bully and torment. This is truly something I never imagined. I thought, because of how I treated him, he would never think anything of me. Could it be that it's time to reevaluate everything and change?" Thinking this, the fourth Mok Hu Thiang master suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie. He spoke up. "All right, hold on a second." He looked seriously at Qing. "Tell me, I'm listening." It seemed this persuasive approach was effective. Qing smiled contentedly. "The deal is." Shortly after, the two talked for a long time. Once they had finished, it seemed the negotiation had gone very smoothly. Qing walked away happily, whistling. Cao Zuan couldn't help but admire him in his heart. Truly brilliant. I have to admit, he's a man who plans ahead. I used to wonder how he practiced martial arts and how his brain worked to handle everything. But now I understand a little bit. He handles difficult situations so quickly, without a single hitch. Everything Mo Jingyun knows is extensive. He understands all the basics of the family's martial arts. Everything before was just him calculating. He simply hadn't revealed it. Cao Zuan recalled the negotiation with Mok Hu Thian. Qing had said, "I have 3 requests," and he had demanded 3 things from Mok Hu Thian. Back then, Qing had been blunt. "Once you become sect leader, don't interfere with what I do. Second, you must agree to everything I need. You have to provide everything for me. Can you do that?" Mok Hu Thian had replied, "Those 2 things aren't difficult, as long as you don't overstep your bounds. Concerning me, I'll just turn a blind eye to what you do. So, what's the 3rd thing?" Qing smiled and said Cao Zuan recounted that what he really wanted was the basic martial arts of the Nianmu sword sect. Back then, Qing said, "Finally, I want the basic martial arts of the Nianmu sword sect." Cao Zuan thought, I thought that by asking so bluntly, he'd be suspected and refused. But Mok Hu Thian didn't have the slightest suspicion. At that moment, Mok Hu Thian had looked at him with an unreadable smile. "Basic martial arts, huh?" Cao Zuan knew that to make Mok Hu Thian lower his guard, he had asked for those simple things. Because of that, Mok Hu Thian had no suspicion. Everything was a success. Mo Jingyun had gotten everything he needed. From then on, Mo Jingyun became the person Mok Hu Thian trusted more than anyone. Consequently, every request Mo Jingyun made to have the basic martial arts passed on to him became a reality. What Mok Hu Thian did surprised everyone. It took him only 2 hours to understand those basic techniques, while Zheng Niyun, that guy, only needed to hear them once to memorize them and have his own insights. Cao Zuan evaluated. He really has a brilliant mind, dealing with everything so reasonably. Thinking this, he secretly praised himself. Following him, my future will definitely be bright. Returning to the present, Cao Zuan flattered him. Mok Hu Thiang Master, you've worked hard. This subordinate truly admires what you've done. Although it's good that you and Mok Hu Thiang Master Mok Hu Thian exchanged martial arts knowledge, I think if you keep doing that, it might be disadvantageous for you later. Qing replied casually, "It's nothing. Everything I told that guy was just fluff. There was nothing important." Cao Zuan didn't expect that what he thought were profound secrets were just trivialities to Qing. He instinctively replied, "Yes, sir." Qing continued, "Those things only I know." He added, "But, since I've already mentioned it, I'll tell you." Cao Zuan stood there blankly, listening without changing his expression. Qing recounted, "The mantras I realized and learned when I taught him for every 10 words or so, I omitted one, leaving him lost in a maze, unable to tell what's real and what's fake. When talking to a martial arts genius, I was afraid he might realize something was off, but in the end, I passed the test successfully. I calculated everything meticulously. There's no way I'd let him know everything so easily. Cao Zuan felt terrified. If that's the case, he could end up suffering chi deviation or even trigger a demonic art and die. At this moment, he felt a bit of fear, secretly cursing in his heart. This bastard is truly sinister. Qing smiled cunningly. That has nothing to do with me. Cao Zuan felt a chill down his spine, telling himself, he really is a devil. But he didn't dare say anything, just agreeing. This truly has nothing to do with you, Mok Hu Thieng Master. Scene shift to a gloomy mountain. There was a massive pagoda inside. A dark, eerie atmosphere filled the surroundings. A figure covered in robes spoke, Gu Fangxi. As soon as these words were spoken, another figure stepped out, leaning on a cane. The iron staff struck the ground with a soft thud. That person reported, there is no information about Sok. He was the master of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. He said, I don't understand why that girl, instead of offering the soul to the cat god, went and denounced all the bad things Madame Thoch had done. Because of that, the relationship between us and the Thoch family sect is completely severed. Consequently, our pavilion's reputation has been heavily affected. He shouted angrily, my disciple, go immediately and hunt down that missing Sok Fangxi. Find the truth and reclaim the prestige. We have lost. From the shadows, a chilling voice quickly echoed, the disciple understands. At the cliffside, wrapped in mist, the scenery looked terrifying. Looking down at the depth of the cliff would make anyone shiver. Caught on a tree branch was a conical hat that looked very familiar and was stained with blood. A few scattered items were strewn across the ground. The blood had stained the area red and had dried long ago. A member of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion had quickly reached the place where Fangxi Sok had perished. He stood silently for a moment, looking at the scene. He picked up a talisman, an ancient inscription written on it, and burned it right away. The Ghost Pavilion member thought to himself, the third-ranked member of the Ghost Shadows, you're telling me he was taken down that easily? He paused for a moment. There had to be more to it. There must be a secret. As soon as he finished, he quickly formed a hand seal and shouted, Ghost Talisman Art, Assassin's Chronicle. The Northern Emperor has granted me power. Reveal everything that happened. At once. By his decree, the hat stained with the diviner's blood seemed to want to speak immediately after he cast the spell. Very quickly, everything was replayed vividly before his eyes. First, the diviner was hired. Then she started the formation and was defeated. The terrifying face of Zheng appeared crystal clear, and the final look of fear in the diviner's eyes. The man commanded gloomily, now, step back. But it won't be long before I do. Before he could finish, a chill washed over him. He felt a cold hand slowly touching him. That hand felt like a demon's. It moved slowly, making anyone shudder. He felt a bad omen. His eyes, as if influenced by someone, became lifeless. Having just returned from those chilling memories, he couldn't help but be afraid. The Ghost Pavilion member couldn't help but sweat, his breathing becoming ragged. He muttered to himself. Just now, he paused and looked up at the sky, confirming, so this is the pure spirit rank. It seems I must prepare very carefully. Sure enough, he stood at that pool of dried blood, secretly calculating, preparing to face the pure spirit. Switching scenes to Zheng's residence. The sky was already bright. Pure spirit stood before him, gazing at Zheng in a daze. Zheng, on the other hand, was diligently studying the movements from that secret manual. He clearly remembered every detail of each movement, no matter how small, and then practiced them diligently day by day. It's no exaggeration to say that Zheng seemed to have innate talent. He learned everything incredibly fast. Even though he had never practiced before and had no one to guide him, every movement he performed was executed skillfully. Pure Spirit observed his every move, thinking to herself, what kind of person is this? Usually, when starting martial arts, one must train in the basics. A form is a set of combined movements that create a complete technique. That is why one must repeat the same posture to practice until perfect. Yet, aside from when he first assumed the stance, the man had not made a single mistake, not even the smallest one. Now, the only thing left for him is the process of repeating to build muscle. In other words, he doesn't need to practice anymore. She was truly impressed. It was no exaggeration to call him an extraordinary person. Actually, I thought he would beg me to teach him more. Of course, I had no intention of teaching him anyway. But if he begged, I might teach him a little. Thinking of this, she suddenly blushed, realizing she was acting out of character. Pure Spirit felt embarrassed and angry, shouting, "What on earth am I thinking?" At the same time, Cao Zuan walked in. "Mok Hu Thing Master, I'm here," he said. "Ah, you're here." As soon as he entered, Zheng went straight to the point. "I have a favor to ask of you. Cutting to the bustling streets, people were going about their daily lives in Zhongliang County. The place was incredibly lively, with people happily walking around. Inside the Vinlan Pavilion, Cao Zuan sat, lost in thought, wondering what this was all about. In his hand, he held a small piece of paper with just one word written on it. Recalling earlier, he had asked Zheng, "What is this exactly?" Zheng had said, "I want to find out a little something. Cao Zuan, just send the information request to that place as I told you." Back to the present, he remembered Zheng's instructions, because this was the only place that provided information in this region, and furthermore, it was the worst of the worst. He shouldn't expect much. Cao Zuan looked dazed. Wait, why do I have to worry about this? Now I'm no different from an errand boy. How did things end up like this? He looked up at the sky, pondering. Though I say that, I don't really care. I don't have any goals in life anyway. Abandoned by my parents, raised by my master, and yet I have no skills, forced to wander the Jianghu. At most, I just worked with Brother Gan, and then the two of us supported each other. He's not a good person either. He treated me like a tool. The young master before was the same. But I don't mind, because I'm incompetent, so I deserve to be treated this way. I'm just a useless person, living day to day, discarded when I lose my value. Thinking back, maybe this current situation is for the best. Now, even the menial tasks are all done by the outer circle warriors. At least I feel like I'm working and living. It's just that I don't know what kind of trouble that guy will cause next. Every day I have to live in fear of his crazy antics, and then I get threatened by his poison. Counting it all up, I'm threatened by so many things. Thinking this, he clicked his tongue. Whatever, just do the job well, and it'll be fine. Just as he finished his thought, Cao Zuan's room door was immediately opened. A large, crude man laughed loudly. He quickly said, "Apologies for keeping you waiting." The person who had just arrived was the owner of Vinlan Pavilion, Master Quach. Cao Zuan was disgruntled. "I heard you came from the Haomon sect. How disappointing. In broad daylight, you're already indulging in debauchery." But he was forced to speak. "Fine, whatever. Hurry up and accept my request." Suddenly, the man shouted loudly, making Cao Zuan jump. "What?" he asked again. "What the hell are you doing?" Master Quach was shy. This is the new servant who just started working here." He slyly looked at the girl sitting next to him. "How is it? Pretty, right?" Cao Zuan was serious. "This is a request from a very important person. Get her out of here." Master Quach laughed brightly. She's one of us, so don't worry." Cao Zuan's face turned stern, his voice dropping to a low, cold tone. "Get her out of here now, for me." Master Quach was a man who knew his place. He quickly let go of her. Go on back down, but his eyes still couldn't leave the beauty. Before the girl left, he didn't forget to remind her, "Truk, you must serve me well. Don't forget that I've already taught. Can't you how to please men?" Cao Zuan couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his hand down on the desk in frustration. "Get it done and do whatever you want." Suddenly, at the same time, the girl fiercely slapped Master Quach across the face. This happened so suddenly that both Cao Zuan and the man were momentarily stunned. The girl's face darkened with anger. She pushed her hair back. "I can't go on like this." Master Quach was furious. Mok Hu Thien, bitch." Because he was struck by a woman, he was momentarily embarrassed and then enraged. After shouting, he lunged at her. The girl didn't back down. She directly flipped her body, her two hands fiercely grabbing Master Quach's hair. His head was quickly twisted with a snap. The girl's movements were incredibly skillful. It looked like nothing, but Master Quach didn't even have a chance to let out a sound. After she let go and landed, that was when Master Quach fell to the ground. Seeing the scene before him, Cao Zuan nervously stood up, hurriedly reaching for his sword. He stammered, "What?" The girl didn't say a word, directly kicking the large table right into Cao Zuan's face. Even though she was just a woman, her strength was shockingly immense. He was momentarily stunned, unable to react in time. "What is this?" The girl smirked slyly. "Long time no see, low-rank assassin." The chopsticks in her hand were skillfully flicked, straight into the acupoints on Cao Zuan's body. He stared at her, thinking, this technique? The hand he was going to use to draw his sword. Also suddenly stopped. The girl smiled happily. "Well, it's natural you wouldn't recognize me. How disappointing. Number 86, huh?" She paused and smiled, correcting herself. No. Big brother Cao Zuan. This girl was Ha Tai Lam, the daughter of the 4 great assassins of the Central Plains, the sect leader of the Phi Sat sect, the demon of Phi Saturday. Cao Zuan was so stunned he stammered, "Little sister? She's my only little sister?" Cao Zuan recalled the 100 kills, 100 assassinations, Bach Nahan Bach, Sat ritual to become the sect leader of the Phi Sat sect. Mok Hu Thien have to go through this ritual, and once you pass, you will be honored as one of the 4 great assassins of the Central Plains, sect leader of the Phi Sat sect. And once you become the sect leader of the Phi Sat sect, you will receive the sect's exclusive hidden weapon for the sect leader, this silver needle secret poison. A voice rang out, interrupting Cao Zhuan's train of thought. Don't move. I will resolve the acupoints for you. He looked at the silver needle, thinking, the fact that you possess the silver needle secret poison means you have already become the sect leader? Impossible. Ha Tai Lam is the only daughter of the Phi Sat sect leader. She has talent, yes, but she has one fatal flaw. Cao Zhuan looked at this little sister and continued to think, that is her bitchy personality. It is because of that personality that many people thought she would never be able to complete the 100 kills. I vaguely remember now. She was a bratty and stubborn kid. Who would have thought that now? Her gaze suddenly brushed against her voluptuous chest. At the same time, Tai Lam spoke, pulling Cao Zhuan back to the present. I've undone it. Hey, I didn't expect to meet you here. He moved his arms and legs to check his limbs. Cao Zhuan spoke. Right. Long time no see. Little, before he could finish, she cut him off. Sect leader. Cao Zhuan was dazed. Tai Lam said arrogantly. Now you have to call me sect leader, Cao Zhuan thought, as expected. So, has she really changed? Or is it because she retired? She looks like a sect leader now, doesn't she? Finishing his thought, he immediately knelt down to flatter her. That, of course, sect leader. Tai Lam was helpless. Damn it. Is it really necessary to kneel like that? Cao Zhuan thought. Surely she has truly changed. Tai Lam laughed and said, Ah, well, that's good then. Cao Tuan didn't quite catch the meaning and stammered. Huh? She replied. I heard word that the eldest Mok Hu Thieng master, the infamous playboy of the Nian Mok sword estate, is here. If I just stick with brother Cao Tuan, things will be much easier. What do you mean by that? Tai Lam cast a side glance. I've already received the intel. Intermediate assassin number 29. Senior brother Cam. I heard senior brother Cam failed his assassination mission. At those words, Cao Tuan bit his lip and stayed silent, lost in thought. She continued. This is the iron law of the Phi Sat sect. Even for an intermediate assassin, his success rate was always stellar. Who would have thought he'd fail? They say he's missing, probably dead. Mok Hu Thien, dying to ask why I came here, aren't you? She paused, then added, to take the head of the 3rd Mok Hu Thien master of the Nian Mok sword estate, Mok Qin Ven, to complete the assassination mission. Upon hearing this, Cao Tuan was instantly flustered. The scene shifted quickly to the late afternoon as the sun began to set. Qin was still diligently training alone, with Thon Lin standing by, watching his every move. As his every action continued, her patience began to wear thin. She snapped irritably, Hey, how long do you plan on standing there? Only then did he remember, looking up at the sky before answering, I understand. Thon Lin looked at him happily. Then, let's have a meal together. As she said this, her face suddenly flushed a soft pink. A happy smile bloomed on her lips. Back in his study, a girl was wolfing down her food. Qin didn't touch his chopsticks, keeping his eyes glued to the military strategy book in his hands. The constant sound of chewing echoed through the room. The girl remained focused on her meal, unable to help but praise it joyfully. This is seriously delicious. Qin turned to look at her, surprised. Is it really that good? The girl slowly opened a bottle of liquor. One of life's greatest pleasures is eating and drinking. Someday, you'll understand what they mean by lucky enough to roll into a pile of dung. It turned out to be none other than Thon Lin. She thought contentedly, I've tried possessing the maid who brings the food for the past few days, and I'm quite satisfied. If only I had done this sooner. Suddenly, the maid's hand began to tremble, and purple veins started to stand out clearly on her skin. Thon Lin looked at the body with annoyance. This girl can't even hold out for a moment. Qin mused. Not long ago, she had insisted on possessing a beautiful woman, only to nearly get her killed. Thon Lin quickly exited the maid's body. He wondered, is it true that a high-level soul cannot exist within an ordinary body? She looked at him. Hey, Yu Qin countered. Well, why not? Thon Lin said. Mok Hu Thien are getting too obsessed with these arts. Qin quickly understood, looking down at the book in his hands. It was the 6 human spirit binding technique. Qin asked calmly, is there something interesting about it? Among the occult books Thon Lin brought, there was one from that female Taoist. Inside, there was a technique called the 6 human spirit binding technique that was quite intriguing. At this point, his expression became mysterious. For example, this soul that has already died. Without understanding why, His silhouette suddenly appeared lonely and sad. For some reason, at that very moment, both he and Thon Lin felt an unusual sensation. She looked at him blankly for a moment before stammering a compliment. "Mok Huthian were really sensitive, aren't you?" Chin said nothing, his face turning tense as he stared intently at the door. The entire room was quickly surrounded by a thick, oppressive demonic aura. Back at Cao Tuan's side, he stammered as he held something up to Tai Lam. "These are the female disciples' clothes." She looked at the garments in her senior brother's hands with disdain. How tacky, his inner thoughts were screaming. Cao Tuan bit his lip, sweating profusely. Danger. It was truly dangerous. For her to become a sect leader, it meant she had reached at least the peak realm. On her side, she didn't care, asking, "Aren't there any nicer ones?" Cao Tuan told himself, "If I want to live, I have to do this. If she knows I betrayed senior brother Cam, she will kill me." He calculated that he had to find a way to report this to that devil. As he thought about this, Cao Tuan stammered, scratching his head. While the sect leader is changing, I'll step outside first." Tai Lam wasn't on guard. On the contrary, she teased him. "What's wrong? Don't you want to watch?" She continued to sway her body, tempting him. Opportunities like this don't come often. Upon hearing this, Cao Tuan's face suddenly turned bright red. He stopped involuntarily. Tai Lam saw him suddenly become serious and laughed loudly. "I'm just joking, but I'm still very grateful to you. Thanks to you, I could get in here so easily." Cao Tuan smiled foolishly. "It's nothing. I've also been looking for a chance to take revenge for senior brother Cam." Cao Tuan thought, "Even though I'm forced to submit to that devil, I've always been harboring plans for revenge. The sect leader coming here is like having thousands of reinforcements." Tai Lam smiled brightly, as expected. "Even though you've retired, you're still an assassin of the Phisat sect." Her eyes suddenly turned cold as she looked at Cao Tuan. "I trusted you." He forced a smile and quickly turned away, intending to leave. "I don't dare, I'll take my leave." An icy voice rang out. "Do you think I'll let you go, senior brother? Mok Huthian were already dead, so how can you live so carelessly? Isn't it because you've already submitted to him? A useless piece of trash who was forced to retire? And now you have the nerve to talk about enduring humiliation for revenge?" Cao Tuan was flustered, thinking, "She knows everything. I should have suspected you from the very beginning." Tai Lam mocked him. "Mok Huthian lived this long and still haven't changed a bit. Mok Huthian were as stupid, cowardly, and dull as ever." She smirked. "Don't you know how to learn? So, a useless piece of trash like you is better off dead." As she spoke, her face turned fierce. Cao Tuan clenched his fists, thinking, where did this all start? Was it when that devil killed Mok Kinvan, or when I betrayed senior brother Cam? At this point, Cao Tuan's face showed his deep regret. "No, actually, I know clearly that it's because I was weak. It's because I was spineless that things turned out this way." Tai Lam pulled out a dagger. "Kill the Mok Huthian master to avenge senior brother Cam, then commit suicide." Cao Tuan squeezed his eyes shut in despair. "Is this really how I'm going to die?" A hand violently shattered the door. The 8-form destruction opening move was launched. The suction force quickly dragged the knife from Tai Lam's hand. In just an instant, she had been completely disarmed. A foot kicked the door hard, causing it to explode into splinters. Both Tai Lam and Cao Tuan were stunned by the spectacle. Dust filled the air. Qin stood there with the knife in his hand, grinning. Cao Tuan, the bodyguard, broke into a sweat as he looked at him. This was the first time that devil looked truly cool. Qin remained calm, as if this were just a trivial matter, and asked Cao Tuan, "Pretty dangerous, huh?" But immediately after, a hand violently grabbed Cao Tuan by the collar and pulled him back. Tai Lam pressed the dagger to Cao Tuan's throat. She shouted, "Stay back, Mok Huthian master. If you don't want to watch your bodyguard die a miserable death." Qin froze for a moment, staring intently at her. Cao Tuan thought, that's right. Before coming here, she investigated him. But according to her intel, the third Mok Huthian master is just a talentless, good-for-nothing. So, his use of a move like empty hand grabbing has left her completely confused. Right now, she must be mistaking him for a top-tier expert. Cao Tuan gritted his teeth. "So, I have no choice but to trust him. Trust that this devil is someone who doesn't care about others' lives, a demon in human skin." Thinking this, Cao Tuan shut his eyes tight, his inner voice screaming, "I'm a dead man." But to everyone's surprise, Qin took the knife and slammed it hard into the ground. To Cao Tuan's utter shock, he looked straight at Tai Lam and said, "Let him go." The brother and sister pair were both stunned into silence. He continued, "If you release my bodyguard Cao Tuan, I will spare your life." Tai Lam exclaimed, "It seems you really cherish your bodyguard, don't you?" Qin replied calmly, "Not exactly. I just find it quite wasteful. Bodyguard Cao Tuan still has a lot of work to do. I'd regret losing a bodyguard like him. So, leave, while I'm still allowing it." Cao Tuan looked at him, bewildered. That devil wants to save me? The air around the room suddenly became completely silent. The three of them stared at each other without a word. Tai Lam thought with contempt. "Spare me?" she thought fiercely. "How dare you give orders to the sect leader of the Phi Sat sect?" She pressed the blade deeper into Cao Tuan's neck. "If you want me to spare your life," she paused, "kneel down and beg me. Only then will I be generous enough to spare you." Qin calmly looked at Tai Lam as if nothing happened. While she had already revealed her malicious nature, he let out a long sigh, his expression unchanged. He didn't say a word. Then Qin hunched over, looking as if he were about to kneel. Tai Lam was surprised. "Are you serious?" "No way. Is he really going to kneel just for a bodyguard?" Suddenly, his gaze shifted, becoming sharper. Instead of kneeling, he quickly snatched the dagger embedded in the ground. Then, Qin violently rushed toward Tai Lam. She smirked. As expected. How could you possibly kneel and beg for a bodyguard like him? Tai Lam then wondered. Wait, what is he looking at? From above, a silhouette and a familiar hand were slowly descending toward Tai Lam. Thon Lin's hand slowly reached toward Tai Lam's head. A bad premonition made her anxious. Underneath Tai Lam's feet, blood-soaked hands slowly emerged, looking incredibly eerie. As soon as she turned around, Thon Lin ferociously struck at her. Tai Lam panicked and dodged, but with just a light flick of Thon Lin's sleeve, both Cao Tuan and Tai Lam were sent flying. Seeing the scene, before her eyes, she was stunned for a moment, grit her teeth, and shouted, "What?" But when she looked back, everything was gone, as if it had all been a hallucination. The person quickly vanished without a trace. Thon Lin truly lived up to the reputation of someone who had reached the pinnacle. Those at the pinnacle can sense spiritual energy and the aura of spirit bodies, so I thought she would definitely dodge it. Pause, she continued. But while Ha Tai Lam was still dazed, Zheng ambushed her from behind. Thon Lin said defiantly, "Did you forget something?" Zheng fiercely launched the dagger at her. Ha Tai Lam was caught off guard. She irritably dodged as Zheng zipped past her. "Welcome back, Guard Cao Tuan." He casually pulled the silver needles from his body. Ha Tai Lam stared at him in confusion. "What just happened? It seems all the rumors about you are wrong," she thought to herself. "I clearly felt a strange aura behind me, but I couldn't see anything." She curiously wondered what dark arts he had used. Ha Tai Lam began to assess her opponent, and she saw he was still too weak. At this thought, her eyes flared with aggression. She charged forward. Based on the force of that dagger, he must not be a top-tier master. I have to finish him off before he uses those dark arts again. With that, Ha Tai Lam dashed toward him, quickly reaching for her weapon. Cao Tuan looked at Ha Tai Lam's actions in a panic. He noticed something on her waist. At a glance, Cao Tuan knew it was the extreme killing needle of the Flying Death sect. Ha Tai Lam's face turned vicious and cunning as she looked toward Zheng. Those silver needles had already been drawn. Zheng channeled his internal energy and smiled lightly, saying his final words to Ha Tai Lam. Mok Hu Thien chose wrong, but Ha Tai Lam seemed very confident. She smirked smugly. "Not at all. I calculated it precisely. Even though this can only be used once, it's definitely worth it." On his side, Zheng quickly channeled his internal energy, using his consciousness to counterattack. But it seemed he had taken a wrong step. Thon Lin stared at the situation, stunned. Once the weapon Ha Tai Lam launched was used, even a martial art, because it was designed to pierce the protective aura of those with profound internal power. It was specially crafted to be immune to internal energy. Zheng stood like a statue at that moment. His body couldn't move. Thon Lin watched him standing there waiting to die in a panic and screamed, "Hey, you!" On the other side, Ha Tai Lam said loudly with satisfaction, "Die!" Her face was full of anticipation. The silver needle was just inches from his chest. Zheng could only stare blankly as it slowly pierced his chest. Suddenly, Cao Tuan rushed over. He steered into the path of the needle and threw himself in front of it. This action by Cao Tuan left Zheng and Thun Lin stunned. Ha Tai Lam couldn't have expected this situation to happen. No one could react in time. And just like that, Cao Tuan decided to use his own body to take the hit for Zheng. The needle pierced straight into his chest. Blood sprayed out instantly. Cao Tuan collapsed to the ground, leaving everyone present in shock. Zheng couldn't move. He could only blink as Cao Tuan's blood splattered all over his face. "Guard Cao Tuan." He stood there, dazed. He didn't understand why Cao Tuan would make such a decision, but seeing his man harmed right before his eyes, he gritted his teeth in fury. Zheng's eyes quickly turned a glowing red. He yelled, "Thon Lin, Without needing more words, she understood his intent and charged forward aggressively. Ha Tai Lam didn't understand what was happening. She screamed, "What the hell is this?" Meanwhile, Jung kept a stern face and focused on using his consciousness technique once again. The silver needles Ha Tai Lam launched to attack him. Jung reached out his hands to block them, and they pierced through his palms, blood flowing profusely. She looked at the young man in front of her, momentarily stunned, not understanding what was happening. Immediately after, bloody hands emerged simultaneously and grabbed her body. Ha Tai Lam was quickly lifted into the air. She closed her eyes in fear, struggling incessantly. Thon Lin appeared, saying creepily, "I told you. Why didn't you leave while I still allowed it?" She was gagged and left hanging in the air. Thon Lin landed with satisfaction. Jung stood there like a demon. "I told you already, that was your mistake." As soon as he finished speaking, those bloody hands quickly swallowed her whole. Ha Tai Lam cried silently. No one knew what she had to endure, but a moment later, both the body and soul of Ha Tai Lam seemed to be drained hollow. When she collapsed, there was only a cold corpse on the ground. Having dealt with the target, Zheng walked over to Cao Tuan, who was dying on the ground with a dark expression. At this moment, the demon's face flashed with heartbreak, but he didn't let his emotions show too much. Blood had flowed out profusely from his nose and mouth. He called out softly, "Guard Cao Tuan." At this point, a sense of loss spread through Zheng's heart. He couldn't speak any further. Cao Tuan trembled. "It's a pity. I thought we could work together for a long time." Zheng wondered. But since there was no answer, he asked directly, "Why did you do that?" Cao Tuan whispered, "My duty is to protect you. What must be done must be finished to the end." He paused and asked, "I fulfilled my role, didn't I? I didn't betray you, did I?" Zheng remained silent. Cao Tuan felt relieved. "Finally, I did it. In this wasted life of mine, someone finally cared about me. In the end, there was someone I could please." Cao Tuan's gaze gradually became hazy. After those final words, he couldn't hold on and breathed his last. Zheng didn't say anything. He was sad but couldn't cry. A sorrowful feeling welled up inside him. Perhaps Cao Tuan wasn't willing to leave this place. He didn't close his eyes. He reached out to stroke his face, as if seeing his subordinate off for the last time. A familiar voice sounded, making him turn around to look. He finally died, huh? Seeing Ha Tai Lam, who had just died, now revived and standing fresh before him, he quickly realized what had happened. Zheng asked bluntly, "Did you consume her soul too?" A satisfied smile quickly bloomed on her lips. Thon Lin was extremely satisfied. "That's right. As expected, a young and beautiful body is just lovely." Suddenly, the joy didn't last long before purple cracks appeared on the body again. Thon Lin yelled angrily, "Damn it! This body won't last long either." Shortly after, she looked at Cao Tuan. Well, that guy was also quite pitiful. He didn't deserve to die like that. Moreover, his obsession wasn't deep enough, so he couldn't become an evil spirit. Looking at him, he didn't hide his nature, so perhaps in the end, he was content. Even though Thon Lin said that, Zheng was even sadder. A loyal subordinate had perished because of him. Suddenly, he spoke up. According to the 6 human spirit techniques, this sentence made Thon Lin immediately surprised. She asked back, "What?" He channeled his internal energy. Even though vengeful spirits are born from strong obsession, if the place where they die has too much resentment and killing intent, they can be born again. "My dantian is made of killing intent." At this, Thon Lin was startled. Zheng continued, "So if I use my killing intent, I can turn him into a vengeful spirit." She stared in confusion, unable to believe his words, because these were things from books. His hands moved quickly in the air, his mouth reciting spells incessantly. Chanting sounds. A powerful blue internal energy quickly transferred into Cao Tuan's body. The light was like a flame. It grew larger and larger. He continued chanting, "Ghost kill, Ghost Kong, 8 heads, 8 tails, Emperor, treasure." He practiced this diligently every day. Zheng performed hand seals. A ball of light floated in front of him. A red thread grew from his body, connecting to that light. Thon Lin stood to the side, observing, so amazed she couldn't close her mouth. This is, she thought. Moreover, it's a connection thread of a Thachkigami with a soul. So, because he infused his own killing intent, he was able to create the connection thread like that. But the soul's aura is too weak. That soul is about to dissipate. It's likely because there is no suitable vessel to inhabit. Zheng spoke. If so, a vessel is needed. Thon Lin quickly replied, "That's right. But where will we find a body to act as a vessel now?" When Thon Lin said this, she startled, stammering, "Ma Q Thien, are you planning to?" Seeing his serious expression, she started sweating, covering her chest with both hands. Mok Hu Thien, don't tell me. Somewhere else. Cao Tuan's consciousness thought to itself. Am I dead? My consciousness is gradually disappearing. It's so meaningless. I wonder why I did that. What was it that made me try so hard? At that same moment, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. Guard. Cao Tuan continued to think. At least the final moment was. That voice continued to ring out. Cao Tuan. Guard Cao Tuan. Cao Tuan was surprised. What is that? It sounds like his voice. Outside, Zheng had a dark face, continuously calling out, Guard Cao Tuan. He sat up in a start and yelled, What? Why am I still alive? He sighed. Guard Cao Tuan. Listen carefully. To keep your soul, I had to transfer a bit of my killing intent into you. Therefore, you will become my Thach Kigami. But even so, your aura is still too weak and about to dissipate. Cao Tuan was dazed. What? What have you been saying all this time? Zheng didn't bother to answer, and said directly, So, I had no choice but to put your soul into another body. A familiar voice sounded, but it wasn't Cao Tuan's. What? Zheng acted helpless. But there was only one empty body left, so I put your soul into that assassin's body. Cao Tuan started, looking down at the ample chest, and panicked, screaming, What is this? What's going on? Scene changed to Zheng's manor. Cao Tuan was screaming and causing a ruckus, shattering the quiet atmosphere. Let me out. His distorted expression looked like he was about to cry. Mok Hu Thiang Master, please, change my body back. No matter what, I can't live in this woman's body. Zheng spoke up. If I do that, your soul will scatter. Even if you find another body, you'd have to kill that woman. Cao Tuan hesitated. He's right. Not to mention the body. If the Phi Sat sect finds out their sect leader was killed, they'll definitely start a war with us. Isn't that a dilemma? Thon Lin suddenly spoke. Mok Hu Thien really are blessed and don't even know it. Cao Tuan panicked. Who? She glared, her voice dark. I don't even have a body to possess. Cao Tuan, terrified, let out a loud shout. He stammered. Who? I don't know who, but it's definitely a demon. I can feel it very clearly. After all, I'm just a normal person. And now that I'm seeing this scene, I'm just not used to it. He trembled, talking to himself. I even saw a hallucination of a sea of blood. The gap in power is just too huge. He looked at Zheng. Was this guy really always staying next to such a terrifying existence? Who on earth was he? Thon Lin asked curiously. Why are you making such a face? Like you're about to die. At least you should thank me for giving you a new body. Cao Tuan was full of grievances. But I'm a man, she shouted back, annoyed. Mok Hu Thien still have such a narrow-minded way of thinking? From a second-rate warrior to the pinnacle in one step, you should be happy. Zheng also spoke up curiously. Let me test it. No sooner had he finished speaking than Cao Tuan heard the sound of wind by his ears, and a foot quickly lunged toward him. He could feel every movement clearly. Zheng kicked out fiercely, but Cao Tuan instinctively dodged it with great speed. Mok Hu Thiang Master, Cao Tuan exclaimed, startled. This is Are you satisfied? It's indeed different. He started to get interested. Only now do I realize, this clearly isn't how I move. These are definitely moves only a top-tier expert could pull off. Thon Lin, standing behind, asked again, Are you satisfied now? Cao Tuan was still pouting. But I'm a man, she teased. How can you still be smiling secretly? Mok Hu Thien, or even intentionally faking a stammer. Cao Tuan argued, why would I do that? Seeing the two talking, Zheng said, All right, let's leave it at that for now. I'll change it back for you when there's a chance. Cao Tuan cheered. Mok Hu Thien promise? Zheng sighed. Yes. At that moment, rapid footsteps ran toward his room. Mok Hu Thien Master, are you in there? It's Fuke Hien, from the inner hall. Zheng lazily opened the door. What is it? Fuke Hien panted. Good news. Zheng asked patiently. What is it? The guard caught his breath. The clan leader has woken up. This stunned everyone present, including him. That night, on a high mountain, the man standing there watching was a sorcerer from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. He looked around, observing. So, this is the Nian Mok Sword Clan I saw in the Duke's memory? This place is named Mok Kin Van, daring to mess with our Ghost Shadow Pavilion? This won't be simple. As soon as he said that, his hands quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, a large, black bird flew up from under the mountain slope. This is Ghost Will Domain? The sorcerer was surprised. What is this? I only intended to use the master's eyes to observe the Nian Mok Sword Clan a little. Didn't expect to see this. He calculated, the Ghost Will Domain is a type of barrier. Once you step in, you'll be detected immediately. What should I do? Suddenly, from afar, he spotted someone below in the Makhu Thiang Master's mansion. That is, down below, Thiet Bey and the others were worried. Oh my, Makhu Thiang Master, are you okay? The man looked tired. I'm fine. I'm not drunk. The guard spoke up. Makhu Thiang Master, let's go inside. That man was half conscious. I know. I'm walking. He was the first Makhu Thiang Master, Mak An Hao. The guard quickly announced. The clan leader has awakened. The other young masters are on their way here too. The sorcerer heard this and was overjoyed. All the young masters of the Nian Mok Sword Clan are gathering here? What a perfect opportunity. Saying this, he turned and left. Who knows what he was plotting in his head. Now he had to meet the clan leader. I will take this opportunity to control Cao Tuan's servant spirit, Than Lin, and go there. Then, I can kill him when he's all alone. Hien, the guard, stood there blankly looking at him. Zheng started. He let out a sound. He smiled happily. I'm so happy. I sort of misspoke. This is truly great news. The guard also ahooed and laughed along. Zheng's face darkened. This is going to be a hassle. I intended to leave after practicing to a certain level, because I didn't want to get involved in these power struggles. Who would have thought the clan leader would wake up at this time? He wondered how he would handle this. Hien, the guard added. The clan leader ordered me to summon everyone here. I understand. Let's go. Internally, he kept screaming. Can't I escape this right now? Afterward, out of habit, Zheng looked at Cao Tuan. Cao paused, and he said, Tai Lam, guard, please clean up this place for me. Cao Tuan wasn't used to this and stammered, yes, I understand. Don't worry. Zheng felt a bit relieved. All right, I'll head out first. Than Lin quickly flew after him. Ever since the pact, she had been by his side like a shadow. Cao Tuan wearily closed the door. Having just been through a life-and-death struggle, his mind wasn't in the best state. Looking at his own corpse on the ground, now I even have to clean up the crime scene of my own murder? Besides, no matter how you put it, I committed suicide. My fate is really tragic. He looked at that swaying body. To think I possessed this body, it's so cumbersome. Cao Tuan felt his face flush the more he looked. He still couldn't get used to these strange feminine things. Right after that, he looked left and right, as if looking for something, or checking to see if anyone was near. Cao Tuan smiled slyly. I can't walk around the Sword Clan in these clothes. I have to change into guard clothes. Should I try a little? Suddenly, while Cao Tuan was changing, Than Lin phased through the wall. Her face looked at him, full of mockery. Than Lin didn't say anything, just calmly puffed on her smoke. Cao Tuan stood there, stunned. Right after that, Than Lin laughed out loud and turned to leave, leaving Cao Tuan sweating with embarrassment. Behind her, his mind kept screaming, I just want to die. I'm already dead anyway. Returning to Zheng's side, he curiously asked, Than Lin, where did you go? She replied nonchalantly, went to watch an idiot. Suddenly, while walking on the road, he met the fourth Mok Hu Thiang master. Hu Thian's face was full of murderous intent, resentment etched on his face, staring right at him. Than Lin asked in surprise, Oh? He's still alive? Zheng calmly replied, That's right. Looking at Hu Thian's complexion, although the skin looked a bit strange, at least you didn't suffer from qi deviation by practicing the fake cultivation manual. Zheng happily greeted. Greetings. Long time no see. It's been 4 days, right? Hu Thian was annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. Mok Hu Thian stammered. Have you tried practicing it? Zheng asked back. Mok Hu Thian mean? He whispered. Don't say it out loud. Just answer my question. Than Lin, standing by, clicked her tongue. How pathetic. Zheng didn't answer but asked, Is something the matter? Hu Thian was annoyed. Seeing my state, and you still all right, have you tried practicing it? Zheng smiled lightly. I certainly have. Hu Thian shouted. Then why are you still safe and sound? Could it be that my level of comprehension is far inferior to his? No way. Than Lin looked at the young man in front of her, who wouldn't stop shouting, and was speechless. Suddenly, her expression shifted. Something made Than Lin frown. She stood silent, looking ahead. Zheng also quickly realized the anomaly in Than Lin. She finally opened her mouth to mock. It's here, isn't it? Mok Hu Thian have some nerve, daring to barge into my ghost will domain. Looks like you're from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. Zheng saw her reaction and then smiled lightly, guessing that someone had arrived. Right after that, Than Lin phased through the wall and left. She didn't forget to tell him, I'll be gone for a moment. Hu Thian looked at him, unable to hold back, and asked, Hey, why are you smiling? Zheng was nonchalant. Nothing. Hu Thien was annoyed. If there's something, say it. Don't be so cryptic, he replied. Personal matters. The fourth mock Hu Thien master exposed him. As expected. You haven't tried practicing it, right? Zheng answered patiently. I said I haven't. And I haven't. Hu Thien pressed. Then why are you dressed like this? Aren't you going to see father? He answered calmly. I'm busy. Hu Thien stubbornly argued. Busy with what? Busy with what? Zheng threw back one sentence and walked away first. I don't need to know. Hu Thien followed him noisily, shouting, Hey, stop! Even into the main hall, he was still stubbornly whispering. He definitely hasn't practiced it. Over here, Lady Thoch was worried about her two sons, and Bin frowned and thought, Hey, you brats, why are you together? Lady Thoch shouted at her son, Why are you grown up and still smearing honey on your mouth like that? All I smell is alcohol. Just be quiet. Mother will handle everything. You hear me? Anhao was lazy. Yes, mother. And Bin looked at his brother with disgust. This brat is truly useless. Right after that, he smiled contentedly. Regardless, they definitely called us here for that matter. Lady Thoch pondered. The master has just regained consciousness and already summoned all his sons. It's certainly about choosing a successor. Hu Thien also had his own ulterior motives, thinking, right, whether that internal art technique is wrong or not doesn't even matter anymore. As long as I become the successor, everything will fall into place. He was genuinely curious. It was said that the master was one of the top 10 experts in Anhui. When he was bedridden, he couldn't feel it, but now it was different. What he felt was the aura of a powerful predator, the master himself. At that moment, a servant spoke up. The young masters have all arrived. A powerful voice echoed from inside the room. Let them in. All four of them spoke in unison. Father, congratulations on your recovery. I have come to pay my respects. Zheng Ni had a stiff face, bowing mechanically. I have come to pay my respects, father, he responded with a cold, The one sitting there was the master of the Nian Mok Sword Manor, Mok Nan Duan. He looked at his four sons with satisfaction. Mok Hu Thien have all come. That is good. Zheng Ni clasped his hands and said, I have come to pay my respects, father. The man on the chair let out a grunt. Zheng Ni thought, the master of Nian Mok Sword Manor, Mok Nyan Doan. Mok Nyan Doan spoke up. Mok Hu Thien have all come. That is good. Mok Nan Doan had awakened, and he was completely different from when he was on his sickbed. This was truly the aura of the master of Nian Mok Sword Manor, Mok Nan Doan, and Bin and Anhao bowed their heads with worried expressions. Zheng Ni glanced at Hu Thien, then looked toward Qin Van's two seniors. He understood. So that's how it is. I was wondering why everyone was so concerned about the master's life and death. It turns out it wasn't just because of his status, but out of fear. Zheng Ni looked at the man before him and marveled internally. Truly astonishing. Even though he was poisoned for such a long time, he hasn't weakened at all. In fact, in his body, there isn't even a trace of the poison left. That man was the master, Mok Nan Doan. That was exactly why he was wondering. Who on earth would dare to poison someone like this? In the night sky, houses glowed at the Nian Mok Sword Manor. In the outer sect martial artists' living quarters, a hand snapped a tree branch. The figure with the mark spoke. Mok Hu Thien mean. The master, Mok Nan, has neutralized the poison. Right? That's right. All around them were dead bodies soaked in blood. Tun Dan and Zhao Yichang Gia Kong were among them. How could this be? Han Xin, covered in blood, raised a hand to cover his mouth, not daring to make a sound, his heart full of terror. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong said, I heard the voice of Master Kof Wong, Tun Dan asked. Master Kof Wong? Zhao Yichang Gia Kong explained. That old freak from the mountain. Tun Dan laughed loudly. So the Taoist got involved. He must have neutralized the poison for the old geezer. So, what should we do now? What else can we do? We'll go take it ourselves. Tun Dan carried his massive weapon on his shoulder and said, Oh, by the way, sleeping well? Tun Dan looked toward Han Xin and smirked maliciously. Han Xin was startled and said, Caught? In an instant, blood splattered. The door was left with streaks of blood. Tun Dan kicked the door open and walked out. The blade in his hand was covered in blood. Eyes glowing, he commanded, All right, let's move. The soldiers began their operation. At the Nian Mok Sword Manor, the four Mok sons were standing in a straight line. Nandoan spoke up. All right, do you know why I have called you here? The other three all avoided his gaze. Only Zheng Ni remained calm. He casually asked, Isn't it because you want to choose a successor? The others looked at Nandoan, shocked. He appraised Zheng Ni. This kid, he's changed. Is what the inner sect master said true? Nahan Doan recalled the moment. What? Mok Hu Thien say the third son saved me? Dunthun replied, yes, that is correct. The young master single-handedly stopped that mad Taoist possessed by evil spirits. Nhandoan thought to himself. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, or that he wanted to seize the position of master, so he fabricated this story. But before this, whenever he stood before me, he always kept his head bowed, not daring to look me in the eye. Yet now, he shows no sign of fear at all. In the time I wasn't paying attention, what on earth happened to you, son? Nandoan smiled. It seems I'll have to put him to the test. Nandoan announced, all right, I will organize a trial to select my successor. I will thoroughly examine who is truly worthy of the master's position through these rigorous tests. Zheng Ni spoke up. If that's the case, then please forgive my incompetence. I ask to opt out of this trial. The others were shocked to hear him say this. Mok Hu Thien don't want to participate? Yes, that is correct. And Bin thought to himself, best that way. If this kid chooses to withdraw from the battle for the successor position, then I won't have to deal with any trouble later. Nhandoan stroked his beard and asked, why is that? Zheng Ni replied, because I feel that I have many shortcomings. Nandoan asked again, why do you think you have shortcomings? Hu Tian thought, what is this? Is this kid serious? Zheng Ni said, I am not worthy. Nhandoan was surprised, even more so. What? Zheng Ni calmly said, compared to my elder brothers or my younger brother, I am far less capable. The successor must be someone with exceptional talent, or someone who has made great contributions to the family. And I have nothing. Therefore, I feel I am unworthy. I ask to relinquish the position of master. Nandoan listened to him. Zheng Ni noticed something strange. Suddenly, Nyandoan burst into loud laughter. So that's it, is it? Nhandoan looked at Zheng Ni and thought, it seems you have truly changed. Mok Hu Thien aren't a person greedy for power, looking to snatch others' achievements, but someone who actually saved me. Not only that, you know how to reflect on yourself. For the safety of the Mock Sword Manor, you are willing to step aside. Seeing you grow up like this, I am truly overjoyed. Mok Hu Thien deserved to become the master. Nhandoan asked again, why do you think you aren't worthy? Nhandoan took off his robe. All four were shocked. Surely everyone here already knows about the incident. Zheng Ni's eyes were stunned. One of Nandoan's arms had been severed and bandaged not long ago. I was attacked by a stranger. He went mad and severed my arm. It was my third son who saved my life. Didn't you say it yourself? He who makes great contributions will become the successor. Doesn't that mean you have made a great contribution? Mok and Bin stood there, his heart incredibly bitter. And Bin thought, I heard something had happened. But I didn't expect that guy to make such a big contribution. Seeing Zheng Ni's demeanor, Bin felt it was strange. Wait, why has that guy been unusually quiet until now? Images of fire flickered in Zheng Ni's memory. Zheng Ni remembered that day, the day his grandfather was murdered. The mark on Nandoan's body was identical to the mark he was searching for, the mark on his late grandfather. That mark, since being attacked by that guy, on my chest and stomach, the black mark looks as if it were burned. And that mark, finally, I have found you. Zheng Ni smirked. Mok Hu Thien found it. Zheng Ni flashed a smile, then suddenly retracted it. Zheng Ni glanced to the side. Nhandoan was saying, therefore, you also have the qualifications. Nhandoan let out a grunt. Why suddenly what? Hu Thien called out. Father! Someone kicked the door open. They've attacked. The sound of swords clashing erupted. Those blue-eyed figures in black slaughtered the guards who had just opened the door to report. All over the Nian Mok Manor, there were screams. 7 blades. Tundan smiled. A surprise attack. The guards struggled to attack, trying to block them. Protect the main gate. Hold the line until the master arrives. A chaotic battle ensued. There were footsteps. It was Tundan. Tundan carried his sword, standing before the main gate of the Mok Manor. This gate is so pathetic. Tundan swung his sword. Light emanated. The guards of the Mok Manor were stunned. The gate was shattered, breaking into pieces, rocks flying everywhere. Tundan carried his blade and said, now, come on out. Eyes glowing, he said, that thing. The mage Yuan and the others stood behind the door observing. Ko Fuang the mage looked at the scene before him. What is happening? This is so troublesome. I tried to lure Thon Lin, but in this situation, I can't handle Mok Kin Van. At least I used an invisibility spell, so I won't be detected. There was laughter behind Ko Fuang the mage. Ko Fuang the mage realized this feeling it was magic. Zhao Yicheng Nia Kong launched an attack. Spirit Eye Beast Fist, level 6, Secret Decree, break. Ko Fuang the mage was frozen. What? My invisibility spell was broken. Zhao Yicheng Gia Kong grabbed Kofuang the mage by the throat and asked, "It's you, isn't it?" Kofuang, the mage groaned and spat. Kofuang the mage appraised the person in front of him. Just by forming hand seals, he was able to cast such a powerful spell. At least he is a moonroom level mage. Zhao Yicheng and Gia Kong squeezed Kofuang the mage's throat and said, "Makhu Thian are the one who neutralized the poison for the master." Kofuang, the mage thought. A mysterious organization wearing masks suddenly attacked, and a magic expert appeared. This is difficult. No, that's not it. Could it be that he is a magic organization that betrayed the way and joined a major organization in the martial world? Makhu Thian dare to hinder the operations of the Nguyen Sat Pavilion. Zhao Yicheng Gia Kong raised his hand and chanted a spell. Nguyen Sat Pavilion. Ko Fuang the mage was killed in a gruesome manner. Tundan walked over from a distance and asked, "What are you doing?" "Eliminating pests." "Humph, probably just the owner of that Master Ko Fuang or something. All right, let's go find that thing." Zhao Yicheng Gia Kong held the talisman in his hand and said, "I know. Let's go." To the Master Mok Nhandoan's location, the manor's treasure. The two walked through the middle of the battle. Nhandoan held a sword in his hand. "Dare!" Nhandoan stood on the roof, raising his sword and saying, "Mok Hu Thien dare to barge into the great Nian Mok sword manor? Prepare yourself for death." The guards below cheered. "The master is here. The master has appeared." Nhandoan held his sword, leading the way, followed by the four young masters. "Follow me. Protect the Nian Mok sword manor. Follow the master." Zheng Ni glanced forward, not saying a word. His feet stomped the ground, the friction creating sparks. Zheng Ni turned in a different direction. There were the sounds of footsteps and swords scraping the ground. Zheng Ni looked around and let out a grunt. "Good. I don't know what's going on, but in this chaos, nobody would notice if one person disappeared. But what should I do? I haven't even had the chance to ask the master if I should intervene." Black energy appears. Zheng Ni reaches out to touch it, when suddenly, a guy behind him swings his sword to attack. Zheng Ni easily counters the attack, leaving the guy stunned. Zheng Ni drives his sword through the man, who gasps for air and collapses. Zheng Ni thinks. As expected, the sight of bloody slaughter, the raging fire, the screams, and the chaotic sounds of battle, all mixed with the agonizing cries of despair. This overwhelming sensation is fueled by the deaths of countless people. This is killing intent. Zheng Ni catches some blood with his hand and licks it. Exquisite. Killing intent is filling the air, and I feel so energized. I want to absorb it all, but circulating my energy here is too dangerous. Ha Tai Lam appears. "Mok Hu Thieng Master, are you okay?" I was just changing my clothes when a group of strangers suddenly burst in. Zheng Ni puts his hands on his hips and says, "Mok Hu Thien picked the perfect time to show up." Talon looks confused. "Can you keep watch for me for a moment? I need to circulate my energy." Zheng Ni says this while dodging an attack from an enemy. Talon replies, "Mok Hu Thien, want to circulate your energy here?" Mok Hu Thien will suffer from chi deviation. Talon is fighting back while Zheng Ni circulates his energy. What on earth is this? Zheng Ni feels amazing. This killing intent, born from the deaths of dozens of people, their pain, their desperate screams, their regret, all these negative emotions facing death are filling the air. The purity is so high, it's twice as strong as what I absorbed from the nine-tailed fox, maybe even 3 times stronger. Talon is fighting hard, cursing to himself. Damn it, there are too many enemies. If only reinforcements would arrive. Where did that scary demon woman go? Behind Talon, Thuong Hung Bak appears, Master of the Outer Hall, Lord Thuong Hung Bak. That's right. I heard the Master of the Outer Hall has another spirit beast inside his body. Talon calls out, "I'm sorry, Senior Monk, can you help?" Talon pauses, calling him Senior Monk. Thuong Hung Bak's eyes turn pitch black, and suddenly his face splits open. A voice emerges from behind Thuong Hung Bak's face. "Oh, how interesting." Talon is stunned. "In the middle of this bloody battlefield, you're sitting there, calmly circulating your energy?" Talon's expression turns worried. "This is unimaginable. My entire body, as an expert of the peak realm, is constantly warning me that the man in front of me is a master I cannot compare to." Zunjin strokes his chin, grinning at Zheng Ni. "Mok Hu Thien, quite interesting." Talon calls out, "Mok Hu Tiang Master, Mok Hu Thieng Master, you have to wake up." The enemy. Mok Hu Thien have to wake up now. Talon is frantic inside. Damn it, he's not moving at all. What do I do? If I touch him, he'll suffer chi deviation, but I can't stand a chance against that monster. Zunjin carries his blade on his shoulder and hums. Zunjin dashes past Talon, who is startled. Zunjin says, "Strange. This doesn't look like normal energy circulation." Talon is not relieved. She is worried, tears welling up. With such a bulky build, he can move like lightning. Zunjin watches Zhengni, circulating his energy. Let's see what this is about. Looks like he's a descendant of the Mu family. Zunjin grins. If I tease him a bit, it should be fun. Talon is pushed to the brink of tears, feeling helpless. Damn it, whatever. There's a sound behind him. Zunjin hums. Talon charges in to attack. In Ha Tai Lam's memories, she knows the secret martial arts of the flying kill. Flame assassin. If I use this, I can at least buy some time. Flying kill technique, 7th form. Talon attacks with all her might, moving like a flash of lightning. Zunjin gasps. Talon prepares to strike Zunjin. Not bad. In an instant, Zunjin vanishes. Talon is stunned, unable to react before Zunjin strikes her. He kicks Talon away. Zunjin uses his blade to send Talon flying. Little girl, if you dare to interfere again, I will kill you. Zunjin raises his hand to unleash a finishing blow on Talon. Talon is thrown back and screams. She crashes into a stone wall, sending debris flying. Talon collapses to the ground, struggling to speak. Zunjin says, "Now, I will." Zunjin approaches Zhengni, who is still circulating energy. Talon, covered in wounds, reaches out and says, "No, don't." Zunjin reaches out. "Let's see here." His hand nears Zhengni's head. Zunjin grunts, raising his blade to strike Zhengni down, when suddenly, fast-moving figures rush toward them. Zunjin says, Mok Huthian finally arrived. It's the Ren delegation, blocking Zunjin's blade. The two clash, sparks and energy flying. Talon lifts her arms to cover her face, peeking through her fingers. That's Master Mu. The Ren delegation spits blood. The two stop fighting. Zunjin lets out a dry, chilling laugh. With just that much strength, you want to take me down? The Ren delegation wipes blood from their mouth and smiles. Zunjin continues. Master Mu, I'll only say this once. If you don't want the Nemu sword manor to be wiped out, obediently hand it over. Zunjin shouts, the secret you stole from our organization. In the distance, flames are raging. A young lady in a red dress approaches. Thon Lin thinks, the monster that violated the ghost realm of my territory, it seems like it was trying to lure me out, but it died unexpectedly. That means its master is dead. A mere mortal. Couldn't have quickly taken down a practitioner who controls beast-level spirits. Thon Lin holds a hairpin in her mouth, her eyes thoughtful. Then it seems the Nemu Sword Manor has encountered a major threat. Nemu Sword Manor is burning fiercely. Something in the main courtyard outside the manor has gathered everyone there. Zunjin sits with his blade, grinning, danger lurking in the air. Zhengni is still circulating energy. He slowly opens his eyes, seeing the surrounding area in ruins and quiet. What happened? Hearing a sound somewhere, Zhengni stands up and looks ahead. A group of people is standing there. The bodyguards of the Nemu Sword Manor are tied up. The guys in black from earlier are standing guard. Zunjin and the Ren delegation are facing each other. Zhengni thinks, the battle is over already? Why has the killing intent faded? What a pity. Zhengni walks down the steps and approaches. He asks, Captain Cao Tuan, what happened? And who are those people over there? Tylin sees him and says, oh, you're awake? Talin replies, the master surrendered after one move. He seemed to have guessed the opponent's identity. The sword stabs straight into the ground. It really is one of them. The Ren delegation lowers their blade from their neck. The leader says, I surrender. I will return that thing to you. In exchange, promise me you'll spare the Nemu Sword Manor and withdraw peacefully. Zunjin chuckles. Perhaps I let my intentions slip. If I had let you resist a bit longer, it would have been more interesting. The leader says, promise me. Zunjin agrees. Fine, I swear it. Zunjin, one of the 5 kings of the Heaven and Earth Society, swears it. Talin watches, stunned. The Heaven and Earth Society? Zhengni asks, the Heaven and Earth Society? Talin explains. The Heaven and Earth Society is an extremely dangerous organization. It's one of the 3 great powers dividing the Central Plains martial arts world. Because they worship strength, they intend to unify the martial world, and that has caused rivers of blood in the past. That's why just hearing the name is enough to make people in the martial world tremble with fear. They are a massive clan, but the Heaven and Earth Society is on a completely different level. And he is one of the top masters in the martial world, one of the 5 pillars of the Heaven and Earth Society, the 5 King, Zunjin. If we aren't careful, the Nemu Sword Manor could be wiped out. Talin continues. That's why the master revealed the location of the treasure. Currently, Zunjin's subordinates are going to retrieve it, but the treasure they're looking for is hidden under the medicine hall. Zheng Ni looks over as Zunjin reaches out and says, "Hurry." The location of the secret manual written on human skin, the organization's treasure. Zheng Ni glances over, remembering the book with human skin and patterns he had seen. The treasure they were looking for in the medicine hall's basement, they believed it was a book made of human skin. Zheng Ni says nothing. Recalling the human skin book with patterns he saw in the medicine hall's basement, Talon says, "So, it's best we stay quiet for now." Talon looks confused. "Where did you go?" Zheng Ni appears right behind the Ren delegation. Talon, behind them, gasps in shock. The Ren delegation looks at Zheng Ni and says, "Mok Hu Thian were wounded. Why are you exerting your energy? Rest first." Zheng Ni doesn't answer, asking instead, "The scar on your side." The leader looks at him, confused. Zheng Ni continues, "That mark, why do you have it?" Suddenly, a voice cuts in. "I found it." A subordinate hands a box to Zunjin. Zunjin looks at the box and exclaims with excitement. The leader says, "The current situation isn't good. I'll explain later, but you need to act right now." The leader can't believe their ears. This is a deal. Both of them watch Zunjin eagerly looking at the box. He reaches out to open it. "The Heaven and Earth Society's treasure is finally back in our hands. I'll deal with this situation for you." The leader doesn't quite understand. "What is that?" Zheng Ni speaks up. In the basement of the medicine hall, Zunjin's entire body radiates pressure. His eyes glow as he calls out, "Master Mu, no." Zheng Ni smiles and says, "There's nothing left." Zunjin is furious and unleashes his aura. Mok Hu Thien and Unbing are terrified. What is that?" Lady Thok smiles. This reaction, it seems someone has already been lucky enough to take the secret manual. If I clarify this now, the person lucky enough to witness it, Lady Thok's eyes catch sight of a pair of very familiar earrings. Those aren't in the box, it's not the leather-bound book. Tundan asks, "What is this?" Lady Thok is stunned. Nhan Doan is also taken aback. That's the gift the Manor Master gave me for our wedding anniversary." "Earrings? How could it be?" Lady Thok looks toward Zheng Ni. Zheng Ni smiles with total satisfaction. Zheng Ni speaks up. "Those earrings, aren't those your treasures, ma'am?" Nhan Dan can't believe it. Mok Hu Thien. Lady Thok is shocked. Tun Dan, in a fit of rage, crushes the earrings in his hand. "Looks like you've finally chosen death." Nan Doan hurries to say, "Wait, stop." Zheng Ni stands with her hands on her hips and replies, "Why are you acting like you don't know, ma'am?" Lady Thok says, "I know those earrings are mine. Even in a situation like this, are you still going to pretend you don't know?" Zheng Ni continues, "That is truly shameless." Lady Thok immediately says, "Stop. Mok Hu Thing, hero. This is a misunderstanding. This is slander. Think about it, if I had stolen it from the beginning, wouldn't it be impossible for me to put my own jewelry in there? The real thief is someone else. The real culprit has appeared." They dash past Lady Thok like a gust of wind. Nan Doan leaps up, raising his sword to defend Lady Thok. Nan Doan and Ton Dan clash, one attacking while the other defends. Lady Thok reaches out, dodging as Nan Doan falls to the ground. Ton Dan speaks up. "It's simple, really. It's because you don't know the location of the secret manual. Should I just kill everyone?" He turns to his men. "Listen up. Does the boss have your orders?" Tun Dan's subordinates shout, "Yes, yes, yes." Zheng Ni watches the scene unfold, smiling as she asks, "Well, have you finally decided to tell me?" Tun Dan raises his blade, his eyes glowing. The Mock Sword Manor has looked down on the Heavenly Earth Assembly for too long. The person opposite him screams as Tun Dan slashes at them. Blood splatters everywhere. Tun Dan continues, "The fact that the secret manual was stolen is unacceptable." The remaining guards watch in terror. Nan Doan rushes to say, "I'll tell you later." Zheng Ni retorts, "Negotiations don't work like this." Tun Dan goes on a murderous rampage. From this place, the Mock Sword Manor, not even an ant, will be allowed to leave alive. Nan Doan looks at Zheng Ni and says, "Do you intend to kill everyone here?" Zheng Ni replies, "Mok Hu Tian, we're making me repeat the same words. Does it really have to become this serious? Before you'll start talking?" Footsteps approach. Hoak. And reports to Lady Thok, "Mok Hu Thing, hero. I have something to say. When the great lady falls, there are people who stand to profit from it." The culprit's Hoak An points toward the young masters. They exclaim, "What?" Hoak An continues, "Someone entered the place where the manual used to be. That person planted the earrings to frame you. In the place where the Heavenly Earth Assembly's treasures are kept, there is surely another secret manual being used." Enbin and Hu Thien are stunned, remembering Enbin once held a book. and so did Hu Thien. It was Cao Tuan who gave it to them. They sent a message from Mok Hu Thiang Master Mok Kin Van. Zheng Ni once said, "Keep that. It will be useful when you become the family head." Zheng Ni smiles. Hoak An says, "Therefore, the enemy holding the manual is the culprit. We should find them and interrogate them." And Bin hurriedly says, "Mok Hu Thien, we're talking nonsense." Hu Thien agrees. "That is pure slander." But Bin Dao Vuong agrees. "That makes sense. Those who reacted just now, we should start with you lot. That will be fine, right? Drag them away and interrogate them." Nhan Doan grinds his teeth, incredibly frustrated. Nhan Doan says, "The Sword Saint, that's the Sword Saint. The mark you left on my body belongs to the 6 heavens and 8 stars. Sword Saint, are you satisfied? Quickly, bring the secret manual here." Zheng Ni smiles. The Sword Saint finally. The sound of the 6 bells rings out. Zheng Ni's eyes widen in shock. Hoak An deforms into a monster. A fish appears at Hoak An's mouth. Very bizarre, a loach. Zheng Ni is slightly terrified, hearing the sound. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong speaks from above. Mok Hu Thien muddied the waters. Tundan says, "The original killing sect." Zhao Yichang Gia Kong quickly approaches. Zheng Ni senses that he is extremely dangerous. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong raises his hand and says, "I will punish you." As he runs, Zheng Ni feels that it is far too dangerous. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong appears with a powerful aura, raising his hand and saying, "I will exorcise you." Zhao Yichang Gia Kong chants a spell, grip of sudden power, Hoak, and screams, "Demon monk, charge." The aura is so strong that Tai Lam can barely open his eyes, but Zheng Ni remains calm. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong says, "Evil spirit, return to the void." A dagger flies toward Zhao Yichang Gia Kong, along with the words, "Mok Hu Thien are doing something useless." Zhao Yichang Gia Kong dodges, and his subordinates intercept to protect him. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong shouts, "Stop!" Zheng Ni throws another dagger. 2 subordinates block the path in front of Zhao Yichang Gia Kong, worriedly asking, "Are you all right?" A subordinate dares to shout, "Alchemist!" Zhao Yichang Gia Kong stands behind and lets out a laugh. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong walks toward Zheng Ni. The two look at each other. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong looks at Zheng Ni. "I have seen you before." Zhao Yichang Gia Kong steps closer. "Mok Hu Thien. Could it be?" Zheng Ni replies, "I don't understand what you are talking about. I thought I just wanted to save the demon monk, but it seems I was a bit hasty." Zhao Yichang Gia Kong senses. "In my head, I can feel it now. Mok Hu Thien are also a monster, no less than that guy Tundan." Zhao Yichang Gia Kong raises his weapon, a staff adorned with many bells, and says, "Do you not know? I can kill you without hesitation." Hoak An's face is deathly pale, covered in bulging veins. His eyes are hollow as he tilts his head and screams. The demon monk also tilts his head and screams the same way. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong says, "The people present here don't know what we are doing." Lady Thoch watches Hoak and collapse to the ground, panicked. "Guard Ho." Zheng Ni looks toward Zhao Yichang Gia Kong. Martial arts talent is innate, but talent in the occult is even rarer. Among occult talents, there is one type rated the highest, it is the eye. Other factors can be cultivated through practice, but the ability to see through things cannot. In other words, you have an innate talent for the occult. Even I do not have the ability to see through everything. Therefore, you can be proud of your ability. Zheng Ni replies, "I don't understand what you are talking about. Mok Hu Thien still want to deny it, don't you? Then I will change the question." Zhao Yichang Gia Kong raises his hand and chants, "Sudden light, 4-wind sealing technique. Why are you stopping me?" A light shines directly in front of the demon monk. Tai Lam is surprised, but Zheng Ni remains calm. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong says, "Evil spirits do not naturally follow you, but it seems that thing is operating according to your will. What method have you used, demon monk?" "Fine, I will release you." Zheng Ni chants a spell. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong is stunned and blurts out, "What? A 4-ring sealing technique?" The demon monk is surrounded by an iceberg. The demon monk screams. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong says, "Blocking the 4-seal magic." "With the same 4-seal magic? Did you learn defensive techniques?" Zheng Ni replies, "Does this need to be learned to be used?" Zhao Yichang Gia Kong is astonished. Then, "Did you see it once and imitate it?" The 4-seal magic is a high-level technique that can only be performed at the half-moon level. Applying magic to use within magic that has already been cast, the demon monk is protected by a seal. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong thinks further. To even show such intelligence in an instant, so it's not just the eye that is innate. Zheng Ni and Zhao Yicheng Giakong face each other. Zhao Yicheng Giakong laughs loudly, gesturing toward the demon monk inside the seal and saying, "Do it." Zhao Yicheng Giakong releases the seal, then points at Zheng Ni. "Vu, Tan, Dan, the others are not important, but hand this child over to me." "What?" The others are panicked and full of shock. Tun Dan heaves his blade and approaches. "Doing useless things again?" Zhao Yicheng Giakong replies, "I have that much authority." Tun Dan agrees. "Fine. Whatever. But everyone else will be killed. As you wish." Nhan Doan hurriedly looks at Zheng Ni. Zheng Ni sighs internally. A promise is a promise. The mock sword manor guards beg for mercy. "Please, spare our lives." Zheng Ni speaks up. "Stop." Tun Dan glares. "What?" Zheng Ni walks over. "I know where what you are looking for is, so stop this." Tun Dan's eyes glow dangerously. "If you are lying, even if it is his request, I will tear you apart and kill you. Where is it?" Zheng Ni points to her own head. "It is here. It is in my head. I have already burned that book." Nan Doan is speechless, hearing the answer in horror. Tun Dan smiles and sneers. "Are all righteous people just frauds?" Zheng Ni asks back, "Why do you think that is a lie?" Tun Dan's eyes glow fiercely as he says, "Because that is not something that could be like that." Zheng Ni remains silent and does not answer. It wasn't burned, nor was it destroyed, as if it was being protected by something. It is that kind of object. If you intend to lie, then it is better to think carefully beforehand. Tun Dan draws his blade to slash at Zheng Ni. "Ever since my next life," Zheng Ni quickly dodges. Zheng Ni speaks up. "Even if the surface is made of fireproof material," Tun Dan stops. "Content written in blood is flammable, isn't it?" "What?" "He knows the content was written in blood?" Tun Dan speaks up. "If you lied," he holds the blade to her neck, but Zheng Ni remains calm. "Then what reason would I have to lie?" Tun Dan thinks, even within the righteous assembly, only a very small fraction of high-ranking members know about that. Tun Dan says, "Have you truly seen it? Unbelievable, because everyone who has seen it is already dead. But if this person's words are true," Tun Dan remembers the other person's instructions. "Try to recover it at all costs." Tun Dan demands, "Try reading it out. Didn't you say the secret manual is in your head? Then, if you read it, the answer will be revealed. Let's see if your words are a lie or not." The others watch the silhouette of Zheng Ni, who is silent. Zheng Ni thinks to herself, "It might be a fake, but if he knows the content, it could be dangerous. Just saying 1 or 2 sentences to test him is enough." He says, "What's so hard about that?" Zheng Ni steps right into a pool of blood. He looks down at his feet, standing on ground soaked in it. Thon Lin is up on the rooftop. Zheng Ni freezes for a moment, then turns around and calls out in his mind, "Thun Lin." Thun Lin, with her arms crossed, tells him, "The moment you say those words, you will die." Zheng Ni stays silent, feeling and understanding. So that's it. It is a surge of blood-red rage, enough to engulf the entire Nianmu Sword Manor to manifest such illusions. Thon Lin's eyes are bloodshot, and Zheng Ni senses a colossal, unpredictable fury. He decides to step further into the pool of blood. Zheng Ni looks down as he walks across the blood-stained floor. A voice whispers, "Death." A silhouette stands on the rooftop, illuminated by the bright moonlight. Zheng Ni stops, turns around, and calls out in his mind. Thon Lin? Thon Lin, arms crossed, tells him, "The moment you say those words, you will die." Zheng Ni stays silent, feeling and understanding. So that's it. It is a surge of blood-red rage, enough to engulf the entire Nianmu Sword Manor to manifest such illusions. Thon Lin's eyes are bloodshot, and Zheng Ni senses a colossal, unpredictable fury, and the result of that rage is now aimed directly at the Tiandi Society. Under the full moon, Thon Lin stands tall, while down below, Zheng Ni looks toward Zun Jin. He thinks, "I don't know the reason, but it seems Thon Lin deeply hates them. Besides, she won't let me reveal the contents of the secret manual. Perhaps she wants to keep this a secret, but still." Zun Jin sees Zheng Ni still lost in thought and asks, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Zheng Ni looks at his own reflection in Zun Jin's blade and thinks, "Whether I say it or not, I'm going to die anyway. Mok Hu Thien know that as well as I do, don't you? Right? But it's a pity, Thon Lin. There's no way I'm going to die that easily. Not until I've avenged my grandfather." Zheng Ni glances toward Thon Lin. Thon Lin speaks up, "I can feel your anxiety." Zheng Ni watches as her hair gently blows in the wind. Thon Lin continues, "Now, mortal, read the mantra I am about to recite right now." Zheng Ni thinks, "Thon Lin, She intends to tell me the mantra, but if they find out the contents of the manual, it will definitely be exposed that she's tricking them. Thon Lin says firmly. Trust me. Zheng Ni lowers his gaze, looking serious. Thon Lin asks, Are you ready? Zheng Ni closes his eyes. Zun Jin loses patience and shouts, Hey, how much longer are you going to take to recite the mantra? Zheng Ni walks up to a soldier and reaches out for his sword. Mind if I borrow this for a second? Zun Jin watches Zheng Ni intensely. Zheng Ni takes the sword, assuming a stance. Thon Lin also removes a hairpin from her head. The two of them, one with a hairpin, one with a sword, prepare to begin. Zheng Ni raises the sword, eyes closed. Thon Lin prepares to strike with the hairpin. Zheng Ni follows Thon Lin's movements. In the night sky, only the moon shines, and every eye is fixed on Zheng Ni. Thon Lin opens her eyes and begins to recite, Wu Yue Ye, Shen Sha Zhong, Ru Yun. Zheng Ni also opens his eyes and swings his sword forward, creating a powerful pink light. Zun Jin is stunned. Thon Lin continues the technique, and Zheng Ni follows suit from below. Lian JJD, Zhao He Shu, Ji Po Zheng Ni Sha. Zun Jin smiles and lets out a humph. He watches Zheng Ni and assesses. Absolutely incredible. Every move he makes is flawless, soft yet powerful. It's truly a perfect sword technique without a single opening. It reminds me of a top-tier swordsman. There is no longer any doubt. The sword manual that has been lost for 100 years, the Yue Circuit sword technique. Zheng Ni unleashes the technique, and energy surges around him. Everyone watches intently. Zun Jin closes his eyes and thinks, I can't believe the Yue Circuit sword technique has reappeared. At this moment, Zheng Ni prepares to read the next part of the technique. Tian Di A Xing, Yong Ju Ji Guang, Fei Yi Mok Hu Tian Xing, De Fu. Zun Jin is panicked. Damn it, I cannot let this technique get out. Sun Jin yells, Stop! Zheng Ni lowers his sword, tilts his head, and asks, Was that enough? Zun Jin is irritated. Damn it, I got carried away. Now there's another problem. This is a sword technique that only the chosen can use. I have to make this kid spit out everything he knows, then kill him to silence him. Suddenly, Zun Jin speaks up. Zun Jin shakes his head at Zun Jin, signaling him. Zun Jin looks at Zheng Ni and thinks, I know you really want him, and I do too. I'm very interested in this kid. Nobody here could do what he just did. Especially that Yue Circuit sword technique. Given this kid's level, there is no way he could have just picked it up somewhere. He really is a genius beyond my understanding. It's such a shame. If I kill him right now, how should I handle him? Zheng Ni brings the sword to his own neck, smiling at Zun Jin. Zheng Ni cuts his own throat, and blood splatters out. Zun Jin is shocked. He rushes over and knocks the sword out of Zheng Ni's hand, not forgetting to yell, Are you crazy? The others are equally terrified. Zheng Ni reaches up to touch his blood-stained neck and says calmly, Look at that look on your face. I guess this manual is really important to you, huh? Zun Jin grimaces, thinking, He almost slit his own throat. Do all geniuses have to be this insane? Zheng Ni sits on the ground and says, Now you must realize the value of what's in my head, right? So don't even dream that I'm going to reveal it. Zheng Ni stands up. If you're so good, come and take it yourself. The others hear Zheng Ni and look shocked. Zun Jin laughs. Mok Hu Thien mean you're going to drag your own corpse to the Tiandi Society. Is that it? Zheng Ni raises his hand to stop the blood flowing from his neck and thinks, Well, you guys clearly understand the situation now, don't you? Torture and torment are useless against me, and you can't afford to let me die. So, I will use that to my advantage. Zheng Ni replies, Exactly. Zheng Ni thinks, to get out of here, the Nianmu sword manor. The night sky, the bright moon, the dark trees on the mountain. A carriage is pulled along as a group of soldiers travels the mountain path. The wheels collide with rocks, making noise. In this way, Mo Jingyun has become a hostage of the Tiandi Society. But why am I in here too? Mok Hu Thien is also tied up and thinks painfully. The moonlit night. The carriage stops. A commander says, We stop here for about half an hour. Go take a piss or rest up. Mok Hu Thien and Zheng Ni are tied up inside the carriage. Mok Hu Thien curses in his heart. Damn it. Why did I get taken hostage too? 4 hours ago, Zun Jin had defeated Mo Jingyun and demanded that the Nianmu Sword Manor repay the remaining debt in full. Zun Jin said, If you don't do it, what awaits you is the destruction of Nianmu Sword Manor. The reason was that he could not tolerate the theft of the Tiandi Society's treasure. Zun Jin demanded two things. First, that Nianmu Sword Manor isolate itself for 15 years, and second, that the successor be held hostage by the Tiandi Society. The successor implied the strongest person, because they value power most. Thus, as the strongest among my brothers, I was chosen to be taken away. Mok Hu Thien, having been chosen, says blankly, "Excuse me?" Back to the present. Mok Hu Thien feels no joy and thinks, "So that's why I'm here. I never expected to be recognized as the successor in this way." Mok Hu Thien tries to untie himself. Damn it, they tied me up too tight. They even made sure I can't use my internal energy. Even though I wasn't defeated like Mo Jingyun, I'd rather have been than be a hostage. Just this morning, I was so looking forward to becoming the Manor Master. And now I'm just a hostage. Mok Hu Thien, tied up with his eyes covered, sits in a dark corner, contemplating his life. Suddenly, Mok Hu Thien hears a noise. What's going to happen to me? Is there someone here? Who could it be? It was supposed to be just Mo Jingyun and me. The blindfold and gag on Mok Hu Thien are removed. Seeing Zheng Ni in front of him, Mok Hu Thien is astonished and gasps. Mok Hu Thien asks, How? How did you? Zheng Ni raises a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. Mok Hu Thien asks Zheng Ni, How did you do that? I have my own ways. I'll untie you if you tell me. Tell you what? Zheng Ni looks at Mok Hu Thien, lowers his eyes, and asks, Who is the shadow sword of the 6 heavens and 8 stars? What? So the shadow sword might be there? Mok Hu Thien replies, Yes, but it's just a rumor. A fairly credible one, though. Zheng Ni thinks, this makes things a bit strange. Of all the places, it's there? There is a call from outside. Fan Ren. The outside is cleared. Zheng Ni unties Mok Hu Thien. I'll keep my word. Now, untie me. Mok Hu Thien reacts too slowly. Wait, are you planning to run away? No. If we run away, they'll come to Nianmu Manor for revenge. Zheng Ni looks unconcerned. So what? Mok Hu Thien can just stay here if you don't want to come. Mok Hu Thien is struck by Zheng Ni and passes out. Zheng Ni opens the door and goes outside. A voice urges him, Fan Ren, what are you doing? Hurry up and get out here. Zheng Ni steps out, looking at Mok Hu Thien, thinking, he's so easily defeated when he can't use his internal energy. Zheng Ni replies, Yeah, I'm coming. Thon Lin sees Zheng Ni and says, I've cleared the path. Let's leave here quickly before that alchemist arrives. Zheng Ni answers, All right. Zheng Ni steps out, but suddenly something causes his body to tremble. Thon Lin, finding it strange, leans over and asks, What's wrong? Zheng Ni thinks to himself, What was that just now? Zheng Ni answers, No, nothing. Well then, hurry up. The two walk along the ground where the soldiers have been knocked out and left unconscious. Thon Lin flies gracefully and says, This is your first time using Lightfoot martial arts. Are you sure you can do it? Chin Ni tensed his muscles, preparing to move. He thought to himself, All right, time to get moving. He channeled his internal energy, his eyes snapped open, and he darted forward like a gust of wind. 2 streaks of light flashed across the mountain like missiles. Chin Ni kicked off a rock, vaulting high into the air. From above, he looked down at the dense forest, moving at breakneck speed. Chin Ni felt his heart racing. This is fast, way faster than running. My body feels so light and quick. Maybe I'll get out of this place sooner than I thought. The two of them surged forward, Chin He in the lead, Thon Lin right behind him. As Chin Ni channeled his power to run, he left shimmering trails of light in his wake. Chin Ni glanced at a branch under the bright moonlight and suddenly stopped. Thon Lin pulled up short and asked, Chin Ni, mortal. What are you, Chin Ni? Cut her off. We're walking in circles. Thon Lin looked puzzled. What? Chin Ni pointed. That tree. The leafless one, right there in the moonlight. Chin He stared at it. This is the 4th time I've seen that tree. We are definitely trapped in a loop. Thon Lin replied. Are you saying we're in some kind of matrix or something? Chin Ni surveyed the surroundings and nodded. It's possible. Thon Lin waved her hand dismissively. Mok Hu Thien must be mistaken. If that were true, I would have realized it already. Thon Lin kept walking. Mok Hu Thien, just anxious. We need to pick up the pace. Chin Ni watched her closely and spoke up. Wait, I think I twisted my ankle. I'm not used to using Lightfoot techniques yet. I need to tend to this injury before we go any further. Thon Lin put her hands on her hips and muttered. What a complete idiot. Fine, let me heal you. Thanks, Chin He said. Thon Lin reached out to touch his leg. As she touched him, a purple glow appeared. Chin He called out, Thon Lin? She hummed in response. Suddenly, Chin Ni grabbed her by the throat. She panicked. What are you doing? Chin Ni asked coldly. Who are you? Thon Lin struggled, her voice strained. What are you doing? Let me go. Thon Lin was strong enough to break free on her own, but she clearly chose the wrong vessel to possess. In an instant, as she was held fast, her mouth glowed blue, and her body began to crack as if shattering. Chin Ni's gaze was sinister, Mok Hu Thien, you should have tried harder than this. Chin Ni tightened his grip, and a wooden doll manifested in her place. Chin Ni clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and recited the technique. Soul-binding art, heart unchanging. The doll fell to the ground. Chin Ni continued. To keep the heavens and earth in their natural order, the cycle of the moon and the sun, marking the 4 seasons and the flow of time, all to maintain the balance of the sun and moon. The energy merged like summoned spirits and souls melding into one. Mind and soul, whether 1, 10,000, or 100,000, even if a supreme ancient god, instantly, the effect took hold. The seal cracked and shattered into pieces. Zhao Yichang Nia Kong appeared, thinking to himself, the Buddha soul-refining willow is a high-level spell that makes the target see a wooden doll as a person they trust. Could he really have dispelled it in just a few minutes? Chin Ni looked at Zhao Yichang Gia Kong. Mok Hu Thien shall become my disciple. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong stared at Chin Ni. Chin Ni stood before him. Mok Hu Thien shall become my disciple, he repeated. Chin Ni stayed silent, calculating in his head. The distance is 10 paces. There's no one else around. If I can do something before that, Taoist uses his techniques. He took a step forward. Something zipped past Chin Ni's face, leaving a bleeding scratch on his cheek. Chin Ni was trapped within the magic circle Zhao Yichang Gia Kong had laid out. This, Zhao Yichang Gia Kong announced. Do you think you can pull something off when there's no one else around? I've already set up a barrier here. If you try to cross it, your body will be sliced to pieces. To survive in this world full of danger, you must always be thoroughly prepared. This is the first lesson your master teaches you. Chin Ni retorted, I never agreed to be your disciple. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong threw the doll to Chin Ni. Mok Hu Thien really are a stubborn one. Chin Ni held the doll in his hand, thinking, a demonic monk, but no matter how I look at it, I can't sense a single ounce of energy from it. How did he do that? Zhao Yichang Gia Kong said, I'll give you some sincere advice. The Heavenly Earth Society is a place where the life of the weak can be snuffed out at any moment by the whims of the strong. If you aren't my disciple, you won't last long. Chin Ni held the doll, pondering the words, my disciple. Chin Ni spoke up. All right. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong was caught off guard. What? Chin Ni continued. But I have one condition. What condition? No matter how I look at it, I can't sense any energy from this doll. This is a technique to conceal energy, isn't it? Teach me this technique. If you agree, I'll become your disciple. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong couldn't help but laugh loudly. So, I should use techniques to lure you in? Fine. Fine. Teaching you this technique isn't hard, but first, you must swear an oath to me. Chin Ni took the bracelet Zhao Yichang Gia Kong held out. An oath? Zhao Yichang Gia Kong explained. Put it on and say, I, Mok Kin Van, son of the Mok Non clan, vow to become the disciple of Zhao Yichang Gia Kong. If I do that, then what? Zhao Yichang Gia Kong replied, if you swear it, you won't be able to harm me. I can't trust someone who once tried to kill me and run away. Chin Ni put the bracelet on his wrist and agreed. Fine. The bracelet emitted a glow. Chin Ni recited the oath. I, Mok Kin Van, son of the Mok Non clan, vow to become the disciple of Zhao Yichang Gia Kong. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong watched him silently, locking the spell of the mantra. If you wear this spell lock and swear, you will never be able to defy the orders of the one who established the oath. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong, a man who always wanted to have everything his way, often used this method to take on disciples. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong tossed a book to Chin Ni. Here is your Thach Wen secret manual. This is a book of techniques created by your master. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong turned his back and said, it contains the technique you want to learn. Memorize it and return it to me. Chin Ni bowed and said, thank you, master. Chin Ni asked curiously, but aren't you going to dispel the spell you cast on me? Zhao Yichang Gia Kong replied, the way to break this spell is also in there. I'll give you 1 hour. If you don't manage it in time, you'll have to endure a bit of pain. Chin Ni flipped through the book, watching Zhao Yichang Gia Kong walk away, thinking to himself, he's already started teaching me? How interesting. Thon Lin appeared. Finally, that Taoist is gone. Chin Ni reached out to attack, but Thon Lin dodged quickly. Chin Ni didn't look happy and asked, what are you doing? Chin Ni replied, just testing something out. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Thon Lin recounted Chin Ni's earlier behavior. Hey, just a moment ago you were having hallucinations, jumping around like a fool. It looked hilarious. Why didn't you keep going? But that living being lock, it seems to contain a very powerful source of energy. Why did you swear to him? Qin Ni casually pointed to the book in his hand. To get this. Thon Lin couldn't believe it. Mok Hu Thien swore a blood oath just for this? That doesn't sound like you. It's just a small thing, Qin Ni said, taking the bracelet off his wrist. Thon Lin couldn't believe her eyes. What? Qin Ni twirled the bracelet and explained. An oath is a promise made with one's own identity, right? My real name isn't Mok Kin Van, and I'm not the son of the Mok Kiem clan. Thon Lin was shocked. What? So now you're running away? I was planning to, but I've changed my mind. Qin Ni put the bracelet back on and said, I want to become his disciple. Thon Lin was astonished. What? Mok Hu Thien, what are you saying? Mok Hu Thien want to become a disciple of the Heavenly Earth Society? Qin Ni held out the arm wearing the bracelet. I've heard a rumor. What rumor? That the ghost sword might be at the Heavenly Earth Society. The 6 heavens and 8 stars are titles for the strongest warriors in the martial world. 6 people have reached a divine realm of martial arts. Although not quite at that level, the other 8 people have also reached the pinnacle of human martial arts, known as the 8 stars. The ghost sword became famous 17 years ago by killing top court officials. Everyone assumed the ghost sword was one of 2 things. Either an elite of the royal family or someone from the Heavenly Earth Society. So, if I go to the Heavenly Earth Society, I might be able to find him, Qin Ni said. That's why I thought, when that Taoist offered for me to become his disciple, I'd take the opportunity to infiltrate the Heavenly Earth Society. The bright moonlight shone down on them. Thon Lin spoke up. What a coincidence. Qin Ni sounded confused. Huh? Thon Lin continued. Fate is something that seems random but is inevitable. Perhaps, from the moment I met you, I was destined to go with you to the Heavenly Earth Society. Qin Ni didn't understand. What are you talking about? Thon Lin spoke. Living beings, become my disciple. Carry the karma of the moon vein, and carry out the bloody purge with me. Qin Ni looked at the person before him and thought, now I remember. Thon Lin's rage is directed at the Heavenly Earth Society. Revenge, we share a common goal regarding the Heavenly Earth Society, Qin Ni asked. But that happened a very long time ago. Hasn't time already taken revenge for you? Thon Lin spoke up. Mok Hu Thien, are you planning to just sit and wait for time to take revenge for you? Me too. I cannot forgive the fact that the descendants of that bastard are still alive and the truth remains buried. I have been humiliated, no matter how much time passes. Even if the enemies die of old age, the rage, engraved in my soul, never fades. I want to cleanse it, even if I have to drown everything in blood. Qin Ni felt as if he were sinking deep into a sea of blood. The bloody water flooded over his body, covering everything except his eyes. Qin Ni felt like he was drowning in a sea of blood filled with deep hatred. It was so deep. The illusion created by the wrath of Thon Lin was so dark and cold. It carried an unrelenting hatred after 100 years of absolute solitude. Thon Lin is just like me, living a life haunted by revenge. Zheng Ni replied, I understand now. I will become your disciple. Thon Lin did not expect him to agree so quickly. She silently looked at Zheng Ni, her hand bringing the hairpin to her lips. Thon Lin exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Of course, Zheng Ni continued, but I have one condition. Tell me the reason you want revenge. I don't want to be dragged into something I don't fully understand. Thon Lin lowered her eyes and looked at Zheng Ni. Thon Lin replied, Fine, I will tell you. The Heaven and Earth Association was founded by 3 sects, one of which is the Moon Branch, and I am a member of that sect. Zheng Ni wondered to himself, I'm so curious. What actually happened? Why don't you want to say it? But Zheng Ni pressed his 2 hands together in front of Thon Lin. My real name is Zheng. Zheng Ni thought, I'll find out eventually. I will inherit the Moon Branch and become the disciple of the Saintess, a disciple who continues her destiny. Thon Lin looked at Zheng Ni happily. She looked at him with satisfaction under the bright moonlight. Zheng Ni swore, I will become the disciple of Thon Lin. Thon Lin exhaled smoke and praised, Very well. Then from now on, call me master. Zheng Ni followed up. Ah, and one more thing. I refuse to use the titles master and disciple. Thon Lin was extremely annoyed. What? Why? Why do you call that Taoist master? Zheng Ni took out the puppet and countered, I am your master, and I haven't seen you call me master either. Thon Lin was speechless and turned away, clicking her tongue. Fine, she cursed under her breath. That brat is arrogant. The puppet said, Master, hey. Zheng Ni looked and smiled. Well done, demon monk. Thon Lin was irritable. What? Mok Hu Thien were even laughing? Zheng Ni denied. No, it's nothing. Zheng Ni raised his hand, preparing to channel his energy, and said, So, how do we escape this formation? The sun began to peek over on this side. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong thought, That brat took more time than I expected. I thought he could escape it immediately, even though that might be too much for a novice. He had no other choice. I will go there to free him. Zheng Ni's figure appeared. Zhao Yicheng and Gia Kong could not believe it. What? How? Zhao Yicheng and Gia Kong laughed internally. He actually did it. Zheng Ni cupped his hands and said, "The disciple has returned, master." Zhao Yicheng Gia Kong looked at Zheng Ni and assessed him. He is the most talented among those I have taught, and I can keep him under my thumb. Zhao Yicheng Gia Kong replied, "Good. Rest a bit to prepare for departure. The disciple understands. There is still a long way to the next destination. Move quickly." "Yes, sir." Zheng Ni sat in the carriage and sighed. Hu Thian was still lying motionless like that. Zheng Ni smiled. "It seems we are not tied up anymore. Whatever, at least I still have the doll." The puppet inside Zheng Ni stuck its head out. Thon Lin spoke up. "Be careful. There is another crack. Why do I feel like it will shatter into pieces immediately, even though I just started moving a little?" Zheng Ni reassured her. "I will find a better vessel for you, so please be patient." Thon Lin, with the hairpin in her mouth, smacked her lips. Thon Lin thought, after all, who would have thought he could escape from there in such a short time? He even put my soul into this doll. That Taoist master would faint if he knew that. Zheng Ni opened the door and looked outside, asking, "Shall we go?" The troop marched on. The sun had risen, illuminating the mountains and the path to the Heaven and Earth Association. Half a month later, the carriage moved on the ground, and the troop was walking. Above, someone was watching down. Tai Lam looked at the soldiers below and pouted, cursing under her breath. "Damn it! Why did I get involved in this trouble? Is it related to the strange string connected to the young master? After becoming a Shikigami, I started feeling anxious when separated. Probably because instinct reminds me that when he dies, I will die too. My life is tied to that demon. How do I get in here?" But thinking about him becoming a hostage of the Heaven and Earth Association, it's actually not hard to find his location since becoming a Shikigami. But I don't have enough courage to break into this terrifying place. Tai Lam suddenly had an idea. That's right, Ha Trang. Tai Lam is the granddaughter of the leader of the Old Heaven. Execution Gate. She must have a way to help me infiltrate the enemy base. All right, let's recall some memories. Infiltrate. Infiltrate. I'm starting to get sleepy. In Tai Lam's head, the image of a seductive lady appeared. Tai Lam thought helplessly. Beauty trap? I can do that. Maybe. Tai Lam was a bit excited and made a noise, causing the soldiers below to notice. Tai Lam hurriedly hid behind a rock. Phew, almost got caught. But something is strange. Why didn't they go straight to the Heaven and Earth Association once they got what they wanted? Instead, they took a detour and rounded up underage children. Something was coming. At this moment, Zheng Ni sat in the carriage and read the spellbook Zhao Yicheng Gia Kong had given him. There was an announcement. "We have arrived. Finally, we arrived." Zheng Ni poked his head out and asked, "So this is?" Looking at the place in front, the Heaven and Earth Association. Tan Dan looked at the gate of the Heaven and Earth Association and admired it. The gate always makes me awestruck. The scenery of the Heaven and Earth Association was magnificent, vast, and majestic. The carriage and the people moved on. Thon Lin, inside the puppet, also looked out and asked, "Zheng Ni, are you worried?" "A little bit," Thon Lin replied. "Mok Hu Thian should be," Thon Lin continued. "Now you will start from the lowest level. Mok Hu Thian have improved incredibly, unlike just a brat half a month ago. But truth be told, you still have a long way to go." Zheng Ni asked, "Don't I just need to absorb the killing intent again? I can get stronger instantly." Than Lin replied, "What do you think will happen to you if you keep doing that? Mok Hu Thian will need enlightenment to go further, so it won't be good if you only rely on absorbing killing intent. Mok Hu Thian must stand on your own 2 feet. Let's see, because you have me. You are partially." Zheng Ni interrupted. "Wait a minute," Thonlin asked. "What's the matter?" Zheng Ni felt something was strange. "About what?" Zheng Ni looked outside and said, "They are not going to the entrance. They are heading somewhere else." Zhao Yicheng Gia Kong appeared and announced to Zheng Ni, "Bad news here. Master, what do you mean, and what is happening?" Zhao Yicheng Gia Kong went in. "There's no more time to explain. What exactly is it?" Zhao Yicheng Gia Kong handed Zheng Ni an object. "Take it. If you wear it, you can still use magic without talismans." Zheng Ni looked at the ring in his hand. "How is that possible?" Zhao Yicheng Gia Kong said, "Why is it so unreasonable? I thought you were a hostage, so that wouldn't happen to you." "Oh my god." Zheng Ni had a confused look. "I don't know what you are talking about." Zhao Yicheng Gia Kong said, The leader of the Heaven and Earth Association has ordered both of you brothers to be taken to the blood-stained corpse valley. Zheng Ni wondered. Blood-stained valley? Zheng Ni imagined the scene of his face covered in blood, with corpses everywhere in front of him. Zhao Yichang and Gia Kong explained. It is a survival training ground. Less than 10% survive there. Zheng Ni saw the scene of people falling into the abyss, and blood staining Zheng Ni's face. In front of him were blood-stained corpses. Try to endure it, Zheng Ni. He imagined the miserable corpses in front of him, his hands clenching into fists. Zhao Yichang Nia Kong said, I will immediately request the leader to free you guys from there. So, you must survive at all costs. Outside, someone spoke up. Enough. Those not involved, please leave. That person said, Mok Hu Thien Brat. That person's eyes glowed with dangerous green light, and said, Welcome to the blood-stained corpse valley. In the quiet night, a sudden urge echoed. Groups of people moved forward, crossing the wooden bridge. In confusion, Mok Hu Thien, painful and tired, hurriedly rubbed his shoulder and scolded himself. Damn it, finally here after 2 weeks of being unconscious. But where on earth am I going? Seeing a familiar figure in the distance, he shouted, Huh? And hurriedly pushed people aside to both sides, and shouted loudly, Hey! But he was struck from behind. That person yelled, Move fast! Causing him so much pain he screamed, Ah! The two couldn't stand it and hurriedly asked each other, Where are we being taken? I don't know either. Mok Hu Thien worriedly checked his back and whispered, Miserable. Bastards. They even sealed our internal energy. Can't you say it clearly? Is this how the Heaven and Earth sect treats prisoners? She quietly watched him from behind. Looking forward, she saw something emitting a green light behind the neck of the person in front. She thought to herself, sealing needles. It is a type of needle that blocks the circulation of internal energy. Not just Mok Hu Thien and me. Everyone here is like this. What are they trying to do? Behind the back, there were thorn-like things pricking deep into the spine. He looked down at his shirt and asked softly, Thon Lin, do you really not know what is happening? How would I know the current working methods of the Heaven and Earth sect? The only thing I am sure of is that before, we didn't do things like this. Thon Lin replied in a worried voice. She looked ahead and warned, Be careful, mortal. I have a bad feeling. Suddenly, from afar, a fire flared up brilliantly, attracting Zheng Ni's attention. At the foot of the mountain, countless people gathered as if waiting for something. The fire flickered under the dim moonlight. Everyone was present. He scanned the surroundings and thought to himself, I see some new people joining midway. What? Is it to bring them here? This place is for testing you all. A voice suddenly rang out, making everyone startle and pay attention. Amidst the crowd's surprise, that person still calmly continued. Mok Hu Thien will have to participate in a test. He held up a glittering object and explained, This is a gem. A gem just like this one lies in that valley. Those who cannot find the gem within the allotted time will be eliminated. While he was explaining, suddenly someone raised their hand. Wait, we all come from different sects and families, arriving here to take the test. But if the test, just trying to find a jade stone without any explanation. Yet before I could finish my sentence, he slammed the stone straight into my face, sending me flying backward, bleeding. After that surprise attack, he remained calm, maintaining his internal energy as if nothing had happened. Nothing matters here. The only thing that matters is compliance. If you don't follow orders, you will die. If you question the orders given to you, you will also die. If you fail the test, you will die. Those words left everyone in a state of confusion. No one dared to utter a word. Only Zheng Ni stood there silently, observing, as if plotting something. Welcome to Blood Corpse Valley. At some point, a figure slowly stepped forward, stood in a corner, and shouted, Damn it! Why didn't you tell him that I had already accepted him as my disciple? Zunjin looked ahead, deep in thought. It was useless. Had the leader ever retracted an order he had once given? Upon hearing those words, the other person just stood in silence. Zunjin frowned in frustration. The leader's orders are absolute. We have no choice but to obey. I can't just sit here and wait. I must go to the leader to ask for his release. I can't lose a talent who has just become my disciple. Hearing this, Zunjin let out a sigh and leaned back in his chair. He's not just simply talented, Zunjin said, with a stern face. He thought to himself. He accomplished something no one in the sect has ever done. He restored the moon pulse sword technique, a technique lost for over 100 years. I have been thinking about it, and I still can't understand why they are doing this in Blood Corpse Valley. After those wandering thoughts, Zunjin seemed to realize something and quickly shouted, Wait! That made the other person freeze, wondering, could it be that he is testing him? An incense stick was lit, signaling that the moment had arrived. He shouted, "Start!" Everyone rushed out to find a jade stone to save their own lives. This incense stick would burn for half an hour, and there were fewer jade stones than the number of people here. Therefore, it was best for you to act quickly. Everyone tried their best to track down the traces. Mu Yutian looked in another direction and suddenly discovered Zheng Ni quietly watching everyone. Why is he just standing there? Zheng Ni remained motionless, while Mu Yutian had to rush forward, worried. Extremely worried. Damn it, I will die if I don't find a jade stone. The incense stick had already burned down a portion. Everyone dived into the water to search, leaving no corner unexamined. Damn it, how can we find anything in here? Suddenly, someone seemed to discover something, grabbed someone else, and quickly snatched it. Holding it up, he shouted, "I found it." That caught the attention of everyone around. He smiled happily, handed over the jade stone, and didn't forget to praise himself. "I did it." Quickly clutching the jade stone in his hand to hand it over, he thought to himself, "I'm lucky. I just want to live. But I am the first one to find it. This will surely leave a good impression." Someone who wanted to take advantage of the situation stepped forward to snatch it, saying, "Give it to me." But thanks to his quick reflexes, the jade stone remained with its owner. Seeing that he had run far away, the other didn't forget to threaten. "Mok Hu Thien bastard, stop. If I catch you, I will beat you half to death." Seeing that he had escaped the person blocking his way, he didn't forget to turn back and mock him. "Do you think I would let you take it so easily, you bastard?" In front of him, he made that person freeze. Zheng Ni had been standing there from the beginning, waiting. A terrifying pressure weighed down on his mind, making that person confused. He thought to himself, what the hell is this? Since when has he been standing here from the beginning? The leader saw everything that was happening and closely observed the next move. Mok Hu Thien. "Stop right there." Being chased to the spot, both sides blocked him, unable to escape. So he stood there, holding the jade stone, and shouted in frustration, "Damn it, damn it, damn it, I won't let you take it." Then he quickly took the jade stone and brought it to his mouth. That madman didn't hesitate anymore and swallowed it right down his throat. But before it could even reach his stomach, he had already gripped his throat tightly and lifted him up. Everyone looked at the scene before them cautiously. No one dared to come close. He gripped his neck and looked up. Good heavens, ugh. The more he struggled to breathe, the more difficult it became. With a cold look, he laughed in amusement. Mok Hu Thien were too annoying, and immediately squeezed tighter, to the point where tears were streaming out. Everyone around was stunned, shocked, and dumbfounded, only daring to stare. All of them were waiting for his next move. The leader stared without blinking, and then he grabbed the neck and pulled it away without a second thought, causing blood to splatter everywhere. That bloodthirsty gaze made the scene even more terrifying. Gradually, the body fell down. Seeing such a terrifying scene, no one dared to chase him anymore. There were even those who were so scared that they fell to the ground and retreated backward. Holding the piece of neck skin that had been torn off earlier, the jade stone gradually fell out, and then he quickly dropped everything and approached the leader, admiring the jade stone for a moment. The leader watched with a sense of apprehension filling his mind. A person who shouldn't be here has appeared. He smiled and held the jade stone out toward the leader. Than Lin saw that and was also happily in agreement. He was excited when he heard that. He went straight to the point and said to him, 63. That is your number. Zheng Ni quickly grabbed it. On it was carved a bold line of text. The jade stone and fresh blood on his hand quickly merged together. He continued, "Every jade stone is numbered. That number is your title here. Remember it." He replied, "I understand." He continued, "And this silver badge is proof that you are the one who finished first. Keep it carefully along with the jade stone." He quickly shoved it into his shirt. "I understand." One of the people there stepped forward to guide him. "Come here and take a rest." The person wearing the red devil mask was secretly surprised. A child from a righteous sect? Initially, I was very surprised when the association leader sent a righteous sect kid here. I thought he just wanted to torment and kill him for fun, but I didn't expect it to be a guy like this. Perhaps the association leader had foreseen this. He doesn't look like someone from the righteous sect, but more like one of us. He looked at the kid in front of him, who was happily enjoying the carnage before him. "I'm looking forward to your performance." He took the small card, proving he was the first winner, and observed everything. Zheng Ni said to himself, standing at the top, having to both survive and compete with others? Furthermore, the survival rate here is frighteningly low. He fell silent. It seemed the competition would become even more intense. On this side, The incense stick counting the time had quickly burned down nearly half. Time was passing faster, and on this side, those who hadn't finished the challenge started tearing each other apart to get that item. The law of this place was the weak die, the strong live, trampling on others to climb higher. Screams quickly echoed. The sound of death covered this place. A fat man in yellow was using all his strength to run forward. Suddenly, his head was blocked. He hadn't even reacted when his head was quickly slammed against a nearby rock, and, of course, the jade stone of the person who had just died fell into the hands of the person who had just killed him. That guy aggressively raised his voice to challenge. Now, whoever wants to die, just step out here. Two guides stood there and talked to each other. That guy is. Finally, some formidable guys have appeared. Looking at the tattoos on their bodies, they are definitely from the Ghost-Killing Valley, one of the 3 notorious organizations belonging to the Heaven and Earth Society. Although there are only about 30 members, they are all martial arts experts. Looking further to the other side, a figure hidden in the water screen was aggressively fighting 3 people. It was a woman. She aggressively threw stones at her opponents, but what was worth mentioning was that the force was extremely strong. The 2 guys there knew immediately upon seeing it that the technique was the continuous kill of the Manhwa chamber. The other guy replied, "Mok Hu Thien recognized it, didn't you? Before, they were called the 4 Great Assassins along with the Manhwa chamber, but now they have abandoned the assassin profession and joined the Heaven and Earth Society." Looking into the distance, "That big guy is from the Hidden Realm Gate, right? He is famous for his external technique, the Iron Profound Art, because his internal energy is sealed. So his strength has become even more terrifying," they observed. Besides that, there were a few other people who were also very prominent. So those people each had their own appearance and distinct nuances, but these were all excellent people from the righteous path. And more importantly, all the people just listed above had all passed. The guy with the tattoo disdainfully walked toward him, muttering, "A bunch of losers." After that, he looked at him. "Don't think that you will pass the next round. Next time, I will kill you with my own hands." He didn't say anything, just silently looked at him, and then flashed a mysterious smile. Gradually, more people were able to pass the challenge, but on this side, the incense stick only had a little bit left before it would burn out. Time was extremely urgent, and it also meant that the battle was becoming increasingly fierce and brutal. Yutian bit his teeth, frantically searching. His inner self was constantly screaming, "Damn it, where is it? There's not much time left. Should I beg them to spare me because I'm a hostage?" At the same time, someone was quickly decapitated. That person said coldly, "I already said no questions allowed." Yutian stared blankly at the corpse in front of him. Perhaps he felt surprised by this evil. Everyone was buzzing. What's going on? It seems someone picked up the jade stone that the Valley Master of Blood Corpse Valley threw out at the beginning. It doesn't have a number, does it? 2 people stood there, mocking. That fool died, because he dared to argue without knowing anything at all. That guy pointed at him. "Isn't that the guy?" The other replied, "That's right, the madman who tore the other guy's throat open. But what is he doing?" He stood on this side, silently chanting, "Voidless Death Order Book, Body Displacement, Forest Yang, No Ego, Heavenly Giant Merchant, Impermanent Form, Fist Tyrant, Sea Measuring Giant Service, Boundless Sea, Void Acupoint, Exclude Consciousness." Right here, a powerful aura quickly enveloped him. Zheng Ni was satisfied. Consciousness is a technique that doesn't require using internal energy. As expected, I can still use it even when my acupuncture points are sealed. Infinite Void, Palm of the Seas, Heaven's Limit. A powerful, overwhelming energy instantly enveloped him. Satisfied now? Consciousness is a technique that doesn't require internal energy. As expected, I can still use it even when my pressure points are sealed. Mok Hu Thien silently observed the crowd, tearing each other apart. Their impending deaths are transforming into killing intent, a massive surge of it, gathering even more intensely than back at the Ranmu Sword Manor. As you stare at the sea of blood before you, you keep screaming internally, "More! Keep killing! More!" Mok Hu Thien don't even seem to notice that your own eyes have turned blood red. The incense stick is burning down to the end. The signal sounds only 1 minute left. Mok Hu Thien is now frantically fighting for his life. He starts snatching jade tokens from others. Fresh blood splatters everywhere. He repeatedly punches the person collapsing beneath him, as if he has been driven mad by fear. He screams, "Die! Just die!" His eyes and face are twisted with vicious, cold ferocity. Finally, the person stops breathing, and the jade token in their hand goes slack. He trembles as he clutches the token. "I got it! I finally got it!" Mok Hu Thien seems to have lost his mind, slumping to the ground, shaking as he stares intently at the token. He glances at the incense stick, now burning down to just a tiny nub. Mok Hu Thien is momentarily startled. This is his first time killing, so his body is trembling. The smoke begins to fade away. After this incense stick burns out, the fate of those who fail the trial is simple. A man wearing a red devil mask observes for a moment before shouting, "Time's up. Kill all those who failed." His subordinates quickly obey. Very soon, one after another, people fall. They drop before Mok Hu Thien. The heart-wrenching screams make anyone listening shudder in cold dread. Mok Hu Thien stands dazed, looking around. In just a moment, that small stream has turned into a pool of blood. It seems that, having lived in a noble estate his whole life, he has never seen such a bloodbath, despite all the hatred he endured. A man quickly approaches you with a sword, preparing to carry out the order. He moves closer toward Mok Hu Thien, who remains standing there, dazed. Finally, Mok Hu Thien uses his last bit of reason to tremblingly hold up the jade token. The man approaches and places a hand on his shoulder, shouting. Then, he brushes past him. The smile on the man's face freezes like a statue. In the end, he couldn't take it, and slumps directly into the cold water. Mok Hu Thien clutches his head, sitting in fear amidst the soulless corpses. I survived. I actually survived. Looking at his own hands, covered in fresh blood, he asks himself, "What have I done?" Click. A voice rings out, making Mok Hu Thien jump. There are about 468 people left. The man in the red devil mask continues. About 6%. Congratulations to those who passed the test. He claps his hands loudly and adds, "Now, we will begin the second round." Mok Hu Thien's face is still in shock. One could say that for a child of a righteous clan, this is an incredibly difficult ordeal. The crowd buzzes. So soon? I just finished the last test. I'm exhausted to death. Mok Hu Thien, too, has yet to calm down. I just passed the test. The man claps his hands loudly and shouts, "Quiet." The crowd quickly falls silent. No one dares to speak. He continues in a loud voice. The second round is very simple. No one dares to even breathe heavily as they listen to the rules. Here is the requirement. From now until dawn, you just need to survive on that mountain. As he speaks, he points toward a mountain that seems to be looming larger. The surrounding atmosphere is incredibly gloomy. Mok Hu Thien says nothing, merely keeping a vigilant eye in that direction. At a glance, it's just an ordinary mountain. It doesn't even seem dangerous. People discuss it among themselves, confused. Just survive? Is it that easy? The red devil-masked man continues. Of course, it's not just about surviving. There are 40 flags in total on the mountain. When dawn breaks, you must be near one of those flags. Each flag holds a maximum of 8 people. Everyone is shocked to hear this. No one speaks, but everyone knows what will happen. He continues. No more, no less, exactly 8 people. And the harsh part is, those who remain will be eliminated. Mok Hu Thien starts calculating. He is surprised by these harsh rules. There are 40 flags total, and there are about 500 survivors right now. If you do the math by the number of flags, at most, only 320 people will survive. It seems everyone has understood the meaning of this test. They are forcing us to slaughter each other. And now, damn it. He continues. This is a group cooperation test. Mok Hu Thien must snatch flags from one another and protect your own. Hearing this, a flash of extreme resentment appears in Mok Hu Thien's eyes. The man cunningly adds, "Good luck in the next test." Everyone stands in a circle to hear the rules. The air in this place is always gloomy, and the sun is never seen, making the place even more eerie. People start whispering, "Hey, do you want to form a group with me?" "Sure." One of them steps forward. "Mok Hu Thien, we're from the Slaughter Valley, right? Let's team up." He looks at the person. "I don't remember you." Then, he tells him to get lost. He thinks, that means he was in the top tier during the first round. There's no need to team up with him. The key to this round is cooperation. So, it's more beneficial to team up with those who passed the first round early, both in terms of strength and stamina. He walks over to another guy. "Hey, you're from the Desolate Realm Gate, right? I'll be blunt. Join my group." Mok Hu Thien know the key to this round is cooperation. Don't waste your energy. Let's join forces with those who have talent. The man looks at him with disdain in his eyes. The guy from the Desolate Realm Gate continues. "Mok Hu Thien were right, but he is triumphant." "Then I will." Before he can finish, the man cuts him off. "I refuse." The other guy shouts in surprise. "What?" The man says nonchalantly. "We can find a flag first and then find teammates." He calculates, "I'll have to face this guy sooner or later. There's no need to reveal my secrets to him." The guy from the Slaughter Valley didn't think he would be rejected, so he is annoyed. Mok Hu Thien will regret this. The man smiles without looking back. He waves his hand dismissively. We'll see. Then, he looks toward a girl. Maple flower room. Before he can finish, she coldly replies, "Get lost." His eyes are full of rage, and he aggressively curses. Mok Hu Thien bastards. Suddenly, Mok Hu Thien walks up to him. Hi there. The man turns his head, surprised. Mok Hu Thien cheerfully continues. Do you want to team up with me? He thinks, I didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to talk to me. Does he think the same as me? Honestly, it wouldn't be bad the number 1 and number 2 teaming up. But looking at the face, smiling at him with goodwill, for some reason, as he thinks this, he replies, I refuse. He tells himself, something is wrong. Having said that, he walks away without looking back. Mok Hu Thien scratches his head. Rejected? How unfortunate. Thon Lin laughs stiffly. Perhaps the fact that you tore that guy's throat out shocked them. No one wants to team up with you. Mok Hu Thien, look at him. Your face suddenly revealing a hint of malice. What a pity. I was planning to kill you first. While he is thinking, someone approaches him, breaking his train of thought. Hey. Mok Hu Thien looks over at the person. Do you want to join our group? We're still missing one person. How about it? In the group, a beautiful girl with golden eyes is looking at you, waving her hand. Mok Hu Thien look at that girl and offer a slight smile. Mok Hu Thien quickly agrees. Sure. Mok Hu Thien, who has been secretly observing you the whole time, thinks. Mok Hu Thien already found teammates? He tells himself, forget it. He can take care of himself. I've found teammates too. I will definitely survive. Definitely. Very quickly, just a moment later, the signal drums sound rapidly, starting the second round. Everyone begins to move. The corpses are still sprawled out, unprocessed. The assassins nearby sigh. How pathetic. They'll soon realize the first round was actually quite pleasant. Good luck. More than 500 people move across the water, their clothes all stained and dirty. Mok Hu Thien walks alone behind everyone, his face bearing a terrifying, gloomy expression. A member of Mok Hu Thien's team steps forward to ask the girl, Tuhua, are you sure? Should we let that guy into the group? The guy who invited you to the group earlier continues. Right. Everyone else is shunning him, even though I agreed to let him join. The girl named Tuhua laughs loudly. Mok Hu Thien, are you afraid of him too? He is embarrassed and stammers. What? No. Tuhua reassures him. Don't worry. Just trust me. Those idiots only know how to exclude him. But I think we should take advantage of him. If he's in our group, other groups won't dare to mess with us. We'll use him to the fullest, and when dawn breaks, we will abandon him, just as planned. I've already ordered someone else to wait far away to take his spot after he's killed. Moreover, he's alone, and we have 7 people. His internal energy is blocked. What else can he do? She finishes speaking and looks toward Mok Hu Thien, who is walking vacantly. She is secretly satisfied. The plan is perfect. As she thinks this, Tuhua intently observes your appearance. She involuntarily smiles. Tuhua thinks to herself, but this face is really such a waste. Should I try to seduce him? Acting on the thought, she approaches you. Hey, you were very impressive earlier. Where are you from? Tuhua is smug. After all, they're all just men. Seeing that you are silent, she continues. Tell me, I like you. The men glare at you, jealous. She is happy. If I use my charms, no guy can resist me. And I will use the jealousy of those idiots to make them more loyal to me. Mok Hu Thien smile cunningly. Me too. She momentarily blushes. Huh? This guy is quite bold. Mok Hu Thien reply, with a dark tone, I really like you. Both you and those people in front, all of you came looking for me yourselves. And I'll exploit those fools' jealousy to ensure their total loyalty. He smirked deviously. Me too. She blushed instantly. Huh. This guy is pretty bold. He replied coldly. I really like you. Both you and those before you, you all came to me on your own. As soon as she finished speaking, he viciously snapped Tuhua's neck, before she could even react. Coldly, he tossed her corpse to the ground, leaving the others stunned. They murmured in shock. This guy is insane. He actually killed Tuhua. Zhang looked at the group who had thought about harming him with a sinister, icy gaze. Now, it's dinner time. His eyes glowed blood red, like a demon crawling out of hell. Zhang said slowly. Then, if you'll excuse me. He looked at the people before him as if they were a delicious meal. Little ones, thank you for the feast. One of them cursed angrily. Mok Hu Thien dog, I'm going to kill you. His companion quickly stopped him. Wait, stay calm. Hearing this, Zhang stared blankly at the group that had intended to kill him. The companion reassured his team. Stay calm first. The angrier we get, the more he enjoys it. Even though Tuhua is dead, there are still 6 of us left. We have the advantage. The fat man paused. Mok Hu Thien were right. My mistake. Thanks for the reminder. He continued. We must work together to kill him and make him pay. The fat man beside him gritted his teeth and added, We've already killed Tuhua. Very quickly, Zheng was surrounded by the 6 men. Suddenly, he spoke up. This isn't what I expected. The man was surprised. What? Zheng continued. I thought you all would lose your way without a leader, but you're doing better than I thought. Another man shouted, We don't need your praise. Let's see if you can still run your mouth after we beat you to a pulp. A strange, demonic smile spread across Zheng's lips. His most evil expression surfaced. No sooner had the man spoken than he lunged forward fiercely. A hand clamped onto his face. Zheng moved as fast as lightning. The group hadn't even clearly seen his movements. Zheng threw him hard against a large nearby tree. Fresh blood sprayed out, and in the blink of an eye, the man had breathed his last. The remaining men saw this scene and were terrified. They shouted, Get him! The whole group charged together, yelling for each other to take him down. Zheng remained calm. He lunged toward the man standing closest to him, grabbing his ankle. With a casual flick, he slammed the guy into the ground. Blood poured out once more. Then, he grabbed another man by the leg and swung him violently into the others. His strength was now enough to take on 5 people at once. They didn't miss any opportunity to take him down. Seeing an opening while his companions were distracting Zheng, the fat man shouted, This is our chance. Go, guys. They lunged at him like starving tigers, punching wildly. Zheng used both hands to block the blows in front of him. One of them rejoiced. Great, we have the upper hand. If we keep this up, Zheng used both hands to keep the blows away from his face and said, Bored, too weak. Right after that, he lunged forward, shooting out of the encirclement. One of the men was surprised. What? Zheng threw a punch at him. He wasn't using a weapon, but it was enough to kill him. The man hadn't even had a chance to react after taking that one punch. Afterward, Zheng turned and struck the leg of another man hard, making him unable to stand. It felt as if his bones had shattered. Unable to hold it in, he screamed in pain. Very quickly, they were all defeated, sprawling on the ground. Only one was left, and he backed away in fear. We can't beat him. His combat skills alone are on another level. Zheng tilted his head to look at him, wearing a twisted smile. The man looked at him as if he were seeing a ghost. Tears welled up uncontrollably. Finally, he screamed in terror, turned and ran as if he had seen a demon. The man with the broken leg saw his comrade being such a coward and cursed. What a dog. Zheng extended his hand, chanting, Sun and moon, combine with spirit. Soul and body, merge, absorb. The man was trying his best to escape when suddenly his entire body was pulled back by a powerful force. Zheng's power acted like an invisible rope, wrapping tightly around his leg and dragging him back. Zheng looked incredibly ferocious at this moment. There wasn't a trace of the righteous path in him. Just as the man had said, he was more like them. Zheng thoroughly enjoyed the fear and despair of the man facing death. He struggled desperately to break free, his 2 hands digging deep into the ground, bleeding. Screams and cries echoed through the mountains, enough to chill anyone's spine. The man with the broken leg watched the horrifying scene before him, crying from fear. When the fat man was completely pulled toward Zheng, he was no longer breathing. The man with the broken leg was so scared he couldn't even cry out. I should have stopped Tuhua when she said she wanted to invite this monster into our group. No, we shouldn't have even crossed paths with this monster. Zheng, who had been silent until now, suddenly sensed someone else's presence nearby. It seemed that person was so horrified by what they witnessed that they accidentally made a sound. Zheng spoke, still a little rat hiding. Huh? By now, the guy had already started running away. As soon as the man with the broken leg heard the sound, he remembered. That was the last person Tuhua had mentioned. He shouted in his heart, Yes, run. Run and tell the others what's happening here. Run far away and tell everyone, anyone. At the same time, Zheng took out a wooden doll from his chest. He recited an incantation to reveal secrets buried by time, releasing them. A powerful dark force enveloped him and the running man. The man's inner voice was screaming, Tell the others that a demon has appeared. And in the end, his fate was unavoidable. Death. On the other side, the last man was still trying to run as far away from Zheng as possible. He was truly rattled by what he had just seen. As he ran, he thought, This is bad. Unbelievable. Remembering Zheng's face, he couldn't help but feel terrified. A demon. He's definitely a demon in human skin. I need to tell the others to gather as many people as possible to catch him. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling struck him from behind. The veins on his forehead couldn't help but bulge. He was terrified, running while looking back, constantly screaming in his head, What is this feeling? From far away, among the tree branches, It seemed like something was appearing. Arms, cruel, pale blue, lifeless hands, like those of the dead, were reaching out toward him. Leading them was the ghost monk, who was chasing him frantically. Seeing this terrifying sight, his face turned paper white. The image of the ghost monk and the pile of hands made him collapse. Back toward Zheng, he was focused on absorbing the murderous aura from the corpses. Thon Lin looked at him. "Mok Hu Thien really are. I was wondering why you weren't acting." "So, you had a plan from the start?" Zheng answered nonchalantly. "This is a good opportunity." Suddenly, the man turned back toward him. Thon Lin and Zheng were both momentarily stunned. It was the ghost monk. He had possessed the body of the last man and brought him back for Zheng. Thon Lin wondered, "What's this? Why didn't you just kill him instead of taking over his body?" Zheng quickly understood her meaning. "Mok Hu Thien did that to make it easier for me to absorb the murderous aura, right?" He smiled contentedly. "Thanks. Mok Hu Thien really understand me." Zheng couldn't help but praise him. "As expected of the spirit I trust most." The ghost monk looked smugly at Thon Lin. She was annoyed by this arrogance and hit him hard. "Are you happy now?" The ghost monk only held his head and endured it. Zheng said, happily, "I can feel that sense of satisfaction. The feeling you only get when your dantian is overflowing with power. Is something only then can you truly feel." Suddenly, at that same moment, this scene was witnessed by another group of people. Zheng stood up darkly and looked at them. "What a feast! This mountain is like a giant dinner plate, inviting me in." He sighed. "I'll eat it all. Leaving leftovers is never a good thing." He sat on the pile of corpses, thinking, according to the rules, I only need to leave 7 behind, and that's it. Night blanketed the mountain, and the inside was filled with mountains of corpses. A white owl landed on a tree, fiercely watching its surroundings. Outside the cave entrance, there were 2 flickering flames. The sky outside remained dark. The man wearing a red ghost mask walked in between 2 assassins, entering the cave. It seemed he was meeting someone in this cave. The man stood silently, waiting. From inside, an old man walked out, hunched over. "Mok Hu Thien arrived, sect master of the corpse blood sect." He responded with a cold, The old man with silver hair said in a raspy voice, "The fire is so brilliant." The sect master ordered his 2 henchmen on either side, "Wait here." They quickly obeyed. "Yes." After that, the 2 of them proceeded deep into the dark cave, where no sunlight could reach. Inside, a creature with thick fur, very large like a hedgehog, was locked up. The sect master of the corpse blood sect asked, "Is everything ready?" The old man said, "Of course." The sect master asked further, "I heard that this strange beast is even more dangerous than the last one." The old man said, "It's best we don't get too close to it. Even though it's been restrained, they are still very dangerous. Even the ones that aren't fully grown are fierce beasts." The beast fiercely stared at the 2 people in front. The sect master watched it tensely. "Fierce beasts? Are these creatures even worse than wild animals?" The old man said loudly. "This is a katu, a monster brought back from the North Sea near North Lake Mountain. It looks like a pig, but it has a massive body with thick fur." It roared fiercely. The sect master watched for a moment, then turned around, satisfied. "Good," he said, adding, "When you get the signal, release it." Back to Zheng, who was very close to where the flag was, surrounded by scattered corpses. Zheng said lazily, "What a coincidence. I just found it." Thon Lin said, "Oh, really? So, what are you going to do? Bring it with you?" Zheng observed. That's a bit difficult." Mok Hu Thien observed the flagpole and the iron plate attached to it. "If you want to take it, you have to break it off. But if the flag isn't intact, it won't count as passing the test." Thon Lin suggests, "Then you'll just have to break it. Besides, you were planning to eliminate all the other groups anyway, right?" Zheng Ni looks over and says, "That's right, I don't need it right now." Then, he steps closer to examine the flag, seemingly having discovered something. Thon Lin wonders, "What is it?" He says, "It looks like there's something written on the flagpole." Thon Lin asks in surprise, "What is it?" He reads aloud, 3 sword figures, Ultimate Clarity Sutra. "Sword movement figures?" Thon Lin frowns in thought. Zheng Ni continues reading, "Ownerless immortal incantation. Sword and body as one. Spirit objects strange form." He says, "That's all there is." She explains that it's the incantation for a sword formation. Zheng Ni observes more closely. Hearing her say this, he asks, puzzled, "A sword formation?" Zheng Ni repeats, "A sword formation is a type of array, right?" She replies, "Exactly. But it seems the incantation is incomplete. If that's all the technique contains, it would create weaknesses at 4 pressure points. the Valley Point, the Divine Gate, the Kunlun Point, and the Weizhong Point. Even if you formed a sword array, it would just be child's play. Why would someone write an incomplete sword technique here? Hearing her say this, Zhengni ponders for a long while before speculating. Perhaps it's hidden on the other flags. The other flags must contain the rest of the sword technique. Could it be? Thanlin replies. That's right, you might be right. If other flags contain the rest of the incantation, it would be a different story. They definitely want us to seek out the other flags. Exactly. It seems like a hidden quest, he calculates. Those who have found the flags will eventually discover this, and they'll have to clash with one another while searching for the rest. They want to spark a war right from the start. Huh? Analyzing the problem to this point, he wears a cunning smile. How interesting. Thon Lin is wary. Everything is getting complicated, he says casually. But at least we know a little something now, don't we? It's fine. As he slashes the flagpole in half, he discovers a secret inside. He leans down to inspect it, then says to Thon Lin, "It seems there's magic energy on the flagpole." Her expression shows a hint of caution. Magic energy? Is this a trap? He brings it closer to observe it carefully. No, it doesn't look like it. More than anything, it feels like it wasn't triggered by being broken, but rather dispelled from afar. It sounds like something is running very fast in the woods. He looks around and speculates. It seems there is something else out there. On the other side, the weaker ones are starting to be purged. They look at that guy with fearful eyes. He says triumphantly, "Is that really it? If you dared to attack, then show me some skill." That group panics. Damn it. Even with our internal energy sealed, is he still that strong? Is he from the Slaughter Valley? He steps closer. Still just standing there? Do you want me to personally invite you? One of them thinks, if this keeps up, the whole group will be wiped out. Then, they secretly exchange glances, signal each other, and shout, "Run!" The guy from Slaughter Valley is surprised. Huh? Then he chases after them aggressively. Who gave you permission to run? Do you think you can just come and go as you please? I will kill all of you and hang your corpses up as a warning to the others. So, die obediently. Sacrifice yourselves for your comrades. His laughter is incredibly arrogant and smug. One of them panics. This maniac. But when they run to a bush nearby, he is momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The guy from Slaughter Valley is also frozen by the scene. He stops in shock. A huge, hairy creature keeps letting out strange cries. It is busily devouring the people who had run off earlier. Its bloodshot eyes and mouth full of razor-sharp, blood-stained fangs make this group tremble with terror. They are all sweating so much they don't even dare to breathe loudly. It seems that because it is eating, it doesn't notice the people on this side. The guy from Slaughter Valley signals, "Slow down." He grits his teeth and whispers, retreating slowly. He knows all too well that without internal energy, there's no way to catch it. Suddenly, a loud sound erupts. Someone in the group accidentally stepped on a dry branch. The whole group panics, turning around to glare at that person with eyes like daggers. Sweat on the forehead of the guy from Slaughter Valley keeps pouring down. He cautiously glances at the monster. At this moment, it has discovered them. It screams frantically, then opens its mouth with sharp, blood-stained fangs. The guy from Slaughter Valley screams, "Damn it! Everyone run!" It starts shrieking and chases after the group like a swarm of bees. They bolt forward, but for some reason, it still hasn't caught them. Looking closely, perhaps this is a mutated wild boar. Of course, it stops, and the group doesn't dare to move. Afraid that they might drive it crazy again, it just stands there. Nobody knows why, but it shows no reaction at all. Then, suddenly, it turns and leaves, leaving the group stunned and confused. Very quickly, it disappears. The crowd murmurs, "What was that? Why did it go back?" One of them wonders, "Why did it do that?" "I don't know," the Slaughter Valley guy says, annoyed. "Damn it, how would I know?" he speculates. "It seems like it saw something behind me." He searches around, but there is nothing unusual, only the red flag fluttering in the wind. He takes one look and thinks, "It seems like this flag scared the beast off." Scene changes to another group. That monster, after giving up on the previous target, continues its hunt. It is like it has been starved for years, frantically looking for people to eat. Everyone screams in terror in the quiet night. Whoever is unlucky enough to fall into its claws meets an end. With no body left, the young man runs, trembling with fear. "Damn it, my internal energy is sealed, so I can't use lightness skills." He wonders, "What the hell is that? Why is that thing here?" He is running blindly, his mind in total chaos, when he sees a figure standing there. He sees someone, and his heart swells with joy. He yells, "A person, a human." Then he shouts, "Hey, save me!" But the person in front is none other than Zhengni. He screams, "Monster! I'm being chased by a monster!" Zheng Ni's face is grim as he looks at him, wondering, a monster? The beast, with claws still dripping with fresh blood, finally arrives. Mok Hu Thien were even more terrifying than the monster, Zheng Ni says. The man thought he had escaped, but in the end, he still dies by Zheng Ni's hand. As soon as he deals with that guy, the beast gets closer. Zheng Ni calmly observes it. It walks toward him aggressively. In Zheng Ni's hand, he is still clutching the other man's neck. He stares at it for a moment. Its eyes are so red they glow. When it sees him, it is completely different from an ordinary animal. Unlike the others, he is not afraid and does not run away. Zheng Ni wonders, what is this thing? Zheng Ni then throws the body in his hand to the ground. The beast is also testing him. Thon Lin says, although this is the first time I've seen one, based on its appearance and cry, it's definitely a cat rat. Zheng Ni asks, a cat rat? She explains, it's a type of monster that likes to eat human brains, living in the North Sea near North Lake Mountain. Hearing the word monster, Zheng Ni also becomes wary of it. At the same time, the cat rat can't wait any longer. It lunges at him aggressively. Zheng Ni leaps high into the air. His hands quickly form seals. Since the master from the summoner sect gave him a treasure that allows him to use magic, Zheng Ni is not limited much now. He shouts, heat suppression, fire suppression. Zheng Ni used the Four Winds binding technique to lock this monster up. Then he clenches his fist tightly and shouts, seal. The golden chains in the air quickly tighten. A feeling of stifling pain quickly overcomes the creature, making the cat rat panic momentarily. Because it is being squeezed so tightly, it has trouble breathing. The cat rat lets out cries of pain. Nevertheless, Zheng Ni aggressively clenches his hand, and the squeezing force increases accordingly. The monster can't move and can only shriek in despair. Suddenly, it aggressively raises its sharp claws. The magic chains he created start to crack quickly. Zheng Ni is surprised by its strength. Very quickly, it breaks through his seal and escapes. The dirt and rocks flying around him are blown away by that immense internal energy. The cat rat stares aggressively at Zheng Ni. He quickly stands up to defend himself, his sharp teeth finally biting through the last threads binding it. His eyes also start to turn bright red. He remains calm, not flinching. Its eyes glare at him aggressively, but it doesn't intend to attack yet. Zheng Ni doesn't back down either. He exerts his internal energy, glaring at it as if to threaten it. When it encounters other prey, it attacks and devours them, but standing before him, it seems hesitant. Suddenly, after a while, it turns and leaves. To his surprise, Zheng Ni says to Theng Lin, it left. She replies, it seems it thinks you're a hard target. He wonders, I didn't expect the magic technique to be broken so easily. Thun Lin continues, if it were just a fierce beast, I could have subdued it. She adds, I hear that when a cat rat matures, it's called a monster beast. Looking at its size, it's probably about to mature. Now it's just a low level monster about to evolve into a monster beast. He is confused. Things are getting messy now. She asks, why? Are you afraid because the magic technique didn't work? With me here, what are you afraid of? He stammers, no, it's not that. He looks at the scattered corpses. I'm afraid it's going to steal all my prey. He sighs sadly. Looks like I have to hurry up before it eats everything. Scene changes to the guy from Slaughter Valley. Tiresome sounds ring out. Do you really have to do that? I know we have to search for the incantation on the other flags, but just breaking the top of the pole and taking it is enough, isn't it? He says, frustrated. Don't question me. Just do exactly as I say. If my prediction is right, you'll be thanking me later. Suddenly, a Gachu burst out from the bushes, charging at them aggressively. One of the men screamed in sheer terror, stuttering, "D-Death, God." The leader held out his hand to signal them to stand their ground, but strangely, the beast didn't attack them. After watching them for a moment, the creature finally turned away. The man stood there, stunned. It's gone? Chu Sat-Kok said triumphantly. See? I told you. There must be something on this flag that repels it. The group looked at the flag, overjoyed. He continued, but we have to be quick. I don't know how many others know about this, but there's no doubt someone will figure out the secret to the incantation. Just as he predicted, everyone gradually began to uncover the secret of the script. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly took the lead. Hurry up. The group followed closely, shouting, all right, this way. The assassins were starting to load the corpses onto carts. After this moment, those people would be completely devoid of their humanity. The masked man came over to inspect the scene and asked his subordinate, are you done yet? The subordinate nodded quickly, indicating that everything was finished. The man continued, good, let's move out. The carts, piled high with bodies, moved quickly toward a mountain cliff. The surrounding path was tied with red ropes and plastered with yellow talismans. They gathered the corpses there, and the old man quickly stuck a talisman onto each one, then instructed his henchmen, "Throw these talismans-adorned flags down into the abyss, and when you throw them, absolutely do not look down." They quickly followed orders. The corpses were all tossed into the mountain's deep gorge. One of the men asked curiously, "Senior, why don't we just burn them instead of throwing them down there?" The man replied, "Just do as I say, and don't ask so many questions." The man quickly obeyed. He added, "I'm not entirely sure either, but every time they do an inspection, this is what they do. They say the currents here all flow to the same place." The man who asked persisted. "What are you talking about?" He replied, "I don't know. It seems like it's to create some kind of nourishment." He warned him, "Don't ask any more. If low-lives like us are too curious, we'll only invite disaster upon ourselves." The man who asked was puzzled. "Nourishment? What does he mean? They throw corpses down here every time they inspect. There are already over 100 bodies down there now. Just how many corpses are down there in total?" He curiously peered over the edge. Suddenly, an invisible force enveloped him. A hand slammed hard onto his shoulder, gripping him tightly. Only then did he snap out of it. Realizing he was already standing dangerously close to the sheer cliff edge, he panicked to himself. "How did I end up here?" The old man's face darkened. "I told you not to look down." He turned away, not forgetting to add, "Remember this. Absolutely do not look down." He looked back, his expression gloomy and terrifying. Mock Hu Thien'll be enchanted. Back to Hu Thien's team. The monster was still greedily eating a human brain. His clothes were completely tattered by now. The group retreated in fear. It seemed this was their first time facing such a Gachu. One of them cried out in terror, "What is that thing?" Hearing the loud noise, the beast aggressively turned its head, its red eyes wide. But Hu Thien's team had the flag, and just as the man said, it seemed to be very afraid of it. Immediately after, the Gachu turned and ran off in another direction, not daring to look back. This action left Hu Thien's group stunned. Once it was gone, he couldn't help but sit, heavily on the ground, overwhelmed by fear. The group murmured, "It's gone? Is it full?" Hu Thien sighed wearily. He worried, "I've already lost 2 teammates just to protect this flag, and now I have to face that monster again?" He clutched his head in despair, thinking, "Can I even survive here?" Hu Thien looked at the corpses. "But there's something strange. If they died from fighting or were eaten by that monster, there should be wounds on their bodies or they should be headless. But on the way here, I saw several bodies with nothing but broken necks." Hu Thien looked up at the sky, bewildered. Now, what on earth is happening on this mountain? The moonlight tonight illuminated the area, but it was a long, dark night for those in the Corpse Blood Valley. Zheng Ni was still busy absorbing the death energy from the corpses Dantian along the road. He frowned. "Too little," Dan Lin spoke up. "Mok Hu Thien talking about the death energy? Must be. Since the Gachu only eats the corpses, it kills itself." Zheng Ni stood up, frustrated. "It feels like I'm eating someone else's leftovers." Zheng Ni thought for a long time, then sighed irritably. "This won't do," Thon Lin asked, waiting for him to continue. His face and voice became grim. "I have to kill the Gachu," Zheng Ni said, with determination. "I must kill it." Hearing this, Thon Lin pondered for a moment before eagerly suggesting, "Then leave it to me. Even you, without internal energy, would find it hard to defeat it." He asked, "Mok Hu Thien would do that?" Thon Lin was certain. "Yes. So, let me out." Zheng Ni held the wooden effigy in his hand and recited the chant. "Cycle of reincarnation. 99 Island return. Dissolve." After he finished, a surge of overwhelming internal energy surrounded him. Beneath his feet, a sea of dark red blood quickly appeared. Thon Lin, bewitching and graceful, stretched comfortably, breaking free from the wooden effigy. Her complexion looked a bit brighter. She happily twisted her body. "Being free is still better than being locked up. I was dying of stiffness," Zheng Ni urged. "Will you go now?" She flew up quickly. "Mok Hu Tianre in such a rush." "Fine, I'll go for a bit and return. It's been so long since I've been free to fly around." Thon Lin now looked like a bird released from its cage. Her red figure was as beautiful as a fairy, standing proudly in the night sky. Below, there were screams of people fighting amongst themselves. But even after flying for a while, Thon Lin still couldn't find the Gachu. She wondered, strange. "Seriously? I don't see it anywhere. It's about to become a beast. It shouldn't be this hard to find." Thon Lin asked herself, "Where did it go?" Suddenly, a strange light emitted, sparking her curiosity. She headed toward the source of the light. A deep pit was radiating a brilliant blue glow. The sight momentarily stunned Thon Lin. She smiled faintly, her tone full of mockery. Thon Lin couldn't help but curse. I don't know who you are, but you're truly a madman. Immediately after, she hurried back to find him. Disciple, disciple, Zhengni asked. Did you find it? She replied happily, her voice tinged with urgency. No, I found something even more interesting than the gachu. Zhengni was curious. What is it? Thon Lin told him briskly. Follow me. His face remained expressionless, but he knew this probably wasn't anything good. At the cliff, Thon Lin hovered in the air. He slowly walked below. Thon Lin flew over the wooden bridge, the area where those men had gathered the corpses earlier. Zhengni walked across the bridge slowly, because he couldn't use his light foot technique at the moment. He observed his surroundings as he walked. Wheel tracks looks like someone hauled something up here. Suddenly, Zhengni spotted something. His expression was just as surprised as Thon Lin's had been earlier. Zhengni stepped closer to the edge of the abyss, looking down from above. A blue aura was continuously gushing out from below, and all around it were many talismans and barriers to contain it. Thon Lin asked him, Disciple, do you know what goo poison is? Zhengni replied, How could I not? Goo poison is created when hundreds or thousands of poisonous creatures are thrown into a container, and only one survives. That survivor carries the most potent venom, and is known as goo poison. She looked down into the abyss and said to him, That goo poison is down there. Zhengni looked down as his eyes suddenly glowed red. From the depths of the abyss, he heard the mournful cries of many people. Sounds like ghosts echoed endlessly. Save me. No, along with sounds of cursing and tearing each other apart. I don't want to disappear. Mock Hu Thien bastard. I'll kill you. Mommy, save me. It seemed they wanted to climb out but were trapped by something. Zhengni speculated. These must be shackles. Thon Lin said, Mock Hu Thien used this secret technique before the art of binding spirits to the mortal realm. Mock Hu Thien used it on Cao Tuan. Zhengni wondered, if you gather spirits, bound to one place like this, will it become a bottomless abyss? A space where spirits slaughter each other? He stared down, amazed, incredible. It really is goo poison. Suddenly, he glanced at Thon Lin, his expression flickering with sadness. Perhaps the goo poison, born from this place, will be an Onryo vengeful spirit class. Thinking this, he smiled greedily, licking his lips with a sinister smirk. She continued, This is a great opportunity. Death energy is overflowing everywhere. I just need to reach out and use the consciousness. As soon as she finished, Zhengni quickly jumped down before Thon Lin could react. She screamed, following after him. What are you doing? Zhengni plunged down frantically. Why bother picking up scraps on the outside? It'll be much better down there. Thon Lin furrowed her brows. Are you that eager to die? That place is a chaotic current, a place where vengeful spirits slaughter each other. If you step in there, they will devour you. He smiled faintly. Didn't Thon Lin say so herself? With my current level, I can't do anything at the Heaven and Earth Society. If I can increase my chances of revenge, isn't it worth risking my life? Hearing him, Thon Lin didn't know how to argue anymore. It seemed she was convinced by his hatred. He stepped forward, smiling brightly, and to be honest, how could I resist this temptation? Saying that, he quickly dived down again. Then, I'll go first. Thon Lin was speechless. Mock Hu Thien down there? The spirits have rotted. The wretches shrieked incessantly, trampling over one another. Seeing him descend, they hungered for his body, a living body. He was still alive. A human. They screamed and lunged at him like a pack of starving demons. He recalled the Fangshi's words. If you wear this, you can perform techniques without using talismans, he thought to himself. Thon Lin also said it was a ring containing core curse power. He might not trust him, but he trusted Thon Lin completely. He quickly formed hand seals. Thermal disease, death execution, cleansing, thermal power, absolute death, technique activation. The barrier ignited, and the spirits that were trying to tear him apart were quickly blocked. Separated from the outside, he was surprised. So this is a barrier? It pushes back the vengeful spirits, getting close pretty useful. He glared at those spirits. Now then, shall we continue the meal? He stood upon the mountain of spirits, then quickly closed his eyes and formed seals with his hands. Outside, the giant fish was still actively eating the brains of the challengers. Protected by a layer of spell energy, he could now move freely without fear of any spirit disturbing him. He began to leap into the water. The spirits looked at him with intense hunger, but they couldn't touch him at all. Zheng realized instantly that these were water ghouls. They kept trying to climb up. He formed seals, trying to swat them away to make his movement easier. But the hard part was that even after he swatted them away, they clung to him. They clung like leeches, trying to drag him down. I remember the yin-yang record stating that water demons are more persistent and dangerous than ordinary ones. Seeing it with my own eyes, it's definitely true. Thinking of this, he raised his hand to form a seal and began chanting. He unleashed a golden palm strike, a powerful, blinding golden light that seemed to incinerate those spirits. Very quickly, they scrambled to flee into the pile of corpses on the shore. Every one of them in the water was terrified by him and forced to jump onto the bank. After dealing with them, he also quickly leapt out of the water. He began to stay on guard. This is getting a bit dangerous. Water splashed everywhere. Looking at the sky, it seemed like it was raining, but the spirits didn't seem to give up. They tried to crawl up, grabbing his legs to drag him down. They acted so fast and unexpectedly that he couldn't react in time. Zheng was frustrated. What the hell? At that same moment, Thon Lin had quickly appeared to lend a hand. She challenged them. Mok Hu Thien dare? Immediately after, she struck aggressively at the crowd of spirits, causing their bodies to tear apart. She landed lightly. Lowly things. You dare to crave what belongs to another? But they didn't give up. The whole swarm combined to form a mountain of spirits, rising from the water once again. It looked incredibly grotesque, but she didn't seem panicked at all. Thon Lin spoke in a low voice, staring at them. He is mine. As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed her pipe toward the water ghoul spirits and shouted, "Get lost." In less than a moment, Thon Lin had quickly handled the small fry. She teased him. "Serves you right, you impulsive brat." He stepped forward, looking at her happily. Mok Hu Thien arrived just in time. Thon Lin turned away, frowning. "What?" he repeated, with an incredibly sincere tone. I trusted that Thon Lin would definitely come to help me. Although she was a 100-year-old vengeful spirit, she was still very young when she died. Faced with these words, she couldn't help but blush. Shy and angry, she shouted, "Mok Hu Thien, hateful brat." He laughed heartily. Immediately after, he returned to a serious state. But the situation doesn't look too good. He observed the other vengeful spirits, who didn't even dare to approach Thon Lin. I guess it's because Thon Lin is too strong, huh? Mok Hu Thien were truly impressive. She clicked her tongue. Mok Hu Thien think those trivial things can trouble me? She said nonchalantly. Look around you, Zheng. Following his instincts, he listened. Those spirits were hungrily staring at him. It was as if the moment he let his guard down, they would pounce and tear him to shreds. Thon Lin pointed and continued. Those vengeful spirits are fighting and biting each other. No different from a flood. Even I can hardly keep you safe in this chaotic flow. At this point, her expression suddenly became serious. Especially that pitch-black whirlpool over there. If you fall into it, you'll hardly survive. So, it's best you give up. Before she could finish, he interrupted her. I think I'll be fine here. Immediately after, he quickly stripped off his clothing. Thon Lin bashfully covered her face, stuttering. What are you doing? He continued. I've intended to do this since the moment I was pierced with these. She was still stunned, not understanding what he planned to do, so she just stood there blankly. He reached his hand behind his back. Found it. Then, he quickly chanted the door-sealing talisman. One step, the needle sealing his pressure points quickly. Emerged. He nonchalantly pulled it hard out of his body. Thon Lin stood watching, breaking into a sweat. She couldn't believe her eyes. Mok Hu Thien just pulled the door-sealing needle out of your spine without even blinking? He replied calmly. Yeah. Feels much better now. Thon Lin thought. That is an extremely dangerous and painful thing to do. Furthermore, you are using your inner energy this way. Thinking about it for a moment, she felt this was truly absurd. He was frustrated. I need to pull all the rest of them out. Very quickly, many more needles were removed. Thon Lin looked at the tough guy in front of her, momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. His entire body's energy had been suppressed for too long and now had a chance to burst outward. She thought, when your pressure points were sealed, I don't know how much inner energy you had accumulated, but it's even more than I imagined. If you can absorb it all, you will reach the peak of the early stage. Mok Hu Thien, killing intent is so strong that even trivial things can't get close. Perhaps you really can do this. He felt relieved. Now I feel more comfortable. Thon Lin wondered. Mok Hu Thien have been enduring it until now? He explained. I heard that experts can sense the energy of others, so I tried to restrain it. Thon Lin praised him. So you didn't jump in thoughtlessly, but you're still in danger, so it's best you clear the area first. He looked around. That would take too much time. Besides, doesn't everyone say, the fish head is the most delicious part? He looked at the black hole in front of him. Must eat the head first. right? Thun Lin was helpless. Mok Hu Thin, crazy brat. You think that's a fish? He asked next. Can you help me? She sighed. Mok Hu Thin really want to die early, don't you? Thun Lin looked at that black hole and thought, but this isn't a bad choice. If you can absorb it, you'll save 15 years of cultivation. She tacitly agreed with his decision. I will attract their attention. Mok Hu Thin, just go straight ahead. He happily thanked her. Thun Lin encouraged, try to eat it all. Then, she took a deep breath from her pipe. Before acting, Thun Lin began to close her eyes, concentrating intensely. Her breath carried a dark flavor. When she opened her eyes, it was also when blood began to flow from her eyes down her face like a demon. Her deep, dark voice rang out. Blood realm. A drop of blood from her eyes quickly dripped onto the ground. From that drop of blood, more appeared, and it quickly increased. In just a moment, the area where he was standing was covered by a sea of blood. Thun Lin spoke in a gloomy voice. Ghost domain. Two figures stood amidst the sea of blood, standing proudly looking forward. A path of blood quickly opened up in front of him. Surrounded by chains, Thun Lin looked at him aggressively and shouted, Go! He quickly launched himself, seizing the opportunity to go first. He tried his best to move fast through the pile of chains created by Thun Lin. Even though he knew the deeper he went, the more dangerous it would be. His expression didn't change at all. Amidst that pitch black scenery, he was like a bright star flying through the dark places. Here, the aggressive mouths of the spirits had been frightened by her power. They looked at him with hungry eyes, but the killing intent radiating from him kept them from daring to approach. Although they couldn't touch him, they followed behind him like starving leeches. He struggled past that swarm of starving spirits. If she hadn't cleared the way, he could hardly have passed this hurdle. Suddenly, from inside the dark cave, there was a golden light, very blinding and prominent ahead. He quickly landed there, cautiously observing very carefully. That strange light. He began to step slowly forward. There were no spirits here, but on the ground were several human skeletons. He wondered, have I arrived at the center already? He heard a strange noise, so he quickly looked up. A large monster was busily swallowing spirits. It opened its large mouth, making hungry sounds, and in its hand, it was holding a spirit that was screaming incessantly. The scene before his eyes made him momentarily stunned. He stood watching it for a long time. The monster sat in the middle of a mountain of scattered corpses piled on top of each other. It was greedily eating one person after another. He was curious. Is this, he thought, it's pulling in the vengeful spirits and devouring them. Is this the thing at the center of this flow? It very quickly detected his breath. The monster glanced over. It was very large compared to a human, and its shape was incredibly bizarre. At this moment, it opened its wide mouth, covered in chains, and shouted, a living human. When it could speak human language, he was extremely surprised. It opened its mouth wide to its ears, looking at him with hunger. Then, the monster seemed to lose control. It shouted, eat meat, and then aggressively lunged at him. Just as it waved its hand, the chains quickly tightened around him. In the blink of an eye, he was hoisted up close to that disgusting, large mouth. Because the only food here was spirits. When Zheng arrived, it couldn't control its hunger. At this moment, the monster bit down hard. Mok Hu Thin, foolish human, how dare you storm in here alone? I'll crush you into pieces. The monster roared, its words echoing loudly. Zheng was already caught in its jaws, yet he remained perfectly calm. He reached out to remove the ring from his finger, his voice chillingly cold as he spoke. I accept your challenge. The monster was momentarily stunned. A wicked smile crept onto Zheng's face. I came here to devour you too. He quickly recited a silent incantation, aimed at unleashing the cursed energy sealed within the ring. A brilliant light flashed from within the monster's mouth. It felt as though its maw were burning, as if it were about to explode, and in a panic, it gasped wide open. Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and reached out, gripping one of the monster's massive teeth. The creature wept in agony, tears streaming down its face. Zheng looked around, remarking, what a pity. Mok Hu Thin swallowing me was actually the most direct way to absorb the wraith spirit energy from right inside your own body. Zheng chuckled, satisfied. A fatal mistake. Suddenly, he began absorbing the spirit energy. A ghastly voice echoed, do you think you can pull that off? Out of the creature's stomach, hideous arms emerged, aggressively grabbing at him to drag him down. The monster gloated. A pathetic human. Like you dares to boast? I'll make you taste the agony of the living. Just like that, he was dragged back into the depths of its gut. The monster shrieked incessantly, I will devour you. It seemed Zheng had been a bit too rushed and overconfident. Zheng gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his balance, but it was useless. He reached out, hoping to grab onto something, but there was nothing there. Zheng finally landed at the bottom. He looked around. The space inside was surprisingly bright. He observed his surroundings, wondering, where am I? In the distance, he saw 3 figures talking about something. The successors of the other kings have also agreed. This has long been the desire of the guild. Therefore, you must follow their example and do the same. The other 2 quickly replied, we will bear your teachings in mind. Zheng stood in the shadows, silently observing. The young man there spoke joyfully. Brother, I will always be by your side. I will be your right hand and help carry the burden of our family. Zheng seemed to understand, he guessed, that this must be the memory of this wraith. The scene shifted to when that group was at the spring, scrambling to find the spirit orb. The young man's brother found it first, but he handed it to him. He rushed to say, take it, quickly. The young man was confused. Brother, what are you doing? The brother quickly reassured him. I'll find another one soon. Mok Hu Thien, go ahead. The young man was still confused. His brother urged him again. There's no time. Go before someone else gets here. The young man ran off blindly. The brother's voice still echoed behind him. I'll find one and catch up soon. Hurry. Zheng mused. A strict father and a younger brother who always followed him. Is that why he ended up in the Blood Corpse Valley? The scene shifted to the moment they retrieved the flag. Zheng hesitated, deep in thought. But then, a trembling voice shattered his train of thought. The brother was staring in disbelief. Why? Why you? He had never expected his own younger brother to be the one ruthlessly smashing a rock into his head. At that moment, the brother dropped his mask and smiled slyly. Mok Hu Thien bastard. If you die, everything will be over. Mok Hu Thien were always pitying me, while you had everything. He screamed like a madman. Mok Hu Thien were only better than me because you were born first. The older brother weakly raised his hand, stammering to explain. But his brother didn't give him any chance to finish. He aggressively hoisted the rock and began smashing it repeatedly into his brother's head, screaming, die, die. Blood splattered everywhere, but he showed no signs of stopping, as if pouring all his resentment into this act. Zheng stood silently, watching the brother, lying motionless in a pool of blood, while the other had already fled after finishing his task. Zheng watched the cart carrying the corpse and thought to himself, he never realized his younger brother's jealousy and envy, and so he died by his brother's hand, and like countless other corpses, he was tossed off that cold cliff and forgotten forever. Soon after being thrown down, his body was torn apart by the resident wraiths. He sat alone in a mountain of corpses. He clearly could not rest in peace. Zheng followed, observing how the scenery changed with every milestone of his life. Zheng watched him sitting alone, hugging himself and weeping endlessly. He knew this was a place infested with ancient toxins. He was filled with regret. Why do I still have to suffer this pain even after death? Around him, the wraiths groaned and wailed miserably. He was in agony and felt completely helpless. A sense of fear surged. Why am I still being devoured even after death? Was I born just to be eaten? He began to succumb to the darkness, unable to bear it any longer. He screamed, I won't let myself be eaten. If my fate is to be devoured, then even in death, I will fight back. I will devour them instead. I will devour everything. With that, a hand shot out and grabbed Zheng, pulling him in. He roared, all the wraiths here, and you too. At this moment, the entity revealed its true form, a monster. It continued to howl, I won't let anything eat me anymore. It seemed to be having another fit of rage. It opened its massive maw, intending to attack him. Zheng was quickly submerged in a sea of wraiths and the creature's resentment. He thought, countless emotions from these wraiths are surging into me: longing, regret, fury, and hatred. The resentment accumulated over 15 years by these wraiths is churning like a storm. Along with the emotions of the wraith I just swallowed, the very thing I intended to consume. That emotion is vengeance. He closed his eyes, thinking, and began gathering energy. His hand drifted in the infinite void. Zheng was caught off guard, and soon he was swallowed by a sea of blood. It was about to reach his head. Zheng raised his hand and began chanting a spell. Destruction Art, 8th form. A surge of immense power flowed into him. Void Steel, Gale Form, Thachting Figure, Mirror of the Heart. A blinding light erupted, illuminating the entire sky. Thon Lin, who was waiting outside, was momentarily stunned by the surge of power. Energy was pouring out of the pit incessantly. It seemed the pit was experiencing some sort of trouble. Thon Lin calculated. The chaotic flow is vibrating, violently, and the connection to the Shikigami is beginning to falter. Could it be? She looked anxiously toward the entrance of the black pit. Disciple, have you truly been defeated? The red string on her chest was flickering erratically. Thon Lin became anxious and thought, too young and too arrogant for his own good. She frowned. Leave it to me if you don't want to be devoured. She quickly leaped into the black pit to assist her disciple. Thon Lin was surprised. Even the level 6 wraiths are being absorbed? She pondered. Could it be the ancient toxins? In the vortex, wraiths were constantly trying to escape, only to be sucked back in. The spirits shrieked and wailed, "Run! Save us! Help!" The chaotic, raspy sounds were enough to make one's skin crawl. The spirits looked hungrily toward Thon Lin. Come here! Come here! We will end this here!" They quickly merged into a single entity. A manifestation of utter despair and evil was born. Thon Lin stared ahead, stunned. As soon as she saw it, she knew. In front of her, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from the vortex of wraiths. Thon Lin quickly descended nearby to observe. A figure slowly rose from the darkness. The surrounding mist made it difficult to identify him. The person slowly walked toward her. Thon Lin was extremely surprised when she saw him. She blurted out, "Mortal?" Zheng's face was grim and emotionless as he stepped out. She frowned, wondering. The aura, radiating from him, is completely different. Has he been possessed by the toxins? Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Have you been devoured?" Zheng looked at her and replied calmly, "No." Thon Lin was incredibly shocked by this. Zheng proudly held out his hand to show her, "How could I be eaten?" Then, he clenched his fist tightly. "I am the one who devours them." She was still reeling from the shock. Thon Lin couldn't believe her own disciple was so terrifying. She stammered, looking at him, unable to find the words. After a moment, she asked, "Mak Hu Thien absorbed all of them?" Zheng answered happily. "Just as you see." She was secretly horrified. "I didn't think you would actually dare to do that." Unbelievable. She looked at the powerful young man before her. He had managed to absorb a wraith of Thon Lin's level. Zheng said indifferently, "I think I ate too much. My stomach feels like it's going to burst." Thon Lin hurriedly said, "Right, because you're human." She then spoke urgently. "Mak Hu Thien, need to release some of the death energy." He asked, "Why?" She explained, "The human body is like a vessel. It has limits. That's why you must reach enlightenment, to expand that vessel before doing such things. Absorbing too much death energy when you aren't ready is not good. Go ahead and release some of it now." He turned to leave. "All right, then I'll transfer this excess death energy to it." Thon Lin asked, surprised. "To what?" She followed him, curiously asking, "What do you mean?" Zheng dug through the pile of bones. "It should be here." Finally, he found a skull among them. It still had a seal talisman pasted onto it. Found it. Thon Lin was still amazed. She wondered, that thing? Before she could react, he had already begun transferring the death energy into it. The skull rapidly absorbed all the excess energy from Zheng. He observed it gloomily. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "What are you doing? Why transfer the death energy into that?" The skull continued to absorb a massive amount of death energy. Very quickly, it formed a complete human skeleton, including a torso and limbs. Thon Lin stood in silence, watching the process as he continued to channel the energy inside. And the skull, which was just bones a moment ago, began to take on a physical form. She wondered if this was the skull from the center of the whirlpool. He answered, "That's right." The chains around that body quickly vanished, as if it were being reborn and brought back to life from the dead. Even stranger, a head of platinum blonde hair began to grow out rapidly. A human in the flesh was clutching its body as it appeared. Thon Lin looked at the person on the ground in total shock. "What? It's a girl?" The boy stood up, annoyed, and shouted back, "Girl? What are you talking about?" Thon Lin and he were both stunned by this feisty attitude. The boy stood up straight and proudly introduced himself. "I am a man." After he finished his introduction, Thon Lin and he were left speechless. The air around them fell silent. The boy stared firmly at the two of them. Not only that, but he also pulled back his hair so they could get a good look at him. Thon Lin still tried to tease him. "Aren't you a girl?" the boy shouted loudly. She frowned and turned to ask him, "Why did you revive it? We should have just killed it." He replied, "I thought it would be useful." The boy yelled aggressively, "I'm right here. What are you two talking about?" Thon Lin quickly asserted her authority to show she was the senior. She grabbed the boy by the neck and glared, her voice cold. "Mak Hu Thien dare speak to me like that? Do you want to die?" The boy seemed to be quite sharp, as he obediently tucked his tail and lowered his voice. "No." Suddenly, he spoke up, startling the boy. "Are you asking why I revived it?" He cunningly held up the skull. "Is that what you're wondering about?" Immediately after that, He aggressively crushed the skull in his hand, without a second thought. The boy was in so much pain that he collapsed to the ground, screaming non-stop. Thon Lin, standing beside him, was left speechless. She said, happily, Mok Hu Thien destroyed its origin? It must be in terrible pain, right? Mok Hu Thien revived it just to torture it, that is truly. He held out the ashes of the skull he had just crushed, then tilted his head back and swallowed them all. Thon Lin and the boy were shocked by this reaction. He said nothing and firmly swallowed every last bit of the skull's remains. From inside his chest, a bond quickly formed. The boy shouted aggressively, "What did you do?" The bond quickly linked him and the boy, leaving the latter in a daze. So, from now on, he would become his Shikigami, just like Thon Lin. The boy wept and trembled. Looking at the link, he kept muttering, "No, this can't be." Thon Lin also looked at the link on her own chest and thought, "Is this how one binds a vengeful spirit? It seems a bit absurd." She remembered and silently marveled. It's true, he never acts without a plan. This mortal is truly cunning. Once finished, he satisfiedly brushed the dust off his hands. Thon Lin silently thought that his actions were truly unpredictable. He looked at the Shikigami link on his chest with satisfaction and smiled, while the boy trembled on the ground, gritting his teeth, looking at him like a wild beast caught before him. The scene shifts to a tall tower. Night had fallen. Inside the room, candles burned brightly. An old man was kneeling on the ground. He was the sect leader of the origin sect, Thieu Enguk. Suddenly, while he was sitting there, the candles were all blown out at once, even though there was no wind. He startled and opened his eyes to look at the phenomenon for a long time. He was so tense that the veins on his forehead began to bulge. This phenomenon seemed to worry him deeply. He quickly stood up and walked straight out into the empty hallway. For some unknown reason, the old man looked extremely hurried. He walked to another room and aggressively pushed the door open, but what he saw inside shocked him. The chains on the jar had cracked, and the jar itself had shattered, scattered across the floor. He trembled as he picked up the chains and the shards. He cried out from within, "Could it be? This is impossible. Has the spirit god's curse been broken?" At that moment, a dark night shrouded the entire origin sect. Zhao Yichang, the spirit master, wearing a strange robe that covered him completely without a single gap, was sitting blankly by the door. Suddenly, the sect leader rushed out. Zhao Yichang, the spirit master, saw this and immediately ran after him, asking, "Master, no, sect leader, are you planning to report to the association leader to stop the exam? This child is very useful. We can't let him die like that." The sect leader hurriedly interrupted him. "This is not the time to talk about that." Seeing that he didn't understand, he said, "My spirit, God's curse has been broken. It seems some kind of demon broke it while passing by here." Zhao Yichang was shocked. "That's impossible. How could anyone break the barrier you set up?" The sect leader believed that at the very least, this was a demon that had reached the beast level. Zhao Yichang seemed stunned and muttered, "A beast-level demon?" As the sect leader walked, he turned back and said, "Then quickly prepare the artifacts and talismans, and follow me. We must go to the Blood Corpse Valley." This made Zhao Yichang secretly happy. He thought, since a major exam is currently taking place at the Blood Corpse Valley anyway, the appearance of a beast-level demon there is an emergency. How lucky. Now I can use that as an excuse to stop the exam. The scene changes. Thon Lin was forced to listen to the brat complaining. The boy was dazed, wondering, "I'm a Shikigami? No way. Why is it like this?" At this moment, he walked up to the boy and asked, "What is your name?" The boy immediately reacted with irritation. "Mok Hu Thien. Think I'll tell you?" Before the words had even left his lips, the boy was frightened by his blood-red, murderous gaze. However, he still tried to growl, but a second later, the boy bowed his head and confessed, "Master, my name is Q Tao Ha." The boy changed his tune so quickly that it left the other two shocked and unable to say a word. He quickly sat down and asked, "Tao Ha, will you be a loyal dog for me?" The girl barked like a dog immediately. Thon Lin broke into a cold sweat and thought, this guy is even worse than that monk. She also didn't expect the boy to reveal his true name so quickly. Usually, vengeful spirits never want to reveal their true names. A spirit that was about to become a Shikigami had just revealed its true name so easily. It must have been the influence of his killing intent. She naturally noticed something and became curious. "But disciple, I see something strange. Why is your internal energy overlapping like that?" He quickly asked back. "Thon Lin, you saw it too?" she asked, surprised. "What?" he said. "Actually, I just came up with a new incantation for the 4th destruction style. 8 techniques." Thon Lin was startled upon hearing this, not believing her ears. And then, he began to recite each line of the incantation. Fourth destruction style. 8 techniques. Fist of the Ancients. Manifestation of Yang. Blood of Nothingness. Valley of Void. Demonic Force. Fist of Form. Mind of Calamity. Fist of Nothingness. Thon Lin was petrified after hearing it, thinking to herself, "What kind of incantation is this? I've never heard of it before." He continued to recite, 5 levels of profound iron. None I can divide my internal energy. Thon Lin was stunned and unable to speak. She observed him and thought, normally, a martial artist has to overcome a certain wall to escape the constraints of the lower dantian, but my disciple used the principle of the fourth destruction to overcome it. My disciple's cultivation is at the peak of the late stage. She could see the amount of internal energy accumulated in his body. It was now double that of a normal person, at the peak of the late stage. That means he is twice as strong as others at the same level. Afterwards, he looked up at the sky and sighed. The time is almost up. What a pity. I intended to kill everyone and only leave 7 people alive. Time doesn't permit it. There's no other way. I'll just have to kill everyone I see. The scene changes to a nearby forest. Harsh, grating laughter echoed here. It turned out that Hu Thien's group was being blocked by another group. That group was led by a tattooed, bald man. Chusat Kok. Hu Thien asked angrily, "Why do you want to steal our flag? Mok Hu Thien already have another one." Chusat Kok laughed sinisterly and said that he just felt like it. Those around him chimed in and laughed out loud. He continued to mock. "Hey Mao Hoarum, I invited you to join the group before, but you refused. Now all your teammates are dead. In the end, you still have to cling to these losers?" Halan said angrily. "Shut up." Hu Thien was worried and thought to himself, is he trying to eliminate his rivals? I don't understand why he's taking such a risk. The sun is about to rise. As long as we hold out until then, the exam will end. The boy turned to encourage everyone. "Let's try our best." Chusat Kok laughed mockingly and said, "Mok Hu Thien think you can hold out? Fine, let's see if you can." Right after that, he signaled. The lackeys behind him cheered, creating a loud commotion. Seeing this, everyone in Hu Thien's group was surprised, not understanding the purpose of what they were doing. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Hu Thien's mind that made him startle and shout, "No! Stop! Everyone stop!" Just as he suspected, danger was approaching very quickly. Halan heard the strange sound and immediately turned to ask, "What is that?" Hu Thien looked in that direction in horror. "It's it!" The loud footsteps shook the entire forest. Everyone was nervous and anxious. In a blink of an eye, the monster appeared with fury. Hu Thien looked at Chusat Kok in horror and shouted, "It's gotten bigger!" Everyone screamed in unison. "It's that monster from before! Run!" At this moment, Halan noticed the bald man's group and wondered, why aren't they running? Why are they holding on to the flag? The monster chased closer and closer. Someone shouted, "Oh my God, why is it here?" Halan stood there blankly for a few seconds, and then realized that everything had to do with the flag. She quickly reminded everyone, "The flag. Hold on to the flag. The flag. How?" Someone asked in confusion. She shouted, "It's already here. Don't think, just hold on." The monster, the hungry beast, eyes glowing red and fangs bared, charged forward in a relentless pursuit. Little Halan was caught behind, and the cat beast ferociously lunged, clawing a deep wound into her back. She screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. Hu Thien was startled, shouting his teammate's name, while the bald guy mocked her. "Serves you right. Don't be too sad, you wretch. That's just the nature of competition. Farewell." Those words left Halan not just in pain, but feeling utterly humiliated, though she couldn't say a thing. She struggled to stand, staring straight at the grotesque monster in front of her. Her body trembled, yet deep down, she clung to a flicker of hope. "Hold on, dawn is almost here." Everyone from Hu Thien's team immediately began pelting the beast with rocks and debris, shouting, "Hey monster, look over here, Lao Tu is right here." But it was useless. The beast only wanted to snatch her. Facing death, she grew desperate and muttered to herself. "Could it be, are we really going to die here?" Hu Thien screamed in panic. "No, we can't." Suddenly, a voice echoed from nowhere. "Bind it at once." Instantly, chains imbued with magical power manifested in the air, rushing forward to wrap tightly around the rampaging beast. The chains were enveloped in a dense, dark purple aura. This overwhelming pressure forced the massive beast to freeze, dampening its aggression. A pair of familiar feet stepped forward. Looking at the group of kids, he spoke with a cold, indifferent tone. "How fortunate. I arrived just in time." Seeing him, Chusat Kok questioned, "Who the hell is that guy?" Hu Thien was also confused, while Halan, having barely escaped death, gazed vaguely at the purple chains in front of her, wondering, are these chains? Jung watched the scene unfolding, a smug smile spreading across his face. I never expected everything I needed to be gathered right here. The power of the minion is truly impressive. Just a few chains were enough to tie up the clustero. Cat beast so tight it can't even move. Jung strolled over and spoke up. I'm quite lucky today. I never thought all the people I was looking for would gather here together. Chusat Kok yelled furiously. Mock Hu Thien's stupid monster. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and kill that little brat. Why are you just standing there? Did you hear me? Quickly, chew her head off. But the beast remained frozen, motionless. Hu Thien was also stunned, thinking to himself, why is it just standing there? Well, this isn't the time for useless thoughts. It seemed that, wait, did the beast notice that it was tied up? Jung quickly rushed over to help his friend and asked, are you okay? Ha Lan wheezed. Can't you see it? Over there, a young girl is using iron chains to tie the monster up. Of course, Hu Thien couldn't see anything. He assumed she was delirious and had misseen things. Ha Lan insisted. No way, I am completely conscious. Then let's get out of here quickly. With that, Hu Thien hurriedly pulled her away from the cat beast. The minion heard this and looked over, slightly surprised. The minion quickly reported back to Jung. Master, it seems that little girl can see me. Hearing this, Jung was incredibly intrigued, looking toward the group with a meaningful smile. Suddenly, the cat beast let out a wild, deafening roar, startling everyone again. It howled, unleashing its strength, and the minion's chains were bitten through in several places. Seeing this, DM La was ecstatic and cheered. That's it! Keep moving. Kill all those bastards. This pig was too noisy. It really annoyed Jung. He leaped up and delivered a powerful blow to its head. This action sent the group into a state of shock. The fierce cat beast now lay curled at the feet of Jung, like a puppy at its master's feet, not daring to move. Not stopping there, he used his hands to pry the cat beast's mouth open, causing it extreme discomfort. His eyes flashed with a burning, murderous intent as he looked at the beast and said, "This is my repayment for daring to touch my prey." With that, he forced the pig's jaws wide open. It roared in pain, but due to the pressure of the remaining chains, it couldn't struggle, forced to scream in vain and let him do whatever he pleased. Chusat Kok was so shocked by this sight that he froze solid. He couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly, blood spurted from the cat beast's body, its pupils contracting in sheer agony. It turned out that Jung had torn the pig's jaw open with one hand, spraying blood everywhere. Both Hu Thien and Ha Lan were stunned. No one believed Jung could do something like that. The cat beast's jaw was tossed onto the ground by him. Blood gushed out like a summer downpour, which meant the cat beast had officially met its maker. Chusat Kok, terrified, looked at Jung and said, "We have to run now, otherwise, we're all going to die." Jung heard this and just shrugged, looking unimpressed. Chusat Kok's eyes remained locked on Jung. He was so terrified he didn't even dare to blink. Jung turned his head and slowly let out a soft breath. The bald guy panicked and hurriedly turned to his cohorts. "Run! Hurry!" But how could they possibly escape when Jung had already marked them as his prey? He ordered, "Tie them all up." The minions' chains instantly shot out, rushing to wrap tightly around the bodies of every single person there. Not only was DM La's group bound, but Hu Thien's group was also captured, with no one spared. Jung was like an old fisherman casting his net, catching a massive haul. With their bodies suddenly restrained, everyone was surprised and asked each other, "What is this? Why can't we move?" Chusat Kok was anxious and annoyed, likely plotting something in his head. Jeng wore a wicked smile and said, "Now, let me check the flags for a moment." He walked slowly toward the group, while they continued to struggle, unable to understand why their bodies wouldn't budge. Chusat Kok was so worried that sweat poured down his face, and he thought, "Damn it, what has he done to us?" Jung glided past the crowd, heading straight for the flags. First, he examined the flag of Hu Thien's team. The boy saw this and panicked, shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" After reading the incantation on the flag, Jung didn't look very happy and muttered, "They seem to be the same." With that, he casually snapped the flag in half. Hu Thien hurried to stop him, but it was too late. The flag was broken in two. He shouted angrily, "Mock Hu Thien bastard, what the hell are you doing?" Jung didn't care. He tossed the broken flag aside and walked straight toward the remaining flag. Hu Thien sighed, stared at the broken flag, distraught and worried, not knowing what to do. Chusat Kok saw Jung approaching and asked, "Are you planning to destroy our flag too?" Before Jung could answer, he continued, "Mok Hu Thien, you're looking for a flag different from the one you have, right? But our flag is the same as the others. Checking it won't do you any good." Seeing Jung ignore him, he added. However, I know the incantations on those flags. He thought he was clever, so he immediately proposed a deal. I'll tell you about it. So, how about we make a pact? Join our team. After all, you need more people, right? His entire team objected in unison. Diem La, are you crazy? Our team is full already, he shouted loudly. Shut up. Do you want us all to die together? Then, he turned back and said firmly, I'll remove one person from the group to let you in. What do you think? Zheng didn't even listen to his rambling. He just moved closer to one person, who had a piece of a flagstaff tucked on his back. He shouted excitedly, Found it! Diem La felt a sting of bitterness, thinking, No, damn it, this is bad. That guy didn't memorize the incantation, so he had to carry it with him. He quickly changed his attitude. Right, that's it. I'll give it to you. As he was speaking, Zheng gave him a blank, confused look, making him pause and feel anxious. Zheng grabbed the flagstaff and waved it, asserting, Isn't this thing mine? This statement made Diem La turn red with anger. Not only did he take the broken staff, but Zheng also asked for the intact flag. He said, This flag is also mine. Why are you claiming it as yours? Or is it because you're too scared of being kicked out that you said that? Diem La's anger continued to rise, his brow furrowed, and in his heart, he cursed Zheng as a total scumbag. Hu Thian, standing nearby, also called out, Zheng, don't trust that lowly jerk. He'll trick you big time. That contains the flag Ha Lan found. So come join our team instead. Diem La was furious and argued back, Shut your mouth. That flag you held from the beginning is ours. What the hell did you guys even find to be talking now? Hu Thian retorted immediately. Mock Hu Thian guys are just cowards using the power of that monster. Zheng, don't listen to anything he says. Diem La quickly turned to entice him. Hey, don't do it. Mock Hu Thian should join my team. Just help me this once, and I'll reward you. Don't forget, I come from Chu Sat Kok, so I have plenty to offer you. A fierce argument erupted. Mock Hu Thian? Betraying us? Betraying, you say? Without me, you'd all be dead already. Zheng, come with us. We know all the incantations. Mock Hu Thian, shut up. No one said you were the leader. Hey, if you come with us, there will be a lot of benefits. This group was too noisy. Zheng raised his hand and clapped loudly once, making everyone quickly fall silent and focus on him. Standing in the middle of the crowd, he smiled kindly and said, I'm truly touched. I didn't think so many people wanted to travel along with me like this. Then, his voice suddenly turned a bit emotional as he continued. Honestly, I also want to journey with everyone, but there are rules that must be followed. This made both Diem La and Hu Thian feel a bit confused and uneasy. To make sure everyone understood, he added, If I accept this person and reject that one, this is so unfair, but how about we do it this way? He said, while also ordering his subordinates to remove the shackles and unbind everyone so they could return to normal. Afterward, he stood there like an omnipotent god in the middle of the crowd, bestowing his blessing. He shouted, Everyone, go ahead and slaughter each other. Yan Luo wondered what would happen next. He continued, The 7 survivors will join my team. The crowd was bewildered. They were like, Wait, this guy actually thought of something like this? How would they choose when faced with life and death? Very soon after, a life and death battle erupted right there. Fists were thrown, striking faces directly. They fought until someone died. They weren't just attacking enemies. They were attacking their own teammates. They were once comrades fighting side by side, but now, for the sake of survival, they had to kill one another. The battle became incredibly chaotic. Everyone understood that only the strong could survive here. The weak were destined to perish in these deep, dark woods. Yan Luo had just taken down another opponent. To him, defeating these people wasn't difficult. Suddenly, he heard Zheng's voice praising him. Mock Hu Thian did well. Only then did he notice Zheng's crowd. They were hacking and slashing at each other like puppets, while Zheng sat there calmly, watching the game as a form of entertainment. Occasionally, he would chuckle and make comments about each person. This touched Yan Luo's pride. He was furious, cursing inwardly. Damn it, that bastard. How dare he humiliate me like this? His whole body shook. He vowed to himself that he would definitely make Zheng die by his hand. Contrary to that, rage was the unusually calm expression of Zheng under the warm morning sun. The sun had risen higher than the mountain peak, which meant the closing of this brutal battle. The people from the bloodthirsty valley appeared in the forest to announce to everyone that the test was over. However, the scene before them left them stunned. That's right, there were still people who refused to stop. They just kept using large rocks to smash maniacally into the faces of others uncontrollably. Mock Hu Thian rushed over, grabbed that person's arm, and shouted, Stop. That's enough. But he wouldn't let go, screaming, he has to die. I said he's already dead. But he wouldn't listen to Mok Hu Thien. Yan Luo didn't say anything. He slowly stood up and observed his surroundings. The scene of the aftermath left the Bloodthirsty Valley group wondering what had happened to cause such chaos. The Valley Master of the Bloodthirsty Valley had also arrived. Just then, the old man with the cane appeared. As soon as he arrived, he sighed in frustration. The two of them stood in silence before the corpses of the disciples for a long time. Then, the old man with the cane spoke up. As expected, it has matured, but it ended up like this. The Valley Master mused for a moment and then asked, how is the Golden Gate Seal? This question was so sudden that the subordinate was a bit confused and asked back, pardon? The Valley Master clarified, I'm asking if the internal energy of the one who caught it is sealed or not. The subordinate understood his intent and immediately went to check. After a while of carefully examining Zheng's back, he reported back to the Valley Master that everything was perfectly intact. The bloodthirsty Valley Master mused for another moment, then turned his back and left. I see. Very well. Now, let's get out of here. The subordinate was bewildered again and asked, pardon? The Valley Master just gently asked, do you have something you need to say? The subordinate jumped in fear and replied immediately, no, sir. Immediately, the group left one after another. Zheng sat there, watching their backs, his face full of satisfaction as he muttered, not discovered, huh? My middle dantian is still open, after all. Thon Lin was also curious, and chimed in. Even though the energy meridians are sealed, the middle dantian is not sealed at all. This is truly strange. If they found out about this, they would feel very resentful. However, Thon Lin also reminded him not to be careless because of that. That person wearing the red ghost mask was also a master. His cultivation was not one bit inferior to the Ton Dan they had met before. She believed that once you are too unique in a group, you sometimes attract many eyes. So, from now on, be careful. Otherwise, you will bring upon yourself great trouble. Thon Lin's advice also made him waver a little. He nodded and replied, all right, I'll think about it. After announcing the results, the test ended, and the selection process began. Out of 259 survivors, 59 people who didn't find a flag were eliminated. Among the 200 who passed, they continued to select those who understood the content on the flagpoles and had them stand in a separate area. In the end, 80 people passed the test. The remaining 120 failed. They were ranked as low-level fighters. Some felt lucky that after everything they had been through, they were still alive. But most were disappointed because they were only low-level fighters. Some even complained to each other, not knowing how to report back to their parents. Yan Luo heard that crowd whispering and looked at them with contempt. A bunch of idiots. This test was way too easy. Naturally, he was in the top 80 people selected, so he thought it was unnecessary to care about that rabble. The important thing now was to prepare for the next round. He was certain that, coming up, that thing would be decided. Mo Jingyun, I will show you how different we are. The bloodthirsty Valley Master stepped in front of everyone and spoke. Now, let's begin. He took out a coin and continued. I will decide who the winner of this round is. Yan Luo's face showed more and more confidence. He was sure this was the moment he would shine. The bloodthirsty Valley Master was a bit hesitant at this time. He paced back and forth, wondering, how should I decide the result? Should I take those who memorized the mantra on the flag, or choose the one with the most outstanding performance? Otherwise, suddenly, Yan Luo's arm went up. Interrupting the Valley Master, he asked curiously, is something the matter? Yan Luo confidently asserted, no matter what you ask, I will be able to answer. His words left everyone there shocked. Everyone turned their gaze, focusing their attention on Yan Luo. Even the masters of great strength were quite surprised by this confidence of his. The Valley Master found this guy interesting and immediately asked, in that case, explain the mantra clearly. Yan Luo smirked, my time has come. He boldly replied, the mantra focuses on 3 key acupuncture points and 6 major points, combining offense and defense in an all-around way. Depending on how you use it, it can transform in many ways, forming an exquisite rapid sword style. The bloodthirsty Valley Master nodded after hearing the answer. He seemed quite satisfied. Then he praised him. To have grasped it in such a short time is truly impressive. Defending the flag while also understanding the mantra like that is really not bad at all. Receiving the praise, Yan Luo felt triumphant. In his heart, he was comparing himself to Zheng. Well, how about that, Mo Jingyun? No matter what tricks you used to pass me in the previous round, when it comes to understanding martial arts, you can't beat me. Because that is my talent, something you will have to look up to. Scream when you face. the hopeless future you are about to receive, he asserted firmly. I am the one who will achieve the title of leader. The bloodthirsty Valley Master was about to announce the winner when another hand was raised. May I speak? Sir, isn't it not just swordplay? But isn't there also a sword formation? It was Jung. He was the one who raised his hand to speak. These words of his made everyone surprised once again. Even the bloodthirsty Valley Master was stunned and focused his attention on him. As for Yan Luo, he couldn't believe Jung could understand those things. Since someone had spoken, the Valley Master did not hesitate to ask further, "Why do you think it's a sword formation?" Zheng confidently replied, "The basic sword techniques are executed very methodically. The movements are arranged so that they don't overlap." Every word that Zheng spoke made Yan Luo tense. He thought to himself, "No way! Is it really a sword formation? Even if it is a sword formation, how could he identify it? One needs to be a master equal to the Valley Master to be able to do that. A sword formation is a battle array formed from dozens of swordsmen. Just based on the mantra, how did he recognize it? That means he must have had to visualize and understand all nearly 10 movements of the 10 swordsmen performing the sword formation. This is something only a great master could see, or he didn't need to learn. But just by observing for 2 days, he could already see it. This guy is truly a genius of geniuses. Because what Zheng said was so accurate, the bloodthirsty Valley Master wanted to test him and see. He immediately asked, "How many people are needed to deploy that sword formation effectively?" He replied immediately, 8 people. This statement made the bloodthirsty Valley Master shocked, speechless. "Not finished yet," he continued. 16 or 32 can also work, but with too many people, the formation will overlap, and it will be difficult to express the power of the sword formation. The bloodthirsty Valley Master was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. The laughter grew louder and louder. He couldn't stop laughing until he lost all control. Yan Luo and everyone else there saw the Valley Master like that, and everyone was very surprised. After laughing his fill, the Valley Master turned the coin toward Zheng and announced, "Mok Hu Thien are the one who has achieved the title of leader of this second round." Having seemingly anticipated the victory, his face was stoic, showing no change at all. As for the others, their expressions each held a unique nuance. As for Yan Luo, it goes without saying how bitter he was. Summing up the results of the test, the bloodthirsty Valley Master declared, "Dad, you are the winner of this second round." The crowd below was astonished, but what they cared about wasn't the winner, but the mysteries here. The Blood Corpse Valley Master tossed a coin to the winner, and so, our protagonist swept the top spot in both rounds. He didn't forget to thank Thun Lin for her help. It turns out, the knowledge about the sword formation was fed to him by Thun Lin, which is why he spoke so eloquently. DM Law, seeing his leadership position snatched away right before his eyes, was furious, but he couldn't say or do anything about it. He stood there, biting his lip, his eyes shooting out, killing intent, as if he wanted to devour the Blood Corpse Valley Master alive. The Master went up and continued, "I congratulate the 80 of you who have passed the second round. Mok Hu Thien, all possess great potential. Mok Hu Thien are now qualified to become intermediate martial artists." Hearing the 3 words, intermediate martial artist, everyone was thrilled. However, the Blood Corpse Valley Master's attitude seemed very serious. "Alright, from now on, I will explain to you one by one about the Heaven and Earth Mystic Formation." That was the name of the sword formation inscribed on the flag. It is a legendary formation technique, created by the previous leader of the Heaven and Earth Society, based on the transformations of the 8 trigrams. It can be deployed with a maximum of 32 people and a minimum of 8. I am sure those among you who are quick-witted have already realized this. Therefore, the test for the third round is for groups of 8 to deploy the sword formation. Those who become team leaders will automatically pass the third round, regardless of how the test results turn out. Everyone was surprised by the rules the Master set. The Master even gave them 1 day to rest and recover their strength. That time was also for them to form teams and decide on their team leaders. In his final words, the Blood Corpse Valley Master added, "From now on, killing is forbidden. Now, disperse." Everyone immediately started whispering, "What? If there is no killing, then how are we supposed to choose a team leader? This is getting complicated. Surely everyone wants to become a team leader." Just as they were preparing to leave, the Master remembered one thing he hadn't done. He announced, "From now on, I will lift the seal on your cultivation." This was something that made everyone extremely happy. People cheered together, relieved that they were finally free. The happiest person was probably DM La. He had been waiting for this moment so much. In his heart, he joyfully thought, "Ma Kin Van, I don't care if you have strange powers or outstanding talent. If I get my internal energy back, things will be different. Just you wait. I will definitely make you kneel at my feet. Not only Diemla, but Qin also had his own plans. Switching the scene to the outskirts of the Heaven and Earth Society, there is a complex gathering entertainment, dining, and resort facilities. There is a place called Honghue Pavilion. This paradise on Earth is a unique entertainment spot with many famous beauties gathered here. This is also a place for the officials of the Heaven and Earth Society to spend their money. Inside, a girl angrily slammed her brush onto the table. It turned out to be Cao Tuan. He sat in front of the makeup table and sighed wearily. I was just trying to find Mok Kin Van, so why am I here? The story is that yesterday, he tried to enter the Heaven and Earth Society, by any means, but because the security was too strict, there was not a single gap for him to sneak in. So, he decided to bribe the guards to get inside. The gatekeeper received the red envelope and curiously asked, "Miss, are you trying to build connections with the heroes of the Heaven and Earth Society, so you want to get inside?" Cao Tuan smiled and admitted it, but inside he was cursing. Thinking that money would solve the problem, he said, "I have shown my sincerity. Please help me out, big brother." But that guy sighed and refused. What a pity. If I do that, I'll lose my life, so I can't help you. Cao Tuan was about to beat the guy up, but he quickly suggested a new idea. I can show you another great way. This made Cao Tuan curious. The guy continued, "Do you know Honghue Pavilion?" Just like that, Cao Tuan followed the guard's advice and found the brothel, taking up the profession of a courtesan, to make a living. According to that guy, Honghue Pavilion is a brothel that high-ranking officials of the Heaven and Earth Society often visit. Because he was naive and gullible, Cao Tuan was mesmerized by sweet words. He used his zither skills to work here as a courtesan, and now that he regretted it, it was too late. Depressed, he looked back at the red string connecting his spirit servant with Qin and pondered. After a while, he made a resolution. All right, there is no turning back now. I must find every way to get into the Heaven and Earth Society. Thinking that, he frantically applied lipstick and powder to make himself look beautiful. Suddenly, the madam in a red dress walked in and called out, "Are you finished preparing yet?" Cao Tuan stammered. About that," she criticized. "It's just the preparation stage. Why does it take so much time? I think you just need light makeup. You are already beautiful." She also emphasized, "With your looks, even if you keep your bare face, you will soon become the concubine of a big shot." Hearing this, Cao Tuan was startled in horror. His heart shattered when he thought about being hugged by an old goat. To him, this was even scarier than death itself. Immediately, a reckless thought appeared in his head. Should I risk my life and climb the wall inside? If I die, at least I die with dignity. Switching the scene to the Heaven and Earth Society, at a pagoda, this must be where the contestants rest. After eating and drinking to regain energy, Diemla comfortably stretched his body. Because the seal was lifted, he freely circulated his internal energy to loosen his muscles and bones. His whole body immediately radiated a powerful hot aura. After circulating his energy for a while, he saw that his aura was constantly increasing. It only got stronger and never weaker. He walked with immense confidence. All right, let's go. As he walked, he thought, since the seal was lifted, I've felt that his realm is definitely at the first-rate level. Meanwhile, my realm is at the peak of the perfection stage. The gap between me and him is huge. I admit you have talent in swordsmanship, but in internal energy, I am far superior to you. I also want to rest and save my strength like the others, but surely he is resting now, so this is a great opportunity. After all, as long as he is alive, no one cares about anything else. The door to the room had just opened, and slamming into Diemla's face was the face of Qin. The two looked at each other. Everyone had their own calculations. He didn't give him a chance to resist, and immediately attacked with cold, sharp eyes. It seems like we have the same thought. How surprising. Finishing his words, he grabbed Diemla's face and held him tight. The room door slammed shut accordingly. Qin, just like that, grabbed Diemla's head and slid him across the floor, crashing inside, creating quite a disturbance. Diemla at this moment was stunned and thought to himself, damn it, he is creating a counterforce. Diemla didn't just lie there. He reached out and grabbed Qin's wrist with the intention of throwing his hand away. But just 3 seconds later, he was startled to realize the aura of his opponent in front of him was dispersing. Now, the fear was clearly shown on Diemla's face. Qin said with a tone of contempt, "Mok Huthian weaker than I thought." He was about to retort, but before he could, he was beaten by him with a series of punches to the face, to the point where he spat blood. Even though he beat him like that, Qin still said, "Don't worry. Although DM La begged him to stop, he didn't want to. He beat him while saying, "Let me reassure you, DM La, I will accept you into the group, no matter how weak you are, because we think alike, so we can become good teammates. Right?" Outside, those participating in the trial heard the loud noise, but no one knew what was happening inside. A while later, DM La appeared with a bruised face, covered in blood. However, he didn't walk by himself. He was dragged by his feet by Chin. Everyone here saw this scene and was surprised. They whispered and gossiped. "Oh my god, isn't that DM La of the Chusat Valley? He mastered one of the 3 great sects without even getting hurt. He was even in the top spot in the first and second rounds." Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chin. Who is that guy, anyway? He didn't care about the words from the outsiders. He raised his hand to wipe the blood off his face and then whispered to Thon Lin, "He seems weaker than I thought." Thon Lin said that when one reaches that realm, if one can comprehend and break through one more time, one will reach the super peak realm. The sect master of the Nien Mok sword sect had already reached the super peak realm. Even so, he was only at the beginning stage, but even in the same realm, they are not on the same level. Between the beginning stage and the limit of the super peak, there is a world of difference. Among those you have met, Ton Dan and the Blood Corpse Valley Master have reached the limit of the super peak realm. Those are the realms that martial artists called geniuses achieve. Hearing this, he asked, "Are there any higher realms?" Thon Lin didn't hesitate to say, "That is the transformation realm. This is the realm of transcendent beings that are far beyond human. This transcendent realm can divide mountains, rivers, and seas." After hearing that, he just sighed, and then looked down at DM La. Thon Lin continued, "That bald guy is at the peak perfection stage, and you, my disciple, are at the peak limit stage. Although both are peak, the difference between perfection and limit is also huge. That is why you felt he was weak. But don't be too careless." He pondered for a moment, and then asked Thon Lin, "What realm are you in?" She felt a bit flustered, not knowing how to answer his question. Thon Lin thought for a moment before speaking. "I was about to say more." She stopped, sighed deeply, and then added, "I won't tell you. Mok Hu Thien, I'll have to figure it out yourself." "That old act again? Mok Hu Thien never change," he muttered. He dragged Yan Luo into another room and tossed him onto the floor. "All right, small talk's over. Time to start the recruitment process." Zheng stepped forward to wake him. Hey, wake up. Time to get up." Hearing the commotion, Yan Luo jolted awake, his eyes bleary. The first thing he saw was the face of the person he hated most. Startled, Yan Luo scrambled backward and shouted, "Mok Hu Thien bastard! What are you trying to do to me?" Zheng immediately explained, "I'm not doing anything. I was just checking to see if you were awake." Yan Luo cursed back in frustration. "How dare you use that despicable mountain-cleaving poison on me?" Zheng asked, surprised. "What? Mountain-cleaving poison?" Thon Lin explained. "It's a type of poison that dissipates internal energy. Mok Hu Thien Raora happens to do the same, so he must have mistaken it for that." Enlightened, Zheng exclaimed with genuine interest. "So there's actually a poison that interesting?" Yan Luo, confused, shouted again, "Don't play dumb. When I tried to channel my internal energy, I clearly felt." Before he could finish, Zheng cut him off. "Fine, think whatever you want. But have you thought about my proposal yet?" Yan Luo was taken aback. What? As he slowly remembered, Zheng had suggested they team up to overcome everything ahead. Now, Yan Luo realized that the person before him was someone he should absolutely avoid. "I have my pride. But I have to admit, this guy is much stronger than me." Yan Luo flatly refused. "Get lost. I won't team up with you. Even if I die, I won't do it." Despite being in a weakened position, he refused to yield to Zheng. This rejection surprised Zheng, but he soon started clapping and praising him. "Well said. A truly unyielding spirit." This attitude only made Yan Luo hate him more. As he stood up to leave, he heard Zheng continue. "What a pity. I really hoped you'd be my teammate." Yan Luo didn't want to hear any more and walked away. Though he didn't say it, he was terrified inside and wanted to get out of there as fast as he could. "I don't want to be near him for another minute. Still, this guy can't kill me, right?" But Yan Luo was wrong. How could Zheng let his target leave so easily? He placed a hand on Yan Luo's shoulder to hold him back and asked, "Where do you think you're going?" He glared at him. "Mok Hu Thien didn't accept my offer. So do you really think I'd let you just walk away?" Yan Luo asked in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Fearing Zheng had forgotten, he reminded him of the rules. "Don't you know? From now on, killing is forbidden." Zheng didn't care about those words at all. He began to chant, "Samsara Earth Formation, 9 Imperial Island." Instantly, Yan Luo was restrained. His body stiffened, and pain radiated throughout him. His legs trembled and gave way. Yan Luo thought in a panic. What is this? A strange energy is suddenly engulfing my body. I have to get it out. Zheng wouldn't allow it. He shook his head. No, no, and lunged forward. He punched Yan Luo hard in the stomach. Aside from cursing, Yan Luo couldn't do anything else. Suddenly, a bewitching voice echoed in his subconscious. Offer your body to me. Since my offer was rejected, what makes you think I have a generous heart? Offer your body to me. Hundreds of eerie hands appeared around Yan Luo, swarming him, grabbing him, and dragging him into a dark abyss. In his final moments, he let out a piercing scream, then fell silent. Zheng watched the scene with a smug, satisfied smile. Just as he was reveling in the moment, someone interrupted him. Seeming quite alert, he remained silent. The knocking continued, growing more urgent. Seeing the person wouldn't leave, he called out, "Who are you?" The person outside immediately replied, "I am Ma Hualan from the Manhwa chamber." Hearing that, he remembered the girl, Hualan, from the forest that night. By now, the demonic monk had finished reshaping the body. Yan Luo's frame, which had been twisted and broken, was now fully healed. Not only that, but he looked even more powerful than before. He reached up to adjust his nose to look more handsome, straightened his neck, and flexed his abs. Perfect. Zheng was very pleased. He then let Hualan into the room. She opened the door, looked around, confused, and then her expression turned to shock. Stuttering slightly, she asked, "The person over there is Zheng," looked at Yan Luo, and then back to introduce him. "Ah, I hope this guy will join our group," Hualan quickly interrupted. "That's not him." Zheng was startled. He waited to see what she would say next. Hualan said bluntly, "That person is not Yan Luo." The three of them stood in silence. Because everyone was surprised, nobody knew what to say. Zheng slowly recalled that, back in the forest, his subordinate had mentioned that Hualan seemed to have seen the little girl. This excited him greatly, and he looked at Hualan with a sinister smile. She was taken aback by his attitude. Feeling the danger, she immediately took an offensive stance. Since the secret was out, he decided to play his hand. A massive, dense aura exploded from him, with eerie, spirit-infused chains radiating outwards. Holding a wooden doll, he wore a cold smile and spoke, "So, you really did see it." Zheng then raised his hand to his mouth and muttered, "Samsara, Earth Formation, 9 Imperial Island." Zheng smiled wickedly. "Once you've been discovered, there's no other way. But to silence you all." The chains aggressively launched toward Hualan. She quickly dodged. His subordinate appeared, eager to help. "Master, let me deal with this woman," Thonlin teased. "Didn't you always brag about being a man? Why do you want to possess a female body now?" The subordinate stammered. Hualan shouted, "Stop! I have no intention of fighting you." Zheng stepped closer. "Why should I trust you? Who knows what you're really after?" Hualan said solemnly, "From the beginning, my goal was to verify if what I saw was true." Zheng smiled slightly. "That's your wish, isn't it? The price to verify that is very high." Standing before his pressure, Hualan whispered, dripping with sweat, but forced a smile. "I'll have to pay it. No matter the cost, I'll pay it back." Hearing this, Zheng fell silent for a moment. Hualan looked at him seriously. "I need that power. Help me." Zheng stared at her in silence for a long time without saying a word. He quickly ordered his subordinate to retract the chains. "Mok Hu Thien want to utilize my power?" Hualan was direct. "Yes," she continued. "Mok Hu Thien want to possess this body, don't you? I'll give it to you. Just lend me the power of that invisible thing of yours." Zheng scratched his head, confused. "It seems she heard us talking." Thonlin spoke up. "It appears that girl has the spirit eye. She likely awakened it while near death. Even so, that girl's spirit eye cannot compare to yours. A ghost person who can understand the nature of the other world." He recalled the words of the Zhao alchemist, the most highly regarded talent among the alchemists. Those eyes. Zheng looked down at them, asking, "Mok Hu Thien want me to support you, right?" Hualan confirmed. "Exactly." Zheng asked her, "What reason do I have to help you?" This question left Hualan momentarily stunned. He continued, "It might sound a bit much, but I could take your body whenever I want, so why would I have to hurt myself?" "To help you?" Hualan looked at him in silence. After a long pause, she took a knife and lightly cut through her robe. She glared at him. "Mok Hu Thien seemed to be looking down on me." Thonlin yelled, "Mortal, get out of the way!" Zheng asked, confused, "Why?" Very quickly after that, a sharp piece of metal shot forward, grazing his cheek and cutting off a few strands of hair. A few drops of blood trickled down his handsome face. Zheng quickly retreated. Annoyed, he asked, "Thonlin, it was just a thread, right?" Hualan said coldly. Do you understand now? I could end you right here. Zheng touched his face. Mok Huthin must have been holding this secret card to be so confident. Thon Lin said irritably. Exactly. Thon Lin continued. I was thinking, this sword technique looks like something I've seen before. This girl must be a descendant of the Sword Saint. Zheng immediately asked. Are you a descendant of the Sword Saint? Hualan looked at him, asking, What kind of person are you? Zheng, perplexed, remained silent. Hualan looked at him cautiously with an astonished gaze. How do you know about the Sword Saint? Thon Lin said to him. Mok Huthin used the chain-slaying and burning shadow-flying dagger techniques so skillfully, anyone would be able to recognize them. Zheng reported, A single look is enough to understand. Are you using chain-slaying and burning shadow-flying dagger? Hualan thought to herself. The Sword Saint was the first to establish this sect. Only members of the sect have the secret martial arts passed down like chain-slaying. Only the sect leader and the successor understand that technique. But how does he know that? Hualan continued. The situation has changed. Tell me quickly, how do you know that? Then he stepped toward Halan, fiercely stomping down on the ground, sending the wooden planks flying. She refused to give up, shouting, Otherwise, I'll find the truth. He remained silent, just glaring at her before rushing toward her. She aggressively thrust her sword toward him, but he quickly dodged, evading every attack. He then reached out to grab her head, but Halan was no pushover. She quickly leaped back to escape his strike, the knife in her hand, slashed fiercely at his face, catching him by surprise. He couldn't help but praise her. Mok Huthin, quite agile, faster than Yama. The knife in Halan's hand lunged toward his face, but he quickly bit down, catching the blade with his teeth. Halan didn't expect to encounter such an opponent, someone so reckless, and she was stunned. He then fiercely grabbed her by the throat, making it hard for her to breathe. He lifted her entire body, and she struggled in vain to break free. Clenching the knife in his teeth, he flashed a sinister smile as he stared at her, then spat the blade out. Letting it fall to the ground, he sighed as he looked at her. Oh, when did you tie that thread around my neck? Halan growled. I told you, don't underestimate me. If I add just a little more force, your head will be severed from your neck. As he stayed calm, not yet angered, he smirked and used his internal energy to make the thread snap instantly. Halan was shocked. She couldn't believe he could do such a thing. She panicked inwardly. The internal energy in the thread, it's been dispersed. Immediately, he landed a punch filled with internal power at her. She fell to her knees in pain, clutching her stomach and trembling. He sneered. Surprisingly, you're quite useful. He grabbed her face, lifted it up, and bluntly recruited her. My team needs you. Join us. Halan asked in surprise. What? He continued. I intended to kill you right here, but I've changed my mind. Halan fumed. What did you say? Ugh, that sounds so bizarre. He wiped the blood from his face with his hand and then shoved it forcefully into her mouth. Halan was panicked, and she didn't even dare to breathe. Her mind screamed, Is it poison? She tried to vomit. It's a deadly poison. I need to circulate my energy quickly, to neutralize it. He stated his demand. I only want one thing, an absolutely loyal dog. Having said that, he kicked her away forcefully. He looked down at her coldly. When the time comes, I'll consider whether or not to lend you my power. Halan glared at him. Even without doing this, I would have. He interrupted. I can't trust you that much. Furthermore, you were the one who said it. She looked at him in surprise. He repeated what Halan had said earlier. No matter the cost, you'll pay it, right? Seeing the savage look on his face, filled with killing intent, she felt a moment of fear. Halan remembered that this was the same killing intent she had asked her grandfather about when she was small. Grandfather, what is that? Back then, he replied, among countless people, there is one born with the killing nature. That person feels joy and enjoys every moment from death and destruction. It can be said that is the perfect trait for an assassin. In reality, that is also a type of ability. Those who possess killing nature do not waver when killing, and are not swayed by emotions. Those with this nature are the true embodiments of pure evil. Therefore, you must remember, if you ever encounter someone with killing nature, then stay away and don't get involved with them. Remembering her grandfather's warning, she couldn't help but shiver. Halan broke into a cold sweat, staring blankly at him like a lost soul. She regretted it inwardly. Have I made a mistake? The gaze he had fixed on her was like a demon from hell. Halan had met many people, but she had truly never met anyone like him. Very quickly, he turned back toward the others. Everyone was surprised to see him. The crowd couldn't stop gossiping. What is this? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He walked between Halan and Yama. Looking at him, He had the aura of a commander. Everyone continued to murmur. The people from the Manhwa sect and the Chusha Valley have surrendered to him? Impossible. What on earth did he do? He walked past the crowd, ignoring their curious stares. Makhuthin stood in a corner, secretly observing him. He didn't step forward to face his brother directly. At this moment, Makhuthin didn't want to face him. He closed the door and let out a sigh. Makhuthin remembered the scene inside the mountain back then. His face was incredibly cruel. He looked coldly at everyone and said, "Now, go ahead and destroy each other." Back then, Makhuthin was very surprised. "What did you say?" Looking at his expectant face, Makhuthin was certain he was very serious. A big question emerged in Makhuthin's mind then, and even now. Does he really want that to happen? Makhuthin felt despondent. No matter how much he hates me, he isn't that cruel, is he? Why has he changed so much? Thinking forever without an answer, Makhuthin sighed again. Whatever. If he doesn't care about me, I don't need to care about him. He secretly resolved. From now on, I must focus on myself to survive. Thinking of this, Makhuthin quickly channeled his internal energy to train. Makhuthin thought, before being released, I thought I was the strongest one here. But clearly, there isn't just one or two experts here. This martial world is too vast, and I need to be stronger to survive and for my own sake. His eyes expressed deep determination. A voice rang out. I felt something familiar. So it was the martial arts of the Nianmu sword manner. Makhuthin was surprised. The person speaking was Ma Qiang. He continued, Muju Tian, you are the successor of the Nianmu sword manner, right? Why is someone from the righteous path like you at this Qishue Valley? Makhuthin went silent for a moment. He didn't know whether to tell his teammate. Or not, he thought. Ma Qiang was the first to lend me a hand. We went through life and death together at the 2 checkpoints. But he comes from the Heaven and Earth Society. So why is he so knowledgeable about the Nianmu sword manner's martial arts? A series of thoughts crossed Makhuthin's mind, making him distracted. After a moment, Makhuthin spoke up. How did you learn the martial arts of the Nianmu sword manner? Ma Qiang replied, Is that really important? The question that needs asking is, why is someone from the righteous path like you appearing at Qishue Valley? He speculated. Could it be that the Nianmu sword manner has betrayed the righteous path? Feeling insulted, Makhuthin grew angry and shouted, What are you talking about? Ma Qiang asked with a dark face. Aren't you here to become a successor to the leaders of the Heaven and Earth Society? He asked blankly. What are you talking about? Makhuthin explained. Whoever passes the final checkpoint of Qishue Valley will be accepted as a disciple by the 5 kings, or the 3 sect masters of the Heaven and Earth Society. Upon hearing this, Makhuthin was shocked. What did you just say? He felt as if his world was collapsing. So that's how it is. So that was it. Ma Qiang saw his unsteady reaction and was confused. Makhuthin realized, I understand now. That's the reason why everyone is willing to risk so much. Images of bloodshed and killing flashed through his mind. Only now did Makhuthin know this was the opportunity of a lifetime to raise his status. For those people out there, if they become disciples of the Heaven and Earth Society leaders, they would hold the future of the entire martial world in their hands. He was ashamed of himself and cursed. I have always lived honestly and uprightly, yet now I have to struggle to survive, to become a leader of the enemy? Ma Qiang continued. It seems you really don't know anything. So why were you able to come here? Makhuthin said. I was taken hostage. Ma Qiang wondered. A hostage? Why would a hostage come to Qishue Valley? Makhuthin was honest. How would I have known about that? Ma Qiang gradually understood. Makhuthin suddenly wondered. But why have you been? Ma Qiang raised a hand to signal. Makhuthin kept silent. He was surprised by this. Ma Qiang whispered, Sorry, but I couldn't trust you that quickly, so I've only just decided to tell you. Even though the Nianmu sword manner is a righteous sect, Makhuthin didn't understand and asked, What do you mean? Ma Qiang frowned and whispered, Quiet. I am a spy sent here by the Righteous Alliance. I belong to the Hidden Blade. Hearing this, Makhuthin was extremely surprised. His face turned pale. The Righteous Alliance is the pillar of the righteous path, along with the Heaven and Earth Society and the Evil League, dividing the world into 3 parts. Within the Righteous Alliance, there are 4 key organizations, one of which is responsible for secret missions and assassinations. This organization is the Hidden Blade. However, because they bear the name of the Righteous Way, the Righteous Alliance always denies the existence of this organization. Therefore, even though the organization still exists, it only appears in rumors. Makhuthin looked at Ma Qiang guardedly. Truly the Hidden Blade? Ma Ku-thien wondered. But why are you telling me this? Ma Qiang said, because the current situation is very urgent. Ma Ku-thien was surprised. Ma Qiang continued. At this Qi Shui Valley, including me, a total of 15 people have successfully infiltrated, but more people have died than I expected. Everyone passed the first checkpoint, but by the second, 11 people had already perished. Therefore, I need more support. Hearing this, Ma Ku-thien turned serious and broke into a sweat. Ma Ku-thien speculated, is it because of that beast? Ma Qiang wasn't sure. It could be. Ma Qiang asked, but you also have other thoughts, right? Zheng Ni Tian broke into a cold sweat, tensely thinking, could it be that Ma Qiang knows about his worries? He spoke up. That's right. The problem is him. That guy, Mo Jingyun, that madman, destroyed all 9 of our people. Hearing this, Ma Ku-thien helplessly clutched his head, not knowing how to explain it. Ma Qiang was honest. At first, I thought you were on his side, since you both share the surname Mok, but seeing you two clash, I realized that wasn't the case. However, since you are his half-brother from the same father, I'll let you in on this. I'm going to take care of Ma Qin Van. Hearing this, Hu Thien felt a wave of inner turmoil and was caught completely off guard. Ma Tuang continued. Since the number of supporters has dwindled, I don't have much time left. I must act immediately to stop any potential variables. Hu Thien panicked, but the man, Ma Tuang, just gave a cold laugh. I know he's a true madman, but we're not exactly sane ourselves, are we? The scene shifts to the hall below. A girl with a graceful figure walked by, making everyone there flush with excitement and lose their composure. According to Ma Tuang's account, there is a small squad within Amtien called the Din Squad. The people in Amtien call them monsters, and it's not just because of their strength. It's extraordinary, but also for another reason. They aren't like ordinary people. Entering the room, Than Lin asked, Human, why aren't you resting? Zheng replied indifferently. Just wait until I'm dead to think about resting. Than Lin continued. Ma Tang and Ha Lan have already set out to recruit members, so, before she could finish her sentence, a slender figure appeared at the door. Zheng looked toward the entrance and asked, Who's there? The girl replied in a gentle voice, Are you Mok Qin Van? According to Ma Tuang, she is the epitome of those 2 words. Monster. After undergoing a series of secret techniques and countless experiments, her body has become an attraction that no man can resist. The girl spoke up again. I have some things I'd like to discuss with you. Zheng asked, surprised. Discuss? She gave a soft hum and quickly began to remove her robes. Ma Tuang had said that was exactly why her temperament became so strange. She continued gently. Let's discuss this, with this beautiful body of mine. The girl, with her hot figure and incredibly seductive, enchanting beauty, stared at him. She was Lang Hoa Duong, and the thing she loved most was making others endure pain while simultaneously sinking into ecstasy. Zheng was momentarily stunned by the sight. Than Lin couldn't help but make a mocking sound. After a moment, Zheng and Tao Ha stared intently at the girl's face, both of them blushing instantly. Tao Ha wondered, So, why did she come here? Zheng replied nonchalantly, Who knows? She just stripped and lunged at me, so I had to act. Than Lin chimed in with a sarcastic, low voice. She lunged at you to have her way with you. What else? Zheng's face darkened. How could you even say that? She still wouldn't let it go. Honestly, it felt amazing, didn't it? Just stop pretending. Tao Ha joined in. Oh my god, you're blushing. It's so annoying. Should I wake her up and ask why she came here? Tao Ha's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zheng quickly caught on to the young boy's intention. Suit yourself. Tao Ha looked at Hoa Duong with hungry eyes. Outside, Hu Thien and Ma Tuang were running in a panic. Ma Tuang hoped they weren't too late. Hu Thien, filled with anxiety, ran headlong forward, hoping that Ma Qin Van was safe. Remembering a moment ago, Hu Thien had knelt down and begged Ma Tuang, Please, spare him just this once. I don't like him either, but I can't stand by and watch a brother of the Mock Sword Manor become a cripple. I can't just stand by. I will persuade him, please. Ma Tuang couldn't ignore Hu Thien's sincerity and scratched his head in frustration. Damn it. Ma Tuang stood up. There was no other choice. Let's go stop him before it's too late. Hu Thien was overjoyed. Thank you. Before leaving, he said, I don't love him either, but you are a righteous person, so I will help you this once. Deep down, Hu Thien kept screaming that he had to persuade him at all costs. He was determined to change him. After all, at his core, he was still a man of the righteous path. He would surely come around. The 2 of them had just reached the door when they saw a crowd already standing there, buzzing with noise. Ma Tuang wondered, what's going on? Hu Thien looked around. Someone was being dragged out by him. Ma Tuang gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Damn it. He tried to keep his composure. The people being dragged out were our members. Hu Thien was stunned when he heard this. They're people from Tien? In the distance, the masked man patted Zheng on the shoulder excitedly, praising him non-stop. That's wonderful. Hu Thien was dazed. His mind was in turmoil. Voices echoed in his ears. Found the spy. The masked man was still laughing happily. This is all thanks to your hard work. At this moment, Hu Thien felt like his heart was on fire. He kept screaming internally, Mok Kin Van. Recalling the time before everything came to light, back in Zheng's room, he was listening to the explanation. So, she is a spy from Tien, dispatched from the Justice Alliance? That means in this place, there is an organization, hostile to the Justice Alliance, so she was sent here to investigate. Hoa Duong replied, That's right, Master. And at this moment, Hoa Duong was actually Tao Ha. He continued, reading her memories, it seems there are 4 spies who have infiltrated this place. Thon Lin spoke up. They didn't think the spies had infiltrated, yet they told each other their identities? Zheng said, That's right. He asked Thon Lin, By the way, do you think the martial arts world is divided into the evil and righteous factions because of a difference in ideology? It all seems so meaningless. It might sound absurd, but, honestly speaking, the martial arts world is in chaos because of that. Thon Lin mused, because both sides believe they are right. They fight to the death for those ideals. That difference has caused people to sink deep into hatred. Zheng closed his eyes, weary, thinking. I understand now, he thought. It's the same here, not just in the martial arts world. In the mock sword manner, those with different ideologies also fight to the death. Honestly, those people make me sick. While he was thinking, Thon Lin asked, What are you going to do now? It seems these Tien members intend to eliminate you, because you're too much of a nuisance and cause them too much trouble. Zheng said indifferently, It's not wrong for them to choose to act against me. Tao Ha had finished putting on his clothes. Master, let me go and take them out one by one. Zheng wore a sly smile. No need to go through all that trouble. He quickly walked outside. I just had a great idea. And so, the current situation occurred. The guy was still patting his shoulder, praising him. Mok Hu Thien did well. Catching the spy is a great contribution. Zheng replied, Thank you, sir. He said, Mok Hu Thien will receive a reward. Worthy of that. Zheng was satisfied, thinking, I don't have to handle them myself after all. Clarifying everything like this, gaining credit while using their own hands to eliminate those who wanted to assassinate me, it really is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking this, Zheng quickly stepped forward. Tao Ha looked at him with amusement. Ma Tuang saw his teammates standing next to him and was shocked. Tao Ha, in the form of Hoa Duong, shouted, That guy is also a spy from Tien. Ma Tuang panicked and hurried to run away. What the hell is going on? The masked man ordered the surrounding people to catch Ma Tuang. The whole crowd chased after him. Hu Thien stood blankly, watching the stream of people rushing past him. He stood there silently, looking over at Zheng. Zheng also stood there indifferently, saying nothing. Zheng looked at him with a mysterious smile, as if implicitly admitting that everything was his doing. Hu Thien was no fool. He quickly understood the intention of his brother. Internally, he screamed, Mok Kin Van. Immediately after, unable to contain his anger, Hu Thien quickly ran over. We need to talk for a moment. Zheng was surprised. Oh? Hu Thien shouted angrily. Do you know what you've done? Mok Hu Thien betrayed the people of the Justice Alliance. Zheng said nonchalantly. Mok Hu Thien were still green. Mok Hu Thien were so angry. Do you want to admit you're a spy? Hu Thien was certain of the outcome but didn't want to believe it. Did you really do that? Zheng asked in return. Do you think you wouldn't be in danger acting like this? Do you think the sect master here is simple? Do you think he didn't realize they were spies infiltrating this place? Hearing Zheng say this, Hu Thien was silent and stunned for a moment. He was slightly startled. Zheng continued. We realized they were spies after you all passed the second round. The examiner had already been instructed to keep an eye on them. Hu Thien really didn't think things would turn out like this. He looked completely devastated. At that moment, Zheng sincerely advised him, as fellow members of the Mock Sword Manor, don't do stupid things. If you want to survive and escape from here, you need to think before you act. After speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving Hu Thien behind with his anger. Hu Thien's face darkened, and he shouted after him, Do you even know the purpose of this exam? Hearing this, Zheng quickly stopped. Why should I care? His point wasn't entirely unreasonable. Hu Thien was at a loss for words. Thon Lin asked out of curiosity, Wouldn't it be better if you worked with him? Zheng smiled lightly. It's not the time to need him yet. He had his own calculations. Regardless, we are from the Mock Sword Manor. If we act together, it will raise suspicion. So, let him stay quiet for a while, then we'll see. Just as he walked near his room, another person ran up. Mok Kin Van, he replied indifferently. What's the matter? The sect master is calling for you. Hearing this, Zheng was slightly startled. It was late at night, and the scenery around was completely silent. In one room, the light was still on. The person inside was looking at their reflection in the mirror. Their face was disfigured, which made them somewhat sorrowful. The sound. A knock at the door broke his train of thought. Valley Master, I've brought him to you, a subordinate announced. The Valley Master of Blood Creek quickly grabbed his mask and put it on before saying, Come in. Zheng was brought inside, where the Valley Master had already prepared a cup of tea on the table. The Valley Master sat down and gestured to Zheng, Sit. Then, he slowly continued, We need to talk. Zheng looked at the Valley Master. His expression remained unchanged, but internally, he was on high alert. The Valley Master spoke up. Mok Hu Thien. We're brought here from the Natural Woodsword Manor, along with someone named Mu Mok Hu Thien. We know you were captured to be used as hostages by the Heaven and Earth Society, right? Zheng answered, getting straight to the point. Yes, that's right. The man asked further. If you were brought here against your will, then why would you reveal the spy from your own righteous faction? He glared at him, an air of threat lingering in his gaze. Mok Hu Thien better give me a reasonable explanation. Zheng thought calmly. The speed and the intense fiery heat radiating from him, he must be a formidable expert. Now I understand why Thon Lin said, I still have a long way to go. Zheng quickly sent a mental message to Thon Lin, but she was currently lost in thought. She stared at that sword, finding the presence of the blade somewhat familiar. A strange feeling left her deep in contemplation. The man spoke up again. What are you hesitating for? I don't have much patience. He looked at Zheng, surprised. Mok Hu Thien managed to control the yang energy, haven't you? Zheng asked calmly. Are you talking about the Scarlet Flame Sword technique? The Valley Master felt a shock deep inside. How does he know that? Aside from me and the Society Master, only 4 people know of it. Could the Society Master have hidden this and sent him here? Is the Society Master testing me? If you can do that, you'll be granted the title of King. He was frustrated, thinking he had already proven himself more than enough. Zheng stood up. The Li family was once granted the title of King by 3 people. So why is only the Valley Master left here? He looked at him with a dark expression and continued. That wasn't the answer to my question. Zheng's attitude left the Valley Master astonished. He began to turn, launching an attack toward Zheng. The Valley Master thought, that stance even without speaking. I can feel a precise, flawless technique with no openings. Before he could finish the thought, Zheng struck a blow. The Valley Master was surprised, even though it was just an afterimage. But I can still feel the pressure as if it were real. His martial arts are exactly what my grandfather always talked about. Zheng flashed a wicked smile at him. It seems you've realized it. He praised him. I thought that just because you're Li Huoyun's grandson, you might not recognize this technique. He remembered his grandfather talking about the sovereign, whom I served for half my life, he had said. Zheng paused and thought. He wasn't the cowardly traitor you think he was. Years ago, Qi VM had asked his grandfather, Grandfather, is our Li family really a family of traitors? At that time, his grandfather had gently asked back. VM, is that why you're asking? Because of the scars on your face? Back then, he was only 15. His face was covered in scratches and bruises from fighting. When he followed his grandfather to the imperial court, these things happened all the time. Being called a traitor, being despised, being bullied, it was endless. A loyal servant must trust their sovereign to the end. That is only natural. But I can't accept that, because this humiliating yoke, which I don't know when will ever end, has tortured me for too long. At that time, he shouted back at his grandfather, I'd rather swear eternal loyalty to the Society Master instead. He gritted his teeth, tears falling uncontrollably. Why? Why? Just because of that sovereign. My family became traitors. And yet, you tell me I must uphold loyalty? I can't accept it. At that time, his grandfather had called out to him, heartbroken, but he wouldn't listen. He cried, full of resentment. My grandfather always said it was because I was a loyal servant. I just couldn't accept it. If I don't pour all my focus into something, I won't be able to stand it. Perhaps that's why I became the first in the family too. And so, at a young age, he impulsively said, despite all the dissuasion, fine, can I do it now? No one else in the family can complete the Scarlet Flame Sword technique. I will fulfill the family's wish. But perhaps this ambition had become a poison. His grandfather had warned him. Before completely mastering the 5th level, you must absolutely not attempt to break through to the 6th level. And then, because I was too impatient, I suffered a qigong deviation. At that time, fire roared and spread across his entire body. The servants in the manor could only stand there and scream, "Mok Hu Thieng Master." Very quickly, Chiviem's entire face was destroyed by the flames. But luckily for him, his grandfather stepped in to save him. He was very surprised. To save him, his grandfather sacrificed himself. Huo Yun took all the fire onto his own body to spare his grandson's life. He could only wail in despair. I never expected that our reunion after 4 or 5 years would end like this. It can't be. The image of his kind grandfather waving goodbye before being completely consumed by the flames had become a nightmare in Chiviem's heart for so many years. He knew the pain of that feeling, but fearing he would be traumatized, his grandfather had tried not to cry out even a single word. He couldn't do anything but watch his grandfather slowly disappear, Chiviem recounted. Even though I was treated, I still screamed for more than half a day. He was utterly hopeless at that moment. But the story is over now. Please, please punish me. He covered his face, sobbing in remorse, but his grandfather could never come back to life. He handed him a piece of paper. Take this. This is the last poem your grandfather left behind while he was still alive. Chiviem remembered that day, following his grandfather's back through the black mist that always appeared in his mind. Even after all these years, can I ever forget? No matter how much time passes, that day remains in my dreams. His grandfather had remained loyal until his very last day, yet he, the eldest grandson of the Li family, had once despised that loyalty. To restore the honor of my late grandfather, I am determined to inherit that will. Returning to reality, Chiviem trembled. This incompetent grandson, even if it's a mark of shame carved into my body that's hard to wash away, even if it's years of enduring humiliation, I will wear a mask to hide my identity and deceive them. So, there is no way I wouldn't recognize it, because I've always heard my grandfather talk about that thing. He asked him suspiciously, "How do you know that person's martial arts? Who on earth are you that you can use them?" Seeing is believing. He looked at the young man before him, undeniably awestruck. Duyen Nguyen Chi. The Ku Hoan Do Vien Kai. This technique of his made Chiviem startle. Thon Lin, radiant as a flower, quickly appeared before his eyes. As soon as Li Chiviem saw her, he dropped to his knees, prostrating on the ground. He was dazed, slowly removing the mask from his face. He remembered his grandfather repeating it many times. Not only powerful, but she was more beautiful than anyone else. He looked at Thon Lin and said loudly, "Head of the Li family, Li Chiviem, respectfully welcomes the master of the moon vein. Mok Hu Thiener servant humbly greets the sovereign." Than Lin stood tall, beautiful as a painting. Her 1,000-year-old aura could not be washed away by time. Thon Lin silently looked at the youngster, kneeling respectfully before her. She didn't say anything, only quietly wore a satisfied smile. Finally, she spoke. "I knew it. If you are the blood descendant of Li Huoyun, you will surely remain loyal to me." She looked haughtily toward Zheng, casting him a smug look. "See that?" Zheng didn't say anything, just thinking, she's already become a vengeful spirit, yet she still believes in people? Thon Lin is truly a fool. After a moment, he looked at the person kneeling on the ground who still hadn't raised his head. But I didn't expect that, even after 100 years, they would still be so loyal. I thought I would get to see the look of disappointment on Thon Lin's face, but this is also, thinking of this, he quickly took out the wooden puppet. Thon Lin looked at Chiviem gently and said, "Raise your head." At the same time, Zheng chanted the incantation, "Kim Nuang Chi Men, Vo Na Kong Hin, Di Thu Di Men, Cap Cap Nu Luat Len." He calmly poured a cup of tea and explained, "I am her vessel." He secretly thought, Thon Lin trusts this person, but I do not. So, it will be better if I control him. Zheng wore a cunning smile. The loyalty that has lasted for 4 generations will be mine. Afterward, Zheng handed Chiviem a piece of paper. "Take this." He trembled. Is this the secret manual that the sovereign perfected? He remembered his grandfather saying that the Dai VM art was created by me and her together, but before it could be finished, she met with tragedy. He looked at the paper. "The wish of our sect is now in my hands." As he read through it, he found it fascinating and couldn't help but exclaim, channeling the Yang energy from the Jeshui acupoint to the Yang Kang acupoint, "I never thought it would be so simple. It really is incredible." Thon Lin replied irritably, "Simple? It took me dying and opening the ghost eye for me to realize it." Thon Lin gritted her teeth. "Damn it." While explaining, I accidentally told him about the promise and the secret manual. That's why that Valley Master trusts this kid even more. Chi VM wondered, but it seems as if it hasn't been written in full yet. Jung spoke up. That's correct. VM was incredibly surprised, wanting to know the reason. Jung smiled faintly. Even though the manual has been perfected, you must still be careful. Aren't you afraid that in your rush to restore the family's power, you'll practice too quickly and bring disaster upon yourself? I'm afraid you'll meet an unnecessary fate. Hearing this, Chi VM looked at Jung with even more favorable feelings. He fell silent for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, Chi VM bowed his head and knelt down again, to Jung's bewilderment. Jung observed silently as Chi VM spoke. Mok Hu Thien, her servant, bows, not just for the secret manual, but because you, even though you have become a vengeful spirit, have never stopped caring for the Li family. Mok Hu Thien, her servant, is truly very grateful. And once again, I swear my loyalty to you. Please, accept a kowtow from your subordinate. He didn't rise, keeping his head bowed low, waiting for permission. Thon Lin spoke up. Mok Hu Thien, see? This is the reason. Mok Hu Thien don't need to be so suspicious anymore. I suppose I can trust him now. Thon Lin understood what he meant. I know why you wanted to win over the Valley Master's loyalty because I trust him, but you don't. That's fine. I have no objections. But don't expect me to tell you anything regarding the Li family. Ji Yan, still kneeling, said, Master, there is something I wish to ask. He replied indifferently. What is it? Ji Yan suddenly brought up the Ling Great War. He was startled to hear it mentioned. Ji Yan continued, It is because of the Ling Great War that took place 100 years ago that my clan was branded as traitors and has endured such humiliation ever since. That is why I want to hear about what happened on that day. He looked at the wooden figure, Thon Lin, who blurted out, Why are you looking at me? Ask him yourself. That works too, he said. Regardless, I wasn't planning on telling you about it anyway. Confess quickly and let me reappear. Suddenly, he asked, Ji Yan, what do you think of it? I'm very curious about your perspective on the Ling Great War. Thon Lin was incredibly surprised by his reaction. He had chosen to turn the question back on him. Ji Yan replied timidly, I'm not sure if I should say what I know. He smiled brightly. It's fine. Go ahead. Thon Lin started screaming from inside the wooden figure. It is not fine. He chuckled lightly. Thon Lin, stop trying to coach me. She thrashed around aggressively, shouting, Mok Hu Thien mortal, Mok Hu Thien. Not wanting her to keep making a scene, he shoved the wooden figure back into his robes. He felt satisfied. I'm about to learn about Thon Lin's past. The Moon Vein and Thon Lin, she who was once the master of the Moon Vein and the Heaven and Earth Society. He had been curious for a long time. There was only one thing left. Why did Thon Lin turn into a vengeful spirit? Outside, Ji Yan began to recount the story. Thon Lin went mad with rage. Damn mortal, I will shatter this wooden body. His heart ached as he wondered what Thon Lin had gone through. Suddenly, a shocking noise rang out, startling both him and Ji Yan. He turned his head to look out the window to assess the situation. Thon Lin was startled too. She asked, What is it? What's happening? Suddenly, Ji Yan stood up. He watched the man's every move cautiously. Ji Yan stood by the window, observing. Sunlight hit his face, making him look even more eerie. He spoke up. Valley Master Li? He pulled the curtains shut. It's nothing, Master. Everything is fine. His face darkened. May I be excused for a moment? Without waiting for an answer, he headed straight outside. At that moment, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, and something slammed into the ground. Zuo Xia and Fang Thakxiao seemed to be clashing. Zuo Xia appeared to be injured. The boy lay on the ground in pain, teeth gritted. Guild Master Yuan Sha, leaning on a cane covered in talismans, stepped forward. As I suspected, he said, glaring fiercely. So, my spirit-binding curse is here. 2 hours ago, a subordinate had run to report to him. He asked, Where are you going? The man replied honestly, We are escorting a spy. Guildmaster Yuan Sha curiously walked closer to inspect the carriage. He quickly asked, What happened at Thi Huet Valley? Was there an issue with the test? Even a minor one will do. If we aren't careful, the test could be cancelled. The subordinate hesitated. No major issues, but there was one strange thing. A student named Mu Zhengni Yun killed the pig beast. Hearing this, both the guildmaster and Fang Thakxiao were horrified. He stammered, Kei Chu is dead? Kei Chu is dead? Fang Thakxiao panicked. Master, that's the kid, the child I told you about. We have to disqualify him. The guild master shouted in surprise. What? He thought to himself. He hasn't even been learning arts for a month, and he already killed Kei Chu? If that's true, He is an incredibly gifted talent. The guildmaster said, I must meet him. But that can wait. Let's find what was lost first. Fang Thok Zhao didn't understand yet. The guildmaster looked at the sky and began to channel his power, writing talismans in the air. Fang Thok Zhao was shocked. What are you doing, master? Why are you using the suppression barrier? Yellow talismans quickly appeared, extending rapidly to surround the guildmaster. The subordinate couldn't handle it and was blown away. Gia Kong was terrified. It's the suppression barrier. It can only be deployed by someone who has reached the Fangnut realm or higher. This technique is on par with a ghost domain created by high-level vengeful spirits. But how can he? Suddenly, a purple chain shot out from inside the carriage. It looked like it belonged to Zuo Xia. He lunged with all his might to attack the old guildmaster. But the old man wasn't a pushover. He countered directly, sending Zuo Xia tumbling to the ground. It seemed the boy was still a bit weaker than him. Zuo Xia felt like he was struggling to breathe. Guildmaster Yuan Xia said gleefully, I suspected as much, and I was right. My spirit-binding curse is here. As he spoke, he glared at the boy, unleashing his power to suppress him. To speak briefly about this man, he was Yuan San, the guildmaster of Thiongok. He was an eccentric practitioner, interested in dark arts like spiritual soul-binding and cursecraft. When he turned 60, he discovered a cave containing the secret arts of the Mao Shan sect, a sect said to have created 610 different arts. At that time, he was overjoyed and knelt before the statue of a beast, shouting, Heaven blesses me. However, most of the secret arts he found were forbidden within the 64 squares. So, to achieve his ambitions, Yuan Tio Ingjok left the 64 squares, joined the Heaven and Earth Society, and became one of their most powerful practitioners. Back to the present, he was chanting, staring intently at Zuo Xia. Fang Thok Zhao wondered, Is this the curse? Thanks to Master's barrier, I can finally see it. Thun Gok replied, That's right. If it had been nurtured better, it could have become a Thon Lin class spirit. Fang Thok Zhao chimed in with flattery. Even so, you are truly amazing, Master. Zuo Xia looked up and immediately recognized the man who had pushed him into hell. He looked at the old man's evil face, and resentment welled up in his eyes. I want to tear him apart. The reason he was still afraid was that the man was a monster who had reached the immortal realm while still alive. Thinking of this, Zuo Xia quickly looked for an escape route. I must get to my master. Fang Thok Zhao quickly channeled his power and shouted, Where do you think you're going? He chanted a spell. And Zuo Xia felt his entire body burning in agony. He couldn't help but scream. Zuo Xia collapsed to the ground, glaring with hatred. Mok Hu Thien, miserable practitioner, I'll kill you. He laughed. Mok Hu Thiener tongue is quite sharp. I am the one who raised you. But don't worry, you'll change your mind soon, because you will become my Shikigami. With that, he pulled a talisman from his chest. He said to Fang Thok Zhao, Watch closely. The art of turning a vengeful spirit into a Shikigami is almost impossible. But if I succeed, I can control that thing, the one known as the Calamity. Tiongok saw the boy had slumped down, so he gloated. Now, speak. Who is your master? His face was twisted with evil, and he flashed a wicked grin. But his smile soon froze. The boy replied, Die, you old fool. Seeing his defiance, the guildmaster was secretly frustrated. Defeated? He gritted his teeth. How is this possible? At that same moment, he, the protagonist, walked by and called out, Zuo Xia. He didn't show a hint of fear and directly asked, Why are you doing this in front of my dog? Zuo Xia was overjoyed the moment he saw him, his eyes sparkling as he shouted, Master, Guildmaster. Yuan Xia was stunned. What? He stared at the young man in front of him, unable to believe his ears. His spirit-binding curse was actually calling this person Master. Fang Thok Zhao happily said, Master, that's the child named Mu Zheng Ni Yun I told you about. Hearing this, the old man was even more surprised. He was shocked, but the young man just gave a calm greeting. Greetings, Master. Fang Thok Zhao quickly introduced him. Zheng Ni Yun, pay your respects. This is your Grand Master. The Guildmaster stared at him silently, saying nothing. He stepped forward respectfully. Yes, I greet my Grand Master. Before he could finish, the old man interrupted. Wait, say that again. He was momentarily confused about what the man wanted him to say, so he looked up, puzzled. Guildmaster Yuan Xia asked urgently, Mok Hu Thien, are you his master? Fang Thok Zhao, fearing the old man would hurt his precious disciple, stepped in front of him. He looked at the Guildmaster. It seemed the man had already made a bad impression on him. Seeing him stay silent, the old man became even more enraged and channeled his power to intimidate him. Speak. The word monster flashed through his mind. He smiled coldly. Yes, that's right. Gia Kong was shocked. What? How? He couldn't believe it. He said, order him. Anything. Give him any order. He calmly looked at the boy and gently said, Zuoxia, come here. Zuoxia obeyed, stepping forward quietly in front of the two pairs of wide eyes. Fang Thach Zhao shouted, What did you do? Explain yourself. He replied calmly, I didn't do anything, and I have no obligation to tell you. The old man was furious. Mok Hu Thien dare defy me? It's fine. I'll make you say it yourself. He began to chant an ancient, dark spell. The bracelet on his wrist quickly lit up, startling him for a moment. Seeing the situation, it seemed his disciple had gained the upper hand. Thunok let out a satisfied, oh. Zheng thought to himself, the binding curse, so there really was another power at play. It's a type of curse that forces the target to obey every command, isn't it? Though it would be useless if he used a fake name to swear the oath. All right then. A cunning smile quickly formed on his lips. Thinking this, Zheng contorted his face, acting as if he were being manipulated, which startled his disciple. Tiu Ngok questioned, Did you put it on? Gia Kong replied, As you can see, master, I still can't fully control it, he thought. Among my disciples, Zhao Yicheng Gia Kong is the one most like me. He is truly cunning. Who knows what he's thinking? He aggressively rushed forward, striking Zheng hard in the face. Gia Kong panicked, stammering, Master, Mok Hu Thien old fox, I must check carefully to see if the technique is truly effective. Gia Kong panicked and hugged him tightly. Master, that's enough. It's already taken effect. He swore an oath in the name of the master of the Nian Mok Sword Pavilion. Looking at the face of his student lying blankly on the ground without any resistance, he slowly let his guard down. Tunok was satisfied. Good. Help him up and ask what happened. Gia Kong quickly obeyed. Yes, master. Gia Kong looked at him. Mok Kin, Van, listen, tell us in detail how you subdued that vengeful spirit. He lowered his face, blankly muttering two words. The chairman. It seemed his acting had succeeded. Hearing this, both master and disciple were so shocked, they jumped back. Theo Ngok demanded impatiently. Mok Hu Thien just said, Chairman? Why would you mention the chairman? Zheng mumbled something indistinctly, making Theo Ngok even more curious. He angrily grabbed Zheng's head and shouted, What the hell are you saying? Is the chairman coming here? Speak up. Zheng seemed to be challenging his patience. He opened his mouth again and said, The chairman. At the same time, Zheng aggressively launched an attack toward the Nguyen Catmaster. His hand stabbed straight into the old man's heart, causing the Nguyen Catmaster to be instantly panicked. Zheng said wickedly, How could the chairman possibly come here? The Nguyen Catmaster trembled, raising his hand, stammering, The soul transfer. Zheng fiercely squeezed his hand, intending to snap it, making the old man scream in fear. No, he cruelly mocked him. Truly, no matter how strong a Fangshi is. Before Zheng could finish, the Fangshi Zhao Yicheng flew backward, keeping a safe distance from him. He began chanting, 5 golds, form shifted, God's palm, spirit talisman, all follow the command, Taishang Laojun. Act as ordered. Very quickly, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He shouted, Mok Hu Thien traitor, release my master. Then he continued chanting, Spirit talisman, spirit palm. Zheng was curious. What kind of technique is that? It seems I still have a lot to learn from you, master, he shouted. Shut up. Have you ever even considered me your master? Zheng slowly let go of the Nguyen Catmaster. Once a master, always a master. He silently calculated. Those puppets, their aura is extraordinary. Plus, I still have to deal with the master. Just having Tauha isn't enough, and I can't summon the true spirit right now. Thinking this, he flashed a sinister smile and spoke up. Master, I have a gift for you. Fangshi Zhao Yicheng could not lower his guard. His hand was still forming a seal, asking, What is it? He didn't answer, but fiercely squeezed the Wind Cat Master's heart even harder. The old man's heart had been plucked out by Zheng. His expression remained unchanged. Gia Kong, not expecting him to do such a thing, panicked. This brat. Before he could finish his thought, Zheng spoke. Master, are you going to refuse an opportunity your disciple has offered you? Gia Kong was momentarily confused, not understanding his meaning. What are you talking about? Zheng smiled brightly. Just now. Wasn't the position of Nguyen Catmaster left vacant? Hearing this, Zhao Yicheng Nia Kong was even more startled. He didn't expect him to be this twisted. He looked at him and asked back, Mok Hu Thien mean you want me to sit in that chair after you kill my master? He retreated in fear. Of course, I don't have any affection for the master, but being unable to protect the master is another matter. If I can't protect the master, who will recognize me as the master? Besides, the current situation has severely shaken my position. Jung stepped forward, picking up the body of the Nguyen cat master. Ma Ku Thien won't suffer any losses. Saying that, he began to chant, Fire Release, 5 golds, Time Shifted, Soul Extraction, Immortal Realm, 10,000 Transformed. Nghia Kong jumped back. That's the 6-person spirit technique. Jung calmly poured blood into the Nguyen cat master's mouth. Nghia Kong remembered he had once taught him. The 6-person spirit technique is a forbidden art for creating life and death ghosts by having them drink the heart blood of the dead, and performing the technique by gathering malicious energy. This is a forbidden art because of its brutality, but the real issue lies in its effectiveness. Just to control one dead person requires killing countless people to collect a massive amount of malicious energy. Therefore, even if you killed everyone here, it would be difficult to perform this technique. Seeing the Nguyen cat master could stand up on his own, Nghia Kong was bewildered. How did he do it? Jung continued. My proposal is this. I will hand over control of the life and death ghost to you. Ma Ku Thien can use the ancestor as a puppet to become the master. Seeing Zhao Yichang Nghia Kong standing there dumbfounded, he spoke again. Do you still want to reject this opportunity? He suddenly sighed and said to him, I had a strange dream. Afterward, he frowned, looking at him seriously. All right, I'm listening. Jung maintained a smiling attitude while looking at him. He was probing the opponent, so he remained silent. Tao Ha hid behind him, observing, noticing that Jung was secretly channeling his inner energy. Like master, like servant. Although he said nothing, Tao Ha's eyes quickly lit up. Nghia Kong continued, but first, I have 3 conditions. Zheng was not long-winded. Speak. He asked. The first is, why does the binding curse have no effect on you? The second, why can you perform the 6-person spirit technique? And the third, my safety. Zheng was nonchalant. Fine. And I've already thought of a way to guarantee the conditions. He took the bracelet off his wrist and tossed it toward him. Finally, a way for you to feel at ease. He looked at the bracelet in his hand, secretly surprised. The binding curse? Zheng smiled brightly and continued. Put it on and swear loyalty to me. If you become my dog, I'll have no reason to harm you, right? Both fell silent for a moment. Nghia Kong was stunned when he said this. A moment later, his attitude changed, looking at him aggressively. Zheng no longer had a smile on his lips. He looked at him seriously. It seemed he had made him angry. He shouted, I can subdue you and torture you to force you to put it back on. Immediately after finishing, he stepped back and shouted, Spirit Palm. Zheng also quickly stepped back to dodge the attack and spoke. The first condition, the reason why the binding curse has no effect on me. My real name isn't Ma Kin Van. It's Zheng. Remember that well when you swear the oath to me. Nghia Kong sneered. Ma Ku Thien talk, as if you've already won. He realized that he had unexpectedly been trapped by such a simple ploy. No, now I must focus on subduing him. Zhao Yichang Nghia Kong was smug, confident that he could easily break the spirit palm alone, and that the poison had consumed too much spiritual energy and was no longer a threat. I will use the spirit palm to suppress and quickly control him. It seemed that at this moment, his side was gaining the upper hand. Zheng was a bit flustered, defending against that powerful attack. He wasn't careful and took a kick, because the internal energy was not trivial. Zheng was thrown quite far, but as soon as he landed, he tried to steady himself so he wouldn't be suppressed. At this moment, Zheng's face became serious. He began to chant, silence, curse, wall of strength, soul return. The sky around them suddenly turned pitch black. One could say that he alone was facing all 3 sides. Zhao Yichang. Nghia Kong aggressively raised the talisman and began to chant. He looked at Zheng and shouted, It's over. Even facing such a strong enemy, he was not intimidated. Zheng clenched his fist and aggressively commanded, Tao Ha, tie him up. Just as he commanded, a large, long chain quickly shot straight toward Zhao Yichang Nghia Kong. He was fixed in place by the chains all over his body. The talisman in his hand also quickly fell. He looked at Tao Ha in surprise. Impossible. It has recovered its spiritual energy so quickly, without being fed malicious energy. The boy laughed with interest. Mo Ku Thien, let your guard down, Yu Fangxi. But he still wouldn't submit. Nghia Kong raised his hand, intending to chant another spell. But Tao Ha had already aggressively thrown him into a nearby large tree. Zheng and the wooden puppet of the Fangxi Zhao Yichang simultaneously rushed forward to confront each other. He said calmly while lunging, And the second, the reason why I can perform the 6-person spirit technique. As soon as he landed, A white explosion echoed. The two giants he had summoned had been gently defeated by him. Zheng continued. My dantian is constructed from malicious energy. I don't need to kill people to get malicious energy. It seemed he had been seriously injured. He coughed hard, but still couldn't believe what he had just heard. Impossible. He didn't use his real name, and he has a dantian constructed from malicious energy? Zheng bent down, picked up the bracelet, and held it toward him. Now it's your turn to swear, he said defiantly. Don't even dream of it. Absolutely. Suddenly, he looked straight into his eyes. The person in front of him now had a truly sinister face. He thought, my eyes are begging, please don't do this. But my hands are uncontrollably trembling as I put that bracelet on. I, Zhao Yichang Ngia Kong, will obey the commands of Zheng. The bracelet quickly began to take effect following these words of his. He acted out, telling him, I am truly moved that you sacrificed so much for me. Looking at the person before him, he felt a surge of fear. It was as if he had mistaken a disciple for a demon. The scene shifted. Once everything was settled, he quickly let the master and disciple reunite. The pavilion master stood there like a walking statue. Gia Kong walked along, glancing at his master like a soulless corpse. He was confused. How did it come to this? Yet, this was a major affair. He could fool others, but he feared it would be hard to deceive him. Despite his young age, he had already reached his master's level of cultivation, was proficient in profound techniques, and had subdued 2 spirit beasts as his guardians. The person he referred to was the senior brother, Zhao Yichang Taithon. He continued thinking, I already warned that mock Qin Van, but back then, he said, do I have to hold your hand and guide you through every little thing? If you succeed, you will become the pavilion master, so deal with it yourself. Gia Kong clenched his fists. The pavilion master? All right, there is no turning back now. Even though I lost to him, his talent is real. If I succeed, I will be honored as the master of the greatest practitioner, and at the same time, I will become the pavilion master. I will become the pavilion master. Yet, something felt wrong, as if he had forgotten something important. He felt incredibly uneasy, sweating to himself. What on earth is it? The scene shifted to him, satisfied. He sipped his tea leisurely. I didn't expect the master of the tower to have such power. Who knew even my name could be forgotten? I only ordered them to forget my true name as a test, but I didn't think it would actually work. As expected, it is a magical artifact containing power beyond imagination. Recalling that moment, he had asked if he could find more of these. Gia Kong said, I wish I could, but I'm afraid it's too difficult. This artifact was crafted by the great lawmaster Kim Nguyen, one of the 6 directional gods. The master once attended the gathering of the 64 directions and received 4 gifts. This is one of them. He also craved more, so he spent over 15 years researching it. But in the end, he could not comprehend the secret within. He grew pensive. What a pity, he thought. Even so, it means there are 3 more out there. I hope one day I will have the chance to possess them. He was so lost in thought about that matter that he was momentarily dazed. Triviem had been standing by his side for some time. He stammered, I. He suddenly remembered. Ah, yes, you have been waiting a long time. He picked up his teacup, regaining his focus. Then, let us continue the story of Thon Lin's hidden past and the Great Spirit War. Triviem asked again, so, where should I begin? As he was pondering where to start, Thon Lin spoke up. Hey, mortal. She saw he was ignoring her and began to protest loudly. He laughed coldly. I'm busy. I'll tell you later. Thon Lin replied gloomily. I am truly begging you. Please don't ask any more. Besides, at the appropriate time, you will know on your own. She let out a sigh and enticed him. If you do as I say, I will pass on one of the 8 techniques of exorcism. Hearing this, he seemed genuinely swayed. He was dazed for a few seconds, starting to think. To this extent, I am also suspicious. Ma Ku-Thien clearly said I had to comprehend it myself. Yet you haven't even given me a clue about the 8 techniques of exorcism. Is it truly because you don't want the past to be exposed? Seeing his silence, she continued. If you want to hear it, give me a sign with your finger. He smiled cunningly. No matter what Thon Lin's intentions were, one finger wasn't enough. Immediately, he held up 2 fingers in front of her. Thon Lin was surprised, then shouted irritably, What a shameless person. Ma Ku-Thien dare to ask for 2 things? He spoke up. Take it or leave it. I have to benefit from this too. He started to look dark and threatening. Well, what's your decision? Thon Lin was furious. Ma Ku-Thien, little demon. She scratched her head in frustration, glared at him fiercely, and finally accepted the deal. It was settled. He smiled with satisfaction and then said, "Pavilion Master, my apologies." But, suddenly saying this, Trivium asked, "What is it?" He continued, "Let's discuss that later." Deep down, he calculated. "So, I have obtained 2 of the 8 techniques of exorcism." Thon Lin was annoyed. Just comprehending one technique would have immense utility. However, if not learned at the right time, you might not be able to unleash its full power. I intended to pass it on at the right time. But that demon, to be honest, I hate that he knows even more. She fell into deep thought. "No, perhaps I just don't want to hear how he found out." Trivium added, "But, my lord, you should still know this." He said, "Let's leave it until things have stabilized." Trivium asked, "Stabilized? What do you mean?" He quickly changed the subject. "Pavilion Master, in your opinion, what level has my martial arts reached?" Trivium was surprised. "Martial arts? Mok Hu Thien mean?" He replied happily and politely, "Yes, please be straightforward." Trivium fell into deep thought, focusing seriously, then said, "If I must be honest, judging by your internal energy, you should have reached the first-class realm." He asked, confused. "First class?" He thought, Thonlin once said that judging solely by my internal strength, I have reached the peak Ranglan, but looking back, it seems others don't understand my martial arts. Can they not sense my chi? Realizing his confusion, Thonlin spoke, "Mortal, your aura is created from killing intent. Most ordinary people cannot sense killing intent." He thought with satisfaction, "Does that mean even experts cannot grasp my level of martial arts?" If the opponent cannot sense my aura, Trivium quickly interrupted. "Are you intentionally restraining your aura?" He answered happily, "No. As you can see, I'm doing nothing." He was extremely satisfied. "Then I can hide my true realm." Hearing him say this, Trivium seemed disappointed. He could perceive that, so he asked honestly. Mok Hu Thien seemed quite disappointed. He stammered, I apologize." He smiled lightly. "It's fine. I understand. After all, it's true, I haven't reached your expectations. However, I want to add one thing. I only entered this body half a month ago. At that time, the original owner of this body hadn't even reached the 3rd-class level in the martial arts world." Trivium was so shocked he stammered, Is that true?" he quickly asked. "Don't you believe me?" He seemed to guess his thoughts. "I understand you have expectations of me, but I am just starting over from zero." He fell silent. "No, I understand now. Actually, I feel admiration. In just half a month, he reached the 1st-class realm?" Thinking this, Trivium couldn't help but ask, "Then, when will you be able to reach your original realm?" He thought seriously, original realm? Now that he thought about it, he had never heard Thon Lin talk about that. Even though he could sense the power, whether it was Thon Lin's enemies or himself, if they wanted to defeat them, they needed to be stronger. In other words, the time he mentioned now was perhaps the time he would spend taking revenge. A gentleman takes revenge even after 15 years. That meant he had to patiently hone his strength and wait for the right opportunity. He smiled to himself. 15 years is too long. Thinking of this, he reached his hand out toward Trivium. He was startled. "Is it really that way? Isn't that time too short?" He replied calmly and confidently to Trivium's question. "No way." Than Lin's expression turned dark. She couldn't help but feel helpless toward her disciple, blurting out, "Are you crazy? Mok Hu Thien say you will reach the transformation realm within 2 years? After that, the ultimate realm of martial arts, where one must overcome all obstacles to reach the 3 flowers, gathering at the peak and 5 chi flowing into the origin." Currently, in the martial arts world, only top-tier experts at the 6 heavens and 8 stars level are known to have touched this realm. Trivium didn't know why, but he started trembling, tears streaming down. Perhaps he had been scared out of his wits by him. Thon Lin said loudly, "Even if you died and came back 100 times, do you think that's possible? On the contrary, you will only realize how great I am. If you succeed, I will call you master for life and serve you." He smiled happily and spoke to her through telepathy. "Remember to keep that promise." He held the strange memento in his hand. Mok Hu Thien stood still in thought. The sunlight shining through the window cast his lonely shadow. He sank into reflection. Back then, that girl shamelessly framed them. She pointed her finger directly at Ma Tuong and accused him. "That man over there is my accomplice." Surrounded by the group, finding no way out, Ma Tuong cursed, "Damn it." Then suddenly, he called for Mok Hu Thien. He was stunned when called, and thus, Ma Tuong handed him that item. Mok Hu Thien instinctively muttered, "Ma Tuong." The image of Ma Tuong in his mind gradually faded. Finally, Only the last words lingered in his ears. I leave it to you. Finishing the memory, he anxiously gripped the item. His hand was sweating, and unable to suppress his restlessness, he punched the thin wall next to him hard. Thinking that he would rather blame me just because I cared for my half-brother, I pushed Ma Tuong to his death. Yet, Ma Tuong not only didn't resent me, but he trusted me like that. What am I? He was remorseful to the point of madness, looking at the empty bed in front of him, hallucinating. That hateful Mok Kin Van, he said nonchalantly. It's none of your business. He gritted his teeth, looking at that person. If he hadn't spoken, it would be fine, but since he had, there was no way to let it go. Mok Kin Van. Mok Kin Van. Immediately, blood rushed to his head, and he used all his strength to punch the hallucination. Mok Kin Van was severely injured, his hair covered in blood, yet he still tried to provoke him. What else are you doing? Hurry up and kill each other. If you don't kill me, you'll be the one to die. He insanely muttered the name, Mok Kin Van, Mok Kin Van. While repeatedly unleashing punches, his spirit completely shattered. He punched continuously until the wall had a gaping hole. His eyes finally stopped, still filled with lethal intent, even after the outburst. He leaned powerlessly against the wall. The hallucination had faded, but the after-images and Mo Jingyun's words were real. He thought with remorse, it's not that I didn't know. I was the one who was wrong. Sitting back on the bed, he had time to reflect carefully. Just as Mo Jingyun said, I have become weak. Because I grew accustomed to my old way of life, I couldn't perceive the reality of the situation. I was truly foolish to think that just by surviving, I could return to a normal life, whether here at the Nianmu Sword Manor or anywhere else. Martial arts are also what decide survival. How ridiculous. Perhaps I must cast aside all thoughts of comfort. To survive, I must become stronger and stop at nothing, no matter the means. I must make everyone kneel before me. Crossing his legs in meditation on the bed, he poured all his determination and all his grievances and hatred into this cultivation. His whole body radiated murderous intent, enveloped by a blinding red aura. That was exactly the cultivation of the Nianmu transformation technique. Elsewhere, Zheng confidently held up 2 fingers, declaring, I will break through to the transformation realm in 2 years. Thon Lin snapped at him, ridiculing his nonsense. If you succeed, this seat is willing to call you mother and serve you for the rest of my life. He scratched his head sheepishly, though not because he lacked confidence or anything of the sort. He laughed, haha, Thon Lin, you've got a sharp tongue, don't you? It took this seat 25 years to break through. Mok Huthian haven't even achieved anything significant, yet you want to reach that level in 2 years? Hearing her say that, he arrogantly retorted, Mok Huthian have to try to know for sure, right? My grandfather always said that. It was his grandfather who had gently molded his character back in the day, with one singular truth. If you don't try, you can never know your own potential. He regained his focus, clutching his head in pain and groaning. The Valley Master of the Blood Valley approached anxiously, calling out, Mok Hu Thieng Master, then asked solicitously, Are you all right? He answered dismissively, I'm fine, but clutched his head again, confused, thinking, What's going on? Why can't I remember that moment? I was just trying to remember my grandfather's image, but for some reason, my head is aching violently. It felt like a door standing alone in a terrifying wilderness, with 2 golden characters inscribed on it. An uncomfortable sensation gradually crept through his internal organs. He thought something was off. He was startled, but then something crossed his mind. His eyes widened in shock and anxiety, worried about a vision of the future. Could it be that grandfather saw? Seeing the pained expression on his face, he couldn't help but worry further, calling out, Mok Hu Thieng Master? Only then did he snap out of it, rubbed his head, and turned inside. Valley Master, there's no need to worry. It's just that I'm a little tired, but I have a few things I want to ask you, he replied honestly. Yes, Mok Hu Thieng Master, please ask. He immediately asked, Valley Master, do you know anyone named Ghost Sword? Upon hearing this name, even though he was obscured by a mask, one could easily detect the panic from the depths of his heart that he couldn't hide. As for him, he quickly brushed aside the thoughts that were muddling his mind, reassuring himself, Let's put that matter aside for now. Right now, I should focus on this issue. He asked back in disbelief, Does the Mok Hu Thieng Master mean the ghost sword among the 6 heavens and 8 stars? He replied immediately, That's right, adding inwardly, I must get revenge for grandfather. He would never forget the image of himself weeping by his grandfather's corpse and the cold-blooded appearance of that person swinging his sword. That was exactly why he had come to this heaven and earth assembly, he thought, then smiled. To tell you the truth, I currently know nothing about the current martial world. The reason seemed plausible enough. He quickly explained. This subordinate understands. First off, Ghost Sword is well known for being ruthless and cruel. Then he sat down in a chair and started telling the story. Meanwhile, he had poured the second cup of tea, one for his guest and one for himself. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "Ruthless and cruel, you say?" Sitting upright in the chair, he replied, "Yes. No one has ever confronted him and survived." He asked in disbelief, stunned. "Really?" He continued. "No one knows his identity or background. He is famous for appearing and disappearing at will, and for engaging in life or death battles with both righteous and evil experts. This left him very confused, not knowing how much of this was true and how much was false. He wondered suspiciously, how strange. The wound on the side of the Nianmu Swordmanner's master was clearly caused by Ghost Sword. As if remembering something, his voice suddenly rose. "Ah, there's one more thing. There is a very famous anecdote about him. Within our organization, the 5 Kings and the Poison King, Bai Shahe, is one of them." Before Ghost Sword disappeared, he exchanged a few moves with the Poison King. He sipped his tea while listening. Hearing this, he was slightly surprised, but quickly hid it. If one didn't pay close attention, it would be difficult to catch this slight change in his emotions. One mystery was considered solved. It wasn't the Manor Master, after all. But, because of this, a new mystery arose. He immediately asked, "One of the 5 Kings fought Ghost Sword?" He replied nonchalantly, "Yes. Is there a problem?" He feigned innocence. "Nothing. It's just that I heard Ghost Sword is a hidden expert of the Heaven and Earth Assembly." Then he fell into deep contemplation. Ma Kuthien said, "Ghost Sword might be an expert from the Heaven and Earth Assembly. Could there have been some misunderstanding? Ah. One more thing. The only person who survived is a member of the Heaven and Earth Assembly. Some say that person is the personal bodyguard of the Assembly Master." Taking a sip of tea, he interjected nonchalantly, "A personal bodyguard, I see. It seems they still maintain the old system. By the Assembly Master's side, there will always be people following to protect them." The latter part was the personality of Thon Lin within him. He asked further, "In short, we still don't know who Ghost Sword is, do we?" He hesitated and replied, "Yes, perhaps the Poison King would know, but he only needed that much." Quickly grabbing the key point, he asked, "The Poison King might know? Well, I have one more thing I'm curious about." Even so, he still listened very patiently. "What is it, Moku Tiang Master?" he asked. "What is the purpose of the Bloodthirsty Valley's existence?" A surge of lethal energy shrouded the space. Ma Ku Thien was still focused on his cultivation and meditation. Having reached the final stage, he struggled to endure, avoiding a single moment of negligence that would cost him his life. Facing his question, the man did not hesitate to reply, "It is to distinguish between jade and stone." "Distinguish, you say?" He was still quite confused. He explained, "Yes. This place exists to test whether a person is qualified to become a martial artist of the Heaven and Earth Assembly. If you pass the final gate, you will have the opportunity to become a disciple of the leaders." He listened in amazement, then mumbled in thought, "A disciple." The 5 Kings and the Poison King fell silent for a moment. He smiled faintly and sinisterly. Having explained everything, the man had time to spare, and earnestly expressed, "Over the past while, this subordinate has been rude to the Ma Ku Thieng Master. This subordinate will immediately remove the Ma Ku Thieng Master from the list of people who must perform the tests." He replied, "No need. Besides, it's not necessary, because this seat can take advantage of the current situation." He was momentarily stunned, not yet fully grasping the situation and his capricious way of thinking. "Pardon? Take advantage of this situation, you say?" He smiled slightly and explained, "Didn't the Valley Master just say that if one passes the final gate, one can become a disciple of the leaders? Isn't the wound that is gradually festering the most painful thing of all?" Finally, he gave an unpredictable smile. He was shocked. Meanwhile, Ma Ku Thien was close to completing his cultivation. The final steps were the most difficult. He breathed heavily with every gasp, his heart growing more determined. Hum, hum, hum. I intended to stop if side effects occurred, but I cannot deny its power. This is the only way that can help me become strong in such a short time. Mo Jingyun, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Zheng was also determined to scheme and lure him into the trap, calmly pondering the situation. "Since it's like this, I will become a disciple of the Poison King, then obtain information about Ghost Sword. To do that, I just need to pass the final gate, right?" Both were burning with determination. In a forest, there should only be one tiger. With a firm, iron-willed heart, Ma Ku Thien vowed that the one who would conquer this place would not be him, but me. The sky the next morning was clear and cool, with sunlight shining brightly on the eaves of the building. In the room, everyone gathered in one place, each of them looking confused and worried. He sat in the middle of the room, counting each person one by one, then spoke up. Why is there one person too many? Well, whatever. He turned to Hualan and complained. I told you that only 8 people were needed. She awkwardly explained. I didn't know Lianjie was coming with Nguyen, so I recruited one more person. He was irritated and uncomfortable. How could you make a mistake on such a simple matter? She hurriedly replied. I'm sorry. Standing next to him, the demonic monk in Lianjie's body looked quite confused. Clenching his teeth, he waved his hand, dismissing it. Whatever, it's already done. One of you should know to leave on your own. Suddenly, a guy with a fierce expression stepped forward and retorted. What? Who do you think you are to have the right to kick us out? The guy even bumped into the person next to him. That person shouted, Ouch! He was startled and stunned. Huh? He thought. Wait. I didn't think I would get scolded right back. Hualan also turned her face away and said nothing. The guy was still angry and said, I only agreed to join because this team had Lianjie. Why is there a parasite here now? Pointing fingers. Who do you think you are? Do I have to follow you? Mok Hu Thien, think you're so great, huh? He spoke so harshly that the people in the group also had to speak up to remind him. Hey, let me remind you of that. Didn't you see earlier? He's very strong. The person in the purple shirt standing next to him also agreed. That's right. Lianjie is only a shadow of him. Seeing the 2 people with him speaking up for him, the guy stubbornly shouted, trying to argue. Don't talk nonsense. Look at his face. Does he look like someone who's about to be beaten to death? This remark by him convinced some people to agree. The guy wearing the hat said, Mok Hu Thien, you're right. His face doesn't have a single scratch. Being affirmed by someone who thought like him, the guy became even more bitter. Since the team leader will definitely be approved at any cost, those 2 must have pulled some dirty tricks. They definitely bribed Liam the Tall, he sneered. Or perhaps they used that pretty face of his to seduce others. Liam the Tall heard this, grinding his teeth in frustration, ready to rush forward to give him a taste of his own medicine, but he calmly stopped him. Wait, don't act rashly. It's only natural for them to be suspicious. He looked straight at the guy confidently and proposed. So, what should we do to prove it? Want to have a match with me? The guy excitedly agreed, as if he had been waiting for this. Fine, let's fight, he replied, if that's what you want. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and used a technique to pull the guy toward him. The guy didn't even have a chance to deploy his own technique. Whoever strikes first wins. With that, the guy's entire face was cupped firmly in his palm. Being grabbed painfully, the guy could only let out a cry of, ah. Immediately after grabbing his head, he slammed the guy's face hard into the floor with brutal force. They probably heard that thud all the way to the distant island. Sitting on top of him, he mockingly asked while pulling the guy's head up by his hair, What? It's over already? How boring. While he was still feeling dissatisfied because it wasn't fun at all, the others in the room were even more terrified. Everyone cringed. The guy hadn't even had a chance to react. Besides, that was a spiritual technique just now. How could that be? After achieving his goal of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, he stood up, nonchalantly released him, and called out to the others. Is there anyone else who wants to verify this? 2 guys who had been siding with the fellow earlier now shook their heads repeatedly. The effect he wanted was achieved. He focused on the main point. All right, since no one objects and we have enough members, let's get started. The guy in the yellow shirt looked confused. Huh? Start what? The guy lying on the ground was still moaning in pain. Finally, but before the guy could even adjust, he swung his leg and kicked him right in the shin. He fell to the ground once again. The guy clutched his injured leg, howling in pain. Ah! 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 The group in the room was also terrified. The guy wearing the hat stammered. Mok Hu, Thien Yu, what are you doing? He's already lost. Why are you still pro-dead? He tilted his head and answered calmly. Why are you so surprised? It's nothing. Immediately, his gaze shifted, becoming more serious. Everything isn't over yet. Seeing that gaze, the guy with the hat froze like a statue. Huh? He didn't care at all about the other guy's sense of justice. He immediately gave orders. We're going to be very busy soon, because before the next test takes place, we have to break the limbs of the others. What the fick? What did he just say? The whole group was petrified upon hearing that. In another room, horrifying sounds echoed out. Arg! A guy in the room next door heard the noise and was quite surprised. Since he was closest to the door, he heard it the most clearly and immediately asked the others in his room, Hey, did you hear that strange noise? His roommate, who was lounging around, asked back, What strange noise? But before the two could continue their conversation, the room door was opened by someone else as naturally as if he were at home. Everyone in the room simultaneously turned to look. He very politely pulled the door shut and smiled brightly. Seeing the stranger walk into the room alone, the guy in the orange shirt who was standing near the window waved his hand and said, "What's this? Mok Huthian came here to find a team? Get out of here. We have enough people." But he didn't pay any attention to the guy's words, just raised his hand and counted the people in the room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After counting, he was very satisfied. Good. The guy near the door was confused. Good at what? We didn't accept anyone. Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked in the shin by him, causing his leg to deform. It was broken. He casually confirmed, "The first one is broken." The guy rolled onto the bed, clutching his leg and screaming as if he were being slaughtered. Ah, ah, ah. After dealing with the first guy, he moved toward the second target. The others in the room were immediately on alert. Another guy asked in horror, "What are you doing?" "Just because we didn't take any more people, you." He smiled wickedly, rubbing his wrists. "I already have my own team. Oh my, guys, our protagonist just likes to pick fights and won't listen to reason. The proof is that I'm only here to break your limbs." Taken by surprise, the guy exclaimed, "Huh?" Under the guy's utter shock, he channeled his inner energy into his legs. Like a public declaration of his intentions, he leaped forward, broke the second guy's 2 arms, and then delivered a kick that shattered his leg. Then he lunged forward to break the limbs of the third guy. The guy in the orange shirt hadn't even seen the technique before. He was grabbed tightly by the wrist. 4. The guy's eyes showed pure fear, and it was even more terrifying when he heard the voice of the madman himself. "Don't struggle. If you slip up just a little, your wrist will be gone." He said it, but he still pressed down hard, crushing the bones in the guy's wrist. His whole face took on a cold look, and his mouth let out only one word. 4. In the room, several agonizing screams echoed. "Ah! My leg! My hands! My hands!" He shouted, "Quiet down!" It was instantly effective. No one dared to make a sound anymore. After causing the commotion, he sighed and stepped outside. Phew. Inside the room, the group lay scattered, unable to stand up. His eyes looked into the distance as he muttered a calculation. Let's see. 4 spies were dragged away, and the 4 people I just dealt with make 8. So, besides my team, there are still 64 people left, huh? He raised his hand to wipe a smear of blood off his face. Oh my god, the protagonist is so cool. He's not only handsome but also cold. Even just wiping off blood looks good. He complained dejectedly. So busy. 64 people to deal with. Than Lin also hesitantly and fearfully said, "Mok Hu Thin, my dear fellow." Are really? In the evening, the agonizing screams still wouldn't stop echoing from the floors. Arg. Ah. Mok Hu Thin was sitting motionless, intently cultivating. He also heard those screams and wondered to himself, what is that sound? Then he heard a knock at the door. He withdrew his inner energy and asked, "Who is it?" A person wearing green opened the door and walked in. He was astonished and stepped off the bed. Vu Trong Duok. He smiled and waved, still maintaining that friendly face. He complimented his memory. "Wow, I didn't expect you to remember me." His expression beamed as he replied happily, "Mok Hu Thin were my savior. How could I forget?" Then he recalled the process of how he was helped by him. When I was in mortal danger at the 2 passes, I was separated from my team members for a while. The person who protected me back then was Vu Trong Duok. It was a huge surprise that his savior had come to see him at this time. He was also very concerned and wanted to know, "But why did you come here?" He rubbed his own hair, hesitantly replying, "The thing is, there's a small problem." He asked quickly, "What problem?" He frowned, remembering the miserable scene of his teammates. "The thing is, I waited forever, but didn't see one of my team members reach the meeting point. When I went to check on him, I saw that his leg was already broken." He deduced that someone was playing dirty. It seems someone wants to eliminate the competition. He had also looked into it and heard the truth of the matter. They say it's the guy leading the 2 passes. He clenched his fist. Ni Mok Kin Van. He crossed his arms and continued, "So, I came to negotiate with you." He was surprised. Negotiate? He raised his hand as an invitation. "Join my team." He was caught off guard by this sudden invitation and didn't know what to say next. He tried to persuade him. Mok Hu Thiener friend was dragged away because he was discovered as a spy, right? Of course, I also suspected you, but either way, you need to recruit more people right now. So, I think we should join forces to stop him. Hearing that, he hesitated a bit. Mok Hu Thien? Choosing me? He also felt there was nothing he couldn't trust about him, and replied, "Yeah. Besides, you don't have a team yet anyway." He also found that reason too logical in the current situation. Seeing the other person pondering and not saying anything for a long time, he asked again, "What do you think?" He closed his eyes and pondered, analyzing the pros and cons. In any case, one needs to form a team to get through the next pass. Furthermore, to stop Mook Kin Van, he couldn't do it alone. Immediately after, his face became determined. Cooperating with him. Okay, I agree. The two shook hands on the cooperation. A mutually beneficial alliance was established. He replied, "Thank you." He was also humble. Being able to accompany someone as exceptional as you should be the one thanking me. But during the handshake, the two also wanted to show a little of their own power. Both unleashed their aura to probe the other, and his expression was very excited, thinking, "This kid is strong too." He praised the other. "As expected, you're very strong," he smiled back. Mok Hu Thien too. After that game of mutual flattery, he also made up his mind. I will absolutely not fall behind anyone. He used his finger to lightly rub his chin, discussing with him. But is there any way to stop him? He was also wondering and calculating. About that, his eyes lit up, accompanied by a smile full of confidence. I have an idea. 3 days later, the weather was beautiful, favorited with many blue clouds. The Blood Valley Lord announced the results. He wore a mask shaped like a blood-red demon, standing and looking at everyone. The leader of the 3 passes was Vu Truong Duok. Below, he raised the round card in his hand high as a signal, confirming the victory. He excitedly raised both fists, making him smile as well. We succeeded. Than Lin, inside the wooden body, tilted her head and smiled softly. How about it? How does it feel to be stabbed in the back for the first time? To stand on equal footing with everyone, and even standing in the same place, with him. He was happy, so his mood didn't change much. He glanced to the side. Yes, over there. He was triumphantly holding the round card, while he was also staring back at him with an expression full of determination. But he just smiled. Interesting, right? Prey that's too gentle is boring. The master of Bloodthirst Valley announced the results in a booming voice. The leaders of the 3 trials, including Wu Changyue, stood there with confident, smug smiles, shining amidst the crowd of competitors. Everyone swarmed around them with congratulations. The joyful scene of their victory stood in stark contrast to him. He stood there calmly, just as he had been from the very beginning. His face remained expressionless, perhaps just a bit more somber and cold than before. Ling appeared behind him, pipe in hand, glancing at his reaction. How does it feel to be backstabbed for the first time? She teased. He gave a faint smile. Well, I suppose it's interesting. 3 days ago, it was already dark. In another room, similar miserable wails erupted. He walked out slowly, pushing the door open. Phew, I guess those guys are all taken care of, just like the ones before. It was too bloody. He stretched his limbs, tallying up his results. That leaves only 8 people left. The others must be doing well, right? Linger put the pipe to her lips, took a puff, and scolded him. Mok Hu Thien, really are cruel. Suddenly, heavy footsteps came rushing toward them, accompanied by calls from Lan Muyun. Seeing them, he stopped to wait. She was panting so hard that her words were fragmented and unclear. There's big trouble, he asked calmly. What is it? He saw that the members of his team were all bruised and tied up. They were groaning. The ones holding them captive were Wu Changyue's team, with Mok Hu Thien standing nearby. Seeing this, Wu Changyue acted arrogant and irritated, as if his hands were itching for a fight. He lifted a finger and poked at his ear, looking at him with disdain. Are these my team members? He stared directly at them, completely unbothered, without a hint of worry. He thought to himself, I only recruited them into the team because they were at the 1st grade. That's why I brought them along. He spoke up. Can you tell me? He stared straight at the 3 of them, then asked with a look of feigned, exhausted annoyance. Can you explain what the hell is going on? He repeated it, fearing they hadn't heard him clearly. Explain. What happened? The masked man and his team began to present the situation. I'm sorry, he hesitated for a moment before continuing. It seems they had their eyes on our plan. We were ambushed. Both he and Ling were slightly surprised. He asked, ambushed? The main character caused such a huge commotion. It would be weird if it didn't draw attention. An ambush was bound to happen. He then calculated, so they noticed I was going around breaking people's arms and legs, huh? Well, they might have known, but was it necessary to take hostages like this? He started to lecture them. Muyun, acting indignant, shouted, I didn't think you would actually do something like this. It was clearly the next trial. He hadn't finished his sentence before he was interrupted by a loud laugh. Is there a problem? I told you. I don't like being lectured. Taken aback by the question, Muyun asked subconsciously, huh? He stated his reasoning. which he considered to be the most justified. I'm just getting rid of some competition. Just like you're doing right now. Mu Yun got angry, veins popping on his neck. Mok Hu Thien think everyone is like you? We only took hostages so we wouldn't have to waste energy on this stuff. He stood there with his hands on his hips, being incredibly shameless. How can I believe you? Besides, haven't you really thought about it? The illustration for the next trial is very specific and easy to grasp. The content of the next trial is a sword formation for a team of 8. When he explained his blatant goal, his eyes and mouth filled with a terrifying bloodlust. So, I just need to break everyone's arms and legs, and leaving 8 people automatically passes the trial. Hearing his idea, Mu Yun was furious, grinding his teeth, unable to speak from anger. Mok Hu Thien. Regardless of whether they lectured him on how disgusting and cruel he was, they couldn't do anything about it. Mu Yun sighed. Forget it. Talking to you is a waste of time. We've already prepared everything. He watched Mu Yun's actions closely, but didn't bother reacting yet. He slowly took off his outer robe and called out to the person beside him, Wu Changyue. He replied, understood. His team members' eyes widened in shock. Wu Changyue pulled out a long, thin needle and introduced it. This is the secret, pulse-locking needle of our sect. If you don't remove it within half a day, you'll be limping for the next 10 days. I've already stuck them into your team members. Wu Changyue's other hand rested on Mu Yun's shoulder. As if nothing had happened, the expression on his team members' faces remained calm, radiating determination and acceptance. And my whole team as well. While Mu Yun hurried to put his clothes back on, Wu Changyue explained the measure. If you don't agree to cooperate with me, both your team and mine will be disqualified. Linger was amazed, secretly praising him. How clever. If he does that, even if Mu Yun achieves his goal, 5 of his people will have crippled legs. I suppose this time, Mu Yun will have to go along with us. Just thinking about it makes me feel like he doesn't match the protagonist. And as for the other side? No way they could cooperate. Mu Yun asked, do you understand now? As soon as he closed his collar, he raised a fist. He shouted, Big brother, Mu Yun. But he just smirked, then burst into a savage laugh. Mu Yun, standing before him, turned pale. Wu Changyue was sweating profusely, not daring to breathe. Linger and the others were terrified by his surging presence. And then, the monster inside him was activated. His entire body was engulfed in death energy, like a raging red flame. Mu Yun was shocked, blurting out, What is that? Immediately, a wave of pressure slammed into him, forcing him to tense up and try to resist. He stood there like a monster from hell, a genuine demon, smiling wickedly. I wonder how I should deal with my little brother, Mu Yutian. Should I kill him right now? He pondered his feelings, having to endure a younger brother who always rebelled and went against his wishes. It was annoying. Every time he saw Mu Yutian doing things to get in his way, he felt irritated. Just from that irritation, the whites of his eyes turned completely blood red, and his pupils shrank to tiny glowing dots. With his growing irritation, the surrounding air became heavy. He focused, unleashing all his evil energy, and lunged straight toward Mu Yun. Mu Yun had long considered Mu Yutian an enemy. Looking at everyone in the room, no one dared to move or act because they were all suppressed by his eerie aura, which exerted immense pressure. Seeing that everyone was merely suppressed by the aura, both Wu Changyue and Mu Yun didn't know what to say. Then he thought, although he could deal with Mu Yutian immediately and use the old method of leaving 8 people, he didn't know if Wu Changyue would be willing to cooperate. He opened his hands. So, he decided to give a single clap. He didn't need to take on any extra risks. Immediately after, he clapped a few more times and withdrew all his energy. He acted cheerfully, as if nothing had happened. All right, let's do that. Once again, he stood in the middle of the room and proposed, I agree. In exchange, I must keep 4 people from your team. Tomorrow morning, we will swap. Wu Changyue smiled amicably. Deal. Meanwhile, Mu Yun still looked grumpy and annoyed. He just grinned. Happy cooperation. The next day, the 2 sides swapped hostages. In front of the building was a training ground where many people were gathered. Some stood watching, while others took turns practicing their sword skills. After that, each team spent 3 days practicing their sword formation. The outcome seemed to lean toward Mu Yun's team. His whole team looked very happy. In Wu Changyue's hand, he still held that round tag. Both teams performed the sword formation excellently, but because Wu Changyue's team had better execution, Wu Changyue was named the leader of this trial. Since only 16 people passed, the Valley Master felt very troubled. He recalled sitting down to talk with him earlier. He had asked, what if we reduce the number of people? The Master had accidentally replied, just keep to the rules. Now it was tense. All the participants had been wiped out by him. The master muttered, reminding him, but only dared to do so in his heart. My lord, shouldn't you be a bit more restrained? He felt frustrated because the number of participants was too low. But after all, the talents he was eyeing had all passed, so it wasn't a problem. The next trial was held the following day. They had to go through a basement. The entrance to the basement was a small, narrow, square door. In front of the entrance sat an incense stick, burning with smoke rising. The fourth trial was a gate where participants had to avoid traps set in the darkness and escape. If they got out, before the incense burned out, they would be considered to have passed. The task seemed very difficult and dangerous to life, so even Lianji was struggling to avoid the swords shooting toward him. Those who passed this trial would be qualified to become the reserve heads of the Heaven and Earth Association. Finally, a total of 6 people passed: Ning Yuxiang, Mu Yutian, Mo Halan, Wu Changyue, Lian Jie, and finally, the one who came out first, walking slowly and calmly out of the long hallway. At the entrance, he held up his round tag, confirming his victory, smiling happily. The head of the 4 trials, Mu Yun. As soon as he stepped out, the guards were shocked and whispered to each other, "The incense hasn't even burned out yet, and he's already out? Did he just run straight out?" The other agreed. It's truly the first time in history that... And finally, there were 6 people who passed the gate: Yan Wuxiang, Mu Dutian, Mo Hualan, Wu Changyue, Lian Jie. And finally, the first person to step out, walking leisurely, step by step, out of the long corridor. At the entrance, he held the round token up high. Mo Jingyun smiled with satisfaction as he confirmed his victory. As he stepped outside, the guards were completely shocked and began whispering to each other. He already made it out? It hasn't even been 16 incense sticks time yet. Did he really just dash out like that? Another agreed. This is truly the first time in the history of the Blood Vulture Valley. Even Mu Yutian's group was stunned. Glancing at the direction Mo Jingyun had taken, Mu Yutian smiled. I didn't expect him to be even faster than me. That reminded him of the time they exchanged hostages. Before leaving, Mo Jingyun had turned back to look at him, promising to meet again tomorrow. Immediately, Mu Yutian led his people away. He stood there, frozen in place for a moment, then raised his hand to look at it. His palm was covered in sweat. He watched Mo Jingyun's retreating figure, still feeling a thrill at discovering someone so uniquely intriguing, unlike anyone he had met before. I've never found anyone among our peers who felt this special, he mused, his eyes narrowing, his face lit with excitement. But he is different. He's the first person to make me think like this. He turned to his companion. Yutian, you've got yourself a tough big brother to deal with. Meanwhile, Mo Jingyun felt a warning sensation. His body was telling him that if he determined someone was an enemy, he should eliminate them immediately. Everyone left the forest and returned to the castle, hosting the sect leader selection. And so, the 4th round concluded. Next was the 5th round, the final gate of the Blood Vulture Valley. Before heading to the final challenge, 3 figures stood on the courtyard pavilion, looking down at the grounds. 6 teenagers stood there, listening intently. The master of the Blood Vulture Valley congratulated them. I congratulate the 6 of you for making it this far. From now on, you all have the qualifications to become the candidate sect leaders of the Heaven and Earth Society. Next, I will present the rewards to those who earned the top spot in each round. Suddenly, the crowd was filled with astonishment. Rewards? Mo Jingyun pondered, looking at the command token in his hand. So, this item isn't just for this. The Blood Vulture Valley Master held up a small box. Those who obtained a command token will receive the Heaven and Earth Pill, a secret medicinal pill exclusive to our society. Just by consuming it, you will gain the internal energy of someone who has trained for 10 to 15 years. The candidates below were ecstatic. The master continued. These belong to Mo Jingyun and Wu Changruo. Afterward, the Blood Vulture Valley Master began announcing the next reward. The prize for the person who obtained 2 tokens was permission to enter the society's treasury. Mok Hu Thien can choose any martial arts technique you want from there. Wu Changruo and Mu Yutian were amazed. The treasury? I've heard rumors of the Blood Vulture Valley's treasury containing many peerless secret martial arts manuals. Wu Changruo rested her chin in her hand, sighing with regret. What a great opportunity. And Mo Jingyun remained expressionless, even though everyone else looked disappointed. He glanced at them, his face showing a hint of regret. Mo Jingyun was confused by this. Doesn't everyone want as much as possible? Thon Lin seemed to have read his thoughts. Practicing more techniques doesn't necessarily mean you're stronger, but gathering more experience broadens your vision. Hearing this, Mo Jingyun fell into deep thought. Broadens my vision, huh? Just then, the Blood Vulture Valley Master on the stage spoke again. It's been about 8 years since someone last held 3 tokens. Whoever holds 3 tokens has the right to request one of the society's leaders to personally tutor them, including the 5 kings, 3 sect masters, and 4 valley masters. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd's shock was beyond description. But Mo Jing-yoon didn't understand why they were so amazed. Is this a good thing? Mo Hualan was stunned. Hey, what are you saying? Among the 5 kings, 3 are already ranked in the 6 heavens and 8 stars. Those referred to as the 8 stars were all transformation realm masters. Upon hearing Mo Hualan's explanation, Mo Jing-yoon's face darkened instantly. The 6 heavens and 8 stars, the top experts of the martial arts world. It seemed that in the past, Thun Lin had also broken through to the transformation realm. A series of images of powerful masters flashed through his mind. If the 8 stars are transformation realm masters, then the ghost sword must be at that level too. Ching-er also felt a bit startled. Only 100 years ago, the society's leaders didn't even have a single transformation realm master. To think the number of experts has increased this much in just 100 years. Mo Jing-yoon remained silent. If that's the case, then so be it. Everyone, rest until the final round begins. As the Blood Vulture Valley Master prepared to leave, Mo Jing-yoon said, I have a question. He raised an arm. As the master turned, Mo Jing-yoon asked another question. What is the reward for the person who obtains 4 tokens? The master paused for a moment. He didn't answer immediately, but turned to look down. Mo Jing-yoon stood there, expressionless, his hand still raised, watching him coldly. That person will receive personal instruction from the society master, one of the 6 heavens. In an instant, the entire square fell into complete silence. Above the 8 stars were the 6 heavens. Mo Jing-yoon's expression became indescribable. Ching-er, however, appeared extremely annoyed. The society master is one of the 6 heavens? Ha, she scoffed. That thing is considered one of the 6 heavens? Mo Jing-yoon immediately revealed a meaningful smile. Looks like the path to dealing with our enemy just got a bit more difficult. Amidst the magnificent mountains and lush, towering trees, Mo Jing-yoon followed Guo Wenqi deeper into the treasury. Once they crossed the barrier, Guo Wenqi bowed. Guo Wenqi of the Blood Vulture Valley pays his respects to sect leader Yang Wu-yuan. He bowed respectfully to Yang Wu-yuan, who was waiting at the entrance. So, you're the one who got 3 tokens, huh? Yang Wu-yuan looked Mo Jing-yoon up and down, evaluating him. I'm glad to meet you. I am Yang Wu-yuan, the keeper of this treasury. He stepped forward, his face marked by a long scar. All right, follow me. He turned, holding a lantern to guide Mo Jing-yoon deeper into the treasury. Guo Wenqi bowed. I will wait outside. Mo Jing-yoon followed Yang Wu-yuan, the two walking in silence, venturing deeper. Seeing the entrance, he thought to himself, the entrance is over there. Yang Wu-yuan shone the light ahead. Go in there and you'll see the secret archives. Don't forget, you're only allowed to take 1 manual out. It was so hard to get in here, so I have to choose carefully. I can only take 1, but I can read as many as I want. Right? Mo Jing-yoon took the lantern from Yang Wu-yuan's hand and asked, I have to read them to choose the right one, obviously. Yang Wu-yuan confirmed. Mo Jing-yoon smirked, a look of intrigue in his eyes. That's great. Yang Wu-yuan added one more thing. Oh, Mo Jing-yoon, I forgot to tell you something. Mo Jing-yoon stopped. Inside, there is a room marked, with a red line. If you don't want to see anything gruesome, don't ever go in there. Yang Wu-yuan warned him with a menacing look. Gruesome? Mo Jing-yoon was puzzled. What does he mean by that? In short, just remember what I said. Yang Wu-yuan seemed like he wanted to say more, but held back, only reminding Mo Jing-yoon to remember his words well. Mo Jing-yoon found it a bit strange, but he didn't dwell on it. He took the lantern and stepped inside. I understand. He reached out, grabbed the handle, and opened the door. Let's begin. When he truly entered the 7th treasury, the sight before his eyes immediately broadened his horizons. It was a cavern even larger than the entrance. He shone the lantern around, seeing bookshelves packed tightly, filled with manuals. At a glance, there must have been thousands of martial arts techniques. Mo Jing-yoon didn't know where to start. I didn't expect so many manuals here. It'll be hard to read through all of them in 1 hour. The ones near here are all useless anyway. Seeing him place his hand on a book to open it, Thon Lin stopped him. I have to open and look at the first few pages to know, don't I? Ching-er's voice rang in his ears. There are only a few books like that here. Ma Ku-thin should go to the upper levels. Mo Jing-yoon took the lantern and climbed the stairs. Yang Wu-yuan, who had been watching from below, was startled. Going straight to the upper level? Does he know something about this place? The structure of this place was very similar to the main treasury of the sect. The manuals here were likely just copies. Mo Jingyun carefully observed the bookshelves. Around him, which stood 2 to 3 stories high, with walkways in between. He wondered why it was built like this. Probably to defend against intruders or to prevent fire. If the copies are stored on a cliffside like this, it's a good precaution. I don't know who thought of these strategies, but they're quite clever. Plus, they were improved. With other techniques, Thonlin explained. Ma Ku Thian were right, Mo Jingyun praised. So, where should I start? Hearing his question, she suggested, take that book on the right. Mo Jingyun didn't hesitate, picking up the book and quickly flipping through it. A silence fell, save for the sound of Mo Jingyun turning pages. Seeing this, Thonlin was shocked. What is this? This mortal, she couldn't believe what she was witnessing. Is he actually reading them? She questioned what was happening. Because Mo Jingyun's flipping speed didn't look like reading at all. It looked more like he was just skimming through them. What's next? Mo Jingyun closed the previous book and put it back. The one below, on the left. But can you even remember anything if you flip through them that fast? Thonlin asked skeptically. Of course I remember. Mo Jingyun didn't turn back, his hands continuing to flip through the manuals frantically. What? Thonlin gasped. Mo Jingyun had already finished reading the second manual. He replied calmly. Even if I can't understand them yet, I can memorize everything. Hearing this, even Ching found it hard to believe. I knew he was sharp, but I didn't expect him to be this brilliant. He's only been here for an hour, and he's absorbing these techniques at this pace. Images of Zheng Niunmu, surrounded by a mountain of manuals, flashed through Thonlin's mind. What's next? Zheng Niunmu closes one manual and reaches for another, looking smug. Just how strong will he become? Thonlin doesn't even dare to guess. Meanwhile, outside the treasury, Wenqi Guo stands guard with a stern expression. Suddenly, a rustling sound comes from behind him. When he turns around, his eyes widen. A man and a woman, both very young. Wenqi Guo's eyes narrow, scrutinizing. The two strangers wearing hats to conceal their faces as they approach and stop. This is the forbidden treasury of the Thihuet Valley, he warns, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword, on high alert. If they don't stop, he will, but before he can even draw his blade, the man's hand presses firmly onto his wrist. The speed is so incredible that he has absolutely no time to react. Fast, too fast. Wenqi Guo gasps in shock. The man speaks slowly. It seems you are a martial artist of the Thihuet Valley. Calm down, my friend. Hearing the man's words, Wenqi Guo stands straight. May I ask who you are? Just as he speaks, the man slowly pulls a medallion from his chest. That is. Wenqi Guo is stunned. Clearly etched on the surface are 3 large characters. The Master's Order. The Master's Order? Why does this guy have it? He ponders, but the man seems to know exactly what Wenqi Guo is thinking. The man tilts his hat. I am a disciple of the Master. Wei Xiandi. He lifts his hat, revealing a smiling face. A disciple of the Master, you say? Inside a massive cave, the surroundings are pitch black, but fortunately, there are countless towering bookshelves crisscrossing the space. Each level is hung with a few oil lamps, providing a sliver of light. Zheng Niyun's hands never stop, flipping from one page to the next. He mutters to himself, already finished flipping through one manual like a madman before immediately switching to the next. Who knows if he's actually reading or just flipping through for show. Still, he keeps muttering, next, next. Holy crap. Zheng Niyun just finished flipping through a yellow-covered book, and in the blink of an eye, he's already holding a blue-covered one in his hand, snapping it shut with a thud. Having finished that book, he asks nonchalantly, what's next? Watching this guy read like he's being chased by a ghost, having already finished everything, Thonlin, currently in the form of a small wooden doll hidden inside Zheng Niyun's robe, scrambles around in confusion, trying to find new books for him. She answers hesitantly while frantically searching. Right next is, But as she searches, she suddenly freezes as if she's spotted something strange. She wonders, wait, why is this thing here? But when she turns back, she sees Zheng Niyun standing in front of an enormous bookshelf. He's picking out a book and asks, this one? Seeing Zheng Niyun read her like a book, Thonlin replies, yes, that's the one. He picks up the manual, a look of confusion crossing his face, and blurts out, the Shunxuan footwork? Seeing the guy so puzzled, Thonlin explains rapidly. It's a martial art passed down by the Mayong San tribe, which joined the Heaven and Earth Society back in the early days. After explaining, Thonlin drops a bombshell. If you tweak it a bit, it could be ranked as a divine-grade martial art. A piece of hot gossip indeed. Zheng Niyun listens, his eyes widening in shock, and asks back, divine grade? In his mind, an image of a pile of books appears. but one is isolated, tucked away, in a corner. Jung Ni-yoon reflects. Thon Lin once said that high-level martial arts are those approaching the peak realm, while divine-grade arts are those that transcend that realm, containing profound hidden truths. Then, while Jung Ni-yoon is busy flipping through that VIP Pro manual, Thon Lin adopts a tone that is 30% concern and 70% showing off, urging, "Mok Hu Thean'd better learn this one." Jung Ni-yoon finds the cosmic-level manual and beams with joy. He reads with a smirk, answering crisply, "Got it." It seems Jung Ni-yoon has finished another one, so Thon Lin continues to drone on. Next is, but she gets a sense of déjà vu. Why on earth does she freeze up again and wonder, "Oh, even this one is here." Seeing her pause for about 2 seconds, Jung Ni-yoon asks, "Another footwork? Like the Shunxuan footwork?" Suddenly, Thon Lin manifests, floating like a wisp of smoke beside Jung Ni-yoon. She leans her face in close to get a clear look at the book and mumbles to him, "Not exactly. This is the Taiji flow palm, a palm technique from Wudang, but I advise you not to learn it." Hearing this, Jung Ni-yoon turns to look at Thon Lin, puzzled, his face blank. Why? Jung Ni-yoon seems to have hit a sore spot for Thon Lin, because immediately after, she gets into a stance, closing her eyes tight and clenching her fists, as if she's ready to start a fight with him. She uses her body language to describe it to him while also explaining with words, because it's the pinnacle of Taoist martial arts, relying heavily on cultivating internal breath and balance. If you practice it the wrong way, it's very easy for it to clash with your own internal energy. Seeing her explain. With such passion, Jung Ni-yoon just remains expressionless and replies indifferently, "Oh, is that so?" But talking to Jung Ni-yoon is like water off a duck's back, because he continues to clutch the book tightly while picking another one to read, muttering, "Regardless, I'll commit it to memory anyway." Seeing this, Thon Lin, 30% confused and 70% curious, gapes and asks, "Commit to memory?" Suddenly, Jung Ni-yoon wears a wicked look, as if he's planning something nefarious, like burning down an ex-lover's house. He gives a foxy grin and explains, "Who knows, there might come a time when it comes in handy. Mok Hu Thean once said that just by seeing a scar, you can identify a sect. So, the reverse should be true. I can use it to impersonate them." Knowing that face all too well, she knew he wasn't thinking of anything good. Seeing Jung Ni-yoon thinking about things no one else would, Thon Lin helplessly replies, "Ha. With that kind of thinking, your imagination is truly unrivaled." But suddenly, while flipping through the book as usual, Jung Ni-yoon suddenly freezes for about 2 seconds. Then, he asks for support from a family member, calling out for Thon Lin. Hearing him call her, she stops smoking and has to turn around to ask, What is it?" He stands alone in front of the bookshelf, eyes glued to the pages covered in tiny characters, and asks, "Didn't they say this place only contained copies?" This time, even Thon Lin has to ponder in silence for a moment. Then, she picks up the pipe in her hand, furrows her brow in confusion, and answers Jung Ni-yoon. That is what they said, but for some reason, she looks at the page stained, with a few specks of blood on Jung Ni-yoon's hand, which is radiating a strange, deep violet magic, looking extremely suspicious. She continues, "This looks more like an original." Still in the same massive cave with countless levels of bookshelves, Jung Ni-yoon stands there with 1,000 why questions for Thon Lin. It's impossible. Why would they copy it to look prettier, instead of keeping this old, tattered one? Isn't that enough of a reason to change how it's organized? But that silly question is immediately shot down by Thon Lin. She replies with only 2 words, "Not at all." However, while Jung Ni-yoon is intently examining that mysterious-looking book, with a rather serious face, Thon Lin continues to explain to him, because the original has its own unique significance. "I once said what? The traces are," but this time, instead of listening to her finish, Jung Ni-yoon interrupts Thon Lin, speaking for her as if he's already memorized her entire script, the martial art itself. That catches her a bit off guard, and she slightly narrows her brows, though her mouth remains like a mobile incense burner, puffing away on her pipe. He's just reading, yet Jung Ni-yoon is experiencing all the ups and downs. He continues reading with a smug smile, muttering to himself like a loner, "Got it, I understand now." In the original, written by the creator themselves, every stroke carries their habits. In other words, the structure of the technique lies right within the brushstrokes. At this moment, Thon Lin is genuinely surprised, stunned, speechless. She's so shocked that she winces, unable to utter a single word. Thon Lin gapes, inwardly bewildered, thinking, "This guy, he's saying things that only someone who has reached the peak could comprehend." Looking at Jung Ni-yun, standing there with his legs crossed, smugly reading a book with one hand, Thon Lin has to inwardly admire him. Not only his memory, but his ability to comprehend is also truly extraordinary. It seems that because Thon Lin is as silent as a grave, not responding to him, Jung Ni-yun has to ask again, "Am I wrong?" But Thon Lin's eyes brighten slightly before she closes them, sulking, and puffing on her pipe while contemplating something, though she doesn't forget to answer the book addict, "No, you understood correctly." Just from being validated, Jung Ni-yun immediately grins smugly, raising his voice to tease her. "So, that means I guessed right." His smug, annoying attitude is unbearable, making Thon Lin 30% creeped out and 70% disgusted, furious, until her face turns red as a ripe tomato. She shoots him a look of affectionate contempt. After teasing Thon Lin, Jung Ni-yun returns to his favorite task. He intently flips through each page to read, thinking to himself, "So, the meaning lies within each brushstroke." Suddenly, an image of the person who wrote this book, frowning as they wrote, flashes through Jung Ni-yun's mind. At the same time, Jung Ni-yun's thoughts follow. If I can sense the habits of the person who wrote this book, then when I read it, I should maintain that consciousness, right? Consciousness. While he's thinking about that, suddenly the old author's brush slams down onto the paper, causing black ink to splatter everywhere. Jung Ni-yun's face is filled with shock, his eyes and mouth wide open as he is hit by the continuous droplets of ink. He's just writing a book, and this guy, the author's face suddenly twisted in a scowl, eyes glowing bright like car headlights. Not only that, but he grew to a giant size, raised his arms, and lunged toward Jung Ni-yun. With one blow, Jung Ni-yun's hair became a mess, and he stood there dazed, unable to process what was happening. He could only stare wide-eyed at the old author. Suddenly, the book snapped shut. Taken aback, Jung Ni-yun clutched the book tightly. He frowned and stared at it, thinking to himself, "I just saw the author perform a technique right in front of me." Suddenly, Thon Lin's voice echoed, causing Jung Ni-yun to look up in surprise. "Mok Hu Thien saw me, didn't you? Why aren't you saying anything?" Jung Ni-yun asked. "Is my reading speed too slow?" Instead of answering, Thon Lin furrowed her brows, looking skeptical as she asked, "Have you really entered the state of selflessness?" Thon Lin's sudden, out-of-the-blue question left Jung Ni-yun looking confused. Selflessness? Seeing the guy who was brilliant while reading but seemed like an idiot otherwise. Thon Lin explained it was a state of deep meditation where one forgets their own existence. Don't try to control it, just let it be natural, and you will gain the most. Suddenly, Thon Lin looked at all the bookshelves and informed Jung Ni-yun. "Right. I just realized something. This isn't a copy from the main treasury. Everything was moved here in its entirety." Both Jung Ni-yun and Thon Lin looked stunned. Thon Lin wore a face that was 30% cunning, 70% excited, and 100% like she was possessed by a spirit. She continued happily, "These are all the originals." Hearing that, Jung Ni-yun held up the book he was clutching, eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. Thon Lin, suddenly talkative, kept going like a machine. "Then, that book must be here too. Go to the third shelf from the right, opposite this spot." Following her directions, Jung Ni-yun looked toward the shelf she pointed at and asked, "Over there?" Images of floors filled with countless bookshelves flickered faintly in the pitch-black cave. A moment later, Jung Ni-yun was seen holding the book Thon Lin had mentioned. With one hand gripping the book and the other holding onto the shelf pillar, he asked curiously, "The Liangbai sword technique?" Seeing Jung Ni-yun's confusion, Thon Lin explained, "Clearly, I put that book there myself. Open the folded paper inside." Jung Ni-yun followed her orders like a puppy. Whatever she said, he did without a word. He opened the book and took the paper she mentioned, but he couldn't keep his mouth shut, constantly asking questions. "What is this? What is that?" After that, he began to mutter the words written on the mysterious paper. Void Moon Sky Sword. Moon Direction, Defeated Sword. He had only read 2 lines before he jumped, eyes wide as if he were about to be reincarnated. Suddenly, Thon Lin gently turned her head back. While puffing on her pipe, she smiled faintly and mumbled to Jung Ni-yun, "Consider today your lucky day. The moon shadow sword technique I created originated here." An image of Thon Lin with her hair tied up, holding a sword glowing bright red like a lightsaber from the movie. Star Wars flashed in Jung Ni-yun's mind, making him talk to himself in his thoughts. "It's appearing before my eyes, the path of this sword technique." Thon Lin's narration echoed, one of the 5 great sword techniques that once represented the old martial arts world. Jung Ni-yun felt as if his inner strength had been awakened. He widened his eyes and continued talking to himself in his mind, something that hasn't appeared until now. These are the final remaining moves of the Void Moon Sword. Thon Lin narrated the sword technique she created, with scenes of her dark silhouette dancing through artistic sword moves. On the water under the sunset, appearing before Zheng Niyun's eyes, he stood frozen, watching intently while thinking, these sword moves have reached an entirely different realm. Suddenly, a surge of energy began to float around Zheng Niyun's body, surprising Thon Lin. What the F? She felt that mysterious flow of energy and thought to herself, his aura is fluctuating and gradually stabilizing. This stable flow of energy is just like watching someone demonstrate a martial art technique. Thon Lin sat, one hand supporting her chin, while the other naturally held her pipe. She kept muttering, Mok Hu Thien, you have truly fallen into a state of absolute selflessness. As Thon Lin spoke, the shrimp paste-colored energy around Zheng Niyun constantly flew toward her. A moment later, only Zheng Niyun was seen clutching Thon Lin's book. He stood with his legs spread wide amidst the massive surge of energy circling him. Thon Lin's voice echoed as she muttered to herself, I just hope nothing interrupts him so he can realize the truth. Suddenly, as she was sitting with her arms crossed, guarding the door, a figure appeared, causing the person in charge of the treasury to jump in surprise. He gave a small grunt. Seeing someone approaching, he stood up and asked, Who are you? Instead of answering the guard's question, Jia Buayan blurted out a counter-question. Mok Hu Thien, we're the one in charge of this treasury? Before the man could answer, he rushed to introduce himself. I am Jia Buayan, a disciple of the Black Sword King. Hearing that name alone, the guard guarding the treasury was so startled that one eyebrow twitched. He stared wide-eyed, wondering, a disciple of the Black Sword King? The guard looked at Huayan's smirk, and the abundant power radiating from his body, silently assessing him. I heard all 5 disciples of the kings were masters, so it wasn't just a rumor. He's young, but has already reached this level. He truly deserves to be his disciple. Seeing the guard remain silent, Huayan asked, Can I go inside? But the guard immediately shut his eyes tight and raised his hand in refusal. According to the rules, even the disciples of the 5 kings are not allowed into the treasury. Blocked by the guard, Huayan remained calm. He smiled slightly and asked, Ha ha, so, do you know who is standing next to me? No matter who it was, the guard insisted. Rules are rules. But suddenly, the person accompanying Huayan raised a command token, causing the guard to turn and look at him. Seeing the token in that person's hand, he was so shocked, his eyes bulged. He went silent and couldn't say another word. Just a moment ago, he was acting tough, but now he folded like a puppy. The person in charge of the treasury clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and greeted him, shouting as if a loudspeaker had been attached to his mouth, Lady Zhang Mugan. But the lady, seeing the guy making such a racket, shut him up. Quiet. We just came to quietly take one item and leave. The guard heard Mugan say that, but his ears didn't catch a word. He just broke out in a cold sweat, stealing glances at her while his mind kept assessing that token. So, this is the woman from the rumors? He continued to scan Mugan's entire body from head to toe, along with the abundant power surrounding her. A man, a woman, she's like a demon. He kept judging her silently. Even looking at her in person, I can't measure her realm. I've heard of her, but I didn't expect it to be this terrifying. A master far beyond me. Even though I'm at the peak level, seeing Huayan still couldn't get in, Mugan asked on his behalf, Can we go in? But the guard turned out to be quite stubborn. He remained on one knee, hands clasped, refusing. I apologize, but inside right now there is still, but Huayan, lacking any manners or tact, wouldn't let the guard finish his sentence. He interrupted. I've heard there is a student who achieved the top 3 medals at the Blood Corpse Valley, right? Is it reasonable to make her wait just because of one student? The treasury guard, cornered, felt so flustered he broke out in a sweat, glancing at Huayan, stammering, I understand, but seeing the guy stalling, the two couldn't wait any longer and walked straight inside. Huayan stepped past him but still waved his hand. Just let it go, bro. He closed his eyes and smiled to reassure the official. I know. We won't interfere with that student's business. We'll just take what we need and leave. Don't worry. Seeing that he couldn't stop these 2 stubborn people, the guard helplessly let them pass, stammering, Fine, please come in. After dealing with the 2 difficult guests, the official watched their backs as they left and let out a sigh. He was still sweating profusely as he thought, I just hope nothing happens right now. Huayan went in first and opened the door. As soon as he entered halfway, he gave a grunt. The 2 walked in and stood in the middle of the room. Then Huayan turned to speak to Mugan. The layout is exactly like the main treasury. Hearing Huayan's words, the lady didn't know whether to call it introverted or stuck up. She just indifferently replied, "That's right." Wyon turned his head back and saw Jang Ni-yoon standing on the balcony reading a book, so he reflexively grunted in surprise. Seeing him standing there, lost in thought, reading alone, Wyon turned to Mugon. "Ah, that must be the top student." Hearing him, Mugon just grunted, without saying a damn word. But suddenly, when it came to Jung Ni-yoon, Mugon got excited and reeled off a whole speech, as if she were giving a presentation. "I heard he achieved 3 gold medals at the Blood Corpse Valley. Truly, he is not someone ordinary." Seeing his lady suddenly start chatting with him, Wyon was startled and glanced at her, but he looked at him with sheer contempt. Wyon wrinkled his nose and pursed his lips, looking just like a disgruntled bird. If he were accepted as a disciple by the 5 kings, this level of skill would be expected, he muttered. Mugun, seemingly oblivious to Wyon's attitude, kept rambling on. "So, he's highly likely to be the one chosen." Hearing that, Wyon goes completely silent. It seems like whenever Mugun mentions Jung Ni-yoon, she can't stop singing his praises. It's smart to get familiar with someone who has such talent early on. Seeing Mugun act so strangely interested in this guy, Wyon feels a surge of jealousy, clicks his tongue, and glances away with a nasty sneer, thinking to himself, "I can't believe she's so concerned about him." But suddenly, Wyon turns to stare at Jung Ni-yoon again, as if he's discovered something, and starts talking to himself in his head. Wait a second, just thinking that. Wyon wears a cunning, fox-like grin, as if he's about to pull off something truly despicable. He turns to Mugun with a smile that seems incredibly warm and says, "Makhu Thieng Miss, please wait here. I'll bring him to you right away." Suddenly, that madman turns to talk to her again, causing Mugun to look at him, but she immediately refuses. There's no need to go to such trouble, but Wyon doesn't let her words sink in. He thinks he has to do this immediately. He launches himself into the air, still blabbering, "A mere student like that is not worth you personally stepping forward." Seeing that the guy is more thick-skinned than a tire, Mugun helplessly replies, "Fine." As soon as he finishes speaking, Wyon lands near where Jung Ni-yoon is standing, lost in thought while reading. The madman Wyon smiles non-stop as if possessed, thinking to himself, "Just as I thought. Even with us standing here, he still has no reaction." He stares at Jung Ni-yoon, who looks like a studious scholar engrossed in his book, talking to himself in his head like an autist who has reached the state of selflessness. After that, Wyon starts striding toward Jung Ni-yoon, continuing his internal monologue. "If I touch him now, he'll either wake up or fall into a chi deviation. But that's none of my business. I'm just following orders to bring you to the Makhu Thieng Miss." As if anyone told your lying, bullshitting ass to bring him to the Makhu Thieng Miss. So, don't blame me. Thinking that, Wyon scrunches up his face and wears a perverted, crooked grin, his hand already reaching toward Jung Ni-yoon. Before he knows it, he's about to ruin the guy. Yet he thinks, Makhu Thieng were just unlucky. His hand is about to touch Jung Ni-yoon's shoulder, when suddenly, Jung Ni-yoon turns his head and glares at him as if he were a ghost. Seeing this, Wyon is terrified and jumps backward. He's sweating like a fountain, his teeth chattering in fear. As for Jung Ni-yoon, he shuts his book with a loud thud. His mouth mumbles, asking, "Makhu Thieng." He turns his head, and with a cold, intimidating gaze that looks like it could kill, he asks Wyon, "What do you think you're doing?" It feels like if the guy gives the wrong answer, Jung Ni-yoon will smash his face to a pulp in the next second. While Jung Ni-yoon is standing there, focused on reading alone on the 3rd floor, Thun Lin manifests beside him. The little doll frowns, thinking to herself, "Is that commoner doing well?" Suddenly, hearing the sound of footsteps approaching Jung Ni-yoon, Thun Lin is slightly startled, but she keeps a straight face, puffing on her pipe. Seeing Wyon getting closer and closer to Jung Ni-yoon, she asks herself in confusion, "What is it? Who is this?" When that jerk who loves harming others begins to smile in that creepy way, like a pervert, and reaches his hand toward Jung Ni-yoon, Thun Lin finally starts to realize what's happening, but she still wonders to herself, "Don't tell me he's going to touch the commoner?" Seeing the situation becoming dangerous, Thun Lin starts to get worried, whispering to herself, "This is too dangerous. I have to wake him up." She acts immediately. Thun Lin scrunches up her face, covered in beads of sweat like a cat's butt, and screams, "Commoner, wake up now. Commoner, that guy Wyon's hand is about to touch your shoulder." Even though Thun Lin screams until she's hoarse, the thick-headed Jung Ni-yoon still won't wake up, so she's incredibly annoyed. She yells again, "Commoner." Suddenly, Jung Ni-yoon's dark purple energy, which was like shrimp paste, starts flowing inward, making even the panicked Thun Lin jump in surprise. Seeing Jung Ni-yoon gripping the book tightly with a dark expression, his energy acting as if drawn by a magnet. Thon Lin thinks to herself, the chi is being absorbed back in. Meanwhile, Waian, preparing to harm Jung Ni-yun, still stands there grinning, reaching his hand out toward him, unaware of what's happening. Suddenly, Jung Ni-yun opens his eyes. His pupils shine brightly like car headlights. Not only that, they are deep red, and his face is twisted as if he's about to wring someone's neck. Understanding the situation, Thon Lin is relieved and talks to herself in her head. So that's it. He just finished the state of selflessness. It seems he has attained enlightenment. But she doesn't forget her duty. Thon Lin then quickly shouts, "Commoner, look to your right!" Hearing her scream, Jung Ni-yun is so surprised his eyes widen. He's becoming Thon Lin's little obedient dog. The moment she tells him to look right, he turns and gifts Waion a lovely glare, causing him to be caught off guard and jump back in surprise. Afterward, Jung Ni-yun uses one hand to close his book with a thud and starts to interrogate him. He lets his hand drop, holding the book down, and asks the final question. "What are you doing?" Seeing himself caught red-handed doing something immoral, Waion pales, his face twisting. He grits his teeth, backing away while stammering, but not letting Jung Ni-yun waste any more breath. Thon Lin raises her hand, and, in Waion's place, answers directly, "Can't you see? He's trying to mess with you." Hearing Thon Lin say that, Jung Ni-yun is somewhat suspicious and asks back, "Mess with me?" The guy Waion standing next to him doesn't understand why the doll in Jung Ni-yun's robe can talk. His face goes blank with confusion, his eyebrows twitching like he's being electrocuted. Seeing Jung Ni-yun look so dumb, Thon Lin sighs, crosses her arms, and winces, closing her eyes to explain it for him, to clear his head. "Because you were in the state of selflessness, you would have fallen into a heart demon if touched. So, he was trying to sabotage you, obviously." Thon Lin describes it, and the image of someone suffering from chi deviation, with power surging out of their body, appears alongside her words. It looks lethal. After listening to Thon Lin's explanation, it seems Jung Ni-yun starts to catch on. He stays calm and continues to interrogate Waion, touching someone in the state of selflessness to make them fall into a heart demon? So that was your intention? Having his true colors exposed, Waion feels guilty, sweating bullets. He is so worried that his eyebrows knit together, and he keeps stammering, unable to finish a sentence. Seeing that, Jung Ni-yun remains as calm as if nothing had happened. He quietly tucks Thon Lin's book into his robe, closes his eyes, and nonchalantly replies, "So, you did it on purpose." But then, fast and dangerous, Jung Ni-yun strikes Waion right in the throat, leaving him no time to counterattack. He can only wince in pain and let out a painful huff. Feeling that one punch wasn't enough, Jung Ni-yun hardens his expression, clenches his two fists, and rushes at him to deliver a few more blows to teach him a lesson. Jung Ni-yun's mouth spouts some life lessons. No need for excuses. Prepare to pay the price. The two fight on the third floor. Jung Ni-yun rushes at Waion like a rabid dog. That jerk Waion, who was so arrogant when harming others, is now constantly backing away to hide. Waion retreats, his eyebrows twitching in pain. He keeps gritting his teeth, letting out huff sounds. In his head, he curses, "Damn it!" Being hit in the throat makes it hard to breathe normally, but then he thinks of a counterattack. Waion reaches up to grab the sword slung across his back, thinking, First, I have to keep my distance from him." Having planned his counter-strategy, Waion swings his sword in a slash toward Jung Ni-yun. But luckily, Jung Ni-yun has the protagonist's aura and dodges, not letting the guy steal his spotlight. Suddenly, Jung Ni-yun steps on the blade of Waion's sword. Waion instinctively swings his sword upward, causing Jung Ni-yun to follow the momentum and leap into the air like a flying squirrel. Seeing this, Waion is like, "What the F is this?" Jung Ni-yun spins in the air, then nonchalantly raises a leg and activates the compliance kick technique, the first move. Seeing Jung Ni-yun's moves, which are as smooth as high-level martial arts, even Thon Lin is surprised, her eyes widening. She suddenly shouts, not believing her own eyes, "That kid!" As Jung Ni-yun swoops down, he switches to the shadowless leap kick technique, kicking Waion from above, smooth as silk. The guy isn't stupid enough to not pull out his sword to block. He blocks one of Jung Ni-yun's legs, but it's so difficult he winces, sweating profusely, looking like he's constipated. It looks pathetic. After blocking that lethal blow, Waion spits blood from his mouth. He uses one hand to hold his sword tightly. Then, while falling backward, he lets out a huff, grips his sword, and starts yelling to prevent Waion from activating the Bright Sun sword technique. Third move, death-ending blade. Then, a massive wave of blue energy erupts from the sword. Jung Ni-yun kicks the Wyon, sending him stumbling backward right off the third floor. The railing is also smashed to pieces by Jung Ni-yun's kick. Wyon still refuses to give up. He sticks his tongue out at Jung Ni-yun, his mouth still blaring as if he's attached to a loudspeaker. Stay away from me! But with Jung Ni-yun's protagonist aura, how could he die so early? Jung Ni-yun circles his body. With just one movement, he dodged that guy's attack as easily as pie. That destructive menace Wyon smashed an entire bookshelf to pieces, without showing a shred of remorse. But when Jung Ni-yun landed and stood face to face, ready to combat him, Wyon got so scared he nearly lost his mind, screaming like a lunatic. It was as if Jung Ni-yun's feet were equipped with engines. The mere impact of his landing sent sparks flying. Standing in a corner, Wyon saw books raining down and muttered, "My master is going to kill me," while whispering about secret manuals in his head. His face crinkled like a dried date, and his blood-stained mouth kept clenching shut. He was so frustrated that his veins were popping, ready for a brawl, yet that guy was still distracted by nonsense. Unlike Wyon's attitude, Jung Ni-yun stood calmly amidst the falling pages, acting as indifferent as if it were a normal day. With a calm, confident smile, Wyon suddenly dropped his sword. Jung Ni-yun stood in a wide stance, and seeing sparks fly from his opponent's sword tip, he was momentarily startled. But instead of fighting with the blade, Wyon confidently used his bare hands. For some reason, a strange power emanated from his palms. It was a vibrant green, looking just like Elsa's frost power. Seeing that technique, even Thun Lin was so shocked her eyes went wide and her mouth dropped. Manifesting beside the little doll, she knit her brows, unable to believe her eyes, and shouted, that is as she watched Wyon standing rooted to the spot. His mouth was pursed like a brat, but his hands kept unleashing that terrifying power. Unable to hide her shock, Thun Lin couldn't help but wonder to herself about his fighting spirit. In her mind, she saw an image of someone with eyes shining like car headlights and an arm that kept releasing power, just like Wyon's. She worriedly frowned, thinking to herself, only those who break through to the peak of perfection can awaken such fighting spirit. That means that jerk is completely different from someone who just has internal energy like a commoner. He truly is a peak grandmaster. While Thun Lin was still lost in thought, Wyon suddenly raised a hand to take off his hat. A triumphant smile bloomed on his face, with that abundant power fluttering around his body. Then, incredibly fast and dangerously, Wyon lunged forward like a stallion, running like crazy. He reached Jung Ni-yun, who was still standing there blankly without reacting, and roared imposingly, "I will send you off as quickly as possible." As Wyon ran, he unleashed a surge of power from behind him, as if he had a booster engine strapped to his back. Jung Ni-yun wasn't a pushover either. Seeing his opponent activate his fighting spirit from Jung Ni-yun's palm, a bolt of deep purple power shot out. Seeing that Jung Ni-yun also activated his fighting spirit, both Wyon and Thun Lin had the same reaction, their faces twisted in shock, eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. Looking at the powerful purple energy from Jung Ni-yun's hand, Wyon suddenly roared, "Fighting spirit?" Thun Lin was just as shocked. She had thought Jung Ni-yun was a total novice, but now she was 3 parts surprised and 7 parts overjoyed, frozen stiff and staring blankly, thinking, he used fighting spirit to execute the mysterious footwork? So that's it. The commoner has awakened to that level? He is no longer in the half-baked state of a top-tier master. He has completely conquered the peak of the superhuman realm. Jung Ni-yun had no idea what Thun Lin was thinking. He remained indifferent and cold, showing not a single emotion. Wyon, meanwhile, was like a rabid dog. Seeing Jung Ni-yun also activate his fighting spirit, he lost all his confidence. His face crinkled up like a cat's butt, sweat pouring down like a stream. He opened his mouth to curse. "Mok Hu Thien, bastard. So you've been hiding your true strength all this time." But nothing could dampen Wyon's fighting spirit. He pulled his hand back, activated his power, and shouted while twisting his face in agony. "But the outcome will not change," Wyon yelled. "Die." Then he used his ultimate technique, the Bright Sun Blade Art. Second form, Destiny's 9 Strikes. A barrage of energy surged toward Jung Ni-yun, who stood rooted to the spot, showing off the fighting spirit in his hand. Those magical bolts were about to hit Jung Ni-yun, but he remained statue still, emotionless. One would think he had a death wish, but in that moment, Jung Ni-yun saw through the attacks. His pupils shifted, focusing only on those streaks of energy, leaving no trace of the iris. Jung Ni-yun calmly watched the energy bolts while thinking, "I can see the blade intent he is using, and how it is being perfected. Too fast and too dangerous." Huayan had somehow slipped into the middle of the energy bolts. He frowned, held out one hand, and lunged at Zheng Niyun, as if his goal was to gouge out one of Zheng Niyun's eyes. But at that moment, having seen through the world, Zheng Niyun spotted the openings. Suddenly, the image of Huayan lunging at Zheng Niyun shifted to a blurry, X-ray-like visual actually quite artistic. But just as Huayan's energy streaks were about to tear Zheng Niyun's body apart, he finally countered. Zheng Niyun suddenly crouched and crossed his hands, his face scowling as if someone had flicked his junk. He activated the moonless sword technique, which unfolded in a circular magical path along with a diagonal slash. Zheng Niyun twisted his hands to form a deep purple magical circle, swatting away Huayan's pathetic energy bolts, leaving him utterly stunned. Huayan, who had the upper hand, was suddenly knocked backward, too confused to understand what had happened. Stuttering, "What just happened?" But Zheng Niyun didn't care. He quietly activated his fighting spirit and lunged at him. Zheng Niyun shot a straight beam of deep purple magic right at Huayan's face. It scared him so much he turned pale, not knowing what to do but knit his brows and sweat profusely. Just as Huayan was about to lose his head, Wei Suyuan finally spoke up to intervene. "That's enough." Immediately after, she lunged out and used her hand to block Zheng Niyun's strike for Huayan. Is this a beauty saving a hero? Seeing someone block his strike, Zheng Niyun was momentarily startled for a few seconds. He widened his eyes, thinking, "What the hell? Who is this?" As for Huayan, he was still 3 parts confused and 7 parts scared out of his wits, sweating profusely and stuttering. "My lady," but Zheng Niyun didn't even bother looking at the weakling Huayan. Suyuan turned back to stare at Zheng Niyun and asked, Mok Hu Thien can withstand 3 parts of my internal energy?" Zheng Niyun didn't know what she meant, so he just looked coldly at Suyuan. During this, both their hands were still locked in the clash. Zheng Niyun didn't say a word, just stole a glance at Suyuan, silently assessing this woman. Wei Suyuan was wearing a veil hat that covered her face completely, so he couldn't see a damn thing, but she smiled slightly and praised him. "Zheng Niyun, you are more formidable than I thought." Meanwhile, Zheng Niyun was thinking, "She's so strong." Complimented, Zheng Niyun didn't hesitate to praise her back, but didn't forget to throw a jab. "Mok Hu Thien too. Mok Hu Thien hands look delicate, but your strength is not to be underestimated at all." Seeing Zheng Niyun suddenly turn around to take a shot at his lady, Huayan was furious. He scowled and barked, "How dare you speak to the lady so casually?" But seeing Huayan blabbering like an idiot, Suyuan lost her patience and shouted, "Quiet!" Then, she used one hand to lift Huayan's arm high, causing him to groan as his shoulder dislocated, his face scrunching up like a dried date. He let out a painful, "Ugh," and collapsed to his knees, his arm shaking as if it were vibrating. But she coldly gave him a loving glare and started threatening him. "Mok Hu Thien, foolish actions are making things difficult for me. So, if you say one more word, watch out. Understand?" Penalized, Huayan could only look confused and pained, gritting his teeth and nodding once. Sweat still drenched his face. In stark contrast to Huayan's rude and unseemly behavior, Suyuan politely turned to apologize to Zheng Niyun, not even caring that Huayan was still on one knee, grounded by pain. "I sincerely apologize for the lack of etiquette. He only acted out because of his extreme loyalty." Zheng Niyun ignored her apology and, hands on his hips, asked, "Who are you?" Suddenly, Suyuan gave a cryptic smile and began to introduce herself. "I am the 3rd disciple of the Heaven and Earth Society's leader." Hearing that, Zheng Niyun's eyes nearly popped out of his head, not believing his ears. But a second later, Zheng Niyun regained his composure. He stared coldly at Suyuan as she prepared to take off her veil hat, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect to meet the leader's disciple here." But while Zheng Niyun was still processing, he suddenly thought, "This is going to be difficult." He hadn't even finished the thought before something made him go blank, his face looking as stupid as bird droppings. Once he was finished being stunned, he went pale as a sheet, the world going dark as if he'd met a ghost. Even Thon Lin was shocked, her eyes and mouth wide open. She couldn't believe her eyes, her eyebrows twitching as if she'd been electrocuted. She muttered aloud, "Holy crap, no way." Seeing Wei Suyuan's face after she removed her veil hat, Zheng Niyun couldn't help but be shocked, thinking, "That face, it's no different from Thon Lin's." Wei Suyuan calmly smiled, gentle as a beauty queen, and finished her introduction. Wei Suyuan. As for Thon Lin, she still hadn't collected herself, shocked to the point of popping her eyes out. Sweat dripped down her cheek as she stood there, looking as foolish as if she'd been bewitched. Wei Suyuan. Standing before the mirror, Su Yuan offered Liu Yifei a smile as gentle as the morning sun, before introducing herself as the third disciple of the Weisuo Yuan sect leader. Just as she was about to ask him a question, she managed only to say, "Ma Ku Thin," before the rude guy raised a hand to her face, cutting her off. "Wait a second, Su Yuan." Having been silenced after only one word, Su Yuan stood there, dumbfounded, completely bewildered. After cutting her off, Liu Yifei just turned around and walked away, leaving Su Yuan thinking, what the hell? Ignoring her stunned expression, Liu Yifei hid behind a nearby pillar, clutching a doll in one hand with a grimace. He looked suspicious, and with his other hand, he covered his mouth, whispering to ask if Thon Lin had any descendants, wondering if she had a family. Being asked such a sensitive question, Thon Lin felt her soul nearly leave her body. She blushed as red as a ripe tomato and shouted at the top of her lungs, "What kind of crazy question is that?" But Liu Yifei, as if he possessed some sort of trusty seals of intuition, stubbornly kept questioning her. Mok Huthian were the one always avoiding talk of the past, saying it's not the right time yet, how would I know if you have kids or not? Seeing the logic in his words, Thon Lin just huffed in annoyance. She crossed her arms, squeezed her eyes shut, and frowned as she explained to clear up Liu Yifei's misunderstanding. I haven't even married yet, so where would I get children or grandchildren? In short, I don't have a family, got it? Once he heard that, Liu Yifei turned back toward Su Yuan, who was still standing there blankly, still wondering to himself, but why does she look so much like Thon Lin? They look exactly like twins. Just wondering wasn't enough. Images began to pop into Liu Yifei's head. Thon Lin, as cold as an ice princess, contrasted with Su Yuan, who was as gentle as moonlight. He even started comparing them in his mind. But their demeanor is completely different. If Thon Lin is cold, that woman is truly radiant and warm. Comparing women like that is quite rude, you know. But then, Liu Yifei sighed and answered his own question internally. It's just like you and Mu Liu Yifei. Who knew such a coincidence could happen? Seeing that guy, Liu Yifei, staring at her for so long, Su Yuan acted coy and blushed. She touched her cheek with one hand and offered a shy smile, asking shamelessly, "Why are you staring at me? Have you been bewitched by my beauty?" But only a second later, she was hit by Liu Yifei with a splash of ice-cold water. He coldly replied, "No one is shipping you with 10 pairs of pants." Su Yuan, this level of embarrassment is beyond saving. Seeing Liu Yifei reply as cold as ice without a second thought, Su Yuan's pride was deeply wounded. She made a sour face and pouted in annoyance. But suddenly, Liu Yifei pressed his palms together and introduced himself, shocking Su Yuan. "My sincere apologies for not introducing myself sooner. I am Mu Liu Yifei." He offered a smile that was 3 parts mysterious and 7 parts cool, and finished his introduction as the reserve squad leader of the Tiandi Society. Afterward, in front of Su Yuan, Liu Yifei became strangely well-behaved. He bowed slightly, hands clasped, using formal language to introduce himself. "My name is Mu Liu Yifei." Seeing this, Su Yuan rested her chin on her hand and wore a lecherous, perverted expression as she thought to herself, She studied Liu Yifei's face. She thought Su Yuan would be impressed by his skills, but no, she was just a woman obsessed with handsome guys, thinking, he's pretty cute too. Then, Su Yuan put on an innocent moonlight mask. One hand held her hat, while the other naturally reached up to brush her hair. But who knew she was calculating all sorts of things in her head? The most notable things about him were his cultivation and martial arts. He's only 17, and already this strong. Maybe I should try to bribe him. That would be for the best. Once she thought it, she acted on it. Su Yuan closed her eyes, put on her veil, and muttered. But once again, she was interrupted by the rude and unpredictable Liu Yifei, who planted himself on a seat right in front of her. He raised 2 fingers and started his demands. "I have 2 things to say." Su Yuan, being cut off again, was startled. But after a couple of seconds of thought, she decided to humor Liu Yifei and agreed. "Fine, speak." Seeing Su Yuan acting as kind as a fairy, Liu Yifei gratefully bowed to thank her. "Many thanks to the young lady for your tolerance." Liu Yifei stood in the middle of the room, ruined and battered by their fight earlier, and laid out his demands to Su Yuan. "First, I am only allowed to stay here for 1 incense stick's worth of time." Seeing that as an easy fix, Su Yuan closed her eyes, gave a CEO-like smile, and waved her hand. "Don't worry about that. I'll talk to the warehouse keeper." Now that Liu Yifei had someone backing him, it felt pretty great, but he still had to act cool. "Many thanks, young lady, for your concern." After settling the first thing, Liu Yifei suddenly pointed at Waion. causing both him and Su Yuan to pause for 2 seconds in surprise. Liu Yifei pointed directly at Huayan's face to tattle. And second, that person almost put me in mortal danger, so he must pay the price. Hearing this, Su Yuan frowned slightly, confused, and asked back, "Pay the price?" Suddenly, Liu Yifei's face darkened like a ghost. Not only that, he contorted his face into a bizarre, menacing grin, and continued his demands. A life must be paid for with a life, after scaring the living daylights out of them. And while Su Yuan was still stunned, unable to process the situation, and Huayan was kneeling to the side in total shock, eyes wide, mouth agape, seemingly unaware of his aching legs, Liu Yifei switched gears. "I truly desire that." Afterward, he clasped his hands and bowed slightly, continuing his speech about humanity. "But if you do that, young lady, you will lose a loyal subordinate. Therefore, just paying a price equivalent to his life will suffice." After hearing Liu Yifei's supposedly humane speech, Su Yuan just let out a cold huff, but thought to herself, "Look at him." Facing Liu Yifei's calm, innocent, and angelic smile, Su Yuan stared at him blankly. She observed him while judging. He's even asking me for compensation now? It seems he's skilled in more than just martial arts. Suddenly, Su Yuan gave an inscrutable smile and thought. But then, for no apparent reason, she spoke out, "It's fine," leaving Liu Yifei completely startled and dumbfounded. Because he couldn't for the life of him understand why this woman suddenly said it was fine. Su Yuan then calmly asked back, "Do you want his life?" At that moment, she was no different from a devil in human skin. She leaned in, still smiling at Liu Yifei, and dropped a devastatingly cold line. "Then go ahead and take it." Seeing his life being handed over to someone else so easily by Su Yuan, Huayan froze in shock. He could only stare with wide eyes and a gaping mouth at Su Yuan. Her words hit him like a clap of thunder. Huayan's face scrunched up like a cat's rear end. Cold sweat poured down incessantly. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei's eyes lit up as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Thunder rumbled in the ears of both handsome men, but their expressions were entirely different. As Huayan knelt to the side, shaking like a leaf, Su Yuan rambled on like an old lady. "My young lady has already apologized, and his hand is broken. If that is still not enough for you, then there is nothing I can do. But I won't be responsible for what happens afterward." Liu Yifei, standing opposite her, just stood there blankly, listening to Su Yuan's nagging. It seemed there was some hidden meaning, but Liu Yifei didn't understand and had to ask, "Mok Hu Thin can't be responsible?" Seeing Liu Yifei looking so dim-witted, Su Yuan offered a taunting smile and explained, "Ah, it seems you don't know this guy as Ye Weixian, my disciple from the Dao Yuan Su sect." After Su Yuan introduced Weixian's formidable background, the furious, menacing face of Zun Jin suddenly appeared behind him like a solid backing. Weixian just stood there with a blank, idiotic expression. Liu Yifei, standing before a confident, hands-on-hips Su Yuan, offered a smile, then suddenly turned to stare at Weixian and started nagging, making him jump in fright. If I'm not mistaken though, he was looking at Weixian. It turned out Liu Yifei was asking Su Yuan, "Mok Hu Thing lady, you mean that I shouldn't regret it if I touch him, right?" Su Yuan heard his question, and just stood there, smiling gently without saying a word. She watched silently as Liu Yifei raised a hand to his mouth, lost in deep thought, while she couldn't stop thinking to herself, "This guy is truly reckless, but if you give up here, you're just a loudmouth. Well, what are you going to do now?" Oh, so she was testing him. After thinking it over, Liu Yifei closed his eyes, let his hands drop, and helplessly replied, "Then there's no other choice." Liu Yifei turned to look at Weixian and continued rambling. "If it involves Zun Jin, there will be consequences. I have no choice but to give up." Seeing he had escaped death, Weixian felt relieved and placed a hand on his chest, though he still stole glances at Liu Yifei. Su Yuan, seeing him give up so easily, looked stunned, unable to say a word. She closed her eyes and began to judge Liu Yifei. In the end, he chose to give up? What a Farley one. But while she wasn't paying attention, Liu Yifei lunged forward with ghostly speed. Su Yuan felt a shadow dash past and was startled, her eyes widening. Behind her, Weixian was no different. He stared in total shock, bracing himself for a lethal punch from Zheng Niyun. When Su Yuan looked back, she saw Zheng Niyun smiling with pure delight. Then he swung his arm and punched Weixian square in the face, knocking him backward. Weixian's cheek was left completely sunken from the brutal impact of Zheng Niyun's fist. It was hard to tell if any teeth had been knocked out. Weixian sat there, crumpled on the ground, wincing and clutching his cheek. He stammered, shouting, "Mok Hu Thin, how could you?" After landing the hit, Jung Ni-yoon acted as if nothing had happened, looking innocently guilty. Wei Xian thought he was about to hear something serious. But surprisingly, Jung Ni-yoon just muttered something nonsensical. Mok Hu Thien opened your mouth. Wei Xian, still dazed from the earth-shattering punch, sat there trembling, clutching his face while sweat poured down his forehead like he'd just run a marathon. He was completely bewildered by Jung Ni-yoon's nonsensical comment. Huh? He managed to say. Jung Ni-yoon then calmly explained. Didn't the young lady say that if you opened your mouth, you would die? Hearing that, Wei Xian suddenly remembered the moment she had grabbed his wrist and threatened him. After the explanation, Jung Ni-yoon turned to Su Yuan and flashed a smile as haunting as Annabelle's. He turned back to Su Yuan with murderous intent and casually reminded her, well, he opened his mouth now. Hearing this, both Wei Xian and Su Yuan couldn't believe their ears. They both furrowed their brows, sweat dropping in confusion, frozen stiff as if struck by a paralysis spell. Jung Ni-yoon was intentionally trying to get Wei Xian killed. Yet, he stood there, with one hand on his hip, putting on a fake show of regret, rambling as if it were all an accident. Oh, what a shame. I only meant to land one hit to vent my frustration. I didn't expect to accidentally push you to your death. Seeing Jung Ni-yoon act better than a Hollywood actor, Wei Xian just sat on the ground with a blank expression, clenching his teeth and glaring at him. Seeing her loyal subordinate on the brink of death, Su Yuan beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling as if she had found gold. She let out a laugh, staring at Jung Ni-yoon's face, which was 3 parts triumphant and 7 parts cunning. Using me to kill him, are you? She thought. Since you couldn't kill him yourself, you decided to use my hand, didn't you, you sly fox? Realizing his life was about to end, Wei Xian was scared out of his wits. He raised his trembling hands, sweating profusely, and stammered, Young miss, if you kill me, then my master. Standing nearby and seeing Wei Xian's cowardly behavior, Jung Ni-yoon put his hands on his hips and scoffed, How pathetic. Wei Xian heard the man, who had just pushed him into the jaws of death, mocking him, so he forgot about begging for mercy and instead glared at Jung Ni-yoon, asking, Mok Hu Thien. Seeing Wei Xian's attitude, Jung Ni-yoon calmly countered, Are you planning to use your master as a human shield forever? Jung Ni-yoon was determined to send this man to his grave. He looked at Wei Xian with disdain and delivered a stinging remark. Stop tarnishing your master's honor. Just hurry up and meet your end obediently. Unable to do anything, Wei Xian could only grit his teeth, his face twisted like a dried plum. His teeth ground together as he stammered, Mok Hu Thien, you bastard. At this moment, Su Yuan let out a soft chuckle. Then, she stood in the middle of the room, hands on her hips, and burst into hysterical laughter like a total lunatic. Ha ha ha. Seeing the young lady, acting like she was high on something, both Wei Xian and Jung Ni-yoon were startled, turning to check if Su Yuan had lost her mind. After enjoying her laugh, Su Yuan turned to look at Jung Ni-yoon with a satisfied expression. She smiled to herself, thinking, I didn't expect him to come up with such a clever scheme in an instant. I thought he was just all talk. A moment later, Su Yuan probed Jung Ni-yoon. But haven't you thought about the fact that we might just kill you to cover everything up? Hearing this, Jung Ni-yoon raised a hand to cover his smirk and hummed thoughtfully. Wei Xian was stunned, staring at Su Yuan in shock. Even though he was threatened with death, to keep him quiet, Jung Ni-yoon showed no fear at all. On the contrary, he appeared extremely confident, putting on an arrogant face with a smirk that practically said, I'm not afraid of you, challenging Su Yuan back. Well then, young lady, feel free to try. Seeing his attitude, Su Yuan thought, how arrogant. But as it turned out, everything until now was just a test. Su Yuan closed her eyes, smiled with satisfaction, and reached into her pocket to pull something out. Praising him, Mok Hu Thien pleased me. In her head, she thought, he truly is a talent that everyone wants to have. She tossed a command token toward Jung Ni-yoon and said coolly, take it. While Jung Ni-yoon was still wondering what it was, Wei Xian, standing behind him, was so shocked his jaw dropped, shouting, Mok Hu Thien miss. That is, Su Yuan calmly replied, it's my command token. Meanwhile, Jung Ni-yoon beside her was still gripping the token in his hand, checking carefully to see if it was a fake. She had given Jung Ni-yoon an incredibly valuable gift and granted him a favor. With this token, I will help you with whatever you need. Still not understanding why Su Yuan would give him such a good item, Jung Ni-yoon asked, why would you? But before he could finish his sentence, she quickly answered for him, that's the price for Ye Wei Xian's life. Didn't you say earlier that I had to pay a price equivalent to his life? Wei Xian, being a total coward, was relieved to be saved, but still sat there, confused, sneaking glances at Su Yuan. Zheng Niyun took the item and put it in his pocket, closing his eyes to thank Su Yuan. Then I shall accept it. Many thanks, young miss. However, in his mind, he was silently judging Su Yuan. I thought she would kill her subordinate or go back on her word. Looks like she isn't stupid after all. Wei Xian stood by, wincing, glancing at Zheng Niyun, as if he felt sorry for Su Yuan giving away the token. Seeing that Zheng Niyun seemed to think she had given it away for free, Su Yuan had to clarify immediately. Don't thank me yet, just consider this an investment. Zheng Niyun, a bit startled as he didn't understand what she meant, asked, an investment? Su Yuan then stood with her hands on her hips, putting on an air of authority, and began to use a seductive tone to recruit him. Mu Zheng, Ni Yun. Come and serve under me. Suddenly, a massive wave of red energy surged around Su Yuan's body, making her aura skyrocket. She continued her speech. But you can probably guess, I want to become the leader of this organization, so I need many talents to accompany me. After explaining her desires and future direction, Su Yuan turned to entice Zheng Niyun. I will not treat you poorly. So, come with me. Zheng Niyun was being recruited but remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing. Meanwhile, Wei Xian had been looking as miserable as a monkey's backside the whole time, making one want to just punch him. Everyone thought Zheng Niyun would be easy to sway, but no, he closed his eyes and bowed slightly to refuse. I apologize, but I must decline. I prefer not to be involved in conflicts. Refusing to believe she had been rejected, Su Yuan still tried to play it cool. She closed her eyes, used one hand to tuck her hair, and muttered some nonsense. Then, she walked closer to Zheng Niyun, rambling on and on, giving him a headache. I suppose you don't like getting involved with someone as weak as me, but unfortunately, my brothers already have enough talent. No one else will take you in. Since she couldn't recruit him, she resorted to mocking him. My, such deep resentment. Su Yuan walked past Zheng Niyun, but turned back to flash a triumphant smile as if to say, Mock Hu Tin'll regret not joining me, and asked him, sooner or later, you'll have to choose. And do you think the choice then will be an opportunity for you? But Zheng Niyun's answer was once again like a bucket of cold water splashed in Su Yuan's face, making her eyes widen in disbelief. That's right. Zheng Niyun, already overly confident, walked past her, calmly smiling at Su Yuan, then arrogantly replied, as long as, by that time, I am still the talent that everyone craves, then it will be fine. Hearing Zheng Niyun's top-tier response, Su Yuan could only stand there with a blank expression, frozen like a statue. She turned to look at Zheng Niyun's cold, emotionless face and thought, that look. After thinking that, she stared into Zheng Niyun's unwavering, decisive eyes and wondered, is he being honest? Su Yuan had been rejected, but she let out a scoff. Then, 3 parts impressed and 7 parts incredulous, she complained to Zheng Niyun, this is the first time I've come up empty-handed when trying to recruit someone. In her mind, she was still dwelling on what Zheng Niyun had just said. A talent that everyone craves, huh? Su Yuan dusted herself off and walked away, ignoring Zheng Niyun behind her, while still spitefully muttering, Mok Hu Thian were certainly confident. Fine, I'll just sit back and watch. She lifted the veil of her hat, smiled victoriously, and added one last comment. This will be very interesting. Zheng Niyun, standing behind her, clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. He also replied to Su Yuan with a confident smile, I will not let you be disappointed. Now, with only Zheng Niyun left in the huge library, Thon Lin finally spoke up, asking him, Deng Sang, why didn't you follow the order? Zheng Niyun suddenly slammed the book shut. He closed his eyes, recalling Su Yuan's triumphant smirk, and answered Thon Lin's question. Whether you are sincere or not, at least you should have pretended to bow before that woman. But it seemed Thon Lin regretted the opportunity Zheng Niyun had missed, as she furrowed her brows and began to reproach him, asking, do you think opportunities like this are easy to come by? Hearing Thon Lin's tone, Zheng Niyun seemed to guess the reason for her frustration. He flashed a cunning smile and thought to himself, judging by your tone, you seem disappointed. Is it because you see a chance to take over a body, just like the old one? But a moment later, the doll Thon Lin raised both hands and dismissed the whole matter. Never mind. Just when one thought Thon Lin would actually let it go, she turned around. He still felt the regret in her voice, but he knew that if the sect leader's disciple managed to seize that body, it would greatly accelerate his plans. Accustomed to what Zheng Niyun had predicted, he wasn't surprised at all, and simply replied calmly, I'm sorry, but it's too risky if victory isn't guaranteed. Zheng Niyun recalled the day at the Blood Valley, where where the sect leader had sat down for a chat, including the things he said. Brother Na Juliang is currently a strong candidate for the next sect leader, he reminisced while calculating in his head. He also has the support of 40% of the factions. There's no reason for him to suddenly stir up trouble with them. Suddenly, he stepped down from the stairs. As Jung Ni-yun walked, he muttered, "Well, the past is in the past. Now." However, noticing that Jung Ni-yun seemed a bit different, Thon Lin, who was smoking, was startled for a moment before curiously asking, "Why are you acting so strange?" By then, Jung Ni-yun had reached the final steps. Hearing Thon Lin's question, he looked to one side and replied, "Only when I got closer did I notice." Jung Ni-yun's gaze was fixed on a door marked with red, which looked quite mysterious. He looked over and pointed it out to Than Lin. Than Lin looked in the direction Jung Ni-yun was pointing, feeling a bit dazed because he still hadn't grasped what was happening. Jung Ni-yun stared at the door, wearing an expression that was 3 parts dangerous and 7 parts suspicious, and continued to mutter. Suddenly, countless streams of dark, violet energy, looking like shrimp paste, started pouring out from the door. Inside was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Jung Ni-yun was standing quite far from the door, yet he could feel that mysterious, somewhat dangerous power. Seeing the jet-black dark magic pouring out like a spring, he turned to warn Thon Lin. As the dark energy spilled out, Thon Lin looked at the door, finding it somewhat familiar. She furrowed her brows, muttering to herself. Inside her head, she recalled the scene where the library manager had also warned Jung Ni-yun about that strange door, which contained a room deep inside marked with a red line. They had warned that it was strictly forbidden to enter, but for some damn reason, Jung Ni-yun still dragged himself to stand in front of the door. At this point, he was still cautious, so he only dared to stand outside and peek in. He saw a strange box placed on a high pedestal and wondered, "What is that?" Seeing the violet dark energy continuously flowing out from that mysterious box, Jung Ni-yun couldn't stop himself from questioning, "Is the dark energy leaking from that box?" A moment later, Jung Ni-yun tilted his head to the side, his face still blank, revealing clear confusion. He furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, "That's strange." Suddenly, the booming voice of the library manager, as if he had a loudspeaker stuck in his mouth, echoed from the floor above. The earth-shattering scream made Jung Ni-yun instinctively turn his head back to check the situation. The library manager was trembling uncontrollably, picking up one book after another. The old man sat amidst the tattered piles of books, his face wrinkled like a monkey's butt, stuttering and crying out to the heavens. "The secret manuals! The secret manuals!" Then, he opened his mouth wide to wail pitifully. How many secret manuals are there, after all? Down below, Jung Ni-yun glanced back after hearing him scream, and started pondering something. Suddenly, he grew bold enough to defy the rules of the library. Without much thought, Jung Ni-yun confidently strode into the forbidden red-painted room. He hadn't even taken 3 steps when, for the life of him, a painful cry echoed from inside, "Jung Ni-yun." Hearing that, Jung Ni-yun was shocked to the point of widening his eyes, frozen stiff as if turned to stone. Damn it! That voice sounded so familiar. For some reason, Jung Ni-yun thought to himself, this voice, the mysterious box, surrounded by so much dark energy, kept emitting miserable cries. "Jung Ni-yun, I'm here. It's too suffocating here." Not only that, but the dark energy also manifested an image of Jung Ni-yun's grandfather sitting there, begging, "Save this poor old man." Seeing the image of his grandfather there, Jung Ni-yun was startled and talked to himself in his head. Grandfather? He kept frowning, staring at the grandfather hallucination in front of him, unable to say a word, staying as silent as a mute. Suddenly, seeing Jung Ni-yun standing there blankly without moving, Thon Lin asked, confused, "Jung Ni-yun, what's wrong with you?" Thon Lin's question was like a bucket of cold water, helping Jung Ni-yun wake up. He was startled and glanced down, asking her, "Mak Hu Thin don't see anything, Thon Lin?" Thon Lin, not understanding what this crazy guy was talking about, asked back, "See what?" Confirming that Thon Lin really couldn't see it, Jung Ni-yun exhaled, closed his eyes, and sighed. So, it really was a hallucination. Seeing that Jung Ni-yun had almost been fooled by that childish illusion, Thon Lin looked at him with clear disdain. She gave Jung Ni-yun a gentle, loving side-eye and mocked, "Don't tell me you were going to be fooled by those illusions?" Jung Ni-yun, feeling embarrassed at being teased, returned to his cool and calm mode. He looked ahead with half-closed eyes and replied confidently, "Of course not." He acted cool, but, in his head, he was thinking completely differently. "I suspected as much, but impersonating my grandfather, that really pisses me off." Seeing Thon Lin interfering with its plan, the box angrily unleashed a torrent of dark energy, causing Zheng Niyun to jump back in shock. Not only that, it yelled, cursing, "Mok Hu Thin, low-level evil spirits, dare to disturb me?" Seeing herself insulted as an evil spirit, Thon Lin was pissed off. She turned red with anger, waving her hands and feet around. Thon Lin went crazy, her face twisting like a cat's butt, and she shouted at the top of her lungs, "What? Evil spirit? How dare you?" But not caring about Thon Lin being insulted, Zheng Niyun focused intently, staring at the mysterious box in front of him. Suddenly, the box with a crack in it spoke in a commanding tone to manipulate Zheng Niyun. "Human, open that wooden box." So, the pouring dark energy was caused by the crack on the box's lid. Zheng Niyun stood there blankly, being ordered around by an inanimate box, and was startled for about 2 seconds. He glanced up at the mysterious, talking box. That box was overflowing with even more dark energy. Tons of pitch-black magic leaked out. That idiotic box still didn't shut its mouth, and now turned to use material goods to lure Zheng Niyun. "If you do it, I, the one who controls the power of death, will grant you any wish." Seeing through the box's desires, Zheng Niyun crossed his arms and let out a cynical, beastly smile. He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a mocking tone to provoke the box. "Now your true predatory nature is exposed, isn't it? How ridiculous. Mok Hu Thin can't even save yourself, yet you claim to grant wishes to others?" Thon Lin heard Zheng Niyun's insults, and as if they hit just the right spot, the corner of Thon Lin's mouth also curled up, silently giving the box a scornful smile. Being mocked while trying to lure him, the box couldn't hide its surprise, and jolted, asking back, "What the hell is this?" But not caring about that stupid box anymore, Zheng Niyun turned away, posing in contemplation, bringing his hand up to rub his chin, and asked Thon Lin, "Right, but what is that thing?" Thon Lin was like a mobile Google. She knew everything. She manifested next to the wooden doll, mouth puffing on a pipe, and calmly explained to enlighten Zheng Niyun, "It looks like an evil spirit sealed inside. Because the wooden box is too old, the sound is leaking out." Naturally, the box now spoke to Zheng Niyun, as if they were old soulmates. After hearing Thon Lin explain to Zheng Niyun, it muttered and complained, "I thought I was lucky that someone finally heard my noble voice. But looking at you dragging a wild spirit along, you must be a Taoist." But Zheng Niyun strode toward the box and replied, "If you must call it that, consider me a professional at retrieving wandering souls." The box heard this and was somewhat confused, asking, "Retrieving wandering souls?" As if this wasn't the first time it had met someone like Zheng Niyun, the box continued to ramble like they were close, probably the same kind as the shaman who came last time. Zheng Niyun stood before the box, and not understanding what the hell it was saying, he asked with a blank face, "What is a shaman?" Seeing this guy acting so stupid, the box had to educate him. "Mok Huthian don't know? Shaman means eye of the. They are strange creatures born from a human stomach," the box explained, and an image of a monster with a human face but 3 blood-red eyes appeared. It looked hideous as hell. Seeing that the information was still scarce, the box continued. "People believe they bring bad luck, so they are usually killed as soon as they are born." Zheng Niyun heard this, and in his head, an image of a baby with an uncut umbilical cord, covered in blood, naturally appeared. Zheng Niyun tightened his expression and thought to himself, "A shaman." But suddenly, the box became blurry, as if about to vanish completely from the pedestal. Its rambling voice still didn't stop. "Anyway, ever since that guy came, no one has been able to perceive my existence anymore. It's as if I never existed." Thon Lin heard this and was startled. She raised her hands and started shouting at the top of her lungs. "What? Impossible! Erasing others' awareness is something that goes against the laws of the world." The box saw Thon Lin being so scholarly like Einstein, and with 3 parts disdain and 7 parts sarcasm, it chuckled, then mocked her. "Humph, just a wild spirit who knows too much, huh?" Thon Lin couldn't stand the foul mouth of that inanimate box anymore, and she got so angry she could have coughed up blood, jumping up like a fish out of water. She was flailing her arms and legs around, shrieking incessantly as if she were about to spit fire, but the monster just watched Thon Lin lose control, twitching like a child throwing a tantrum for a toy. Qin Wan stood there with his arms crossed, a doting smile on his face as he reminded her, "Calm down, Thon Lin." But Thon Lin couldn't take it and snapped right back at Qin Wan. "Mok Huthian, telling me to calm down now?" Suddenly, Qin Wan's expression darkened. He wore a smile that was 30% cunning and 70% mysterious, keeping her guessing, "Because I have a better way, Thon Lin." Hearing that, she immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Remembering something, Thon Lin suddenly brightened up. She flashed a triumphant smile and turned to Qin Wen. Right, you've always been great at creating spirit guardians, but before you swallow it, you have to weaken it first. Hearing her say that, Qin Wen raised a hand to grip his other wrist while responding to her. That was my plan all along. Seeing this guy treat the task of subduing him like a piece of cake, the box became incredibly insulted. He snarled, his tone bitter as he lashed out at Qin Wen. Mock Hu Thien, a mere human, dare to look down on me just because I'm trapped here? He was the master of death. But that news didn't seem to matter much to Qin Wen. He just blanked out and asked casually, so what? Unexpectedly, the box asked a critical question that made Qin Wen pause for a few seconds. Don't you want to see your grandfather again? After hearing that stupid question, Qin Wen stood there, lost in thought, narrowing his eyes as he stared at it. After deliberating for a moment, he finally decided to release the evil spirit. He turned and nonchalantly agreed to the box's request. Mock Hu Thien say you want to be released, right? Fine, I'll let you out. Seeing this guy suddenly agree so easily, the box was delighted. He started chirping away, instructing Qin Wen on how to open it. Good, first open the box. But suddenly, before the box could even finish his sentence, Qin Wen reached out and blocked him. Hold on. Interrupted mid-sentence. The box was startled, not understanding what was happening. Qin Wen gave a devious smile, then reached out to siphon the box's dark magic into his own body. He had just activated the spirit-devouring ritual to leech the box's energy while rambling nonsense. Mock Hu Thien got so much energy to spare. Why not share some with me? The box was completely stunned. What the hell? But then he realized what was happening. Helpless, the box could only stammer and shriek, Mock Hu Thien dare. Stop. Qin Wen stood tall, feet spread apart, sucking the energy out of the box while casually responding, too late. The box's dark magic swirled incessantly around Qin Wen's body. Deep down, he was thinking, Mock Hu Thien have way more energy than I thought. I've only eaten a little bit. Having gorged himself on a massive source of energy, Qin Wen felt incredible. He wore a look that was 30% bizarre and 70% satisfied, thinking to himself, that's already the energy of 50 people. He continued to pull all that dark energy toward himself. It flowed toward Qin Wen like a waterfall. Seeing his energy being sucked away relentlessly by Qin Wen, the box could only gape and howl. Ah, my energy, my power, stop. But suddenly, in the middle of draining the energy, Qin Wen wondered, what exactly are you? Something. It seemed his intuition was warning him that something was wrong with this box. But from out of nowhere, Thon Lin appeared, wearing a smug smile, and began egging Qin Wen on. Great, Qin Wen. Mock Hu Thien absorbed enough evil energy. It's weakened now. Turn it into a spirit guardian. Qin Wen, always listening to her. Like a dog on a leash, a total simp immediately answered, right, and instantly activated his own spirit energy, lunging toward the box. At that moment, Qin Wen's sixth sense still felt like something was wrong. It made him think, I have a bad feeling about this. But since his girl's advice was priority number one, he threw his vibrant purple spirit energy toward the box anyway. His energy slammed into the lid of the box with a deafening boom, the sheer force blowing everything behind him away. Qin Wen was instantly startled, eyes wide, not understanding what was happening. His spirit energy suddenly vanished from his palm, leaving him confused and sweating bullets. He stared at his hand and wondered, what the? But cracks on the wooden lid suddenly began spreading everywhere. That same mysterious, vibrant purple power burst out from the cracks. Seeing this, both Qin Wen and Thon Lin shared the same shocked expression, brows furrowed, eyes wide as if their pupils were about to fall out. Around the box, suddenly a thick white mist began to swirl. The scene with Qin Wen looked both mysterious and terrifying. The pressure from the mist was so immense that Qin Wen was sweating like a fountain. It was so intense that even the little wooden doll Thon Lin was terrified. More and more cracks appeared on the box. A golden, glowing power surged out from the fissures. The white mist grew denser. The box's arrogant voice echoed once more, gleefully rambling, I knew it. Mock Hu Thien, or a human capable of manipulating evil energy. Mock Hu Thien have enough power to break the seal created by the holy priest. I never thought a human could possess such strength. An ancient, withered face with a white beard and teeth that looked like they hadn't been brushed in 10 lifetimes appeared, praising Qin Wen. Mock Hu Thien truly are lucky. At this point, Qin Wen couldn't act tough anymore. He was drenched in sweat, his face dark, staring intently at the spirit-grade beast in front of him. In his mind, he thought, I've been tricked. From the very beginning, was all of this just an act? Was it pretending to be trapped? While Qin Wen was lost in thought, suddenly, A strange scroll flew out from the box. At the same time, the box shattered into dozens of pieces. The scroll flew in front of Kinvan and opened itself, leaving Kinvan standing there, stunned and frozen in place, staring fixedly at the paper. It turned out the paper was a landscape painting. Kinvan studied the painting while thinking, a beautiful landscape painting that hides one surprise after another. Suddenly, a blood-red aura of dark energy swirled around the painting. Its destructive power was so immense that Kinvan was blown backward, struggling to stay on his feet. The withered, terrifying face of the spirit-grade beast appeared. Looking at that grotesque, wrinkled face of an 80-year-old man, with eyes shining like headlights, Kinvan was too stunned to speak, only able to mutter to himself, an existence like this. He casually stepped out of the painting. The atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted to a blood-red color. The wooden doll Thon Lin, hiding in Kinvan's clothes, was so shocked she couldn't even stammer a proper sentence. This is absurd. How can this be? Kinvan, this is not something you can fight. Kinvan, meanwhile, was clenching his teeth, dodging backward to defend himself. A massive amount of evil energy gathered at a single point. Before him, the spirit-grade beast had fully emerged from the painting. He knelt in the center of the room and gathered all that dark energy toward himself. Kinvan could only stand there, dazed. There was a book called The Mountain and Sea Classic that recorded legends and monsters throughout the Central Plains. The mysterious book, with its otherworldly green cover, appeared. Inside, it was written, "When the book is opened, you will see what lies within. Among all the spirits and monsters, there exist high-level entities that should never be approached. These beings have existed since the dawn of time." Seeing the black energy flowing, everywhere like a waterfall, Thon Lin was 30% terrified and 70% confused. Her face twisted in distress, veins popping. She gritted her teeth, sweating like a river. It was clear the situation was extremely dire. These were spirit-grade monsters. The giant spirit-grade beast opened its eyes, wide, and smiled, staring at tiny Kinvan below. Behind the old man, a fox with golden eyes like two glaring light bulbs appeared. It was terrifying. That thing was the spirit-grade beast, who kept grinning, showing all 10 of his teeth. He stared at Kinvan with a menacing gaze while taunting him. "Are you trembling?" Kinvan, standing face to face with him, could only sweat profusely, trembling as he glanced at the terrifying old man. It was a monster, an entity standing at the very top of all spirits and demons. Each entity and its image was listed. Beasts, monsters, spirit beasts, demonic beasts, spirit beasts, and divine beasts. Spirit beasts are creatures that only exist in legends. The face of a woman with heterochromatic eyes suddenly appeared. Not only that, she kept rambling on, introducing them as legendary creatures. Kinvan's entire body kept jolting as if he were touching lava. He was facing a spirit-grade beast that was incredibly hard to deal with. He didn't know if he would make it out alive, but as he couldn't stop overthinking, he felt his skin burning just by standing before them. Even looking up was difficult. Kinvan gritted his teeth, sweating profusely. Seeing that Thon Lin had also suddenly fallen silent and stopped guiding him, Kinvan was left to think helplessly. Even Thon Lin could only stay silent and observe the situation. The spirit beast was right in front of him. Kinvan thought to himself, sweat pouring down his face as he glared at the colossal mythical-grade spirit beast, which loomed over him like a mountain. Its eyes glowed intensely like car headlights, and its body was shrouded in white magic resembling thick smoke. An otherworldly entity, a calamity whose danger level no one could estimate. Suddenly, the monster pointed a finger pitch black, as if it were decaying down at the ground, and let out a faint hum. Immediately after, Kinvan lost his balance and fell forward. He didn't understand what was happening, his face twisting in confusion. His lips had been parched since he met this demon, as if they hadn't been moisturized in 15 years. With just a flick of the spirit beast's finger, Kinvan had been sent face-planting into the ground. Luckily, he managed to catch himself with both hands, so his face was still intact. The ground cracked continuously, gravel flying everywhere. Seeing Kinvan still holding on, the mythical-grade spirit beast felt disappointed, raised its hand, and clicked its tongue. Tsk. I intended to crush you to death, yet somehow, even its fingernails were emitting that white, smoky haze. Kinvan, dripping with sweat and grimacing, didn't know if he would survive, yet he still opened his mouth to mock the monster. For someone who's been sealed away, "You're pretty strong, aren't you?" Hearing himself being complimented, the monster's eyes glowed like light bulbs. Its entire body pulsed with power, its hand still casting a spell to pin Kinvan to the ground, while it chuckled. "Still strong, huh? Huh. Ha, being sealed for thousands of years, naturally, I've weakened. But vermin, like you have no right to judge me. Qin Van heard this and, for some reason, broke into a smile 3 parts bitter, 7 parts disdainful as he stared at the beast. He thought to himself, vermin? He's not wrong, but is he really that weak already? Suddenly, the elderly monster with white hair and a long beard glanced down and smiled at Qin Van. Still talking back, but I suppose you're worthy of praise, as the creature muttered. It gestured with its hand. Its pitch-black fingernails constantly emitted a dark, purplish magic. With just a flick of its hand, the dark magic surged out, snatching up Qin Van's small wooden puppets, leaving him startled and shocked. He couldn't do anything but grit his teeth as he watched them being taken. The old man looted Qin Van's items while mumbling, I didn't expect a human like you could actually subdue such miscellaneous spirits. Ku Tauha, having been pulled in by the old man, just opened her mouth and called out, Master! Master! While the puppet, Thon Lin, was not as lucky. She was struck by the monster's dark magic and cracked. She let out a pained groan. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Thon Lin appeared. She gritted her teeth, grabbed the remaining wooden puppet, and leaped away, glancing back at the creepy old man. The mythical grade spirit beast saw Thon Lin darting around like a squirrel and gave a cold, faint smile, mumbling, This little miscellaneous spirit isn't half bad. Meanwhile, Thon Lin's face remained tense, pulled tight like a bowstring. No sooner had it finished speaking than the monster switched to wanting to devour her alive. Perfect. I'm hungry. A miscellaneous spirit like you should be enough to fill my stomach. Having said that, it launched a barrage of magical tentacles toward Thon Lin, catching her off guard. She couldn't react in time, her eyebrows furrowed, eyes wide, mouth agape. Seeing the old monster's dark energy approaching to envelop her, Thon Lin panicked, grimacing and screaming at the top of her lungs. The white-haired, long-bearded monster pursed its lips, looking like a puckered vent, to launch the magical barrage. It rolled its eyes and rambled, I am the master of the Sea of Corpses, an entity born from countless lingering grievances. Give up your spiritual energy to your master, you miscellaneous spirit. Suddenly, Qin Van activated his fighting spirit, straightened his expression, and lunged to save Thon Lin, only to be spotted by the monster. It didn't even turn around, just gave a hum, then sneered. It glanced sideways, flicked its pitch-black, decaying finger toward the sky. Instantly, Qin Van's entire body was yanked upward, leaving him so shocked that his eyebrows knit together and his eyes widened. The old monster's finger pointed to the sky, and Qin Van's body flew upward, slamming into the ceiling with a loud crash. Debris rained down like a storm. Qin Van was stuck fast to the ceiling, frozen, his eyes wide as marbles. His mouth still felt the pain as he let out a, ugh. But how could the crazy old man let him off that easily? It flashed a sinister smile, triumphant, and flicked its finger in another direction. The devil pointed in a full circle around the room, dragging Qin Van to slam against every wall. He was like a puppet being teased by the monster, helpless to do anything but follow its command. Every time Qin Van flew, debris scattered everywhere. This room was a total wreck. Qin Van's face was covered in scratches, blood dripping everywhere. He was in so much pain he couldn't see straight, gritting his teeth and coughing. Small rocks constantly flew past his face. Suddenly, Ku Tauha lunged out from the small wooden puppet. She appeared looking as grumpy as if someone had just pooped on her head. Her mouth set in a grimace as she shouted. A moment later, she used her magic to launch a bunch of long chains, tightly binding the body of the mythical-grade spirit beast, causing it to freeze in surprise as if turned to stone. The brave little girl stood to the side, shouting, Release my master. But how could the monster be restrained by Tauha's chains? With a slight struggle, they snapped and flew everywhere, leaving the girl in disbelief as she shrieked, What? But then, the spirit beast turned to look at her and gave a sinister smile. It mocked her. This miscellaneous spirit is quite spirited. But immediately after, it laughed gleefully, raised its hand, and snapped its fingers. It kept muttering terrifying things. But you will pay the price for daring to touch my sacred body. As if you're worth anything, stop acting so high and mighty. No sooner had she said that than she saw Tauha get her arms severed by the old man. It happened so fast, she didn't even understand what had happened, just standing there with a blank, confused look on her face. Blood sprayed everywhere, looking horrific. A moment later, feeling the pain, Tauha looked up at the sky, her face twisting as she let out a loud cry. Qin Van, lying curled up on the ground in a corner, saw the scene and was absolutely furious but powerless to do anything. He tried to clench his hands to push himself up, his clothes in tatters, looking like a beggar, covered in blood. Now, if he just closed his eyes, he would look no different than a corpse. In the large room, the mythical-grade spirit beast stood nonchalantly with its hands behind its back, looking like a tyrant. It calmly watched Qin Van lying face down on the ground, surrounded by scattered rocks. Tao Ha sat in a pool of blood with her arms cut off, a pathetic sight. Now, only Thon Lin remained safe and sound, sitting alone in a corner. She witnessed her companions nearly dying, feeling 3 parts helpless and 7 parts furious. Her face scrunched up like a withered apple. Sweat poured down her face as she looked around, gritting her teeth, wanting to rush in and fight but unable to move. The monster thought Qin Van was about to die and would know his place, but no, he still tried to lift his bloodied face to give a grin, muttering, "Heh, looks like we messed with the wrong person." Seeing Qin Van still grinning, the monster took a step, moving toward him as he shook like a leaf, struggling to stand. The monster asked, "In this situation, you can still laugh? I'm starting to want to see you tremble in fear." Suddenly, at that moment, the library manager ran to the doorway and stuttered in panic. What the hell is going on?" His shout caused the giant monster to freeze for about 2 seconds. Seeing this giant old man suddenly appear in the restricted room, the library manager asked, his face a mix of 3 parts fear and 7 parts confusion. Who are you?" But instead of answering his question, the monster calmly turned to look at him and said, out of the blue, "So, it's you." The manager was completely lost, but jumped in fright. The monster raised its pitch-black hand toward the manager and rolled its eyes, smiling hauntingly, muttering, "I've always wanted to eat you." But when it reached out its hand and saw the man wasn't affected at all, the monster looked doubtful, its expression going blank. Meanwhile, the manager, who hadn't processed anything yet, stood there with his legs spread, looking confused. The monster then began to doubt itself. It lifted its hand, stared at it, and frowned, wondering what happened. It stood in the middle of the room, looking over at where the manager was standing, where a red line was glowing. It suddenly realized something, and wondered to itself, could it be because of that red line? What on earth did that 3-eyed guy do? Seeing it couldn't drag the person in, the monster moved leisurely, walking with a cold, haughty comment, "Fine, then I'll just have to go outside myself." The manager saw the monster walking toward him and was scared out of his mind, turning his butt around and running away, shouting out loud. But when the monster's foot got close to the red line, a glowing yellow wall of power appeared, pushing the spirit beast backward. The running manager saw this, startled, eyes and mouth wide open, looking back. Not only that, a barrage of dazzling golden power beams kept relentlessly flying toward the monster, forcing him to grimace and raise his hands to shield himself. Not understanding what was happening, the old man roared, asking what was going on. Jin Yun, watching from a distance, furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing something. He tried his best to lift his head toward Thon Lin and Tao Sha, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Get out of here now!" Upon hearing this, Thon Lin, Tao Sha, and Jin Yun all twisted their faces in frustration. Each of them gritted their teeth and used every ounce of their remaining strength to scramble outside as if being chased by dogs. Seeing that his prey was about to slip away, the aquatic spirit beast was startled, his eyes widening in shock. He raised his hand and yelled, "Mok Hu Thien all." But as luck would have it, only Thon Lin and Tao Sha managed to cross the red line in time, while Jin Yun was pulled back by the old monster's dark arts, causing him to fall, face first onto the ground, groaning in pain. Thon Lin and Tao Xia, standing outside, were left speechless and stunned. Seeing Jin Yun being dragged back by that old geezer, Thon Lin, worried and sweating profusely, shouted, "Fan Fu!" Tao Xia, the one-armed girl standing beside her, was just as distressed. She frowned deeply and cried out, "Master!" The monster used his magic to wrap tightly around Jin Yun, leaving him suspended in mid-air. While restraining him, he muttered. Mok Hu Thien grasped the situation quickly. "Don't you? To think you could think of a plan in such a short time." Seeing that his luck was as black as coal, Jin Yun grimaced and cursed under his breath. What a nuisance. Hearing himself called a nuisance, the monster glared at Jin Yun, retorting, "The one who is a nuisance is me, you fool. Even if you aren't an immortal, you're quite strong, aren't you?" That 3-eyed bastard. Hearing the old man's curses, Jin Yun stayed silent, not daring to argue. Suddenly, Jin Yun took the initiative to start a conversation, proposing a deal. Seeing him suddenly speak up, the old monster was surprised and confused, turning to look at him with a grunt. On the verge of meeting his ancestors, Jin Yun remained overly confident. He flashed a handsome smile, feigning calmness, and used a negotiating tone to demand from the monster. Mok Hu Thien said, "If I opened the seal, you would grant my wish. Is that offer still valid?" Not understanding what the brat was getting at, the old monster asked, "What proposal?" But Jin Yun, thick-skinned as a tire, shamelessly began to claim credit. "That's right. Isn't it because of me that you were able to get out?" But the hateful old man just smiled, 3 parts contemptuous and 7 parts smug, dismissing Jin Yun's words entirely. "How ridiculous. How could that be thanks to you? I was only testing your greed." Seeing that he couldn't negotiate with this stingy old man, Jin Yun just awkwardly kept his stiff smile and flattered him. "Makhu Thien certainly have many tricks up your sleeve. But inside," he thought, "he truly lives up to his name, as someone who has lived for 1,000 years. Seeing the guy smirking this whole time, the aquatic spirit beast smiled mysteriously and maliciously. Twirling one finger in the air, he droned, "How strange. Are you not afraid?" Or perhaps the monster asked him, "Are you confident you won't die?" The moment he finished, Jin Yun's arm was bent backward by the old demon, leaving him 3 parts surprised and 7 parts in agony. He widened his eyes and let out a grunt. Even though he was in excruciating pain, Jin Yun still kept a smile on his face. He replied, trembling, "For the moment you're wrong about the latter part." The monster, seeing Jin Yun still so calm, was infuriated. His eyes flared as he asked, "Makhu Thien have a high pain tolerance, don't you? Do you want me to rip your leg off too?" Jin Yun, still floating in the air, stared at the old monster with a nonchalant smile, replying as lightly as a feather, "That's no problem. However, if I die, you won't be able to get out of here." The aquatic spirit beast then lifted a hand to stroke his whiskers and let out a gentle, grandfatherly laugh. His mouth kept taunting Jin Yun, "Makhu Thien, mean to say, if I spare you, you'll help me get out? It seems that even though you're tough, you still value your own life, don't you?" But Jin Yun laughed indifferently, as if he didn't care about living at all, and answered the monster, "We're all human. We're all going to die eventually. Why bother cling to life?" Hearing this, the old monster curiously asked him back, "Then why did you beg me to spare your life?" Suddenly, Jin Yun wore a creepy Annabelle-like smile, and replied in a chilling tone, "Because I still have to kill someone." Hearing this, the aquatic spirit beast's eyes lit up like fireflies, and he laughed, baring all his teeth, asking, "Who do you want revenge on?" Suddenly, the old man turned around and walked away, ignoring Jin Yun, who was still floating behind him. Stroking his beard, he muttered, "Interesting. Makhu Thien only care about your own life?" Seeing that he might still be saved, Jin Yun replied quickly, "In this situation, keeping my life is precious enough." Seeing the old monster seemed satisfied with Jin Yun's answer, he suddenly turned back to look at him, gave a gloating smile, and complimented, "Makhu Thien were quick-witted, indeed." After that, the annoying old man snapped, his fingers snap, causing Jin Yun to fall face first to the ground. But at that moment, it seemed, the old man intended to spare his pathetic life. "Very well, I will make an exception for you." Jin Yun, having just landed, grimaced and used one hand to pop his joint back into place. Trying to catch his breath and realign his bones too fast, too dangerous, Jin Yun popped his bone with a crack, causing him to groan in pain. The monster stood towering in front of him, pursing his lips mockingly, and smirked, "Heh, brat." In his head, he thought, "At this rate, your arm is going to be crippled." Suddenly, Jin Yun cast a sideways glance behind him, sneaking a look at Thon Lin and Tao Xia, who were standing at the door. Kneeling before the old monster, he kept thinking to himself, "There is only one chance, even if it was just for a split second." Outside the door, both Thon Lin and Tao Xia were watching him intently, but suddenly, the voice of the aquatic spirit beast rang out, "Hey, Fan Fu." Hearing that voice, it sounded like he was about to go back on his word. Suddenly, the monster's magical tentacles wrapped around Jin Yun's body, causing him to jump to his feet. The cunning, treacherous monster raised a finger wreathed in dark magic, wore a crafty smile, and asked, "What reason do I have to make a deal with you?" He stood beside Jin Yun and smiled, maliciously, looking at his face, which was twisted and gritting teeth, and said mockingly, "I just need to control your body like this, and it will be enough." Realizing he couldn't fool this sly old fox and had been played for a fool, Jin Yun grimaced, smiled bitterly, and thought helplessly, "I've been tricked." He looked at the wrinkled face, laughing smugly, the finger constantly twirling, and couldn't help but talk to himself, "I can no longer trust humans. Even this spirit beast is untrustworthy. Perhaps because he has lived so long, he doesn't reveal any openings." At this point, Jin Yun was completely powerless. He narrowed his eyes and decided to give up, thinking, "This is it. Grandpa, perhaps I cannot avenge you." At that moment, at the entrance, 2 young women were gazing toward him, Thon Lin frowned in worry, her face filled with lingering fear, while Tao Xia couldn't hold back her emotions and looked as if she were about to cry. Jin Yun turned to look at them. The blood on his face didn't look painful at all. He smirked and laughed. Ha ha. He looked at them, tormenting himself. Why is it that in this moment I cannot get revenge? Deep down, he felt fierce. There were those who, even after death, became vengeful spirits to get revenge, like Thon Lin and Tao Xia. The two of them could only stand there, stunned, watching him fight alone. A question posed to himself. Why am I? Jin Yun spread his hand. A streak of purple energy gradually spread, as if he were lighting a nascent fire. At this moment, he seemed to awaken, pushing himself. Is it because I don't have enough resentment? His teeth clenched together, grinding with a creak. It seemed the time had come. He clenched his fist so tightly he felt his nails might tear his skin. Determined not to let himself be weak, he asked firmly, "How could that be?" Saying that, the purple magic immediately flew toward the spirit beast. The monster's eyes widened in surprise, his lips trembling. This brat you. His eyes at that moment burned like two blazing fires. The fury was clearly etched on his face. He raised his hand, channeling the magic toward the monster. He pushed harder, as if to prove the word enough didn't exist in his dictionary. He hardened his expression. Now, it felt as if a storm were rising within him. He gathered all his power and summoned. Oh, fury buried deep within my soul. Thon Lin was stunned by the sight before her and screamed. That is, she frowned, thinking about what strange phenomenon was taking place. The aura coalescing, was it even stronger than pure murderous intent? She couldn't believe her eyes. Only those who had reached the absolute peak could do such a thing. Submerged in an indescribable sense of grievance, Jin Yun, with that same furious expression, raised his hand. A purple stream of energy, laced with black, shot from his palm like a blade. What could that be? Is it Kia Kang? He broke into a cold sweat at the sight, but the color of it, Thon Lin's eyes widened, unable to hide her shock. Her voice escaped her involuntarily. Fam Fu. He returned to the battle, his eyes still burning with a fierce red glow. In the dim room, he had already braced himself, preparing for a fatal blow. He let out a low growl, then shouted, Void Moon Sword. A surge of power, reaching its peak intensity, lunged toward the spirit beast, causing the monster to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. The recoil of the move pushed him backward, his feet sliding across the floor until he had to plant one hand on the ground to steady himself. Is that all the power you have? It's nothing compared to this spirit beast. He had stood up at some point and was walking toward him. The arrogant tone he used earlier was still there. Why can you still control your body? Meanwhile, he continued to exert all his strength, aiming his strongest blade toward him. He muttered to himself, how strange. As his long, claw-like fingers rose, a massive, destructive surge of electricity radiated from them. He fell silent, then continued. However, he stood frozen for a moment, unable to predict the beast's next move. The old man sneered, interesting. At that moment, he retreated, while the spirit beast reached behind his back, summoning a sharp, pale white hand like ice. His mouth curled into a calculating grin, his face radiating an air of superiority. His hair and beard whipped around in the whirlwind he had created himself. He stated bluntly, I want to probe your body to find the answer. Hearing this, he realized his own limitations. Can I not bridge that gap? Even so, he glared at him, shouting at the top of his lungs. He was determined. I'll go until the very end. With that, he prepared to rush forward, but from somewhere, hands as red as fresh blood streaked past him, lunging forward. This caught his attention, and he looked over. More and more hands appeared from behind him, flying straight toward the spirit beast as if to tear him apart. The monster was stunned, not understanding what was happening. As he was attacked repeatedly by the blood hands, he became enraged. He hissed and cursed, Mok-Hu-Thien, filthy vermin. He hadn't even regained his composure when he saw a crimson robe fluttering in the chaos, making him gasp as he watched the red-robed figure controlling the blood streaks. Who else is there? He immediately realized it was Thon Lin. She was furious, crossing the red line and lunging at the vile old man. He was caught off guard by the sudden strike and fell backward. A few droplets of blood splattered on his cheek. Her voice was harsh and sharp. Pham Phu looked toward her, his face tightening. Then he shouted, Run! He looked at the girl before him, her face stained with streaks of blood. He was shocked for a moment, but quickly regained his senses. With that, he turned and ran toward the red line, leaving Thon Lin behind to struggle with the water spirit beast. Yet, he hesitated, stopping to look back over his shoulder. He wondered, why? As he looked at her, his mind was filled with unanswerable questions. Even if Thon Lin is my Shikigami, she shouldn't have to do this. Right now, she was still struggling with the cruel, wretched monster, which made him think even more about the reason behind her actions. Is it because she trusts me to avenge her? The boy immediately denied it. Push that thought away. That can't be it. He wouldn't let the thought rest and continued. Then why is she doing this? While he was still trapped in the chaos, the spirit beast suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Thon Lin by the throat. He growled, "I thought you were just an ordinary vermin, but I was wrong." She was being choked, her face contorting in discomfort. His eyes gleamed with triumph. "Just in time. I'm hungry." With that, he opened his mouth, and a wave of black smoke emerged, enveloping the woman's body as if to devour her whole. She, crushed by the old man's power, screamed in agony. Seeing that scene, he snapped out of his internal turmoil. Not anticipating that move, he was startled. Their eyes met. Seeing that he was still there, she muttered, "Why?" His hand tightened even more around her throat. She wasn't afraid of the beast. She was only afraid that he would be in danger, so she mustered her strength and shouted, "Run!" She looked at him desperately, her voice choked. "Hurry!" Seeing the fragile girl, struggling for life while still worried about him, he seemed to realize something. His eyes lit up instantly. He turned around, gritting his teeth in fury. He planted his feet back to find a firm stance. The beast wearing a human skin noticed him turning around and focused, his hand still gripping Thon Lin's throat tightly. He wanted to test something, so he raised 2 fingers and spun them around, creating a surge of purple energy. His expression was unreadable. It seemed like he was planning something. At this moment, not only the spirit beast but also Thon Lin turned to look at him. Confused, he asked, "What are you doing?" Not letting him continue, he pointed his fingers in one direction. The energy followed his command and shot straight toward it. Surprisingly, he aimed the metaphorical blade toward his own chest. His face remained emotionless because he knew what he was doing. Thon Lin was panicked, and the beast was furious. He scowled, teeth clenched, as if he had just committed a heinous crime. He wasn't doing any better. Blood poured from his mouth repeatedly, making it seem like he was about to meet the king of hell. Blood continued to gush out, yet his mouth curled into a smile full of twisted pleasure. He called out to him with difficulty, "Old man." It seemed he had achieved his goal. His 2 fingers remained buried deep in his chest, blood soaking a large area of his clothes. He whispered, "Makhuthin want to trap yourself in here forever, don't you?" As soon as he finished, he dug his hand deeper into his chest. As the blood sprayed out, his body swayed, about to collapse to one side. Seeing this, the spirit beast immediately released Thon Lin and lunged straight toward him. As he ran, he shouted, "No!" Suddenly, like something out of a romance movie, he used his hand to support his waist, gently gripping him to help him stand steady. He coughed weakly. "Ugh!" The old man grabbed his head and roared, "Mok Hu Thien bastard." But the old man had no idea that he had already slipped his other hand behind his back, preparing to deliver a palm strike. The beast was acting like a madman, trying to prop him up, but he had no good intentions. He thought to himself, "If he dies, I won't be able to get out of here." By now, he was no different from a demon about to reveal his true form, full of schemes. "I can't let." Before he could strike, his hand had quickly grabbed the beast's arm and pulled it out of his own body. The beast, lost in his cruel thoughts, never expected the target to strike first. He said calmly, "That's right," smiling mysteriously. He then mocked him, "Grabbing your hand was too hard." As the words left his lips, a purple light flared in the space, leaving the beast unable to react in time. "Don't tell me this guy." The old man finally realized he had been played. He did it on purpose, without another word. He used every ounce of his remaining strength to unleash his technique. At this moment, the spirit beast was surrounded by pitch-black energy, as if trying to crush his large body. He roared with intensity. He didn't realize he had been outplayed. "Indeed, this spirit beast always avoids me, so I can't use my technique." The technique that would make him unable to control his spirit energy accurately. His hand remained tightly gripped around the demon's wrist. His eyes were resolute. "This gamble was reckless, but I have won." The old man stared at him, furious that he couldn't just kill this brat to vent his anger. But how dared he? He understood that if he didn't have him, he wouldn't be able to get out. The beast couldn't let someone lowly insult him, so he used his hand to press his head down, his mouth spitting out foul words. "Mok Hu Thien, lowly insect." He slammed his head into the ground, causing a painful impact. He looked like a drug addict getting a fix, his face wearing a mocking grin, wanting to provoke him. The old man, now completely driven mad by him, used his hoarse, aging voice to growl continuously. He didn't stop, smashing his head down harder and harder. Each strike shattered the ground into pieces. He didn't seem to feel pain and just kept laughing like a madman. The old man was cursing intensely, but suddenly he paused. I will. He had been venting his anger on him, forgetting that he wasn't just fighting one person in this room. Blood hands lunged once more, grabbing him tightly. It was none other than Thon Lin. She, with an expression of pure murderous intent, had charged up from behind. Her hands controlled hundreds of blood hands lunging toward him. The spirit beast was now pinned in one spot, unable to do anything but curse. Makhuthian bastard. She didn't hold back, her female voice full of authority. Don't underestimate me. The beast was now flustered, not knowing which one to deal with first. Suddenly, looking at the one he was holding by the head, he heard a sound, a strange sound, and then very quickly, he let out a long laugh. He laughed like he had never laughed before. Ha 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 ha. The spirit beast looked at him, not understanding what kind of devil had possessed this madman. He continued to press his head down, wanting him to feel pain and stop laughing, but it seemed like he wanted to make the beast lose his mind. He just kept laughing hysterically. The vile old man, successfully driven by him, was terrified. His eyes opened wide, staring ahead, filled with deep resentment. In his mind, he was now surrounded by dozens of angry, "My throne." He released his hand from his head. He was still laughing, unable to stop, and utterly shocked. He was rightfully one of the 6 demons, looking straight into his contemptuous face and his demonic smile. He hid something he didn't want anyone to know, yet he felt afraid. This demon in human skin gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead, unable to believe his eyes. Against this mortal? Nosebleed, blood flowing from his mouth all over Mo Jung Ni-yoon's face, yet he still opened his mouth and laughed loudly with pleasure. In the surrounding dark space, there was only blood and more blood. Mo Jung Ni-yoon collapsed and lay flat on the floor, right next to the spirit beast, who was kneeling and watching him. His eyes gazed vaguely into the void. I am, after all, one of the 6 demons. Despite my situation, I still keep a smug smile on my face, which seems to drive that spirit beast completely insane. The creature is caught off guard by my taunting grin, its face twisting with rage and hatred. It gnashes its teeth, unable to believe that a powerful being could actually feel fear toward a lowly mortal like me. Impossible! This cannot be! The spirit beast erupts in a frenzy. It lunges to its feet, eyes glowing with murderous intent, crackling like electric sparks. It grabs Mo Jing-yoon by the head and roars. I have lived for thousands of years, striking terror into countless souls. How could I possibly fear the likes of you? The spirit beast unleashes all its power, its eyes glowing with a strange, unnatural light, as if charging up some unknown attack. It snarls, Makhuthian wretch. Makhuthian brought all of this upon yourself. Both are locked in a standoff. Mo Jing-yoon is held by one of the beast's hands, while his own hand grips the creature's wrist tightly, refusing to let go. A blue light erupts from the beast, aiming straight at Mo Jing-yoon. His eyes narrow in suspicion, wondering what trick the spirit beast will pull next. Thon Lin seems to realize something. She panics, sweat beading on her delicate face. Could it be? Is he planning to? The blue light suddenly pierces directly into Mo Jing-yoon's eyes and mouth. He struggles weakly against the intense invasion of the blue light emanating from the vicious creature. Thon Lin swings her red dress, rushing toward him and the beast, shouting, "No, stop it." She thinks to herself, "That spirit body. That's a soul-shifting technique. He's trying to possess a mortal body. That mortal stands no chance against a spirit beast." Noticing the yellow talisman pasted on the red door with the 2 characters for demon sealing, the beast's blue light is suddenly ripped away from Mo Jing-yoon's body. The spirit beast is caught off guard, and screams as the blue light turns back on itself, overpowering the creature. Caught in the confusion, Mo Jing-yoon hasn't yet regained his senses. He stares at the spirit beast, his eyes exhausted and drained of energy. It seems he has realized something. The spirit beast pulls back the blue light, staggering and unable to stand steady. With a voice filled with frustration, it demands, "Mo Jing-yoon, what? What was that just now?" Inside, that yellow talisman is still stuck to the door, marked with the words, "Demon Sealing." The spirit beast is livid. It covers its eyes with one hand, gritting its teeth, and roars, "That thing!" Mo Jing-yoon gasps for air after the recent confrontation, and asks suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" The beast suddenly spits out a black and purple fluid. Damn it! Damn it! It swings its claws at his hands, sending the fluid splattering everywhere. Mo Jing-yoon stares at the beast in horror. The creature growls in annoyance. Makhuthian. The spirit beast reveals its sharp, jagged teeth and yells, threatening him, "How dare you? How dare you do this to me?" Thon Lin and Mo Jing-yoon both look up, horrified by what is unfolding before them. Meanwhile, he remains calm, tracking the beast's next move. Bright, orange-yellow eyes glare down at Mo Jingyun. Its eyes are sharp, sparks of electricity flashing through them in an instant. The beast reveals its true form. A monster with a maw full of razor-sharp fangs, its eyes hungry, as if it wants to devour the person standing before it. It lunges at Thunlin and him, growling, "Mock Hu Thien dare force me into my true form?" The savage beast opens its massive, fang-filled mouth wide to intimidate him. "I will kill you in an instant." Suddenly, the beast freezes for a few seconds. If you were looking for a slip in rhythm, you'd find one, as it realizes Mo Jingyun is sitting there, hands outstretched, absorbing the purple energy. The beast is stunned, wondering, what is this? He's absorbing energy? But where is it coming from? After a moment of confusion, the creature realizes he is draining the purple mists from behind it, mists billowing intensely from the shards of the box behind the beast. It looks suspicious. The spirit immortal shards? The beast widens its eyes, sharp as daggers, looking at the shards. It has clearly realized the presence of deathly energy and flies into a rage, screaming, "Mok Hu Thien bastard! Don't tell me you've been!" Turning toward Mo Jingyun, who is still busy absorbing the energy, the beast continues to scream in fury. "Stop! Stop it right now!" The landscape painting, with the gold trim on a blue background, quickly sucks in the deathly energy. Suddenly, the painting flattens itself, as if someone is pulling it taut. The landscape at the bottom of the painting emits an abnormally blinding light. Amidst the ruins of the battle with the spirit beast, strings of white and blue energy suddenly lash out from the painting, frantically wrapping around the rampaging beast. Thon Lin remains where she is, and he is still absorbing the purple energy. Mo Jingyun puts all his effort into capturing the deathly energy, thinking triumphantly, "As I thought, if this is a treasure box used to seal a spirit beast, I suspect that by removing the evil energy, it can function again." My hunch was right. The spirit beast is entangled by the white and blue strings. It opens its mouth, sticks out its blue tongue, and eventually screams, "This pathetic sealing method. How could it possibly?" The sealing strings snap into pieces. Mo Jingyun and Thun Lin leap down from above, landing right on the beast, catching it completely off guard. Before the creature knows what's happening, both of them kick into its midsection, sending it reeling backward. At the same time, the painting releases dozens of sealing strings and drags it back into the frame. After the heavy kick, both he and Thon Lin watch to see if they have defeated it. The spirit beast, with eyes blazing, hangs its mouth open, frozen, unable to do anything else. Having survived the ordeal, Qing Ling, in her red attire and eyes cold as ice, softly bids the insane beast farewell. "Let's not meet again." Mo Jingyun finally manages to break into a smile, saying goodbye. The blue light seems to swallow the beast whole with incredible, ephemeral power. The creature is dragged back into the painting, screaming frantically. No light ring circles the drawing as the beast struggles and yells within the picture. It has been completely subdued. The blue background painting quickly rolls up and closes. The shards gradually fuse back together, forming the ancient box. The painting is now neatly rolled and lies still. The lid of the ancient box automatically snaps shut and locks. White mist surrounds the box mysteriously. The ancient box sits in its original spot, looking as if it had never been shattered into pieces at all. The hazy white smoke continues to float in the air. The scene slowly becomes silent. Mo Jingyun and Thun Lin watch quietly as the wooden box rests on the shelf. Both of them need to catch their breath after the brutal fight. His body begins to shake, uncontrollably. Honestly, Mo Jingyun, covered in blood, clutches his neck, thinking to himself, "That was close. I almost kicked the bucket." He sits down, exhausted, on the floor. Thon Lin lies nearby in her eye-catching red outfit, and before them, the ancient box lies perfectly still. Mo Jingyun's face begins to show cracks, like a broken glass. Thon Lin seems to notice something wrong. She calls out to him. Worried. Mortal? She thinks to herself, why is his skin cracking like that? The cracks appear more frequently and grow larger, and from behind those cracks, a strange light begins to emanate. Before her is his somber back, with clouds of multicolored energy swirling around him. The energy grows more intense, rising into the air and radiating powerfully. Thon Lin gasps, looking up at Mo Jingyun's back. Is he undergoing a rebirth? This is a simulation of a human being surrounded by colorful energy, a complete rebirth when one breaks through to the absolute peak and reaches enlightenment to touch the transformation realm. The Ren and Du meridians are opened. The figure clenches his fists, the energy growing stronger and stronger. At this moment, That person can control an amount of energy far more terrifying than ever before. Thon Lin feels satisfied, her eyes half open. She smiles contentedly. Rebirth is the sudden restructuring of the body to adapt to a new realm, but this usually only happens when one breaks through to the transformation realm. Mo Jingyun's face is now covered in deep, wide cracks. His hair is blown back as if by a strong wind. The swirling energy makes him appear even more powerful. To Thon Lin, it seems he hasn't just broken through to the transformation realm. He is self-evolving, to absorb the evil energy of the spirit beast. Mo Jingyun sits on the floor, legs bent, both hands resting on his thighs. His long hair stands on end, fluttering. His eyes cast a brilliant, deep blue light. The colorful energy radiating throughout his body makes it look like he has fully mastered that power. Thon Lin's weary eyes quietly watch Mo Jingyun. How strange. He is following a completely different path from everyone else. Perhaps a master of a completely different form is being born right before my eyes. His hair gradually settles back down as usual. Mo Jingyun has returned to normal, but his eyes look more unfocused than ever before. He looks at his open hand, watching the currents of energy radiating from it. Mo Jingyun clenches his hand into a fist. So relieved. Is this the legendary peak realm? He kneels, staring at his tightly clenched fist. All the pain is completely gone. My strength is gradually returning too. I feel like I've gotten stronger. Should I call this luck? But Mo Jingyun's eyes are filled with doubt and sorrow. Stronger, huh? In his memory, Zhao Yigong once stood with his arms crossed and said, "Mok Hu Thin. Have you heard? Is there anyone who can tame a spirit beast as a familiar?" Mo Jingyun replied timidly, "Yes." Zhao Yigong maintained his stern posture. I don't know who you heard that from." In the old, dark, and damp warehouse, Mo Jingyun sits cross-legged on the floor, while Mu Mok Hu Thientian sits beside him, sleeping, but his head was hanging toward the ground. Across from them, Zhao Yichang Giakong stood with one foot propped against the wall, arms crossed, leaning back in a relaxed posture. Yet, that wasn't impossible. After all, two others had already done it. Before them stood a man in white robes with long hair and a white beard. The other was bald, wearing a large bead necklace around his neck and holding a staff. This occultist looked a bit like a monk. Zhao Yichang Kong began to talk about the occultists. I wouldn't believe it either, but they truly exist. Occultists who can capture spirit beasts to serve as familiars are all revered as gods, those who have broken through to the divine occult realm. Ma Qinvan listened intently to Zhao Yichang Nia Kong's explanation. Mok Hu Thin don't need to worry about them, because they are existences that belong to the realms beyond. Besides, from the very beginning, one of them was Simi No. Anyway, Mok Hu Thin just need to know that much. Mok Qinvan looked at his own hands. He gave a satisfied smile. Perhaps it's still a long way off. Thon Lin, lying on the ground, suddenly called out, "Pham Phu." Mok Qinvan startled, turning his head to look at her. His sharp gaze seemed to realize something. Thon Lin's hand was slowly cracking. Those fragments began to float away. Her beautiful face, with its crimson lips, also began to show more large cracks. Purple death energy quickly flew out of Thon Lin's body. Mok Qinvan was dazed, then stunned by the sight before him. Thon Lin, in her alluring red outfit, lay on the ground, her eyes staring vaguely into the void, her mouth slightly parted. The cracks on her body grew larger and larger. Black droplets of blood floated upward. Mok Qinvan stood right beside her, his gaze filled with affection as he watched Thon Lin. She lay there motionless, her long blonde hair gently spread across the floor, her body exhausted and her face deathly pale. Mok Hu Thien've been reborn. It's fascinating. Even if you don't look all that different. Thon Lin's body gradually faded. Her spiritual energy and fragments of her body slowly floated into the air. Breaking through to the transformation realm in 2 years is possible for you. Mok Qinvan stood frozen, yet maintained his composure. Thon Lin's spiritual energy is fading. Mok Qinvan looked gently at the person before him with a sympathetic gaze, his lips pressed tightly together. Meanwhile, Thon Lin's body gradually lost its spiritual energy. This master ended up like this because I tried to save you. Mok Hu Thin don't need to pity this master. This master did not do that to hear a thank you. Spiritual energy emitting a soft blue light floated before Mok Qinvan. His gaze was sad. Why did you help me, Thon Lin? The cracks grew larger, but Thon Lin kept her cold, sharp eyes. She was strangely calm. If you die, everything will be over, won't it? This master had no other choice. Don't tell me you're sad because I'm about to disappear. Thon Lin's spiritual energy floated before Mok Qinvan. His eyes were full of doubt. Disappear? The blonde hair fell across Thon Lin's beautiful face. Her red eyes were half closed. Her mouth moved as the cracks grew wider. From those cracks, spiritual energy and black liquid surged out powerfully. Mok Hu Thien, don't need to be sad. I know you're not sad anyway, but there is one thing. Promise this master one thing. Her eyes were now tightly shut. Tears streamed down her eyelashes. Mok Hu Thien must take revenge. Save that for after Thon Lin recovers, Mok Kin Van said, sitting beside her and taking her hands to comfort her. Thon Lin suddenly opened her eyes wide, full of suspicion. Huh? Mok Kin Van gripped her hands tightly, his eyes looking as if he were trying to do something. A surge of demonic energy from his body flooded the space, transferring directly into Thon Lin's body while she lay on the ground. Incredibly surprised by his actions, his hands were tightly interlaced with Thon Lin's. She was very surprised by Mok Kin Van's move. He intends to share his remaining demonic energy with me? With such a large amount of demonic energy and such high purity, not only will I be able to recover quickly, Thon Lin's golden hair fluttered like a flame. Her fair skin glowed, and the fragments of her body, in that soft, vibrant red dress, swayed in the wind. Thon Lin's complexion now brimmed with new life. Her shimmering eyes opened wide in amazement. The demonic energy Mok Kin Van transferred to her was now stronger than ever. The energy shifted from dark purple into vibrant, multicolored streams surrounding her. So, this demonic energy not only saved her, but also allowed her to break through to the blue spirit realm. Red blood splattered in the air, wrapping around Thon Lin's soft, jade-like hands. She arched her back as if wanting to fly up amidst the chaos of the red demonic energy. Her indifferent lips were truly enough to make anyone's heart flutter. Her delicate face, paired with sharp, cold eyes, she turned and stood up, her red robe fluttering. Thon Lin had fully recovered. She was extremely startled, touching her own hands. What is this? It seems I wasn't the only one who got lucky. Mok Kin Van stood beside her, slightly smirking. That smug look of his appeared again as he remembered an ancient book. In the Yin-Yang School's manual, it is written that blue spirit is a realm where spiritual power almost takes physical form, surpassing both illusion and hallucinatory perception. The monster with blue eyes opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp, serrated teeth. It didn't look like any species found before. Could this be the blue spirit that Mok Kin Van mentioned? A calamity no less dangerous than a demonic beast, he thought to himself. Could this be called a fated encounter? Happiness showed clearly on Thon Lin's beautiful face. She stared at her hands, which were surrounded by demonic energy, unable to look away. Mok Kin Van stood behind Thon Lin with a stern expression. Now, tell me. She was startled by his request. Her eyes opened wide in surprise, with a bit of panic, causing a few drops of sweat to linger on her forehead. Mok Kin Van leaned close to Thon Lin's face. She shyly raised her hand, biting her red sleeve as sweat began to pour down even more. He maintained his teasing expression. What was it Thon Lin said just now? Take revenge, was it? Mok Kin Van didn't stop teasing Thon Lin. But now I should call you Blue Spirit, shouldn't I? She quickly retorted. Just call me by my normal name, he continued to tease her. It seems Thon Lin really likes the name I gave you. Thon Lin and Mok Kin Van stood facing each other. She suddenly lunged at him, wanting to punch him out. From just a moment ago, the two of them looked like they were playing around in front of Q Tao Ha. The little girl, who seemed to have been standing there for a long time, spoke softly, her voice trembling. Master. Thon Lin and Mok Kin Van suddenly turned to look at Q Tao Ha, whose bandaged body was shaking, with a few chains wrapped around her neck, her hands already severed, her eyes welling up with grievances. Q Tao Ha suddenly regained a cheerful mood, her golden eyes shining bright like the sun. Phew. Pham Phu, do you have any more demonic energy? Duongvu Nguyen's arm waved at Mok Kin Van. Mok Hu Thiener's subordinate will be here waiting. Mok Kin Van turned to leave. Mok Hu Thien looked so happy, huh? Thon Lin followed him through the air. Behind them, Duongvu Nguyen stood right by the gate, waving his hand happily. Remember to come pick up your subordinate. He wore a vest revealing his shoulders. In his hair was a hairpin, and between his brows was a mole, along with a thick beard. He was happily waving his hand. It seemed Q Tao Ha had possessed and taken over his body. No wonder he's so happy. Tu Ha has also been promoted, and she even got herself a new body. Mok Kin Van and Thon Lin both stood watching Q Tao Ha, who was sitting contentedly amidst the surrounding demonic energy. Originally, the 6 spirits had almost reached the blue spirit level, so when the spiritual demonic energy penetrated, Tu Ha's realm was also elevated. Afterward, Tu Ha had chased down and suppressed Duongvu Nguyen, who intended to activate the mechanism trap. Kui Tao Ha's face was full of mischief. The little girl's eyes glowed bright blue. She quickly launched a series of chains, pulling the panicked Duongvu Nguyen inside, and then possessed his body. That was why Tu-ha was so happy. Mok Kinvan turned his head to tease the little girl. But it seems what makes Tu-ha happiest is getting to read so many martial arts manuals, right? Because you were both martial artists once. Is that why? Thunlin also sighed. So gross! Duongvu Nguyen heard this and turned around, smiling shyly with a bashful gesture like a young maiden. Mok Kinvan glanced at them triumphantly. Let's go! Duongvu Nguyen smiled mischievously, carrying a stack of books, but perhaps having just discovered something. In the dim, flickering space, with his hands still clutching the stack of books, Duongvu Nguyen walked past the gate and suddenly stopped. Beyond the door he had just passed was a strange box. The ancient box was placed neatly on an intricately carved shelf in the middle of a large room. Outside the door, Duongvu Nguyen was peeking into the place where the box was kept. After the chaotic battle, the box was still placed neatly, as if no conflict had ever occurred. The little girl was also surprised, unable to believe her eyes. It's miraculous. He really went back there. Is the fairy spirit wood really the power of an immortal? Remembering the scene before, the three of them, Mok Kinvan, Thun Lin, and Q Tao Ha, had once surrounded the ancient box. He hesitated. Perhaps I should leave this thing here for a while. The little girl found it strange. Mok Hu Thien aren't planning to eat it? Mok Kinvan gently explained to her, if we eat it now, I'm afraid it will cause trouble. It's best not to touch it. If anyone comes in here or comes looking, let me know. Q Tao Ha's expression was a bit strange, her eyebrows knitted together as if she were pondering Mok Kinvan's words. Duongvu Nguyen stood towering at the door of the room containing the wooden box. The little girl couldn't help but be curious. Even though the master said that, I'm so curious. Why would the master leave such a dangerous thing here? In the end, what is the three Na that the old spirit beast mentioned planning? In the gloomy shadows, a nameless figure gradually reveals a bizarre, ferocious face with three blood-red eyes, and a strange, sinister aura begins to envelop him. In the darkness, with only the corridor and flickering lights visible, Duongvu Nguyen grits his teeth and leans his chin on a stack of books, struggling to suppress his own curiosity, clutching the stack of books as he walks hurriedly forward. Whatever. Forget it. Under the bright, clear sun, a desolate, dark mountain region is illuminated. Dense green trees grow everywhere, and hazy smoke drifts from the mountain into the air. In the sky, an assassin wearing a hood, covering his face, leaving only his eyes visible, and dressed in night-crawling gear, lets out a sigh. A bit late, isn't it? Recalling the words of the Mok Hu Thieng lady, he breaks out in a cold sweat. Even the Mok Hu Thieng lady said he would arrive late, but this is far too late. Could something have gone wrong? He hurriedly turns to leave. I must go check. Just as he turns, Mok Kinvan stands right beside him. Have you been waiting long? The assassin, facing Kinvan, stumbles in confusion. Actually, no. Mok Kinvan is standing tall with a powerful demonic aura surrounding him. The assassin is struck with fear. What is this? Before he entered the secret treasury, I could clearly feel he was only at the first-rate level. How now? Mok Kinvan stands with his hands behind his back, his face cold, his eyes sharp and full of confidence. Coupled with such a powerful demonic aura, it terrifies the assassin. Why can I feel absolutely nothing now? The assassin's feet quickly turn to leave, but he still stands there, fearful. Even though he's right in front of me, I can't sense his aura at all. What on earth did he enlighten himself with in there? Mok Kinvan turns away, quickly telling him, let's go. His long hair flies in the wind, accompanied by that confident gaze. The assassin is wary. It seems the final hurdle is hard to predict. The moon has risen high. The full moon is brighter than usual. The trees have sunk into the night, and the moonlight shines down on the lake within the city, with only a few places still lit. The scene is like a painting in the dark, quiet night. Feet step lightly. One hand of the man wears many iron rings, his waist is bound tight with a belt, and the other hand holds a bottle of wine. This man is tall, looking very imposing, with black hair, a strange beard, and eyebrows that look quite aggressive. This is one of the five kings, the Thunder Fist King, Nguyen Bin Hoc. His sharp eyes dart across the gloomy space in the courtyard. Nguyen Bin Hoc stands towering by the river, clicking his tongue. The manner of the Am sect, one of the three great sects. Every time I come here, I feel so gloomy, it's truly uncomfortable. A figure gradually appears behind him and laughs gleefully. Ho ho ho, you've arrived? It's been about 2 months since our last talk, hasn't it? Nguyen Bin Hawk glances back, his eyes still cold and sharp. Long time no see, sect master of the Am sect. The man steps out slowly, his face chalky white, with 2 red dots on his cheeks and red lips like a Japanese geisha. This is the Thien Dia Hoi, one of the 3 great sects. Under the bright moon, Nguyen Bin Hawk and the sect master of the Am sect stand in the courtyard and exchange a few words. Mak Hu Thien, we're still wearing the human skin mask? The sect master laughs. Ho ho ho, don't you know that's the law? Nguyen Bin Hok frowns, his eyes becoming guarded. Yes, I know. The sect master turns around, holding the mask he usually wears. However, one still cannot identify his true face. Nguyen Bin Hok understands that law. The Am sect is the organization responsible for intelligence and gathering information. Therefore, the only one who knows the gender and true appearance of the Am sect master is the association leader. Even though he knows this, he cannot help but feel uneasy. The sect master's hands clasp together in a royal Japanese greeting. With a look of extreme malice, the sect master speaks to him. What business does the Fist King have coming here? Nguyen Bin Hawk quickly grabs the bottle of wine. The bottle is placed right on the table, to the surprise of the Am sect master. Before that, please accept a little Trang Nguyen Hong. Trang Nguyen Hong is one of the famous wines of Tu Hong Shao, ranked equally with Nu Ni Hong, also called a precious brew. The sect master widens his knife-sharp eyes. Is this a bribe? Inside the dark stone cave, thousands of yellow charms are tied to a red string. The strings overlap, covering the entire cave. A terrifying face gradually emerges. Nguyen Bin Hawk's eyes show no fear. His teeth are gritted tightly, letting out harsh words. This final hurdle depends on you, sect master. The Am sect master proudly bows his head and chuckles slightly. Heh, the quiet moonlit night Nguyen Bin Hok and the sect master of the Am sect meet privately outside the pavilion. Nguyen Bin Hawk speaks up. This final hurdle, Bin Hawk. He pauses slightly, then continues. Depends on you, sect master. Opposite him, the Am sect master smiles lightly. Huh, you mean you want me to yield a disciple to you? Bin Hawk is startled. His eyes are slightly flustered. The Am sect master raises a hand to cover his mouth, his eyes looking extremely calm, yet one can still see the smugness in his words. I'm sorry, but I must decline, because I have my own matters to attend to. Nguyen Bin Hawk's gaze is contemplative. The light falls diagonally across his face, highlighting his coldness. Nguyen Bin Hawk still stands opposite him, his expression full of shock, seemingly placed on the defensive by the sect master. The sect master turns his back and faces him, still maintaining that dignified air. However, the Am sect master glances at the wine bottle, saying meaningfully, having received such precious wine, it's hard for me to refuse the Fist King's request outright. So, assuming there's no conflict regarding the disciples, I will accept your request. Nguyen Bin Hok's face appears under the blue light, creating a cold sensation. He must have many calculations and suspicions. He wants me to speak first? So be it, since I am the one asking him. In his head, he can't help but picture Ngim Vu Hung. I am aiming for the child of the Bekan sect, he thinks to himself. To master my ultimate technique, one needs a sturdy body. Nguyen Bin Hok remembers the scene from before. His disciple had collapsed on the floor, his arm clutching his waist, his whole body trembling, his face distorted, screaming in pain. Nguyen Bin Hok, sitting behind him, had panicked and supported his disciple's body. Chan Nguyen Fish Lich Fist, my sect's exclusive martial art, requires complex movements. My disciple became disabled from practicing it. The Am sect master's lips smile slightly, not revealing his eyes. He raises a hand to cover his mouth with an enigmatic expression, as expected. If that's the case, his attitude changes suddenly. He quickly clasps his hands together as if happy, his face radiant with a bright smile. The sect master is smug and satisfied. How fortunate. I actually want that young girl more. The two are standing opposite each other. Nguyen Bin Hok suspiciously thinks immediately of the appearance of Mak Hoa Lan, the girl with hair longer than her shoulders in a fiery orange color, a strong, resilient stance. The young girl is from the Mao Hoa Ban sect? The sect master covers his mouth and smiles enigmatically. That's right, Nguyen Bin Hok, standing opposite, hurriedly puts his hands on his hips. Between the two, the bottle of Trang Nguyen Hong is placed neatly on the small wooden table. That's good then. I want the young boy from the Bekan sect. Thank you, sect master, for accepting my request. The Am sect master laughs loudly and amusedly. Ho ho ho, it's nothing. Nguyen Bin Hok narrows his serious eyes, looking at the sect master. As expected, he wants that child. But it's a pity. Because the Valley Master of Cheoam Valley also wants that child. An image of a beautiful woman playing a pipa lute amidst hazy light and ethereal energy appears. A pink silk veil swirls around her, creating a mysterious beauty. Nguyen Bin Hawk bows his head, looking thoughtfully at the sect master. Sect master of the Am sect. You're going to have a headache soon. He clasps his hands in a bow. Then I shall take my leave. At the same time, in another pavilion, Mak Hoalan's small ears twitch slightly when she hears some noise. Mak Kin Van sits on a chair opposite Mak Hoalan, who is kneeling on the floor. She turns her head, suspicious. What is it? My ear suddenly felt itchy. Mak Kin Van casually asks, itchy ear? She is slightly confused and answers, no. Returning to the moment, Mak Hoalan asks, but why did you call me here? Mak Hoalan's eyes glance up at Mak Kin Van, filled with suspicion and worry, to the point of sweating. It's the middle of the night. What could it be? Mak Kin Van sits majestically, with his legs up on the wooden chair, his left arm resting lightly on the backrest. He teases her. Can you spare this night for me? Mak Hoalan is surprised, using her hands to cover her body defensively, her eyes wide, her cheeks blushing as she yells, Spare what? She is shocked. Sweat falls on her small face, her eyes wide as she falls into chaotic thoughts. Middle of the night, calling me over and asking me to spend the night? As expected of him, Mak Kin Van flashes a friendly smile with a sincere gaze. No longer the cunning look from before. He calms Mak Hoalan down. That's right. Can you spar with me tonight? Mak Hoalan sits down, exhaling in relief. The atmosphere is no longer suffocating and seductive. Sparring. Huh. Mak Kin Van answers. Yeah. I want to stretch a bit to prepare for the final hurdle tomorrow. Mak Hoalan shyly bows her head, her face still blushing, sweat lightly dotting her skin. She is relieved to realize, oh, so that's it. How could that guy see me as a woman? She looks at him suspiciously again. But sparring, huh? Although it's a bit sudden, Mak Hoalan's eyes gradually become sharp and burning. Her brows knit slightly as if showing a determination for revenge. Actually, I also want to get even. Mak Kin Van smiles slightly at her thought. Mak Hoalan thinks carefully. Before, because I was too focused on suppressing, I was pushed back. But if I use a killing blow this time, things will be different. If I take the opportunity to target his opening, Mak Kin Van speaks up. Mak Hu Thien eyes are full of ambition, aren't they? Mak Hoalan is startled and panicked because the person opposite her has figured out her thoughts. Oh, is that so? He stood up, steadying himself, his expression still full of cockiness. Keep trying to kill me then. Meanwhile, when Mo Hualan realized he had seen through her thoughts, she recoiled, startled by him standing up. Mo Jingyun did a few warm-up exercises while she watched him warily. If you can suppress me, I'll provide the antidote. Mo Hualan couldn't believe her ears. Are you serious? He held up a finger, swearing with a look of extreme confidence. Yes, I promise. While he was still swearing with his finger raised, Mo Hualan quickly launched an attack on Mo Jingyun before he could even finish his sentence. If you can suppress me, then... Instantly, Mo Jingyun's finger tapped directly against Mo Hualan's throat while she was still holding her blade. Mo Hualan froze as his finger touched her neck, her panicked expression standing in stark contrast to Mo Jingyun's arrogant gaze. He withdrew his finger, and Mo Hualan started, bringing her hand up to clutch her throat. Why are you so scared? Mo Jingyun took the finger he had just touched her throat with and ran it across his tongue. He teased her smugly, a bit too slow. Then, he quickly clenched his fist, showing his determination. Under the moonlight, Mo Jingyun looked at his own hand, satisfied. Also, Mo Jingyun recalled a warning from Master Ling. Don't be complacent. Even though you've shed the label of a green rookie, reaching the threshold of the super supreme realm and fully mastering it are two completely different things. His eyes grew contemplative. I know. And above all, I have always viewed martial arts as a tool for revenge. Black demonic energy radiated and rose from Mo Jingyun's hands. I have always viewed martial arts as a tool for revenge, but now I can feel a completely different emotion. A night sky, blood red and pitch black, swirled with these evil, demonic energies. A strange red light washed over Mo Jingyun's face, distorting everything. His blazing red eyes were intensely focused on the palm of his hand, his mouth curled into a bewitching smile. I want more. I want to test this further, but amidst the demonic energy radiating from him, Mo Hualan felt a hint of shock and a sense of loss. It seems the person before me has changed completely. Mo Hualan stood there, unable to look away from Mo Jingyun. The demonic energy continued to spread throughout the space. He looked calm, but his inner self was full of conflict. Not long ago, I thought there wasn't much difference between him and me, but now, I feel a wall rising up between us. Mo Jingyun stood arrogantly, arms spread wide as if controlling the demonic energy swirling around his body. Beneath the blood-red sky, his face showed pure satisfaction, his eyes shimmering with a red light, almost crazed. Mo Hualan stared at him, stunned. An existence that makes me feel terror a monster. The next morning, the opening day of the final gate of the Thi Huyet Kak. As the sun rose high, thousands of people in the capital bustled in and out like a festival. The sounds of laughter and chatter were deafening. The atmosphere was vibrant. Outside the city gate, the master of Thi Huyet Kak and several bodyguards hovered around to protect him. He paused, tilting his head to examine the scene warily. Sunlight shone through the tiled roof of the fortress, directed at the stream of people moving forward. Among them was someone who looked very familiar. Looking closely, it was actually the sect master of the Amtong. Today, he's even added orange to his sharp eyes. Isn't that the Amtong sect master? He walked past the master of Thi Huyet Kak with a dignified, majestic air. Even though he looked different than before, it was definitely him. But why would the sect master come here? He never attends these kinds of events. A woman in a purple dress embroidered with flowers was entertaining guests with a few tunes on her pipa. The moment the sound rang out, the bodyguards of the Thi Huyet Kak master clutched their ears in panic. Nguyen Bin Hoke sat with his arms crossed, beginning to look weary. Ugh, it's starting already. Beside him, the Amtong sect master found it amusing, covering his mouth to hide a laugh. Ho ho ho. The woman played the music happily, but this kind of sound was truly ear-splitting and jarring. Scores of people in the capital panicked, clutching their ears, and the master of Thi Huyet Kak was no exception. That harlot is here. The master of Shu Am Kok, Hang Nuok Luong. Hang Nuok Luong, dressed in a gorgeous purple outfit, her long hair flowing gracefully in the wind. Her hands plucked the pipa with great expertise. However, the sound emitted was truly piercing, enough to make any listener fearful. This beautiful face really matched the purple eyeshadow well. Her slender fingers plucked each string of the pipa, looking incredibly alluring. The bodyguards of the Thi Huyet Kak master bowed their heads, clutching their ears. He trembled as if in fear. Ack. Ugh. Ugh. The master of Thi Huyet Kak stood right next to her. That bad habit of hers really can't be kicked, can it? The master of Thi Huyet Kak recalled an image of Hang Nuok Luong with an arrogant expression, her hands clutching her pipa, never letting it go. Beside her, the vice president was reminding her of something. That woman always channels sound techniques into her music to cause chaos. Even the vice president has warned her to pay attention. Yet she wouldn't listen. Hang Nuok Luong wore a confident smile, her eyes closing slightly. Her hands swept across the strings, and the sound like a thunderclap quickly spread all around. Let me stir up the atmosphere a bit. The sound reached the ears of a bodyguard. He clutched his ears and collapsed, his head hitting the ground, unable to say a word. Arg. Ugh. The master of Thi Huyet Kak had no other choice. He swung his hand to grab the sword at his hip, preparing to launch a strike to take her down. There's no other way. I'm forced to. A man in brown boots stepped forward. He shouted loudly, "That's enough, Master Hang." Tun Dan, with a fierce face and a massive sword on his back, stood right behind Hang Nuok Luong. She was in the middle of playing, but suddenly startled. Hang Nuok Luong's face showed a bit of fear. She watched Tun Dan warily. Mok Huthin were here, too? Tun Dan? Tun Dan was walking up the stairs. Am I not allowed to come here? Hang Nuok Luong, therefore, trailed after him. That's not what I meant. Tun Dan had already sat down in his assigned seat. Hang Nuok Luong was put in a passive position. She stood behind him, looking at Tun Dan. He quickly tried to appease her. Go settle into your seat. Because of you, the Thi Huyet Kak master can't start the opening ceremony. Hang Nuok Luong was terrified, her face beaded with sweat. She quickly clicked her tongue. Ch. Hang Nuok Luong slumped onto the ground. Her face was panicked and extremely frightened because Tun Dan's sword was pinned deep into the floor just an inch away. Any closer, and her life might have been taken. The master of Thi Huyet Sok remembered that moment. Tun Dan had once had a conflict with the master of Chioam Kok and had almost chopped her head off. To her, Tun Dan was nothing short of a natural predator. On the row of seats reserved for the opening ceremony participants, they sat solemnly from left to right. Nguyen Bin Hoke, Tun Dan, the Amtong sect master, and Hang Nuok Luong. The master of Thi Huyet Kok was still reflecting, but it's really suspicious. Tun Dan already has enough outstanding disciples, doesn't he? Yet, today, he actually has the interest to come here? A young man with long hair tied up high looked quite surprised by something unfamiliar. The other young man standing right beside him also cast a glance over. Wow, look! That's still the row of seats for the opening ceremony participants. All 4 of them are sitting up straight. They look so authoritative. The young man exclaimed in surprise. Not only are there 2 martial kings, but the Amtong sect master and the Xiao Am Kok master have come too. Are they targeting some talent here? The master of Tihuyet Kok approached the chair Tun Dan was sitting in. He clasped his hands and bowed. Tun Dan, seeing you here is a true honor. Tun Dan sat with his arms crossed, nodding slightly. Long time no see, master of Tihuyet Kok. The master of Tihuyet Kok clasped his hands and greeted. I didn't think you would come here today. Tun Dan said sonorously. Everything has a reason. The master of Tihuyet Kok found it strange. A reason? Tun Dan's eyes grew thoughtful, as if he had just realized something. Among the participants lining up in front, Tun Dan noticed 2 people in the middle who were the most prominent and brilliant. They had distinguished themselves from the rest. Tun Dan was furious. He breathed heavily. Ha, he thought to himself. Really? I thought he was dead. That was the handsome face of Mo Jingyun. He offered a friendly, challenging smile. Tun Dan was agitated, his teeth grinding together as he seethed. He felt like he was going crazy when he realized Mo Jingyun still dared to come here and participate. I didn't expect him to still be alive like this. He remembered back then, he was so angry that he shouted at his disciple, What? Mok Hu Thien say you were defeated by whom? Tell me clearly so I can hear it. The disciple who was shouted at was terrified and stammered. If this disciple hadn't been careless, I could have won. Tun Dan didn't care about that. He asked again, That's not what I mean. Mok Hu Thien said his name was what? The disciple, still not fully recovered, replied, His name is Mo Jingyun, sir. Now, Mo Jingyun had actually appeared squarely in front of him, leaving him unable to hide his astonishment. He is still alive? Tun Dan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. I thought that even if he could practice the moon pulse sword technique, it would be hard for him to survive the Tihuyet Kok. It seems it wasn't a waste of time all these years for me to complain that the moon pulse had ended. It seems the heavens have had mercy. Returning to the memory, Tun Dan asked his disciple, But why were you fighting with each other? The disciple, looking foolish and worried, replied, That this disciple didn't know he was entering the selfless realm, so I intended to touch him. Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched in the head by Tun Dan. He quickly begged for forgiveness. Master, please forgive this disciple. Tun Dan's response was even angrier. Shut your mouth. Ending the flashback, Tun Dan was still constantly calculating. He's not only still alive, but he also made it through the final gate of the Tihuyet Sok. He looked closely at Mo Jingyun's calm face, and silently valued him highly. As expected, this kid is a very different child. Suppose, if he shows me he is qualified, even if the other leaders object vehemently, I will still take that righteous kid as my disciple. Tun Dan thought to this point, and involuntarily broke into a rogue-like smile. He continued to notice another face. So the person Tun Dan had just seen was Mu Hutian. He was a bit surprised. That kid is still alive too? Actually, I could have guessed that, because he has a natural talent for martial arts, but I didn't expect him to endure until the final gate. Moreover, perhaps because he had to go through so many hardships, his gaze looks much steadier now. Sun Yin felt a bit pleased. Mu Yuetian's decision to come here was truly the right one. Unconsciously, his aura shifted slightly. I'm very much looking forward to seeing the outcome of this final trial. At this moment, the Blood Trial Valley Master began to speak. Very well, the final trial shall now commence. From this point on, the Blood Trial Valley Master declared. Everyone suddenly noticed something. It was a matchup board. A tournament bracket was brought out by 2 blood trial disciples. Mu Yuetian quickly concluded. So, the final trial is the blood trial. Valley Master looked at the expressions of the participants. It seemed everyone had already realized it. The final trial of the Blood Trial Valley, he emphasized, is a martial arts tournament. The Blood Trial Valley Master continued to explain. The students have already proven their limits through the previous trials, which is why you are all standing here today. And this final trial is your opportunity to showcase your potential before the judges present here. Following the direction the Blood Trial Valley Master indicated, everyone indeed saw the faces of the judges. The Blood Trial Valley Master added, The winner of this final trial will have the chance to be chosen by a master, to mentor them in the future. Hearing this, those below couldn't help but look at each other and whisper, Does that mean one can become a disciple of the 5 kings, or the sect masters? That's insane. The Blood Trial Valley Master ignored the chatter below and left them with one concise sentence. I wish for you to fight with all your might and claim victory. The students below had mixed expressions. Some were excited, others worried. As for Mu Yuetian, he was thinking, I don't need to choose anyone, I just need to stop him. The person Mu Yuetian was referring to was none other than Mu Qingyun. On this side, Qingyun didn't show the slightest bit of anxiety. On the contrary, his expression seemed somewhat bored. In reality, he was thinking about something else. Qingyun looked toward the judges and mused, They aren't here. Poison, King Bai Shahe. I thought I would be able to hear some information about the ghost sword from him. Mu Qingyun was still thinking about the white-haired old man who specialized in using poison. He mused to himself, so now I have to change my combat strategy? I intended to use the privilege from the 3 stone tablets to ask for guidance from one of the 5 kings. Mu Qingyun thought about what the Blood Trial Valley Master had once told him. Those you can seek guidance from include one of the sect's leaders, consisting of the 5 kings, the 3 sect masters, and the 4 valley masters. He sighed to himself. Well, that's a dead end then, he blurted out. This is truly boring. His words drew the attention of the students around him. On this side, Mu Yuetian was still focused on the tournament. He frowned and thought, but the numbers don't seem to match up. A subordinate of the Blood Trial Valley carried out a wooden box. He stepped forward, followed by the Blood Trial Valley Master, who announced, Will those whose names are called please step forward and draw a lot for your placement? The first were Mu Yuetian and Yan Wuxiang. Mu Yuetian stepped up and drew a number according to the Valley Master's instructions, thinking, if so, then after drawing, I will have the answer. Sure enough, the Blood Trial Valley Master's voice rang out. Mu Yuetian. 6. Bye. Advancing straight to the next round. Mu Yuetian stood by the bracket, thinking, as I suspected, there is a lucky draw. Huh. Mu Yuetian said nothing more and walked past Yan Wuxiang. This big guy was clearly a bit jealous of him. At the same time, the Valley Master's voice continued to call for more draws. The Blood Trial Valley Master continued as the students drew their numbers. Yan Wuxiang, Si Wuchang, Yao San, Mo Halan. See, finally, it was Qingyun's turn. The subordinate's voice continued. And Mu Qingyun. He reached into the box, drew a lot, and took out a number. Mu Qingyun took it, and along with the announcement, Qingyun showed the number to everyone. As soon as the announcement rang out, Si Wuchang immediately realized who his opponent for the match was. A flash of worry appeared on his face. Finally, Lianji. 5. Bye. Advancing straight to the next round. The tournament bracket was set, and the announcer shouted for everyone to be clear. Si Wuchang and Mu Qingyun walked past each other. Wuchang let out a sigh and looked at the bracket. He thought to himself, it ended up like this? Why is the most difficult guy my first opponent? He tried to reassure himself. It's fine. No matter who the opponent is, I cannot lose. Because I still have a trump card hidden away. Qingyun asked, Commoner, why do you look so bored? Qingyun casually replied, That's right. Wuchang just happened to walk over to Qingyun. So, we're about to face each other. Mu Qingyun was slightly surprised by his appearance, so he continued, No matter who wins, let's both do our best, okay? Just as he said that, he reached out his hand, wanting to shake hands. He gave him a cold shoulder and replied, That's a bit difficult, actually. He looked at him, slightly awkward. Mu Qingyun explained with a straight face, If I go all out, the fight will be over in the blink of an eye. Si Wuchang's hands clenched, his lips pressing tight to keep from losing the composure he had maintained. Inside, he was cursing his ancestors. This guy is really good at provoking others. The Blood Trial Valley Master by now had announced, I invite both of you to step onto the stage. Hearing the announcement, Qingyun and he moved onto the arena. Walking over, Si Wuchang said, Hey Mu Qingyun, if you're so confident, let's make a bet. Qingyun replied nonchalantly, Bet on what? Wuchang smiled dangerously, provoking him. The winner will be the big brother of the other person. We have to know who's in charge, right? With a thoughtful expression, this squinty-eyed little brother thought the other was afraid of him, and even said, If you're not confident, you don't have to. Unexpectedly, Qingyun stated flatly, Being a big brother is boring. Si Wuchang was a bit surprised. Huh? Mu Qingyun offered another proposal. How about this instead? The loser will have to act like a dog for the other person. Do you bet? He said, while wearing a dangerous expression. Si Wuchang thought he was provoking him. He frowned and looked at him, thinking, This guy's provocation is a bit too much. And he continued, What's the matter? Don't you have the confidence? He threw his own words back at him. Si Wuchang muttered his words. A dog, huh? At this moment, everyone around the arena was enjoying the drama. Even the Dark Sect Master and the Zhaoyin Valley Master looked on with some amusement. Sun Yin alone felt a bit uneasy. This kid, This Mu fellow has some ability, but it seems he is lacking a bit of luck. The three-tufted old man was also impatient to ask about Si Wuchang. Is there really a student like that in this trial? Si Wuchang? Who is he? The subordinate immediately reported. Besides coming from a small to medium sect, we don't know much about him yet, sir. The old man felt a bit of regret. Truly astonishing. Did I make a decision too rashly? The reason the judges reacted that way was because they realized Si Wuchang's cultivation. Sun Yin also whispered to himself, that kid is now at the peak of the profound realm, and furthermore, the super profound realm is right before his eyes. At that moment, Wuchang revealed his true cultivation aura. The Blood Trial Valley Master announced, I invite the students to take their positions. Si Wuchang also responded to Qingyun's offer from earlier. Fine, let's do that. The two stood in position. Prepare to fight on the arena. Wuchang continued to say to Mu Qingyun, whoever loses will act like a dog. On the ring, Si Wuchang repeated Mu Qingyun's demand. Whoever loses acts like a dog. Whether it was Mu Qingyun or Si Wuchang, both were extremely confident in their own abilities. Wuchang then said, saying that, you're definitely the one who will be the dog. He smiled confidently. Why, you ask? A blow he unleashed as he lunged toward Qingyun. He said, because I will definitely defeat you. The students watching this scene were also shocked. He's too fast. Si Wuchang unleashed his special technique, flowing water, scattering flowers. Mu Qingyun didn't delay and managed to dodge the opponent's attack. He smirked as he launched a counterattack. Not bad, but suddenly, a punch from Wuchang struck Mu Qingyun, taking him by surprise. The judges, Sun Yin, and the students, watching intently were also filled with astonishment. Struck by an opponent's blow, Qingyun couldn't help but step back a few paces. Towards Wuchang, who was holding the initiative, he launched even more attacks. A strike, fist of the falling rain. And with his other hand, he unleashed scattering flowers. Mu Qingyun could only passively take the hits. At this moment, he had been knocked back hard. Yan Wuxiang couldn't help but blurt out, ha! Mu Yuetian also realized what it was, right fist, left palm. Si Wuchang pulled his hands back into a defensive stance, but both hands were still in the fist and palm position. He wore a smile of surprise. No? Mu Qingyun remained calm, and didn't speak. Wuchang continued. My special technique is exactly that, right fist, left palm. Around him, two colors of technique manifested. Sun Yin observed the battle below the ring. As someone who has been in the martial arts world for a long time, he had vast knowledge. The old man thought to himself, right fist, left palm. Huh? There is no one who practices martial arts who doesn't know it. That is almost impossible, because to execute it, the practitioner must channel qi into two separate flows of thought. Just a slight negligence, and one's own internal energy could be severely affected. Therefore, even if one is a peerless master, one wouldn't dare to execute it so casually. But once it is executed, the right side is a fist, and the left hand is a palm. Si Wuchang was smug. It feels like you're facing two masters at once, right? Sun Yin secretly judged. It's not as if he's being attacked by two people. The kid is out of luck. He looked at Si Wuchang. Among the geniuses I have met, this guy is the most outstanding. The outcome of this match seems to have been decided. Facing the opponent's talent, Qingyun, however, still did not change his expression. He even smiled. This is also good. Very interesting. Zheng Niyun's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations, especially Wu Changyao's. He frowned in disbelief, then smirked. Still want to brag? Let's see. He stomped, using a flash step to charge at Mo Jingyun. Let's see how long you can keep that up. It was another combo, a fist, then a palm, the flowing water chaos technique combined with a cold strike. He was confident. Feeling that the battle was nearing its end, he thought, it's over. Suddenly, two distinct, separate currents of energy manifested in Mo Jingyun's hands, a right fist, a left palm, fist against palm, palm against fist. Mo Jingyun easily neutralized his opponent's moves by mimicking them exactly. The two traded blow for blow, fist for fist, move for move. This display stunned everyone in the audience, including Sun Yin, the dark sect leaders group, and the students. Most of all, Wu Changyao was shocked. The stands fell into a rare, heavy silence. Bai Shui asked blankly, what just happened? Sun Yin muttered to himself, trying to make sense of it. He watched the opponent's right fist and left palm, and realized he was copying him. Beside him, the dark sect leader chuckled. Ho, 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 truly fascinating. A genius. He really is a genius. Next to him, the Zhaoyin Valley mistress gasped in excitement. That child. She looked at Zheng Niyun with longing eyes, thinking, I must have that child. Wu Changyao, still mid-fight, asked angrily. Are you mimicking me? The biggest taboo in battle is letting emotions cloud your judgment. Mo Jingyun caught his opening and landed a solid strike. Changyao took the hit and reeled back in pain. He was forced onto the defensive, completely overwhelmed by Zheng Niyun's assault. Suddenly, Mo Jingyun changed tactics. He shifted his stance, preparing a leg technique, the flowing mystery kick. The strike landed straight on Changyao's face. He spat blood in agony as his legs gave out. The technique shifted. This is terrifying. He's not just copying me anymore. Changyao was forced to use his hands to defend, reaching a grim conclusion. And his power, his technique, his application, it's all completely superior to mine. Wu Changyao felt crushed. I'm like a toy being played with before his overwhelming power. Mumok Huthientian had been watching from the start. By now, everything had surpassed his imagination. He thought in terror, what is this? Why did he come here? I acted normal standing next to Changyao. But how can he? Sun Yin suppressed his shock, pondering. He can even execute the hand techniques that even legendary masters struggle with. He really is a rare genius of the Central Plains. No, he corrected himself. A monster is the right word. Changyao, meanwhile, took hit after hit. Ugh, am I losing? Me? He couldn't accept it. He gritted his teeth in fury. His usual calm demeanor completely shattered. He screamed in rage. Impossible. Wu Changyao channeled his energy, stomping so hard the ground cracked and debris flew everywhere. He charged at Mo Jingyun like a madman. Contrary to his chaotic state, Mo Jingyun calmly dodged. Changyao kept yelling, Mok Hu Thien, the one who should be a dog. He continued to lash out wildly while shouting. Mo Jingyun wore a cheerful smile. He dodged Changyao's attack and ducked low. The movement left Wu Changyao confused. What's this? At that moment, Mo Jingyun spoke. The crowd in the stands watched the final move, with varying expressions, some entertained, some surprised, some terrified. He continued to say to him, bark as loud as you can. Then, he launched the finishing blow. One of Zheng Niyun's legs was raised toward Changyao's face with immense force. It turned out, the ducking maneuver earlier was Mo Jingyun bracing his hands on the ground to leverage power for this final kick. Taking the heavy impact, Wu Changyao flew back. Before losing consciousness, he couldn't comprehend how he could have been hit from that position. Wu Changyao's body hit the ground, and the stands fell silent. The Qishui Valley Master announced loudly, the match is over. The winner is Mo Jingyun. On the ring, Wu Changyao lay motionless, while Mo Jingyun smiled in victory. The referee also announced that the match had concluded, and the victor was indeed Mo Jingyun. Bai Shui, who had been watching intently, proactively announced, fellow Taoist son, I insist that the child should rightfully belong to me. Sun Yin said in shock. What did you just say? Didn't you promise to choose a disciple from the Beijing sect? Bi Shui interrupted, clarifying, I said I was still considering it. Frankly speaking, if I let that child slip away, I would surely regret it forever. Besides, you already have many excellent disciples. Why are you being so greedy? His flip-flopping made Sun Yin lose his composure, snapping. Greedy? He stood up decisively and emphasized, Ma Kuthin dare call me greedy? Bi Shui refused to yield, retorting, if this act isn't called greedy, then what is? The atmosphere between them turned tense. Why were these two masters suddenly at each other's throats? The dark sect leader appeared out of nowhere, intending to mediate. Pardon me, may I offer a word? Why are you two arguing? Bi Shui and Sun Yin hesitated, responding, well, what do you want to present? He took the opportunity to gently advise. After all, the final decision lies with the one in charge. The atmosphere suddenly went strangely quiet. Then, Sun Yin calmed down and thought, he has a point. The kid could easily take the championship. Bi Shui shared the same view. Arguing is useless. Have we been blinded by his talent? Zheng Niyun, after winning, maintained a calm demeanor. To change the mood, the dark sect leader called out, then, let everyone continue to enjoy the following matches. Who knows, perhaps other children possess talent as well. Just then, a new character appeared in the arena, causing Zheng Niyun to be surprised, Ruo Liang, with an extremely confident look. The referee quickly announced, Ma Hualan versus Lian Yuxiong. Let the match begin. The two fighters unleashed their full power, creating a fierce battle. Zheng Niyun, in the stands, didn't look away for a second until he suddenly heard a voice. Little one, are you looking for me? It won't be easy. He turned his head and his eyes widened in surprise. He saw Ruo Liang observing him from above. She replied to Zheng Niyun with a smug smile. Found me right away. Just as expected. I must have you. Ruo Liang then deliberately complimented him. Finding me so quickly, not bad. Mok Hu Thien were shocked. Because I'm talking without opening my mouth, right? How adorable. All right, I'll reward you by teaching you. There's a pressure point called Dian Tian, located between the throat and the tongue root. Vibrate it gently, like touching a silk thread. Someone like you can certainly do it immediately. Seeing him silent, she added, like this, not quite right. As expected, you're trying. What do you call this technique? It's called heart transmission secret art, or simply inner transmission. Others can't hear it, so it's extremely suitable for secrets. It was truly marvelous. Well, I'll get straight to the point. Become my disciple. If you're thinking of those two kings, I have to say that's foolish. They already have successors, but if you choose me, you'll be like Qintha Huang in a harem of beauties. But if you refuse, that child is your junior, right? Now, I will take him as a servant, and I'll play with him until I'm bored before finishing him off. Unexpectedly, Zheng Niyun provoked her. Then go ahead and do it. His attitude stunned Ruo Liang, who exclaimed, "What? Is he serious?" But Zheng Niyun didn't let her wait, emphasizing again, "Keep playing with him to your heart's content. That's the price for teaching me the secret art." That remark left Ruo Liang stunned for a long time. This guy, he's completely serious. Is he crazy? The battle in the arena had reached its end. One fighter had been defeated, and the entire audience was silent as a grave. Then the shouting of Chang Yao. "Chang Yao, are you okay?" broke the silence. Chang Yao was silent for a moment before admitting, "I have been defeated." Mok Hu Thien fought excellently. Mok Hu Thientian, feeling confused, called out to him, but Chang Yao struggled to leave. With an encouraging smile toward Mok Hu Thientian, Chang Yao took heavy steps. He went straight to Zheng Niyun and kowtowed on the floor. "I lost. No, I said I would be a dog. I surrender. I will serve you as my master." Chang Yao's respectful attitude made Mok Hu Thientian explode, shouting, "Master, Mok Hu Thien." In the stands, the announcement came. The winner is Ma Hualan. Next, Mu Mok Hu Thientian and Lian Jia stepped up. Mu Mok Hu Thientian then tried to warn Hualan, "I don't know why you're hanging around him, but be careful. He's turning everyone around him into slaves," but was met with a cold, indifferent response. "It's too late." "What?" Lanha stepped forward and bowed before Van Kin. "I have returned." This only fueled Thien Hu's frustration, causing him to shout, "Mok Hu Thien, what have you done?" Van Kin replied calmly, "What are you implying?" This made him even angrier. "Don't play dumb. Why is everyone around you?" VM Chi, standing behind, loudly urged Hu Thien to step up. Although furious, Hu Thien had no choice but to follow orders. As he stepped onto the ring, he couldn't stop thinking, "What is going on? Is something wrong? He's completely different from when we were at Ma Kiem Trang. I just want to bring that guy back. But now, I can't even find a path. His superior talent is something everyone craves. Van Kin has people surrounding him, but compared to him, I am nothing." Even though he had moved close to his opponent, he couldn't help but hesitate in his heart. Can I really stop him? The battle that followed was incredibly intense. The Liam family disciple was defeated and lay flat on the floor. VM Chi announced the result. The winner. Congratulations, Hu Thien. On the spectator stand, the masters of the Huyet Ma and VM Ma halls couldn't stop praising them. Both were truly exceptional. This is astonishing. That kid from the Liam family fought with the skill of a master, while Hu Thien, despite his lack of experience, possesses a miraculous ability to adapt. People thought experience would be the deciding factor, but he overcame it all to win. It's hard to believe. Hu Thien suddenly laughed loudly. The sect leader stared at him, unable to look away. Other prominent figures also focused their attention on Hu Thien. His body began to exhibit strange reactions. Tan Dan realized it immediately. His internal energy was surging in an instant. Bitch Hawk, standing beside him, offered a prediction. Could he be practicing a forbidden art in secret? Tun Dan immediately took action. If that's the case, get ready to restrain him. An Lin, excited, also chimed in. In his current state, he's about to lose control. If he isn't lucky, his meridians could be shattered, and he will die. Van Kin sighed. He's dead? What do you mean? Is he still alive? No, I'm not talking about him. Thun Lin gasped in shock. Could it be? VM Chi suddenly announced the tragic news. The Liam disciple is dead. Everyone was startled and horrified. Even Hu Thien was left in a daze. He died? After checking carefully, VM Chi silently realized that it wasn't just a simple death. The meridians around the point of impact had been shattered in a strange way. Why are there such bizarre injuries? Van Kin, on the contrary, remained, composed, saying, "A blessing in disguise, perhaps?" I mean, he ended up this way because of the cultivation technique I created for you. That is the true intent of the technique. Hu Thien looked like a lost soul, his eyes frantic as he thought. He's really dead? Did I kill him? Guilt overwhelmed him, to the point where he lost control of himself. His body, pushed to its limit, unleashed a strange, eerie, demonic energy. He let out a horrifying scream. Kill! Just as I predicted. That technique has a side effect. When I started practicing it, I felt a surge of energy, and then it felt like it exploded and vanished. It turns out that suppressed emotions have transformed into a terrifying consciousness called killing intent. The frantic shouting and Hu Thien's erratic behavior were clear. Tun Dan saw it immediately. He was about to lose complete control. He urged the sect leader to stop him. While Hu Thien was spiraling, a jade pendant suddenly flew out. The sight of the pendant lying on the floor made Hu Thien freeze for a moment. The words from years ago echoed in his ears. I leave this to you. This only made him more unstable. A single stomp of his foot cracked the stone floor, shocking everyone present. Not knowing what to do next, Hu Thien struggled and shouted, Stop. Tun Dan was relieved to see he still had a shred of reason left. Out loud, Hu Thien kept screaming kill, but in his mind, he was fighting it. Stop. I order you to stop. The image of Van Kin appeared in his mind again, along with the words of encouragement. Mock Hu Thien are the most outstanding among us. Hu Thien gritted his teeth to resist the control of the demonic energy. He made a firm decision. We must bring him back. After struggling for a while, Hu Thien finally returned to a normal state. Bitch Hawk exclaimed in surprise. How? He controlled his body? VMC asked patiently. Can you continue? Receiving a nod of confirmation from Hu Thien. This left Bitch Hawk in awe. Impressive. Usually people in that state are long consumed by inner demons. Than Lin, feeling optimistic, predicted. It seems like your final opponent will be him. VMC then returned to his duties and quickly announced. The next match. Van Kin and Lan Ha. Surprisingly, as soon as she heard that, she raised her hand and surrendered. I forfeit. Well, VMC had no choice but to nod in agreement. Ko Dan, witnessing the situation, expressed her regret. I never thought it would turn out like this. All just because the chairman wanted some entertainment, forcing righteous brothers to fight to the death. On the ring, powerful footsteps appeared. It was Van Kin, deciding to take Lan Ha's place at the Tindia Assembly's Ti Huyet Valley. VMC understood and made a new announcement. Then, we shall begin the final challenge. The winner of the previous match, Hu Thien, will face off against Van Kin. Prepare yourselves for the match. Van Kin, Hu Thien, get ready. The atmosphere went dead silent, leaving the Am sect leader and Tun Dan filled with anticipation. Hu Thien then took the initiative to speak first. Van Kin, what you have done has crossed the line of a righteous martial artist. Therefore, here today, I must stop you. I understand I don't have the strength to defeat you, but the Mach Hoa technique you taught me contains a special side effect for me and for those I attack. They are all at risk of losing their lives. No matter how strong you are, please, I beg you to stop. Van Kin was silent for a long time, then replied calmly. That technique, the Ghost Eye, is a power formed after realizing its characteristics. It allows the user to see the invisible, even the flow of energy. The Ghost Eye of Van Kin helped him understand Hu Thien's martial arts in an instant. Energy surged, double or even more, and when that energy invaded, it could destroy an opponent's blood vessels. To reach this realm just by changing a few words, it's truly astonishing. Van Kin's mind kept complaining. How troublesome. Who would have thought a few small changes would lead to this result? Martial arts truly hold deep mysteries. I'm really curious, what would happen if I pushed it even further? Van Kin became even more interested in the technique, but because Hu Thien clearly didn't want to kill, perhaps I should provoke him a little? Thinking this, Van Kin answered bluntly, that's right, that technique is truly interesting. Who would have thought the effect would be like this? Of course, it has side effects. This information shocked Hu Thien. What? Mach Hu Thien are actually revealing a secret that you've kept hidden for so long? The technique I taught you is actually fake. As soon as he heard this, Hu Thien's face turned pale. He tried to confirm. What did you say just now? Mach Hu Thien taught me a fake technique? Does he not care about my life at all? VMC, from the side, urged. Begin now. Hu Thien attacked while shouting, tell me, but was teased by Van Kin. Mach Hu Thien've already practiced it, yet you still haven't realized? After knocking Hu Thien down, he continued to criticize. Is that all your martial arts amount to? Provoked, he tried to force himself up and wildly launched a dangerous attack at Van Kin. Unexpectedly, Van Kin offered a suggestion. Do you think that useless martial art can do anything to me? Why don't you try using that technique? But Hu Thien felt more confused the more he fought. Why can't I hit him? Is this the gap between us? No, it can't be. Everything I've done until now, what was it all for? What if I use that technique? Out loud, Hu Thien shouted angrily, "Kill him," but his heart said no. However, Van Kin's words echoed in his mind. Because you are the most outstanding among us. Enough. The technique I taught you was fake. This made Hu Thien moan in helplessness. Stop it. But Van Kin had no intention of ending the match. He continued to deliver quality counters, forcing Hu Thien to struggle. Yet he kept screaming, "Kill him! Kill him!" After regaining his focus, Hu Thien was determined to settle it with a powerful punch. But Van Kin countered it successfully, sending him reeling backward. As he pulled back his attack, Van Kin scoffed. "Is that all you've got?" This made Hu Thien keep asking himself, "What was everything I did for, in the end?" Van Kin suddenly smiled triumphantly. It turns out trash will always be trash. Hu Thien's eyes were once again filled with resentment. Van Kin watched quietly for a moment, then received an answer from him. "Mock Hu Thien, no. From the beginning, I never trusted you." This surprised him. "What? This is it." The energy began to surge strongly again. Hu Thien continued. "From the start, I never believed you would teach me the real technique. And I was right." Afterward, Van Kin silently realized. His erratic energy has doubled, tripled. He didn't let Van Kin wait long, but deliberately emphasized. "So, I placed my trust in you blindly. No, in reality, it's because I had no other choice." This only made Van Kin more confident in his judgment. He used that technique. He also mentioned that when he tried it for the first time, he felt terrifying power. That so-called internal art was truly overwhelming. Mok Hu Thien once again showed his determination to kill him. Zun Jin could no longer be patient, and urged the sect leader to stop the fight immediately. But nothing could extinguish Mok Hu Thien's determination. He lunged toward Zheng Ni Yun once more, resolved to have a life-or-death battle. Mok Hu Thien's power churned the earth and stones. Ji Yan rushed over, desperately trying to intervene, but he couldn't stop Mok Hu Thien, even though the boy was unleashing his full strength to attack him. Despite everything, Liu Jinyun remained composed. He turned just in time to dodge that lethal blow. The disciples rushing to stop the match were also sent flying. After a long struggle, Zun Jin and Bi Shui managed to restrain Mu Dutian, but they couldn't stop the rage inside him as he kept screaming, "Die! Die!" Everyone began to panic. The Thunder Fist King held him down tightly. "I understand now." Unexpectedly, Liu Jinyun was still lying motionless on the floor. Thon Lin asked, "Human? Are you still alive?" Suddenly, she received a reply from him. "Still alive." Liu Jinyun strained to lift his hand toward the sky. Then, he wore a look of satisfaction. Mu Dutian's laughter echoed throughout the arena, even though he was being restrained by two experts. Zun Jin secretly realized that if this continued, Mu Dutian would suffer a chi deviation and lose his life. He landed a direct punch and ordered, "Stay down." Mu Dutian screamed in agony. The Dark Sect Master made his move, but Zun Jin hurriedly stopped the Demon Cave Master. Yet, Mu Dutian refused to stop, causing Bi Shui to shout angrily, "What are you doing? His meridians are already in chaos. Mok Hu Thien shouldn't be striking his demon pressure points right now." The Dark Sect Master quickly clarified, "But if we leave him like this, he won't survive." Ruo Liang suddenly stepped forward. "Let me handle it." But as soon as she acted, she made things worse. Mu Dutian lay motionless on the floor. Bi Shui anxiously asked, "What are you doing?" She replied, "Just making the atmosphere a bit more lively." Zun Jin suddenly realized he had calmed down, but his bloodline was erratic, and part of it had been destroyed. His Dantian was extremely unstable. Perhaps he would need long-term treatment to recover. "Wait, where is that boy?" He scanned the area, and was shocked to see Liu Jinyun. He was still alive. Ji Yan approached him, probing. "Mok Hu Thien, Master, are you okay?" Mok Hu Thien, her body. He was unexpectedly met with Liu Jinyun's reply, "I am safe." Not dodging that blow was the exact scenario I was hoping for. That information shocked him into blurting out, "What? Mok Hu Thien mean you intentionally let yourself get hit?" Ji Yan nodded in recognition upon hearing this. As expected of the Mok Hu Thien Master. Even in that situation, you were still able to control your strength. But as he thought about it, he hurriedly asked, "Mok Hu Thien Master, why did you trigger that move? Was it really necessary?" Liu Jinyun patiently explained, "That was for this." Ji Yan was stunned once again. Seeing Liu Jinyun's performance, he pulled his hand back and explained further. Even though that method of bursting qi can be overwhelming and lead to a loss of physical control, if you only use a portion of it to avoid losing control, it can still be applied in battle. Seeing him silent, He curiously asked, "What? Do you not find it useful?" On the surface, Ji Yan denied it. "It's not that." But deep down, he was extremely conflicted. What should I say? He saw the technique just once and was already able to replicate it? This is hard to believe even after seeing it with my own eyes. The Makhu Thieng master once said that in only 2 years you would break through to the transformation realm, but from what I see, you have already far surpassed that realm. Makhu Thien's future is truly promising. Thon Lin, on the other hand, gave a very blunt assessment. Makhu Thien's way of thinking is not only surprising, it's terrifying. To think you could apply that method to learn demon arts, what should I call this? It's a wicked art, but it has the ability to freely alter the bloodline. Bloodthofting wicked art, that is the most fitting name. The name piqued Liu Jinyun's interest. Bloodthofting wicked art, that sounds pretty good. Ji Yan, standing nearby, couldn't stop praising him. The Makhu Thieng master always leaves his subordinates in awe, which made Liu Jinyun visibly pleased. Is that so? Beside him, Liu Jinyun still showed concern. But how is Mu Dutian doing? Ji Yan continued his assessment. Though it was dangerous, they managed to restrain him in time, before he suffered a sudden death. Liu Jinyun nodded in acknowledgement. That guy is tougher than I thought, but that doesn't matter anymore, because I have already acquired the blood-thofting wicked art. And so, the final tournament of the Blood Corpse Valley ended. However, there was one unresolved issue. Between Mu Dutian and Mu Jinyun, who was the true winner? Everyone was still arguing incessantly. Didn't Mu Dutian win? Dead wrong. While Zun Jin insisted that if the duel had continued, Mu Dutian would have lost his life, Bi Shui maintained her position. This wasn't a fight to the death, it was a sparring match. A test to measure the strength of both sides. Isn't it true that when one person falls, the other is the winner? The leader of this tournament would have the opportunity to choose a master. It was because of this rule that the dispute arose. One side wanted to drag the other from the top position to claim Liu Jinyun, while the other side deliberately showed friendliness to be chosen. In the midst of the excitement, Ruo Liang also enthusiastically gave her opinion. Didn't the association accept the wicked arts? So, Mu Dutian winning is reasonable. This gave Bai Shui the momentum to defend her point. I admit that child is very talented, but other than the final result, there is no way to be sure. Zun Jin, hearing this, lost his composure and shouted, "Sophistry!" This forced the dark sect master standing nearby to speak up. "I apologize. May I interject for a moment? First, I think we should come to a clear conclusion." Seeing everyone urging him to speak, "What is the clear conclusion?" He calmly replied, "If we hadn't interfered in the duel, who knows who would have won? Does everyone agree on this?" Seeing Zun Jin about to object, "That's true," but the dark sect master interrupted. "In any case, we can't know who won. So, let's consider it a draw." Deep down, Zun Jin began to agree. If that's the case, then Ji Yan stepped forward to mediate. "That's right. But we can't conclude that both lost either. Therefore, both will be the leaders of this tournament." His judgment shocked everyone, and even the other influential figures secretly agreed. The authority of Blood Corpse Valley lies entirely in the hands of the Valley Master. If the Master has decided, there is nothing left to argue about. But Bi Shui was quite frustrated. Damn it. So, I'm the villain who wanted to stop them from becoming the leaders of this tournament? Ruo Liang did not want to argue anymore. The Dark Sect Master also happily agreed. And so, the final tournament ended with 2 winners. Not wanting to keep everyone waiting, Ji Yan hurriedly urged, "Then, Mu Jinyun, please choose your master." Bi Shui, deep down, still seemed dissatisfied. Finally, the decision power had to be handed over to that young man. Who will he choose? Liu Jinyun suddenly turned his gaze toward Bai Shui, making her hopeful. Then, he unexpectedly clasped his hands respectfully. "I sincerely apologize to everyone here. Makhu Thien are all incredible masters. Choosing who to be my mentor is truly very difficult for me." The sect masters held their breath waiting, but Liu Jinyun boldly suggested, "So, I ask for permission to speak frankly. I invite each of you to introduce yourselves." The audience was silent as the grave, suddenly shattered by Zun Jin's loud laughter. "That kid's name." Liu Jinyun continued to urge, "Come on, one by one." Everyone's eyes widened in shock. "Is he bargaining with us?" No one dared to speak, forcing Liu Jinyun to urge them once more. "One by one, please. Tell me the reason why I should submit to you." Zun Jin laughed with interest. "This kid?" Bai Shui became indignant. "He truly has the nerve to bargain with his superiors." The master of the Flame Demon Hall was the first to take the initiative with an attractive offer. "If you submit to me first, you shall be the deputy commander of the Flame Demon Hall." In his heart, he thought, It won't be easy to sway you. The master of the Blood Demon Hall could not stay silent and made an even more attractive offer. If you follow me, you will receive the position of deputy commander of my Blood Red Legion, and I will personally teach you my secret technique. The Red Blood Phantom Claw technique. Ruo Liang, of course, could not sit still and chimed in. Mok Huthian specialize in swordsmanship, so in this assembly, I am the only one who can teach you sword techniques. Aside from the Valley Master, even though I am proficient in sound arts, my swordsmanship is nothing to sneeze at. Rest assured and submit to me. Bi Shui let out a mocking laugh. How interesting. All the superiors want to play around with this kid. But Liu Jinyun was thinking quite seriously about these offers. Swords, huh? Sounds interesting. Indeed, who wouldn't want to possess such outstanding talent? Except that Bi Shui cut off his train of thought with a question. The way of the sword? Is that the path you want to walk? Deep down, she was convinced. There is no way he would refuse me. Then she deliberately emphasized, with your foundation, practicing any martial art is enough to step into the master realm. Do you really want to dedicate yourself to the sword? But Liu Jinyun immediately denied it. Not at all. Whatever path I choose, my goal remains to become powerful. Hearing this, Ruo Liang's face turned red with anger, while Bi Shui laughed happily. It seems you are not only talented, but also wise. Very well, accept me as your master. Follow me, and you will not only inherit my position, but I will also teach you the true essence Thunder Fist, the ultimate technique I spent my whole life refining. Come with me, and even unarmed, you will be invincible. But in his heart, he didn't stop hoping. Come on, hurry up and choose. Be my disciple. But Zunjin suddenly interrupted. That Mu kid always keeps people guessing. The bond between you and this lord runs deep. Zheng Niyun replied to him with a look of deep appreciation. Thanks to you, I was able to reach this place. How delightful it is to meet you here. The intimacy between the two made the other experts feel uneasy. Could these two be acquainted? Zunjin even took the liberty to add. Back then, I recognized your talent, but I never expected you to go this far. Zheng Niyun remained composed. I must say, thanks to you, I gained countless invaluable experiences. A spark of hope flashed in his heart. It seems he doesn't harbor much resentment toward me. Zunjin seized the moment to get straight to the point. If the opportunity arose, would you want to return? Zheng Niyun answered bluntly. I don't value the idea of returning. That is why I came here myself. Return? What do you mean? He immediately cut to the chase. Very well, then become Fourth Lord's disciple. Follow me. And later, if your background becomes an obstacle, I will protect you to the end. But that invitation made Nyuk Luong and the Dark Sect Master laugh, emphasizing the words, background. She even intentionally interrupted. Background? What do you mean by saying that? Zunjin replied calmly. As you have clearly heard. But Nyuk Luong still pressed. Heard? Heard what? What exactly is the problem with his background? The Dark Sect Master had by now secretly realized it. So that's how it is. So this brat belongs to the righteous path. The only ones who know this are me, the master of Thihuyet Valley, and Zunjin. And the Heavenly Union is a place that extremely despises the righteous path. If this were exposed, he would definitely be hunted down to the end. Zunjin, are you really that devious? Zunjin lost patience and urged him. If you agree, take my hand. In his heart, he was certain he will surely submit. Zheng Niyun was silent for a moment, then smiled and replied, That's right, it is exactly as you say, isn't it? Zunjin was stunned, not knowing what was happening. Then he added, Right, if this is an obstacle in my path, then perhaps it needs to be clarified right now. This left him confused and asking, What do you mean by that? Could it be wait? Not letting everyone wait long, he patiently explained. Allow me to introduce myself. Muzheng Niyun, Third Mok Huthiang, Master of the Righteous Path's Nian Mok Sword Manor. Greetings to you all. This information left everyone wide-eyed in shock. He continued calmly, adding, I am the kid captured by Zunjin. That left Zunjin speechless. He felt guilty. This madman, why is he exposing his own flaws? However, this was also our problem. Everyone standing on the stage was in an uproar. Righteous Path? He is from the Righteous Path? A Righteous Path follower participating in the Thihuyet Valley Assembly? I swore loyalty to a Righteous Path follower? The Dark Sect Master smiled triumphantly. Now things are getting difficult. The Righteous Path is something the Heavenly Union purges, yet a Righteous Path follower stands at the head of this assembly. There is going to be chaos. The Master of the VM Mahal shouted angrily, Mok Huthian say you are from Nian Mok Sword Manor? Aren't you a descendant of those righteous scum? Who killed my father? The master of the Huet Mahal also drew his sword and yelled, "That lowly righteous path brat dares to set foot here? Drag him down to Yama's temple for me." But Zunjin stepped in to defend him. "This is an order from above. Do not question it." This made both sect masters furious, shouting loudly, "Lord Zunjin!" Nyukluang also expressed her outrage. "I truly cannot understand this. Even if it is an order from above, you nearly recruited someone from the righteous path as a disciple, didn't you?" Bitch Hawk immediately agreed. "The Valley Master is right. The Valley Master's sister also perished at the hands of the righteous path, right? How could you hide this from us?" Finding someone who shared the same view, Nyukluang pressed her advantage and questioned Zunjin, or did the superiors send him here to die? Unexpectedly, he was still alive and well. This made him speak up. "Valley Master, be careful with your words." But he only received a sarcastic reply from her. Yes, I wouldn't dare disobey the superiors." Bitch Hawk also eagerly chimed in, "Me too." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Hu Thien heard everything and secretly realized, are they like that too? Do they hate us? Just as we hate them? But that Mujung Ni Yun is truly brave to expose his righteous path identity. Could it be that the pride of a righteous warrior still exists within him? If so, then I am willing to risk my life to protect him. Unexpectedly, Zheng Ni Yun clasped his hands in respect, leaving Hu Thien wide-eyed in astonishment. He modestly explained, "Although I come from the righteous path, I despise the ideology that views everything non-traditional as evil." This information shocked Hu Thien even more. What? Zheng Ni Yun's next sentence, "I revealed my background to completely sever ties with my former self," made him dazed, realizing, that bastard. Could it be? He was even more surprised when, right there, Zheng Ni Yun decided to make an oath. "May the heavens be my witness. Today, I, Mu Zheng Ni Yun, sever ties with my family, vow to join the heavenly union, and slaughter the despicable lot." His oath made Zunjin feel extremely satisfied, and Hu Thien was also too shocked for words. In the end, in Zunjin's heart, doubt suddenly arose. Severing the past? Is this how he solves the problem? Zheng Ni Yun asked aloud once more. Well then, there are no more obstacles, right? Everyone hearing him had to secretly acknowledge, truly an indescribable madman. By now, it was late at night. In another location, reproaches were emerging. Heavenly person, head of the Tay family, the one who decapitated 10,000 people to build a high tower. The jailer was being knocked to the floor, making the man in the cloak even more curious. "I heard that tomorrow you are to be executed. Yet, today, you still intentionally killed the jailer? Little brat, why did you act that way?" The imprisoned man also calmly questioned. "Smell of smoke and blood. Are you a great elephant? Why are you sneaking into this prison?" The man in the cloak asked in surprise. "Are you guessing my destiny based on your sense of smell? But if you want me to answer, you must answer my question first." The prisoner stammered. "I have never known what emotions are. Since I was a child, I haven't understood joy, anger, love, or happiness. Therefore, I crave to know. That is why I took to killing people, because everyone feels the most intense emotions when facing death. But I still don't understand. If I were near death, would I feel anything? Why was I born into this world?" The man in the cloak intentionally continued. "I am still not sure, but if you carry that insane ambition and obsession, then you are qualified." The man had just emphasized the word qualified when he was interrupted. "Little brat, since you are going to die anyway, do you want to dedicate yourself to me? A famous sword with its own will, a unique sword unlike any other in this world." He was silent for a long while, then remembered the moments he had experienced. Then he burst into wild laughter. "Emotions. So this is the emotion I long to know. Go on, I want to feel more. The emotion of the desire hidden deep in my soul." Returning to the arena scene, Zunjin, after being silent and reflecting for a long while, laughed heartily. "There really is nothing left to say. Mok Hu Tien are abandoning your roots?" Zheng Ni Yun remained silent, not answering, forcing Zunjin to speak up in his defense. But now, it is very difficult to judge or criticize anyone based solely on their background. In his heart, he continued to rejoice. So the background problem is gone. The only one who brought him back was me. Finally, the time has come. But the Dark Sect Master suddenly spoke up. "Then you should follow me." This made Zunjin extremely angry. Sect Master of the Dark Sect? Is he still not giving up? He stood up and continued to make moves to recruit him. "My sword techniques are nothing special, and they can't compare to Zunjin's, but I have something very attractive to you." Seeing Zheng Ni Yun somewhat interested, the Dark Sect Master enthusiastically lured him. If you follow me, everyone in the arena was silent, turning their gaze toward him, which only made the dark sect master more excited, as he shouted, Makuthien will possess this evil bite sword, one of the rarest demon swords in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates brought forth the evidence. The entire audience was silent at the dark sect master's display of wealth. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, Zunjin was frustrated in his heart. Makuthien bastard. He even had the intention of taking action. Sect master, have you lost your mind? Why are you bringing that dangerous thing out here? Zheng Ni Yun, upon seeing it, secretly recognized it as a demon sword. Evil bite sword. Renowned creator O San Tuer. This is one of the 3 demon swords he forged. The dark sect master kept boasting about the sword. It was found in Hoanglang, where it was destroyed by a court official. This thing once stirred up the martial world with countless bloody storms sweeping across the land, because it contains power that makes greed burn fiercely. But the most attractive thing is another story. Long ago, there was a legend that if you used living people as sacrifices to forge a sword, you would create a famous sword. They put living people into the molten metal furnace and used their blood and flesh to forge the precious sword. And this evil bite sword was created that way. Zunjin watched closely, feeling frustrated inside. The desire to possess that sword from deep within me is rising, even though the sword hasn't been brought out yet. Dark Sect Master, are you certain? A moment ago, Zunjin had warned, Dark Sect Master, why would you bring this dangerous thing out here? But the Dark Sect Master still intentionally beat around the bush. I cannot reveal everything to you. This made him boil with anger. Are you tired of living? Bish Hawk stepped forward to persuade him. Brother Zun, please calm down. The Dark Sect Master unexpectedly softened his tone. Fine, I cannot tell you everything, but I can tell everyone one thing. The evil bite sword has the ability to make the hidden desires within people manifest. Upon hearing this, Zunjin curiously asked, What do you mean? Only to be explained further by him. As I said, when holding the evil bite sword, people would swing their swords in a frenzy, fearlessly revealing their deepest, darkest desires. Aren't you curious about what it's like to hold it? That kid just declared he's switching sides to join us. Aren't you curious if he's truly sincere about wanting to learn martial arts from us? Sun Zhen remained silent, deep in thought for a long time, while the sect leader of the Shadow Sect kept his eyes fixed on Zheng Ni Yun, unable to stop himself from wondering. So, what do you think? Mok Hu Thien said you'd abandon your righteous path to join our demonic ways. Are you telling the truth? The Heaven and Earth Alliance does not tolerate liars. What is really going on in his heart? While he was pondering, Thon Lin appeared. Suddenly, Zheng Ni Yun spoke up. This is demonic energy, but it feels forced as if it's begging me to draw it out. Upon hearing this, Thon Lin immediately cautioned him. But you wouldn't choose to follow the sect leader just for a sword, would you? He thought for a moment, then analyzed. How should I put this? Isn't this just a coincidence? She wondered. What coincidence? Zheng Ni Yun patiently explained. The Shadow Sect specializes in intelligence. If I join them, I can gather information about the ghost sword master who killed my grandfather. Plus, from here, I can absorb demonic energy using my own secret technique. The moment he touched the sword, strange phenomena erupted, causing everyone present, including Sun Zhen, to silently confirm, Is that the demonic sword, Is? Zheng Ni Yun stammered, while the sect leader's eyes widened in shock as he discovered how the sword's reaction was becoming increasingly strange. This only further provoked the sect leader's desire to possess him. This brat is too interesting. Let me see what kind of ambitions are hidden in your heart, the deep-seated longings hidden in your soul. Zheng Ni Yun stood still. Numbers, hundreds, thousands kept flashing through his mind. The tragic death of his grandfather caused him extreme pain. The demonic monk, losing his patience, continued to provoke him. So, is that what you truly desire? The rage, and the intent to kill the one who stole your grandfather's life? A bloody vendetta? But at this moment, what kind of wall is standing here? Something is separating your soul, suppressing the pain. That wall makes you see nothing but revenge. The murderous intent, born from resentment, while genuine, is not the deepest desire within you. What kind of creature built this wall, and what lies behind it? A meadow and a door, how interesting. I can feel it. Saying this, he burst into a hearty laugh. Behind that door lies your dark, predatory instinct. I want to rip it open. Now, let me see what you truly crave. I want to witness it, to see it. It is the only reason I exist. As the demonic monk reached out to open the door, Zheng Ni Yun stopped him. This left him confused and wondering. Did he wake up? That's impossible. Why are you? The demonic monk remained bewildered. What did he just touch? The sky suddenly grew dark. Jung Ni-yoon used the sword to summon immense demonic power. After focusing for a moment, he observed. Sun Jian asked in confusion, "Sect leader, is this normal?" The sect leader confidently asserted, "No. This is the first time this has happened." The power radiating from the sword grew even stronger. Sun Jian was shocked yet again. His eyes suddenly went pitch black. What on earth is happening? His legs were controlled by some unknown force. His whole body stiffened, unable to move, sending Sun Jian into a state of panic. This thing, a terrifying scene unfolded in an instant, making him tremble as he realized, the Thunderbolt Fist King, the Shadow Sect leader, are they all dead? Is this an illusion or reality? What is this? What is going on? Footsteps approached Sun Jian, drawing closer. The figure of Jung Ni-yoon dragging the sword appeared, becoming clearer and clearer. The ethereal power radiating from him shocked the man again. That thing, it's the black flame. Jung Ni-yoon slowly descended the stairs, step by step, terrifying him to the core. Danger. From the very first moment I saw that black flame, a fear pierced through to my very bones. Even I, who have never feared death, my body, I can't move. No, move. If I don't move, I'll. Just as he finished his thought, he tried to brace himself and used all his might to resist that binding force. After a long struggle, Sun Jian joyfully realized, I'm back. He darted his eyes around, silently wondering, did the others see it too? The sect leader also exclaimed in shock, what the hell is this? Sun Jian continued to observe while thinking, what just happened? The moment my eyes met that kid's, I was pulled into a strange hallucination. The demonic sword is said to draw out a person's true desires. So, was that hallucination what he wanted? No, something is very wrong. There is something that shouldn't exist. That voice, the sword, even the demonic monk was controlled by that power, making him regret it. Wrong, totally wrong. I touched something I shouldn't have. How can such a thing exist within a human? A third entity, someone who doesn't understand human emotions, but can perceive deathly fear. A being created from pure chaos, a world-ending demonic king. The demonic monk was suddenly knocked to the ground. He tried to push himself up, then saw the terrifying demonic power. I'm going to be devoured. I'm going to be devoured. No. Unexpectedly, Jung Ni-yoon turned and left, heading straight toward the burning door. He then jeered, Hey, we have too many guests. He signaled for the demonic monk to stay quiet. But now is not the time. The demonic monk replied coldly. Now, as he finished his sentence, he vanished into thin air. Jung Ni-yoon suddenly woke up. He scanned his surroundings, silently realizing, I lost consciousness for a moment. The sword was vibrating. Has it been subdued? After regaining his composure, he asked, What is going on? The silence was deafening, making Jung Ni-yoon feel even more confused. Receiving no answer, he brought the sword closer, silently observing. Seeing him standing still, Comrade Yan approached and called out, Human? Human. Are you okay? Jung Ni-yoon replied, What's the matter? Thon Lin, nearby, also exclaimed anxiously, Everything is in chaos. Mok Hu-thien were just standing there like a statue. What just happened? Jung Ni-yoon stared at the sword and explained, Just as I was performing the chain art, I lost consciousness for a moment. But through the blade, a memory flooded my mind. Not mine, but the sword's. But the most deeply ingrained memory is of the person sacrificed to the sword. Even as their body dissolved in molten steel, they were still smiling in contentment. Could it be because that was his first emotion? Perhaps that's why that feeling was preserved in the sword. Furthermore, in the memories I saw, there were also memories of those who had touched the sword before, and among them, there were even memories of the Shadow Sect leader. He continued to deduce. How strange, such memories. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent again. Everyone present felt dizzy. The Shadow Sect leader kept wondering, what was that hallucination? It seems the others went through the same thing. Is the demonic sword really this powerful? No, that's not right. The demonic sword only affects the person holding it. What on earth was that moment? Jung Ni-yoon suddenly raised the sword and performed a few basic moves, creating a massive surge of power. As he retracted the sword, he nodded in recognition. Not bad. Sun Jian, standing nearby, asked out of curiosity, Are you okay? After receiving an answer from Jung Ni-yoon, I'm fine, he continued. So what was that just now? Let me take a look at the sword for a second. Will you? I will make it submit, he said, reaching for it. Jung Ni-yoon happily agreed. Sure. Standing on the platform, someone shouted to stop Sun Jian, but Sun Jian confidently reassured them, It's fine, I'm just checking it for a second. The shadow sect leader also silently assessed, dangerous. Even though I have reached the transcendent realm, I couldn't keep my reason before this sword. That's why I accidentally killed my adjutant. I still can't forget the look on his face before he died. Even though Sun Jian's level is higher than mine, I could still be in danger. Seeing Sun Jian standing frozen, the sect leader became even more worried. Is everything all right? Just a moment ago it was radiating a fierce aura. Now it only has the dignity of a precious blade. After that, he called out loudly to Sun Jian. As soon as he finished, the shadow sect leader suddenly realized, it seems the owner of the East Sword has been decided. Thus, the final chapter of Blood Testing Valley ended with Mo Jingyun possessing the East Sword and becoming the shadow sect leader's disciple. The witnesses of the hallucination during that process seemed to maintain a tacit silence. They all kept it a secret. No one asked anything. Admitting to seeing hallucinations was hard to bring up, as being dominated by demonic energy made them feel embarrassed. They all thought the same thing. If they ever had to face that guy, Mo Jingyun, they must separate him from that sword. Moving on. What a pity. What a pity. Sun Jian couldn't help but feel regret at losing Mo Jingyun. He never expected things to change because of a demonic sword. After observing for a while, Sun Jian had to reluctantly admit, no other choice. I guess I'll have to accept this one. The disciple that Sun Jian ended up with was Ma Ku Thien. That was Ma Ku Thien's choice. As soon as he appeared, he boldly expressed his desire, I want to become stronger. To surpass even him, Sun Jian confidently replied, if you follow me, I will help you fulfill your wish. Hearing this, Ma Ku Thien chose Sun Jian without hesitation. So, everyone managed to choose their own disciples, or subordinates. Wu Zhongruo, the Thunderbolt Fist King, also silently praised his disciple. The talent of this child is no less than the other one. I must place my hopes in him. Mo Holland, following the Valley Master of Sonic Valley, also appeared extremely satisfied. It doesn't matter. Regardless, I intended to choose this girl. Lian Vo-ung, the master of the Scarlet Blood Hall, had already chosen her, and since the Lian family members were dead, the remaining ones didn't receive any disciples and had to leave empty-handed. So, the trial at the Blood Coffin Valley concluded successfully. At this moment, at the Heaven and Earth Society, the gates gradually creaked open to welcome the Dark Sect Master and Qin Van. He kept urging, come on, let's go inside. The atmosphere in the city was incredibly bustling, and the lives of the common folk within the city seemed very prosperous. Qin Van walked while glancing around. Seeing his curiosity, the Dark Sect Master asked, is this your first time coming to the Heaven and Earth Society? Qin Van honestly replied, yes, that's right. He then enthusiastically introduced, it's near here, we're almost there. What a coincidence, that I ended up taking on a disciple who walks a different path than mine. Understanding the Dark Sect Master's attitude, Qin Van frankly expressed his view. I don't mind. As long as you, Master, guide me, I will follow. His answer surprised the Master, who asked, really? Upon hearing a firm nod, yes. The Dark Sect Master laughed happily. Wonderful, but it requires a price. Can you handle it? That statement made Qin Van curious. A price? The Master seemed to understand his confusion and explained enthusiastically. My secret martial arts are based on extreme yin qi. For a man to master them, he must castrate himself. The feeling of losing one's precious jewels would make. Qin Van flinched in shock. Meanwhile, in a closed room, under flickering candlelight, sounds of moaning and pain intensified. After finishing his work, the Deputy Master of the Heaven and Earth Society, Mong Thu Thien, asked tentatively, how do you feel, Master? Are you okay? The person behind the screen was none other than the Master of the Heaven and Earth Society, Chu Thien. Afterward, he took the initiative to continue. Indeed, we should still invite Hoai Tham Min Wai. That would be for the best. Hoai Tham Min Wai. In his heart, he was certain that Hoai Tham Min Wai was the most excellent doctor currently, on par with the legendary medicine immortal, who had long since disappeared. Seeing the Master not responding, Thu Tien deliberately emphasized again, if we have Hoai Tham Min Wai, your illness could be cured. But he unexpectedly received a refusal. It's unnecessary. The Master of the Heaven and Earth Society, conversely, expressed interest. But, how did the exam results at Blood Coffin Valley turn out? Nothing noteworthy? Having heard that, Thu Thien proactively inquired further. Do you still remember the 2 hostages from the Teen Mok Sword Manor that were sent to the Blood Coffin Valley? The Master pondered for a moment and nodded. Teen Mok Sword Manor, that child, right? In Thu Thien's heart, a thought arose. As expected, sending them there was just for fun, right? But Nick Fong had appeared. The moment they couldn't resist had arrived. Seeing him remain silent, the master anxiously asked, "What happened? Are they dead?" The report that followed from him was, "No, master. Not only are they alive, but both are joint top scorers." The master laughed happily. "Joint top scorers?" But Thuthian interrupted. "There is nothing to laugh about here. The fact that someone from the righteous sect topped this exam is an insult to our society. At this point, we might as well make it public that we have mastered the moon vein sword technique." The master, upon hearing this, deliberately emphasized, "No, absolutely not." The master's rage made the atmosphere tense, leaving Thuthian feeling helpless. He was still alive. It was no coincidence that the master was ranked among the 6 heavens, those who stood at the pinnacle of the martial arts world, even though he was severely ill. But in here, no one has the strength to confront the master. Not even I can. The master, after pondering for a while, made a decision. "Don't let the hostages stay there." He hurriedly agreed. "Yes, master." As Thuthian prepared to leave, he was probed by the master. "One more thing. Has it been found yet?" But he received the reply. "Unfortunately, not yet, master." But the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned silent. Afterward, the master said softly, "I understand." Thuthian, after stepping out the door, sighed in relief. At the same time, there appeared the sound of hurried footsteps. It was the 2 disciples of the master, who were intentionally questioning the deputy master. "Is the master still okay?" Thuthian turned back to observe and silently told himself, "I didn't detect his presence until he spoke. It seems his martial arts have advanced another level." The 2 disciples of the master, the 2 young masters Trong Lang Nyak. Even though they didn't possess superior talent like those 2, that was only when compared to them. Compared to those of the same generation, no one could compare to him. Seeing him silent, Lang Nok dared to speak further. "Is the master still rushing to find that thing? Why are you so obsessed with that religious artifact? Instead of finding Huaitham Minwai, wouldn't that be better?" Even though Thuthian intentionally interrupted, surely the master has his own motives. He was scolded by Lang Nyak. "Mok Huthin always choose to evade like that. By the way, I heard some interesting news. Do you want to know?" Hearing that, he showed interest. "Interesting news?" He didn't hesitate to tell it. "I heard the righteous sect hostage topped the exam at Blood Coffin Valley this time. Is that true?" By this point, Thuthian silently concluded. As expected, the rumor has spread. Afterward, he didn't hesitate to nod in confirmation. "That's correct." Thuthian silently observed Lang Nyat's attitude for a long time. Is he interested? Then that's not good. As soon as he finished that thought, he honestly advised, "Mok Huthing master, I mention this only as a precaution." But he showed suspicion. "Why? Are you afraid I'll touch him?" "I just think, are the righteous sects that reckless?" Thuthian felt certain in his heart. "Because I have been watching the master's disciples since they were young, I understand their personalities well. Trong Lang Nyak is someone who likes to recruit talent. In his eyes, there are only 2 types of people, useful and useless. To him, now he will become a force within the society. The useful ones are recruited, the useless ones are." Lang Nyak, upon hearing this, expressed satisfaction. "Great. Hopefully, that power will also be useful to me. Otherwise, they will be thoroughly annihilated." After moving for a while, Qin Van curiously asked, "Is this place, the Heaven and Earth Society Dark Sect, the Dark Sect?" He closely observed every move, every action of the disciples there. The special thing is that everyone has a carrier pigeon and uses them as a means of communication. Their activities were also strictly monitored. Thon Lin stretched and complained, "They work more seriously than I thought. It's been a long time since I got out like this. It's so refreshing." Her appearance made Qin Van worry. "Is it okay for Thon Lin to be out like this?" He immediately received the answer. "As long as you don't use spiritual energy, it's fine." He continued to observe for a moment, then boldly asked, "What are they doing?" and immediately received the answer. "As you can see, they are managing message transmissions and burning secret letters to maintain secrecy." Secrecy? Thon Lin. The more she heard, the more curious she became. "Is this useful? How can you do that?" Qin Van honestly replied, "I learned it from the Valley Master of the Echo Valley. She said this is sound transmission." This information made Thon Lin a bit frustrated. "Is it that wretch who uses sound arts? How did you learn so fast?" "I've also heard of it. They say the bald guys at Shaolin also use it." After moving a bit further, the Dark Sect Master announced, "We're here. This is my private training ground." Seeing Qin Van showing great interest in the swords, he proactively asked, "So, Have you thought about learning my secret techniques? He honestly replied, I'm really sorry, but that's a bit difficult. Thon Lin, hearing that, also tried to encourage him. Why? Try it once and see. The dark sect master was a bit disappointed, and frankly added, as expected. But then, you can only be a subordinate, not a disciple. Will that be okay? That information made Qin Van even more curious. So, I can't be an official disciple? The dark sect master at this moment also frankly said, how can someone who doesn't practice the sect's martial arts be my disciple? This news made Qin Van lose heart. It's so hard. If I had known, I would have chosen the 5 directions. He intentionally asked again, is it true that I must castrate myself to practice it? He received a firm answer from him. That's right, because the ghost yin art is based on powerful yin energy as a foundation. If you don't practice it, then you cannot practice the flying phantom ghost blade and ghost shadow techniques. Yin energy is the opposite source of energy to yang energy. Men are born with strong yang energy. To control yin energy, one must be castrated to reduce yang energy. After castration, one can use yin energy like this. This information made him a bit hesitant. The dark sect master then continued to probe. Opposite to yang energy, huh? Then, what if it's even yinner? Yinner. What do you mean? Qin Van slowly brought his hand close to him, and in his head, a thought appeared. Death energy. Qin Van's manifestation made the dark sect master exclaim in shock. Yin energy? How can you? He patiently explained. To be honest, I'm not sure myself. I only know that whenever I practice internal energy, this stuff accumulates in my body. Perhaps it's because of my constitution. He, hearing that, interrupted. Maku Thin, you really know how to surprise others. Thun Lin took the opportunity to tease. Looks like you don't want to give up your precious jewels, huh? The dark sect master approached to check his pulse and frankly continued. I was very worried when I heard you possessed innate yin energy, but your 6 entrails and 5 viscera are all very healthy. In his head, he began to calculate, if I can solve the secret of this child's body, then perhaps in the future, if someone wants to practice my martial arts, no one will need to be castrated anymore. Qin Van, as if receiving a signal, happily asked again, then can I become your disciple? The dark sect master immediately affirmed, of course you can. Actually, even if you weren't willing to be castrated, I would still let you be my reserve disciple. That frank answer made Qin Van even more confused. A reserve disciple? The dark sect master gave an explanation. Among my disciples, there are 3 who refuse to be castrated and are currently reserve disciples. The eldest is Hoen Dan Min, the second is Min Trak, and the third is Long Tu. All 3 are talented individuals. The master has reached the pinnacle of his cultivation. He was just about to say something, when suddenly he heard a loud call. Sect Master, emergency. Mak Hu Thin must come to the sect pavilion at once. He calmly asked, what is the matter? Where is the sect administrator? He then received an urgent report from his subordinate regarding Min, which made the god. The sect master secretly realized the secret code regarding Min referred to the imperial palace. As the subordinate tried to continue, seemingly implying something had been found in the forbidden prison, the sect master signaled him to be silent. Zheng Niyun, having just overheard, was deeply struck by the mention of the fire worship. Before leaving, the sect master did not forget to instruct Zheng Niyun. I have some business to attend to, but I will return soon. In the meantime, memorize this. Understood. As soon as he left the room, he urged his subordinate. Go on. The man hurriedly replied, yes, sect master. This time it seems certain. The appearance is just as the rumors from the palace described. The palace didn't truly want to eradicate it completely. That information made the sect master even more certain. So, it must be that. The thing the sect leader is searching for. After searching through all the documents, Zheng Niyun expressed his satisfaction. A truly fascinating technique. Thon Lin was incredibly amazed by his ability. Mak Hu Thin already memorized everything? I must say, I am quite jealous of your brain. The 2 quickly noticed strange noises approaching. It was 3 disciples of the Shadow Sect, scanning the main hall. The second elder, Min, spoke up, asserting, is that guy a righteous sect disciple? The third elder, Long, happily gave his own assessment. He looks pathetic. Only the eldest, Ming, did not express an opinion. Zheng Niyun boldly asked, who are you all? Thon Lin, observing them, offered her insight. They seem to be the reserve disciples that guy mentioned earlier. The sect master seems a bit dissatisfied with you, doesn't he? Long then noticed something. He spotted the sword beside Zheng Niyun. Upon seeing it, Long became extremely furious. So, you are the one who obtained the wicked sword? How can a righteous sect disciple like you The wicked sword was something our eldest brother risked his life to find. It is not something you should be eyeing. While Ming was still calmly observing, his two younger brothers charged forward aggressively. I will turn you into a cripple to pay for your greed, and I will take the sword back. Min had just taken a few steps forward when Zhengni Yun blocked his path and slammed him to the ground. Long was the next to be beaten severely. His strength left them stunned. How could he just even Ming was wide-eyed with shock. With just one strike, he had but Zhengni Yun then spoke up. We've only just met, and you're already this violent? Do you want this thing so much? Then I shall grant your wish. Go ahead and try. Ming, face pale with fear, regained his composure and proactively took a step forward. Let me introduce myself. I am Huang Ming, the eldest brother among the reserve disciples. I have been an orphan since I was young, taken in by the sect master, but because I lacked the courage to be castrated, I could not become a true disciple. Damn it, if I hadn't been blinded by carnal desires, but instead of being afraid, why did I lead my brothers to the death chamber? To make them lose themselves to their desires as well, and cause them to refuse castration? If the disciples keep refusing, I will surely become his successor. But during his plan, Ming heard a loud shout. Eldest brother, it's a disaster. I heard the master just took in a righteous sect disciple as his student. That information made him roar in anger. What? Did that guy agree to be castrated? His subordinate insisted. No, but he has a special constitution. He was born with negative energy in his body. What? And that's not all. Even the wicked sword that the senior brother worked so hard to bring back, the master gave it to him too. That news fueled Ming's frustration further. The wicked sword was found by me, yet the master gave it to him? It's unacceptable. It is mine. It is all mine. Both the succession and the wicked sword are mine. I will kill him and take them back. When did these things end up in my hands? He wondered. Suddenly, realizing he possessed a strange power, Zhengni Yun, watching the performance, gave a round of applause. Mok Huthin are truly an interesting person. Do you think killing me will allow you to take it back? Long curiously asked. Senior brother, what do you mean? Ming then calmed down, reconsidering what he had heard earlier. Do you want this thing so much? Then go ahead and try, see if you can. That reminded him of the sect master's warning. Don't touch the wicked sword. It will make you unable to control your own ambition. Having just said that himself, he struggled with the wicked sword, but it kept controlling him. After struggling for a while, Ming cried out in horror, Why can't I let go? Zhengni Yun eagerly offered, Let me help you take it off. This only made Ming more anxious and impatient. Zhengni Yun triumphantly emphasized, Mok Huthian asked me to help, remember? Ming screamed in fear, Wait. But he couldn't stop Zhengni Yun's actions. Meanwhile, the sect master and his subordinate were still intently discussing. What do you think, sect master? Why the forbidden prison? Should we plant a spy in the Imperial Guard? Then, they heard a call. Sect master, it's an emergency. He hurriedly opened the door. What is it? The subordinate bowed his head in apology. Forgive me for interrupting the meeting, but you must go to the training ground immediately. The sect master returned to the sect. He was startled by the scene before him. Ming and Long were sitting motionless on the floor, and Ming's hand had been severed. Zhengni Yun sheathed his sword, joking, It seems you guys are quite lucky. The sect master secretly realized, I anticipated conflict, but I didn't expect 3 top experts to end up in this state. Ming reached his hand toward him, pleading, Master, I want to be castrated. Master, please, let me be castrated. Please. The sect master was not angry. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction, looking directly at Zhengni Yun, feeling helpless. Ming sneered, glancing at Zhengni Yun behind him, looking at him defiantly. Let's see how long your madness lasts. A moment earlier, Zhengni Yun had severed one of Ming's hands, making him scream in pain. Zhengni Yun looked at the hand that had left Ming's body and sneered. It's already severed, yet it's still twitching. Ming collapsed in pain. He clutched his severed arm with his left hand, furious. Mok Huthin, Ming shouted angrily. Do you think you can get away after doing something like this? Zhengni Yun just smiled provocatively, tossing the hand behind him. That's right. I might even be rewarded for punishing someone who dared to defy our senior. Ming sat on the ground, unwilling to accept defeat, eyes bulging with rage as he gritted his teeth, thinking, he's not wrong. In terms of status, we are only outer disciples, while he is an inner disciple. He smirked, revealing a sinister, wicked smile. But what he doesn't know is that we were the first to become disciples. If we cultivate diligently and become true disciples, the situation will be completely reversed. Returning to the present, Ming excitedly pleaded, Master, please accept me as your student. Seeing him like this, The sect master hesitated. Mok Hu Thien won't regret this? Min and Long, who were kneeling, quickly replied, never, never, ever. Hearing those confirmations, he covered his mouth with his sleeve and chuckled. Very well. Since it is your wish, I grant it. Ming rejoiced internally. We succeeded. Then, the three of them quickly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, master. Ming turned his head to look at Zheng Niyun. Mok Hu Thiener, time is up, you bastard. Just as he thought that, the sect master called out to him. Zheng Niyun. He replied. Yes? Now you can talk freely, right? Yes. The sect master spread his hands toward the three disciples kneeling at his feet, smiling brightly. Mok Hu Thien are truly blessed. You have 3 new junior brothers as soon as you join. Hearing the sect master say that, the three panicked. Ming, clutching his bleeding arm, shouted, Master, what do you mean? We clearly joined the sect first. The sect master asked suspiciously, What are you rambling about? Then, he revealed a dark smile. Zheng Niyun became a true disciple first, so he is your senior brother. Hearing this, Ming couldn't believe it. He bit his lip, sweat pouring down his face, roaring in his heart. What? At that moment, Min turned toward Zheng Niyun and knelt on one knee, bowing to him. Min humbly pays respects to the senior brother. Seeing his companion's action, Ming and Long were stunned and shouted, Senior brother? Mok Hu Thien Yu Min gritted his teeth, thinking, Mok Hu Thien fools, still not waking up? The master hasn't even interrogated the situation. He chose him directly. Everything was arranged from the start. The next successor to the Shadow Sect is him. After everything was settled, Ming, Min, and Long were escorted away. When everyone had left, only the sect master and Zheng Niyun remained. The sect master asked, Do you have nothing to ask? For example, why I didn't question what happened here, or why I made you the senior brother to those who joined last. Hearing him say that, Zheng Niyun fell into deep thought and then smiled, saying, Surely, Master has planned everything with great foresight. How could a disciple dare to question you? That would be a sign of great disrespect. The sect master said, satisfied. That answer pleases me. But I know it is not your true heart. Go ahead and say what you really want to say. After a moment of thought, he finally revealed his true thoughts. Are you sparing them out of compassion? Zheng Niyun thought to himself. When he brought up Han Huanming's words while holding the evil-slaying sword, he wondered if the sect master of the Shadow Sect knew it was just a stall tactic to avoid being purged. The Shadow Sect master turned to look at him. It seems you and your fellow disciples have been chatting quite a bit. If that upsets you, there is no need to reply. He quickly answered, No, if I must answer, then yes, perhaps it is out of compassion. But sometimes, even when you know the truth, you must pretend you don't. He raised his sleeve to cover his mouth. Mok Hu Thien might find it confusing now, but one day, when you are in charge of this sect yourself, you will understand. Zheng Niyun bowed respectfully. I will engrave your words in my heart. Anyway, I apologize for not informing you beforehand and causing you trouble. Perhaps you haven't mastered all the techniques yet? Zheng Niyun hesitated, then replied, I have already mastered and comprehended them. Hearing this, the master was surprised and exclaimed, What? Zheng Niyun cleared his throat. If you are referring to the Ghost Shadow Technique, the Origin Sutra, the Harmonious Fate, the Triple Unity, and the Realm of Wisdom. Hearing him recite them so fluidly, the Shadow Sect master was startled. Zheng Niyun smirked slightly. I have fully understood all the recitations in the manual. The master raised his hand to cover his mouth. Mok Hu Thien memorized all the recitations in such a short time. Mok Hu Thien truly are. A teacher can hardly hide his joy when meeting an exceptional student. He couldn't even hold back his praise. Mok Hu Thien did very well, Zheng Niyun. Zheng Niyun clasped his hands and bowed. I wouldn't dare. Immediately after, the Shadow Sect master walked over to a cabinet, opened it, and said, I wanted to teach you more, but I have matters to attend to. I will have the head steward contact you. Go back to your room and rest. While speaking, he took a cloak from the cabinet and handed it to him. Seeing this, Zheng Niyun cupped his hands and said, Thank you, master. Suddenly, an aura made him jump. Zheng Niyun glanced behind him. Sensing this energy, he quickly spoke to the Shadow Sect master. Excuse me, may I take a walk for a bit? Go for a walk? Why? Well, since I've lived on the mountain all my life, I want to see what the inner city is like. Hearing him say that, the master immediately agreed. Of course, be my guest. Thank you, master. As Zheng Niyun prepared to leave, the master spoke up, reminding him, But you might get lost. I will have someone guide you. Hearing this, Zheng Niyun smiled, glancing behind him, thinking to himself, So, it's for surveillance, isn't it? Thinking that, Zheng Niyun still bowed and replied, I appreciate your kindness. He cast a sharp glance at him. It seems he doesn't fully trust me yet. After that, he arrived at the inner city. Walking around, he marveled. It's quite large, he thought to himself. The inner city alone is this vast. It seems it will take some time to explore everything. Thinking this, he glanced at the person behind him. Sensing his gaze, the person in the middle said, Mok Hu Thien can speak freely with me. There's no need to be so formal. Zheng Niyun smiled slightly. Thank you. From the left, Thon Lin asked curiously, why go through the trouble of coming out? That eunuch told you to rest. Zheng Niyun replied, I can feel it clearly. Feel it clearly? He looked at Thon Lin and concluded, a familiar aura, not far from here. Cao Zuan's aura. Hearing this, Thon Lin frowned in worry. What? Mok Hu Thien mean the protector is inside that female assassin's body? Yes, it seems he can still control that body. Thon Lin asked, bewildered. He can get in here with that body? Who would have thought he was strong enough to pass through the alliance walls? But that body is indeed very convenient. Perhaps he's using the female assassin's memories. Anyway, the more pawns I have to use, the better. And since he is my guardian soul, he surely won't betray me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Niyun had approached the tower, which was emitting a powerful aura. He stood before the tower, thinking, besides Cao Zuan's aura, I can sense another one beneath this pedestal. From inside the tower, a few figures appeared. Seeing the people approaching, Zheng Niyun's face turned cold, wondering, who are they? Most of them are experts, especially the one in the lead. His aura could rival Zun Jin's. Seeing them, the surrounding crowd whispered to one another, careful, Mok Hu Thien Master, hurry and pay your respects. Who is he? The disciple of the association master, Mok Hu Thien Master Zhang Lingyue. Hearing what they said, his eyes widened in surprise. That is Zhang Lingyue's disciple? I didn't expect us to meet here. He quickly noticed the woman being carried on Zongsha's shoulder. Seeing someone in front of them, Cao Zuan slowly raised his head, then frowned at the group. As soon as Zheng Niyun saw Cao Zuan's face, Ma Tang and Thon Lin both choked, and then they both burst into laughter, pointing at Cao Zuan's face, mocking. Don't tell me he got in here by acting as a courtesan? Are you feeling comfortable being a girl now, Cao Zuan? Zheng Niyun, seeing them laughing like that, also smiled faintly. Amidst their loud laughter, Cao Zuan's face turned bright red. He covered his face with his hands, lamenting in his heart. I'd rather die than be here. Cao Zuan gritted his teeth, agonizing and asking himself, why did it turn out like this? 3 days ago, the Honghui Pavilion was a famous high-end brothel. Inside, there was a room called Mo Yao, which only received prestigious guests. Cao Zuan had appeared there. At that time, he was dejected and asked himself, why am I here? The reason was that Cao Zuan had gone into the Honghui Pavilion to find Mu Zheng Niyun. In the midst of the chaos, while preparing to receive a noble guest, the disciple of the king of Wu Cao Zuan, who had an outstanding appearance, was mobilized. He tiredly bowed his head and sat on the chair. Should I just give up and sweep the floor instead? From afar, a customer shouted, so boring. Next, bring the next one here. The madam quickly approached, saying, oh my, such a difficult one. Please wait a moment. Then she walked over to Cao Zuan, saying while walking, now, the next one. Hearing the madam's voice, Cao Zuan turned to look at her, crossing his arms and warning Cao Zuan, don't offend the customer. If you feel uncomfortable, step back immediately. He bowed his head and replied, yes. He frowned, glancing at the other girls. Everyone was trying their best to get noticed and become a concubine. As for me, this is truly a disaster. So I don't have any feelings for it. But I can't leave now. After that, he picked up a zither and approached the guest the madam had assigned, thinking, but, the king of Wu's disciple, who could it be? While Zongsha was drinking, seeing Cao Zuan walk by, he noticed him, then said loudly, excellent, making Cao Zuan jump. Zongsha smirked and called out, Mok Hu Thien, little one. It seems you've practiced martial arts. Hearing him say that, Cao Zuan was startled, his eyes wide with fear. I've been discovered, Zongsha asked cheerfully. Why did you learn martial arts? Hearing his question, Cao Zuan fearfully gripped the zither, calming himself down, must stay calm. I need to prepare some lines in case I'm exposed. Cao Zuan sat on the floor, pulling out his ultimate move, faking a cry. He pitifully said, my late father was a martial artist, a final member of the association. This is just a small trick, ordinary martial arts for self-defense that my father taught me. He thought to himself, a martial artist's daughter living the life of a courtesan. What a miserable fate. Seeing him like that, Zongsha hesitated. "Mok Hu Thien, think I'm going to comfort you?" Seeing Cao Zuan crying, he said, "There are many people in the world who suffer more than that. Isn't this just the result of your own choices? Mok Hu Thien deserve it." Hearing him say that, Cao Zuan still maintained a pained expression on the outside, but inside he cursed. "Damn it," Zongxia continued. "Me, listening to such boring stories?" Hearing Zongxia's voice mixed with crying sounds, Cao Zuan glanced at him and saw Zongxia was both crying, snot and tears everywhere, while saying, "If you think I'm going to be sad, then that's a huge mistake." Witnessing Zongxia like that, Cao Zuan was secretly happy. Did it work? Zongxia wiped his tears with his hand and said, "Mok Hu Thien think that will make me take you as a concubine? It's just that all my guards are men. It's so boring. I thought if there were a female guard, it would be less boring." Hearing the mention of being a guard, Cao Zuan beamed, looking at him, thinking to himself, "What does that mean? A guard? Could he mean he's taking me as a guard now? Being a guard is better than being a concubine." He jumped up, excited. "Sir, what is your great name?" Zongxia was puzzled. "Great name? I'm about to take this little one in. Shouldn't I know the great name?" Zongxia stood up, slamming his axe into the ground, shouting, "My name! My name is." Seeing that axe, Cao Zuan's eyes widened, thinking to himself, "That axe, could it be the super elite expert of the Heaven and Earth Association, known for using an axe to split countless righteous experts in half? The King of Wu, one of the 8 stars, the axe-breaking king, Hu Taiqiang's disciple?" Zongxia rubbed his nose with his finger, opened one eye, and smiled. "The Great Hall, master of the Immortal Legion, and I am the closest confidant and attendant to Mok Hu Thing, Master Zhangling Yue. I am Hu Zongxia." Returning to the present, Cao Zuan, who was being carried by Zongxia, glanced at him, thinking, "Anyway, I have followed him as a guard, but in name, I am a guard. But to who? Zongxia. I'm treated like a concubine, forced to wear open-chest clothes, forced to serve wine all day. Because of that, I've fallen into this humiliating situation." Zheng Ni Yun glanced at Thon Lin, who was laughing until she cried, then looked at Ling Yue's group, who were emitting strong auras. He thought, Zhangling Yue, the second disciple of the Association Master. Zheng Ni Yun remembered Ji Yun's words about him. "This young master has a bad reputation. I advise you to avoid contact as much as possible." The Blood Valley Master once warned him about him. Apparently, he said his personality was such that he had to have whatever he wanted to be satisfied. If he sets his sights on me, it will definitely be very troublesome. Then there's no need to take the initiative to walk into it. Thinking this, he clasped his hands, bowed slightly, and greeted him politely. "Disciple of the Shadow Sect Master, greetings. Mok Hu Thing, Master Zhang Ling Yue." But he didn't care about him at all and quickly led his group past him. Once Ling Yue had left, Thon Lin whispered to Zheng Ni Yun. He didn't even bother to glance at Zheng Ni Yun. Zheng Ni Yun smiled like that. It was probably better than before. When Long Yue had walked a few steps, he stopped. "Wait," he said. Just as Zheng Ni Yun was turning to leave, Long Yue turned back and asked, "Disciple of the Dark Sect Master, I heard that at Blood Valley, a righteous faction hostage won the top rank. Is that true?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged toward Zheng Ni Yun. He flashed a cruel smile at him. "Are you that righteous faction guy?" Thon Lin, standing behind him, whispered a warning. "Bow as low as you can. Mok Hu Thien were no match for him. If he discovers who you are, you'll either become his plaything, or he'll kill you. It's one of the two." Lang Yue reached out and patted Zheng Ni Yun's head to check him. After checking, he wore a mocking smile and exclaimed, "Interesting. It seems you've just stepped into the peak realm. So how did you manage to take the top rank at Blood Valley?" Zheng Ni Yun bowed his head humbly and replied, "It was just luck." He pulled his hand away and used 2 fingers to point right at his eyes. With his fingers mere inches away, Zheng Ni Yun thought to himself, "So, you want to test my strength?" Thinking that, Zheng Ni Yun let out a loud shout on the outside and dodged. Seeing him act like that, Lang Yue raised an eyebrow, wearing a look of derision. Then, he patted his shoulder. Peak early stage. After that, Lang Yue followed up with a strike that sent Zheng Ni Yun flying, crashing hard into the ground. Watching him struggle to sit up, Lang Yue sneered. "Just as I thought." Then, he quickly led his group away. Those in his group even looked back at him, muttering, "It doesn't seem like the rumors. Mok Hu Thieng Master. Yeah, let's go." Among them, one person still stared at him intently. Thon Lin reappeared, praising him. "Well done." Suddenly, Meng Tian spoke up. After all, instead of being startled, his heartbeat remained very calm. Hearing him say that, Lang, Yue couldn't believe it and blurted out, "What?" Regarding Mu Zhengni Yun, there was something he couldn't ignore. Zhang Lang Yue, the candidate for the next sect leader, had gained the support of 30% of the factions, including 5 people considered the pillars of the new generation, the 5 mountains. Zhang Lang Yue ranked them from 1st mountain to 5th mountain. Among them, there was one, a blind man who surpassed the disciple of the Axe King, Hu Zongsha, to climb to the position of 2nd mountain. That was the 2nd mountain, Wei Meng Tian. Meng Tian tapped his hand and said, "If my ears aren't mistaken, the person standing over there didn't show the slightest surprise." Lang Yue lowered his voice and added, "Not even a sound." Zheng Niyun curled his lips in a smile, sighing internally. This is trouble. Lang Yue wore a crazed smile, peering at Zheng Niyun with interest. He's not surprised at all? Looking at his face, Zheng Niyun's expression turned cold, sighing in his heart. Here comes the headache. 2 disciples of the sect leader, Zhang Lang Yue. Hearing their conversation, Zheng Niyun quietly covered his mouth to hide a smile, inwardly sighing, as expected, of Lang Yue. Lang Yue burst into wild laughter and glanced at Zheng Niyun with interest. He isn't surprised at all? Seeing the expression on his face, Zheng Niyun's own expression turned cold. He felt thoroughly annoyed and thought, trouble is coming. These 2 were disciples of Guildmaster Zhang Lang Yue. Speaking of this disciple, Zhang Lang Yue was famous for having the most violent temper among the sect leader's disciples, but there was one thing that could be called his most insane trait, his obsession with talent. And just because of a blind man, his gaze, Lang Yue, touched Zheng Niyun and said loudly, "Truly, your heart is really steady." His full attention was now on Mu Zheng Niyun. Thon Lin tried her best to persuade him, "Stay calm. Mok Hu Thianwer's strength hasn't been exposed yet." He listened to her advice and replied softly, "I am this way because someone taught me that when standing before a tiger, you must never lose your composure." Lang Yue looked satisfied. "A tiger, huh? Mok Hu Thian talked pretty well. Mok Hu Thian've got some guts." But Zheng Niyun stood between the people. Faced with his strange attitude, Lang Yue attacked like a whirlwind, moving toward Zheng Niyun while boasting, "Mok Hu Thian need real strength to be able to do this. This is 5th Mountain CMO Fan. I'm curious about this friend's strength." His subordinate immediately stepped forward to accept the order. "Yes, sir." Thon Lin tried once more to warn him, "Fan, please try to endure it." The atmosphere quickly became chaotic. Splashes of red blood flew and landed on the leaves as Fan continuously unleashed powerful punches at Zheng Niyun. He even used his leg to trip him, creating a truly tragic scene. The woman standing next to Lang Yue couldn't help but gasp in horror. At this rate, his life is over. Even Lang Yue had to nod in acknowledgement. As expected, his strength is nothing special. That's right, just topping the Blood Valley exam, how could he beat a peak expert like CMO Fan? Then, he ordered, "That's enough." But he received bad news from his subordinate. "His heart rate still hasn't fluctuated, sir," causing Lang Yue to yell in shock. "What?" Meng Tian then offered. "Please, hand him over to me." He pulled out his sword aggressively and flew straight toward Zheng Niyun with a bold declaration. "Let's see if you can still hide your strength standing before this 3-way sword." The tip of the sword was now aimed at his throat, but Zheng Niyun still wore a cheeky smile. Seriously? Faced with the opponent's suppression, the 2 of them attacked Zheng Niyun repeatedly without mercy. He couldn't take it anymore and fought back. Mo Fan, being countered, panicked. What the hell? He even warned them loudly. "I tried to be patient, but you guys just keep making it hard for me." Lang Yue watched the match while clapping, cheering. "Truly impressive. That's it. This is exactly what I wanted to see. A cultivator who topped the Blood Valley exam, not even 20 years old, and you've already broken through to the Super Peak realm." The woman beside him asked carefully, "Super Peak? Are you serious, sir?" She immediately received confirmation from Lang Yue. "Yes." Even though it's only the early stage, the purple-haired woman was also astonished. "What? Super Peak? What the hell is going on?" Just a month ago, he didn't know anything about martial arts. After a while of fighting, Meng Tian also gradually backed down. The woman standing next to him marveled. A monster is hiding within the Heavenly Union, and no one knows it. So this blind man was a sleeper agent? Who would have thought he could hear heartbeats? Lang Yue impatiently interrupted. "Then let me be blunt. Swear your loyalty to me." Thon Lin seemed to know something, hurriedly advised, "No other way, Fan. Just go along with him now." The purple-haired woman shared the same opinion. "If you've been noticed like this, it's very dangerous. If that extraordinary ability is discovered." Surprisingly, Zheng Niyun showed a respectful attitude. "I'm truly sorry. I'm afraid that's very difficult." making Thon Lin helplessly sigh. I'm used to it. When has he ever done what I told him to? Lang Yue tried to confirm one more time. So, that's your answer? He continued to question him, while attacking. Mok Hu Thien were refusing my offer? Those present also felt confused. Is he crazy? What is he thinking? Zheng Niyun calmly continued. If you want to own the dark sect, perhaps you shouldn't do anything at all. That statement made Lang Yue amazed once again. He flashed a sinister smile, and continued the challenge. Let's hear it. Zheng Niyun replied with a mysterious smile. If I swear loyalty to you now, that's fine. But if someone from the righteous faction like me starts acting ambitious about power, would the dark sect master trust me? Lang Yue immediately confirmed. Of course not. He would suspect that you're a spy. What a cunning brat. Zheng Niyun lowered his voice. So, please wait. But he still insisted on his terms. What do I get if I wait? Let's make a deal. A deal? Zheng Niyun patiently added. I heard that you are someone capable of seizing great power. So, if you wait for me to gain the trust of the dark sect master and take over the entire dark sect, I will offer the dark sect to you. That condition made Lang Yue feel extremely satisfied. He signaled his acceptance of the deal. Mok Hu Thien were right. If I recruit you now, it will only make the dark sect master suspicious. If I want to completely conquer you, perhaps I need to wait patiently. Fine. Although it's a pity, I'll back off for now. I will wait patiently. I hope you can solidify the sect master's trust until we meet again. Let's go grab a drink. Shimo Fan, let's go. Yes, sir. The woman standing next to Meng Tian gasped in surprise. The two young masters are just leaving like that? Meng Tian, however, silently realized he not only has high cultivation, but also possesses a sharp mind. He knows exactly what his master wants, and targets it directly. Thanks to that, he can defuse the situation and avoid making things messy. And at that moment, I could feel that he was hiding something. Even more so, Zheng Niyun also looked at him for a long time before calling out. Thon Lin. That man is the blind man. He must be eliminated. We can't let him live. After that, Thon Lin asked curiously, Hey, Fan, what are you going to do about that guy? Seeing him look surprised and ask back, That guy? She hurriedly replied, The one possessing that wretch's body. At that moment, Zheng Niyun quickly realized what Thon Lin meant. Cao Tuan? I've already sent a voice transmission ordering him to stay and monitor the two young masters. Keep monitoring them for me, okay? Thon Lin heard that and agreed. Not bad. It seems he's also behaving himself in that woman's body. This news surprised Zheng Niyun. Really? That guy? But you handled everything more quietly than I thought. He didn't mind explaining, because we're being watched, helping Thon Lin understand. Mok Hu Thien, mean that guard over there? But she was corrected by Zheng Niyun, not him. He carefully observed the building in front and wore a sinister smile, urging, Let us go. Su Xuan was also hiding behind the wall observing. She felt extremely anxious. What do I do? She was questioned by the man behind her. Miss, didn't you come to find him? Why let him leave just like that? I did, but Su Xuan was preoccupied with a greater worry. Not long ago, I found out he's from the righteous faction. The righteous faction. Really? Yes. I've already given him the command token. If this gets out, I'm done for. But he's a disciple of the shadow sect leader, so I can't act rashly. What should I do? The man standing beside her asked curiously. Is that really true? Making her eyes widen in shock. What are you talking about? He asked, patiently explaining. Word is, he's broken through to the super peak realm. That news left Su Yan even more unsettled. Just a few days ago, he was only at the peak realm, and he doesn't look like he's hiding his true strength either. But that can't be. Brother wouldn't lie about something like this, she thought. Panicked, she continued. This is bad. Seeing her distress, the man asked, Sia, what's wrong? Su Yan analyzed further. I don't know if he's concealing his strength or not, but if he really is a super peak expert, I'll set aside his background and recruit him. At all costs. I have to verify this myself. But how? Both Qinwen and Thon Lin were amazed by the sight before them. Qinwen blurted out, This guest villa is huge, isn't it? They were stepping into the estate reserved for official Shadow Sect disciples. Thon Lin couldn't stop praising it. The perks for an official disciple really are great, aren't they? However, Qinwen expressed concern. I don't know if great is the right word. They're going to have all these people watching me. Deep down, he was puzzled by the Shadow Sect leader's actions. Why assign bodyguards and then station monitors here as well? Even the servants here know martial arts. It seems the sect leader still can't bring himself to trust me. Thon Lin scanned the surroundings and offered his assessment. They're probably just third-rate, but it'll be hard for you to make a move. Kinvan, however, found a solution. In that case, I'll just make it easier for me to act. Seeing Thon Lin silent, he deliberately emphasized, "Didn't I promise the two young masters I'd take over the Shadow Sect? I'm going to keep that promise." The guide leading Kinvan quickly said his goodbyes. "My task ends here. I'll take my leave," the guard said. But Kinvan stopped him. "Wait. Mak Hu Thien, the bodyguard, right? I have a question. Can we talk for a moment?" This made the guard extremely anxious. What could he want? He wondered. There were many people around, so he probably wouldn't dare try anything. With that thought, the guard confidently agreed. "Sure, what is it?" Kinvan replied solemnly. "Mak Hu Thien, we're planning to report my affairs to the sect leader, aren't you?" "Don't do that. Mak Hu Thien can follow me, but only report what I allow you to report to your master." The bodyguard was stunned. He couldn't believe Kinvan would be so blunt. If he knows he's being watched, shouldn't he be more careful? Afterward, the guard pretended to cooperate. "I'll act as if I heard nothing." Unexpectedly, Kinvan teased him. "Mak Hu Thien'll regret this." The bodyguard felt deeply frustrated. This arrogant brat, does he dare threaten me? Then he spoke firmly. "It seems you've suppressed those disciples, so you've become a bit arrogant. Don't forget, the sect leader can discard you at any moment. However, I only follow the sect leader's orders. So, I cannot accept your request. I'll take my leave." The bodyguard was certain. "I will report this to the sect leader." But as he turned to leave, Kinvan struck him with his hand. After knocking him to the ground, the bodyguard shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Kinvan didn't hesitate. He walked over with his sword, terrifying the guard. Is he really going to kill me? Even as the guard tried to block him, wait, he was silenced by Kinvan's command. "Take it." Before he could even blink, he was knocked unconscious. After a moment of investigation, Kinvan found the reason. "So that's it. Mak Hu Thien want to marry a female guard and build a home in the suburbs? Mak Hu Thiener ambitions are pretty small, aren't they?" The bodyguard, just coming to, questioned him loudly. "How could you know that?" Kinvan didn't mind the truth. The evil blade has a very interesting ability. It can force a person to reveal their deepest desires. If that woman dies, your dream will shatter, right? After regaining his composure, the guard secretly schemed, "No, I have to be patient. First, I'll pretend to submit. Then I'll report this to the sect leader, telling him that he absolutely must not accept him as a disciple." Little did he know, Kinvan was watching him closely. The guard's attention shifted to something else. Lying on the floor, "That's the butterfly hairpin I gave her." He lost all composure and yelled, "Why do you have that?" But Kinvan continued to threaten him. "The next thing you see might not be this hairpin, but that woman's head. Don't tell your master about the conflict between me and the two young masters group. Just say you met them, and nothing special happened. Do you understand? Do you get my point? Why are you making such a tearful face?" Deep down, the guard was terrified. Does he want to kill someone? He really is a demon, Kinvan urged him. "All right, go on out." Another bodyguard checked on him. "Are you okay?" Mak Hu Thien looked pretty pale. But he only said, "Let me ask you something. Has the young master gone out lately?" The other guard was confused and asked back, "Didn't you just talk to him?" This only made the first guard more puzzled. If that's the case, then who brought this hairpin back? While wandering around, Kinvan suddenly made an offer to the other two guards. "Mak Hu Thien guys have worked hard. We'll be seeing each other often, so let's have some tea to get to know one another, shall we?" One of them immediately agreed. "Since you've invited us, we won't be formal." Having achieved his goal, Kinvan flashed a mysterious smile. Night fell. Inside the sacred hall, a few rooms were still lit. Under the dim candlelight, a voice spoke up. "The two young masters and Kinvan have met." The Shadow Sect leader held the report in his hand, curious, but the two young masters only said a few words and left? Thak Trung was the one providing information. "Yes, master." The Shadow Sect leader laughed coldly. "It seemed the two young masters want to use that kid as a stepping stone to take over the Shadow Sect. I've clearly refused them countless times." He probed further, but Thak Trung remained silent. Did the young master really just pass by? No conflict occurred? Pausing for a few seconds, he replied softly, "Yes, but internally, he was torn. Actually, I want to tell the truth." With intense determination, Thak Trung thought, "I must warn him. He must not accept him as a disciple. He is a treacherous man, concealing his true power. But I feel like something is watching me, so I can't speak." Fearing for his life, he stuttered. Nothing happened at all. The Shadow Sect leader looked like he wanted to say something, but couldn't. Suddenly, as if possessed, he laughed heartily. "That's great then," the Shadow Sect leader calmly ordered. "That's good. If something happened, it would be troublesome. Mok Hu Thien should go get some rest. Thach Trung bowed respectfully. Thank you, master. Afterward, he quickly left the room. Thach Trung didn't know that Qin Ven was looking at him with a mysterious smile. Right then, another voice spoke, making him jump. Sect leader. The voice slowly revealed. It seems he didn't report everything. The shadow sect leader remained expressionless. Is that so? Earlier, he too had noticed Thach Trung's pale and anxious face. He felt that he hadn't reported enough. The most important thing was that the two young masters just left like that. It was truly illogical. Is Thach Trung having a problem? Thinking this, the shadow sect leader urgently ordered, send men to tail Thach Trung and keep a close watch on every move of those stationed at the guest villa. The room became eerily quiet. The shadow sect leader's eyes revealed his ambition, and report every single detail to me. The shadow replied and shot out of the room. Understood. Once done, he breathed a sigh of relief. The shadow sect leader walked over to a cabinet and carefully opened a drawer. Inside, a scroll was neatly stored. He slowly opened it. It contained all the information the sect leader needed. After reviewing it, he smiled with satisfaction. A week passed. The shadow sect leader began to have his own thoughts. First, it was about Mok Qin Ven's talent. The sect leader asked him to perform the ghost shadow claw technique according to what he knew, and Mok Qin Ven performed it perfectly, as if he had practiced it for a long time. The sect leader had asked the servants if Mok Qin Ven had been practicing secretly on his own. At that moment, a maid concerned about the sect leader's condition said, Mok Hu Thieng Master Mok only stays in his room reading. But the response he received was, no. He watched Qin Ven and wondered, so he only looked at it once and could perform it perfectly like that? This was truly unbelievable. Therefore, the sect leader gave Mok Qin Ven other secret manuals and ordered him to perform them immediately. But the result was the same. The sect leader knew Mok Qin Ven had a gift for martial arts, but he didn't expect his talent to be this overwhelming. The shadow sect leader laughed excitedly and cunningly. Looks like I don't need to teach him anything. Mok Qin Ven's talent made people feel fear more than amazement. So, the sect leader changed his teaching method. He chose to answer Mok Qin Ven's questions instead of teaching him martial arts. But Mok Qin Ven asked questions that were beyond the sect leader's imagination. Caught in a tough spot, the shadow sect leader asked in confusion, what did you say? Mok Qin Ven got straight to the point. I heard that the thing on your face, master, is a human skin mask. How did you make it? Mok Qin Ven didn't ask about martial arts, but only about the shadow sect's secret techniques. Looking at the person before him, the shadow sect leader had to think deeply. Is he more interested in this than martial arts? That was the sect master's second concern. A moment later, he held a letter and asked suspiciously, is this for real? The minion replied firmly, yes, it is true, sir. He pondered the information, then couldn't help but exclaim, hard to believe. Only those most trusted are taught the secret techniques of the dark sect. The current sect master still didn't trust Mo Jingyun, so he hadn't passed down the final secret mental arts of the Ghost Blade technique or the secret techniques of the dark sect. 3 days ago, the sect master had ordered an investigation into Mo Jingyun and the Nianmu sword manor. Who knows how much time passed? The dark sect master sat deep in thought, analyzing everything. I thought with this much talent, he would have contributed a lot to the family, but it seems the higher-ups don't think highly of him at all. Furthermore, the next piece of information hit him, making him even more surprised. His cultivation is only at the third-rate level? The sect master was very surprised. The results were completely unexpected. He could only be certain that Mo Jingyun was dissatisfied with his position in the family. Still, the dark sect master pretended to be calm. This doesn't prove anything yet. Keep investigating. And then, the sect master's final concern, the most serious issue even though it was late. He still didn't leave his desk. For some reason, the dark sect master was agitated, continuously tapping his fingers on the table. I planted people to monitor Mo Jingyun, but the results showed nothing. All day long, he just practices, eats, meditates, and reads. That's all he's done for the past 7 days. Piecing everything together, he grew suspicious. Everything is happening too consistently, too abnormally. Could he have threatened the monitors? Because of this, the sect master's suspicion reached its peak. Change the monitors. At the villa. But the results remain the same. Of course, if you change the people and the report stays the same, it could be true, but it only made the sect master feel more strange. After investigating himself, the dark sect master slammed the table in frustration. He rubbed his tired head. He had discovered it, that feeling. That abnormality was the key to finding the answer. Even so, The dark sect master tried to stay calm to analyze it carefully. So far, a total of 18 monitors had been rotated. Threatening or persuading them all was impossible. And besides, that kid wasn't just outstanding in martial arts. So perhaps he noticed he was being watched. Maybe he acted that way to put my mind at ease. Thinking of this, he sighed helplessly. There's no other way. Without hesitation, the dark sect master called out coldly, "Bitch." The very next second, someone replied, "Yes, Bish?" A top-tier martial artist and a high-ranking assassin from the Wu Yin assassination sect, one of the 4 great assassin sects. He was a close subordinate of the dark sect master, possessing supreme stealth abilities. Bitch knelt on one knee, showing respect. Mok Huothian summoned me. Sect master? The dark sect master didn't hesitate, getting straight to the point. Replace the servants at the villa with ordinary people. Leave only 2 martial guard warriors, and in the coming time, you'll have to endure some hardship. Upon receiving the order, his upper body began to fade, merging into the air. As you command. The dark sect master then pondered leisurely. A top-tier assassin like Bitch, once he wants to hide, even a grandmaster wouldn't be able to detect him. I will know his true colors soon. It seems he knew he was being watched, so he was extremely vigilant. Just make him lower his guard, and his true intentions will naturally be revealed. Bitch was already at Zheng Niyun's living quarters. He walked on tiptoe, avoiding any sound. After poking around for a moment, he climbed into the attic and carefully lifted a ceiling tile. Bitch peered down from above. The scene below left him frozen. Below, Zheng Niyun was leisurely reading a book, Chok Hoa Dao Yo. He was unmoved. Kneeling before him was the assassin who had been tortured until he was a wreck. He was holding on to him, but his eyes were still focused on his reading. Nuoc Nu Tien Kan, Trung Nat, Lok Bien, Muoi, Van. Realizing this was a good opportunity, Bitch jumped down. His eyes glared at him, full of killing intent. Bish quickly groped inside his clothes, looking for something. After grabbing a weapon, he closed in on Zheng Niyun, preparing to strike. At this moment, he just gave a confident smile, having known it all along. Mok Hu Thiener fast. Just as Zheng Niyun called out softly, Beach was already kneeling at his feet, the demon monk. He was frozen. He couldn't even realize he was being controlled by the demon monk. Thon Lin stood nearby, hissing softly. She glanced at him with contempt. 3 days ago, Thon Lin began to remember. Pham Phu told me and the old monk to capture the full strength of the dark sect. And we discovered this man called Bitch. He is a confidant of the dark sect master, skilled in the art of concealment. But with souls like us, that's useless. So, we suppressed him. In the end, she and Bitch cooperated, secretly luring and threatening the people around. Now, the scroll was firmly in Zheng Niyun's hands. The result was only 7 days after arriving at the dark sect. He looked at it and smiled with satisfaction. Pham Phu has already taken control of this entire place. Night fell over the large street. Zheng Niyun casually tossed the scroll in his hand. The demon monk heard this, and the people around him asked anxiously, "How do you feel about this new body?" He looked satisfied and said, "It's fine." Saying this, the corner of Zheng Niyun's mouth curled up slightly. "And what is this? Is this what the dark sect master often reads?" The hand holding the scroll tightened slightly. What exactly is written in here? He suddenly noticed Bitch's gaze, then tightened his grip on the man's head. Mok Hu Thien mean this guy? Mok Hu Thien probably already know, but he is not a martial artist of the dark sect. Pausing, Zheng Niyun smirked and emphasized, "More accurately, he is an assassin sent to take my life." Hearing this, Thon Lin, who was standing nearby, continued, "He is the one sent by that blind man we met." Zheng Niyun immediately remembered a man Vimon Thien, an assistant to the association leader's 2 disciples. He then asked in a low voice, "Is it that troublesome guy?" The hand grabbing the opponent's hair began to apply more force. I had expected something like this to happen, but I didn't expect him to dare send someone. Bitch's face showed bewilderment. Do you know what he said? He claimed to be from the Justice Alliance. As soon as he finished speaking, Thon Lin added, "Mok Hu Thien still don't understand? Pham Phu originally comes from the righteous sects. They did this to make Pham Phu lower his guard." "Use your head." The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, but after being lightly tortured, he confessed everything. The scream back then echoed through the room. "Vimon Thien. It was Vimon Thien who sent me here." Speaking of this, she asked loudly, "But where did that blind man get the guts to send people here? Isn't he afraid of being exposed?" He stroked his chin, thinking seriously. Thon Lin was right. Zheng Niyun's eyes darkened for a moment. Thinking about it, it is strange. He clearly knew this guy couldn't kill me. Outside the palace, a layer of misty fog. Furthermore, The Dark Sect is an organization specializing in gathering and controlling information, so security must be very strict. Thinking of this, he was startled. But why did this guy get in here? Without being detected? Then, Jung Neun laughed coldly. He looked up and muttered under his breath, "Caught in a trap." Thon Lin looked at him suspiciously. "What's wrong?" Outside the window, a flash of light appeared. Jung Neun was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "He didn't get in here without being detected." "Thon Lin, do you remember what he said at the beginning?" She turned to leave. "He came from the Justice Alliance." Suddenly, Thon Lin was startled and turned back. Could it be Jung Neun immediately confirmed, "That's right." A figure moved nimbly on the roof. An organization that handles secret information cannot have loose security. This is very likely a trap set by the sect master to deal with intruders. At this moment, the man kneeling at his feet was still bowing his head to figure out their intentions upon entering, and that blind man utilized the sect master's trap. Outside, he had already been surrounded by people, creating a situation where it seemed like a spy from the Dark Era was approaching me. Calm footsteps walked out. "Ma Ku Thiang Master, are you okay?" The head steward walked over, smiling broadly. "I heard someone broke in. Is the young master still there?" But not far away, a figure quietly observed everything. Monthian stood there, having guessed it from the very beginning. The blind man's goal wasn't assassination. At the same time, Jung Neun himself realized it was to make me suspected of being a spy for the Justice Alliance. A wind blew across the distant cliff. Manthian stood there and asked in a low voice, "How are things going?" The subordinate beside him carefully recounted the situation. "The martial artists of the Dark Sect have already swarmed to his villa, sir." Hearing this, he laughed softly to himself. "So everything has gone according to my plan." Half of his face was then hidden by a hat. I can imagine the terrified look on his face right now. A day earlier, the man frowned and asked again, "What did you say?" Initially, he said the subordinate came from the Justice Alliance. Then after being tortured, he confessed it was the sector leader who sent him. Monthian nodded and replied softly, "That's right. He will definitely torture you." He couldn't help but wonder, "But is it necessary to reveal the sector leader?" He sighed and said, "No, he is a very cunning person. Lying to him is useless. Furthermore, if you say I sent you, he won't kill you right away." Pausing, he concluded, "Because of that, you can buy time." The opponent was completely following the sector leader's orders. "That's right. Just buy time until the Dark Sect martial artists act." At this moment, a group of people holding torches surrounded the room. "That's right. Speaking of this," Manthian's voice choked. Then the emotionless man continued, "Yes, by then, the subordinate will die under the name of being a spy for the Justice Alliance." Then he bowed to him. "My family, I leave them in your care." Meng Tian also bowed his head, replying, "I will not forget your loyalty." Returning to the present, he slowly turned and walked away. From the beginning, this plan was designed for Qi Heng to be the sacrifice. Meng Tian's silhouette gradually faded into the night, even if that guy were to torture. Qi Heng or not, the ultimate goal was to make him appear as a spy. The identification badge had long since been handed over. Thus, Qi Heng had been carrying the Dark Arrow's badge on him. At this moment, the head steward was gloating, waiting for the results, and I had also bribed the head steward. A white pawn was being moved on the chessboard. This was a strategy formed after dozens of discussions. No matter how cunning that guy is, he won't be able to escape. He immediately thought of his vision for him. Afterward, Qi Heng would testify that Mo Jingyun was a spy for the Justice Alliance, and then he would lose his power. The corners of Meng Tian's mouth slowly curled up. Or he would be tortured to death. The night in the bamboo forest was dead silent. Meng Tian sighed and entered his room, sitting on the bed. His heart was still restless. I trust my intuition. In this world, nothing is more accurate than sound, or, more specifically, a heartbeat. His face wrinkled slightly, and his heartbeat was so strange. No matter what happened, that sound never changed. Each beat echoed evenly in Meng Tian's ears. His heartbeat was always so rhythmic. Remembering when Lang Yue coldly rejected a guy like him, it was all too abnormal. I advised the master to get rid of him, but I was ignored. He felt very smug at this moment, so I decided to eliminate him myself. Meng Tian thought, then slowly took off his shoes. Now my heart feels at ease. A small sound echoed in his ears, making him freeze. A gentle breeze blew, making the bamboo stems sway slightly. In the bushes, a cricket chirped very softly. Meng Tian stood for a long while before the door. Eventually, he startled and stepped back. What was that? The guards had all fallen into a deep sleep. They were slumped everywhere in the room. Why is everything so quiet? Meng Tian immediately grabbed his bamboo staff. He quickly swung the door open. Before his eyes, Everything was inexplicably quiet. There were supposed to be guards around here, but he couldn't sense anyone's presence. A cold sweat broke out on Meng Tian's forehead. Has everyone gone to sleep? Footsteps sounded, confirming his hunch. No. Meng Tian, alert, immediately drew his sword. They had been knocked unconscious. In the empty corridor, only he remained. The opponent was drawing closer and closer, and in that silent space, there were footsteps. Meng Tian frowned and gritted his teeth in panic. Even if I only heard it once, I would recognize who it is. But how is that possible? A moment later, Meng Tian shouted, "How did you get in here?" He was stunned inside. The guy was supposed to be in prison undergoing interrogation. Thinking this, he yelled the opponent's name. Mo Jingyun. He remained silent, not replying. His lips just curled up slightly. Immediately after, Zheng Niyun swung his hand, throwing something. Catch this! Meng Tian caught it by reflex. When he looked down at the object in his hands, he was horrified. Qi Heng. He didn't say a word, but lunged forward. Meng Tian hurriedly swung his sword to parry the attack. Since you were kind enough to give this to me, Zheng Niyun glared, a smirk on his face as he closed in. I want to return the favor. He panicked, struggling to break free from his opponent. What on earth just happened? His heart maintained a steady rhythm in his chest. Sometimes, people experience moments where they can feel it. Something strange appears, right in the middle of everything being peaceful, like a calm lake suddenly rippling with tiny waves. A feeling both strange and unfamiliar. Yes, that was exactly the feeling. His bare feet were pushed back by a powerful force. The strong sword's strikes slashed wildly through the space. Meng Tian was still bewildered. What just happened? Recalling his deal with the head steward, he was confused. Before this, everything had been going perfectly according to his calculations. He should have. I was framed by the dark sect's steward as a spy for the righteous faction. The hand holding the sword only had time to block each attack. There shouldn't have been any unexpected factors interfering. Zheng Niyun, in front of him, slashed forward excitedly. Yet that guy had successfully become that exact unexpected factor. In short, what the hell is going on here? An hour earlier, slow footsteps had stopped outside. Mok, Hu Thieng, Master, are you safe? The head steward, leading a team of soldiers, stood before the room and shouted. Someone broke in here. He stepped forward and ordered. Mok Hu Thieng guys step back. The head steward's eyes narrowed slightly. At first I was skeptical, but I didn't expect someone to actually break in, daring to find this place. He remembered the words the other person had said not long ago, because Meng Tian had sent someone to pass him the message. Mo Jingyun is a spy for the righteous faction. When he thought of this, the image of him colluding with the spy became even clearer. At the same time, the dark sect's people would quickly connect with him. By this time, the group had already surrounded everything. I already found that prisoner extremely suspicious, and that intruder, just as expected, came straight for him. The more he thought, the more smug the head steward felt. It's all too perfect. I didn't like this guy much to begin with, but if he really is a righteous faction spy, I can use this opportunity to get rid of him and stop him from being an eyesore. He lowered his voice and ordered, if he doesn't come out on his own, then drag him out. His subordinates bowed their heads to listen to his instructions. Yes, sir. At the same time, a voice sounded from behind. Who is this? The man's body was dragged up by the opponent. So you're here too, steward? Zheng Niyun smiled, calmly stepping forward. Mok Hu Thieng didn't even bother to capture the intruder? The head steward raised his voice, feigning, how could I not have discovered him? I intentionally lowered my guard to see what his goal was. He swung his hand, throwing the man to the ground. Is that so? Well, that's great. But inside, the head steward cursed. Mok Hu Thieng dog, keep gloating, and being arrogant in front of me while you still have the chance. Outwardly, the steward smiled and questioned him, but he didn't know why this was so strange. He skipped all the dark sect's secret manuals and came straight for you? Zheng Niyun didn't need to think to reply. I don't know the reason. Even though I was subjected to brutal torture, he still refused to talk. Now you need to make him wake up and continue the interrogation, if we're lucky. Hearing this, the other side appeared reluctant. Use torture? I'm afraid that will cause trouble. He was a bit confused. What kind of trouble? The head steward's eyes narrowed slightly. Unfortunately, that could also be a bitter meat tactic of his to get out of the suspicions I'm investigating. A large hand suddenly placed itself on his shoulder. For instance, the steward smiled, saying a sentence full of hidden meaning. If he is a righteous faction spy and is finding a way to get close to you, Mok Hu Thieng Master. The firelight cast shadows on his face, creating an eerie look. The current situation is all pointing directly at you. If you are suspected and convicted, you will be executed. The corners of Zheng Niyun's mouth couldn't help but twitch. A very faint laugh escaped his throat. The head steward's expression became one of disbelief. Just now, did he laugh? Behind them, a voice rang out. It's been a long time since someone visited the dark sect in the evening. As soon as he saw this person, the steward was startled. Sect, leader. The dark sect leader covered his mouth and smiled. What brings you here, steward? The head steward hadn't even had time to speak when the guy let out a scream. Immediately after, the soldiers forced the man to his knees. Let me go! Let me go! Seeing this, the steward gritted his teeth and approached. Why are you struggling so fiercely, huh? The man was panicked, begging, Please forgive me, steward. The head steward's expression went blank for a moment. What? What did you say? The man immediately kept bowing his head, saying, I have confessed everything regarding you. The man froze. What? In his ears was the sound of weeping and pleading. The words spoken had long been prepared by Thon Lin. Please spare my family. I am willing to die, but please. Hearing this, the head steward panicked and explained, Sect leader, it's all slander. I absolutely have no connection with this guy. Seeing this, the man yelled again, Why are you pretending not to hear? Please spare my family. The steward lost his composure and immediately drew his sword. Mock Hu Thien bastard. I'll tear your mouth open. Bai suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Stay calm, steward. The steward froze for a moment. Bai. The guard the other side asked in a high voice. Why are you so flustered? Before, you were in collusion with him. Otherwise, there's no reason for you to be this worried. The blade pressed close, making the head steward fearful. Collusion? Mock Hu Thien dare speak such nonsense? At this moment, the soldiers behind them started to grow suspicious. Collusion? Is that true, steward? They appeared extremely dissatisfied. Master Mu is a kind person. This incident is a bit suspicious. Or is it that you framed him? Immediately after, questions began to ring out everywhere. Did the steward order you to approach Master Mu? The Bai family caused trouble and acted as a spy for Master Mu? They had. So, you used my family to threaten me into doing this, didn't you? The head steward was speechless, unable to offer any explanation. That's not it. The shadow sect leader had been silent the whole time. Seeing this, the old man panicked and turned to beg the sect leader for help. My lord, I was only following orders to conduct this search, I swear. Mock Hu Thien scoundrel. Bish stood by his side and whispered, Sect leader, I request permission to detain the steward for questioning. The head steward's eyes widened in terror. Bish, wait, no, that's not how it went. It wasn't like that. Finally, the soldiers drew their swords and dragged him away. The old man let out a desperate roar. No! The man simply glared at him. Suddenly, the shadow sect leader swung his hand, slicing across the man's throat. The body collapsed limply before everyone's eyes. The head steward was stunned, frozen in place. A drop of red blood splattered onto the sect leader's cheek. He stepped slowly over the corpse and stood before the crowd, declaring firmly, the intruder had conspired to incite. The mastermind behind this rebellion has been executed. Lowering his voice, the sect master emphasized, from this moment on, no one is permitted to discuss this event. All the soldiers immediately cupped their fists, bowed their heads in unison, and shouted, As you command, sect master. At that, he cast his gaze down at the severed head, whose eyes were now tightly shut. A glimmer flashed in the sect master's pupils, that same sensation from before. As the torch flared, casting light through the air, the figure behind him wore a sinister smile. Startled, he whirled around to find Zheng Niyun standing there, a grateful smile on his face. His eyes swept over the man, whose hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. An uneasy feeling washed over him, like an invisible pressure bearing down. His heart seemed to skip a beat, a violent misalignment. Meng Tian stood frozen, staring at the figure charging toward him. Yes, the sensation he had sensed from the man, a burst of energy flashing before him, was exactly that misalignment. Immediately after, he was kicked, sent flying through the doorway. Meng Tian landed nimbly, miraculously unhurt. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed again. Now, let me return the favor, Zheng Niyun said, appearing directly in front of him. Everything you granted me before, a wicked smile spread across his face. That's right. The misalignment, I actually welcomed such a talent at first. That blind man is already one step ahead of you. As she spoke, the wounds on his face began to bleed. Meng Tian, standing before him, gnashed his teeth in fury, like joining the dark sect. But with him, it's different. This irritation makes me want to see him vanish immediately. Meng Tian struggled to catch his breath. Cheap tricks won't work on him. The light suddenly flared in the old man's eyes. Right now I have to kill him. Thon Lin, holding a cigarette, warned. Watch out. No sooner had she spoken than he lunged forward. Jung Ni-yun quickly dodged, retreating. Then, she appeared once more. "We must kill him," Lin Chin, holding a cigarette, warned. "Watch out." No sooner had she finished speaking than the old man lunged suddenly. He quickly dodged and retreated. At that moment, she appeared again, saying, "That blind man is one step faster than you." As she spoke, the wound on his face began to bleed. Before him, Meng Tian gnashed his teeth in fury. "Even though I'm loath to admit it, you are incredibly strong, devious, and well-versed in the same dirty tricks as me. Still, you shouldn't have set foot in this place." Jung Ni-yun wiped the blood from his face, for at that very moment, the old man widened his murky eyes and emphasized, "Mok Hu Thien will die by my hand." Seeing this, Jung Ni-yun became even more excited. How interesting. Let's see who dies by whose hand. The corners of his mouth curled upward as the other man continued. "I'll admit that. Mok Hu Thien truly are strong." Saying this, the old man slowly raised his sword. "To be so young and already have stepped into the transcendent realm like me, it's truly an achievement to be respected." Secretly, he was still calculating. However, he furrowed his brows and thrust forward. The weakness of advancing too quickly is also extremely obvious. The sudden attack caught him off guard, and a surge of power from afar rushed toward Jung Ni-yun. Immediately afterward, Meng Tian appeared, nimbly closing the distance. His footwork generated a subtle surge of power. In an instant, his seasoned sword strikes overwhelmed him. Seeing this, the corners of Meng Tian's mouth curled up. Being in the same realm doesn't mean having the same combat ability. One of the key factors is internal energy. Jung Ni-yun frowned, struggling to block the sword strike. Someone who progresses so rapidly can hardly build up deep internal cultivation. "That's why you're being pressured by me to this extent." As he said this, he suddenly retracted his sword. And here is the second thing. This time, the sword aimed for Jung Ni-yun's arm. He rotated his hand slightly on the hilt, and the trajectory of the blade changed instantly. Jung Ni-yun, unable to react in time, was slashed across the chest. Meng Tian waved his hand, sheathing the sword. That is the maturity and experience of battle. His hypothesis was confirmed. Indeed, he couldn't react in time to the change in his technique. Jung Ni-yun recovered and quickly retreated. He stood in silence, clutching the wound on his chest. Mok Hu Thiener sword techniques are clearly standard, with no room for criticism. Every time he spoke, the sword in the old man's hand traced a path of light. "But because you lack combat experience, you can't cope with my variations. Even your internal energy is inferior to mine." Light flared, leaving him stunned. The winner is the king, the loser the bandit. It's truly cruel. At that moment, Meng Tian slowly channeled his internal energy into the blade. Because of those two flaws, a vortex of sharp sword blades was created. Mystic Crystal Sword Technique, 4th form, Starlight Bow. Meng Tian spun around, waving his hand to control them. "This will make you lose this battle." Overwhelming internal energy radiated outward, leaving him gaping. The sharp blades of light flew toward him. The technique was so beautiful, it was momentarily mesmerizing, a masterpiece of a strike, difficult to defend against. Jung Ni-yun's hand tightened around the hilt. "Even so, I want to block that technique." He pivoted, wanting to face it all head-on. The sound of the blades striking his sword echoed out. Jung Ni-yun threw himself forward, taking the initiative. His body was gradually slashed by the blades, yet he continued to embrace them all. He suddenly burst into loud laughter, savoring the joy of the battle. Thinking of this, the moves he launched became even more skillful. So exciting. The blades continued to slash at him mercilessly. This is a true duel between experts. Despite wounds covering his body, Jung Ni-yun still charged forward. "I am truly thrilled. This match is better than any battle I've ever experienced." Seeing this, Meng Tian shuddered and rushed to retaliate. Mok Hu Thien were laughing? "As expected, you're no amateur. I have to admit one thing I didn't want to. Within 5 years, no, just 2 years. Who wins and who loses would be far from certain." The sword spun, blocking the next move. Meng Tian lunged forward, knocking his hand away. "But today, it's a pity you're too foolish." Jung Ni-yun's expression went blank for a moment. The ruthless blade was right in his line of sight. "Mok Hu Thiener, excessive arrogance has finally driven you to your own grave." The old man thrust forward straightly. Thon Lin, seeing this, shouted a warning. "Watch out!" At that moment, her eyes widened. That thing, the tip of the sword touched his throat, making him laugh. A massive surge of power erupted from somewhere, breaking the 8 forms. Jung Ni-yun tilted his body, letting the wound cut across his throat. Meng Tian was startled, not understanding what was happening. In his heart, he found it hard to believe. The blade had slipped. Zhang Niyun lifted his leg and kicked the old man straight in the stomach. Inverse counter kick technique. Meng Tian, in pain, was pushed backward. He slowly lowered his injured hand. Zhang Niyun was still smiling, his hand steady on the sword. First form no, the counter form. This technique made Thon Lin breathe a sigh of relief. How ridiculous. Watching the match before her, she thought in disbelief. He was actually able to perceive the counter form. The counter form was a technique that operated in the exact opposite way to the primary form. The two techniques were polar opposites in training. If the primary form was meant to draw the opponent in, the counter form operated on the principle of pushing away anything that touched the body. Thon Lin stepped forward, observing him intently. Indeed, the principle of repulsion. However, the counter form is a pushing technique. Looking at how the blade had only slipped and not been deflected, she mused, "Ma Kuthian, we're still a bit green." At that moment, Zhang Niyun spoke slowly. "This match is harder than I thought, especially when facing an expert like you. Perhaps I should say it's extremely difficult to land the move at the right moment." He paused, licking the wound on his hand lightly. "I want to play a little more, but I've wasted too much time. It's time to wrap this up." Meng Tian seemed to have anticipated it early on. "It seems you also possess your own secret technique, a type of defense, that causes the opponent's strike to slide away." But the internal energy had long since been channeled into the sword in the old man's hand. Meng Tian whispered, "The same trick won't work twice." Sword energy. He took a deep breath. He understood that while the subtle technique was one thing, the sword in his hand was no ordinary object. The back of the blade was already showing cracks, to the point where it would shatter the legendary weapon. The true sword is also terrifying. Delaying any further was pointless. Meng Tian slammed his foot into the floor. Taking this first round, too, he arched his back, sword held before his chest. Mystic Crystal Sword Technique. Seventh form, Shattering the Void. The decision of victory or defeat. Zhang Niyun suddenly let out a cold laugh. "It seems you've run out of tricks, haven't you?" Meng Tian was briefly stunned. The sword strike he launched left the old man with no time to react. This was Zhang Niyun, was using the Mystic Crystal Sword Technique. Seventh form, Shattering the Void. He lunged to attack. I see you repeating the same move over and over." Meng Tian struggled to block the swinging sword. Cold sweat trickled down his face. "What the hell is this?" Recalling the origin of that technique, the Mystic Crystal Sword Technique was a single lineage sword style, an absolute secret technique that never leaked out. Thinking of this, Meng Tian gritted his teeth in frustration. If that was the case, then this guy, in the middle of a death match where both sides wanted each other's lives, had he actually learned the opponent's sword style? Finally, the sword in his hand traced a series of paths. Secret techniques must never be leaked to outsiders. Thinking of this, Meng Tian gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. If that were true, in a life-or-death battle where both sides were out for blood, could he have really stolen the enemy's sword technique? Finally, the sword in his hand traced a series of strikes. Mystic Crystal Sword Technique, fourth form, Starlight Bow. They immediately lunged toward the opponent. Meng Tian couldn't block the barrage of attacks. This time, Zhang Niyun blocked his sword. Meng Tian's body was flung away by him. Zhang Niyun, before his eyes, was becoming more terrifying. Absurd. That's impossible. Moreover, he even executed the variation I intended to use, with a technique even more advanced than mine. At that moment, his heart was pounding rapidly. Simulating the enemy's martial arts and applying it at a higher level, he's growing stronger even during the fight. The moment he realized this, Meng Tian gritted his teeth, taking a sword strike. Monster. Zhang Niyun, on the contrary, fought even more enthusiastically. As expected, my intuition was correct. This guy is a disaster. His blade will definitely aim for my dantian. His feet remained firmly planted on the ground. Must stop him. The old man's shoulder was suddenly pierced. Meng Tian used all his strength to grab the man's wrist. The sudden movement made Liu Jinyun flinch. At that moment, the old man gripped his sword tightly and shouted, "I admit that you are a martial arts prodigy." However, his sword flashed with a brilliant light as Meng Tian poured all his strength into this attack. In terms of internal power, I will not be defeated. The old man roared and lunged forward decisively, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Liu Jinyun coldly flashed past him. An ominous feeling hung in the air, and for a moment, everything fell silent. Meng Tian clutched his neck, coughing violently as blood began to trickle out. What just happened? The sword broke into two pieces and fell to the wooden floor. Strange purple veins emerged on Liu Jinyun's hand from his attack. He stood tall and wiped the blood off his face. I increased my power by nearly 3 times. Meng Tian gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain. Had he not been serious from the very beginning? At this moment, Liu Jinyun slowly approached him. I already told you. Why does a blind man like you keep throwing yourself at me? He reached out his hand, intending to touch the old man's forehead. If you had just stayed put, you could have lived longer. The old man's breathing became labored. Wait, stop! Liu Jinyun then calmly sheathed his sword. Thud. The head fell to the ground, making a sound. He smiled, turned around, and walked away nonchalantly. Rest now. Meng Tian gasped, lying on the ground. He is even more ruthless than I imagined. Liu Jinyun approached and said softly, Indeed, his strength far exceeded my expectations. Hearing this, she looked displeased. Then you are still inexperienced. Keep trying. After that, Thon Lin silently looked at the wounds on his body. Having said that, he just defeated a master stronger than himself. The speed of his progress is truly unbelievable. A noise behind them drew the attention of both. Looking at the thick black mist, she marveled. This is getting interesting. Liu Jinyun could not help but wonder. The death energy is condensing? What on earth is happening here? After hearing this, Thon Lin explained, This is your first time witnessing this, right? He muttered, looking back. After a person dies, if they carry a great obsession, the death energy will gather and take the form of that person when they were alive. Could it be? His body had revived at some point. It seems he died carrying quite a few grievances. I originally wanted to follow him to build a grand cause and break through the martial arts world. That energy gradually poured into Meng Tian's body. What a pity. And then, now I have turned into a vengeful spirit. As he spoke, the old man slowly approached him. Mu Jinyun, I never expected that even in death, I would still have to see your face. His lifeless eyes stared wide with anger. I will curse you. I will haunt you and curse you until you disappear from this world. Liu Jinyun stood there, acting as if nothing happened. Meng Tian's body suddenly jerked. The old man glanced around. Liu Jinyun looked where he looked. When he glided to the other side, he looked there too. Seeing this, the old man gritted his teeth and growled, Ma Ku Thian, can you see me? Liu Jinyun smiled slightly and nonchalantly admitted it. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly lunged forward. Meng Tian was grabbed by the throat, unable to hide his astonishment. What the hell is this? Why can a being of flesh and blood touch a vengeful spirit like me? At this moment, Thon Lin slowly walked to his side. Little one, be quiet for a moment. She narrowed her eyes and scanned the old man. The corpse is still warm, so there's plenty of vitality, isn't there? Meng Tian could not help but panic. Who is this woman? Liu Jinyun looked serious and asked, What should we do now? She calmly proposed a plan. What else? Absorb the death energy and cleanse it. Hearing this left the old man stunned. Could it be that all this time, this woman has been by his side? The old man continued to speculate, but Liu Jinyun had already stepped closer. It is truly a pity. He smiled and advised softly, Try to live better in your next life. Meng Tian was terrified and thought to himself, Who on earth is this guy? Immediately after, at the Shadow Sect's residence of Mu Jinyun, a figure landed from above. There was no one guarding the area. Seeing this, the person nonchalantly entered the dungeon. The aura of the martial guard. I cannot sense the aura of the maids either. The door right next to him suddenly opened. As soon as he entered, he saw someone already sitting there waiting. Late, aren't you? The person did not bother to look up. Where have you been in the middle of the night? Liu Jinyun felt a bit guilty. He cupped his hands to the sect leader of the Shadow Sect, momentarily unsure how to explain. I went, he coldly interrupted. Don't lie and say you went to practice. Hearing this, he carefully explained to the room, I am not lying. If the sect leader does not believe me, you can just ask the guards. Everyone will answer that I just went to practice. The Shadow Sect leader looked suspicious. The guards, you say? A moment later, he spoke in a low voice. There is a strange feeling, or rather, the discomfort that people call the feeling of apprehension. He heard this and was stunned. What do you mean? The Shadow Sect leader's voice sounded steady. When that beast was young, I did not notice it. But as the inconsistencies appeared more and more, that discomfort became even more apparent. He remembered the soldiers standing silently there, the moment the group questioned the chief steward, and then the feeling that made him shudder. At that moment, the Shadow Sect leader turned his head, and I don't know since when, but the apprehension within me has gradually overcome you. Looking at the sword pressed against his throat, he still did not panic. I truly do not understand what the sect leader is trying to say. A low voice sounded right next to his ear. Don't overstep your boundaries. The Shadow Sect leader had suddenly moved close at some point. What kind of tricks have you played on the Shadow Sect's martial artists? Deep down, Liu Jinyun could not help but exclaim, "So fast! Faster than Meng Tian, even if I used all my strength, I might not necessarily defeat this person." Those scrutinizing eyes were fixed on him. Unexpectedly, based solely on intuition, he had been able to guess the correct answer without any evidence, truly worthy of being the leader of the Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, the corner of Liu Jinyun's mouth suddenly curled up. "I cannot use force to escape, and I cannot find any reason to excuse myself. Sure enough, I have to use that thing." The candle in the room flickered slightly. At this moment, the Shadow Sect leader continued, "Based on your answer about 15 years ago." Saying this, his eyes suddenly widened. There was a religious sect that was brutally suppressed. Chaotic scenes flashed through his mind because it was accused of spreading teachings that bewitched people's hearts. The hand holding the sword slowly lowered. "A sect from the western regions, as soon as it is discovered, it will be immediately expelled." The red flames seemed to cover his face. "A force that worships fire, the Manichaeism. Isn't the master a person from that force?" The Shadow Sect leader's expression froze for a moment. His eyes opened wide, filled with horror. How does he know about this? 1 hour and 45 minutes ago, Liu Jinyun looked at the soldiers standing outside. "They are about to break in here." He took the imperial edict in his hand. "Perhaps I should read this right now." Thon Lin looked over curiously. "Is it the scroll of the Shadow Sect leader?" Liu Jinyun remembered when B brought it. The scroll brought by the guard possessed by the demonic monk. What exactly is the content inside that? The moment he opened it left him stunned. After examining it for a long time, Liu Jinyun realized it was the Persian language. Thon Lin was startled and leaned in close. "What? Persian?" Deep down, she immediately remembered a country located on the map. Persia, or Balatu Kingdom, is a kingdom located on the northern border, just outside the western regions, not belonging to the Central Plains. She frowned, confused. "But why do you know the Persian language?" Liu Jinyun read the edict while slowly explaining. "I learned it when Master taught me about herbalism in the western regions." This made the other person suspicious. "Just by learning herbalism, you saw what is written in there." He looked at it intently and summarized the content. "Can I call this a mantra? It is written like a poem. Let's see. Burn my body." The holy fire bursts into flames. The candle in the room tilted to one side. Thon Lin was startled and opened her eyes wide as she looked over. At this moment, he was reading the edict aloud. "What joy is there in living? What suffering in death? Eliminate violence and bring peace to the people. The light shines brightly." Seeing this, she immediately spoke up to stop him. "Stop. I understand now. This is not a mantra, nor is it a poem." He looked confused. "Then what is it?" Thon Lin's explanation left Liu Jinyun stunned. "It's a scripture." Thinking of a mysterious sect, she continued, "Because there is not much time, I will speak briefly. Manichaeism is a heretical sect that worships the holy fire. 100 years ago, the imperial court and the martial arts world organized a large-scale purge. People were hung on iron poles in the open land. At that time, countless people were expelled and disappeared without a trace. Saying this, she concluded softly, "Currently, the situation is still the same. If it is revealed that the Shadow Sect leader is a member of Manichaeism," before she could finish her sentence, Liu Jinyun interrupted. "That would be a fatal weakness." Hearing this, Thon Lin's expression froze for a moment. "Just like you, a commoner, think. That could be the fatal flaw of that sect leader. But..." At this moment, his throat was being squeezed. "There is one thing that a commoner does not know." The Shadow Sect leader threatened in a low voice. "I did not intend to kill anyone." Inside, he thought to himself, the biggest reason why Manichaeism is rejected is that the followers can sacrifice everything for the sect. His eyes stared wide at him. "But now, I have no choice but to kill you." He himself was extremely determined and would not stop at any means. Thon Lin arrived in time to stop him. "I already told you not to mess with Manichaeism." Truly a wrong move. The hand holding the sword still did not lower. "I don't know if anyone else knows this truth, but losing one person who knows is also good." Saying this, he suddenly stabbed his sword forward. "Therefore, die." The moment the blade was about to touch, a voice rang out, scorching his body as the sacred fire blazed. Thon Lin frowned in astonishment. What is the joy in living? What is the suffering in death? Kinvan closed his eyes, reciting in an even tone, "Expel the wicked, pacify the people. The brightness illuminates all. Joys, sorrows, separations, and unions all return to dust." How pitiful is the human world. The Shadow Sect leader's jaw dropped in disbelief. She also realized he was reciting scriptures. Immediately after, the Shadow Sect leader jumped back in shock. How do you know the contents of the scriptures?" In his heart, he recalled, Did he see my scripture book? No, that's impossible. It was written in the language of the Persian kingdom. A Central Plains native like him, how could he read and understand that? A fleeting thought flashed through his mind. If he wasn't a disciple of the sect, the shadow sect leader shuddered. Could it be Thon Lin was also incredibly astonished? Mok Hu Thien mortal, a calm voice rang out. I told you. That is the weak point. The shadow sect leader immediately voiced his suspicion. Are you truly a disciple of our sect, or are you just faking it? Qin Van smiled and gently rubbed his neck. The fatal weakness lay deep within his heart. The scorching sun gradually rose behind the mountain peaks. The shadow sect leader covered his mouth and laughed incessantly. Ha! Today is truly a joyful day. His attitude had completely changed. I never expected you to share the same faith as me. What a grand joy this is. From now on, we are brothers and fellow practitioners, united in adversity. Qin Van smiled and replied, I will engrave this in my heart. Saying this, he cupped his hands and bowed, I vow to devote all my strength so that the sect may prosper forever. The shadow sect leader nodded in satisfaction, then quickly stepped forward to help him up. May the sacred fire protect you. Qin Van also promptly responded, May the sacred fire protect you as well. He walked out with a relaxed mood. The shadow sect leader instructed, Get some good rest tonight. Once the door closed, Thon Lin exposed him. As expected, you used that clever brain of yours once again. He breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, the more allies I have here, the better, that's all. A thought rose in her heart. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to acknowledge that he didn't just pull the shadow sect leader to his side. He was building an entire force here. 2 hours ago, the shadow sect leader was still incredibly vigilant. Are you a follower of our sect? Beside her, Thon Lin whispered a reminder. Mok Huthian mortal. Are you planning to pretend to be one, to deceive the shadow sect leader? If you truly intend to do that, I advise you not to be reckless. Saying this, she cast a glance at him. Mok Hu Thien are facing the head of the shadow sect's intelligence network. The more she spoke, the more Thon Lin couldn't help but worry. If you're acting as half-hearted, he will see through you in a split second. If you just do it simply and sloppily, you will definitely be caught immediately. Seeing him not respond, she had to wait in silence, wondering what he intended to do. A long while later, Qin Van looked blankly and said, A follower? I'm not sure either. The shadow sect leader's face froze for a moment. What? He shrugged nonchalantly. He recounted, I did receive some teachings from my master, but that alone is not enough to become a true believer. The leader continued to probe. Then who was the one who taught you? Thinking of the mysterious man's figure, Qin Van described him. Just an old man, with a few age spots on his face, that's all. He never told me his name because he said knowing it would only bring trouble. A while later, the shadow sect leader nodded. What you say sounds reasonable, but there is absolutely no proof. Mok Hu Thien, don't think I'll believe you just because of those few sentences, do you? He immediately responded. Of course not. Hearing this, the leader's brows knitted together again. Then, how can I believe you? Qin Van smiled and snapped his fingers, revealing, I was taught the original holy scripture, passed down by that very old man. The original scripture of our sect. The leader was startled. What? Even Thon Lin couldn't believe it. Huh? Of course. That mortal just needed to read it once to remember everything. The shadow sect leader surely didn't expect him to have memorized it after one reading. At this moment, the shadow sect leader had not completely let go of his suspicion. If that is true, then I need Mok Hu Thien to make me believe. Saying this, he looked at the pen holder nearby. The shadow sect leader turned and suggested, try to write down exactly what you heard or learned from him. Qin Van happily agreed. Very well. After that, he set his hand to writing exactly everything he had read. The corners of his mouth curled into a triumphant smile. Thinking back, that passage of scripture felt quite different from the standard version. The brush slid slowly across the paper. I think this can be used to prove it to the sect leader. Thon Lin, having seen it, had to marvel at an extremely sophisticated ploy. Even he thought to himself, it's ironic that it was my grandfather who taught me Persian. A moment later, Qin Van handed over the paper. Done. He had calculated everything early on, stacking these lies on top of one another so that the shadow sect leader could not distinguish them. The moment he held the paper in his hands, the leader was speechless. This is a revelation from the sacred fire. The goal had been achieved, using known things to disguise them as a truth difficult to distinguish, and coincidentally, the target was a fanatic of the sacred sect. The shadow sect leader could not hold back his tears. Of all the people who have ever mentioned this, surely only that elder could have known. Finally, he accepted it. Aha! Mok Hu Thien were indeed taught by that old man. Qin Van thought happily. Like it or not, once that person is in the trap, it's hard to escape. Only Thon Lin stood there, keeping a clear head. This is the reason why faith sometimes becomes a terrifying belief. The shadow sect leader suddenly patted his shoulder. If that old man taught you, then you also belong to our sect. He couldn't help but excitedly ask, "Do you know where that old man is right now?" He replied regretfully. One day, he suddenly disappeared without leaving a word. Hearing this, the other party covered his face and wept. But just knowing he is still alive has put my heart at ease. Thon Lin, standing beside him, propped her chin and muttered, "Ha, it's clear that mortal doesn't even know who the elder he is talking about is." Saying that, she smiled and walked to his side. I think he finally got fooled. Regardless, I feel relieved because we have overcome this danger. Qin Van spoke up at this moment. I just remembered something. He smiled and mentioned a detail. He did indeed leave one thing behind. Even she had to exclaim, "What?" Thinking of that mysterious figure made her confused. What is he saying? Isn't the old man that mortal mentioned just a fabrication? How could he have left something behind? Hey mortal, what are you trying to pull now? Qin Van quickly grabbed a brush and wrote on the paper. He wrote this in Persian on the scripture. I don't understand the meaning. Could you help me look at it? The shadow sect leader widened his eyes in surprise. This is looking at the characters on the paper. He muttered one word. Ghost sword. Thon Lin started in surprise, looking at the ghost sword, and finally realized, causing her to burst into laughter. Oh, you arrogant brat. Thinking of him made Thon Lin feel even more helpless. The ghost sword was the sworn enemy of your grandfather, yet now, you are deliberately connecting him to the person the shadow sect leader is desperately searching for. At this moment, the shadow sect leader was still seriously looking at the writing on the paper. If the ghost sword is really involved, the shadow sect leader would go to great lengths to hunt down the ghost sword at any cost. It wasn't just about deceiving the shadow sect leader. Qin Van, nearby, smiled and waited for the result. She lamented to herself. Mok Hu Thien even want to use his hands to hunt your personal enemy. This has gone far beyond any of my expectations. At this time, he slowly took off his outer robe. Regardless, mortal Thon Lin, sitting on the bed, couldn't help but remind him, even though the shadow sect leader is currently on your side, you should still be a bit careful. He paused his movements and asked suspiciously, why? She carefully analyzed the situation again. Mok Hu Thiem's seen it yourself. He is a fanatic obsessed with his own faith, which means he will stop at nothing to achieve his religious goals. Remembering that expression of his made her shudder. Personally, I only hope you don't get deeper involved with them. Qin Van folded his robe and placed it on the shelf. Say what you will, that sect leader is quite interesting, isn't he? Thon Lin's expression was momentarily blank. What do you mean, interesting? Qin Van put on an outer garment and smiled, saying, Before, Thon Lin, you said that all matters of right, wrong, black, and white are just useless. I'm just curious why you started having such prejudices against Western sects, like them. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, she took a puff of her pipe and conceded. Thon Lin leaned back, reluctantly accepting. All right, I suppose you could call it prejudice. Hearing this, he softened his tone. That is what I like about you, Thon Lin. When necessary, you are always ready to admit you are wrong. Thon Lin, after a moment of shyness, still had to emphasize. Regardless, that doesn't change the fact that we have to take action ourselves in this matter. His eyes momentarily turned cold. That's true. I only hope to at least hear some news about the ghost sword. In the room, the shadow sect leader said in a low voice. But that's all the clues there are. How troublesome. It's a pity I have no information about the ghost sword either. In his heart, Qin Van couldn't help but be suspicious. I thought he knew something since he is the intelligence chief of the ghost sect. Yet he truly knows nothing? Then, he provided an additional piece of information. I once heard rumors that the ghost sword had become a personal bodyguard to the sect leader. He tilted his head to confirm. Mok Hu Thien haven't been here long. Yet you've gathered quite a lot of information, haven't you? Yes. There is indeed such a rumor circulating. Pausing for a moment, he whispered, Even the vice sect leader doesn't know his true identity. The corners of Qin Van's lips parted slightly. So he cannot be found here? His pupils flashed with a sharp, cold glint. Perhaps that's not certain. After a brief silence, he changed the subject. I heard the Poison King once crossed blades with the ghost sword. Maybe we should try contacting the Poison King? He carefully explained the current situation to the dark sect leader. It's not the right time yet. The Poison King is in secluded cultivation. He's been mourning for his late mother for 3 years. They say he won't see anyone at all. unless that person is a special case. Hearing this, Zheng Ni-yun took something out. What about this? The sect leader was startled. This is Zheng Ni-yun placed 3 large tokens on the table. I have these 3 tokens from the test at Blood-Curdling Valley. If an elder assesses them, we could use them as passes to enter. Just hearing this, the dark sect leader angrily interrupted. Are you really willing to spend such treasures? Mok Hu Thien could have easily used them to become a disciple of one of the 5 kings or 8 stars. Zheng Ni-yun smiled and calmly replied, It's true that I could do that, but I also want to do everything I can for our sect's cause. Please allow me to contribute my strength to the sect. These words made the dark sect leader let out a sigh of relief. With a smile, he accepted them. Thank you. I am truly happy for your support. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately announced, Then we must act quickly. We leave tomorrow. He asked doubtfully. Tomorrow already? The Poison King's disciple smiled and revealed, That's right. I heard his granddaughter is turning 1 tomorrow. They are holding a big first birthday banquet for her. Coincidentally, I also intend to give the old man a gift. I will carve 3 crosses to mark them for you. Just bring the gifts and present those 3 tokens to him while you're at it. That way, you'll definitely get to meet the Poison King. This time, Zheng Ni-yun pressed his lips together and didn't answer. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and smiled faintly. Finally, I have a lead. The gate was slowly pushed open. His footsteps stopped as he arrived. This meant he still had to take action himself, but at least they had found an opportunity to gather information. Tik Trung tightened the bag strap on his shoulder. Let's set off right now. Thinking of the 2 of them and the scene of himself sobbing before his grandfather, he smiled faintly. The ghost sword, his grandfather's mortal enemy, and the Poison King, Bak Saha, who once battled him. Zheng Ni-yun's lips curled up slightly. It was time to hear the story from the old man himself. Very quickly, all 3 of them were at the foot of the main hall. Tik Trung followed and whispered, We've arrived. Looking at the majestic scenery around them, he continued, This is the manor of the Poison King. He looked around and suddenly remembered that battle years ago. Is this the place where the Poison King once fought the ghost sword? Thinking that, he was about to continue when a familiar figure approached from afar. At first, he was startled. It was Wei Suyuan. She had taken the initiative to greet Mu Zheng Ni-yun. At the same time, someone else walked over, catching his attention. Trong Lang Nyak laughed boisterously, looking pleased. A disciple of the dark sect leader. At this moment, the 2 bumped into each other. Zheng Ni-yun and Tich Trung stood silently in a corner. This situation was truly awkward. The 2 of them were glaring at each other with anger. Sure enough, the senior brother is here too. Looking at her, he suddenly remembered. Right, he had to come. The Poison King had always maintained a neutral stance. The harsh sunlight covered the old roofs. If I can get his support, the position of successor will be firmly in my grasp. Suyuan's expression was blank for a moment. But why? Seeing the other person's attitude made her confused. Why is he releasing killing intent toward me? His eyes burned with bright red bloodshot streaks. Returning to 1 hour ago, an angry scream rang out. What kind of crazy thing is this? Guard Montin Tong Lam was grabbed by the neck. Langnat's face darkened as he roared in anger. What on earth are you doing, huh? He was thrown to the ground immediately after. I am truly sorry. Following that, Langnyak coldly signaled, Kill all those guards. They couldn't even protect their own master. The axe swung down, accompanied by screams for mercy. At this moment, his footsteps stopped in front of her. Even you. Hearing this, she and Tong Heap tried to plead. My lord, please stay calm. If he dies, there will be no one left to manage the 50 elite warriors under Monthien's command. This only made him angrier. Not far away, a voice spoke up. This guy is no ordinary person. Knock knock. Hangba Maquian Ko Dien Hao turned to look at him. His final sword strike had severed the sword and the neck of Monthien. Everyone knew one thing. Ko Dien Hao was the son of the sect leader of Thu Tong, Ko Dien Bish. Having said that, he stood up and concluded, the cut is very clean, but the surroundings are messy, making it difficult to trace. But in everyone's hearts, they admitted he was very proficient in finding evidence and investigating. At this moment, the other person added, at least that person has broken through to the level of a super peak master or even higher. Langnak gritted his teeth and growled, there aren't many masters at that level who would oppose me. Thinking of the series of people he had fought, his face darkened. The first Mok Hu Thing master Na Luat Luong and Wei Su Yuan. They wouldn't take action personally, so the person who did this must be their subordinate. Immediately after, he loudly ordered, Mok Hu Thien must find the culprit for me. Fury flared on top of Langyat's head. I will definitely take revenge using the exact same methods they used. His brows furrowed in resentment, and one of the most suspicious people at this moment, his gaze turned toward him, the great leader of Cuqet, Duan, Vu Hao Long. Long. Powerful internal energy radiated from his body. He was a disciple of the Tun Dan Tun Doan, and one of the 5 tigers. He was a disciple of the Tun Dan Tun Doan, and one of the 5 tigers. If the one who killed Monthin was him, Hao Long immediately drew the sword from his shoulder. The woman behind him whispered to advise him, Mok Hu Thieng Master, please stay calm. Until the culprit is identified, we cannot cause a scene. Hearing this, Lang Nak bit his lip, trying to suppress his rage. After that, he just turned and left. Su Yuan saw this and couldn't help but worry. Senior brother suddenly stopped. What's wrong with him? Then she suddenly turned and asked, Hey, Mu Zheng Ni Yun, aren't you clinging to the senior brother? Someone like you doesn't like strife, right? He turned away and denied it. How could that be? Seeing this, the other person immediately ran after him. Although I still have a lot to say to you, now I have to hurry, lest senior brother gets there a step ahead of me. Let's talk later. Inside, Su Yuan had her own calculations. I will absolutely not let him snatch this opportunity, especially when this is the only chance for an underdog like me. At this time, Lang Nyach also frowned angrily to himself. Monthin, I will become the sect leader and avenge you. So, I will absolutely not let this opportunity slip away. A loud shout rang out in their ears. Miss Wei Su Yuan and Mok Hu Thieng Master Trong Lang Nak have arrived. Both of them stepped forward with the same thought. Absolutely do not let it slip away. A moment later, he slowly followed. Let's go too. Tik Trong quickly caught up. Yes, sir. Arriving in front of the door, someone raised their hand to stop them. Please stop. Who are you, sir? Zheng Niyun stepped forward and proactively introduced himself. I am a disciple of the dark sect leader. I am here on behalf of my master to offer a gift. The other person immediately changed their attitude. Oh, a disciple of the dark sect leader. I am truly sorry. I have been disrespectful. Having said that, he brought out an item. Please, young master, write your name here. The words that followed left Zheng Niyun stunned and turning back. The people in the distance had all stepped into the hall. Although today was a happy day for the Bach family, the Poison King was still in his 3-year mourning period. Zheng Niyun watched until the door closed. If you are not an honored guest, you are not allowed to enter during this time. Speaking to this point, the corners of his mouth curled up. Thus, the man stroked his beard and looked at him with contempt. Please return, young master. Zheng Niyun, however, did not show any dissatisfaction. He smiled smugly. After that, someone spoke up to order. Go and guide Miss Wei Su Yuan and Mok Hu Thieng Master Trong Lang Nak to the guest villa. At the same time, Mrs. Trong breathed a sigh of relief. What had to come finally came. By her side, Bach family's 5th brother, Bach Thiu Quang, glanced over. Other than today, there won't be any other chance. Beside him was the Bach family's first madam, Mrs. Trong. She did not answer, but remained silent in thought. Ever since the rumor that the sect leader had fallen ill, the movements of the successors had become more agile. In the meantime, her husband had not expressed support for anyone, so they came here to persuade him. But before entering, Hao Lang still warned, just tell your father to declare his support directly, that's all. Mrs. Trong paused for a moment. Mok Hu Thien don't know my father's personality? Once he has made a decision, it's hard to change. Saying this, she sighed. She had no choice but to ask those two for understanding and return. Just as they stepped in, the people around simultaneously fell silent. Immediately after, they all stood up to pay respects to the first madam. Su Yuan just wanted to start greeting him. Today is a day, he had already quickly interrupted, wishing the young brother of everyone a new age full of peace. The two finished speaking and turned to glare at each other. Seeing this, Mrs. Trong could only hold her head and sigh. It's come to this, and you are still fighting with each other? Although it was understandable. But, thank you both for coming here to join the celebration. At this moment, she was just about to speak, but someone rushed in from behind. First, madam, there's a big problem. The guard bowed and carefully announced. A disciple of the dark sect leader has arrived here. Hearing this, she turned around angrily. I already ordered that whoever comes, tell them to turn back, didn't I? An object was brought forth, causing Mrs. Truong to be startled. This was earlier. Zheng Niyun had made a suggestion. If that is not enough qualification to be allowed in, then I will use another qualification. The man looked incredulous. Another qualification? Mrs. Truong suddenly left. Please, 2 young masters and miss, understand. The two stood there in a daze. What is going on? Then she continued, leaving them stunned. The disciples of the shadow sect leader will also join us. Zheng Niyun walked slowly across the tiled floor. Is he actually allowed in here? She thought. At that moment, he held 3 stones in his hand. I wish to seek guidance on the poison refining method, Zheng Niyun said, his lips curling slightly, relying on the authority of the earthstone plaque from the Blood Corpse Valley. This request is equivalent to an order from the sect master. You cannot refuse, can you? By now, he stood before Zheng Niyun's group, cupping his hands and speaking loudly. I am Mu Zheng Niyun, disciple of the shadow sect leader. Lady Zhang silently sized him up. He raised his head and smiled at her. I pay my respects. The first lady of the Bai family. At this moment, the royal quarters at the foot of the mountain were extremely bustling. Zheng Niyun, Lang Yue, and quite a large group were gathered together. Waiting. Please wait a moment. Everyone. Su Yuan turned to Zheng Niyun, asking in confusion. How did you get in here? It wasn't easy for us to get in either. Lang Yue laughed loudly, shouting, As expected of my right-hand man. Su Yuan looked over at him. He was draping his arm around Lang Yue's shoulder, and the two seemed quite close. Lang Yue replied nonchalantly, We're very close. She was furious, smiling bitterly as she asked, Is that so? Suddenly, Su Yuan smiled and looked up, asking, Now that you mention it, Brother Mu Zheng Niyun, do you still have the token I gave you? Hearing this, Lang Yue broke into a cold sweat and pulled his arm away. Behind them, the woman sweated as she reminded her, Mistress, causing a scene will do no good. While they were arguing, a figure was walking toward them. Bai Tiaoqiang turned to ask, Mother, what should we do? Lady Zhang remained silent for a moment, not answering, but thinking to herself, That child is the problem. Her gaze fell upon Zheng Niyun. Even if she couldn't refuse the request made via the earthstone plaque, she couldn't just allow that one child to enter. Lady Zhang stepped toward the door, which was slowly creaking open. Those two will surely object. She closed her eyes and snorted coldly. There is no other way. The door suddenly swung wide open, silencing the noisy atmosphere. The bustling crowd immediately fell silent. Lady Zhang turned toward Zheng Niyun and said, Fine, I will let you meet the master. Bai Tiaoqiang, standing beside her, was incredibly shocked. Mother, he tried to stop her, but she didn't wait and strode away. Things have reached this point. Meeting face to face is better. Lady Zhang's voice dropped, heavy and somber. Because your father is. Her gaze was filled with coldness. One of the top poison arts masters in the Central Plains. Bai Tiaoqiang heard this and fell silent, not knowing what else to say. The scene shifted. The whole group quickly moved to the Bai family's guest courtyard. Bai Tiaoqiang placed his hand on the door and said, Sorry to have kept you waiting. He quickly relayed the message. First of all, he said he would meet all 3 of you. But there is one condition beforehand. The 3 of them were surprised to hear this. A condition? Bai Tiaoqiang and Lady Zhang turned toward the door and continued. If you want to meet my father, you must handle this yourselves. Su Yuan and the others stepped forward. Why is that the condition? As the door creaked open, a wave of poison gas surged out. This is... Lang Yue and Su Yuan reacted with lightning speed, covering their noses, their faces turning to horror. This is Bai Tiaoqiang turned around and explained very calmly. The guest courtyard is currently filled with poison. The condition is that you must cross this place and meet my father yourselves. Both of them gasped, unable to believe it. What? Lang Yue gritted his teeth, feeling anxious. The condition is to cross a room full of poison? Is this a test? Su Yuan also pushed her hair back, looking inside while sweating. Not to mention that. But why poison? The Bai family's poison was known as one of the 3 great poisons of the Central Plains. Whether one could neutralize it, or even survive it, remained a mystery. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. No one said a word. Lady Zhang sighed heavily, thinking to herself, Is no one going to step up? If they aren't used to poison like our family, their internal energy must be at least at the super supreme level to survive this. Just as she was about to speak, a figure suddenly brushed past. Surely not no one? Zheng Niyun stepped forward and threw the door wide open, stunning everyone. Lady Zhang broke into a cold sweat, unable to stop him. Mok Hu Thieng, Master Mu, you can't just do that. In her heart, she was even more panicked. This is a disaster. I didn't anticipate that the child might vomit blood and die, or become crippled, or lose his senses. Bai Tiaoqiang also reached out toward him, shouting in alarm, Quick, call the medical clinic. Zheng Niyun smiled and said, Smells so good. As everyone panicked, Su Yuan stood frozen, not understanding what was happening. Huh? Zheng Niyun reached out and began to explain. Biqua grass, oleander, Shishan wood. Poison from the organs of 3 green sparrows. Angelica, wansha poison. White poison. Hemp leaf. 6-legged scorpion poison. Fire ants, blow dart frog poison, and wasp venom combined with the yellow seeds of the mao root. He turned and smiled, asking, "Can I go in now?" The whole crowd stood there with their mouths agape in surprise. Bai Tiaoqiang was shocked and stammered. "How do you know that? Have you been practicing poison arts?" Lady Zhang could only stare blankly as she listened to him. "How is that possible?" "It's just that I have a lot of interest in herbs and poisonous plants, so I've studied a bit." Her gaze was incredibly astonished, thinking, "What a genius." Lady Zhang looked at Zheng Niyun's calm face. Merely knowing about poison and distinguishing them by scent alone were worlds apart. This must be a natural talent. A talent at this level, even within our own family, you could count them on one hand. She smiled and stepped forward. "This boy is very commendable," Bai Tiaoqiang added from the side. "Yes, now I understand why he came to beg for my father's guidance." Lady Zhang smiled, revealing a satisfied expression. "At first, I thought it was a waste of time, but perhaps I can forge a good connection here." He turned to the 2 people standing dazed behind them and asked, "What about the 2 of you? What are you planning to do?" Lang Yue quickly stepped forward boldly. "Since my subordinate has already acted as the master, I cannot just stay behind." Su Yuan stepped up alongside him, speaking irritably. "Who is whose subordinate?" Bai Tiaoqiang broke into a cold sweat and replied seriously. "Fine, everyone. Gather your energy and neutralize the poison. I will lead the way." The doors were quickly swung wide open. To meet the master, they entered a hallway, covered in green poisonous gas. They stepped inside together, walking deeper. Their footsteps were slow and heavy. Lang Yue and Su Yuan struggled to use their spiritual energy to resist. Their faces were full of strain and discomfort. Suddenly, the faint silhouette of Thon Lin appeared, asking with concern Zheng Ni Yun that poison gas is terrifying. "Will your reincarnation be okay?" He smiled and replied, "It's nothing much," she said, annoyed. "I'm not asking about your feelings." Suddenly, Bai Tiaoqiang's footsteps stopped. "We're here." He turned back toward the 3 people behind him and said, "My father is in that special training room." Zheng Ni Yun looked at the surrounding gas, silent. Bai Tiaoqiang raised his voice to warn them. "The closer you get, the thicker the poison gas becomes. Be careful." Hearing this, Lang Yue sweated even more. "What?" He began to explain in detail. "The breaking demon poison scripture is our family's unique technique. If it reaches the 6th level or higher, it generates poison gas capable of melting everything around it. Therefore, when building the training room, we had to use special stones like the sea pearl stone." Lang Yue gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "Now I understand why my master said the most dangerous person among the 5 kings is the Poison King. This is a martial art capable of slaughtering hundreds of martial artists in a short time." Bai Tiaoqiang took a few steps forward and called out, "Master, I have brought them here." From inside the room, there was silence for a moment. Then a voice asked, "Did all 3 of them come?" How unexpected. Lang Yue smiled, thinking, a voice filled with internal energy, warm yet deep, as expected of one of the 5 kings. He quickly strutted forward and called out loudly, "Poison King, sir." He clasped his hands with great respect. "Mok Hu Thiener Jr., Zhang Lang Yue, has come to seek your support." From inside, the voice spoke again, "Mok Hu Thien are honest. I am sure the person next to you is here for the same reason, right?" Su Yuan quickly replied, "This junior does not deny it." Both clasped their hands respectfully and said, "Sir, Poison King, sir." The aura of both began to boil with enthusiasm. "I will become the sect master and complete my great mission. I hope for your support." From inside the door, an even denser wave of energy surged out, along with a hearty, booming laugh. Lang Yue and Su Yuan were stunned to see this. A burst of light suddenly erupted. "Those who wish to become successors only talk big. Mok Hu Thien want to gain my support? If so, then prove it with your actions." A wave of terrifying pressure suddenly surged out, weighing down on everyone. "I will grant any request to whoever among you can force me to stand up." Bai Tiaoqiang covered his nose and shouted, "Father!" Lang Yue, meanwhile, wore a very confident expression. "Just getting him to stand up, right? Easy." Suddenly, Lang Yue and Su Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Their eyes narrowed in horror. Terrible poison gas. Must circulate energy immediately. Bai Tiaoqiang watched the scene while covering his nose, thinking, finally, the 7th level of the breaking demon poison scripture, the poison breaking strike. Even for those who have reached the absolute peak of the super supreme realm, they cannot withstand this. He sweated and lamented inwardly. As expected, father had no intention of supporting anyone at all. Suddenly, a hand from inside flicked the door, and it immediately swung wide open. Well? What's wrong? The silhouette of the Poison King, Bai Shahe, sat there, beckoning with his finger. Don't you guys have something you want? Suddenly, his eyes narrowed in shock as he looked forward. While the other two were using spiritual power to suppress the atmosphere, Zheng Ni-yun calmly walked into the 100-corpse formation, eyes wide with astonishment. Ma Ku Thieng, Master Mu, how is this possible? Shahe asked, equally surprised. Who exactly are you? How can you withstand this terrifying poison? Zheng Ni-yun's figure remained standing firmly. Shahe stared ahead, stunned, at the imposing figure of the Poison King sitting before him. The massive scar on his chest was clearly visible. Zheng Ni-yun strode forward without hesitation. He wasn't restrained by the pressure at all. That symbol, memories from the past, flooded his mind, the mark left by the enemy who killed his father, a large 10 carved into his chest. It was seared into Zheng Ni-yun's mind. He stepped forward, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, Junior pays respects to the Poison King. Shahe stared at him, unblinking, eyes full of shock. Zheng Ni-yun revealed a profound expression, his gaze cold and filled with killing intent. I have come to seek your guidance on the ghost sword. Inside the cold, silent room, Zheng Ni-yun spoke loudly. Poison King Bai Shahe, I beg for your instruction. As soon as he finished, Shahe suddenly spoke. I'll ask again, and with that, his body was lifted by a strange force. Suddenly, the old man looked tense and puzzled. The poison of breaking poison? This isn't something someone at your level can withstand. Even void telekinesis. Yet you can endure such deadly poison? Hearing this, Zheng Ni-yun couldn't help but admire him inwardly. So this is void telekinesis? Using true qi as easily as breathing? He is truly worthy of being called one of the 5 kings. Even so, he played dumb and asked, Poison? Ma Ku Thien, mean this stuff? During their conversation, Zheng Ni-yun thought to himself, mocking the situation, what's so great about a little poison like this? Just then, the father and son Shahe and his son turned to look at him simultaneously. Shahe thought to himself, this kid is truly arrogant. Yet, he still reacted with amusement, exclaiming, interesting. Ma Ku Thien call this poison? As soon as he curled his finger, Zheng Ni-yun's body felt weightless and he was launched forward. A few seconds later, the corpse formation guard stood proudly at the door, shouting, Father! Inside the room, Shahe surged forward, taunting, then try to withstand my Ba Ma Palm technique. Before Zheng Ni-yun could answer, he struck him in the stomach. After the blow, Shahe described the sensation. The poison must have invaded your body, and surely ravaged your internal organs by now, right? Even though it sounded terrifying, Zheng Ni-yun calmly replied, How much longer do you think I can hold on? His expression startled the old man, who shouted, What? Then, Zheng Ni-yun calmly explained, My physique resists poison? Think of it that way. Don't worry, if that last strike had contained true qi, I would have been dead long ago. But the problem is, the poison has no effect on me. Who in this world possesses a 10,000 poison-immune body? Suddenly, Zheng Ni-yun took it upon himself to wound his own hand. Shahe went from angry to panicked, stuttering, What on earth did you do? Zheng Ni-yun remained composed, replying, Nothing major, sir. I just wanted to show you the kind of poison I possess. Hearing this, he barked, Nonsense. In the study of poison, there is a supreme realm that all practitioners crave. The state where one's flesh and blood become poison itself, the poison human. A realm I have pursued my entire life. He looked at Zheng Ni-yun and thought, even I haven't reached that level yet. But he couldn't control himself. He touched the wound lightly and said tremblingly, Ma Ku Thien were talking nonsense. Immediately after, he tasted the blood from the wound. Unsurprisingly, Shahe was more shocked than ever. Seeing this, Zheng Ni-yun excitedly enticed him. See? Consider my body. In his heart, the old man could only think of the word, poison human. It took a few minutes for him to regain his senses and ask to confirm, Really? Are you really a poison human? This concept confused Zheng Ni-yun, who asked, What is a poison human? Hearing this, Shahe was so furious he shouted, Ma Ku Thien were asking me that? Don't joke around. That is exactly what I've spent my whole life trying to achieve. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. It's nothing special, just a trivial little brat. Right after that, his body lost an unusual amount of strength. He started vomiting bright red fluid, then began choking up thick, black liquid. He started to guess. Symptoms of poisoning? Could it be poison? This? In that moment, he trembled and asked, Was what you said true? But before he could finish, Shahei's body began to convulse, and he couldn't stop moaning. Jung Ni-yun sat beside him, analyzing. Poison King, Senior. Mok Hu Thiener legs are stiff, as if frozen for a long time. The poison has accumulated in your lower body, paralyzing everything. Suddenly, the words of the son Tio Kwang echoed. If you want to see my father, you must pass through this place. That was the prerequisite. Finally, Jung Ni-yun understood the situation. So that's how it is. From the very beginning, his body couldn't move. Furthermore, the poison is spreading upward toward his brain. If this continues, he will either become crippled or die on the spot. If that happens, I'll never hear the story about the ghost sword. On the floor, Shahei's condition grew worse. As he was lost in thought, Thon Lin suddenly appeared and reminded him, the heavenly earth pill, the top reward of the Blood Valley. Give it to that old man. It will help repel the poison in his body. After finishing everything, Jung Ni-yun started to analyze. So this is a spiritual pill? And a top-grade one at that? Originally, I couldn't stop the poison from flowing backward. I should have converted it all into true qi, but now I will use all my true qi to push the poison out. He pondered the old man's condition, wondering, how strange, why do you resist the poison? Wouldn't it be better to just go with the flow? At that moment, the old man's face was gaunt and covered in cold sweat. But when Jung Ni-yun asked that, he remembered, go with the flow, didn't father always say that? I have always been chasing that shadow. His father, Bai Du, the founder of the Ba Ma poison scripture, was the first-generation head of the family. He reached the 8th layer, the poison human realm. He overturned the argument that poison arts couldn't compare to the Sichuan Tong family or the 9 sects, personally killing the head of the Tong family with poison. He transformed into a poison beast and became a grandmaster, pioneering a new path for poison arts. However, the path to practicing the Ba Ma poison scripture was too harsh. Among his children, no one could reach the 8th layer. The eldest son, a genius, died. The third son was crippled from the waist down. Back then, a 5-year-old Bai Shahei, dressed in white, screamed in pain. Please answer me, father. Can we never reach the poison human realm? Inside his father's room, he pleaded helplessly. Will I die too? Or will I end up like my younger brother? Please, tell me. His father replied briefly. The Ba Ma poison scripture is the path to the poison human. Mok Hu Thien must go with the flow. He angrily shouted, that phrase again. Mok Hu Thien keep telling me to go with the flow? Ever since I started practicing this, I haven't been able to sleep in peace. If I can't control the poison, won't I end up crippled or dead? Stop telling me to go with the flow. Tell me clearly. What on earth should I do? Contrary to his frustration, his father simply replied, when the time comes, you will understand. Shahei shouted back in despair. When is that time? I've waited. And all I got in return was having my lower half paralyzed. Returning to reality, his body had recovered somewhat, yet he still trembled in thought. Even after reaching the realm of using true qi like breathing, I still couldn't do it. What am I supposed to do? Just then, he suddenly felt a familiar presence pass by. He stood up and called out, Father? But a youthful voice suddenly echoed, why do you resist the poison? The appearance of Jung Ni-yun caught him off guard. By now, the boy's figure had been lurking behind him for who knows how long. He turned back and whispered, Mok Hu Thien. But at that moment, Jung Ni-yun innocently declared, wouldn't it be better to just go with the flow? As soon as he finished, Shahei's father's voice seemed to call out, Shahei. That moment has actually arrived a long time ago. His father's words sounded like the greatest antidote. In that moment, he realized so much. Finally, that feeling truly helped him return to the present. Shahei realized one thing. Yes, that's it. So that's how it is. What father once said, I just needed to go with the flow. I buried it for too long. Only when this child told me did I understand everything. The one who was preventing me from advancing was myself. Before Jung Ni-yun's eyes, the old man's body suddenly began to glow. This made him widen his eyes in realization. The poison is being accepted. Thon Lin saw this and commented, the old man is lucky. His body is adapting to the new change. The only thing blocking him for all these years was his own stubbornness. Overcoming the wall, becoming a poison human, entering the transcendent realm. This was a rebirth. Inside the sealed room, a thick green smoke constantly covered every corner. A smooth foot stepped out, and finally, the rejuvenated figure of Shahei was revealed. Behind him, Jung Ni-yun politely offered his congratulations. Congratulations. His sudden appearance caught the old man so off guard that he stuttered. Unexpectedly, Jung Ni-yun's gaze turned indescribably cold. Then, he spoke calmly. I was worried that if you drank my blood, you would die. I didn't expect you to have undergone such a complete transformation. Just as he received the robe from the man, the old man replied happily. Hearing it from someone else makes it even more moving. After listening, Jung Ni-yun unexpectedly mentioned, "Furthermore, you have grown young again." Hearing this, the old man expressed surprise and asked, "What?" But he remained calm and arrogantly affirmed, "So, it really is true." Thinking back, he added, "Everyone here looks very young. I only hoped to be able to walk again." Finally, Jung Ni-yun decisively concluded the matter. "In any case, I have achieved the desired result, so the previous proposal is void, isn't it? After all, you have managed to stand up on your own." Hearing this, the old man replied half-jokingly, "This young man has made me, an old man, appear shameless. I almost lived my whole life as a cripple. How could I ever forget such a favor? I thank you from the bottom of my heart." But before he could finish, Jung Ni-yun politely replied, "Hearing you say that directly is very gratifying." His attitude caused the old man to helplessly scold him. "Mok Hu Thien brat, so you said those words intentionally. Mok Hu Thien really are a brazen kid. Very well, let me be clear, you are my benefactor." At this point, Jung Ni-yun straightforwardly requested, "Then, could I ask you for a favor?" The old man very comfortably agreed immediately. "Sure, speak. Whether it's martial arts, poisonous herbs, or if you want wealth, just say it all." After that, Jung Ni-yun stated his request. It was a question, which left the old man confused. A question. Then, Jung Ni-yun decisively proposed, "Please, tell me about the ghost sword. I have no need for anything else. I heard you once fought the ghost sword. Please tell me about that person." His strange request made the old man feel slightly panicked, but he still immediately agreed. "Very well, I will tell you about the time I fought the ghost sword." Hearing him say that, Jung Ni-yun eagerly thought, "I'll finally find out the truth about the ghost sword's identity." Before speaking, there was one thing the old man had to address, though he was forced to admit, "In truth, even I do not know the identity of the ghost sword. It is true that I fought him, but he wore a mask. His age and appearance were all unknown. Furthermore, that match didn't even qualify as a real duel." Recalling that moment, the old man couldn't stop brooding. How could I have been defeated so miserably? Since becoming a master of poison arts, that was the first time I felt so helpless. Even when sparring with the 8 sages of Hu Tai Chiang, I never felt that way. The poison I used with all my might was neutralized by his methods. How could his cultivation be so profound? The strength of the ghost sword is far beyond all the rumors in the world. When I was about to be defeated, the ghost sword was the one who voluntarily stopped. At that moment, the ghost sword suddenly declared, "That's enough, Poison King." Hearing this, Du Wang indignantly shouted, "What are you doing? Are you pitying me?" He showed no mercy, asserting, "Poison King, are you trying to duel someone who is already injured?" Hearing this, the old man shouted in shock, "What? Injured? What do you mean?" Afterward, he revealed his bruised body to show him. That was when the old man suddenly realized, "I couldn't help but recognize that body. It's the poison. That is a wound caused by the poison vessel, and he came to fight me with a body like that? From the start, I was never his match." Afterward, Du Wang struggled to stand up, asking in confusion, "Who caused that wound? The Nine Yang family or the Sichuan Tang family?" He replied without hesitation, "Hai Ying, the medicine immortal." Hearing this, the old man was stunned, realizing, "Isn't Hai Ying, the medicine immortal, the highest-ranking healer of our time alongside Hota, the divine healer? He's not a martial artist, so how?" Suddenly, the ghost sword threw him a firecracker and shouted, "Take this." Looking at the object in his hand, he stammered, "This is the ghost sword sincerely expressed. Now you understand, right? We have no reason to continue this duel." Once he turned to leave, he suggested, "Return this item to its owner and tell him that I am wounded." He added one more sentence, "I have been troubled enough." Returning to reality, Du Wang was still reminiscing. After finishing his story, he left. That day, what the old man learned was that the ghost sword was far stronger than the rumors suggested, and Hai Ying, the medicine immortal, was a poison master even more powerful than himself. Hearing this, Jung Ni-yun repeatedly asked, "Then what was the thing he gave you?" At this moment, the old man's voice dropped to a whisper, "Do not tell anyone. It is the sovereign's command token." This led Jung Ni-yun to deduce, the sovereign's command token? Could the ghost sword truly be the sovereign's personal bodyguard? The old man helplessly replied, "That I cannot know." When I took the token to return it to the sovereign and delivered the message, he only said one sentence, Keep this matter a secret, and said nothing else. Hearing this, Jung Ni-yoon concluded for himself. Then, the only one who truly knows about the ghost sword, the old man agreed, is only the sovereign. Ghost sword, the sovereign's command token. Has it really come to this? Liu Tian, one of the 6 heavens, one of the 6 supremes whose martial path touched the heavens. Finally, he made up his mind. Sovereign, I must meet that person. Afterward, he bowed out. For now, many thanks. I shall take my leave. The old man asked, Mok Hu-thin were leaving? What about the chief's order? Mok Hu-thin wanted to take me as your master and learn from me, didn't you? Are you really leaving just like that? So that's how it is. From the start, you never intended to learn anything from me. Interesting. The remark made Jung Ni-yoon reflect in embarrassment. Caught. He replied politely, My apologies. Fortunately, Du Wang still said goodbye cheerfully. No matter. Even so, I cannot neglect the debt of gratitude. I will teach you a good martial art. Hearing this, Jung Ni-yoon asked in confusion, What is this good martial art? The old man acted mysterious and replied, Just wait and see. Outside the room, Lang Yue was kneeling until he was furious. He panted and gnashed his teeth, harboring resentment in his heart. Su Yuan, that monster girl. She actually neutralized the poison faster than me. The more time passes, the more the gap widens. I must act before there is no way to salvage this. Suddenly, the door slowly opened. The two of them were happy, thinking, He's out. Su Yuan was impatient and spoke up. Mok Hu-thin come out? Shall we continue our talk? The appearance of Jung Ni-yoon made them all shout, Mo Jing-yoon! Behind him, Du Wang slowly stepped out and barked. Why are you all so noisy? His appearance made them all politely greet him. Brother! Seeing his physique, Ti Qiang blurted out. No, could it be, father? Looking at your form, have you really undergone a complete transformation? Hearing this, Lang Yue was startled, thinking, He crossed the wall? Su Yuan also partially realized that this meant within the sect. A new master had been born. Afterward, he excitedly calculated, I must win his support. But Su Yuan quickly cut in. Congratulations, Grandmaster, on your success. Seeing this, he pushed her aside and fawned. Congratulations, truly. Congratulations. If you keep receiving congratulations like this, then, but before the warm welcome, the old man replied coldly, No need. I will accept the congratulations, but isn't our business still unfinished? The condition was for me to stand up on my own, but you two have not done that. This made the two of them look grim. Afterward, he turned to remind. And another thing, Tai Qiang. Tai Qiang also politely replied, Yes, father. The old man clearly introduced. From today on, this child is my official disciple, and also a new family member of the main branch. Treat him like your own flesh and blood. This left everyone there stunned for a few seconds. He continued to explain, The reward for the chief's order is this. To make proper use of your poison, I must pass on to you the unique martial art, the ghost-breaking poison scripture. But that is not to be passed on to outsiders, so you must become a member of the family. Tai Qiang, standing beside him, said indignantly, The ghost-breaking poison scripture? Father, that is the family's secret supreme technique. Contrary to his son, the old man calmly replied, That is why I said I would accept him as a family member. At this announcement, Jung Ni-yoon whispered his refusal. I already have a master. The old man replied comfortably, What reason is there why you can't have 2 masters? I will talk to the dark sect leader for you. Hearing this, Jung Ni-yoon secretly concluded, It seems he has no intention of backing down. Oh well. It doesn't matter. As he walked away, 2 eyes were glaring with resentment at his every step. Seeing this, he partially understood himself. So, that's how it is. So the reason he publicly took me as a disciple is for this. In this way, my status will become a joint disciple of the dark sect, leader and the poison king. To the other 2, what talent could make them more interested than this? And the result is that all the eyes that were fixed on him will now shift to me. He talks about repaying a favor, but in the end, he dumps all the trouble on me. I've been fooled. Yuansha Pavilion, Zhao Yigong, while striding quickly, scouted the situation. Have they arrived yet? The subordinate beside him reported busily. Yes, sir. Hearing this, his hand suddenly tightened, thinking to himself, So it finally arrived. Yuansha Pavilion, Master Zhao Yigong, Senior Brother Zhao Taiqing, received a secret order from the sovereign, and then disappeared without a trace. Yet now, he has suddenly returned. He must have heard the news that I have become the pavilion master. I have to hurry back. Miyu once colluded with that guy Jung Ni-yoon before. Even though I lost to him back then, his natural talent is the real deal. If he succeeds, he will be honored as the supreme master of the alchemists and hold the title of Pavilion Master. I will become the Pavilion Master in exchange for covering up the fact that he killed our master. But the memories of that day keep flooding back. Back then, he declared that Master had passed away, and then told me to take that very seat. Why? So, he concluded that the only remaining threat was the existence of the senior brother, who had already reached the first realm. But he finally returned, empty-handed, with nothing to worry about since all preparations were complete. He had taken advantage of his master, who had turned into a demon, to usurp the position of sect leader. The corpses had been suppressed at the bottom of a deep lake 20 miles away. Upon reaching the study door, he asked seriously, "Is the senior brother inside?" The guards replied, "Someone is waiting for you." Then he ordered everyone to retreat. They obeyed, understood, sect leader. In his heart, he plotted, "The status and the evidence are both on my side." Finally, he opened the door, declaring to himself, "Come what may, let it come." Even so, he greeted his senior brother cheerfully. "Senior brother, I've arrived." But when the door opened, he suddenly froze. Seeing Zhao Yichang Tai Thon slumped on the chair made him furious, cursing, "How dare he sit in the sect leader's chair?" Senior brother Zhao Yichang Tai Thon. The room fell completely silent. Then, Zhao Yichang Gia Kong tried to calm himself, thinking, "It's just a provocation, nothing more. My opponent is the senior brother. I cannot let emotions take control." He spoke coldly. "So you've arrived." Tai Thon, still indifferent, remained lying there and replied, "I'm here." He began to question him. "I heard you left after receiving a secret order." Hearing this, Tai Thon made a sharp observation. "Mok Hu Thien even know about that? Word of mouth spreads fast, doesn't it?" He stood there without saying anything, only silently resenting. The killing intent is heavy. It makes sense, though. Mok Hu Thien were supposed to be the chosen one, yet I became the sect leader. He responded calmly. "I still have many shortcomings. I will get used to it." Hearing that, Tai Thon asked immediately, "Get used to it?" Zhao Yichang and Gia Kong could no longer hold back and asserted, "I know you're resentful, but I only followed the master's final wishes." Tai Thon calmly repeated the words, "The master's final wishes?" He continued to make excuses for himself. "I even refused at first because you were still here, but you said you had to assist the association leader, so you gave the position to me. Are you planning to defy the master's will?" Hearing this, Tai Thon remained absolutely silent. A few seconds later, he spoke. "Did the master really say that?" He still insisted, "I am certain. Mok Hu Thien can ask the others." Deep down, he kept thinking, "The status is in my hands." However, Tai Thon appeared to have surrendered, softly saying, "I see, so that's the master's will." He remained standing there, waiting for Tai Thon to react. The atmosphere in the room turned deathly quiet. Immediately after, Tai Thon enunciated every word. "Is that chair truly worth craving so much?" Then, the staff beside him was removed, causing the lid of the coffin nearby to pop open, revealing the corpse of Tuan Jok lying inside. Seeing this, he realized in a panic, Master, his body has departed, unable to close his eyes. This made his limbs tremble until he collapsed. He began to think in terror, "How did you find this?" "No matter how, I must suppress the senior brother." Seeing this, Tai Thon calmly spoke, "Tho Lao, Ham Vien." The entire tower began to tremble more than ever. A fierce gust of wind rushed as if to pierce through it. Outside the window, a beast lunged in, throwing everything in the room into chaos. Zhao Yichang Gia Kong was blown away, his body finally pinned against the floor. Tai Thon remained standing steadily in his original spot. The beast continued to pummel him until he was a mess. Seeing it, he realized in shock. A spirit beast. Blood Lac, Tho Lao, and Ham Vien are at the same level. The two summoned beasts the senior brother has always been proud of. Right at that moment, Tai Thon began to probe. "Who is it?" He still acted naive. "What are you talking about?" Tai Thon pressed him further. "With your strength, casting the 6 human spiritual technique is too much. It's clear someone is supporting you. I'm asking, who is that person? Am I being led by the nose just for this?" It seemed it was too much for him, so he begged, "Please, stop." Tai Thon remained determined, trying to lure him. "If you want it to stop, tell me who it is. At the very least, I'll let you die quickly." At this moment, he realized in his heart, "Indeed, I cannot defeat the senior brother." But suddenly, his hands tightened, and he shouted, "Senior brother." Tai Thon heard this and excitedly replied, "What? Finally willing to talk. Are you?" Afterward, he began to express his point of view. "Actually, from the moment I became a disciple, I had long since given up on inheriting the position." Tai Thon couldn't believe his ears and shouted, "What?" Even so, he continued to ramble on. Because I knew well that my talent could not compare to yours. But I had a dream. Saying this, he pondered inwardly. It's not just because I was defeated by that child, but after taking him in, I felt, at that moment, he was using his hands to teach how to ignite energy for Qin Van. Back then, the boy showed great gratitude and excitement. At that time, Qin Van made him feel indescribable sensations. Then he continued to think, even if I can't do it, that child will reach places I will never touch. Just then, a wooden doll fell. It was also the moment he made up his own mind. As a master, I have brought my disciple into this. Then he muttered to himself about betraying the ghost spirit sect. After fighting Tython himself, he was cursed as a despicable person. Then, he took heavy blows from his older brother, trying to resist while pondering endlessly. Qin Van, run! But on Qin Van's side, he was also standing there alone, lost in thought. He stood all by himself in the middle of a bustling market. Just then, an eager voice called out, Qin Van, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and come greet them, he answered indifferently. It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered someone. On a dim evening in an ancient village, the guard Thok Trung had entered first. While Thok Trung was sighing absent-mindedly, Qin Van suddenly approached and asked, Mok Hu Thien have been waiting a long time, haven't you? Seeing him arrive, Thok Trung hurriedly ran after him, shyly replying, not at all. Hearing that, he replied comfortably, then let's go. A while later, when the sun had gone down, the small town began to light up. While they were both on their way, Qin Van suddenly stopped, making Thok Trung curious. Mok Hu Thien master, what's wrong? Just as footsteps were heard, he spoke up. We have a guest waiting. The appearance of Ho Lang made him shout, Grand Leader of the Great Company, Vu Ho Lang. Hearing that, he replied viciously, the energy is truly terrifying. Afterward, he listened carefully. I heard you're the bodyguard of Nguai So Duyen? Qin Van replied bluntly. She never intended to hide it. He heard this, and immediately declared, I don't play games like hiding my energy like a rat. He examined him and concluded to himself, it's him, a tiger-like man who dares to accept a card from the Mok Hu Thien lady and then hands it to someone who looks so ordinary, hard to believe, annoying. After the greetings were over, he began to present. First of all, the Mok Hu Thien lady told me to bring you, but I don't like you. Do you remember Diep Nai Thien? Hearing that, he hesitated and replied, that person, the one who blocked my path? Then he continued to ramble. He is my disciple brother. Although he was partly at fault, all things considered, he was forced into seclusion because of you. As his senior brother, I cannot ignore it. Mok Hu Thien said you received a card from the Mok Hu Thiang lady, right? Then I suggest this. I am also someone who has received such a thing. They say he who tied the knot must untie it, but since the situation is like this, I will untie it for you. The loser will hand the card over to the winner. Let's settle the old grudges once and for all. As soon as he finished speaking, he laughed and said cheekily, no matter what you say, your true intentions are too obvious. Jealous, aren't you? I knew it. As soon as you heard I received the Mok Hu Thien lady's card, your expression wavered. Mok Hu Thien, don't treat your master as a master, but clearly want to make her your woman. Mok Hu Thien, drag your disciple brother out as an excuse to ramble on, but that's all it comes down to. At this moment, he could no longer keep his cool and cursed, Mok Hu Thien bastard. As soon as he attacked, he quickly pushed Thok Trung away. Just then, a rock fell right where they were. That person was crazed. Cursing, you dare to mock me? Afterward, as he stepped forward, he spoke sharply. I understand, of course, because that is the person you love. I also want everything to be good. But if you become the association leader, it will be hard to continue. The master probably doesn't care about becoming a successor, right? Wanting to steal my card is just stalling for time. Then he approached, casually grabbing the tip of the sword, hesitating. But the scene made him freeze, thinking to himself, this guy finally serious. If I challenge you, can you steal it? He immediately recognized the poison technique. Afterward, the surrounding air was enveloped in a distinctive green color. Looking down from afar, a beautiful woman was silently witnessing all of this, which left her extremely bewildered, thinking, impossible. Truong Nung, Ak Chu, Kan Tu, Nyak Tu Hui Nyan. Following the master's orders, we came to take him away, but who would have expected to witness this scene? Who is Five Tiger Lang? He is one of the 5 tigers, the most excellent juniors of the Heaven and Earth Society. Furthermore, he is the official successor of Tun Dan. And yet, 5 Tiger Lang was defeated so easily? This is a big deal. People thought he wasn't even as good as Man Thien Kong, but we judged wrongly. Must report back to the Mok Hu Thiang master quickly. From the roof opposite, Luat Luong jumped toward her and exclaimed, how interesting. A strange noise startled her, but when she turned back, she saw no one. However, behind her, he continued to speak, a truly interesting friend. At this point, tears were welling up in her eyes, and she was full of anxiety. Not a single sound, even now. He is standing right behind me, and I couldn't even feel him. Her attitude made him tease. What are you trembling for? I've been watching you for a while now. She began to guess who the owner of the voice was. Before she could continue to investigate, he gently knocked her out, then leisurely said, "Looks like you should rest for a while." Below, Ho Lang had been completely defeated. He was in a state of difficulty breathing, but during that time, he began to provoke. Actually, whether you like someone or not, I don't care at all. So, you don't have to worry about me telling the Mok Hu Thiang lady. It's just that, because of jealousy, a pointless gamble. Mok Hu Thien must feel it's a pity, right? After that, the token slowly shattered into pieces in front of him. Finally, Jung Niyun wiped his hands and replied, "There you go. Hard work, huh?" Suddenly, something unexpectedly caught his attention. He finally began to realize the aura of the woman who had been staring at me. Just then, she had fallen asleep on the floor. He also felt a presence disappear behind him. Thakzhong suddenly collapsed. Seeing this, he rushed over and shouted, "What?" A strange stream of energy began to slowly crawl toward him. He froze, searching and trying to assess the situation. No, he couldn't feel it. Thakzhong and Hu Lang had been knocked unconscious in the blink of an eye. Sensing movement, he finally raised his voice. "Who are you?" Behind him, Na Luliang calmly replied, "Take a guess." He tried to look to the side, but there was no one there. Behind him, the man began to provoke him. "Where are you looking?" Mok Hu Thien could tell just from that. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, because in front of him was the figure of Thon Lin, that alluring woman stepping closer. Then, he remembered the words the dark sect master had whispered. Mok Hu Thien asked what he looks like. One eye is a normal black pupil, while the other is a gray-white eye. Afterward, he began to introduce himself proactively. A disciple of the dark sect master, and also a disciple of the Poison King's Island. Zhang Niyun is the senior brother of Wei Sosuan and Zhang Nanyue, the first disciple of the guild master. He continued to greet, "Great Mok Hu Thing Master. I pay my respects to the great Mok Hu Thing Master." Na Luliang heard this and also cordially asked, "Interesting, really. How did you know, great Mok Hu Thing Master Na Luliang?" Zheng Niyun suddenly recalled the conversation with the dark sect master. "If you receive the 4 chief jade pendants, you will be taught directly by the guild master." Upon saying that, his voice became low. The only person to have received the 4 chief jade pendants since the Blood Valley was established. The person whose skills are closest to the guild master is the great Mok Hu Thiang master, Na Luliang. The dark sect master had asked him out of curiosity, "But why do you seem to be competing for the successor's position?" Seeing Zheng Niyun remain silent, he added, "Clearly, he is a talented successor, skilled in both civil and military arts. The other disciples are also excellent, but cannot compare to him. Yet, the reason he only received 40% support is..." He realized it immediately. "It means there is a serious flaw." Zheng Niyun hurriedly asked for the reason, and the dark sect master replied briefly, "He's different from normal people." Zheng Niyun found it strange. Different? He thought to himself. I don't know the specifics of that difference. This feeling is even more than that. Back to reality. Luliang was standing in front of him, slightly curling his lips into a smile. Interesting. 2 words suddenly flashed in Zheng Niyun's mind. Empathy. He looked at him coldly and asked, "Are you one of my kind?" Luliang took a few steps and said in a deep voice, "No wonder the righteous faction switched to the Heaven and Earth Association. I think I know the reason now." He turned around and mocked, "Mok Hu Thien only care about killing too, don't you? For someone like you, the righteous faction must be truly boring." Zheng Niyun asked back in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Luliang looked at him, his tone still as firm as ever. "Still denying it? Well, it's not important now. Let's skip it. But how did you know my identity?" Zheng Niyun replied calmly, "I took a wild guess, and I guessed right." Luliang stroked his chin and looked at him curiously. "A wild guess? With no evidence?" Zheng Niyun immediately refuted. "It's not that there's no evidence." Mok Hu Thien quickly took down Hu Lang, the confidant of Lady Wei Xiaoyan. He listened blankly as he continued to list, and also Zhang Nanyue, the confidant of Mok Hu Thiang, Master Zhang Nanyue. This time, Zheng Niyun answered with rare confidence. Anyone who could take down those 2 easily among the guests attending the Poison King's granddaughter's full-month banquet could only be the successors. The others have no reason to take down their own confidants. After hearing his deduction, Lu Liang said, "So, the only one left is me." Zheng Niyun nodded in affirmation. "That's right." He remained silent, the corner of his lips curling up slightly. Then, he turned to him and spoke bluntly. "Clever. And you even used your energy sense to pick up on that woman's identity. Very impressive. At first, I thought if I left you to my junior brothers, it would be an interesting fight." Then Lin listened silently as Lu Liang continued. "But when I met you in person, I couldn't do that," she whispered to Zheng Niyun from behind. "It seems that guy wants to recruit you too. Fine. I was planning to approach the guildmaster anyway, so let's take this opportunity." Before he could even reply, he was attacked suddenly. Zheng Niyun, caught off guard, was knocked back several meters. His entire body came to a stop after hitting a wall. It happened so suddenly that Thon Lin let out a startled cry. In a flash, Lu Liang flew up to the roof, standing there and shouting down. "Have you ever experienced that?" His cold voice carried over. "Empathy, or the feeling of meeting your own kind." That strange emotion, Lu Liang's hands were channeling inner energy. Zheng Niyun widened his eyes, waiting for him to continue. Or a kind of hostility. He remained silent, not saying a word. Thon Lin ran over to support him, saying worriedly, "I don't know what's going on, but be careful. That guy," she said in a reserved tone, "has reached the transformation realm." Thon Lin explained to him, "Surpassing humanity, the realm that divides mountains and seas, carrying an aura that is calm but seems ready to explode. That is the transformation realm." A powerful stream of internal energy radiated from where Lu Liang stood. Immediately after, everything around was enveloped by it. Zheng Niyun followed with his eyes, stunned. Covering the surroundings with internal energy, huh? Lu Liang's voice made him shudder. "Now, even if you make a loud noise, no one will be bothered." Right after that, he unleashed a palm strike toward Zheng Niyun. He dodged it by a hair's breadth. Both began to engage in close-quarters combat. Zheng Niyun was knocked back again. He struggled to regain his balance to stand up. Lu Liang rushed forward powerfully once more. With an excited laugh, he unleashed another strike. "Huh. Interesting. I intended to blow your head off, yet you managed to push the power out in time. Is it innate?" Zheng Niyun raised his sword to block that immense power. The two began to chase and engage in a fierce battle. Two streams of spiritual energy collided, neither giving an inch. Lu Liang smiled and paid him a sincere compliment. "That's it. Among the 5 tigers, you are the first to hold out to this level. Excellent." At this moment, Zheng Niyun finally spoke. "I know why you want to kill me, but others don't know." Lu Liang laughed mockingly. Makhu Thien were out of breath. "That's why you're talking so much, right?" He replied calmly. "I have to survive too." Lu Liang took the opportunity to swipe his hand across his face. "Makhu Thiener eyes, it seems, are faster than your mouth." Zheng Niyun began to unleash his technique, the double strike. He watched to see how he would react. Lu Liang stared at him excitedly, but it had no effect on him at all. Zheng Niyun startled and backed away, thinking to himself, "A counterattack?" Less than a second later, Lu Liang rushed toward him like an arrow. Zheng Niyun used that move again to block the strike. He looked at Lu Liang in front of him, startled to realize, sure enough, Lu Liang rushed forward and asked, "Makhu Thien can't handle variations in moves, can you?" Zheng Niyun couldn't defend, and was momentarily silenced. He attacked relentlessly. "Makhu Thien were like me, so you probably have no fear of death, right?" Lu Liang grinned like a madman. "Then I'm curious, after having your hands and feet cut off, will you still be able to keep that expression?" In the moment no one expected, Zheng Niyun unleashed a palm strike. Now, Destruction Demon Poison Scripture. A powerful stream of spiritual energy emanated from Zheng Niyun's hand, hitting Lu Liang right in the chest. Destruction, Demon Palm Technique. But the opponent's reaction left him stunned. The sword in his hand was knocked far away. He stood there, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Liang smirked. "How pitiful. Makhu Thien have many talents." Zheng Niyun winced in pain, thinking to himself, "Even the Destruction Demon Poison Scripture, Thon Lin, had explained the realms to me before. She said that victory or defeat wouldn't be decided by the realm, but now I think I understand. The reason why, from the transformation realm onwards, it's different. Even if I attack, the one suffering internal injuries is me. The poison can't penetrate either." Zheng Niyun finally spoke. Those talents could be used for the great Makhu Thieng master. He was surprised and asked back, "For my sake? How ridiculous. Makhu Thien are the type who would stab others in the back." Zheng Niyun immediately refuted. "Not trustworthy." He mocked. "Not trustworthy doesn't mean you aren't valuable. Among the desires you sense, only killing intent is a genuine emotion. That is the reason I am letting you live." Makhu Thien say, "I'm insane, huh?" He started channeling his internal energy, preparing for the finishing move. I'll spare you. I'll spare you. It's just that from now on, you'll have to live without hands and feet, and you'll need someone to serve you just to eat. I'm curious to see what your face will look like then. Now, first, your hands. Luliang was suddenly astonished when seeing the strange sight before his eyes. Enveloping them both was a sea of deep red. He stepped toward him and said, I didn't expect there would be someone like you in this world. Just by feeling, you already thought about killing the sect master and the king's disciple. He was also briefly stunned. Blood. Luliang lunged forward, unleashing an attack. Perhaps I should just kill you, so be it. At the same time, Thonlin suddenly appeared. She lunged toward Luliang without fear. Thonlin turned back and said indifferently to Zheng Niyun, Mok Hu Thian, run away to that old man who uses poison. She cast a provocative look at Luliang. As for this guy, he is mine. Get out of the way, Thonlin. Order for that mortal over there. Go and finish off that old man who specializes in poison. He is the master's target. Move now, Zheng Niyun whispered to Thonlin while clutching his wound. Thonlin replied, Mok Hu Thian can only hold on for a moment, and I'm sure you've noticed that a strange, overwhelming pressure is approaching from afar. It would be extremely dangerous if he discovers me. I must suppress my spirit power to a minimum to avoid leaving a trail. Get out of here, quickly. Zheng Niyun turned and ran, shouting back, Everything depends on you. At that very moment, Thonlin launched her attack. She blocked Luliang's strike with a powerful sweep of her arm, shielding Zheng Niyun. Luliang, unwilling to let Zheng Niyun escape, launched a series of rapid attacks, but Thonlin calmly parried them all. Finally, he pulled his hand back, wondering, what kind of game is this, little junior sister? Thonlin couldn't help but be surprised by his thoughts. Could it be? Luliang continued. It's been so long since our master fell ill that we haven't seen each other. Thonlin guessed that he was mistaking her for someone who shared her appearance. Seeing her not answer, he growled, Why are you still silent? Are you sulking because I accidentally touched the prey you were eyeing? Thonlin thought to herself, he still seems deluded. Well, it makes sense our appearances really are identical. There's no reason for me to reveal my true identity right now. Even though it's uncomfortable, to avoid being exposed, I will use that woman's techniques. In other words, I'll use his style to fight back. She immediately unleashed her technique, and streaks of red light appeared all around her. Heavenly perception, sword art, entangled sentiment. The attack surged with immense killing intent, destroying the towers and landscape wherever it touched. Thonlin muttered to herself, Even though I loathe her to the bone, I have to admit the power of this sword style. It won't be easy to escape the encirclement of this sword aura. The strike tore through space, leaving razor-sharp gashes behind. Luliang was not caught off guard. He nimbly dodged and didn't forget to praise her. Mok Hu Thianer's sword skills have improved significantly. I used to think that besides your abundant internal energy from your unique physical constitution, your skills were still mediocre, but it's a surprise to see you progress this fast. He leaped into the air, counter-attacking with a wave of rich purple energy that pierced the crimson sky Thonlin had created. As your great senior brother, I feel incredibly satisfied. Luliang dived toward Thonlin. Not leaving a single opening, she gracefully turned and erected a solid shield to block him. A massive arc of energy formed around them, crackling with tiny sparks of lightning. Thonlin remained calm, parrying and dodging without a single flicker of emotion on her face. As she lunged toward Luliang, he wore a demonic grin, throwing himself at her. The moment their two destructive forces collided, time seemed to freeze. One side was a bewitching red, the other a strange, gloomy purple. Luliang managed to speak. Why are you still so quiet? Thonlin, however, was deep in thought after being knocked back. This guy has some real skills. Luliang continued his taunting as he prepared his next move. Are you truly that furious? She secretly calculated in her head. Even without using my original sword style and suppressing my spirit power, he's beginning to keep up with my footwork. This mortal is not an opponent I can finish quickly. It's too risky. As Luliang rushed toward her, he warned, Still not stopping? If you're going to be this stubborn and unreasonable, don't blame me. I never expected you to have mastered this ultimate technique. The Eye of Transcending. Thonlin was shocked by what she saw. The air is gathering at his eyes. Luliang's eyes glowed as his energy focused into his pupils. He said, This is his cold. Strange eyes began to read Thonlin. As Luliang was knocked back, Thonlin remained on high alert, because he wasn't reacting at all. Luliang straightened up and said coldly, Mok Hu Thian are not Wei Si Wan. Thonlin flinched, whispering, He saw through me. When their eyes met, A wave of energy surged through both their bodies. Both grew alert. As they turned simultaneously, both Thon Lin and Lu Liang looked stunned. Before them, black demonic energy and dense killing intent were slowly converging. Within that gloomy aura, a figure stood none other than Zheng Niyun. He appeared with one eye turned completely red. Deep inside, Thon Lin began to scream, "That mortal!" Then she said aloud, "What is this? Why is there such a violent aura? It's completely different from death energy. What exactly is this dense, ominous presence?" The scene shifts back to when Zheng Niyun ran away from Lu Liang. He stopped in the corner of a tower, looking back at the fierce battle. He couldn't help but calculate his odds, clutching his increasingly severe wound. No matter what, he will hunt me down to the end. Escaping is impossible. Even if I run, the end result is death. Sooner or later, there is no other path. If I don't grasp enough power, the transformation realm, can I reach it? Bone replacing and soul refining. When the Poison King broke through his barrier, I used my ghost eyes to observe and memorize the entire path of his energy flow during that process. The process of activating the flow through the 3 weak acupuncture points, so the 3 yangs synthesize into spirit, energy, and mind. Though I haven't mastered the principle, I believe I can simulate it accurately. But to force the activation of the 3 yangs without understanding it, the price could be my life. He hesitated, looking back at the battle. It was incredibly fierce and tense, with dust filling the air and explosions echoing after each clash. Zheng Niyun reminded himself, "This is the worst bet in the world, where I have to wager my very life." He fell into silence again. Zheng Niyun began, weighing the pros and cons before making a decision. His mind ignited with a fierce flame as he muttered, "All or nothing. If I'm going to die anyway, I'll bet my life on this one time. My energy is originally death energy, so I must reverse the flow, from the lower dantian through the middle, and straight to the upper dantian, all in one breath." Suddenly, Zheng Niyun froze, his eyes widening as he lost his breath. Immediately after, he gasped and spat blood. He wiped his mouth and whispered anxiously, "So dangerous. My unstable breathing almost cost me my life." Once again, "It must be done slowly." Zheng Niyun whispered weakly, "In yang, there is yin, but in yin, there is the heart." He spoke his thoughts. It's the scenario of yin within yang, the 3 yins, directing toward the internal origin, the heavenly palace returning to reversal from the primordial spirit. This is not the gathering of the 3 yangs. It is the gathering of the 3 yins to break the barrier of the realm. What an absurd, unthinkable thing. Back in the present, Zheng Niyun sat in a meditative posture, beginning to unleash his power. The dark energy became violent. Thon Lin could only sigh, unable to speak. "Are you daring enough to perform bone replacing and soul refining right here?" As she backed away, she said, "Mok Hu Thien really are." Lu Liang was different. He seemed amused by the current situation. He lunged toward Zheng Niyun with one eye glowing brightly, muttering with surging triumph. In the middle of bone replacing and soul refining, even the smallest impact is enough to cause qi deviation, isn't it? If I cut off your limbs now, how interesting would that be? Hearing this, Thon Lin was startled. Lu Liang lunged toward Zheng Niyun, laughing. "Bone replacing and soul refining, huh? Interesting. If I cut off your 4 limbs, then what?" Thon Lin's inner voice screamed. "Danger! Isn't his current rebirth state unstable? If he is in the process of bone replacing and soul refining, even a feather's touch would cause qi deviation." Lu Liang arrived. He decisively swung his sword with all his might first, for the arm. A fatal blow was immediately struck down, Lu Liang's aura burning with purple light, but his strike didn't go as he wished. Explosions tore through the air, non-stop. The sounds rang out, and streaks of purple and red light crossed. Lu Liang angrily raised his hand to block the red sword lunging at him. Thon Lin launched a ruthless strike with no openings, full of anger. "Where are you looking?" Lu Liang wore a demonic grin, pouring all his power into his raised hand. Thon Lin was still flying, aiming for him. Razor-sharp sword strikes sliced through empty space. The sky had turned red long ago. Her sword path formed an arc, slashing toward the ground, but Lu Liang still dodged. He retaliated with a blade that flashed past her head. The missed strikes followed the trajectory, hitting the surrounding buildings, shattering everything. The two fought harder and harder. Lu Liang carried killing intent, while Thon Lin remained calm. Another structure was destroyed. Lu Liang laughed demonically, enjoying the fight. He shouted, "Heavenly sword art, heavenly sword meteor." Sharp, cold streaks of light lunged toward Thon Lin at terrifying speed. She struggled to dodge but couldn't escape a shallow cut. A thought flashed through her mind. "I can't use my power anymore. The two lunged at each other again. Qi exploded with sharp sparks cutting through the air. Lu Liang laughed maniacally as he swung his hand repeatedly at Thon Lin. She stayed silent, performing acrobatics in midair to dodge. Taking advantage of that opening, he uncontrollably lunged toward Zheng Niyun, and Thon Lin immediately chased after him. Hey, how about now? Once you're touched, are you dead yet? Thon Lin put every ounce of her strength into chasing him. She channeled her energy, dragging the very fabric of space into a sea of crimson, completely enveloping the space behind Luat Luong. He glanced back, and an explosive, terrifying power erupted, sending pillars of light straight into the heavens. The sheer pressure caused the ground and stones to shatter. A tower in the distance immediately sensed the energy. Inside, there were strange, grotesque beast statues and a man leaning on a staff. It was Tai Thon. He wore a triumphant smirk and muttered, "So, it was you." Tai Thon slammed the staff, which was wrapped in talismans, onto the ground. In the distance, Thon Lin was still fighting with all her might. Suddenly, Tai Thon ordered, "Bronze spirit beasts, attack." Thon Lin realized what was happening and whispered to herself, "I've been found out. Since it's come to this, I'll release all my spirit power." Sensing danger, Luat Luong looked back. The moon behind him had turned a deep crimson, accompanied by the appearance of sharp, jagged claws. He widened his eyes in shock. This is the lunar sword style. Thon Lin had conjured a moon surrounded by countless blades. Luat Luong warned himself as he prepared to strike. This is dangerous. Heavenly sword style. Sharp, purple-hued blades instantly swirled around him. The blades collided, canceling each other out in an explosion of red and purple. The impact shook the very earth, and the blinding, hazy aftershocks completely demolished the surrounding towers. Yet, amidst the sea of red, Thon Lin stood tall. Her inner thoughts surfaced. The heavenly sword style, I must admit, it's a technique he created himself, but it still has a flaw. I've studied it for over 100 years, the only weakness of the heavenly sword style. With that, Thon Lin charged toward Luat Luong. She transformed her sword strikes into a vortex of light, boring straight toward his core. She dodged his counterattacks and aimed squarely for Luat Luong's chest. He stared, eyes wide, at the blade. Just then, Luat Luong slashed downward, shattering her sword to pieces. Thon Lin could only gasp in shock. What? A flicker of speculation crossed her mind as a dark, ominous blade loomed near. Is it completed already? Suddenly, it stopped. A surge of power, darker than the sword itself, was radiating from the direction of Qin Van's pavilion. Tendrils sprouted from where he sat, stretching straight into the sky. Thon Lin cried out in disbelief. Reincarnation? Her inner mind was also violently shaken. What the hell? Why is there such an ominous, unnatural aura? Mok Hu Thien are truly on the right path, mortal. Just then, Luat Luong sprinted toward Qin Van with terrifying speed. He hissed, "Getting dangerous now, time to end this." "That's enough," Thon Lin shouted at him, losing her composure. "Where do you think you're going?" Blood Realm. Thon Lin conjured a sea of red with tentacle-like arms to hold Luat Luong back. She poured all her strength into the barrier, pushing her body to its absolute limit. But it wasn't enough to stop him. He walked steadily, using his sheer power to break free from the gripping tentacles. Thon Lin's eyes widened with pure despair. She reached her hand out toward the pavilion. The moment she lost her grip on him, Luat Luong drew closer to the sword. Even though one hand was still held back, he used his leg to kick the sword toward Qin Van with a satisfied grin. Thon Lin's eyes turned even redder, and she screamed in agony. No! The sword whistled through the air on its trajectory. It neared the dark vortex of power where Qin Van was sitting. The moment it pierced through the layers of dark energy, a hand slowly reached out to catch it. Luat Luong and Thon Lin froze, unsure of what had just happened. Thon Lin looked deeper into the vortex. That surge of power hadn't been harmed in the slightest by the sword's intrusion. Thon Lin felt a wave of relief and joy. Reincarnation Qin Van stepped out from the darkness, his face expressionless. He moved with a heavy, powerful, and overwhelming aura surrounding him. Thon Lin continued, "Mok Hu Thien have." With those words, Qin Van tore off his outer robe, revealing a muscular, bronzed torso. He stripped away the red bandages bound to his biceps, while Thon Lin remained stunned, continuing, "Reach the transcendent realm." Thon Lin stared in horror at the blast of internal energy that had just erupted. "He broke through," she stammered. The transcendent realm, feeling the bizarre aura spreading. Luat Luong was stunned. He could clearly feel it. What a devilish aura, I've never seen anything like it. A cold shiver ran down his spine, a feeling like being sucked into a bottomless abyss of darkness and chaos. cruel and vicious. How can such an aura even exist? He stared at his opponent and muttered, "It's just like a demon. Are you even human?" Hearing that, Qin Van just smiled faintly. A demon, huh? Seeing his opponent's attitude, Luat Luong frowned in annoyance. Qin Van looked at his own palm, clenched it into a fist, and smirked with interest. An aura like a demon, that sounds interesting. Luat Luong thought in terror. I don't know if. From Qin Van's palm, a ghostly power radiated. He smiled. All right then, from now on, let's call it demonic chi. Luat Luong began to feel genuinely afraid. Am I going to die right here? He laughed, trying to play it cool, blabbering on like some kind of grandmaster. It seems you are mistaken about something. Right now, you barely even have the qualifications. The qualifications to face this young master. He looked up at him, coldly warning. One mistake and your head might just roll off your shoulders. Thon Lin stepped closer to Qin Van, whispering, Mortal, I've taught you the techniques. Now. Seeing this, he spoke up to reassure her. Thon Lin, stay hidden inside the wooden doll. She was stunned and didn't understand. He quickly explained, Didn't you feel it too, Thon Lin? A practitioner with terrifying curse power is approaching. If he joins forces with them, things will become much harder to handle. Go hide your aura elsewhere and stay concealed. Thon Lin heard him and could only advise, if things don't look right, run to that old poison master. Before she could finish, a streak of light flashed right in front of Luat Luong. Luat Luong looked over, puzzled. Did something just fly by? He saw that the surroundings had returned to normal and thought, surprised, nothing? Luat Luong couldn't help but ask, where did it go? Qin Van sneered. What are you talking about? He hurriedly replied, Junior sister, no. Where did that woman go? Qin Van laughed coldly, mocking him. Seems like your eyes are playing tricks on you. Those eyes seem pretty useless, don't they? Want me to gouge them out for you? Luat Luong stood in silence, staring at his opponent. In the windy courtyard, the two stood looking at each other. The air grew deathly silent. In the next heartbeat, both figures lunged at each other like arrows. Luat Luong threw a palm strike, carving a dark purple arc straight toward Qin Van. He tilted his body, dodging it by a hair's breadth. Luat Luong immediately threw a punch at him. Both landed to gain momentum. The massive collision between their two forces caused the entire building to explode. Not giving his opponent a moment to prepare, Luat Luong moved in close. A barrage of rapid, powerful attacks forced Qin Van to retreat and defend. He landed on a rooftop, trying to regain his focus. On the other side, Luat Luong was surprised to realize, he's countering every single one of my attacks. Determined not to lose, he lunged again, using the Heavenly Pulse sword technique. Seeing the unbothered look on his opponent's face only hardened Luat Luong's resolve. He really is, Luat Luong clenched his fist, continuing to attack with the Void Moon sword. The entire space shook. The two figures clashed again. Luat Luong was shocked to discover, he's broken through to the same realm as me. The fight had already turned everything into a chaotic pile of rubble. Qin Van, meanwhile, coolly deflected Luat Luong's relentless attacks. Suddenly, a small speck of light appeared before his eyes. Qin Van instantly noticed it and pointed his sword toward it. The tip of the blade touched the corner of Luat Luong's eye, and a beam of light shot out from his pupil. His sword tip was deflected to the side of his face. Both Qin Van and Thon Lin were shocked. He dodged it? Luat Luong burst into arrogant, haughty laughter. Even if you've broken through to a new realm, Qin Van alertly grabbed his hand. Luat Luong continued to mock him, or awakened that weird, ghostly aura. A massive wave of demonic chi blasted Qin Van away. Luat Luong flew toward him again, a surge of power radiating from his hand as he roared like a madman. You still won't be able to do anything to this young master. Luat Luong used all his strength for a finishing blow aimed at his chest. Heaven above, earth below. I alone am the honored one. Thon Lin witnessed the scene, terrified to her core, and screamed, Mortal. Just then, a figure hurried down from the sky. Eldest Mok Hu Thiang Master. It was none other than Saha, who looked extremely panicked. What on earth are you doing to my disciple? Luat Luong glanced at the newcomer and smirked. The Poison King, he continued with contempt. So that nuisance is here. If that's the case, then this young master will just have to. Just then, Luat Luong's arm was grabbed tightly. Qin Van yanked his arm toward him. Offering yourself to me now? Luat Luong's eyes bulged in surprise. My arm! Veins popped out on Qin Van's face. He pressed Saha's hand hard against his own chest. Many thanks. Luat Luong was absolutely horrified. My arm, I can't pull it out, he blurted out. Is he using dark arts? The very second he thought it was over, Saha ran up, shouting, Stop! Luat! Luong roared in anger. Poison King, let me go. Saha, equally furious, retorted, Are you trying to kill my disciple right in front of me? Luat Luong replied coldly, Mok Hu Thien, want to turn against this young master just because of one disciple? Fine, go ahead and try. And from now on, Mok Hu Thien and I are now enemies, Saha roared once again. Taking advantage of the distraction, Qin Van countered, pinning him down. Luat Luong hurriedly shouted, Master, help me pin him down. Saha stood there, stunned. Luat Luong burst into wild laughter. He kept laughing non-stop, leaving the other two bewildered. Luat Luong said excitedly, Good, keep holding me down. He stared straight at Qin Van and said, Let me see what you've got. Immediately, demonic poison surged from Qin Van's palm, piercing straight into Luat Luong's body. The demonic poison sutra, a toxic physique. A cold smirk played on the corner of Qin Van's lips. Even if you are a master of the transformation realm, you can't stop me from poisoning you directly. Luat Luong could only gasp. Mok Hu Thien bastard, you dare. With one arm held by Saha, he slowly raised his hand. If you continue, a powerful streak of demonic energy began to build up. Luat Luong channeled all his strength into the strike against Qin Van. He coldly declared, I will kill you. Qin Van glared at Luat Luong. Mok Hu Thien Luat Luong kept pouring power into his attack without holding back. Standing behind them, Saha saw that the situation was getting out of hand. He grabbed Luat Luong, restraining him. Enough! Stop this at once, Qin Van insisted. I have to kill him. Saha shouted in anger. If you kill the Grand Mok Hu Thien master, we will die at the hands of the guild leader. Are you that eager to die? After a moment of silence, he replied in a deep voice. It might be troublesome, but facing the Grand Mok Hu Thien master is still better than facing the guild leader. Realizing the situation, he sighed in relief. Things had temporarily calmed down, but then, Qin Van's gaze rested on an item on the other's body. Saha curiously looked over as well. He reached out and bluntly took one of the other's eyes. I'll be taking this. Since we are already enemies, there's no need to hide anything. He looked at the object he had just taken, his voice low. If I let him keep this, it will be very troublesome. Saha watched the scene, momentarily speechless. Saha took out something and fed it to Luat Luong. Qin Van curiously asked, What is that, master? He calmly replied, The detoxification pearl. Hearing the name, he asked, The detoxification pearl? Saha began to explain gently. This item can neutralize almost all types of poisons. Although it is extremely rare, taking nearly 15 years to refine, the White family only has a few left. Since your poison is inherently powerful, but now is not the time to be stingy. Qin Van bowed his head, full of regret. I am truly sorry. Because of me, Master is in a difficult position. Saha could only look at him helplessly. He placed a hand on Qin Van's shoulder and sighed. It is difficult, but what can we do? The deed is done, so don't worry too much. This old man will absolutely never abandon his own family. Hearing this, Qin Van froze for a moment. He could not hide his emotion. Qin Van thought to himself, I have made a powerful figure in the Heaven and Earth Guild my enemy, but what should I do now? Yet, he still insists on protecting me, simply because he has accepted me as part of his family. Qin Van stood motionless for a long time, the image of his grandfather flashing through his mind. Saha then spoke up. We don't have much time, let's clean up. But before that, he looked straight at Qin Van. I have a few things to ask you. If you trust Mok Hu Thien master, then answer honestly. Qin Van immediately nodded. Yes. Saha began to interrogate him. First, why did you fight the Grand Mok Hu Thien master? Qin Van calmly replied, The Grand Mok Hu Thien master attacked me first. Saha was surprised. Why? Why him? Recalling, he replied, I secretly guessed the reason, but I'm not entirely sure. It seems like he was wary of me. Saha furrowed his brows. Wary? Saha changed the subject. Then, the second question. Since when did you break through to the transformation realm? Qin Van replied calmly. During the fight with the Grand Mok Hu Thien master. Saha was shocked, hearing this. What? He hurriedly asked. Then the third question. Since when have you been practicing the demonic poison sutra? I only showed you the secret manual once. Qin Van replied as if it were obvious. I memorized it after one look. He calmly explained. I used my consciousness to read the lingering traces of the techniques left in the brushstrokes of the manual and committed them to memory. That way, every movement appears on its own. I just need to follow along. Saha was completely stunned by his disciple's talent. Does such talent truly exist in this world? Even I had to reach the absolute peak of the superb realm to barely manage that. Yet, this monster, this kid is definitely a monster. Not wanting to dwell on it, he looked down at Luat Luong, who was still lying on the ground, severely injured. All the questions in his heart were finally answered. Now I understand why the Grand Mokhu Thieng Master had to be wary of him. Saha lamented. His talent is enough to make others tremble, even feel fear. Perhaps a monster the likes of which has never been seen in the history of martial arts has been born. Saha smirked at this fascinating discovery. He was both astonished and delighted, and I have taken that monster as my disciple. Saha was overjoyed, staring at Qin Van. A treasure! A treasure! Oh, my precious one! Qin Van gently lifted the person on the ground. He turned to Saha. I'm heading to see Lady Su Uyen, he reminded. Choose your words carefully. Saha secretly watched Qin Van as he left. He could not help but think, even though he is my disciple, I cannot understand his heart. I never expected him to choose that option. Saha recalled their earlier conversation. We have two choices. Once we oppose the Grand Mokhu Thieng Master, we will be in danger. When the Grand Mokhu Thieng Master takes the position of guild leader, what will you do then? Qin Van offered his own answer. One of the two people competing for the position of guild leader against the Grand Mokhu Thieng Master must become the successor. Saha snapped his fingers. Exactly. Only then can we survive. He continued to analyze. But, as you can see, the Grand Mokhu Thieng Master is a person of exceptional ability, while the others have almost no chance of sitting in that position. Saha put his arm around him and smiled slightly. But now it's different. Qin Van listened attentively. Different? Saha looked at him with expectation. The chessboard can change depending on your choice. He explained further. In the Heaven and Earth Guild, there are two important organizations. One is the Dark Sect, responsible for handling secret information, and the White Family, with their superior poison arts. At the same time, there are existences that can become variables. Saha patted Qin Van's shoulder proudly. That is you and me, he said seriously. Both you and I have broken through to the transformation realm. And the transformation realm is a powerful level where strength can be equivalent to an entire sect. Just the two of us are enough to turn the tide of this game. Saha began to laugh with self-satisfaction. The transformation realm is that formidable. He nodded listlessly in response. He looked down and whispered to Thon Lin. In other words, among the candidates for succession, the one you choose will become the brightest prospect. She thought for a moment and replied, the existence of a transformation realm expert is that significant. He seemed to realize something and clicked his tongue. Saha burst into laughter. I was a bit long-winded because I was too excited. So, who do you choose? Su Uyen or Long Nyak? That's for you to decide. After a moment of silence, Qin Van spoke up. Saha was silent, thinking to himself, actually, there's no need to ask. I knew he would choose Su Uyen. In terms of ability and personality, only but Qin Van's answer startled him. I choose the second Mokhu Thieng Master, Trong Lang Nyak. Saha's eyes widened in shock. What? He couldn't believe his ears. What? Saha asked repeatedly. Why? Why him? His heart was filled with confusion. How could he choose a man who is both cunning and has the weakest cultivation of the three? Qin Van calmly explained. Trong Lang Nyak's subordinates always vow loyalty to their lord, regardless of what kind of person he is. He continued to analyze, but Su Uyen's subordinates are different. They don't see her as a lord, but as a woman they desire. Hearing this, Saha could only sigh. If that's the case, then it's truly disappointing. That is proof that the girl is not qualified to be a lord. Her beauty has actually become a disaster. After contemplating for a while, Saha nodded in agreement. I understand. This old man will handle this and then go to the sect leader of the Dark Sect to discuss an alliance. Qin Van bowed respectfully. Thank you. Saha waved his hand dismissively. Don't mention it. Mokhu Thiener, affairs are my affairs too. But what are you doing? Saha looked at Vu Hao, who was being dragged away, and asked in surprise, where are you taking Grand Leader Vu Hao Lang? Don't tell me you intend to give him to Trong Lang Nak. Qin Van calmly shook his head. No, I will stop by Lady Wei Su Uyen's place first. Saha became even more confused. Huh? What for? Qin Van whispered into his ear. Once he heard it, Saha immediately understood. What? Mokhu Thien intend to do that? That's no different than provoking Lady Wei Su Uyen. Qin Van kept his calm expression. We have to try to know. Saha could only silently pray that everything would be okay. With that, he flew off with the person. Qin Van softly called out, Thon Lin. The young lady inside the statue immediately replied, What is it? Qin Van suddenly remembered a past promise. I just remembered what you said. If I succeed, you would call me master and serve me devotedly. He added, Thon Lin said, "If I broke through to the transformation realm within 2 years," Thon Lin was furious. She shouted loudly, causing him to startle in midair. Kinvan muttered, "Just once is fine." This time, her scream seemed even more world-shaking. Kinvan immediately shook his head. "Forget it then." Over here, Saha still stood like a stone statue. He looked at Luat Luong, who was lying flat on the ground. Saha was silent, remembering something. He tried to kick Luat Luong in the leg. Saha laughed out loud. Since his arm is broken and his eyes are gone, breaking one more leg won't hurt. He wore a cruel smile. "Since you touched my disciple, just prepare yourself." He looked down at Luat Luong, who was lying there helplessly. From now on, Saha remembered Kinvan's face again. He laughed. "This will be interesting."